In the realm of foundational cultivation, binding oneself to a family ensures longevity, allowing for comprehensive development in formations, alchemy, puppetry, talismans, and agriculture. Initially believing I had achieved sufficient cunning, I unexpectedly discovered that before my family, my efforts were but trifles. Thus, the cunning Wang clan was born. The Wang family of Changshan County is a modestly renowned cultivation family, boasting a foundational-level adept and nearly 10 latest-stage Qi refinement practitioners. They occupy the second-tier, mid-grade spiritual vein of the Changshan mountain range and have maintained their lineage for several centuries. Wang Nanan, the ninth descendant of the southern branch of the Wang family, possesses the 5 elemental roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. At the tender age of 12, he exhibits an unusual maturity uncommon in children. In a cool cave halfway up the mountain, Wang Nanan sat cross-legged on a mat, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, illuminated by the morning sun, exuding a vibrant energy. I have finally broken through to the first level of Qi refinement. Wang Nanan calmed the spiritual energy within him. The cultivation speed with 5 elemental roots was painfully slow. After 6 months of practicing the 5-element sutra, he had barely managed to reach the first stage of Qi refinement. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, providing him with unparalleled comfort. This was the most relaxed he had felt since reincarnating into this world. Immortal cultivation, immortal cultivation. Ha ha ha. Wang Nanan laughed heartily, for what he had once yearned for was now officially underway. This alone would evoke envy in many from his past life. However, perhaps due to the reincarnation, he had adapted well to this world, nearly forgetting his former memories. As he sensed the changes in his body, a phrase suddenly appeared before him. Would you like to bind the Wang family as your cultivation lineage? Without hesitation, Wang Nanan confirmed the binding, and the text transformed once more. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1298. Realm: Qi Refinement Level 1. Technique: 5 Elements Sutra, Entry 10. In addition, a surge of memories flooded Wang Nanan's mind. This is my golden finger. He gasped, astonished. Binding with the family means that for each day the family exists, my lifespan increases by 1 year, and I can consume years of my life to enhance my realm, techniques, and the proficiency of various cultivation arts. Essentially, for every year consumed, my proficiency increases as if I had diligently cultivated for a year. Thus, if he wished for immortality, he would need to ensure the longevity of his family. It became evident that developing the family was imperative, as small clans struggled to endure in the world of cultivation. After grasping the function of his golden finger, Wang Nanan focused on his interface, which was quite simple: name, age, realm, and techniques. At 12 years old, the 98 likely indicated his lifespan, which seemed promising, just shy of living a full century. He examined the technique section. The 5-element sutra was only at 10 entry level. The stages of cultivation were entry, proficiency, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. Achieving even entry level in 6 months underscored his lack of innate talent. Curiously, he clicked on the sign. Instantly, a flood of experience and spiritual energy surged through him, causing him to shudder. His lifespan adjusted to 1297, and the proficiency of his technique rose to entry 30. So this is how it works. Wang Nanan realized, noting that a year of lifespan had increased his proficiency by 20%. Alas, how inept he felt. Yet, with his golden finger, there was hope for the future. He continued to click, rapidly increasing the proficiency of the 5-element sutra until it reached entry 90. Quickly, he halted, refraining from further enhancement. As for the next to his realm, he dared not touch it, fearing that if he were to suddenly ascend to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he would struggle to explain the abrupt change. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary person unacquainted with spiritual energy. Now, overnight, he had reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. If discovered, he would be subject to soul-searching scrutiny. While his family members would not resort to such measures, outsiders certainly would, necessitating a cautious approach. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1293. Realm: Qi Refinement Level 1. Technique: 5 Elements Sutra, Entry 90. Content with his progress, Wang Nanan rose to join his parents. As a 12-year-old child, he naturally resided with them. His father, Wang Xiangming, possessed 4 elemental roots and was ranked 7th among his peers, a third-level Qi refinement practitioner and the grandson of the clan leader. His mother, Zhou Min, hailed from another foundational family, the Zhou clan, and was a fourth-level Qi refinement practitioner and a mid-tier talisman master. Despite their arranged marriage, the couple shared a strong bond, now with 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Unfortunately, only Wang Nanan was gifted with roots. The other 2 children were raised in the mortal realm. Savoring the rice cooked with spiritual grains, each bite was a delight, especially paired with the meat from spiritual beasts and experience far beyond that of ordinary fare. Observing their child's hearty appetite brought smiles to both parents' faces. "Nanan, have you broken through?" His mother, Zhou Min, inquired surprised. "Yes, mother, I broke through this morning," Wang Nanan mumbled, reluctant to set down his chopsticks. "That's wonderful news. Once you reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you can select a cultivation art, and your future will be secure," his father, Wang Xiangming, said, serving him a piece of spiritual beast meat. After a few exchanges, Wang Nanan devoured his meal and then dashed out of their cave dwelling. As a member of the Wang family, children were taught various cultural lessons between the ages of 6 and 12. Upon completing the spiritual root assessment at 12, those with roots began their cultivation journey. The Wang family would support the children until they turned 18. Upon reaching adulthood, they would be expected to earn their own cultivation resources. Thus, Wang Nanan had 6 years to focus solely on his cultivation, free from worldly distractions. Typically, parents oversaw their children's cultivation, with varying degrees of strictness. However, due to Wang Nanan's composed demeanor and proactive approach to cultivation, his parents were relatively lenient, only guiding him in areas he found challenging. Exiting his cave, Wang Nanan made his way to the family's library. As a member of the Wang clan, each individual was entitled to 3 free cultivation techniques for Qi refinement, which was precisely why he had come. His first free technique was the 5 Elements Sutra, suitable for refining all 5 elemental roots, enhancing his vitality and mental fortitude. It was the primary choice for most practitioners with 5 elemental roots, and Wang Nanan was no exception. This time, however, he sought a different technique to exchange. The morning library was devoid of people, lending it an empty atmosphere. Even the elder tasked with guarding it was on the 2nd floor. "Great-grandfather, Wang Nanan has come to claim his free technique," he called out as he strode inside. Although no one was at the entrance, the elder would surely be keeping an eye on the area, making any attempt to steal techniques impossible. Wang Nanan's shout served to notify the elder, allowing him to select a technique freely. The library spanned 3 levels, the first housing the collection of Qi refinement techniques accumulated by the Wang family over the years, and it was the only area Wang Nanan was currently eligible to enter. On the 1st floor, several tall bookshelves stood neatly arranged. Wang Nanan approached the most prominent shelf and retrieved a technique titled Turtle Breathing Concealment Technique. Just from the title, one could discern its purpose without needing to delve into the content. The Turtle Breathing Concealment Technique is a Qi refinement technique that can be cultivated to the 9th level. At the entry level, it allows for a preliminary concealment of one's aura at the proficient level. It becomes undetectable by practitioners of the same tier at the minor completion stage. It becomes difficult for practitioners several minor realms higher to discover the practitioner at the major completion stage. It can conceal oneself from practitioners of a whole major realm above, and upon reaching perfection, the aura becomes imperceptible, leading others to overlook the practitioner entirely. Chapter 2. The Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique. With great delight, Wang Nanan departed with the Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique in hand, only to suddenly realize something. Why had the family placed such a technique in such a conspicuous location? Wang Nanan was perplexed. This technique seemed to lack any formidable power and was evidently unsuitable for communal cultivation within the family. The other techniques of the clan were, to varying degrees, damaged, primarily due to frequent borrowing by clan members. In contrast, the Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique appeared as new as if no one had ever borrowed it. He was now in possession of it, but he would have to return it in due time. However, unbeknownst to Wang Nanan, immediately after his departure from the library, an elder of the library placed another pristine copy of the Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique back in its original spot. Since he could not fathom the reason behind it, Wang Nanan chose to dismiss it from his mind. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he found that his parents were out. As adult cultivators of the Wang family, they both had responsibilities within the clan, often leaving early and returning late. After closing the door, he seated himself on a mat and began to peruse the Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique, practicing it repeatedly. Technique: Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique, Entry Level 0. Wang Nan extended his delicate hand, repeatedly tapping on the sign, while his own aura swiftly diminished. Name: Wang Nan. Age: 1253. Realm: Chi Refinement Level 1 Techniques, 5 Elements Sutra, Entry Level 90. Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique, perfected, having expended 30 years of life. Wang Nan perfected the Tortoise Breathing Concealment Technique. Although this consumed a significant portion of his lifespan, it seemed that for the time being, life itself was the least precious commodity. As long as the family existed, he would gain an additional year of life for every day, making 30 years merely a month's time. If absolutely necessary, he could seek techniques or elixirs to extend his longevity. Moreover, he discovered that the increase in proficiency would diminish as his realm improved. For instance, during the entry-level phase, 1 year of life could yield a 10 increase in proficiency for the tortoise breathing concealment technique, while at the proficiency stage, a year of life would only yield a 5 increase, a significant reduction. However, the perfected tortoise breathing concealment technique not only allowed cultivators one major realm higher than him to overlook his depth, but also enabled those around him to actively disregard his presence, which was simply marvelous. Within the family, as long as he did not wander before the eyes of the clan leader, he could freely utilize his advantages. Wang Nan pondered that, on the surface, only his grandfather, the clan leader, was a foundation establishment cultivator, while the hidden circumstances were beyond his knowledge. With his personal matters temporarily resolved, Wang Nan began to contemplate the affairs of the family. For his own longevity, the family must thrive and prosper. A flourishing family would ensure his own well-being. His unique advantage could not directly aid others. Thus, he could only elevate his own realm swiftly, secretly safeguarding the family. Additionally, he could explore various cultivation arts, finding ways to procure resources for the clan's cultivation. As he considered these matters, a youthful voice called from outside the cave, "Brother, come out quickly. Let us go catch spirit fish." Wang Nan smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting an important matter. A few children of similar age within the clan had made plans to catch spirit fish at the foot of the Changshan Mountain today. This area also belonged to the Wang family and was home to several spirit water fields. To make full use of the land, these spirit water fields not only cultivated spirit rice, but also raised small spirit loaches. Lacking combat prowess, yet possessing delightful flavor, these spirit loaches had naturally drawn the attention of the children, who delighted in catching them, cleaning them, and skewering them for a delicious feast. Since they seldom caught many spirit loaches each time, the clan had always turned a blind eye. Upon exiting the cave, Wang Nan spotted the girl calling for him. She was adorably plump, her little braids bobbing as she moved. His aunt's daughter, Wang Nio, who was of the same age and also a 5-element root cultivator. It was said that his aunt had procured numerous spirit herbs for her bathing, aiding her breakthrough to Chi Refinement Level 2. Strangely enough, in Wang Nan's recollection, over the years, most newly born cultivators within the Wang family had predominantly been 4 or 5-element roots, with 3-element roots being exceedingly rare. "Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you," Wang Nio urged, leading Wang Nan in a brisk run to join the others. Wang Nan beheld the 7 or 8 familiar faces eagerly awaiting him, his peers from the Wang family, all of similar age, each full of mischief. "Now that everyone is here, let us make haste. Otherwise, if the adults catch us, we'll be in for a beating," reminded the bright-eyed Wang Wan, who was not from the clan leader's lineage, but from the bloodline of his sister. The Wang family, being a cultivation clan, divided generations by 50 years. Relatives born within 50 years and possessing spirit roots constituted one generation, which was why these children were all considered part of the same generation. Upon hearing Wang Nuan's words, everyone dashed towards the foot of the mountain, racing along the stone path until they reached a vast expanse of spirit rice fields. The mingling scent of earth and spirit rice wafted towards them, heightening their excitement. "Charge! Today, everyone must catch at least 10 spirit loaches," Wang Nuan shouted, evidently having assumed the role of leader. The group leaped into the spirit rice fields, deftly avoiding the growing rice as they plunged into the mud, feeling for the elusive spirit loaches. The mud in the spirit water fields was incredibly soft. When squeezed, the muddy water oozed between their fingers, creating a slippery and enjoyable experience. If any spirit loaches were hiding within, they would also attempt to escape through the mud, making the art of catching spirit loaches a skillful endeavor. However, having practiced numerous times, they had all acquired substantial experience. Ha ha ha, I caught one first, exclaimed a young boy, who was one of Wang Nanan's cousins, Wang Nanjing, boasting a Qi refinement level 2 cultivation. The others looked on with a mix of envy and urgency. Wang Nanan followed the edge of the spirit field, searching for the telltale signs of the spirit loaches, a technique he had developed himself. In the midst of their playful competition, one by one, spirit loaches were tossed into a bamboo cage until it quickly filled to the brim. That's enough. We can't catch too many at once, or the adults will punish us, Wang Nanjing cautioned. Previously, they had once caught 7 or 8 bamboo baskets full, only to be caught and reprimanded by the clan's elder responsible for spirit plants, with most of the loaches returned to the spirit field. As the sound of commotion drew everyone's attention, they gathered around to marvel at the single bamboo cage filled with spirit loaches, laughter bubbling as they prepared to head to their secret base. Just as they were about to leave, 2 cultivators arrived on flying swords. One of the cultivators was well known to them. It was their clan leader, Wang Mingai, who was currently being exceedingly courteous to another female cultivator clad in a green robe and white gown. The 2 hovered before the crowd, looking down upon them, and with a grand wave of his hand, Wang Nio was lifted into the air and brought before the 2, then flew away towards the clan. The children exchanged puzzled glances, standing frozen in place. Nanjing, go find an elder in the family to inquire about what is happening. We'll wait for you at the usual spot, Wang Nuan instructed, turning to him. Understood, Wang Nanjing replied, departing swiftly while the others leisurely made their way to their hideout. The so-called hideout was actually an abandoned cave at the edge of the clan's territory, rarely visited by anyone. After discovering it, they had claimed it as their secret base. Chapter 3. The 100 Arts of Cultivation as the spirit loaches sizzled on the fire. Emitting savory oils, a sprinkle of salt was added, enhancing the aroma. Just as everyone was collectively salivating, Wang Nanjing returned. The group turned to him, watching as he plopped down in the center, panting heavily. I found out everything. The female cultivator, who came with the clan leader, is a 3rd-level foundation establishment elder from the Shinong sect. She is here to take Sister Nio to cultivate in the Shinong sect. What? To the Shinong sect? Does this mean Sister Nio will become a cultivator of the Shinong sect? Exclaimed one of the cousins in astonishment. Everyone was aware that the Shinong sect was a golden elixir sect and one of the dominant powers in the vicinity, with the Wang family considered their vassal. Is this something that our cousin volunteered for? Wang Wan asked again. Wang Nanjing shook his head and remarked, it was the Shinong sect that chose her. Sister Nanyao had no right to refuse. By the time I arrived, that foundation-building cultivator had already taken her away. Furthermore, I learned something else. It is said that the nearby Immortal cultivation families have an agreement with the Shinong sect to send one underage cultivator, not exceeding 16 years of age, every 10 years for training. Listening intently, Wang Nanan's complexion darkened. If what Wang Nanjing said were true, then Wang Nanyao had clearly become a hostage. One must understand that, as a family engaged in immortal cultivation, those with spiritual roots seldom join other factions. Even when female cultivators choose partners, they typically require that the suitor join their family. The reason for this is simple. There are too few family members with spiritual roots. How could they possibly offer them to other powers? Now, the Shinong sect demands that every immortal cultivation family send a cultivator every decade, which not only strengthens the sect itself, but likely serves to further entrench their ties with each family. Of course, some families might willingly send their disciples with spiritual roots to get closer to the Shinong sect, but such actions must meet the sect's entry standards. Does this mean we won't see Sister Nanyao again? Another cousin lamented. What nonsense are you spouting? Sister Nanyao is merely going to the Shinong sect for training. We can visit her anytime. Wang Nanjing's voice dwindled. The Shinong sect was neither too far nor too near to the Wang family, but certainly not within reach for children like them who had just entered the Qi refining stage. At the very least, one would need to be in the later stages of Qi refining to have any hope of reaching the sect. With Nanyao's departure, it would indeed be years before they saw her again. The mood among the group, having lost a childhood companion, grew somber, and even the roasted spiritual mud eel went untouched. Wang Nanan remained silent, recognizing that the Shinong sect was clearly coercing families into compliance, yet the families offered no resistance. In simple terms, their lack of strength rendered them powerless, a reality that only solidified Wang Nanen's resolve to strengthen his family. With the laughter of yesteryears now absent, they merely divided the spiritual mud eel amongst themselves before departing. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Nanen found himself once again at the library, intending to claim his final free cultivation technique. After returning the turtle breathing concealment technique, he began to peruse the first floor of the library. Currently, he possessed the 5-element scripture and the turtle breathing concealment technique, the former serving as a foundational cultivation text, while the latter was an auxiliary technique. Wang Nanen lacked offensive, defensive, or escape techniques, though techniques that could extend his lifespan would also be welcomed. Perhaps I should select a technique related to the 100 arts of immortal cultivation? Wang Nanen pondered, recognizing that he would reside in the family estate for an extended period, rendering immediate concerns for offense, defense, or escape less pressing. However, he was uncertain if the family possessed any longevity techniques, since none were available on the first floor of the library. He approached the shelf containing the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, where a dazzling array of texts and techniques awaited him. Although all were of the first rank, they were indeed quite precious. Wang Nanen examined them one by one, searching for one that suited him. Alchemy? I have no spirit stones to buy a cauldron or spiritual herbs puppet master. No spirit stones for materials array master? This is also quite costly. After much deliberation, Wang Nanen discovered that the cost of becoming a spiritual planter was the lowest, primarily requiring spiritual seeds, of which his family had plenty. After a moment of reflection, he chose the fundamentals of spiritual planting. With the acquisition of a special ability, Wang Nanen intended to develop comprehensively. Becoming a spiritual planter was merely the first step. Presenting the fundamentals of spiritual planting to Wang Minghui, he stated, "Great-grandfather, I choose this as my last free technique." As one of the oldest members of the family, Wang Minghui was well-versed and replied, "You, my boy, have just broken through to the first layer of qi refining and wish to learn the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. Aren't you a bit too eager?" Wang Nanen, however, remained undeterred and explained, "Great-grandfather, I am but a 5-element root cultivator. It is uncertain whether I will even reach the later stages of qi refining in this lifetime. Learning the 100 arts of immortal cultivation sooner rather than later may not be a bad thing." Wang Minghui did not refute him. It was well known that 5-element root cultivators progressed too slowly. He waved his hand, signaling Wang Nanen to leave, thus finalizing the matter. However, in the future, should he need techniques, Wang Nanen would have to exchange them for family contributions. Fortunately, becoming a spiritual planter would provide him with his first source of income. Within his cave dwelling, after spending the better part of the day, he had completely read through the fundamentals of spiritual planting. The book was thick and contained a wealth of information, beyond the foundational knowledge necessary for a spiritual planter. It also detailed numerous methods for cultivating first-tier spiritual plants and herbs, which are the most valuable sections. Additionally, it outlined 3 foundational spells that every spiritual planter must master. The first was Spirit Rain Technique, which, when fully cultivated, could gather surrounding spiritual energy to create rain for irrigating thousands of acres of spiritual fields. The second was Golden Sword Technique, which cultivators with golden spiritual roots could use to convert their internal spiritual energy into sword chi for weeding and pest control, and, when fully cultivated, could also be employed in combat. The third was Gestation Technique, which was one of the cores of a spiritual planter's skills, enabling them to accelerate the growth of spiritual seeds and improve germination rates. It could reduce the growth time of spiritual plants by 10 at the entry level and by as much as 50 at the perfected stage. Unfortunately, the gestation technique was notoriously difficult to cultivate, and most first-tier spiritual planters could only manage to achieve proficiency, with only a select few geniuses reaching the small success stage. Upon completing his study, night had fallen, and his parents returned home for dinner. "Mom and Dad, I plan to study the inheritance of the spiritual planter and have brought back the fundamentals of spiritual planting," Wang Nanen candidly disclosed during the meal. This was a plan he had contemplated for quite some time. Having resolved to assist his family in its development, he needed a visible skill or talent to present publicly, while concealing his other capabilities. Moreover, it was likely that he could not hide the matter of exchanging for the spiritual planter inheritance for long, as his parents would discover it by simply inquiring at the library. His parents exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. Generally, Family cultivators would wait until they reached the third layer of qi refining before selecting the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. Yet their son seemed rather hasty. Wang Nanan reiterated his explanation, which garnered their approval. Since you plan to study to become a spiritual planter, let me help you find a master. Wang Xiaoming agreed, recognizing that as a father, it was his duty to assist his son in paving the way. Furthermore, the role of a spiritual planter was foundational to the family, holding significant esteem. The spiritual rice they consumed and the spiritual herbs they utilized were all cultivated by spiritual planters. After dinner, Wang Nanan was taken out by his father. In another cave dwelling, the father and son sat on cushions, facing a couple and two infants still in swaddling. Wang Xiangtan, the younger brother of the clan leader and one of the few spiritual planters of the same generation as Wang Nanan's father, was present. Cousin, my son wishes to learn to be a spiritual planter, and I would like him to apprentice under you. Wang Xiaoming stated directly, having come for just this purpose. Do not worry about the apprenticeship fee. My wife is a talisman master, and we can pay with talismans, Wang Xiaoming added. The family's inheritance could either be explored slowly through the texts or through apprenticeship. Since this was an apprenticeship, a fee was undoubtedly involved. Fortunately, aside from their work for the family, Wang Xiaoming's wife could also craft talismans, so they were reasonably well off. Cousin, what you say is nonsense. Your son's desire to learn to be a spiritual planter is a boon for the family. Wang Xiangtan laughed heartily, knowing Wang Xiaoming well from their childhood. Does your son understand the role of a spiritual planter? Wang Xiangtan then inquired. Wang Nanan nodded and replied, Uncle, today I exchanged for the fundamentals of spiritual planning from the library and have read it thoroughly. I have a preliminary understanding. Wang Xiangtan regarded his composed nephew and said, If you wish to learn from me, you must join me every morning in the spiritual fields, working while learning. You must also diligently practice those 3 spells. If you have questions, ask promptly. Cousin, the family registration still requires your attention. Wang Xiangtan reminded, each clansman must register with the family after choosing their immortal cultivation art, which facilitates arranging tasks for them upon adulthood. Chapter 4. Talent revealed inside the cave dwelling. Wang Nanan sat cross-legged on a futon. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the wall. The matter of studying as a spiritual plant cultivator had been settled. Now, he needed to subtly reveal some talent, paving the way for providing cultivation resources to the family in the future, consuming 1 year of lifespan to increase the proficiency of germination technique. A surge of clarity flowed into his mind, bringing the germination technique to 1 at the entry level. Wang Nanan was dismayed. He realized that after a year of hard work, he had barely scratched the surface. To advance to the proficient stage would require a century. No wonder most first-grade spiritual plant cultivators lingered between entry and proficiency. Without the golden finger, Wang Nanan wouldn't even reach the proficient stage. He grabbed a handful of weeds from outside and attempted to use the germination technique. As spiritual energy flowed into the plants, Wang Nanan distinctly felt their vigorous vitality and slight growth. However, his spiritual energy was quickly depleted. With the golden finger, he had focused solely on the proficiency of the technique, neglecting the importance of his cultivation level. Wang Nanan slapped his forehead, realizing that the higher the cultivator's realm, the more abundant and powerful their spiritual energy, enabling them to use more potent techniques. It seemed the focus should now be on both cultivation level and the germination technique. He began consuming lifespan, and the spiritual energy within his body surged until he broke through to the second level of qi refining. 2 years of lifespan were required to reach the second level. Wang Nanan calculated that it took half a year to reach the first level of qi refining after detecting his spiritual roots. But now it took 4 times as long to go from the first to the second level. Wang Nanan felt a pang of discomfort. If this continued, higher realms would require even more lifespan. Would his own life be sufficient for the consumption? Alas, he had been too naive before. He decided to take things slowly, understanding that some things couldn't be rushed. However, looking at the panel, age 1250, Wang Nanan decided to push himself further, breaking through to the third level of qi refining, which consumed 8 years of lifespan, again quadrupling the previous amount. He decided to save the remaining lifespan for emergencies. At midnight, as a new day arrived, his lifespan indeed increased by 1 year. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1243. Realm: Qi refining, third level techniques. 5 element scripture: Entry 90, Turtle Breath Concealment Art. Perfect, Spiritual Rain Technique. Entry 0, Golden Metal Sword Technique. Entry 0, Germination Technique. Entry 1, Heritage. First Grade Spiritual Plant Cultivator. Entry 0, The morning sunlight streamed through the window. The cave dwelling was designed with windows onto Wang Nanan's face, awakening him. After a night of meditation, his spiritual energy had returned to normal. He quickly finished his meal and ran to his cousin Wang Xiangtan's doorstep. "You're here early," Wang Xiangtan said with some surprise, then led Wang Nanan towards the foot of the mountain. The lower part of the Changshan mountain range was mostly spiritual dry fields, mainly used for growing spiritual beans, herbs, and fruits. At the foot of the mountain were spiritual paddy fields and fish ponds, primarily used for growing spiritual rice and raising spiritual fish. Wang Xiangtan was responsible for the spiritual fields located at the junction of the mountain range and the flatlands, where many mulberry trees were planted. These mulberry trees range from 3 to 10 meters in height, with large canopies and dense foliage, clearly first-grade spiritual plants. Their fruit, mulberries, was a type of spiritual fruit that could restore spiritual energy, highly valued and a major source of income for the family. Especially in the spring, the family raised silkworms on the mulberry trees. After summer, the silkworms spun cocoons, and the mulberries began to bloom and bear fruit, perfectly staggering the timing to increase income. Wang Nanan looked at the vast expanse of mulberry trees, his eyes filled with excitement. Mulberry trees were relatively easy to care for. You could start by practicing on them, learning the knowledge in the comprehensive guide to spiritual plant cultivation while working, combining theory with practice. You can also use the 3 techniques on them, Wang Xiangtan said to Wang Nanan. After giving instructions, Wang Xiangtan began assigning tasks to Wang Nanan, which included checking the mulberry trees for pests, tilling the soil, and applying rain and fertilizer. Wang Nanan was quick and efficient, completing all the tasks in half a day. He then took out the comprehensive guide to spiritual plant cultivation and began studying it little by little. Although he had the golden finger to use, he was currently lacking lifespan. If he could reach the entry level himself, he could save some lifespan. Life was peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. He had indeed learned a lot about spiritual plants, but he still hadn't reached the entry level as a spiritual plant cultivator. As for the spiritual rain technique and the golden metal sword technique, Wang Nanan estimated that he could reach the entry level in about a month of hard work without relying on the golden finger. One afternoon, as Wang Nanan was sitting in the shade of a tree studying, Wang Xiangtan walked over and asked, "Nanan, how is your cultivation progressing?" Wang Nanan immediately stood up and replied, "Cousin, I think I reached the entry level with my germination technique last night during practice." Wang Xiangtan's eyes glazed over. "Entry level? Seriously? Show me," Wang Xiangtan said, trying to sound calm, hoping the boy wasn't deceiving him. Wang Nanan activated the technique, and a nascent spiritual energy flowed into the trunk of a mulberry tree. Soon, Wang Nanan was panting with exhaustion. Wang Xiangtan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had reached the entry level with the germination technique in 7 days. This talent was somewhat abnormal. How long did it take him to reach the entry level? A month, that's right, a month. Wang Xiangtan nervously swallowed. In fact, unknown to outsiders, Wang Xiangtan's apparent 3rd level of qi refining and 5 spiritual roots were false. His true cultivation level was 9th level of qi refining with dual earth and with spiritual roots. If the family hadn't lacked foundation establishment pills, he might have already become a foundation establishment cultivator. Even with his own talent, it took him a month, and now his 5 spiritual rooted cousin had reached the entry level in 7 days. Either Nanan had hidden his spiritual roots like him, or he had an excessive affinity for the germination technique, greatly increasing his entry speed. If this nephew had hidden his spiritual roots and possessed such a fast entry speed, could he possibly have a celestial spiritual root? Celestial spiritual roots hadn't been heard of for many years. Moreover, the clan leader was solely responsible for the spiritual root detection of the children in the clan, and the information known to others was derived from what they said, making it impossible to distinguish the truth. "I remember it took you half a year to reach the 1st level of qi refining, right?" Wang Xiangtan asked, feeling perplexed. Wang Nanan nodded subconsciously. This left Wang Xiangtan even more bewildered. It took half a year to break through to the 1st level of qi refining, so he clearly couldn't have a celestial spiritual root. Even if a celestial spiritual root didn't cultivate and just stayed in the clan absorbing spiritual energy every day, It wouldn't take so long to reach the first level of qi refining. Moreover, a little kid like Wang Nanan couldn't possibly hide himself from others. So Wang Nanan couldn't be a celestial spiritual root. That left only one explanation. Wang Nanan had a very high affinity for the germination technique, making his cultivation efficiency extremely high. Wang Xiangtan convinced himself with a series of mental justifications and looked at Wang Nanan with newfound affection. Nanan, come with your cousin to a place. Without Wang Nanan's consent, he tucked Wang Nanan under his arm and ran towards the top of the mountain. The wind created by the running messed up Wang Nanan's hair, making it look like a bird's nest. Clan leader Grandpa, Clan leader Grandpa. Wang Xiangtan hurriedly ran into the clan leader's cave dwelling and slammed the door shut. The composed clan leader opened his eyes and glanced at the two of them, saying, "So rash, how have I taught you?" Wang Xiangtan acted as if he didn't hear the reprimand and continued, "Clan leader Grandpa, tell me the truth. Is Wang Nanan's spiritual root really 5 spiritual roots?" To be on the safe side, Wang Xiangtan still asked. The clan leader naturally understood Wang Xiangtan's meaning and nodded. Wang Nanan's spiritual root is genuine. It's indeed 5 spiritual roots. Upon hearing the patriarch's confirmation, Wang Xiangtan spoke tremulously. He has grasped the basics of the conception technique in just 7 days with an innate affinity. The patriarch paused, shifting his gaze to Wang Nanan, who remained nestled under his arm. "Greetings, great-grandfather," Wang Nanan greeted. The patriarch, however, did not respond to him, but instead broke into a smile. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." The 3 exclamations expressed his inner delight. Achieving the fundamentals of the conception technique in merely 7 days was a significant milestone. Given time, Wang Nanan could potentially master it to a remarkable degree, even reaching the perfection stage. As the divine skill of a spiritual planter, the conception technique would greatly benefit the clan, even at the mastery stage. Just imagine, if a century-old spiritual herb could be hastened several times, it could save 40 to 50 years of growth time. What about 10 herbs? 100? The thought of seeking elixirs and rare materials to prolong life filled him with joy. Nevertheless, as the patriarch, Wang Ming Ai insisted that Wang Nanan demonstrate his abilities. Although his methods were still quite unrefined, he had indeed made a start. After reviewing Wang Nanan's recent experiences, Patriarch Wang Ming Ai was convinced. How many others are aware of this matter? He inquired, casting a glance at Wang Xiangtan, who also looked towards Wang Nanan. "Only the 3 of us. I haven't had the chance to tell my parents yet," Wang Nanan replied. With a sigh of relief, the patriarch produced a yellow talisman and handed it to Wang Xiangtan, instructing, "Drop your blood on it." Wang Xiangtan complied, recognizing it as a second-grade oath talisman, which upon blood swearing could safeguard certain secrets. Otherwise, one would face the backlash of heaven and earth. "Nanan, this matter must remain confidential, or could lead to dire consequences," Patriarch Wang Ming Ai cautioned. "Can't I even tell my parents?" Wang Nanan feigned innocence. Wang Ming Ai replied earnestly, "Not even to your parents. For now, you will study under your uncle Wang Xiangtan. Once you can proficiently wield the conception technique, your great-grandfather will assign you a separate field for spiritual herbs. Is that agreeable?" With a loving expression, he added, "This is the hope for our clan's future." After Wang Nanan nodded earnestly, he departed with Wang Xiangtan. Watching the two leave his abode, Patriarch Wang Ming Ai chuckled. This young lad certainly has his secrets. Chapter 5. For joys a gentle breeze caressed the hills, the leaves harmonizing with it like a melodious symphony. Wang Nanan felt a surge of joy. Having revealed his talents before the patriarch, he could now pursue many endeavors boldly, without fearing exposure of his golden finger. Returning to the mulberry grove with Wang Xiangtan, he resumed his mundane routine, turning the soil and practicing, passing half a month in this manner. During this time, the other children seemed to have vanished. Ever since Wang Nanyao was taken to the Shenong sect, the usual clamor of the clan's youth had dissipated. Yet, the tranquility bore its own advantages, allowing Wang Nanan to dedicate himself to his training. At last, he made headway into the spiritual rain technique and the golden gung sword art, with the inheritance of the spiritual planter not far behind. Name, Wang Nanan. Age, 1265 realm. Qi refining level 3 techniques. 5 elements classic, 90 mastery. Tortoise breathing concealment technique, perfection, spiritual rain technique, 1 mastery. Golden gung sword art, 1 mastery. Conception technique, 1 mastery, inheritance. First grade spiritual planter, 0 mastery. One evening, while washing rice, Wang Nanan had been learning to prepare simple meals to alleviate some burdens from his parents. As he placed the spiritual rice into the pot, he chanced to glance up and saw his parents returning. Notably, his father was leading a small calf by the rope. Its waxy yellow fur and underdeveloped horns, along with its less than 1 meter height, indicated it had only recently been born. "Son, do you like the gift we have prepared for you?" his father called out. Wang Nanan set aside the rice and rushed to stroke the calf. The horned yellow cow, a first-tier spiritual beast, could reach the strength of a Qi refining level 9 when fully grown, known for its gentle nature and defensive prowess. "We exchanged it from a clan. It can be your companion, assist you with chores, and provide you with some strength. Do you like it?" his father inquired. I do. Wang Nanan exclaimed, elated. The horned yellow cow was particularly suited for a spiritual planter, as its innate ability could aid in tilling the land and transporting heavy loads. "Father, how do I form a bond with it?" Wang Nanan asked eagerly. "No need for a formal bond. This newborn spiritual beast is easily trained. Treat it well, and it will naturally heed your commands," his mother explained, noting that this method only applied to certain docile beasts, of which the horned yellow cow was one. After spending some time bonding with the calf, he led it into the courtyard. The calf, now sated, would not require attention for dinner, and the three of them sat down to eat. As Wang Nanan's mother called for dinner, he focused his attention on the calf. After finishing the last wooden plank for the shelter, he returned to his abode. Having had his fill, Wang Nanan approached the calf again to nurture their bond. "You will be the fourth in our family. Your name shall be 4 Joys," Wang Nanan mused aloud, returning to his dwelling only when the night had fully descended. On the new day, with 4 Joys in tow, he strode towards the mulberry grove with a proud demeanor. Wang Xiangtan, noticing Wang Nanan's arrival with 4 Joys, smiled knowingly and remarked, "I hadn't expected your family to acquire one too." Wang Nanan, catching the hidden meaning in his words, responded, "What do you mean by that, uncle?" "This horned yellow calf was exchanged by our clan some days ago. There are about a dozen. I didn't expect your parents to be willing to get you one," Wang Xiangtan replied. "Now that you have a spiritual beast by your side, take good care of it," Wang Xiangtan added, having acquired one himself, now kept at home. "I will," Wang Nanan replied, finding 4 Joys endearingly clumsy and envisioning riding it about once it grew a bit larger. Given that spiritual cows could live for nearly a century, 4 Joys would accompany Wang Nanan for a long time. Setting 4 Joys aside to graze, he began his work. The wind seemed to pick up, and a few clouds gathered in the sky. Stretching, Wang Xiangtan looked over at Wang Nanan and said, "Nanan, I plan to visit Changshan County below the mountain. Would you like to join me?" Wang Nanan's eyes lit up. He had yet to experience the world beyond the clan's territory. Naturally, curiosity bubbled within him, and he eagerly nodded. Leading 4 Joys, he followed his uncle as they made their way towards Changshan County. Situated beside the Changshan mountain range, Changshan County was a mortal town under the Wang family's control, with its administrators all bearing the Wang surname. Thanks to its proximity to the mountains, Changshan County was relatively prosperous, often seeing wandering cultivators stop by. Wang Nanan's siblings, who lacked spiritual roots, also resided here, cared for by other clan members, and his parents would occasionally visit. Wang Xiangtan and Wang Nanan, both quick of foot, arrived in Changshan County within an hour, the sounds of vendors ringing in Wang Nanan's ears. Cultivators often possessed keen senses, which could sometimes be burdensome. Hearing everything too clearly became an annoyance. "Uncle, why have we come down the mountain?" Wang Nanan inquired. "I came to collect the payment for items I previously consigned to the shop," Wang Xiangtan replied, stopping before a store. Wang Nanan looked up to see the Wang Clan Merchant Association. "What a coincidence, our own family-esque store," he thought. Unwanted items could be exchanged for contribution points for the clan, or the Merchant Association could assist in consignment for some spiritual stones, Wang Xiangtan explained. He had been saving up to purchase foundation-building elixirs, and the hope of achieving this goal fueled his determination. Wang Nanan nodded, leading 4 Joys as they entered the establishment together. Upon seeing Wang Xiangtan, a young attendant rushed over. "Master Tan, this way, please." The attendant, also a member of the Wang clan, but of a lower generation, guided them inside. Wang Xiangtan led the way to the second floor, leaving Wang Nanan behind. "Wait for me for a moment. You can explore on your own." Wang Nanan surveyed the items in the trading hall. There were numerous goods, though most were merely samples, primarily for Qi refining stage practitioners, with a significant focus on talismans. This was unsurprising, considering the Wang family's expertise in talisman crafting, while other aspects of cultivation were comparatively lacking. As she wandered, Wang Nanan noticed many spirit plant seeds housed in glass containers. They were mostly ordinary varieties like spirit rice, spirit fruit, and spirit beans. Is there anything more precious, even if it's just a spirit herb? She mused. We have plenty of first-tier spirit plant seeds in our Wang family trading house. A young girl approached, intrigued by the teenager Wang Nanan. Are you a descendant of the Wang family? She inquired. Wang Nanan nodded, identifying herself as part of the Nan lineage. The girl was taken aback, never expecting such a young child to be a family cultivator. Given the vast number of Wang family members, cultivators, and mortals belonged to distinct generational lines, and many had never crossed paths. According to the generational hierarchy, the girl realized she ought to address Wang Nanan as uncle. Dear uncle, if you wish to purchase spirit plant seeds, I can assist you. Family cultivators receive a 50% discount, the girl explained. Wang Nanan was momentarily stunned, thinking that within their family trading house, she could acquire items without cost. Are you joking? The girl replied. Wang Nanan remained silent, her pockets emptier than her face, resigned to merely observe. If all else fails, I could seek some spirit seeds from grandfather the patriarch. Wang Nanan resolved. Soon, Wang Xiangtan returned, guiding Wang Nanan back. Along the way, they purchased several items, and he treated her to some snacks. As time passed, another month slipped by. Two significant events transpired during this time. Wang Nanan's three cousins each brought home a scattered cultivator as a son-in-law, bringing joy to their previously tranquil family grounds. However, the joy was short-lived as tragedy struck. The family patriarch's son, Wang Dingbang, Wang Nanan's grandfather, had passed away at the age of 97, his life force extinguished. A cultivator of the 9th level of qi refinement, Wang Dingbang was reclusive and preferred solitude, which was why Wang Nanan had not visited him. The 3 days of mourning saw many cultivators come to pay their respects, dispelling the earlier joy. Wang Nanan felt detached, leading to a period where she scarcely practiced her cultivation. Fortunately, time has a way of healing all wounds, and after a few days, she regained her composure. She glanced at her lifespan record, age 1296, having accumulated a fair amount and ready to expend it. She directly consumed 49 years of lifespan to elevate her gestation technique to 50% proficiency. After all, she could not afford to squander her revealed talent. Enhancing her skills was essential, and soon she could aid her family's development. Accidentally showcasing her skills during work brought immense satisfaction to Wang Xiangtan, and word reached the patriarch. Consequently, the patriarch honored his promise, granting Wang Nanan a plot of spirit herb field, not overly large but situated atop a second-grade spirit vein, making it quite valuable. Her spirit herb field was located in the mid-upper part of the Changshan mountain range, where the soil was fertile and the spiritual energy abundant. With a quaint little thatched cottage nestled at the edge, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. It felt wasteful to cultivate first-tier spirit plants on a second-grade spirit vein. Wang Nanan lamented that the Wang family lacked second-tier spirit planters, thus preventing large-scale cultivation of second-tier spirit herbs. First-tier spirit herbs will have to suffice, she sighed, acknowledging that the patriarch had provided her with a sufficient quantity of spirit seeds for planting. Unfortunately, the lineage of spirit planters had yet to be passed down, and she could only request guidance from her cousin Wang Xiangtan. Green pond grass. A first-tier spirit plant, Wang Nanan examined the spirit plant seeds, noting it was a material for crafting talisman paper, yielding high productivity but low value, fitting the model of low profit, high volume sales. If she could elevate the green pond grass to second-tier status, its worth would soar, as it would then serve as a raw material for crafting second-grade talisman paper, though it would require at least 5 years of growth. With all knowledge regarding green pond grass committed to memory from the basics of spirit planters, and under Wang Xiangtan's guidance, she planted the first batch of green pond grass. After a year, she would contribute 100 to her family, retaining the rest for herself. This guaranteed profit-sharing method was how spirit planters earned their livelihood, selling off surplus spirit plants for cultivation resources. In the ensuing days, her routine revolved around the mulberry grove, spirit herb field, and her cave dwelling, accompanied by the diligent 4 happiness trailing behind her, which made Wang Nanan feel fulfilled. Nan Nan called a familiar voice. It was her cousin Wang Nanjun. Today, She donned practical attire that exuded competence. I heard you begun learning about spirit planting. I thought I'd come take a look. Wang Nanjun scrutinized the spirit field, especially the newly sprouted green pond grass. The patriarch is quite generous to grant you a separate spirit field, she remarked with a hint of envy. Wang Nanyan chose not to respond. The news of her exclusive spirit field could hardly be concealed, as the family grounds were limited, and she had no intention of hiding it. Moreover, recent gossip circulated within the family, subtly mocking the patriarch for favoring his beloved grandson, leaving the truth obscured, with no one willing to clarify. Where have all of you been lately? Wang Nanyan shifted the topic. Stuck at home, cultivating. I finally broke through and was allowed out for a while. The others will probably remain inside for some time. Wang Nanjun replied, pulling out a half-eaten peach pit and offering it to Wang Nanyan. Aren't you a spirit planter? See if you can grow a spirit peach tree from this pit. Wang Nanyan accepted the pit, feeling a lingering vitality within. Where did you acquire this? She asked curiously. My father encountered an unknown spirit peach while on a mission in the deep mountains and fought off several demon monkeys. He managed to bring back a few peaches after the spirit peach tree was destroyed. Wang Nanjuan's cheeks flushed. It was evident that her recent breakthrough was also related to the spirit peach. I can attempt to plant it, but I cannot guarantee success, as I have only just begun my studies, Wang Nanyan cautioned. Judging by the pit's exterior and Wang Nanjuan's description, it seemed to be a first-tier spirit plant. The Big Peach. The Big Peach was highly sought after among first-tier spirit plants, known for aiding early-stage chi refiners in overcoming bottlenecks. However, it required at least 5 years from seed to fruit, yielding 12 to 16 spirit peaches annually per tree. Don't worry. The other peach pits have been sent to the family treasury. If you need more, you can exchange for them. This one is specifically saved for you, Wang Nanjun assured. Wang Nanyan expressed her gratitude and chatted with Wang Nanjun for a while before the latter departed. Holding the peach pit, Wang Nanyan began the germination process. Once it sprouted, she would plant it in a corner of the spirit field, having already selected the precise location. For happiness, fetch water, Wang Nanyan called out. Her spirit rain technique was still underdeveloped, and she could only rely on for happiness to carry water for irrigating the spirit field, each time transporting 2 buckets strapped to his back. Life is tough since childhood. It's all because of my useless master. For happiness grumbled. As the evening approached, the smoke from cooking curled into the air. Wang Nanyan devoured her meal heartily, feeling thoroughly exhausted from the past few days. Nan, your father and I plan to visit the Zhou family. Do you want to come with us? Her mother inquired. As her maternal family, they were expected to visit periodically since her parents still resided there. Wang Nanyan shook her head. Previously, she would accompany them, but since the awakening of her unique abilities, she intended to remain within the Wang family's protective sphere for the time being. Though the Zhou family was not far from the Wang family, it was better to be cautious. Her mother did not insist, but advised, take care of yourself while we're gone. You know where the spirit rice is. Your father and I will be back soon. In the meantime, she left Wang Nanyan with some talismans, primarily auxiliary ones like the Swift Travel Talisman, Cleansing Talisman, and Yellow Turban Strength Talisman, all crafted during this period. Use these while we are away. The matriarch bestowed the talisman upon Wang Nanyan. Wang Nan extracted the Swift Travel Talisman, returning it to his parents, and accepted the rest. The Swift Travel Talisman will be useful for your journey. Keep it for yourselves. The following day, his mother accompanied his father to her maiden home, while Wang Nanyan resumed his daily routines. Chapter 7. Attendant Spirit Pill. On the first day of his parents' absence, Wang Nanyan meticulously cleaned the cave dwelling, arranging everything to his satisfaction. He then took up residence in the thatched hut adjacent to the spirit fields, where he could absorb the more concentrated spiritual energy. The peach pit sent by Wang Nanyan sprouted successfully and was planted in the soil by Wang Nanyan, who repeatedly cast the germination spell, hoping to hasten the growth of the great honey peach tree. Nan, come quickly and collect your spirit fertilizer, Wang Xiangtan called out. As his proficiency in tending the green duckweed increased, Wang Xiangtan had been gradually entrusting Wang Nanyan with more responsibilities, rarely visiting the spirit fields. The two only met when Wang Nanyan went to the mulberry forest. Spirit fertilizer? Wang Nanyan inquired, perplexed, but he nevertheless emerged with 4 delights. Wang Xiangtan, disregarding Wang Nanyan's confusion, hastened him along, explaining as they walked, the spirit fields require fertilization. The excrement produced by the clan's cultivators and spirit beasts is insufficient. So the family purchases spirit fertilizer from other clans annually to enrich the soil. The quantity purchased depends on the amount of spirit fields cultivated within the clan. We need to transport the fertilizer to the fields, and that is why I have come for you. Wang Nan Nan understood that the family had purchased fermented fertilizer from external sources, which now needed to be transported to the fields by the spirit planters themselves. For Delights, we have work to do again, Wang Nan Nan announced. Moo, For Delights responded, indicating its understanding. Soon, they arrived at the spirit fertilizer storage area, where Wang Nan Nan observed that the fertilizer was in clod form, resembling ordinary soil and emitting no peculiar odor. 1 basket per acre is sufficient. The baskets are over there. Go and fetch them, Wang Xiangtan instructed. Remember, pulverize the fertilizer before applying it, and irrigate with water for optimal results. Wang Nan Nan nodded and retrieved 2 bamboo baskets, filling each halfway before hanging them on 4 Delights. The 2 slowly made their way back, with Wang Nan Nan examining the fertilizer as they went. The fertilizer appeared to be derived from the excrement of certain demon beasts, processed through a specialized method that seemed to be one of the myriad arts of immortal cultivation. Upon returning to the spirit fields, Wang Nan Nan followed Wang Xiangtan's instructions, pulverizing the fertilizer and evenly spreading it across the fields. The 2 then commenced their water-carrying duties, spending 2 days completing the fertilization. The effects of the fertilizer were immediately apparent. The green duckweed exhibited increased vitality. It seemed, perhaps due to an illusion, that the fertilizer had also slightly shortened the growth cycle of the green duckweed. The great honey peach was given special attention by Wang Nan Nan, and its tender shoots had already pierced the soil, revealing verdant foliage. A month had passed since Wang Nan Nan acquired the spirit fields. The green duckweed thrived, and the great honey peach sapling was now the size of his palm. His daily cultivation had also yielded progress. Name, Wang Nan Nan. Age, 1285 Realm. Qi Refining Stage 3 Cultivation Method. 5 Elements Scripture. Entry Level 91. Turtle Breath Concealment. Perfected. Techniques. Spirit Rain. Entry Level 3. Golden Gung Swordplay. Entry Level 2. Germination. Entry Level 50. Heritage. First Grade Spirit Planter. Entry Level 2. The 5 Element Scripture. Spirit Rain and Golden Gung Swordplay had all improved, and he had also achieved entry into the realm of spirit planters. All of this was attributable to his regular cultivation and application. As dusk fell, Wang Nan Nan's parents finally returned after an absence of more than 10 days, which had caused him to miss them. He was overjoyed to once again savor his mother's culinary creations. After inquiring about recent events, his parents presented Wang Nan Nan with a storage pouch. The palm-sized storage pouch, convenient for hanging from the waist, had an internal capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter, allowing cultivators to store and retrieve items using spiritual energy. It was a low-grade storage pouch, of which his parents each possessed one, but its cost was likely considerable. After Wang Nan Nan performed the blood oath of recognition, he discovered 7 bottles of pills inside the storage pouch. 3 bottles of yellow sprout pills, each containing 12 pills, could accelerate the cultivation of Qi refining stage cultivators and were relatively common. There were also 4 bottles of attendant spirit pills, each containing 8 pills, specifically for feeding spirit beasts, increasing their affinity with their masters and slightly reducing their growth time. The storage pouch and yellow sprout pills were purchased by your mother and me at a nearby market where prices are more favorable. The attendant spirit pills were gifted by your maternal grandparents, who, knowing you had 4 Delights, concocted them on the spur of the moment, his father explained. Wang Nan Nan was touched. His mother's family, the Zhou clan, was no less powerful than the Wang clan and specialized in beast taming. The water buffalo calf and spirit fertilizer purchased some time ago had both originated from a Zhou clan. His maternal grandparents were both first-grade alchemists who earned their living by concocting pills for the clan. The attendant spirit pills had arrived at a most opportune time, for Delights was indeed fortunate. As for the yellow sprout pills, they were somewhat redundant for Wang Nan Nan, who was already at Qi Refining Stage 3, but he could not refuse them outright, lest he waste his parents' efforts. Moreover, the storage pouch and yellow sprout pills likely consumed a significant portion of his parents' accumulated spirit stones. Unable to refuse, he accepted everything and chatted with his parents for a while before running to 4 Delights. He stroked 4 Delights' furry head while holding out an attendant spirit pill. The pill's fragrance was intoxicating, causing 4 Delights to become impatient. All right, you can have it. Wang Nan Nan soothed for delights, placing the attendant spirit pill in its mouth. After consuming the attendant spirit pill, for delights exhibited no immediate changes. Wang Nan Nan was not concerned, as the attendant spirit pill required prolonged consumption to produce noticeable effects. That night, Wang Nan Nan once again began to expend his lifespan. Expending 1 year of lifespan, 5-element scripture, proficient 6, expending 46 years of lifespan, germination, proficient 0. Wang Nan Nan was surprised. He recalled that germination only increased by 1% proficiency for each year of lifespan expended, yet increasing it by 50% had only cost him 49 years of lifespan. 1 year short. Upon examining the information panel again, Wang Nan Nan suspected that the 5-element scripture was the primary factor. As the core cultivation method, the 5-element scripture served as the foundation for mobilizing spiritual energy and activating various techniques. Could deepening his cultivation of the 5-element scripture aid in the cultivation of other techniques? After pondering for a long time, Wang Nan Nan could only arrive at this explanation. He had not paid much attention to this ubiquitous skill in the past, but now he might need to reconsider his perspective. It was a pity that his lifespan, 1235, was insufficient. Otherwise, he would have liked to put it to the test. As for germination, Wang Nan Nan was eager to experiment. He stealthily returned to the herb field and immediately began germination. The previously quiescent green duckweed instantly became active, its roots, stems, and leaves growing visibly. Chapter 8. Autumn Harvest and Celebration. The weather was turning cool, indicating the arrival of late autumn. Within the Wang clan's territory, the protective formation maintained a lush, vibrant landscape. The only difference was the clan's spirit rice and spirit fruits. The spirit rice fields were golden, with large ears of rice bowing their heads. The spirit fruits were red and yellow, emitting an alluring fragrance. Wang Nan Nan was summoned to the foot of the mountain to assist in harvesting the spirit rice and catching spirit fish. Many of the clan's children had also been released from their homes to join in the fun and experience the joy of the autumn harvest. Harvesting spirit rice and planting spirit fruits do not require your assistance. A few spirit planters can resolve everything with several spells. Place the spirit rice and spirit fruits into storage pouches and hand them over to the family. Your main task is to catch spirit loaches. The water in the spirit paddy fields has already been drained, exposing the mud, and the spirit loaches are nowhere to be seen. It is difficult for spells to affect the spirit loaches hiding in the mud, which is why we have summoned you lively children. The family requires live spirit loaches, not dead ones, so you must catch them by hand. Search every part of the mud, leaving no spirit loach behind, a clan elder instructed. After catching the exquisite spirit loaches, each of the little ones received 100 of the most succulent ones. The crowd's eyes sparkled at the thought of such delectable delicacies, making their mouths water with anticipation. With eagerness, they secured bamboo baskets around their waists, rolled up their pant legs, and leaped into the muddy waters. Each person was assigned a specific task as they formed a line, commencing a thorough search. The adults chuckled, reminiscing about their own childhoods while observing the excited children. Utilizing the golden sword technique, Wang Nan Nan skillfully stirred the muck, capturing one spirit loach after another into his bamboo basket. He glanced around at his companions, who were employing various small spells with impressive efficiency. After thoroughly plowing through a patch of spirit water fields, they swiftly moved on to the next. The children's energy seemed inexhaustible. They completed their task in a single day. Most of the spirit loaches were collected by their families, leaving just enough to share among everyone. Each child received 2 bamboo baskets, each containing 50 loaches, perfectly counted. With joyful hearts, they returned home, showcasing their prized catches to their parents. The loaches, thick as a thumb and wriggling energetically, were of considerable value, each capable of fetching 5 spirit sands. After a few words of praise from their parents, the loaches were placed into a vat, and a few were selected for cooking. They were soon gutted and stir-fried over a roaring flame, resulting in a delicious meal. As the year came to a close, the clans celebrated with great joy. In this world, there was no notion of a new year. Instead, the clan held its own traditional festivities to rejoice. Reflecting on the year's hard work, they expressed their hopes for the future. Over 100 clan members gathered, sampling various spirit delicacies while the younger generation showcased their talents, drawing rounds of applause. Wang Nan Nan remained quiet among them. As a mere spirit planter, he was not adept at combat magic, and preferred to avoid embarrassing himself. However, he keenly observed the gathering, realizing that such a large congregation of clan members was a rare sight. Everyone was usually preoccupied with their own affairs, some managing shops, others guarding mundane towns, only coming together at year's end. Wang Nanan pondered the limited opportunities for his clan members to establish a foundation. He could faintly sense their realms, and overall, the clan's talents appeared rather mediocre. The Wang family had 4 primary generations: Ming, Ding, Xiang, and Nan. The Ming generation included the clan leader Wang Ming'ai and the elder Wang Minghui from the library. The Ding generation, which included Wang Nanan's grandfather, still had 6 or 7 cultivators remaining, all at the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement. But most were in declining health and had little hope of establishing a foundation. The Xiang generation, representing Wang Nanan's parentage group, formed the backbone of the clan, with most members at levels 3 to 7, and a few seemingly nearing the threshold of foundation establishment, reaching the 9th level of qi refinement by age 60. However, it was uncertain if they could acquire foundation establishment pills. The youngest, the Nan generation, had members no older than 20, all below the 4th level of qi refinement. And given their spiritual roots, opportunities for foundation establishment were limited. Wang Nanan sighed. His desire for immortality hinged upon the clan's development. For the clan to thrive, its members needed to be strong. Yet the current situation was disheartening. Not only was their number small, but their talents were also lacking. Once he gained influence, he must encourage more births among the clan. Surely, with greater numbers, exceptional talents would emerge. Setting aside his tangled thoughts, Wang Nanan continued to relish the festivities. I heard that the Zhou clan leader's spirit water rhinoceros has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. A woman inquired of Wang Nanan's mother, who happened to be the wife of Wang Xiangtan. Wang Nanan's mother nodded, confirming she was aware of this, saying, "It's been a while. I heard my parents mention it." Alas, at this rate, the Zhou clan will surpass both our Wang clan and the Lu clan, becoming the second most powerful force after the Shinon Gate, his aunt lamented. The Wang, Zhou, and Lu clans had always been in competition, existing in a state of neither enmity nor friendship. Their interactions were dictated by mutual trade, communication, and intermarriage. Yet they also engaged in slander and conflict, all determined by the prevailing interests of the moment. Wang Nanan listened intently, with the Zhou clan now possessing 3 foundation cultivators. He hoped his own clan would feel a sense of urgency. The joyful moments swiftly passed, and after tidying up the venue, everyone returned to their homes to seek their mothers. Mother, was the spirit wine from the celebration brewed by our clan? Wang Nanan asked his parents that evening, recalling how he had felt a slight increase in his cultivation after tasting it. Indeed, our clan has a renowned first-grade brewer who every year transforms some spirit rice and spirit fruits into spirit wine for the clan, his mother replied. The spirit wine made from spirit rice is enchanting, with healing properties, while that made from spirit fruits is beneficial for stabilizing meridians and aiding cultivation. However, both have low yields. One can only enjoy the exquisite wine for free during celebrations. Otherwise, it must be purchased at a high cost. Then does our clan not have a brewing lineage? Wang Nanan inquired, beginning to connect the dots. His mother shook her head, explaining, "The brewer in our clan is your 3rd cousin's husband, who is a son-in-law and has yet to pass down the brewing techniques to the family. Due to his skill, the clan provides him with considerable support, and even his children, born without spiritual roots, do not take the Wang surname, but rather his. However, he has promised that if any of our clan's descendants wish to learn brewing, he will pass on his knowledge. Has anyone taken him up on that?" Wang Nanan pressed on. "His daughter, your cousin," his mother answered. Wang Nanjun. Wang Nanan understood. It was natural for a daughter to inherit her father's craft. "Why? Do you wish to learn?" His mother smiled, though she cautioned, "But I advise against it. Your training as a spirit planter is sufficient. Don't spread yourself too thin, or you may end up mastering nothing." Wang Nanan felt somewhat disheartened. It seemed he would have to set his sights on spirit wine in the future. On the first day of the new year, many clan members had not yet departed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Nanan's parents visited various elders to strengthen familial bonds. Wang Nanan took 4 happiness back to the spirit herb fields, where the Qingping grass thrived splendidly, and in just over half a year, it would be time for harvest. Wang Nanan glanced at his lifespan, age 1370, and realized he could expend some. Reflecting on his earlier conjectures regarding the 5 Elements Sutra, he decided to conduct an experiment. He continuously consumed his lifespan to enhance his proficiency with the 5-element sutra until he had expended 19 years, finally achieving a minor success. To his surprise, his realm also advanced, reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. Wang Nanan was aware that as the proficiency of his primary technique increased, the lifespan required for further enhancement would multiply. Yet, the breakthrough in the 5-element sutra had led to a realm advancement. Wait a moment. He smacked his forehead. It was common knowledge that surpassing proficiency in one's main technique would indeed result in a realm breakthrough. Such a fundamental rule of cultivation had almost slipped his mind. Perhaps it was a subconscious oversight due to his newfound advantages. He reminded himself not to commit such a novice error again. Looking at gestation technique, he noted that in the entry phase, a 1% increase required the consumption of 1 year of lifespan. Now, at the proficient stage, it likely required 2 years for a single percentage point. He decisively expended 20 years of lifespan, bringing the progress to 11%. Indeed, the breakthrough in the proficiency of the 5 elements sutra influenced the advancement of other techniques, albeit not significantly. Even so, Wang Nanan resolved to readjust his priorities, focusing on the proficiency of the 5 elements sutra first, as every bit of savings counted. Speaking of which, would switching to a more advanced technique yield even greater savings in lifespan? However, without any new techniques in his possession, he could only continue as he was. With clarity in his mind, he turned his attention back to the panel. Name, Wang Nanan. Age, 1331. Realm, Qi refining 4th layer techniques. 5 elements classic. Minor achievement 1. Tortoise breath concealment technique. Perfect, spiritual rain technique. Entry 4. Metal gung sword technique. Entry 3. Gestation technique, proficient 11, heritage, first-class spirit plant cultivator, entry 3. At the summit of the Wang family estate, within the patriarch's cave, Patriarch Wang Ming'ai placed a puppet inside the cave, his aura vanishing in an instant as he proclaimed his seclusion and left on his sword. In the library, Elder Wang Minghui opened his obscure eyes and transmitted a message. I will guard the clan. You must go quickly and return successfully. Deep within the clan's underground, an elderly woman rose and followed the direction of the patriarch, maintaining her distance from him. In the spiritual fields, the bored Wang Nanan was playing with Cixi when he suddenly heard news from the clan. One was that the patriarch had abruptly announced his seclusion, which was quite normal for cultivators. The other was that the clan was organizing a demon hunting team, including Wang Nanan's father, Wang Xiangming, and many adult clan members, aimed at increasing the supply of demon beast meat, earning spirit stones, and honing the clan's members. The demon hunting team offered excellent rewards. Besides fixed spirit stones, profits would be shared based on hunting results. Even if injured or disabled, one could return to the clan to find other work, and in the case of severe mishaps, the clan would take care of their descendants. The main activity area for the demon hunting team was the Qingfeng mountain range, several thousand miles from the Wang family's estate, a place teeming with demon beasts. The Qingfeng mountain range was the closest to the human settlement and a paradise for adventurers, where demon beasts were abundant and spirit plants and herbs could often be gathered. When Wang Nanan returned to the cave in the evening and learned from his mother that his father had already left with the demon hunting team, he felt somewhat distracted, thinking it was too dangerous. Nanan, don't worry about your father. He has protective measures, and I've given him plenty of talismans. He will be safe, his mother reassured him. Wang Nanan nodded in compliance, knowing his mother didn't want him to worry. When will father come back? He asked, looking up. At least 4 to 5 months. Or up to a year, his mother replied. They brought plenty of storage bags and will probably need to fill them before returning. After all, the journey is not short, and even Qi refining cultivators need a day or 2 to fly. Wang Nanan refrained from further inquiries. The matter was settled, and there was nothing he could change. After a night of cultivation, he opened his eyes to find it was already the next morning. Seizing the moment before the morning dew dried, Wang Nanan hurried to the mulberry grove. Despite the winter, the mulberry trees were lush, yet he did not see his cousin Wang Xiangtong. After inquiring, he learned that his cousin had also joined the demon hunting team. The once lively clan estate felt much quieter today. Those remaining were either returning to their respective tasks or were the children and a few clan members left behind. You, a spirit plant cultivator, are joining the demon hunting team? Wang Nanan questioned, puzzled. His father was a sword cultivator. Although his realm was not high, his combat ability was commendable. but his cousin, a spirit plant cultivator. Why join such a dangerous endeavor, especially with such a low realm that was almost pitiable to behold? Wang Nanan shook his head, realizing he would need to manage the mulberry grove himself. As expected, a notice from the clan soon arrived. In addition to the mulberry grove, a large area of spiritual water fields at the foot of the mountain was temporarily assigned to Wang Nanan, ostensibly to increase his responsibilities. I desire to progress so much. Wang Nanan felt both joy and worry. The spiritual rice was relatively easy to tend, with a complete heritage, but there were too many. Originally, this vast area of spiritual water fields was cared for by several spirit plant cultivators, and now it was all assigned to him. What to do? Just get to work. Sishi, let us get busy. Don't you know how to plow with your innate spell yet? You're already half a year old. You should reflect on yourself and see if you're not working hard enough. Moo. Sishi shook its head, reluctantly being harnessed to the plow. Wang Nanan felt helpless. His metal gung sword technique was also not well practiced. Weeding was manageable, but for pest control and plowing, using his hands was faster than spells. Who would have thought that even after cultivating immortality, he still had to toil in the fields? Wang Nanan sighed, and it seemed like he had just turned 13 the day before. Wang Nanan felt a bit emo. Fortunately, the clan was aware of Wang Nanan's situation and summoned several adult cultivators to take over the physical labor alongside him and Sishi. They used manipulation techniques for fertilization, while sword cultivators wielded flying swords to till the land, organizing everything. Wang Nanan then began to accelerate the growth of the spiritual rice seeds and nurture seedlings. The spiritual rice yielded once a year with a high yield, and the seeds were provided by the family, so Wang Nanan could earn a considerable amount of harvest. During this time, his young friends from the clan would occasionally come to help, bringing much joy to his otherwise mundane life. Chapter 10. The secret realm of spiritual treasures. The warm spring breeze brushed against Wang Nanan's cheek, signaling the arrival of spring. The spiritual rice seedlings had been neatly planted in the spiritual water fields, swaying gently in the breeze. Once the roots of the spiritual rice seedlings were firmly established, they would begin to nurture the spiritual loach fry, a lesson learned from years of experience that Wang Nanan had now acquired. The spiritual loach fry were also bred by the family, residing not far away in the spiritual fish pond, which housed several types of spiritual fish, all vital sources of income for the family. The mulberry leaves had turned a tender green, full of juice, marking the perfect season to raise spring silkworms. Wang Nanan's cousin, Wang Xiangxiu, the granddaughter of the now-deceased Wang Mingzhu, was the clan's sole insect cultivator, exceptionally skilled in controlling spiritual insects. Every year, she was responsible for raising the spring silkworms on the mulberry trees, including their breeding and the processes of silk extraction and cocooning. The silk from the spiritual silkworms was excellent material for refining tools, and the clan usually refrained from selling it, reserving it for exchanges among clan members. Watching his cousin tending to the spiritual silkworms with curiosity, Wang Nanan stood by, observing. After all, insect cultivators were exceedingly rare, and encountering one was quite a stroke of luck. Are you interested, little one? Wang Xiangxiu smiled brightly, her exterior reflecting only the fourth layer of qi refining, but emanating a sense of danger to Wang Nanan. Get back, don't scare my nephew, Wang Xiangxiu shouted, as a palm-sized black beetle crawled leisurely from her shoulder into the spirit beast bag. Wang Nanan's pupils contracted as he gazed at the black beetle. He noticed its body trembling slightly, seemingly in fear. Wang Xiangxiu offered no explanation and continued. Do you wish to become an insect cultivator? Wang Nanan nodded, then shook his head. Cousin, I haven't even mastered being a spirit plant cultivator yet. The insect cultivation can wait. Wang Xiangxiu dismissed his hesitation, thinking the black beetle had frightened him. By the way, cousin, what kind of beetle is that? Wang Nanan couldn't help but ask, not inquiring about its realm. The black beetle king, purchased during a mission in the market, Wang Xiangxiu replied, tightening the spirit beast bag to prevent any other spiritual insects from escaping. Wang Nanan swallowed hard and found an excuse to leave, sitting beside the spiritual water fields, leaning against the resting Sishi. He glanced up and noticed many clan members departing on spirit boats. Others were driving ox carts away by land. Wang Nanan recalled that it was March, the time for the clan to test spiritual roots. A year ago, Wang Nanan had secured his place in the clan due to this. The Wang family had a vast network, making it reasonable to send several cultivators. He wondered how many lucky individuals there would be this year. Wang Nanan mused. noting that those termed lucky not only possessed the qualifications for cultivation, but also enjoyed the harmony within the Wang family. In contrast, scattered cultivators might not be so fortunate. Amidst the bustling activities, an elderly man had quietly entered the Wang family estate's summit and retrieved the puppet from the cave, finally sighing in relief. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he transmitted a message to Elder Wang Minghui in the library. "I've finally returned." Elder Wang Minghui smiled, closing the library and discreetly making his way to the Patriarch's cave. "How'd it go?" Wang Minghui skillfully activated the formation of the Patriarch's cave while casting a glance at the two individuals inside. One was an elderly man, the Patriarch himself, and the other an elderly woman, previously seen accompanying the Patriarch, who, if any elder family members were to enter, would be instantly recognized as Wang Mingzhu, the long-deceased sister of the Patriarch. During an auction, she had managed to seize a foundational elixir. The Patriarch, Wang Mingai, smiled knowingly. "What is there to smile about? I nearly lost my life for that foundational elixir," Wang Mingzhu retorted, clearly displeased. Their departure from the family was solely to attend the auction hosted by the Shinong sect, where 10 foundational elixirs had drawn numerous families and peak chi refiners, resulting in fierce competition. The family had painstakingly amassed spirit stones over the years, managing to bid for only one elixir, and on their return journey, they were pursued by several bandits. As a powerful foundational cultivator, Wang Mingai was unafraid. Instead, he played the role of a fool, luring the assailants into the wilderness and ambushing them, reaping substantial rewards. Wang Mingzhu, however, faced a grim fate. Acting as the hidden protector of the foundational elixir, she encountered 3 foundational cultivators, injuring one, killing another, and scaring off the last, a commendable feat indeed. Yet, the dying retaliatory strike from the slain cultivator left her severely wounded. "You should return to heal. In a few days, I will visit the Shinong sect to procure some second-tier healing elixirs for you," the Patriarch reassured her, acknowledging the significant role his sister played in their safe return. Wang Mingzhu scoffed and made her way to the underground chamber. "Is sister injured?" Wang Minghui inquired with concern. "No worries. It didn't harm her roots. Otherwise, could your sister remain so calm?" The Patriarch replied, waving his hand. He then produced 3 foundational elixirs. Wang Minghui's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Wang Mingai. "Didn't we only buy one and seize another? Where did these extra ones come from?" Wang Mingai smiled gently. "They were lent by the Shinong sect." "Lent? What a joke," Wang Minghui retorted, clearly skeptical. "The Shinong sect is notoriously stingy, especially when it comes to foundational elixirs. We vassal families can only rely on auctions to obtain them." "Indeed, they are lent," Wang Mingai insisted earnestly. "In a while, the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm will open at Nyangyang Mountain, and the Shinong sect requires our Wang family to send at least 5 late-stage chi refiners to assist in gathering the primary materials for crafting foundational elixirs. If we succeed in finding them, the elixirs will be sold at 3,000 spirit stones each, a cost I have already covered. If we fail, we will need to compensate an additional 8,000 spirit stones. Moreover, they bear no responsibility for the lives of our cultivators within the secret realm, and they will take 50% of any other spirit herbs we gather. The Shinong sect plays a clever game." Wang Minghui expressed his discontent. "Ordinary second-tier elixirs are valued at only a few dozen spirit stones. Although they are considerably expensive compared to daily necessities, second-tier herbs are rare. However, foundational elixirs, essential for ascending, are an exception, currently priced no less than 5,000 spirit stones, with auction prices soaring to 8,000 or 9,000 spirit stones. It's a 100-fold markup. The reasons are twofold. The primary materials for foundational elixirs are difficult to obtain from the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm, and the cultivators capable of refining them are all within the Golden Core sects, firmly controlling the market and profiting from ordinary cultivators. No matter how you calculate it, the Shinong sect has the upper hand." Wang Minghui continued to grumble. "If our family cultivators manage to bring out the primary materials, the Shinong sect can continue refining foundational elixirs. Even if they can't, our family will still have to compensate thousands of spirit stones. Knowing we are being taken advantage of, we must still accept it," Wang Mingai lamented, producing 5 tokens. "These are the tokens for entering the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm. I intend to ask you to lead the family members there personally. As you know, only chi refiners can enter the secret realm. Previously, Our family had no opportunity to enter, but this time, Wang Ming'ai smirked, revealing a map that detailed the spirit treasure secret realm. Who would have thought that I, unable to break through to foundational level and instead cultivating to the 21st layer of chi refining, would find a place to utilize my skills? Wang Minghui took the tokens and the map. As the patriarch's younger brother, he had previously consumed 2 foundational elixirs without success or failure, only to find his chi refining layers increasing steadily. Do not belittle yourself. You are no failure, Wang Ming'ai encouraged, patting Wang Minghui on the shoulder. The other 4 family members accompanying you will be sent to find you in the coming days. Prepare to set off soon. We must first visit the Shinong sect to help our second sister purchase some second-tier healing elixirs. As for these 3 foundational elixirs, it will depend on how they perform in the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm. Chapter 11. New family members as night fell and the doors were securely locked. It was time for Wang Nanan's favorite life-draining session. With age 1392 remaining, a small enhancement was sufficient. He fervently consumed decades of life on the 5-Element Sutra, swiftly achieving great mastery, reducing his lifespan by 40 years. Simultaneously, his cultivation level reached the peak of the 5th layer of chi refining, nearing the 6th layer. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1352. Cultivation level: 5th layer of chi refining techniques. 5-Element Sutra, Great Mastery 1. Turtle breathing concealment technique, perfection. Spirit rain technique, beginner 7. Golden gung, sword technique, beginner 5. Gestation technique, proficient 11. Inheritance, first tier spirit plant master, beginner 5. I'll save the rest for later. I'll aim for something grander. After all, the 5-Element Sutra is now greatly mastered, only 1 step away from perfection. He glanced at the spirit rain technique, golden gung sword technique, and spirit plant master inheritance, all of which he had been practicing diligently, albeit at a slow pace. Fortunately, as he grew more familiar with the 5-Element Sutra, the durability of various spells improved significantly, allowing for greater strength while tending to the spiritual fields. As night faded and dawn broke, a new day began. Wang Nanan patrolled the domain, finding no issues before heading to visit several friends. Unsurprisingly, they were all being pressured by their families to cultivate, leaving them no time for outings. Disheartened, Wang Nanan returned to the herbal fields, tending to the Qingping grass. Meanwhile, Sushi played nearby, casting furtive glances at Wang Nanan. Noticing he was not paying attention, Sushi extended its tongue, attempting to snatch a leaf of Qingping grass. Just as its tongue brushed against the plant, a stone struck its pink tongue, startling it into retracting quickly. Sushi, without my permission, should you dare touch these spirit plants, I shall have someone castrate you, leaving you to gaze helplessly at the little cows when you grow up. Wang Nanan's voice echoed, causing Sushi to cover its underbelly with its tail in fright. Though small, Sushi was no fool. Especially as a tame spirit beast, its intelligence was quite high. Moo! Sushi immediately responded, if the grass is gone, the cow cannot exist. As the spirit plants flourished, Wang Nanan's responsibilities increased until the arrival of a flying spirit vessel signaled the end of this year's spirit root testing. News spread swiftly, with discussions erupting within the clan. Given the limited number of Wang family cultivators, 3 12-year-olds, each possessing 3, 4, and 5 spirit roots respectively, were ranked according to the Nan lineage. As their parents were ordinary clan members and no direct relatives among the cultivators, the family arranged for the 3 to stay together, sending clan members to teach them until they could stand independently. Wang Nanan felt a renewed sense of fortune. Having parents who were cultivators provided immense support in life and cultivation, far superior to those peers without roots or connections. Intended to greet them, considering they were of similar age and might grow to become allies in family development, Wang Nanan approached the cave where the 3 resided. However, from a distance, he noticed their anxious demeanor. With a smirk, he and Sushi made their way over, venturing alone into an unfamiliar realm. Particularly one steeped in the mystique of the cultivation world, may evoke feelings of curiosity, but perhaps trepidation reigns supreme. Are you 3 the members of our clan who possess spiritual roots this year? Wang Nanan stood beside the 4 joys, wearing a gentle smile. The 2 young men and 1 young woman gazed ahead, their eyes drawn to a boy of similar age, with bright eyes and a charming smile, accompanied by a small yellow calf. The 3 felt somewhat uneasy, and Wang Nanan was the first to speak, introducing himself. I am Wang Nan, your cousin, a spirit plant farmer who discovered his spiritual root last year. The girl, slender yet composed, mustered her courage and said shyly, Cousin, I am Wang Nanyuan from Luoshan City. I am Wang Nanjun from Shisha City. I am Wang Nanwei from Leviang City. The other two chimed in, noting that these names were adopted today, as their original names had been cast aside. Wang Nanan approached them with an open demeanor, observing their frail figures. Have you not eaten? He inquired. I have some food here. If you don't mind, you may have it. He retrieved some spirit rice from his storage bag, which he had prepared in advance, anticipating the possibility of hunger during his midday excursions. Upon seeing the storage bag, the trio's eyes sparkled with envy, and the enticing aroma of the spirit rice caused them to momentarily forget their worries. They swallowed hard in unison, eliciting a chuckle from Wang Nanan. He placed the spirit rice in their hands and encouraged, Go on, though the clan will provide for you for a time. Today's meal may take a while to arrive, so have a little something to tide you over. The three expressed their gratitude to Wang Nanan and devoured the rice hungrily. After days of travel, fatigue had set in, making it difficult for them to resist the temptation of food. Once the spirit rice was consumed, they looked at Wang Nanan again, rubbing their bellies in satisfaction. As we are all family, feel free to ask me anything, Wang Nanan said, sensing their curiosity. Cousin, what will happen to our family once we arrive at the clan grounds? Wang Nanyuan asked anxiously. Wang Nanan, having some knowledge on the matter, replied, All parents of children with spiritual roots will be relocated to live in Changshan County, at the foot of the mountain, along with your siblings. He reassured them that Changshan County, nestled against the clan grounds, was safe and secure, and they could visit their families in the future. Hearing Wang Nanan's patient explanation eased their worries considerably, especially the thought of being able to see their parents again. What town are you from, cousin? Wang Nanjun inquired with curiosity. My parents are both cultivators. I was born and raised within the clan grounds, Wang Nanan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the three looked on with admiration. Do you have any siblings? Wang Nanwei asked. Wang Nanan nodded, pointing toward the mountain below. I have an elder brother and sister living in Changshan County. As they chatted, they grew increasingly familiar with one another until a clan elder arrived to bring them their meal, prompting Wang Nanan to take his leave, providing them with his address and inviting them to seek him out if they had any questions. Feeling a twinge of hunger himself, Wang Nanan realized how much time had passed in their conversation, and, as evening approached, he heard some intriguing news on his way back to the cave. The Spirit Treasure Secret Realm was about to open. Chapter 12. The withering tree blossoms anew. The conclusion of the clan's spiritual root testing heralded the arrival of April. And the spirit rice seedlings had been planted for nearly a month, their roots firmly anchoring in the muck. A multitude of spirit loach fry were scattered into the spirit water fields, vanishing in an instant. The spring sowing promised a bountiful autumn harvest. And gazing at the spirit loach fry, Wang Nanan wore a beaming smile. The trio, who had been warmly greeted by Wang Nanan, not only learned techniques from the clan elders, but also often sought him out in their free time, fostering a growing camaraderie among the four. As they watched Wang Nanan tending to the spirit rice, their faces beamed with admiration. Cousin, can we also become spirit plant farmers? Wang Nanjun asked, captivated by this first glimpse into the myriad arts of cultivation. You certainly can, but you must first exchange for the fundamentals of spirit plant farming within the clan, Wang Nanan responded. He explained that even within the clan, the transmission of knowledge was not to be taken lightly. Otherwise, it would be akin to piracy, undermining the clan's traditions. However, you have just begun your journey into cultivation, and you have yet to attain the ability to absorb spiritual energy. It's premature to consider this matter now, he added. You have ample time to gradually explore the myriad arts of cultivation, and by the time you reach the third level of qi refinement, you can choose your path based on your personal circumstances. The three nodded, somewhat understanding, but mostly feeling that Wang Nanan's words resonated with wisdom. Wang Nanan chuckled awkwardly, realizing the teacher within him transcended age. Cousin, what is the secret realm? Wang Nanwei suddenly asked, puzzled. The aunt who teaches us techniques mentioned it in conversation with other clan members. She said something about the Spirit Treasure Secret Realm opening. Wang Nanan pondered, recalling that his mother had mentioned this during dinner. The Spirit Treasure Secret Realm, located on Yangyang Mountain, was set to open, and their clan had dispatched cultivators there. The Spirit Treasure Secret Realm was well known in the vicinity, its opening not fixed to a schedule and governed by 3 golden course sections. Previously, their family lacked the qualifications to enter, as it was said to contain the primary herbs needed for crafting foundational pills, which were not meant for their clan to access. However, this time seemed different, as the three golden core sects were reportedly gathering varying numbers of external chi refinement cultivators to vie for treasures. The secret realm existed as a separate microcosm, undisturbed by the outside world, allowing myriad spiritual herbs and plants to flourish abundantly. Wang Nanan elaborated, explaining that some secret realms would occasionally open passages to the outside, enabling cultivators to enter and procure treasures. The trio's understanding deepened, and they felt a surge of newfound knowledge. Wang Nanyuan and her companions were called back to their cultivation, while Wang Nanan gazed at the sky with four joys in tow. "Mother, have there been any updates from father?" he inquired during dinner. "A few days ago, a clan member returned with a batch of beast meat. I inquired and learned that their expedition went smoothly," Zhou Min replied calmly. "Is there anything else?" Wang Nan pressed. Zhou Min shook her head, and Wang Nanan resigned himself to the wait. As time flowed on, the weather grew warmer, marking the end of April. While weeding, a voice suddenly echoed in Wang Nanan's mind. "Little one, come to the patriarch's cave." Recognizing the familiar voice of his great-uncle, the patriarch, Wang Nanan felt a sense of urgency but thought little of it as he mounted four joys and ascended to the mountaintop. Indeed, after nearly a year of growth, Four Joys was now able to swiftly carry Wang Nanan, having become his reliable steed. Upon reaching the summit, Wang Nanan entered the patriarch's cave. "Patriarch, I thought you were at Nyang Mountain?" Wang Nanan inquired, curious, as many within the clan were aware of this matter, though it had not spread beyond their circle. "That situation has been resolved," the patriarch, Wang Mingai, replied with a beaming smile, almost eager to assure Wang Nanan that all had gone smoothly. "How is your practice of the gestation technique progressing?" Wang Mingai inquired, revealing his purpose. Wang Nanan demonstrated the proficient stage of the gestation technique, causing the wrinkles on Wang Mingai's face to bloom into a smile. Since Wang Nanan entered the first level of qi refinement in September of last year until now, nearly 8 months had passed, and he had mastered the gestation technique to a remarkable degree, an extraordinary feat. Excellent. Excellent, Wang Mingai praised. "I've heard that the spirit fields under your care have been managed quite well. How much of the spirit plant farmer inheritance have you learned?" Wang Nanan glanced at his panel. "I would say I have just begun. Inheritance, first-class spirit plant farmer, entry level 11. He is indeed lacking in humility. Even with the esteemed legacy of a first-tier spirit planter, the internal complexities encompass hundreds of first-tier spirit plant cultivation, grafting, and propagation methods. Currently, he has only mastered the cultivation techniques for a mere dozen spirit plants, such as spirit rice seedlings and green duckweed, and has yet to reach a proficient stage. Moreover, the content within the fundamentals of spirit planting is not merely about memorization. Without practical application, it remains an empty discourse. Were it not for the existence of Golden Finger, Wang Nanan would never dare to aspire to even the minor successes of this discipline throughout his lifetime." Wang Mingai, with a warm smile, expressed satisfaction with Wang Nanan's modesty, noting that at least the spirit rice and green duckweed have been well cared for. "You're still so young, and yet you have worked hard. To reward your contributions to the family, great-grandfather has bestowed upon you a cultivation technique to replace the 5-element scripture." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Nanan thought he had not truly contributed much to the family. Yet he accepted the technique, for to refuse a gift is to forfeit a benefit. The title Reviving Withered Trees startled Wang Nanan. Such a name carried an imposing weight. Without time to examine it, he first expressed his gratitude to the clan leader, great-grandfather. He learned that the conception technique was derived from the Reviving Withered Trees and subsequently integrated into the fundamentals of spirit planting. For this reason, he had specially exchanged a transmission bamboo scroll from the Shinnong sect, sufficient for your personal cultivation. Since you have an affinity for the conception technique, I believe you will similarly resonate with the Reviving Withered Trees, and your cultivation speed shall not be slow, Wang Mingai remarked proudly. The Reviving Withered Trees is even more formidable. I had to pay a hefty price, otherwise the Shinnong sect would not have relented. Wang Nanan sincerely appreciated the clan leader, as the conception technique being an offshoot of the Reviving Withered Trees indicated just how extraordinary the latter must be. It is well known that the perfected stage of the conception technique is considered a divine skill among spirit planters. Even in other stages, It remains the most sought-after cultivation method revered by all. With the transmission scroll in hand, the clan leader Wang Mingai dismissed Wang Nanan and summoned several other clan members. As he descended the mountain and passed by the library pavilion, Wang Nanan noticed it had reopened and greeted it on his way. Upon returning to his abode adjacent to the spirit field, he finally unrolled the transmission bamboo scroll. This artifact differed from the books in the library. While books required gradual study and practice for mastery, the transmission bamboo scroll merely required a light touch to the forehead, instantly granting access to the cultivation technique. However, the crafting of such scrolls is arduous and their circulation limited. Upon touching his forehead, a surge of information flooded into Wang Nanan's mind, granting him insight into the reviving withered trees. The clan leader had only provided him with the first layer, capable of cultivation up to the 9th layer of qi refinement, while the subsequent techniques remained absent, presumably still with the Shinong sect. To improve meridians, restore oneself, and nurture all things, Wang Nanan recited. Understanding the functions of the reviving withered trees. Improving meridians allows for increased storage of vital energy and spiritual energy within a practitioner, making the meridians more resilient against injury. Restoring oneself enables rapid healing of internal and external wounds, as well as soul injuries, serving as a life-preserving method. Nurturing all things is an enhanced version of the conception technique, doubling its efficacy, although it consumes 4 times the spiritual energy. If cultivated to perfection, the nurturing speed would be 100%, provided there is sufficient spiritual energy within, allowing for a continuous nurturing of spirit plants. Furthermore, at the perfected stage of the first layer of the reviving withered trees, one can only nurture first-tier spirit plants with absolute certainty, while higher-tier spirit plants would revert to the effects of the conception technique. Similarly, the perfected stage of the second layer of the reviving withered trees can ensure nurturing of second-tier and below spirit plants. Comparatively, this is somewhat extraordinary. However, the reviving withered trees also has its shortcomings. It can only be cultivated by those with 5 spiritual roots, and the cultivation speed is exceedingly slow. The dual limitations of the 5 spiritual roots combined with the technique's inherent slow cultivation have resulted in no one, aside from the creator of the reviving withered trees, having achieved perfection in any layer since records began. Chapter 13. The Secret Valley with the modifications to the reviving withered trees completed. Wang Nanan felt invigorated as a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, cleansing his meridians, causing pores to expel impurities, and a foul stench filled the air. Taking out a cleansing talisman gifted by his mother, Wang Nanan soon felt fresh and revitalized. The flow of spiritual energy became smoother, and his body felt remarkably light. With a beaming smile, Wang Nanan gazed at his information panel and noticed significant changes. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 13112. Realm: Qi Refinement 6th Layer Technique. Reviving Withered Trees, 1st Layer. Proficiency 7. Conception Technique, Perfection. Spirit Rain Technique, Entry 19. Golden Gung, Sword Technique, Entry 21. Heritage, 1st Tier Spirit Planter, Entry 11. After modifying the technique, the original 5-element scripture had vanished, replaced by the Reviving Withered Trees, which even assimilated the conception technique. The proficiency of the Reviving Withered Trees seemed to be a fusion of the 2 previously existing techniques, but it was still only at 7 proficiency, demonstrating that the Reviving Withered Trees was vastly superior to the 5-element scripture. Not only that, but his realm also fortuitously broke through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, barely distancing himself from the ranks of novices. With a chuckle, he noted that the nurturing speed had reached an astonishing 40. Wang Nanan beamed with joy, akin to having achieved mastery of the conception technique. Although the consumption had quadrupled, he was already quite satisfied. He hurriedly employed the Reviving Withered Trees on the green duckweed, only to feel his whole body's spiritual energy swiftly deplete, leading to a state of dryness. He had underestimated the consumption rate. Wiping the sweat from his brow, panting, he remarked that of more than an acre of green duckweed, only about a third had been nurtured, and it had yet to reach the 40% effectiveness. As for the large peach tree in the corner, he had not even had the chance to attend to it. If only he had some spiritual sand or spiritual stones, the recovery would have been faster. For the first time, Wang Nanan realized the significance of spiritual stones, though regrettably, he had none at hand. Nevertheless, he thought it would be fine to recover gradually. Nurturing once a day would yield optimal results in just a few days. Thus began Wang Nanan's cyclical life of recovery and nurturing. The visible growth of the green duckweed showcased vibrant green, leaves swaying in the wind, while the four joys stood drooling nearby, yet dared not touch the green duckweed. The large peach tree was also nurtured in the process, now standing half a person tall, with lush green leaves, although it showed no signs of flowering. The changes on Wang Nanan's side had been closely monitored by the clan leader, particularly as the green duckweed approached maturity. Clan leader Wang Mingai specifically came over to observe. After calculating the time, he noted that the growth period of the green duckweed had been reduced by a full 40%, stirring a wave of emotions within him. The young lad of his family must have an extraordinary affinity for the reviving withered trees. Otherwise, how could his cultivation progress be so rapid? Wang Nanan, oblivious to the clan leader's thoughts, stood obediently beside Wang Mingai. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingai addressed Wang Nanan. I did not anticipate your swift growth. Thus I plan to alter your future plans. From today onward, you are to leave the green duckweed, the spirit rice, and the mulberry trees at the foot of the mountain unattended. I shall provide you with a new piece of spirit field. You need not worry. The income from these 3 spirit fields will continue to be distributed to you as before. Wang Nanan did not argue. He had showcased his nurturing abilities to assist the family, and now the clan leader intended to gift him a new spirit field, indicating that he was about to engage with the core of the family's spirit planters. Observing Wang Nanan's acquiescence, Wang Mingai led him away. In the depths of the Changshan Mountains, a secluded valley surrounded by towering peaks lay hidden. Wang Nanan curiously surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in thick fog and dense vegetation. Even after living in the clan territory for over a decade, he had never heard of this place. Wang Mingai, sensing Wang Nanan's curiosity, explained, "This is one of the family's secrets, surrounded by formations known to very few. Currently, it is overseen by the 2 strongest spirit planters in the clan, your 3rd Aunt Wang Dingru and your 6th Uncle Wang Dingshi. I entrust you to their care. You must study diligently under them." As the words fell, the 2 individuals and a cow arrived at 2 modest thatched cottages. Although small, the cottages were impeccably tidy. 2 elderly individuals, whose vitality had waned, sat in rocking chairs. Upon seeing the clan leader's arrival, they promptly rose to their feet. "What brings you here, chief?" Wang Dingshi jested, for despite their origins from the Wang family of mortals, years of interaction had rendered their demeanor towards the clan leader quite casual. "I bring you a junior. Please take the time to mentor him well." Wang Mingai gestured towards Wang Nanan. Wang Nanan immediately clasped his hands in a bow, introducing himself. "I am Wang Nanan." The 2 elders were taken aback upon hearing his name. "Has the Nans already grown up?" they exclaimed. "How many years has it been since you 2 left the valley?" The clan leader remarked, "The Xiang generation has long become the backbone of the clan. Indeed, we have very few cousins left." Wang Dingru lamented. Although the Wang family had a legacy spanning over 100 years, the number of clan members had always been limited. It was only with the Xiang generation that the family began to flourish, yet even with wives and sons-in-law included, the total was barely over 60. It is noteworthy that these 60 cultivators had emerged only in the past 50 years, highlighting the challenge of possessing spiritual roots. "I leave him in your care. Do not lead him astray." Wang Mingai cautioned before taking flight on his sword, vanishing into the thick fog. As Wang Nanan gazed at his 2 elders, they exchanged glances, and Wang Dingshi inquired about his circumstances. Upon learning of Wang Nanan's ability to stimulate plant growth, their faces displayed astonishment, and, at that moment, they grasped the clan leader's true intent in bringing him here. This was a concealed sanctuary for the family, one of the safest havens within the clan. With their presence, they could not only impart the legacy of the spiritual planter to Wang Nanan, but also ensure his protection. More importantly, most of the precious spiritual herbs cultivated by the clan were grown within the valley, and they hoped to leverage Wang Nanan's skills to aid in their growth. "There are vacant caves beyond the cliff. Settle one for yourself. You will assist us in tending to the spiritual herbs. And do not hesitate to ask if you have any questions," Wang Dingru instructed, waving his hand to indicate Wang Nanan should make himself comfortable. "By the way, you may visit your parents once a month, but you must not disclose any information about this place." Wang Nanan acknowledged, accompanied by his cow, for joy, as he made his way to the cave by the cliff. Each cave was spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals, and now it belonged solely to Wang Nanan. For joy, no cow shed for you. You will sleep in the cave as well, Wang Nanan said, patting his companion as he began to organize the space. The spiritual energy within the valley was exceptionally rich. Even a slight expenditure of it would be instantly replenished. Wang Nanan hastened his efforts, and soon the cave was in order. As he surveyed the valley again, he was struck by its extraordinary nature. The cliff walls and the valley floor were methodically planted with various spiritual herbs of differing ages, ensuring a harvest each year. Returning to his elders, he commenced some basic organizing tasks. From now on, all the miscellaneous chores in the valley will be your responsibility. Once you complete them, your third aunt and I will teach you methods for cultivating spiritual herbs at regular intervals. Eventually, the care of all these plants will be entrusted to you until you master them all, Wang Dingxi stated. Chapter 14. Wind and cloud grass. The expansive valley was divided into 3 sections. The first section, near the exit, was densely populated with spiritual fruit trees, over 100 of them, yielding a bountiful harvest, while the air was fragrant with blossoms and buzzing with spiritual bees. These bees, it was said, were raised by cousin Wang Xiangxiu, and the honey they produced was quite popular. The second section, located centrally, was where Wang Nanan and the 2 elders resided, cultivating a variety of rare first-tier spiritual herbs. These herbs served as a source of income for the clan, as the scarcity of alchemists meant they rarely kept them for personal use. The final section lay deep within the gorge, shrouded by layers of formations, rumored to contain several precious second-tier spiritual herbs. Wang Nanan began by caring for the fruit trees, a relatively simple task that was easy to grasp. Under the attentive guidance of Wang Dingru and Wang Dingxi, Wang Nanan's progress in the lineage of the spiritual planter accelerated significantly. After a day of hard work, his stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to wash rice and light a fire for dinner. The clan leader would regularly deliver spiritual rice and beast meat, making the meals here far superior to those at home. A dish of colorful chicken stewed with flower snakes, along with steamed bear paws drizzled with spiritual honey, was presented on the table. Eating like this daily, Wang Nanan felt his face round out a bit. Feeling full, he cleared the dishes and returned to the cave. Time flew, and he had been in the valley for 3 months, experiencing immense growth. Throughout this time, he had consumed significant amounts of lifespan to enhance his proficiency in the withering tree meets spring technique, realizing its challenging nature. Each percentage increase in proficiency required the sacrifice of 5 years of life. He found himself running low on time. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1354. Realm: Qi Refinement Level 6 Techniques. Withering Tree Meets Spring, First Layer. Proficiency 37. Turtle Breathing Concealment Technique, Perfection. Spiritual Rain Technique. Entry 37. Golden Gung Sword Technique. Entry 41. Heritage. First Tier Spiritual Planter. Entry 81. The enhancements over these 3 months had equaled the progress made in the preceding half year, leaving Wang Nanan highly satisfied. It was once again time for his monthly return home. Riding for joy, he leisurely navigated through the formations, having traversed this path twice already. He was well acquainted with it, recalling the near mishap of getting lost on his first attempt. After half an hour, he finally spotted his family's cave. Zhou Min had prepared food in anticipation of her son's return. "Father, you're back," Wang Nanan exclaimed joyfully as he entered the cave. His father, Wang Xiaoming, had been away with the beast hunting team since January, and it had been 7 months. He had missed him dearly. Seeing his son return brought a radiant smile to Wang Xiaoming's face. Upon learning that his son was studying under the clan leader, he felt a swell of pride. "Come eat," Wang Xiaoming called. The family of 3 shared a warm and harmonious moment. "Father, was it fun with the beast hunting team?" Wang Nanan mumbled through a mouthful of spiritual rice. "Very fun," Wang Xiaoming replied with a chuckle. This time, the beast hunting team had a bountiful harvest. Although a few clan members were injured, it did not overshadow the joy of the plentiful beast meat, especially since they operated under the Wang family's name. They managed to avoid trouble with rogue cultivators. "We earned a substantial amount of spiritual stones this time, and the clan has also distributed some beast meat. Enough for us to enjoy for quite a while. Min Min, take out some spiritual stones and buy some tools for drawing talismans," Wang Xiaoming said affectionately, leading Zhou Min by the hand, which left him somewhat speechless. "Nanan, this is for you." Wang Xiaoming produced a jade vial from his storage bag, pouring out 3 reddish-brown seeds. These were extracted from a beast during a hunt. We have no idea what spiritual plants they belong to. See if you can cultivate them. Wang Nan held the 3 seeds in his hand. Each was the size of a grain of rice, round and plump, radiating a cool sensation upon touch. There was still a hint of vitality within the seeds. Stimulating them should pose no problem. Carefully storing them away, he expressed his gratitude to his father. After spending 2 days at home, Wang Nan returned to the valley. Third, Aunt, 6, Grandpa, do you know what kind of spiritual seeds these are? Wang Nan immediately sought out the 2 elders, presenting the 3 seeds. Wang Dingxi took them, examining them closely, recalling the knowledge in his mind until he finally made a connection. Wind and cloudgrass, a first-tier spiritual plant, when consumed regularly by herbivorous beasts, can awaken wind attribute spells. It's rather rare. Where did you obtain these? Our clan does not possess them, Wang Dingxi inquired. Knowing that Wang Nan's mother hailed from the Zhou family, yet the Zhou family seemed to lack wind and cloudgrass as well. Wang Nan's expression brightened. This was a marvelous find. It would be perfect for Four Joy. The ground-turning technique that Four Joy had initially exhibited was already showing results. And if it could also awaken wind-based spells, that would be simply splendid. I extracted these from a beast's stomach while my father was with the hunting team, Wang Nan replied, feeling no need to conceal the matter. Excellent. Wang Dingxi returned the spiritual seeds to Wang Nan and continued. The cultivation method for wind cloud grass is quite similar to that of Qingping grass, making it relatively easy. However, the spiritual seeds are challenging to germinate, resulting in the scarcity of wind cloud grass in the wild. You are fortunate to have acquired 3 spiritual seeds. With the assistance of the withered wood revives in spring scripture. The germination rate can be significantly enhanced, potentially providing your family with an additional avenue for earning spirit stones. Let us plant these 3 seeds near your peach tree for easier care. Excited, Wang Nan rushed back to his cave dwelling. The large peach tree he had previously transplanted now stood at the entrance of his abode, and the income from the Qingping grass had been converted into familial contributions, recorded under Wang Nan's name. With the aid of the scripture, he began to stimulate germination and till the soil, and everything proceeded smoothly. The 3 spiritual seeds successfully broke through the soil, revealing tender green leaves. Sushi, still drooling, remained beside the wind cloud grass. These 3 plants were designated for seeding and should not be disturbed. Once the wind cloud grass was cultivated on a larger scale, he would ensure Sushi enjoyed daily feasts of it. Wang Nan leaned close to Sushi's ear and warned him, dispelling any gluttonous thoughts. He then led Sushi toward the area of the spiritual fruit trees, where they had to remove weeds without delay. As he worked, Wang Nan recalled his knowledge of spiritual plants. He had come to recognize the various types of spiritual fruit trees in the valley. One was the mountain demon fruit, another was the fragrant pear, and the third was the white pomelo. The mountain demon fruit served as a supplementary material for foundation-building pills. While the main ingredient was beyond the reach of their cultivation family, the auxiliary materials were common and possessed by every family. The fragrant pear was used to brew spiritual wine and had a slight effect in strengthening meridians, though it was regrettably scarce. The white pomelo, which dominated the landscape, bore fruit resembling white spheres. Its juice offered refreshing clarity and dispelled inner demons, making it one of the Wang family's trump cards. The white pomelo was typically treated specially within the family, infused into the spiritual water consumed by clan members, leading to its substantial consumption, which the Wang family had never sold externally. Chapter 15. The fragmented tome. Wang Nan greatly admired the white pomelo spiritual plant, its floral fragrance, plump fruit, and aesthetic form aligned perfectly with his taste, not to mention its ability to dispel inner demons. Yet along with his fondness came worries, as the white pomelo was highly demanding in terms of nutrients, necessitating frequent applications of spiritual fertilizer at its roots, for which the clan had prepared ample reserves. Utilizing the golden gong sword technique, he worked the soil in concert with Sushi's innate abilities, leaving pits to place the fertilizer. This fertilizer, prepared in advance, was of greater value than any he had encountered before. According to his third aunt, Wang Dingru, it was made from the excrement of second-tier spiritual beasts. After fertilizing each white pomelo tree, Wang Nan stretched and was then called over by Wang Dingru. You rascal! Aside from the withered wood revives in spring and the spells a spiritual planter must know, have you learned anything else? Wang Nan shook his head. explaining that living within the family provided a sense of security. Thus, he had not felt an urgent need to practice offensive spells. His focus had been solely on enhancing his proficiency with the scripture, leaving little time for distractions. Observing Wang Nanan's na-vi expression, Wang Dingru and Wang Dingshi exchanged knowing smiles, remarking that he was fortunate to be born into the family. Had he been a rogue cultivator, he would not survive a single day. Wang Nanan chimed in, "Isn't that the harmony and safety of our family? If I were a rogue cultivator, I would surely have to learn self-protection techniques. I probably wouldn't even glance at the withered wood revives in spring." He spoke truthfully, as all his actions were dictated by his circumstances. In tumultuous times, one must cultivate martial skills for survival and scholarly pursuits for governance. Enveloped in the family as support, he had little to worry about. Otherwise, how could he have reached the sixth layer of chi refinement without any means to defend himself? "I understand your thoughts," Wang Dingshi replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Your mindset might work in a mortal town, but it is impractical in the realm of cultivation. The family cannot shield you at all times. Even as a spiritual planter, you will inevitably encounter disputes in the future. Thus, cultivating offensive spells, though challenging given your five-element root, would be beneficial." Contemplating Wang Dingshi's words, Wang Nanan realized the wisdom behind them. He had to grasp some offensive techniques, for solely relying on his family was not a sustainable strategy. Should the family provoke a powerful entity, their downfall could be swift, and he would struggle to survive even a few days in the cultivation world. With this clarity, Wang Nanan bid farewell to his two elders and mounted sushi. Heading toward the library, having harvested the Qingping grass, the family had awarded him 200 contribution points, roughly equivalent to 20 spirit stones, though he was unsure if it would suffice to exchange for techniques. After greeting his great-grandfather, Wang Minghui, he began searching the shelves. Numerous spells were on display, but most demanded over 1,000 contribution points, far beyond his means. "If only my golden finger could allow me to learn just by glancing," he mused, lamenting the contributions he could save. Just as he resigned to leave, he was called back by Wang Minghui, who had noticed his predicament. "Short on contributions?" Wang Minghui inquired. Wang Nanan remained silent, lost in thoughts of how to earn contributions. Yet, Wang Minghui was not irritated. Instead, he tossed a tome before Wang Nanan, stating, "This is a fragmented manual. I'll sell it to you at a low price." The title Transforming One into Three Pure Ones was prominently displayed, though the book's exterior was severely worn. Wang Nanan picked it up and flipped through it, his expression shifting to one of dismay. His great-grandfather, who was several generations his senior, seemed intent on leading him astray. If the withered wood revives in spring could be deemed a fragmented text due to its missing subsequent sections, then transforming one into three pure ones was far worse. The remaining first layer was in tatters, with the internal records disjointed and impossible to cultivate. Wait a moment. Wang Nanan's mind raced. He had just considered the impossibility of cultivating transforming one into three pure ones. Yet, upon viewing his information panel, he was met with a shocking revelation. Transforming one into three pure ones. Entry 0. What in the world? He exclaimed. The records were incomplete. So how had he suddenly gained entry? Had he truly learned it merely by glancing at it? This defied logic. But then again, what logic applied in the realm of cultivation? Confounded. Wang Nanan could not fathom the situation, yet the reality was undeniable. He could only attribute it to his golden finger. Turning back to Wang Minghui, he pleaded, "Great-grandfather, could you lessen the price? I'm quite impoverished and cannot afford it. 200 contributions, and I shall also throw in 3 volumes of mundane martial arts." Wang Minghui retorted. Wang Minghui extended 2 fingers and continued, "Do not underestimate the martial arts immortals. When fueled by spiritual energy, they are sufficient to contend with early-stage chi refinement cultivators." Wang Nanan felt speechless internally, aware that he knew the value of his life. Yet, he had no choice but to purchase the techniques, for should the enemy discover his ability to wield the one chi transforming 3 purities, he would find it impossible to explain. Gritting his teeth, Wang Nanan resumed the guise of a penniless individual, with not a single coin left in his pocket. Departing with the one chi transforming 3 purities and 3 volumes of mortal martial arts, he left. A slight smile graced Wang Minghui's lips as he retrieved another copy of one chi transforming 3 purities from his storage pouch, intending to take a nap. As he rode back to the valley on the Four Happiness, Wang Nanan's mind was consumed by thoughts of one qi transforming three purities. This remarkable technique allowed the practitioner to construct a body using the spiritual forces of heaven and earth, then tear apart half of their soul to infuse it within, creating two avatars. Once formed, the avatars mirrored the original, and although they were controlled by the main body, their memories, realms, and techniques remained distinct. Each avatar had to start from scratch, with their growth potential always limited to one major realm below that of the original. Furthermore, one qi transforming three purities also enhanced techniques. For example, while Wang Nanan could normally unleash a single sword qi using the golden essence sword technique, mastering one qi transforming three purities would enable him to multiply that single sword qi into many, all retaining their original power. Regrettably, Wang Nanan currently possessed only a fragmented version of one qi transforming three purities, rendering him unable to create avatars. It merely enhanced his techniques. Yet that was sufficient for him. As for the 3 volumes of mortal martial arts gifted to him, Wang Nanan planned to take the time to send them to his parents and siblings, who would likely choose to cultivate. Chapter 16. The Summons. While Wang Nanan enjoyed peace in the valley, chaos erupted in the outside world. Bang! Wang Minghui hurriedly burst into the patriarch's cave. Anxiety etched on his face. What happened that you summoned me so urgently? Wang Minghui questioned, puzzled by his elder brother's unusual demeanor. Observing his second sister, who had been waiting, he found nothing amiss. Wang Ming'ai sighed and handed a jade slip to Wang Minghui, saying, "Take a look. This was just transmitted from the Shenong sect." Wang Minghui understood that something significant had transpired as he covered the jade slip with his divine sense, his expression growing increasingly grim. 100-year beast tide. How many years had it been? He calculated, realizing the time was indeed drawing near. The last beast tide had occurred shortly after he had just discovered his spiritual root. The summons called for 1 foundation establishment cultivator and 30 late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Wang Minghui's voice trembled, not from fear, but from helplessness. 30 late-stage qi refinement cultivators were enough to drain the Wang family. The Shenong sect was indeed ruthless. The summons from the Shenong sect could not be refused. Otherwise, the Wang family would become targets of scorn. The foundation establishment cultivator must be me. Mingzhu has long since fallen in the eyes of outsiders and cannot show herself, lest trouble arises. Minghui, you too. You made quite a name for yourself in the spirit treasure secret realm and have drawn the attention of the Shenong sect. Find an opportunity to feign your death and escape. The 3 foundation establishment pills acquired earlier had already been consumed by clan members, all successfully breaking through. To avoid drawing attention, he had continually announced that they had not exited their seclusion, while in truth, they were dispatched to other locations to hide. Seizing this opportunity of the summons, he planned to announce that one had succeeded, another had fallen, and the last had been severely injured and regressed. This way, even if he answered the summons and left the clan, it would appear that a foundation establishment cultivator remained a guard. As for the 30 late-stage qi refinement clan members, they would be selected on a voluntary basis. If the numbers were insufficient, the older individuals would take precedence. Wang Ming'ai resolutely declared, "The 100-year beast tide is exceedingly dangerous." The last time, it nearly led to the annihilation of the Wang family, and none of the participating clan members returned. Both Wang Mingzhu and Wang Minghui clearly recalled the devastation of the last beast tide. Reminiscing, our elders, along with many siblings, mostly fell during that tide. Wang Minghui lamented, "I remember barely stepping into the qi refinement stage, fleeing with clan members until the tide ended, only to crawl back afterward. We had no choice. The Wang family South Territory was close to the mountains where the beasts congregated, naturally placing us on the front lines. Now, after a century of development, the Qingfeng mountain range, where the beasts gather, is already 1,000 miles from the Wang family. Such events will not repeat," Wang Ming'ai explained. At that time, the Wang family had just migrated here, establishing their territory near the beasts, only to encounter the 100-year beast tide. Though we suffered heavy losses, we managed to survive. According to the Shenong sect's summons, the beast tide was set to erupt in 5 years. We must seize this time to elevate our cultivation levels. From this day forth, we will deplete all stock and procure a large quantity of cultivation supplies from the outside world, prioritizing pills, spirit beasts, and magical artifacts that can significantly enhance our cultivation. I also plan to double the stipends for clan members to reduce contributions required for supplies, especially in the library, which will be entirely free for 5 years. It is indeed time to procure a batch. Although the news of the 100-year beast tide will cause prices to spike, the closer we get, the higher they will rise, Wang Mingzhu concurred. But then again, it's no wonder the Shinong sect was willing to release 10 Foundation establishment pills at the auction and extend credit. It's all intricately linked. The Shinong sect is at a loss. They do this in hopes that we will help shoulder the burden. However, the elder of the Golden Core seems to be nearing the end of their lifespan. Wang Minghui inquired, if the Shinong sect cannot withstand the Golden Core beast this time, we low-tier cultivators can only flee. Wang Ming'ai and Wang Mingzhu fell silent, particularly since rumors had spread that the Shinong sect was expending great resources to procure longevity pills. Likely related to this, we must prepare for both possibilities, Wang Ming'ai stated again, evidently lacking confidence in the Shinong sect's Golden Core elder. Mingzhu, you should set out tonight to purchase some properties in the mortal towns far from the beasts and gradually send some of the clan's children there. If all goes well in the 100-year beast tide 5 years from now, we can bring them back afterward. If not, the Wang family will still survive. Wang Mingzhu did not refute this. If the Golden Core of the Shinong sect did not survive the beast tide or was defeated, the Foundation establishment cultivators would not be enough to satisfy the Golden Core beasts, let alone those in the Qi refinement stage. I will arrange for the clan members in various locations. Do not worry, elder brother. Wang Mingzhu had a plan in mind. Though most clan members would remain to face the beast tide, as many mortals could not escape and require protection. Wang Ming'ai added, there's one more matter. The production of talismans within the clan must be increased. Notify all talisman masters in the clan to expedite the creation of talismans. We must also begin to limit the sale of talismans, allowing only a quota for all but the most trivial ones. The precious talismans should be exchanged for other cultivation resources. I will oversee this, Wang Minghui volunteered, taking on the responsibility. I will gradually withdraw the clan members stationed outside to give them time to cultivate. The news of the 100-year beast tide could not be concealed. Within just a few days, it had stirred discussions everywhere. Some, filled with dread, had already fled, while others were exceedingly excited, eager to join the Shinong sect to seize an opportunity. After all, according to custom, during the 100-year beast tide, the Shinong sect and the other 3 major Golden Core sects would recruit scattered cultivators and open resource exchange locations, including rare items like Foundation establishment pills. Many Qi refinement families sought refuge with the Shinong sect or Foundation establishment families to avoid annihilation by the beasts. At this time, the Wang family received visits from 7 or 8 Qi refinement family leaders, as the distance from the Wang family to the Qingfeng mountain range was over 1,000 miles. Home to Qi refinement families that had been established over the past century, with shallow foundations and thus easily toppled. Wang Ming'ai sat calmly in the main seat, sipping tea, in stark contrast to the anxious Qi refinement family leaders below. Wang Patriarch, please, you must save us, implored a corpulent man. You see, the beast tide that occurs once every 100 years is inherently unpredictable. The timing of its eruption is predetermined by the 3 major Golden Core sects in collusion with the Golden Core beasts. Now, we have been suddenly informed that we have only 5 years left. What are we to do? Indeed, echoed another voice. We, the minor Qi refining clans, have painstakingly amassed a modest fortune, yet now we face the beast tide. We are powerless to fight back, and we cannot defend ourselves. After clearing his throat, Wang Ming'ai calmly remarked, the reason for the eruption of the beast tide is that both sides wish to intentionally reduce the number of cultivators. To the Golden Core beasts, human cultivators are delectable prey and the best source of nourishment for advancing their own realms. The beast tide serves not only to fulfill their desires, but also to diminish the population of low-level beasts with high reproductive capacities, thereby creating ample space for survival. From the perspective of the 3 major Golden Core sects, many rare beasts will be exposed during the beast tide. Slaying these precious creatures will yield substantial resources, and sacrificing a few low-level cultivators is of little consequence. Moreover, the beast tide presents the quickest means of acquiring resources. Victory would not only hone our disciples, but also significantly enrich our supplies, allowing us to expand our territory. After all, The land we stand upon has been acquired in such a manner. Chief Wang, what you speak of is an open secret. We clan leaders are well aware of this. Otherwise, the three major Golden Core sects would not have conspired with the Golden Core beasts regarding the timing of the beast tide. The portly clan leader was on the verge of tears. Though it may be a discussion, once the battle begins, neither side will hold back. Even Golden Core cultivators risk their lives. Do you not understand what must be done? Why can our Wang family? Wang Mingai remained unperturbed. Several Qi refining clan leaders sighed softly. Run. You dare not. If you attempt to flee when the beast tide approaches, the Shinnong sect will not spare you. Fight. But we cannot win. Your clan has a mere handful of Qi refiners, and hardly any are even at the later stages of Qi refinement. Defend. Hith hith hith. Wang Mingai mocked. You could completely depend on the Shinnong sect like those scattered cultivators. Seizing the opportunity provided by the three major Golden Core sects to secure a future for yourselves and your families. Of course, your visit to me suggests you do not intend to pursue that option. Wang Mingai clearly understood their intentions. Alternatively, you could join these foundational clans and integrate yourselves within. This way, at the very least, your bloodlines can be preserved. As for joining the Shinnong sect, their requirements for accepting disciples are quite stringent. Most of your clan's cultivators do not meet the criteria, leaving joining a foundational clan as your only option. Chapter 17. The Art of Free Acquisition. On the monthly homecoming day, Wang Nanan leisurely rode through the clan's territory on his four-happiness steed, observing many unfamiliar cultivators bustling about. Had he not confirmed his memories were intact, he might have thought he had traversed realms once more. Curiously, he watched these strangers constructing houses. The Wang clan typically resided in caves, and apart from the humble huts by the spiritual fields, there had rarely been any construction. Now, however, numerous vacant areas have been transformed into huts and wooden houses. He counted nearly 30. With questions swirling in his mind, Wang Nanan returned to his cave dwelling. His parents had long awaited his arrival, and he could dive straight into a meal upon entering. Seated at the dining table, he voiced his confusion. In response, his father, Wang Xiaoming, smiled slightly and said, the beast tide will arrive in 5 years. Wang Nanan nodded. Although he had been in the valley, the clan's elder occasionally relayed news from the outside world, so he was not completely oblivious. He was also well-versed in the latest clan policies. This time, he intended to take advantage of the library to acquire some techniques for free. Previously, he had been unable to afford them, but now it seemed a missed opportunity not to seize the chance. As news of the impending beast tide spread, many Qi refining clans sought help from the clan leader, hoping to preserve some of their bloodlines. After all, these clans had shallow foundations, unable to confront the beast tide and too fearful to flee from the Shinnong sect. With nowhere to turn, they ultimately sought refuge among the foundational clans. Thus, without further ado, the clan leader decided to directly integrate them into the Wang family. Wang Xiaoming wore a look of cunning triumph. Will the Shinnong sect allow this? Wang Nanan countered. The nearby Qi refining clans were also vassals of the Shinnong sect, and given the impending confrontation with the beast tide, the Qi refining clans would likely be treated as fodder. How could the Shinnong sect permit the Wang family to act in such a manner? The clan leader had already anticipated this, and thus chose only a few small clans of cultivators. These clans were relatively new and of little interest to the Shinnong sect. Wang Xiaoming continued, moreover, we are integrating them through marriage. Even if the Shinnong sect sought to cause trouble, they cannot prevent cultivators from seeking partners and procreating. Wang Nanan exclaimed, goodness! The clan leader has truly thought this through. By choosing the method of marriage for integration, they could gradually transform the newcomers into their own. The males would be integrated by marrying in, while the females would marry into the family, ensuring that their offspring would belong to the Wang family. No wonder he had seen so many wedding decorations along the way. Furthermore, the number of cultivators was not large, only about 30 outsiders, making this quantity unlikely to provoke the Shinnong sect's ire, while also allowing for effective internal control to avoid chaos. However, upon reflection, it seemed that many cultivators might be willing to relinquish a considerable amount for the sake of survival. What about the commoners? Wang Nanan inquired, referring to the few Qi refining families integrating into the Wang clan. The same approach applies. The commoners from these small clans number only a few thousand and can easily be assimilated by the Wang family. His father, Wang Xiaoming, replied with a smile. Do not heed your father's ramblings. It was the clan leader's order to hold a matchmaking event to resolve this. His mother, Zhou Min interjected, casting a glare at Wang Xiaoming. The family of three chatted and laughed, tidying up the remnants of their meal. Due to a significant reduction in resource contributions, the quality of their meals had notably improved, and this feast was particularly sumptuous. After satisfying his hunger, Wang Nanan made his way to the library. Due to the free access, what was once a tranquil library was now bustling with activity. His great-grandfather, Wang Minghui, remained reclined in a rocking chair, undisturbed by the commotion. Wang Nanan quietly entered and began browsing the first floor. The clan leader had mentioned that while access was free, it was limited to qi refining techniques on the first floor. He still lacked the qualifications to enter the second floor. However, the first floor sufficed for his needs. Wang Nanan aimed to acquire one each of offensive, defensive, agility, and spiritual techniques. This would adequately prepare him for most situations during the qi refining stage. After sifting through the text for a considerable time, he finally gathered the tomes: Lingxi Palm Technique, Vajra Body Technique, Falling Leaf Step Technique, and Soul Technique. The Lingxi Palm Technique enables the practitioner to harness internal spiritual energy and project it through palm strikes, wielding power comparable to sword qi of the same tier. The Vajra Body Technique is a physical cultivation method that refines the body, enhancing physical strength to withstand spells of equal rank without harm. The Falling Leaf Step Technique is a form of agility technique, excelling in evasive maneuvers within the range of a foot. Lastly, the Soul Technique hones the practitioner's spiritual force, and upon perfecting it, one can forge consciousness and utilize it for attacks during the qi refining stage. All four techniques are capable of being cultivated to the 9th level of qi refining, providing Wang Nanan with ample resources. Just as he was about to leave, he selected Introduction to Alchemy. Although the Wang clan had few alchemists, they still possessed some first-grade alchemical inheritance. Moreover, having acquired extensive knowledge of spiritual plants through the inheritance of a spiritual planter, he would save considerable time in learning alchemy. In the valley, a young boy practiced diligently amidst the whistling winds, while two elderly men provided guidance. After completing a set of Lingxi Palm Technique, Wang Nanan, drenched in sweat, finally grasped the fundamentals. What has gotten into you lately? Making us old men keep pace with you. Wang Dingxi chuckled, playfully teasing. For the past few days, Wang Nanan had expended considerable effort to amuse the two elders. After all, the centennial beast tide was approaching. It was prudent to prepare in advance. Since he heeded your advice, he has recognized the significance of personal strength. Previously, due to insufficient contributions, he was unable to do much. Now, he intends to seize this opportunity to learn. Wang Nanan shuddered, sweat pouring down. There are still 5 years left. Moreover, even if summoned by the Shenong sect, it would concern you. Wang Dingru spoke gently. However, it is commendable that your mindset has shifted. Thus, make haste to cultivate. As the sun and moon revolved, the youthful figures in the valley either tended to the spiritual plants or engaged in relentless training from dawn till dusk, their diligence greatly satisfying the two elders. Cece remained by their side, honing her innate magical abilities, seemingly aspiring to assist one day. The clan patriarch, great-grandfather Wang, had increasingly frequented the valley to harvest spiritual herbs. Wang Nanan remarked, observing Wang Mingai, who had just departed. Upon maturation, the spiritual herbs in the valley were collected by Wang Dingxi and Wang Dingru, placed in jade boxes, and ultimately retrieved by Wang Mingai. However, in recent days, the patriarch had taken it upon himself to gather them. The reason likely pertains to the impending beast tide. Chapter 18. Taking on responsibility in the blink of an eye, the end of the year arrived, heralding yet another celebratory occasion. However, the patriarch canceled the festivities, leaving many clansmen disheartened. Upon receiving the news, Wang Nanan decided against attending and instead focused on his cultivation. After months of accumulated lifespan, he once again expended a considerable amount. This time, he devoted a full 150 years of lifespan to the withered tree blossoming scripture, achieving a proficiency of 30. The remaining spells and inheritances were enhanced through regular practice. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1359. Realm: Qi refinement level 6. Cultivation methods: withered tree blossoming, first layer, proficiency 67. Turtle breathing concealment, perfect. Spiritual rain technique, beginner 64. Golden essence sword technique, beginner 71. Spiritual heart palm technique, beginner 9. Diamond Buddha body technique, beginner 11. falling leaves footwork. Beginner 7, soul technique. Beginner 2, unity transforming into 3 purities, first layer. Beginner 13, inheritance. First rank spiritual plant master, proficiency 4. First rank alchemist, beginner 3, in a few months. The withered tree blossoming scripture will reach a minor completion, achieving a terrifying growth rate of 60. Sufficient for the rapid maturation of annual spiritual plants like the green ping grass, enabling the creation of more talismans. As Wang Nanan reached proficiency in spiritual plant mastery, his efficiency in tending to the spiritual plants significantly improved, allowing him more time to cultivate other techniques. His swift entry into alchemy stemmed from his commendable grasp of spiritual herbs. Next, he sought to acquire an alchemical furnace to begin experimenting with alchemy. Regarding recipes, the elementary alchemy text recorded a commonly used pill known as the Bigu pill for satiety, highly favored in the cultivation world. Another was the healing powder, effective for treating external injuries at the early qi refinement stage. The required spiritual herbs for these 2 pills were relatively common and could be exchanged for a small contribution. Wang Nanan envisioned a future where he could contribute increasingly to his family. Should he request a batch of green ping grass seeds from the patriarch now? Wang Nanan pondered. As the Wang family was founded on talismans, thus, talismans were paramount. The seemingly inconsequential green ping grass now appeared indispensable, as such essentials were no longer foolishly sold outside. After sharing his thoughts with the elders Wang Dingru and Wang Dingxi, he received their approval. There was no space within the valley, but outside. The patriarch could create a separate spiritual field for him, surrounded by formations to ensure privacy. Wang Dingru assented, promptly sending a message to the patriarch, requesting his presence. The patriarch, Wang Mingai, affectionately patted Wang Nanan's head, expressing gratitude on behalf of the family for his thoughtful consideration. However, you are still quite young. Prioritize your cultivation and studies. The patriarch gently refused. Wang Nanan grew anxious. The family's fate was tied to him, and should the beast tide bring devastation, it would affect him as well. Accumulating resources now would provide greater opportunities in the future. Great-grandfather, everyone is striving for the family, and I do not wish to lag behind. The green ping grass is vital to our clan. I can significantly reduce its maturation time. Each additional plant cultivated will yield more talismans, increasing our chances during the beast tide. I can balance my time between cultivation and tending to the spiritual plants. If you truly cannot bear to deny me, then grant me a bit more of the clan's contributions, Wang Nanan declared earnestly, seamlessly expressing his loyalty while requesting contributions. The 3 present smiled at his youthful fervor. Imagine if every clan member were like Wang Nanan. The Wang family would undoubtedly become a formidable force. The patriarch, Wang Mingai, inquired once more, "Have you considered it carefully?" Wang Nanan nodded resolutely. "Very well. I shall arrange for the spiritual field, but you must ensure your cultivation does not falter. You two, offer him guidance." Wang Mingai instructed Wang Dingru and Wang Dingxi. "If you seek contributions, that is agreeable, in addition to the clan's established offerings. I will grant you an extra contribution for each green ping grass plant as a personal gift." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Wang Nanan's eyes sparkled with delight. An acre of green ping grass could yield approximately 200 contributions. Now, with the doubled contributions, it amounted to 400. Each acre typically contained around 110 plants. Thus, the patriarch's private sponsorship would add over 100 contributions. Under Wang Nanan's nurturing, the 1-year-old green ping grass would mature in roughly 7 months. With his current capabilities, he could effortlessly tend to 10 acres simultaneously, yielding between 1,400 to 1,500 contributions in 7 months. An absolute boon. Such contributions would not only suffice for his needs, but also allow him to procure various elixirs for his parents, accumulate resources, and perhaps acquire an alchemical furnace and magical artifacts. Joyfully bidding farewell to the patriarch, Wang Nanan began to envision a bright future. 3 days later, the patriarch arrived at the valley to escort Wang Nanan away. "This area has been specially designated for you, not far from the valley, facilitating your movements." Wang Nanan beheld the spiritual field before him, indeed encompassing around 10 acres, fertile land enriched with spiritual energy, shrouded in a thin mist, obscuring the outside world. Surrounding formations ensured no other clansman could intrude, safeguarding his methods from exposure. I will personally come to harvest the green ping grass and tally your contributions, he added, handing Wang Nanan a storage bag. With that, the patriarch took his leave, leaving Wang Nanan and Cece exchanging smiles. Cece, it's time to get to work, Wang Nanan urged, as Cece had been practicing her plowing abilities, and the moment had arrived to put them to use. The synergy between the two, a person and a cow, resulted in the successful sowing of the 10-acre spiritual field. Observe my spiritual rain technique, Wang Nanan skillfully gestured, causing dark clouds to gather, releasing spiritual energy over the field, which the soil eagerly absorbed. Though the area covered was modest, it was significantly easier than previously transporting water with Cece. Cece occasionally dashed into the rain, joyfully bathing, which elicited hearty laughter from Wang Nanan. From now on, you shall stay here to guard the spiritual field while I run errands, Wang Nanan said, reclining on Cece. However, Cece nudged him gently, expressing her refusal. Wang Nanan smiled slightly. Having known each other for over a year, they had become inseparable companions. The next time he returned home, he hoped to persuade his mother to assist him in purchasing some elixirs suitable for Cece from the Zhou family. The previous spirit servant elixir had been quite effective, and if there were better options, that would be splendid. As for the required spirit stones, he could always ask the patriarch for an advance. Using the contributions from the green ping grass as collateral. Chapter 19. The Four Joys break through, traversing daily between the valley and the spiritual field. Wang Nanan lived a life of ease, stretching lazily in the gentle spring breeze. The green shoots of the Qingping grass had already emerged, blanketing the earth in verdant hues. After calculating the time, Wang Nanan decided it was time to return home. Riding on the back of Sushi, he did not head back to his own cave dwelling, but instead made his way to the patriarch's cave at the mountain summit. What brings you here, young lad? Before Wang Nanan could speak, the patriarch stepped forward. Patriarch, I have missed you, Wang Nanan replied. Speak quickly. I wish to advance some contributions in exchange for spirit stones. Contributions within the clan could indeed be exchanged for spirit stones and spiritual sand, but not the other way around. The patriarch raised his brows in confusion. You consume and live within the clan? Where do you require spirit stones? Hee. I intend to send my mother to the Zhou family to procure some medicinal pills for Sushi. The Zhou family was renowned for their expertise in beast taming, and their medicinal pills for spirit beasts were undoubtedly the finest. I've calculated that after 7 months, 10 acres of Qingping grass would yield approximately 1,500 contributions. Wang Nanan rubbed his palms together, uncertain whether the patriarch would acquiesce. As for contributions from a valley, Wang Nanan had none, as resources, primarily spirit rice, were provided by the clan before he turned 18, and he had been studying alongside Wang Dingru. All for spirit stones? Yes. I wish to purchase a larger quantity at once, Wang Nanan replied. Here are 150 spirit stones. Take care of them. Wang Nanan counted carefully, confirming the amount before placing it into his storage pouch. After bidding farewell to the patriarch, he headed straight home, presenting all the spirit stones to his mother, startled Zhou Min. 150 spirit stones was no trivial sum. It could procure numerous valuable items. Wang Nanan had prepared an excuse and asked his mother to assist in purchasing the medicinal pills. Buying the pills is no problem, but the prices have risen significantly lately. What pills do you desire? Spirit servant pills? Zhou Min inquired, seeking her son's opinion. Yes, we can buy some. They will help Sushi grow rapidly. Mother, are there any pills that enhance the strength of spirit beasts? Wang Nanan asked. There are, but they're quite expensive and subject to purchase limits. Zhou Min replied. This isn't related to the beast tide. Rather, the medicinal pills for enhancing spirit beast strength are rare and intentionally restricted by the Zhou family to limit competition from other families. Then let us buy some, Wang Nanan decided. If Sushi grows stronger, I will be assured as well. As for the other pills, I leave the decision to you. You understand spirit beasts far better than I do, being from the Zhou family. Zhou Min accepted the spirit stones, her mind already formulating a plan. By the way, where is your father? Wang Nanan noticed his father's absence within the cave. He has gone with the demon hunting team. 10 days later, the patriarch delivered a collection of jade vials to the valley. Wang Nanan beamed with joy, knowing these were sent by his mother through the patriarch, as he had been publicly associated with the patriarch for his training. Wang Nanan examined each vial, his heart swelling with delight. A note read, 10 spirit servant pills, 8 per vial, totaling 80 spirit stones. 1 blood boiling pill, 6 pieces for enhancing spirit beast strength, totaling 60 spirit stones. 1 turtle vein pill, for increasing spirit beast defense, 20 spirit stones. Mother even added 10 spirit stones herself. Wang Nanan calculated the amounts and called for sushi, promptly feeding it a turtle vein pill. The pill seemed unpalatable, and Sushi resisted swallowing it, but Wang Nanan insisted, "It's beneficial for you. Good medicine is often bitter." He patted Sushi's head, "And there is still so much. The blood-boiling pill should be consumed every 3 days, while the spirit servant pill daily," Wang Nanan organized. Sushi lay obediently by his side, digesting the turtle vein pill, its yellow fur glowing faintly. "Moo!" Sushi suddenly called out, feeling its fur grow sturdier. "Wang Nanan, have you reached the second level of qi refinement?" he inquired, recognizing that the elevation of spirit beast ranks depended on their bloodline. Unlike humans, however, external influences could indeed assist in their growth. "Moo!" Sushi nodded affirmatively. The elevation of Sushi's rank was a cause for celebration, prompting Wang Nanan to treat himself to a whole stewed chicken. As spring returned, Wang Nanan noticed something amiss in the clan territory. Logically, those who had ventured out to test their spiritual roots should have returned by now. Why was there not a single new face? Upon completing my family visit, I find myself pondering, could it be that not a single child with spiritual roots has emerged this year? Although there were rare records of years without such births, this seemed exceedingly unlikely. Moreover, several smaller qi refinement families had recently integrated, increasing the number of common folk. This was perplexing. Most importantly, his little companions were also absent from the clan, as Wang Nanan had confirmed in his inquiries, intending to gather them for a reunion, but returned disappointed. With a heavy heart, Wang Nanan stepped back into the valley, ready to embark on another day of life. Third, Aunt's sixth uncle. "Do you know where the children of our clan have gone?" Unable to restrain himself, he approached the two who were collecting spiritual herbs. Wang Dingru and the other were momentarily taken aback, responding, "What do you mean?" "I mean my cousins of similar age within the clan. They are nowhere to be found." "Do you know where they have gone?" Exchanging worried glances, Wang Dingru replied, "We have been in the valley for so long. How can we know what happens outside? But do not fret. With the patriarch in charge, they will be safe. They are likely taken away by their parents." Wang Nanan regarded them thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. He had indeed seen their parents when he sought out his friends. Suppressing his doubts, life must go on, for there were many matters beyond his grasp, and worrying was futile. Practicing footwork, he unleashed waves of palm energy that danced through the valley, skillfully avoiding all spiritual herbs. His magic continued to advance, gaining sufficient momentum. It was a pity there were no opponents. With a partner for practice, he believed his progress would accelerate. Wang Nanan mused that his speed of magical cultivation was indeed faster than that of physical techniques. Even without assistance, he could master it within months. If one were to engage in life-and-death struggles, the results might be even more profound, but such risks were ill-suited for him. He preferred to rely on his family for longevity, avoiding reckless gambles. Survival in the shadows was the optimal strategy. Wang Nanan pressed on, growing more invigorated as he practiced, seamlessly cycling through 4 spells. Chapter 20. 18-star glazed gourd. In the boundless expanse of the sky, 2 figures soared on their swords, flying directly toward the patriarch's cave without hesitation. Many clan members witnessed this scene, sparking discussions among them. The 2 appeared unfamiliar, yet their audacity to intrude upon the Wang family suggested they were likely cultivators from the Shenong sect. No one knew what transpired within the patriarch's cave, but thereafter, the 2 Shenong sect cultivators settled within the Wang family territory. Wang Nanan, however, was privy to some underlying details. First, the patriarch announced that 3 clan members had consumed Foundation establishment pills. 1 succeeded in breaking through, 1 was severely injured and failed, and 1 perished. The sudden emergence of a Foundation establishment cultivator prompted the Shenong sect to dispatch an elder to encourage the Wang family to send more disciples to participate in the Beast Tide 4 years hence. Secondly, there was the issue of internal strife. Following the news of the Beast Tide, many rogue cultivators and qi refinement families seized the opportunity to flee or create chaos, destabilizing human society. The Shenong sect stationed its cultivators across various families and markets to deter any potential unrest. It must be said that the Shinong sect's influence proved effective. At least, overt internal conflict had ceased. Wang Nanan remained indifferent to the Shinong sect cultivators, content to focus on his own growth and farming. There was no reason for them to trouble him. The spiritual field was remarkably tranquil as Wang Nanan sat on the ridge, perusing a beginner's guide to alchemy. The art of alchemy appears to be rather more challenging. Wang Nanan pouted, realizing why there were so few alchemists within the clan. In contrast to the lineage of spiritual cultivators, which provided a clear path and allowed one to forge their own destiny through exploration, alchemy was far more intricate. It demanded extensive experience in aspects such as the precise control of fire, the techniques of potion crafting, and the moments of fusion, elements that could only be mastered through rich experience. Without a mentor's guidance, one could only rely on a multitude of trials, accumulating success through failures. The decision to forego the path of alchemy was indeed wise, as it required not only a significant amount of spirit stones to procure medicinal herbs, but also an immense investment of time for practice, which was a burden Wang Nanan could hardly bear. He felt a sense of relief and continued to turn the pages in hopes of returning the tome, A Beginner's Guide to Alchemy, to the library soon. Cixi nudged Wang Nanan with his head, urging him to glance towards the periphery of the spiritual field. The field was encircled by a formation, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the view from the outside while allowing a blurred sight of the world beyond from within. At that moment, a figure stood at the entrance of the spiritual field. Is Nanan inside? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and Wang Nanan recognized it immediately. He activated the formation to allow the visitor entry. This spiritual field was known to very few clan members, so the fact that this person found it indicated the clan leader's approval, and Wang Nanan felt no apprehension. Great Aunt, what brings you here? Wang Nanan rose to greet her. The woman before him was Wang Xiangxiu, the clan's sole insect cultivator. At the same time, Wang Xiangxiu emanated a distinct aura reminiscent of the clan leader. You are the one who has broken through to the foundation establishment stage in our clan? Wang Nanan was taken aback. The clan leader had only announced one successful breakthrough and one severe injury, with another member lost, without mentioning any names. This had been a topic of much discussion within the clan, and he had not expected it to be his great aunt, Wang Xiangxiu, who succeeded. Did you not only reach the fourth layer of qi refinement? Foolish child, many matters cannot be judged solely by their surface. One must delve deeper to grasp their essence. Wang Xiangxiu stepped into the spiritual field, surveying her surroundings. Your growth has been remarkable. At such a young age, you can tend to 10 acres of chinkping grass. No wonder the clan leader holds you in such high regard. Wang Nanan offered a faint smile, aware that her visit certainly bore significance. Your affairs, the clan leader has briefed me about. From today onward, should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. The clan leader has pressing matters to attend to and may not have time to look after you. Your great-grandfather will not be passing the clan leader position to you. Will he? Wang Nanan inquired. Wang Xiangxiu shook her head, her tone inscrutable. Not yet, but allow me to take over the clan's affairs for the time being. Wang Nanan understood, recognizing that the clan required a foundation establishment cultivator to oversee matters. Especially since the clan leader was preparing for the beast tide and was of advanced age. It was indeed time to seek a successor. Then I shall rely on you. Great Aunt. Wang Nanan clasped his hands in gratitude. Take this beast-controlling pouch. Wang Xiangxiu removed a pouch from her possession and handed it to Wang Nanan. As he reached out to accept it, he felt a sudden pressure and quickly withdrew his hand. Do not fear, it will not harm you. This is my spirit insect, the 18-star glazed beetle, adept in defense and able to neutralize poisons, which will protect you closely. Should you encounter danger, I will be able to sense it. Hearing this, Wang Nanan cautiously accepted the pouch and opened it to find a beetle the size of a human head. Adorned with 18 star-like spots, its color striking. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from it made Wang Nanan tremble slightly. Great Aunt, what level is this 18-star glazed beetle? That is of no concern to you. It will safeguard your life in critical moments. You need not worry about it. It will seek food on its own and will not interfere with your daily life, nor will you easily notice its presence. That is all I needed to discuss today. I must take my leave. Wang Xiangxiu turned to depart, but was halted by Wang Nanan's call. Great Aunt, where have the others in the clan gone? Wang Nanan was referring to his companions, a matter he had not let go of. You will find out in due time. Wang Xiangxiu pondered for a moment, but did not reveal the truth. The spiritual field returned to tranquility, leaving only a boy, a cow, and an insect. "What is your name?" The 18-star glazed beetle offered no response, and Wang Nanan chose to disregard it. Yet the powerful aura it had previously exuded left a deep impression on him, even surpassing that of Wang Xiangxiu's other spirit insect, the black-armored king bug. "Hey, Cixi, why are you hiding so far away?" He then noticed Cixi trembling in a corner. Upon observing the 18-star glazed beetle, it was likely that Cixi had been frightened. "The 18-star glazed beetle is one of our clan's kin. It will not harm you, so there is no need to fear." Gradually alleviating Cixi's worries, Wang Nanan was able to restore his vitality, though Cixi still maintained a distance from the beetle. Even when carrying the 18-star glazed beetle, Cixi refused to let Wang Nanan ride, ultimately forcing him to walk back to the valley. Wang Dingru and the others were each preoccupied with their own tasks, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the 18-star glazed beetle, which piqued Wang Nanan's curiosity. However, he refrained from speaking further, instead proceeding with his usual routine of cooking and then returning to his cave for cultivation. His great-aunt must have also practiced the turtle-breathing concealment technique, for it was impossible for her to have transitioned from the fourth layer of chi refinement to the level of foundation establishment so suddenly. If his great-aunt had indeed cultivated it, what about the other clan members? Wang Nanan recalled the placement of the turtle-breathing concealment technique and considered its cultivation difficulty. Chapter 21. Ghost Cultivators. As July arrived, 7 months had passed, and the Qingping grass had matured. After harvesting, it was set aside to dry, and his great-aunt returned once more. The contributions from planting the Qingping grass have already been accounted for by the clan leader, so you will not receive any further compensation. Wang Xiangxiu collected the harvested grass. "Here are the next batch of Qingping grass seeds. Please continue your cultivation." "Great-aunt, is there any news from the outside world?" Wang Nanan asked eagerly as he saw her preparing to leave. He had been too engrossed in his cultivation to keep up with external information. As for news, the Qingfeng mountain range has begun its fortifications, with the 3 major golden core sects, each responsible for a specific area, coordinating with other affiliated families and rogue cultivators. "Our Wang family's demon hunting team has been temporarily requisitioned. Is there danger now?" Wang Nanan's heart tightened, as his father was among the demon hunting team. There is certainly some danger, as the Qingfeng mountain range is a gathering place for beasts. However, there are Foundation establishment cultivators stationed there, so generally there should not be significant issues. Currently, they are still in the fortification phase, so you need not worry. Wang Xiangxiu understood Wang Nanan's concerns and could only offer such reassurances. She had yet to mention to Wang Nanan that small-scale beast tides had already begun to occur intermittently, merely probing to test the growth of both sides' strengths over the century. Waving her hand, Wang Xiangxiu departed from the spiritual field, as she had many other matters to attend to and could not afford to delay with Wang Nanan. As they spent more time together, Cixi began to lose its fear of the 18-star glazed beetle, allowing Wang Nanan to continue riding Cixi around. While seated atop Cixi, Wang Nanan returned to the valley to retrieve some spiritual fertilizer, his focus primarily directed towards his unique abilities. After 7 months of accumulation, his lifespan had reached 274 years. Having consumed 165 years, he advanced the withered tree meets spring technique to a small success, enhancing the growth speed to 60%, and naturally breaking through to the 7th layer of chi refinement, entering the late stage of chi refinement. He continued to invest points into the soul technique until he had expended 30 years of lifespan, achieving its perfection. His mental strength transformed into spiritual awareness, capable of extending outward for dozens of meters, with the surrounding environment vividly imprinted in his mind, akin to a god's perspective. The decision to elevate the soul technique to perfection first was primarily due to the realization during his cultivation that the strength of one's soul significantly impacted alchemy. Additionally, he had privately inquired with Wang Dingru and others, discovering that not only alchemy, but also puppetry, talismans, formations, and various other cultivation arts required a robust soul to support them. Now that the soul technique was perfected, Wang Nanan possessed spiritual awareness, his soul's strength comparable to that of newly established foundation cultivators, far surpassing that of ordinary chi refinement practitioners. Moreover, many aspects of alchemy were now clear to him, providing a sense of enlightenment. Wang Nanan lamented that when his consciousness swept over the 18-star glazed gourd in the beast-controlling pouch, he still could not discern the realm of the creature. Could it be that the 18-star glazed gourd was a foundational spirit beast? A shiver coursed through Wang Nanan as he pondered what merit he possessed to warrant the protection of a foundational spirit beast. On a different note, if the 18-star glazed gourd truly was a foundational spirit beast, how much more did the Wang family conceal? Regaining his composure, he glanced at the panel, which indicated he had 79 years of lifespan remaining. He had expended 15 years to advance the technique, one chi transforming into 3 clear, reaching a minor success, but resolved not to continue depleting his lifespan further. The remaining time, he decided to hold on it tightly. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1464. Realm: Chi refinement level 7 techniques. The spring returns to withered trees. First layer, minor success 1. Tortoise breath concealing technique, soul technique, perfected. Spirit rain technique, entry 92. Golden essence sword technique, entry 91. Ling Si palm technique, entry 67. Vajra Buddha body technique, entry 82. Falling leaves footwork, entry 84. One chi transforming into 3 clear, first layer, minor success 1. Heritage, first rank. Spirit herbist, proficient 6. First rank alchemist, entry 22. His proficiency in spells and heritage had grown significantly, which was a promising sign. In high spirits, he retrieved spiritual fertilizer from the valley and scattered it in the spiritual fields, commencing the fertilization process once more. The growth acceleration had reached 60%, and the growth period for the Qingping grass had shortened to under 5 months, allowing for 2 harvests within a year, equivalent to 3,000 contributions, a delightful prospect. The proficiency in spells also conserved considerable energy, invigorating him to the point where Wang Nanan contemplated expanding his operations. In the Qingfeng mountain range, under the jurisdiction of the Shenong sect, the area was subdivided, with 3 foundational families, each guarding their respective territories. The Wang family had been assigned a position near the outer disciples of the Shenong sect. Truth be told, this location was far from ideal. Situated beneath the Qingfeng mountain range with no fortifications to defend, relying solely on numerous formations. At that moment, clan leader Wang Mingai stood atop a flying sword, observing the bustling practitioners below as formations were being arranged, stirring numerous memories. As the front line, these formations played a vital role in effectively repelling low-tier beasts and safeguarding their kin. However, what troubled Wang Mingai most was not the impending beast tide, but rather, Wang Mingai's gaze shifted deeper into the Qingfeng mountain range. Ever since the last beast tide subsided, the young Wang Mingai had made it a point to research records concerning beast tides. In one piece of information he uncovered at the Shenong sect sent chills down his spine. Firstly, according to the Shenong sect's records, these beast tides had persisted for over a millennium. Although humanity and the beasts sustained heavy losses each time, they had never reached a catastrophic level. Secondly, the last beast tide had been the most devastating, with not only humanity suffering, but the beasts also experiencing tremendous casualties, particularly with many species facing extinction, never to be seen again. On the human side, the Shenong sect had lost more than half its members, with many families disappearing, leaving only the Wang and Zhou families among the foundational clans, and even the Liu family, currently a foundational clan, had only risen within the past century. The Shenong sect speculated that the dire consequences were a result of the secret involvement of ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators? Such an unfamiliar term. Wang Mingai's tone was cold, even tinged with a slight tremor. While anything was conceivable in the realm of cultivation, the term ghost cultivator was indeed seldom heard. The criteria for becoming a ghost cultivator were exceptionally stringent, resulting in their scarcity and obscurity. Wang Mingai continued to delve into the subject of ghost cultivators, discovering scant records. Yet some powerful individuals had speculated that there existed a gathering place for ghost cultivators within the realm of cultivation. Moreover, conventional methods of combating ghost cultivators were ineffective. One must rely on formidable consciousness or soul power. Consequently, Wang Mingai had never ceased his quest to collect techniques related to cultivating soul power or consciousness. Yet regrettably, after a century, he had managed to gather only 2 texts. One chi refinement technique called Soul Technique, housed in a library, and another foundational technique named Fiery Meditation, which was disseminated among every foundational cultivator in the clan. Chapter 22. The fall of Wang Minghui within his dwelling. Wang Nannan was having a meal with his mother and siblings. His elder brother and sister, brought over by their mother Zhou Min for a brief stay, had now grown into handsome youths. They had practiced mundane martial arts since childhood, including the 3 martial arts books Wang Nannan had gifted them recently. They had begun their training. Though they were siblings, it had been several years since they last met, and their bond felt somewhat distant, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Just as their mother Zhou Min sought to initiate a conversation, a message arrived. Zhou Min's expression changed as she set down her chopsticks. Your great-uncle has passed away. Her elder siblings were somewhat bewildered, but Wang Nannan felt incredulous. His great-uncle Wang Minghui, the elder in charge of guarding the library, was usually quite amiable, yet the one Qi transforming into 3 clear technique had nearly led Wang Nannan astray once, leaving a deep impression of him. Wang Nannan queried if great-uncle was not a foundational cultivator. Zhou Min nodded slightly. The only foundational cultivators in the clan were the clan leader and Wang Xiangxiu. The 3rd elder was indeed not one. However, the 3rd elder had lived over a century, and it was said that the clan leader had once procured a longevity pill for him, which allowed him to. Alas, ultimately, time's erosion proved insurmountable. Zhou Min's tone was tinged with sorrow. The elder generation within the clan constituted its foundation, and every loss was a detriment to the clan. The news came from your 7th uncle Wang Dingkong, and we must pay a visit. Zhou Min gestured to her eldest son and daughter, instructing, you 2 stay quietly in the dwelling. Do not wander about. Afterwards, she guided Wang Nannan as they made their way to the summit of the Changshan mountain range. Mother, is 7th uncle the only alchemist in the clan? Wang Nannan inquired, having heard that name before yet finding it somewhat unfamiliar. Yes, your 7th uncle Wang Dingkong is the only alchemist in the clan, and he is also the son of your great-uncle. However, he typically resides near the market by the Shinong sect, so you may not have seen him often. Was that longevity pill also concocted by 7th uncle? Wang Nannan continued to probe, as longevity pills were rare, and he had heard little about them even after his extensive training. Probably not. Longevity pills are at least 2nd-tier elixirs, and your 7th uncle cannot produce them. Most likely, the clan leader acquired it from the Shinong sect. Zhou Min quickened her pace. Wang Nannan felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped to procure a few longevity pills in the future to see if he could exploit any loopholes. But now realizing they could only be produced by the Shinong sect, his aspirations seemed unattainable in short term. The pair swiftly arrived at Wang Dingkong's dwelling. At that moment, the entrance was crowded with people, surpassing even the turnout at his grandfather's funeral. A continuous stream of practitioners arrived, with some pushing past one another. From a distance, Wang Nannan saw 2 figures clad in Shinong sect robes emerge from the dwelling, presumably powerful figures stationed within the clan. The passing of an elder from a foundational family warranted condolences from the Shinong sect, which Wang Nannan deemed reasonable. To him, a cultivator's funeral bore similarities to that of mortals, but this only applied to those with families. Solitary cultivators might be devoured by beasts. For 7 consecutive days, the entire clan donned white, their faces etched with sorrow, devoid of any semblance of joy, as the clan leader returned from the Qingfeng mountain range. The clan leader surveyed the clan members, sighed deeply, yet the Shinong sect practitioners nearby appeared to harbor a hint of schadenfreude. The funeral proceedings went relatively smoothly, all the way to the interment. After all, the Wang clan was a foundational family, and none dared to cause trouble. The atmosphere of grief lingered, yet life must go on. Upon returning to the valley, Wang Nannan found Wang Dingru and Wang Dingxi looking even more haggard. 3rd, Aunt's 6th uncle. Wang Nannan began to speak, but was interrupted. You should focus on your cultivation. We have seen our fair share of life and death. It's nothing to worry about. Wang Dingru waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern, and Wang Nannan could only depart. At the entrance of the cave, Cixi lay with his eyes fixed on the Fengyan grass. The 3 previous plants had already borne seeds and were replanted, now flourishing into a vast expanse. According to Wang Nannan, apart from a portion reserved for seeds, the rest served as Cixi sustenance. Tempted for quite some time, Cixi was on the verge of tasting it. Hence he often gazed intently at the growing grass. Cixi, if you consume the Fengyan grass, you will be unable to awaken your wind-based spells. It is up to you to decide. Wang Nannan teased. Cixi recoiled slightly, remaining silent. Whether he could awaken, it was not a matter to be taken lightly. Wang Nannan chuckled knowingly and began to accelerate the growth of the Fengyan grass. A few days later, Wang Nannan approached Wang Xiangxiu, eager to make an advance request once again. As she busied herself with other matters, she inquired directly. No need for pleasantries. Observing her busyness, Wang Nannan refrained from unnecessary chatter and expressed his desire to advance his contributions to procure some spiritual herbs and an alchemy furnace. Having recently exchanged for the alchemist's inheritance, he was eager to experiment. Wang Xiangxiu glanced at him. You are biting off more than you can chew. Do not lose sight of your priorities. If you truly have time, it would be better to learn insect cultivation from me. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Although alchemists hold a revered status, they are of little consequence in the face of power. Furthermore, the family alchemist, your seventh grandfather, is even busier than I am, making it impossible for you to seek his guidance. Wang Nannan chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging that he had barely scraped the surface of alchemy. I must at least give it a try. If it proves too difficult, I shall abandon it, ensuring I do not neglect the cultivation of spiritual herbs or my own training. Very well, Wang Xiangxiu conceded, ceasing her objections. What spiritual herbs do you require? The accompanying herbs for the bigodan and healing powder. Understood. I will inform your seventh grandfather to assist in procuring them from market. As we have no stock within the clan, the cost will be deducted from you once the items arrive, and finally, you can offset the balance with chimping grass. Wang Nannan expressed his gratitude before exiting the cave, leaving his cousin undisturbed. With yet another matter resolved, the weight of previous sorrows lifted significantly. Once the alchemy furnace and herbs arrived, he could officially commence his training in alchemy. Wang Nannan repeatedly recalled the processes of concocting the two types of elixirs, striving to minimize failures. He hoped his hands would keep pace with his mind, avoiding the pitfall of understanding in theory, yet failing in practice. The combination of a spiritual herbalist and an alchemist was indeed a commendable one, especially for many talented rogue cultivators who had acquired substantial resources through it. Even within certain sects, this combination was not uncommon, as spiritual herbalists formed the foundation of all sects, and elixirs were essential for cultivation. The synergy between the two in the realm of spiritual herbs made the cultivation process somewhat easier. Wang Nannan's choice seemed to be a natural progression. Otherwise, Wang Xiangxiu would have declined his request long ago. Chapter 23. Alchemy. The large peach tree, previously transplanted, blossomed with delicate pink flowers, exuding a fragrant aroma that attracted numerous spiritual bees for nectar. Under Wang Nannan's nurturing, what would have taken 5 years to bear fruit now blossomed in merely 2. Once the large peaches ripened, Wang Nannan would gain a substantial income, as these peaches aided the initial stage qi cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks, representing a crucial resource for the family. The floral fragrance filled the valley, bringing a sense of tranquility. Wang Nannan took the opportunity to break through to the second layer of qi refining. Even with 5 spiritual roots, one could not remain stagnant at the first layer, as external cultivation levels required timely advancement. After the elders, Wang Dingru congratulated him. The valley returned to its serene state. In stark contrast, the outside world buzzed with activity. Recently, the 3 major Golden Core sects, including the Shinong sect, announced an early resource exchange for rogue cultivators and clan disciples, allowing them to trade the corpses of slain beasts for hunting points, which could then be exchanged for various resources. The resources were diverse, encompassing all aspects of cultivation, including foundational elixirs like the Foundation Establishment Dan and Longevity elixirs, though in limited quantities and on a first-come, first-served basis. The news rippled through the community like a stone cast into water, prompting many opportunistic rogue cultivators to attempt to exchange previously hunted beasts for points, only to be expelled by the Shinong sect, with some even clashing with them and facing immediate demise. Those who tested the limits were quickly made aware of the consequences. Many formed teams to venture into the Qingfeng mountain range, eager to gather more hunting points before the impending beast tide, thereby strengthening their own powers. The Wang family was no exception. In addition to organizing the first wave of hunting teams for defense, Wang Xiangxiu also mobilized a second group of clan members. In an instant, the clan felt considerably quieter, with few conversations to be heard. Wang Nannan's gaze lingered on the longevity elixirs, stirred by a desire to test whether consuming one could exploit the system's loopholes. If successful, his own strength would surge dramatically. Unfortunately, he could only watch helplessly for now. With his current lack of combat experience, he doubted he could defeat even peers of the same level. If I accumulate enough contributions, perhaps the clan will assist in acquiring some longevity elixirs, he mused. Just as Wang Nanan contemplated his next steps, Wang Xiangxiu delivered the previously requested alchemy furnace and herbs. The furnace was an old model valued at 80 spiritual stones. The herbs were inexpensive, comprising 100 sets for the bigodan and 80 sets for the healing powder, totaling 50 spiritual stones, sufficient for his initial practice. Additionally, here is the alchemical insight your seventh grandfather compiled himself, a token of support for the younger generation, provided free of charge. Please extend my thanks to him. Wang Nanan received everything with both hands. Your seventh grandfather also mentioned that he has several first-grade formulas. If you require them, you may exchange contributions with him. Wang Nanan nodded earnestly. The clan possessed very few alchemical formulas, most likely held by his seventh grandfather, Wang Dingkong. If the elder was willing to trade, it would be far better than searching aimlessly outside. However, for the moment, he needed to focus on producing the bigodan and healing powder. While the healing powder was of limited utility, given that initial stage Qi cultivators were well protected by the clan and rarely sustained injuries, its demand mainly stemmed from rogue cultivators seeking affordable options. The bigodan, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. As the simplest type of elixir, it was immensely popular during closed-door cultivation, travel, or treasure hunting. Qi cultivators often had no time to prepare meals and thus relied on bigodan. As for foundation establishment practitioners, they had long mastered the ability to fast, rendering the bigodan unnecessary. The bigodan was a low-profit, high-demand elixir, primarily made from spiritual rice, keeping production costs low. Yet it had excellent marketability and was in high demand within the clan. Although the healing powder was somewhat lacking, Wang Nanan decided to practice with it first. Once proficient, he would switch to the bigodan. Let us proceed, he resolved as he lit the furnace, recalling the record from alchemy fundamentals and beginning the practical work. An undisturbed environment proved beneficial, allowing Wang Nanan to concentrate entirely on his practice. Despite numerous failures in refining elixirs, his confidence remained unshaken. Rather, he transitioned from clumsiness to ease within a mere 10 days. Finally, success. The first batch of healing powder was successfully concocted and wrapped in oil paper, resting before him. A small portion, merely the size of a thumb, could treat minor wounds. A smile crept upon Wang Nanan's lips. With the first success, there would surely be a second. A third. He regulated his breathing and continued refining. With the simplest of elixirs, his success rate finally improved. After 20 days, he had exhausted all the herbs. While he summarized his experiences and practiced, he wasted considerable time, yet he was grateful for the alchemical insights from his seventh grandfather, which had guided him. Otherwise, the process could have taken much longer. Wang Nanan reflected, now nearing a success rate of 60% in producing healing powder, a remarkable achievement for a novice. Extract the fasting elixir and continue the alchemical process. After over 20 days of experience in concocting elixirs, Wang Nanan has become quite adept, no longer flustered, and the creation of the fasting elixir has become quite effortless. The first batch is soon completed. Although the first attempt resulted in a failed elixir, it was a marked improvement compared to the initial attempt at crafting healing powder. The second batch also ended in failure, yet it finally bore the fragrance of an actual elixir. As the process progressed to the third and fourth batches, by the seventh, success was finally achieved. A fasting elixir, no larger than a pinky finger, emerged, its shape, color, and aroma indistinguishable from standard fasting elixir. Upon ingestion, an immediate sense of satiety enveloped him. A typical fasting elixir sustains one for an entire day, and his creation was no different. Each batch produces around 10 elixirs, with a cost of approximately 15 spirit sand for the spiritual rice and other medicinal herbs, yielding a profit of 3 to 5 spirit sands, and requiring about 7 to 8 minutes for completion. Thus, under optimal conditions, one could net approximately 20 to 35 spirit sands per hour, translating to over a single spirit stone, quite commendable, particularly as his skills in alchemy sharpen. The likelihood of failure in crafting fasting elixirs diminishes significantly. Wang Nanan felt immensely satisfied as he stowed the remaining fasting elixirs. With the successful creation of 2 of the simplest elixirs, His next objectives were to enhance his success rate and acquire new formulas. He contemplated exchanging formulas with his great-uncle Qi, but with regard to success rates. He resolved to devote all his time to perfecting the fasting elixir, decisively abandoning the healing powder, as its utility as a training tool had been fulfilled. Chapter 24. The mastery of spells. It seemed that elixir formulas were not inexpensive. Wang Nanan became acutely aware of a pressing issue. The scarcity of alchemists not only posed a challenge in the intricacies of alchemy, but also stemmed from the dearth of available formulas. Although his great-uncle Qi permitted him to seek exchanges for formulas, he lacked the necessary contributions and spirit stones. Alas, it was time to earn some coins. Wang Nanan resolved to preemptively withdraw a supply of spiritual herbs required for crafting fasting elixirs from the clan, embarking on a laborious endeavor. By day, he tended to spiritual plants in the spirit fields and valleys, while also carving out time to cultivate spells. By night, he practiced alchemy within his cave dwelling. During his alchemical pursuits, he stumbled upon a curious phenomenon. His companion, Sushi, seemed to have a penchant for consuming failed elixirs. Initially, Wang Nanan merely piled the failed elixirs together for convenience, only to discover that Sushi had stealthily devoured them. Concerned about the potential toxicity of the failed elixirs affecting Sushi's growth, he meticulously examined Sushi multiple times, ultimately realizing that Sushi was unharmed. Sushi, is your stomach made of iron? Wang Nanan pondered, perplexed. It is common knowledge in the cultivation realm that failed elixirs are inedible, yet Sushi appeared to defy convention. To unravel the mystery, Wang Nanan made a special trip to the library, seeking knowledge on beast taming, and thus understood the situation. The horned yellow ox is an exceptionally adaptable beast, possessing 4 stomachs capable of digesting most substances, including many toxins that could harm human cultivators, which, in the eyes of the horned yellow ox, are delectable. Sushi, I previously made you suffer by only feeding you grass, Wang Nanan said, gently stroking Sushi's head. From his readings, he learned that the horned yellow ox has a diverse diet, and when extremely hungry, it even consumes meat. You are quite easy to care for, he mused, finally comprehending why the Wang family chose the horned yellow ox as their primary spiritual beast for large-scale cultivation. Not only are they industrious, but they're also not picky eaters, outclassing even nuclear-powered livestock. From now on, all failed elixirs will be yours to consume. Wang Nanan beamed, elated to have found a solution for disposing of failed elixirs. Returning with Sushi to the valley, he realized numerous tasks remained unfinished. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed, and it was now March. The grand celebration planned for the previous year had yet to occur, and most clansmen had not returned, leaving the clan eerily quiet. Wang Xianxiu gathered a group of mundane martial artists from the Wang lineage to patrol and maintain vigilance at the clan's periphery, attempting to compensate for the clan's emptiness. Wang Nanan's mother, Zhou Min, along with some clan members, had voluntarily ventured to the Qingfeng mountain range to reunite with others, while the remaining members, predominantly spiritual planters, found themselves unable to depart. March was traditionally the time for children with spiritual roots to enter the clan, yet this year, the opportunity had once again slipped by. Observing the desolate state of the clan, Wang Nanan felt a sense of discomfort while riding Sushi. With both parents at Qingfeng Mountain, he had become a solitary figure. Glancing at the panel information, he noted that over 8 months, his lifespan had accumulated to 309 years. Testing the withered tree revives technique. He found that reaching the minor mastery stage required 10 years to improve by 1% proficiency. Currently, he lacked the necessary lifespan, thus he set it aside. For the other spells, he aimed to utilize a decade of lifespan, each to bring Spirit Rain technique and Golden Gung sword art to perfection. Then, he planned to invest a total of 45 years of lifespan to elevate Spirit Rhinoceros Palm technique, Vajra Buddha Body technique, and Falling Leaves Foot technique to a full mastery level. As for one Qi transforming into 3 purities, achieving major mastery would take 30 years, and full mastery would require 60 years, summing up to a total of 90 years of lifespan. In terms of inheritance, his proficiency as an alchemist had been raised to 30%, consuming 54 years of lifespan, while the spiritual planter reached minor mastery at 1%, requiring 30 years of lifespan. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1560. Realm: Qi Refining Layer 7 Techniques. Withered Tree Revives, First Layer, Minor Mastery 2, turtle breathing, hidden chi technique, soul techniques, spirit rain technique, golden gung, sword art, spirit, rhinoceros palm technique, Vajra Buddha body technique, falling leaves foot technique, one chi transforming into three purities. First layer, full mastery, inheritance. First grade spiritual planter. Minor mastery 1. First grade alchemist, proficient 30, though his realm remained unchanged. Wang Nanin's overall combat prowess had significantly improved, particularly with all the spells he had mastered to perfection, his mind now brimming with extensive cultivation experience. The only thing he lacked now was practical combat experience, yet he felt confident in his ability to contend with cultivators at the 8th layer of chi refinement. The minor mastery in spiritual planting afforded him greater knowledge of various spiritual plants, prompting him to consider requesting an increase in the area of the spirit field from his cousin. With his alchemical proficiency now at a commendable level, he felt assured of achieving success in crafting fasting elixirs. Gathering his thoughts, Wang Nanan discreetly approached Wang Xiangxiu. Over the past few months, as he sold fasting elixirs to the clan, he had amassed 200 spirit stones, and the earnings from his spirit fields had been returned to his advance. Cousin, could we expand the area for planting chimping grass in the spirit fields? Wang Nanan inquired, having learned from experience that his cousin had an impatient temperament and preferred straightforward communication. Do you have the time to tend to more spirit fields? Wang Xiangxiu replied, sipping her spirit tea, cherishing the rare moment of respite, surprised that Wang Nanan sought her out. Although she recognized that Wang Nanan, despite being only 15, was quite busy with numerous responsibilities, she continued, you should only take on what you can manage. 10 acres of spirit fields seem a bit small to me. 10 acres too small? Do you realize that an ordinary spiritual planter takes at least 5 years to independently manage 10 acres? Suddenly, Wang Xiangxiu seemed to grasp something. Shifting her tone, how many more do you want? Wang Nanan had anticipated a refusal, but upon hearing her change of heart, his expression brightened. Another 10 acres, totaling 20 acres would suffice. Very well, but you'll have to wait a few more days. Wang Xiangxiu agreed, noting that the clan's array master was absent and would likely need to be summoned back temporarily. Given Wang Nanin's expertise in the growth technique, they could not risk exposing him to outsiders, especially with 2 cultivators from the Shenong sect still within the clan. Thus, the spirit fields designated for Wang Nanan would require protective arrays. There's one more thing, Wang Nanan quickly added, I wish to exchange for an elixir formula from Great Uncle Chi. With 200 spirit stones in hand, should it prove insufficient, he could seek an advance from the clan. This matter could not be delayed. Wang Xiangxiu recalled that Wang Nanan had been selling fasting elixirs to the clan recently, indicating his alchemical skills had improved. Your great uncle Chi is located near the Shenong Sex Market. I am too busy to go there, and the adult cultivators in the clan are preoccupied with their own affairs. If you wish to obtain a formula, you'll likely have to make the trip yourself. Wang Nanan paused for a moment. The farthest he had traveled was to the town of Changshan at the foot of the mountain, and now he needed to venture to the vicinity of the Shenong sect, which seemed manageable. But I'm only at the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Wang Nanan feigned a sense of helplessness. With the presence of the 18-star glazed gourd, what was there to fear? Wang Xiangxiu remained unfazed, instinctively touching her beast-taming pouch, feeling considerably more at ease. Upon arrival, she sought out the Wang family shop, where her 7th grandfather was located. It was fortuitous. She could regard this as a simple exercise in fortitude. Chapter 25. The Shenongman Market, a vessel-like magical artifact soared beneath Wang Nanan's feet, graciously lent to her by her cousin Wang Xiangxiu. According to her cousin, the spirit boat could reach the Shenongman Market in less than half a day without the risk of losing its way. Wang Nanan sat at the front, while Sushi lay at the back, observing the rapidly retreating verdant landscape, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom akin to a bird soaring high in the sky. The journey went smoothly. Although they encountered a few cultivators, they merely cast distant glances and moved on. Upon landing at the entrance of the Shenongman Market, Wang Nanan stowed away the spirit boat and mounted Sushi, proceeding directly into the bustling marketplace. The area was expansive, resembling a small town, with neatly constructed buildings lining both sides and numerous vendors stationed along the path. In Wang Nanan's memory, the layout was similar to that of a mortal market. However, unlike ordinary markets, this one was populated by a multitude of wandering cultivators who relied on the market for their livelihoods, even cultivating spiritual fields on the outskirts. With the endorsement of the Shenongmen, The safety here was indeed significantly heightened. As Wang Nanan absorbed the atmosphere, she understood why this was the largest market in the vicinity, bustling with a myriad of cultivators. Following the path, she finally spotted the Wang family shop. Nanwan Nanjing, Wang Nanan exclaimed with delight, taken aback to see her long-lost companions. The two were equally astonished at her presence. "You came alone?" they inquired, surprised that Wang Nanan, a second-layer qi refining cultivator, dared to traverse such a distance alone. "My cousin Xiangxiu provided me with a means of protection. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the courage to venture this far," Wang Nanan explained with a grin. "So, you two left the family to work here? Aren't you supported by the clan until you turn 18? What happened to the others?" she pressed. The two exchanged glances before responding. Previously, the elders in the clan sought us out, mentioning a shortage of hands in the market shops and asking if we would be willing to assist. They offered spiritual stones and contributions for our work, assuring us it was safe. After some consideration and obtaining our parents' consent, we decided to come. We've been working with 7th grandfather all this time. I'm responsible for brewing spiritual wine, while Nanjing takes care of the customers, Nanwan explained. As for our other companions, we have no idea where they are. It's been a long time since we heard from them, but judging by our situation, they're likely doing something similar. By the way, what brings you here? Wang Nanwan countered. The clan leader sent me to find 7th grandfather to handle some matters, Wang Nanan fabricated, not out of distrust, but because there were many ears around, and revealing her alchemical abilities might draw unwanted attention. "Please take me to 7th grandfather. It's quite urgent," she added. The two led Wang Nanan into the shop, greeting several clan members assisting inside before entering a room. "Kumin." Without waiting for a knock, Wang Dingkong called out. Wang Nanan stepped inside and closed the door behind her. "I am Wang Nanan, paying my respects to 7th grandfather." Wang Dingkong's expression remained neutral as he replied. "Xiangxiu has informed me of your situation. It is rare for the clan to have a self-taught alchemist, and as an elder, I naturally wish to support you. The alchemical insights you provided have been immensely beneficial. I dare not ask for more," Wang Nanan responded earnestly. This statement held truth, as the alchemical insights were the culmination of years of experience, valuable beyond a mere ordinary recipe. At this point, Wang Dingkong's expression softened slightly. "The only alchemists in our clan are you and I, so there's no need for formality. I had suggested to the clan leader that you be brought here for personal instruction, but my request was promptly declined." He sighed softly, lamenting the missed opportunity of nurturing a budding alchemist. "If you wish to come to the market, I can request it from the clan leader again." 7th grandfather, Wang Nanan quickly interrupted, fearing that if this continued, she might never return to the clan. "What ist? The market cannot compare to the safety of the clan. I am but a spiritual herbalist. Alchemy is merely a hobby, and I do not intend to pursue it as a profession. Furthermore, I am assimilating the heritage of the spiritual herbalist much more swiftly." Realizing Wang Nanan's firm rejection, Wang Dingkong expressed his regrets. "Very well. You are here to exchange for alchemical recipes, I presume?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "I have 3 recipes suitable for your current level of refinement. You may choose. The yellow bud pill, which aids early qi refining cultivators in their training. The tranquil heart pill, which clears the mind and removes distractions, ideal for meditation. And the sulfur pill, which can temporarily eliminate one's scent. Each recipe costs 100 spiritual stones or 1,000 contributions. Don't think me exploitative. This price is exceptionally reasonable. In the outside world, these recipes would cost 3 times as much, and you wouldn't be able to acquire them." Wang Nanan understood. These recipes were hard-earned by 7th grandfather, and the price reflected their kinship. With the spiritual stones in her possession, she could afford 2 recipes. The yellow bud pill was indispensable for early qi refinement and would surely sell well. The other 2 recipes were auxiliary. The sulfur pill seemed somewhat superfluous, as it could only be used at specific times. 7th grandfather, I choose the yellow bud pill recipe and the tranquil heart pill recipe." Wang Nanan presented 200 spiritual stones, her entire fortune. Wang Dingkong appeared taken aback by her wealth, readily accepting the 200 spiritual stones. Without further ado, he handed over the 2 recipes to Wang Nanan. "Also, here are insights for producing the 2 types of pills. Review them alongside the alchemical insights I previously gave you for maximum efficacy." "Thank you, 7th grandfather." Wang Nanan expressed her gratitude once more, feeling quite pleased with the bounty of knowledge acquired. After bidding farewell to Wang Dingkong, Wang Nan sought out her cousins once again. Cousin, how far is it from here to Shenongmen? Are you looking to find Nan Yao? Wang Nanwan discerned Wang Nanan's intentions at a glance. Wang Nanan and Wang Nanyao were grandchildren of the same grandfather, having played together since childhood. They hadn't seen each other since she was taken by the Shenongmen 3 years prior. Nanyao is doing well at Shenongmen, having entered the outer sect for training. And seventh grandfather has been quite helpful to her. Plus, several other Wang family cultivators are there, so you need not worry. She's already at the 3rd layer of Qi refining now. She even visited recently. However, she should be in seclusion these days, so you may not be able to see her, Wang Nanwan reassured her. The Shenongmen market, being quite close to Shenongmen, saw many Wang family cultivators frequently visiting, allowing Wang Nanwan to encounter them and learn about various matters within Shenongmen, which was quite intriguing. 7th grandfather Wang Dingkong, as the elder of the family, occasionally provided assistance and conveyed messages on behalf of the clan. Chapter 26. Encounter with a rogue cultivator. Although the Shenongmen market thrived, Wang Nanan, lacking any funds, found no interest in leisurely wandering. The feeling of being a mere observer was quite discomforting, as she preferred to avoid it altogether. Just as she contemplated returning to the Wang clan, Wang Nanjing blocked her path. 7th grandfather asked to see you. Wang Nanan did not say much, merely turning back. 7th grandfather, is there something else you needed to discuss? She respectfully inquired, standing before him. Age takes its toll, and my memory falters. Wang Dingkong rubbed his temples. You're a spiritual herbalist, right? Tell me what this spirit seed is. A pitch-black spirit seed floated before Wang Nanan, ethereal and dreamlike, appearing almost unreal. Yet, upon reaching out to touch it, she confirmed its tangible, cool presence. Wang Dingkong continued, not long ago, a foundational elder from Shenongmen requested my assistance in refining a batch of pills for his descendant. This is one of the rewards. Wang Nanan quickly searched her memories, but she found nothing that matched. There is no way. The spirit seeds are countless. How could they possibly be entirely cataloged in a mere book? Grandfather Qi, ISNT, worried about losing money by accepting unknown items? Wang Nanan jested. Typically, alchemists who assist in refining elixirs receive compensation in the form of spirit stones or spirit herbs, making the acceptance of unfamiliar spirit objects quite rare. What I value is not these spirit stones or objects, but rather the favor from that foundation establishment elder. Wang Nanan understood this, recognizing it as part of the esteemed status of alchemists, who easily accrue debts of gratitude, attracting a host of enforcers, thus rendering them untouchable. By the way, that foundation establishment elder mentioned that this spirit plant was obtained during the last beast tide a century ago. Wang Dingkong added, almost forgetting as it was merely casual conversation. Is there truly no one within the Shenong sect who recognizes it? Wang Dingkong shook his head. If anyone did recognize it, it likely wouldn't have ended up in his hands. Wang Nanan acknowledged this, but admitted he still could not discern its nature, stating plainly, Grandfather Qi, my knowledge is limited, and I cannot identify this spirit plant. I fear I must take it back to my clan for the elders to assist in its appraisal. I did not expect a child like you to recognize it. In that case, take it back. Wang Dingkong waved his hand, indicating that these talismans were to be used on the way. Wang Nanan accepted without hesitation. After leaving the Shenong sect's marketplace, they boarded a spirit boat and ascended into the skies. In a nearby corner, several bandits were whispering among themselves. Are you sure this Qi refining 2nd layer kid is a member of the Wang family? A refined-looking cultivator queried, evidently the leader among the nearby bandits, though his appearance starkly contrasted with his role. Boss, there's no mistake. This young cultivator is familiar with everyone in the Wang family shop. He must be a clan member, a young attendant replied. The refined cultivator's gaze turned icy. Last time the Wang family purchased foundation establishment pills, their clan leader caused the demise of many of our men. I have been seeking an opportunity for revenge. Unfortunately, the Wang family members are well protected. Surprised, he mused. Who would have thought the Wang family had a Qi refining 2nd layer cultivator daring enough to venture out alone? Prepare some tools for me when you return. I wish to capture him myself and exact the pin-up wrath of these past years. The refined cultivator flicked his hair back and pursued the direction where Wang Nanan had vanished. The spirit boat Wang Nanan occupied was programmed with a destination, ensuring he would not lose his way unless unforeseen circumstances arose, thus requiring no input from him, which was quite convenient. as they sped along. Countless ordinary birds were startled into flight, delighting Wang Nan, who laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the refined bandit had already caught wind of Wang Nan's trail. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he had been ridiculed by his peers since the last incident where he was frightened away after his subordinate was killed. This grudge must be avenged at any cost. "Friend, where are you headed alone?" A voice intruded upon his thoughts, startling him. Looking up, he saw an elderly man and a middle-aged man. Recognizing them, he realized the elder was Wang Dingkong, and the middle-aged man was Lu Hai, a Foundation establishment elder from the Shinnom sect. The bandit steadied his nerves, plotting an escape route, particularly since Lu Hai's imposing presence was overwhelming. He felt he was no match. Wandering the wilderness, is that not permissible? Since when has the Shinnom sect and the Wang family become so tyrannical? The bandit retorted, feigning righteousness. "We do not concern ourselves with your travels, but you must provide an explanation for stalking my junior." Wang Dingkong responded with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Surely, you do not believe the Wang family would allow a chi-refining second-layer cultivator to roam freely? For the past 2 years, you have been covertly investigating our Wang family, thinking we were unaware?" The bandit found it hard to believe that their clandestine actions had been uncovered. "If you have nothing to say, so be it. Elder Lu, please escort him on his journey." Lu Hai drew his flying sword, pointing it menacingly at the bandit, stating, "I work for pay. Please wait a moment." In an instant, they clashed, while Wang Dingkong retreated to a safe distance. The bandit, in a panic, cried out, "Elder Lu, I can offer 3 times the price. I only ask for my life." Desperately pleading, he realized he was merely at the first layer of Foundation establishment, while Lu Hai stood at the 5th layer, a vast gulf between them. "If I kill you, your possessions will be mine." Lu Hai pressed on, his attacks relentless, injuring the bandit severely until he was swiftly defeated. With his head severed and his dantian destroyed, the bandit fell, never to rise again. "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your assistance. The promised rewards will soon be delivered to you," Wang Dingkong expressed earnestly, noting the Wang family had invested considerable effort to eliminate this bandit, as living under the shadow of thieves was unbearable. "No need for thanks, it's merely a matter of business," Lu Hai waved dismissively. Huang Yadan and Jingxin Dan also began to experiment with alchemy. As for the required spiritual herbs, they were naturally borrowed from within the clan. Wang Xianxiu had long since become accustomed to this, even taking the initiative to deliver them. Wang Nan expressed his gratitude to his cousin, yet his hands did not slow down in their work. With the spiritual herbs in hand, Wang Nan resumed his dedicated efforts. 2 months passed, and the herbs were consumed completely. The success rate for Huang Yadan reached nearly 20%, while Jingxin Dan approached 35%, which was commendable. Although this rate still resulted in some losses, with a few more batches, profitability would not be an issue. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wang Nan felt confident. As a pill used during the early stages of qi refining, its crafting was not particularly challenging, but it still posed a significant challenge for novices. Now, the cessation of alchemy was due to 2 reasons: the depletion of spiritual herbs and the impending harvest of the Q-NGP grass. 20 acres of Q-NGP grass was no small matter, and Wang Nan did not dare to be careless. After accounting for the spiritual stones previously borrowed, he calculated that he was likely, if not certainly, out of spiritual stones. "Damn, alchemists truly burn money," Wang Nan complained, lamenting the loss of 300 spiritual stones over 20 acres of grass. However, having chosen this path, he could only persevere. Employing the golden gung sword technique, he continuously harvested the Q-NGP grass, laying it out to dry while awaiting his cousin's collection. After completing the harvest, Wang Nan had other matters to attend to. In a corner of the spiritual field, he had designated an area specifically for the waste produced by the 4 happiness. The accumulation of cow dung had reached mountainous proportions, and it was time for a thorough cleanup. The prolonged drying had allowed the dung to ferment. Although it could not compare to purchased spiritual fertilizer, it would suffice. As he spread the dung across the spiritual field, a peculiar aura caught Wang Nan's attention. Looking over, he spotted a pitch-black spiritual seed enveloped in dung, which he would not have noticed had it not been for his spiritual awareness. "For happiness, can you explain this?" he demanded, pulling the creature closer and pointing at the spiritual seed. He had nearly forgotten about the spiritual seeds in the past 2 months, mainly due to their absence from sight. But he had not anticipated that 4 happiness would consume one. It was surprising that the seed had not been digested. For happiness felt aggrieved, believing it had eaten something Wang Nan no longer wanted. Who would have thought that its 4 stomachs could not digest this unfortunate item? What was even more infuriating was that it had been stuck during the excretion process for quite some time, causing considerable discomfort. For happiness attempted to explain, but Wang Nan paid no heed, immediately assigning it numerous tasks, ensuring it would be occupied for at least 10 days to half a month. Using his magical power, he levitated the spiritual seed and cleaned it with the spiritual rain technique, only to discover something unusual. The once pitch-black seed had begun to crack, revealing its inner flesh, which was soft and resilient, full of vitality. Could this be a blessing in disguise? Wang Nan's eyes lit up as he took the seed to find 3rd aunt and 6th uncle. When the 2 elders saw the seed again, they were equally astonished. The seed they had long given up on had undergone a remarkable revival. Let us all 3 channel our energies to nurture it, Wang Dingru declared. The broken shell of the seed now held the promise of germination. The trio simultaneously infused life energy into the seed, making it more robust and vibrant. The burgeoning vitality set their hearts racing. Success. This does not resemble a 2nd-tier spiritual plant, Wang Dingshi exclaimed, thrilled. It had likely been obscured by the shell before. Our Wang family has stumbled upon a great fortune. Aside from the 3 of us, we must inform the clan leader. Let us keep this matter from others, Wang Dingru advised. Such a vital spiritual seed was unmistakably a high-tier spiritual plant. For happiness had indeed earned its keep. Wang Nan resolved to fetch some of its favorite herbs as a reward. Returning to reality, he recalled that For happiness was still being punished with work. He hurriedly brought it back and comforted it. When the spiritual herbs were presented before it, For happiness promptly forgot all grievances. The trio planted the seed deep within the valley, where the spiritual energy was dense and secure. Nan, your nurturing effect surpasses ours. You should come by more often to assist, Wang Dingru reminded him. Wang Nan readily agreed, though he felt uncertain. The first layer of the Withered Wood Spring Sutra was only effective for 1st-tier spiritual plants. The nurturing effect on higher-tier plants was comparable to that of other spiritual plants. However, Wang Nan withheld this information from others, as he possessed a unique advantage. Mastering the first layer of the Withered Wood Spring Sutra to perfection would only take a few years at most. Chapter 28. The elusive shadow Wang Nan found himself increasingly occupied, to the point of having to relinquish certain tasks to ensure he could rest. The Qingfeng mountain range was bustling, with numerous cultivators stationed to set defenses, while various rogue cultivators congregated there. Ever since the 3 major golden elixir sects opened their resource exchange early, the area had become quite lively. Numerous demon-hunting teams surged into the Qingfeng mountain range, striving for resources, and although there were casualties, it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the participants. In the area overseen by the Wang family, many rogue cultivators took advantage of the situation. Clan leader, the first batch of cultivation supplies exchanged from the Shinong sect has returned, Wang Dingfei reported, handing the resource list to the clan leader. As one of the clan's elders and the strongest talisman master, Wang Dingfei had been personally summoned by the clan leader for assistance. Were you able to secure the Foundation establishment pills? Clan leader Wang Mingai inquired, not even glancing at the resource list. Yes, we obtained 1 Foundation establishment pill and 1 longevity pill, along with some ordinary supplies, all stored in this storage bag. Wang Dingfei replied, presenting the bag. Wang Mingai took the Foundation establishment pill from the bag, returning the rest to Wang Dingfei. Continue accumulating demon hunting points. Prioritize the exchange for Foundation establishment pills and longevity pills. As for the demon hunting teams, the defenses are nearly complete. Leave a portion of the clan members to guard, while the rest will all join the demon hunting teams for the Qingfeng mountain range. With these supplies, the longevity pill will be prioritized for you. And for the Foundation establishment pill, those who have made sufficient contributions may seek me privately, he added. Wang Dingfei's face lit up with joy. As a member of the Ding generation, now over 90 years old, she had accumulated considerable contributions over time. With the clan leader promising her priority for the longevity pill, she could expect to extend her life by several years. The prospect of living longer brought her immense happiness. Regarding the Foundation establishment pill, Wang Dingfei did not consider it further. Given her waning vitality, even if she were given several Foundation establishment pills, She could not hope to break through to the foundation establishment stage. It would be a waste. Better to let those with potential have them. In contrast to Wang Dingfei's jubilant demeanor, clan leader Wang Mingai's expression was somewhat grim. The Qingfeng mountain range, backed by the vast 10,000 mountain range, was teeming with countless demon beasts, which contributed to the terror of the 100-year beast tide. Currently, many demon hunting teams were entering and exiting, not only bringing back demon corpses, but also a wealth of information. These teams discovered that many demon beasts had begun to gather in advance. Although there were instances of inter-demon conflict, they were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. How is the talisman crafting within the clan progressing? Wang Mingai suddenly asked. Wang Dingfei quickly replied, "We have accumulated over 100,000 first-tier talismans. As for second-tier talismans, aside from 100 purchased from the Shenong sect at great expense, we have none left. Without any second-tier talisman masters in the clan, we cannot produce second-tier talismans," Wang Dingfei admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. As the strongest talisman master in the clan, she had failed to nurture many talents, including herself, as she could not break through to the foundation establishment stage, and thus could not become a second-tier talisman master. What about the other supplies? How much more do we need? Wang Mingai continued to inquire. We have sufficient qi refining period magical tools, with over 2 per person. However, we are lacking in foundation establishment magical tools, which we cannot currently purchase. The situation with the pills is similar. We have ample first-tier pills. But for second-tier, Wang Dingfei found it difficult to continue. Are the clan's spiritual stones and spiritual sands running low? Wang Mingai observed her discomfort. We have only kept a small reserve for emergencies. The rest have all been exchanged for supplies. Thankfully, we have enough spiritual rice to ensure the clan members can eat and drink normally, she replied. Wang Mingai felt reassured and did not press further. In truth, the Wang family situation mirrored that of many other families, abundant in quantity but lacking in quality. They had accumulated a considerable amount of widely circulated qi refining period supplies. Yet high-quality foundation establishment supplies were scarce. This is an unavoidable situation. There are simply too few foundation establishment cultivators. Various families and rogue cultivators must rely on the 3 major golden core sections. Currently, it is exceedingly difficult to procure quality resources with spirit stones, resulting in the present predicament. However, the issue lies in the fact that no matter how plentiful the resources for the qi refinement stage may be, they are insufficient to fend off the foundation establishment demon beasts, transforming this into an insurmountable problem. In the dead of night, within the Wang family estate, a shadowy figure stealthily bypassed the outermost patrol of mortals and successfully infiltrated the Wang family compound. This individual cautiously darted about, seemingly in search of something. The already sparse population of cultivators in the estate felt as if the gates had been flung wide open, allowing the intruder to act with increasing audacity. 2 Shenong sect cultivators stationed at the Wang family estate opened their eyes and glanced in the direction of the shadowy figure, before promptly ignoring it. Their duty was merely to observe the Wang family, not to protect them, so they had no intention of intervening. Meanwhile, Wang Xiangxiu, who was cultivating in her cave dwelling, sensed the intruder and quickly pursued them to the vicinity of the library. The Wang family does not welcome uninvited guests. As she shouted, a half-human-sized black-armored beetle lunged toward the intruder. The shadowy figure swiftly evaded the attack, mocking, "You are merely a newly minted foundation establishment cultivator. What can you possibly do to me? Even having just entered foundation establishment, I can easily deal with you," Wang Xiangxiu bellowed in response. As one of the only 2 publicly recognized foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang family, and acting in a representative capacity for the clan, she resolved not to allow outsiders to act recklessly within the Wang family grounds. With a flick of her wrist, a buzzing sound filled the air as a swarm of spirit bees descended upon the night, surrounding the shadowy figure in conjunction with the black-armored beetle. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the remaining clan members, but as they rushed over, Wang Xiangxiu ordered them back. Cultivators in the qi refinement stage could not participate in battles involving foundation establishment cultivators. They would be nothing more than cannon fodder. The 18-star glaze gourd, nestled in the valley, sensed the disturbance and shot out of its beast-controlling pouch, soaring directly to Wang Xiangxiu's side. Her expression brightened. After scanning the vicinity with her spiritual sense, and confirming the absence of other foes, she commanded, "Go, leave him." The 18-star glazed gourd understood the order, its vibrant colors fading to a deep black as it melded into the shadows. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure was ensnared by the black armored beetle, suffering significant casualties from the relentless attacks of the spirit bees. "You truly underestimate the Wang family," the shadowy figure retorted, continuously countering. "What brings you to the Wang family? What are you searching for?" Wang Xiangxiu produced several talismans, preparing to coordinate an attack with her spirit insects. The shadowy figure ceased speaking, intensifying their offensive techniques. Knowing she would not extract any information, Wang Xiangxiu activated the talismans and charged forward. The hidden 18-star glazed gourd also revealed itself, taking advantage of the intruder's momentary lapse in attention to pierce its mandibles into their body, beginning to drain their life force. The talismans struck the shadowy figure in rapid succession, followed closely by the black armored beetle biting down on their skull, its reinforced jaws tearing fiercely until the shadowy figure ceased all resistance. After destroying their dantian, Wang Xiangxiu finally exhaled, looking at the unfamiliar face of her opponent. Logically, the three major Golden Core sects and their affiliated families should have some notoriety among the Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet this individual was entirely unknown to her. Were they an outsider, or perhaps another hidden entity like the Wang family? She pondered silently, but ultimately gathered the body, intending to display it on the city gates of Changshan County the following day as a warning to nearby cultivators. The incident of a strange Foundation establishment cultivator invading the Wang family estate spread rapidly. As a venerable Foundation establishment family, the Wang family's deterrence in the region was formidable. However, the intrusion by an outsider, despite the enemy being slain, had somewhat tarnished their reputation. With most clan members absent from the estate, it appeared to provide some individuals with a fleeting opportunity. Nonetheless, news of Wang Xiangxiu's strength circulated, extinguishing the ambitions of many ill-intentioned rogue cultivators. Though she had only just ascended to the ranks of Foundation establishment cultivators, her possession of 2 Foundation establishment spirit insects and a myriad of Qi refinement spirit bees had catapulted her into prominence. The 2 Shinong sect cultivators, who had previously idled within the Wang family estate, took the initiative to visit Wang Xiangxiu the following day, engaging in amicable conversation for an extended period. Upon learning of the events, Wang Nanan marveled at the prowess of his cousin, who, despite her gentle demeanor, wielded such formidable strength and commanded 2 Foundation establishment spirit insects. He was left pondering how she had achieved such a feat as the outside world settled into calm. Wang Nanan's attention was soon redirected. Over the course of 10 days, the spirit seeds they had collectively planted not only sprouted but grew to over 3 meters in height, their dark branches resembling the structure of a locust tree, crowned with a spherical canopy and adorned with deep green leaves. Observing its exterior, Wang Nanan named it the Shadow Locust Tree, though he could not ascertain its rank as a spiritual plant. Regardless, he devoted himself to nurturing it with spirit fertilizer, contributing to its rapid growth. "It feels so refreshing here," Wang Nanan remarked while seated beneath the Shadow Locust Tree. Beyond the coolness, he found his spiritual sense becoming extraordinarily sharp, even exhibiting signs of enhancement. While he was cultivating beneath the tree, it gradually began to bloom gray flowers, which quickly withered, leaving peculiar fruits hanging from its branches. When Wang Nanan took notice, he observed that these fruits bore an uncanny resemblance to human forms. Upon touching one, he found nothing amiss. It was indistinguishable from other spiritual fruits. Assuming it to be a mere shape anomaly, he thought little of it, intending to evaluate its effects once it matured. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he found the wind cloud grass flourishing abundantly, under the watchful care of the 4 joys, alleviating any concerns. The giant peach tree had already borne fruit, and the fragrance of ripe peaches wafted through the air. The giant peach, known to assist in breakthroughs during the early stages of Qi refinement, was highly sought after due to its efficacy surpassing that of the Huang Yadan, while being devoid of toxins or side effects. Wang Nanan beamed with joy, eagerly awaiting the time to harvest the peaches. The delicious peaches were bought by the clan, alongside the increasingly successful Huang Yadan and Jing Xiandan, leading Wang Nanan to sell a considerable amount. As for the Qing Ping grass, it had all been exchanged for the spiritual herbs required to concoct Huang Yadan, which Wang Xiangxiu directly delivered each time. Time flew by, and as the year drew to a close, the fruits of the shadow locust tree had ripened several times. However, before Wang Nan could harvest them, they would fall to the ground and vanish. The flowering and fruiting cycles of the shadow locust tree seemed erratic, leaving him utterly perplexed. Nonetheless, when these fruits touched the ground, Wang Nan sensed a chilling aura. Upon gazing at the tree trunk, he discovered a hidden space within. The dimensions of this space were indeterminate, yet it was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Despite the unwelcoming environment, Wang Nan noticed figures standing within, not quite human, but rather resembling souls. This revelation startled him greatly. It was the first time he had encountered souls. However, these souls appeared to lack consciousness, remaining motionless and vacant. Through observation, he deduced that they had emerged from the fruits. Wang Nan shared this discovery with Wang Dingru and Wang Dingxi, but they were unable to perceive the space within the trunk, let alone the souls. Consequently, he chose to remain silent about the matter. As the year came to a close, the number of souls had increased significantly, yet they remained still, akin to lifeless entities. Wang Nan paid them no mind. As the year drew to an end, his parents unexpectedly sent word that they would not be returning. Wang Nan felt a hint of helplessness. It seemed that there were numerous matters to attend to in the Qingfeng mountain range. Otherwise, the clan grounds would not remain so desolate. He had initially intended to seek out his parents for a reunion, but Wang Xiangxiu prevented him, citing the dangers involved. The clan did not require the younger generation at the front lines. Wang Nan could only acquiesce, realizing that with the 18-star glazed gourd still in his possession, escape was not an option. "Cousin, I would like to exchange some talismans and pills. Please help me deliver them to my parents," Wang Nan volunteered. Given that he had earned a substantial amount of spirit stones from selling pills, it was quite simple to procure some resources for his parents. This time, Wang Xiangxiu did not oppose him, graciously accepting the spirit stones before departing. As for the specifics of what was exchanged, Wang Nan paid little mind, trusting that with his cousin's experience in cultivation, the resources she prepared for his parents would undoubtedly be more comprehensive than he could have conceived. Glancing at his panel information, age, 15,335. 9 months of accumulation had granted him a lifespan exceeding 300 years. Unwilling to expend unnecessary energy, Wang Nan decided to conserve his resources, confident that the 2 inheritances he currently possessed were sufficient to address all immediate challenges. He resolved to continue accumulating his knowledge until he could directly elevate the withered Wood Revitalization Sutra to a consummate stage. As the new year dawned, Wang Nan had turned 16, his appearance remarkably handsome, and his height surpassed 1.70 meters. Months of diligent practice had significantly increased the success rates of the fasting elixir, the yellow bud elixir, and the tranquil heart elixir, with the lowest success rate now reaching 50%, enough to sustain himself comfortably. However, Wang Nan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The alchemical success rate had hit a plateau, and mere practice no longer sufficed to enhance it. Thus, he shifted his focus to the 1 qi transforming into 3 clear technique, prompting him to acquire an alchemical furnace. The initial layer of 1 qi transforming into 3 clear merely allowed for a quantitative increase in the efficacy of his techniques. Wang Nan contemplated experimenting with his inheritance. What if he succeeded? With 2 furnaces ignited simultaneously, vibrant flames danced as the meticulously prepared spirit herbs were added in sequence. The 1 qi transforming into 3 clear continuously operated, with his consciousness attending to both processes, and everything appeared to progress smoothly. The simplest healing powder was swiftly produced in the first furnace, and his consciousness, though indistinctly divided into 2, confirmed the success of the endeavor. The ability to operate with dual or even multiple focuses proved to be no issue. Wang Nan felt a surge of joy. If the experiment were truly successful, the yield of elixirs would dramatically increase, multiplying his earnings of spirit stones and contributions manifold. However, the consumption of resources was substantial. While he managed well with the few elixirs he had mastered, producing more intricate elixirs in the future would likely become unsustainable. Wang Nan pondered that this achievement was only possible due to his complete mastery of consciousness and the initial layer of 1 qi transforming into 3 clear. Had he been slightly less adept, he would have failed earlier. In its complete form, One qi transforming into 3 clear should facilitate the simultaneous production of multiple elixirs with ease. Wang Nannan continued his experimentation, aware that each new idea required extensive practical validation, a stage he currently occupied. Naturally, the consumption of spirit herbs escalated significantly, leading his cousin, who assisted in transporting them, to question her life choices. While the hard-earned spirit stones and contributions of Wang Nannan dwindled rapidly. In early March, while diligently working to integrate one qi transforming into 3 clear into his alchemical practices, Wang Nannan was approached by his cousin, Wang Xiangxiu. Without preamble, she stated, "Nannan, most of the cultivators in our clan are currently away, yet it is time for the spirit root assessments of our kin. I find myself lacking personnel, hence I wish to assign you this task." Wang Nannan was taken aback. Sent him out? What a jest! In the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a second-layer qi practitioner. Although his previous excursion to the Shenongmen market had gone smoothly, a repeat was fraught with potential problems. "Cousin, March is the prime season for planting spirit herbs. If we delay..." Wang Nannan's protest was cut short by Wang Xiangxiu. "I am aware of the capabilities of spirit herb cultivators. Do not forget that my spirit bees frequently assist in pollination. Moreover, you are spirit herb cultivators, not mere farmers, with your mastery of growth techniques. A delay of 10 days or so poses no significant issue. The only ones still able to act in our clan, aside from myself and 2 elders, are those I have already dispatched. You cannot be the exception. Furthermore, the task assigned to you is not extensive. If you are efficient, you should complete the assessments in about 10 days. This is the responsibility you bear for the mortal towns and the accompanying route map. A few major cities will have cultivators stationed there to assist you with the assessments. The rest will depend on your own efforts." Before Wang Nannan could refuse again, Wang Xiangxiu handed him the spirit boat and the route map. "As cultivators, we must possess courage and not fear danger. Besides, you are protected by the 18-star glazed gourd. What is there to fear?" Watching Wang Xiangxiu's departing figure, Wang Nannan reluctantly accepted the assignment. He hastened his departure, bringing along Si, and set sail from the Wang family estate. The Wang family had numerous affiliated towns, both large and small, with a population of over 1 million. Yet the number of spirit roots born each year was alarmingly few, a primary reason for the Wang family's stunted growth. Speeding along, Wang Nannan soon arrived at the first town, Qifeng City. With a population exceeding 500,000, the Wang family had only about 50,000 members. With over 300 children of appropriate age, necessitating more than half a day for the assessments, outsiders were not qualified to participate in the spirit root testing. The residents of Qifeng City had been notified in advance and were well prepared. The city square brimmed with mortals, comprised of those testing their spirit roots and onlookers eager to witness the rare sight of a cultivator. As the spirit boat descended, cheers erupted from the crowd. When Wang Nannan stepped off, several elders approached him. "Elders of the Wang family, we pay our respects to the main family member." The elders bowed in unison, causing Wang Nannan to feel somewhat uncomfortable. These elders, collectively hundreds of years old, were bowing to a mere child. It felt peculiar. Yet, Wang Nannan did not refuse. Even though they were relatives of different generations, as a cultivator, he was indeed qualified to accept this reverence. The Wang family, a member of the Nan lineage, has come to Qifeng City to conduct spirit root assessments. We must act promptly. I have several cities to attend to, Wang Nannan urged. The elders quickly rose, providing him with a seat while organizing the children of appropriate age to step forward. Wang Nannan placed the spirit testing stone on the table and pointed to the child at the front. "You, place your hand on the stone." The child appeared nervous, but with encouragement from their parents, cautiously touched the testing stone. When it failed to glow, a collective sigh escaped the crowd. "Next," Wang Nannan instructed. The children proceeded in an orderly manner, each taking their turn, yet only one succeeded in activating the testing stone, while the others failed. Wang Nannan observed the little girl behind him, the sole child in Qifeng City this year to possess a spirit root. Unfortunately, the testing stone could only determine the presence of a spirit root, not its type, that required the clan leader's personal examination. Wang Nannan mused internally. No wonder outsiders were unaware of their spirit roots. It was as such. According to clan regulations, families with children possessing spirit roots were to relocate to Changshan County City, where rewards and resources would be distributed. After conveying this, He gestured for everyone to disperse. He declined the family's insistence to stay, taking the little girl to the next town. The girl, experiencing her first ride on a spirit boat, clutched sea tightly, fearing a fall. Wang Nan smiled knowingly, refraining from asking her name, as entering the realm of cultivation would grant her a new one. As night fell, Wang Nan finally reached a large city, where clan members were stationed. This was also why he chose to spend the night there. Second cousin, Wang Nan respectfully bowed. Wang Xiangjiang, ranked second among his peers, was a fifth-layer qi practitioner. Although he did not possess mastery over all cultivation arts, he was an adept sword cultivator, which was why he had been assigned to guard this, the second largest city after Changshan County, Qingping City. Upon seeing the younger generation of the clan arrive, Wang Xiangjiang's demeanor softened. "Why has the clan dispatched you here? Most of our people are in the Qingfeng Mountains, leaving only a few spirit herb cultivators behind. And now they have sent the remaining ones too." Wang Nan spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating the little girl following him, the only child in Qifeng City with a spirit root. At this, Wang Xiangjiang's expression warmed. He welcomed them into his residence and made the necessary arrangements. "I will assist you with the spirit root assessments tomorrow. You may explore the city in the meantime." Wang Nan did not decline and handed over the testing stone. Planning to venture out that night, he was keen to experience the vibrant night market, trusting that with Wang Xiangjiang present, he would not encounter any trouble. Changing into a different outfit, Wang Nan strolled through the streets of Qingping City, which bustled with life, its prosperity evident as the second largest city after Changshan County, boasting a population exceeding 100,000 and showcasing scenes unseen in the world of cultivation. Pavilions and towers, the enchanting sights of night markets, and the lively atmosphere of local inns and folk theater all embody a harmony that appeals to both refined and ordinary tastes. Savoring the delicacies of the mortal realm offers an unusual delight. Akin to indulging in exquisite delicacies, a simple meal of wild vegetables can also be extraordinarily pleasing. In the realm of theater, Wang Nan finds solace as he immerses himself in the performance, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Were it not for his current mission, he would likely still be toiling away in the valley, diligently honing his skills. Such a rare respite might yield unexpectedly fruitful results in his cultivation. After all, one cannot remain perpetually tense. However, fate had other plans, as amidst the melodious strains of the performance, a raucous commotion erupted. A cluster of ruffians approached, drawing the attention of many. "The Wang family has come to collect taxes," whispered one patron. Wang Nan furrowed his brow. Logically, Qingping City belonged to the Wang family, and it was customary for them to manage tax collection. But what sort of tax is collected at such an hour? Absurd. What taxes? It's clear the third young master of the Wang family has taken a fancy to the lead performer, and now he is causing trouble because she refused him. Another patron retorted. Wang Nan, keen of ear and sight, understood clearly. Encountering such trivial matters was indeed rare. Although he felt a twinge of irritation at the disturbance to his enjoyment, he chose not to lash out, instead preparing to depart. Just as he intended to leave, he was blocked by a few of the ruffians. "You're not thinking of warning anyone, are you? Just so you know, we the Wang family are untouchable in Qingping City," one ruffian boasted, exuding an air of arrogance. "The Wang family may indeed hold great power in Qingping City, but regrettably, you do not bear the Wang surname." Wang Nan smiled slightly, observing that these ruffians had only cultivated mundane martial arts, making them merely minor practitioners. "You're looking for a fight?" The ruffian seethed, unable to contain his rage. As a lackey of the Wang family, he had long prided himself on his affiliation, and now someone dared to disregard him. He lunged forward with a punch, which Wang Nan effortlessly caught, crushing the fist with a mere squeeze. The excruciating pain sent the ruffian sprawling to the ground, wailing. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man entered, his gaze lecherously fixed on Wang Nan. Wang Nan turned to look. This must be the infamous third young master. He had little interest in their petty squabbles, yet he recognized that mortals were the foundation of the cultivation world and the Wang family's roots. He could not allow them to disrupt this balance and jeopardize the family's fortunes. He tossed a token to the young man, saying, "Go find someone in authority to face the consequences." The token had been bestowed upon him by his uncle, Wang Xiangjiang, before his departure, and he had not anticipated its use now. The third young master, upon receiving the token and glancing at its inscription, trembled in fear nearly kneeling. And when he looked back at Wang Nannan, he had vanished without a trace. After leaving the theater, Wang Nannan took a leisurely stroll before preparing to return home. Chapter 31. Rebirth. Qingping City is a vast metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million, among which the Wang clan comprises over 100,000. With thousands of children of appropriate age, this is no small undertaking. Therefore, Wang Nannan did not slack off but worked alongside Wang Xiangjiang, assessing the children's spiritual affinities. Watching the children leave, heads drooped in disappointment, he felt no disturbance within. After all, cultivation is no easy path, and the entrance examination eliminates the vast majority. After an entire day, the spiritual assessment was finally completed, and the discovery of 2 children with spiritual roots was a pleasant surprise. This is a significant improvement over last year, Wang Xiangjiang beamed. Indeed, last year and the year before, there wasn't a single child with spiritual roots, Wang Nannan replied. However, Wang Xiangjiang regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Puzzled, Wang Nannan wondered if he had misspoken, but his uncle remained silent. The 3rd young master you encountered last night has been punished. You acted correctly. The Wang family abides by its own rules, and we cannot allow chaos. The development of the Wang family is significant to the mortals bearing other surnames as well. In the future, I will ensure that the elders of Qingping City impose strict regulations on the clan members, Wang Xiangjiang suddenly declared. It is all in hopes of a better family, Wang Nannan responded, indifferent to whether the punishment had truly been enacted. How many more cities need to undergo the spiritual assessment? 5. Wang Nannan counted. Let the 3 children with spiritual roots remain in Qingping City. I will take them with me when I return. Wang Nannan nodded in agreement, making the task considerably easier. Setting off once more, they proceeded to assess the spiritual affinities of each city, but regrettably, all resulted in failure, yielding no further births of spiritual roots. 10 days swiftly passed, and Wang Nannan returned to Qingping City. What? The clan leader has commanded that these children be sent to the Shenongmen market? Wang Nannan questioned, perplexed. But Wang Xiangjiang was firm in his stance. This is against the rules. This is a direct order from the clan leader. A letter was handed to Wang Nannan, bearing the unmistakable handwriting of the clan leader. Persuaded by this, Wang Nannan recognized the letter's unique design, which ensured confidentiality, rendering it impossible for outsiders to forge. Are we able to locate the Shenongmen market? I visited once. I should not lose my way, Wang Nannan replied, gathering the 3 children before departing in a spiritual vessel. Although he was uncertain, Wang Nannan chose to comply, primarily out of trust in the clan leader. As the spiritual vessel soared through the skies, they arrived at the outskirts of the Shenongmen market within half a day, only to be intercepted by the waiting 7th uncle, Wang Dingkong. Hand them over to me. Your task is complete, Wang Dingkong asserted. Wang Nannan had intended to exchange for a few more alchemical formulas, but was rebuffed by 7th uncle. Come back another time. I've been a bit busy lately, and have no time to tend to your matters. Dismissed, he had no choice but to return to the clan. A few days later, a new clan member appeared, reportedly the successful candidate from this year's spiritual stone test. Though he was not one of the 3 children Wang Nannan had encountered, leaving him utterly baffled. What was the clan up to? Inquiring with Wang Dingru and the others. They too were unaware. However, another matter soon captured Wang Nannan's attention. During a demon hunting expedition in the Qingfeng mountain range, his cousin Wang Xiangtong had fallen, allegedly at the jaws of a 2nd-tier demon beast, with his body unrecovered. Upon receiving the news, Wang Nannan felt a pang of sorrow, but was even more concerned for his parents. Concurrently, within the spatial realm of the Inwi tree trunk, Wang Nannan discovered something unusual. A soul appeared, strikingly similar to Wang Xiangtong. Instinctively, Wang Nannan called out cousin. As he did, the once murky pupils of the soul gradually regained clarity. Wang Xiangtong, upon seeing Wang Nannan, was equally astonished, soon drifting out from the tree trunk's realm. Am I still alive? No, I have fallen. My body was devoured by a 2nd-tier demon beast. Wang Xiangtong was certain of this, yet the presence of Wang Nannan before him was undeniably real. Where's this place? Wang Xiangtong hastily inquired. In the clan's territory in the valley. Cousin, you may not be familiar with this location, but it is indeed within the clan's domain. Wang Nannan explained, confirming that the soul before him was indeed his cousin, Wang Xiangtong. Both their gazes fell upon the Inwi tree, as if they had come to an understanding. This spiritual plant Wang Nannan found himself at a loss for words. Yet both Wang, Xiangtong, and the soul within the trunk seem to owe their existence to the Inhui tree. Does cousin still retain any memories? Wang Nanan asked. I have lost the memories of my demise, but upon opening my eyes, I see you, and I still remember everything else, Wang Xiangtong replied. Wang Nanan even called for Wang Dingru and the others, yet they remained oblivious, leading to his scolding. Only those with spiritual awareness can see me. Your uncles and aunts cannot perceive my presence, Wang Xiangtong explained, which was also an inexplicable phenomenon. I see. No wonder outsiders cannot see you. Yet you, having reached the initial stage of qi refining, possess spiritual awareness, truly a genius. Wang Xiangtong exclaimed in awe, and Wang Nanan accepted the compliment without dispute. Cousin, how do you feel now? I feel well, just as I did when alive, and I can continue to cultivate. However, it seems I am bound to the Inhui tree. If it were to perish, I would vanish as well. My cultivation no longer relies on spiritual energy, but rather on the growth of the Inhui tree in the presence of other souls. As for my strength, it remains as it was in life. What about the other souls within the trunk? If I am not mistaken, they should be some of the elders from the clan's mortal members. Oh, Wang Nanan contemplated, realizing they were all members of the Wang family. Do these individuals share any common characteristics? Their prowess has reached the innate level or beyond. Innate? Wang Nanan is aware of the classifications of martial arts among mortals, which include body refinement, external force, internal force, innate, and mastery. Among them, innate warriors are comparable to those at the first and second layers of qi refinement, while master-level warriors are akin to those at the second and third layers. There are many mortals within the Wang clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that deaths occur daily. Currently, only those from the clan who have surpassed the innate level have been resurrected by the Inhui tree, which speaks volumes. The weaker individuals are disregarded by the Inhui tree. Although these clan elders lack sentience, my cousin is still able to converse normally, which must be related to his strength. To be candid, I and Wang Xiangxiu both broke through to the foundation establishment stage simultaneously. Wang Nanan's lips twitched by the timeline. It should be the batch where the clan leader announced one success, one demise, and one serious injury. Now that both my cousin and uncle have succeeded, it stands to reason that the other must have as well. The question is, who is it? Where are they now? Just how much does our Wang family conceal? Wang Nanan inquired. Wang Xiangtong shook his head, stating that this is a matter best directed to the clan leader, as he knows the most. We are only aware of our own circumstances. Returning to the topic, Wang Nanan continued, according to my uncle, those who have undergone rebirth at the foundation establishment level possess sentience, remaining unchanged from their former selves, whereas mortal warriors are akin to puppets. And the status of qi refinement warriors remains unclear. Why not give it a try? Wang Xiangtong jested. Wang Nanan's expression darkened. Chapter 32. The fiery meditation technique, the capabilities of the Inhui tree are exceedingly formidable, and Wang Nanan has kept this a closely guarded secret, intending to inform the clan leader when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, Wang Xiangtong sits cross-legged within the tree's trunk space, absorbing the life force of the Inhui tree while simultaneously seeking more secrets of the tree. If there are no adverse side effects, the clan members will no longer have to fear demise. Observing the increasing number of mortal clan elders, all of whom have reached the end of their natural lifespans and have been resurrected by the Inhui tree, Wang Nanan lamented. How wonderful it would have been to acquire the Inhui tree sooner. Perhaps I could have seen my grandfather and other elders again. Although Wang Nanan has provided special care to the Inhui tree, its growth has considerably slowed. He has gradually attempted various methods, yet none have shown significant results. It was not until he became overly busy and brought dishes made from spiritual rice and beast meat to consume near the Inhui tree that he noticed a perplexing reduction in both the spiritual rice and dishes, which sparked an inspiration. Sacrifice. Wang Nanan retrieved large chunks of beast meat from his cave dwelling, setting them on an altar before the Inhui tree along with incense and offerings. The visible reduction of beast meat confirmed his suspicions, and the Inhui tree's branches appear denser. As the quantities of spiritual rice and beast meat in the valley are limited, it seems necessary to inform the clan leader to procure more. Wang Nanan contemplated this would be an opportune moment to inform the clan leader, who would undoubtedly rally the entire clan to assist him. The clan leader, Wang Mingai, was contacted by Wang Dingru and hurriedly arrived. Your matters must be of utmost importance. Otherwise, I'll surely give you a good spanking, the clan leader grumbled, burdened by the multitude of issues surrounding Qingfeng Mountain. Even with the assistance of clan members, he found himself overwhelmed. Moreover, Wang Xiangtan had recently fallen, causing significant losses to the clan. Great-grandfather, you must see this, Wang Nanan said, guiding the clan leader to the Inhuai tree. No words were needed. Everything was clear, especially upon witnessing Wang Xiangtan's emergence. The clan leader was nearly struck dumb. Ghost cultivator. When did you become a ghost cultivator? The clan leader's expression shifted to one of astonishment, although he had never seen one in person. His extensive research had led him to recognize Wang Xiangtan immediately. Wang Xiangtan sighed softly, pointing toward the Inhuai tree behind him. The clan leader redirected his focus and discovered the space within the tree trunk. He recognized most of the souls present and, upon further explanation from Wang Xiangtan and Wang Nanan, understood the entirety of the situation. Great-grandfather, what exactly is a ghost cultivator? Wang Nanan asked, hearing the term for the first time. A unique type of cultivator in the cultivation world, elusive and exceedingly rare, Wang Mingai replied. After all the inquiries about ghost cultivators, one of our own has now become part of their ranks. You summoned me back to inform me about the Inhuai tree and Wang Xiangtan, didn't you? Indeed. This is a significant matter. Henceforth, the clan's cultivators need not fear the risk of demise. Wang Mingai rarely smiled, but this news brought him joy. Actually, there is another matter, Wang Nanan continued. I have tried numerous methods to promote the growth of the Inhuai tree, and the most effective one has been sacrifice. However, the valley lacks beast meat, so I hope the clan can provide support. That is easily arranged. Beasts are hunted daily in Qingfeng Mountain. I will have clan members deliver some to you. You can go retrieve it from Wang Xiangxiu. I will also send back the clan's array masters to reinforce the formations around the valley, but for the Inhuai tree, the fewer who know, the better, so no formations will be set up. In Wang Mingai's eyes, Wang Nanan's issues were minor. His primary concern remained Wang Xiangtan. Xiangtan, how far can you now venture from the Inhuai tree? There are no restrictions, but the farther I am from the Inhuai tree, the weaker my strength becomes, approximately diminishing by one minor level every 100 miles. However, I can sense that as the Inhuai tree continues to grow, this limitation will lessen. Wang Xiangtan did not withhold this information, understanding the clan leader's intentions. As for the matters of Qingfeng Mountain, I may be of little help, but you needn't worry about the clan's safety. Upon hearing this, the clan leader felt no disappointment. The security of the clan was worth more than anything. You rascal, you have developed spiritual awareness. You must have cultivated the soul technique and reached its perfected stage. Wang Mingai had always held a fondness for Wang Nanan. Not only had he cultivated the withered tree revives to significantly enhance spiritual plant growth, but now he had revealed yet another surprise. Wang Nanan scratched his head, realizing he could no longer keep this a secret. This is for you. The fiery meditation technique, a foundational cultivation method that can be practiced up to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, allowing the transformation of spiritual awareness into fiery attacks against enemy souls. Wang Mingai was generous, believing that exceptional clan members should be nurtured with greater care. Wang Nanan, beaming with joy, accepted the fiery meditation technique and stored away. I know you have more secrets, but do not flaunt them. Continue to develop steadily. The elders will handle external matters, and you need not worry. Wang Mingai assured him, I will speak to Wang Xiangxiu on your behalf, and you will not be troubled by clan matters in the future. Of course, this applies until you turn 18. After that, I will arrange some discreet tasks for you. Wang Nanan acknowledged this, as he indeed did not plan to venture out anytime soon, content to move between the spiritual fields and the valley. Subsequently, the clan leader discussed Wang Xiangtan's circumstances post-demise before taking his leave. In the cave, Wang Nanan examined the fiery meditation technique. As a foundational cultivation method, it captivated his attention, and now that he had obtained it, he could not afford to let it slip away. His spiritual awareness melded into a pale blue flame, swirling beside him, while several soul flames instilled a sense of trepidation in his uncle, Wang Xiangtan. Although he had only just begun, the soul flames already exuded a formidable aura. Uncle, are you afraid of these soul flames? Wang Nanan inquired curiously. Floating nearby, Wang Xiangtan nodded, saying, Your ordinary magical attacks are ineffective against me, but soul attacks can indeed harm me. However, cultivation methods for the soul are exceedingly rare. Our Wang family possesses only two, and now you have mastered them both. Wang Nanan's eyes brightened. If he could harm a ghost cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, did that not imply his spiritual awareness had become sufficiently potent, granting him the ability to contend even with foundation establishment cultivators? Perhaps he should seek out a foundation establishment cultivator within the clan for a sparring match. Wang Nanan felt a surge of confidence, his motivation to cultivate the fiery meditation technique sword. If all else fails, he could always use the 18-star glaze gourd in his beast pouch as a sparring partner. Subconsciously, Wang Nanan's gaze drifted towards the Beastmaster's pouch. The 18-star Liuli gourd seemed to sense Wang Nanan's scrutiny, quivering slightly and emanating a pressure that startled him. Chapter 33. Third level of Qi refinement. Complete corpses of demon beasts were being sent back to the clan from the Qingfeng Mountain Range one after another. Wang Nanan personally accepted a storage bag from Wang Xiangxiu, glancing through its contents. What do you need so many demon beast corpses for? Most importantly, how did the clan leader agree to this? Wang Xiangxiu questioned, puzzled, especially since the clan leader had ordered that everything be conducted in secrecy, away from the eyes of outsiders, which only heightened her curiosity. Wang Nanan merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. He brought the demon beast corpses back, neatly arranging them in front of the Inhuai tree to commence the ritual. As the flesh and bones of the demon beasts disappeared, the Inhuai tree grew sturdier. This is far too little. The quantity is insufficient. At that moment, Wang Xiangtan rushed out, deeply aware that the growth of the Inhuai tree would also facilitate his own advancement. Cousin, hunting demon beasts is not an easy task, as you should know. Moreover, most of the demon beasts must be sent to the Shinong sect in exchange for hunting points. We cannot demand too much, Wang Nanan reassured him. I know hunting demon beasts is challenging, but I am anxious. My cultivation now relies solely on the Inhuai tree or other souls. Do you know how slow progress is? Wang Xiangtan lamented. Why not help me find some cultivator souls to aid my training? Rest assured, cousin, I will not treat you unfairly. Wang Nanan was somewhat speechless. Where could he possibly find other cultivator souls? It was more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. Ignoring his cousin, Wang Nanan resumed his daily tasks. On the side, Sishu was chewing on Phonian grass, the roots and leaves that had sprouted after planting, now being fed to him. Sishi, have you reached the third level of Qi refinement? A wave of energy emanated from Sishi, clearly an indication of spiritual fluctuations. Moo, Sishi responded, having consumed a fair amount of failed refining pills during this period, which significantly aided his growth, leading to his breakthrough. This was indeed a joyous occasion, prompting Wang Nanan to reward himself with a lavish meal. After surviving another year, the end of the year arrived once more. The refining of Huangya pills and other elixirs combined with the achievement of transforming Qi into 3 purities had finally succeeded. Wang Nanan could now simultaneously operate around 3 alchemical furnaces, ensuring a success rate exceeding 55%, greatly increasing his income. Another delightful piece of news was that his parents had returned to alleviate the burden on the clan members. The demon hunting team had adopted a rotation system until the beast tide erupted. His parents were resting and had returned alongside several other clan members. The family cave, which Wang Nanan meticulously cleaned each month, was bright and tidy, free of dust, as the 3 of them sat happily at the dining table. As his parents recounted tales of the Qingfo mountain range, they served Wang Nanan dishes. Can we withstand this beast tide? Wang Nanan inquired. It's quite dire, his father, Wang Xiangming, replied with a lack of confidence. Despite extensive preparations, the number of demon beasts was overwhelming. The current defensive positions would undoubtedly be breached. It was merely a matter of time and how many demon beasts they could eliminate. The more demon beasts that fall, the safer our clan members will be. I notice there seems to be no sense of crisis in immortal cities, Wang Nanan continued, with a larger number of mortals. Surely someone must be aware of the news. What does it matter if mortals feel a sense of crisis? Any mortal means in the face of demon beasts is laughable. Even those innate and masters are merely a drop in the ocean. Wang Xiaoming sighed. This is the plight of mortals. They can live in peace during times of tranquility, but when disaster strikes, they must fend for themselves. Wang Nanan understood that, in the face of the beast tide, the survival of mortals would hinge on luck. And it was not only the Wang family in this predicament. All cultivation factions faced the same fate. If they exhausted great resources to save mortals, it would yield little effect. Should our clan members give up too? The silence of his parents spoke volumes. Wang Nanan comprehended and chose not to pursue the topic further. It was a rare occasion for the three of them to gather. They must cherish this moment. As the new year approached, Wang Nanan turned 17. Next year, he would be 18, and the clan would assign him more tasks. The upcoming year would also witness the eruption of the beast tide. Time was of the essence. Glancing at his lifespan, a full 700 years remained, but he would require another 300 years to elevate the withered wood encountering Spring Sutra to full mastery. Not enough, Wang Nanan lamented, finding the withered wood encountering Spring Sutra exceedingly time-consuming. With the beast tide approaching, he suddenly felt an urge to enhance his strength further. He visited the library and selected a sword technique, chaotic/technique, spending 2,000 contribution points to acquire a late-stage chi refinement artifact, the 9-ringed greatsword. He directly devoted 30 years to mastering the chaotic/technique, significantly boosting his combat power. As for the fiery meditation technique, although he had made some progress, he could not utilize his special abilities to increase his proficiency, likely due to the limitations of foundational techniques holding him back. Reviewing his information panel, he found himself well-equipped. Close combat with chaotic/technique, ranged attacks with golden gon sword technique and spirit heart palm technique, defense with Vajra Buddha body technique, speed with falling leaves, foot technique, stealth with turtle breathing concealment technique, spiritual awareness with soul technique, and fiery meditation technique, along with the strength enhancer, transforming chi into 3 purities. He lacked nothing in terms of techniques. He had also amassed a considerable number of talismans, sufficient to handle most situations. Wang Nanan rummaged through his storage bag, finding it filled with various talismans. He feared he might soon run out of artifacts. One 9-ringed great sword certainly wouldn't suffice. It seemed he would have to spend the hard-earned contributions once again. With a sigh, Wang Nanan considered Si Shi, needing to prepare a few defensive artifacts for him as well. Otherwise, a little chi refinement stage Kalami would be easily eliminated. Calculating his needs, Wang Nanan took the opportunity during the task of retrieving the demon beast corpses to explain the situation to Wang Xiangxiu. Please give me your spirit stones and contribution points. I will purchase a few items for you at the Shenong Sex Marketplace. Ah, all of them? Wang Nanan hesitated. When did you become so stingy? Artifacts are not consumables like spirit herbs and talismans. They naturally carry a higher price. The 9-ringed great sword you exchanged for was discounted because of your contributions. Others would not be so generous, Wang Xiangxiu snapped, snatching the spirit stones from Wang Nanan's hands. If the spirit stones are insufficient, the clan will assist you temporarily. Consider in advance. As for my errands, you need not worry. Cousin, you are truly kind. Wang Nanan was nearly in tears, feeling the emptiness in his pocket, a rather unsettling sensation. Wang Xiangxiu departed, marking her first venture outside the clan since taking over its affairs, all conducted in secrecy. Without drawing attention, the reason for her departure, of course, was not merely to assist Wang Nanan in purchasing artifacts. As for outsiders, only the 2 cultivators stationed at the Wang clan's territory from the Shenong sect were aware. Chapter 34. Artifacts and Longevity. Pills. The news of Wang Xiangxiu's departure from the Wang clan territory leaked, and that very night, unfamiliar cultivators invaded. Many clan members remained oblivious, only to be ambushed by a massive swarm of spirit bees, leaving bloodshed across the land. By the next day, when the bodies were discovered, they were scattered everywhere, gruesomely. The 2 cultivators stationed at the Wang clan territory were suddenly summoned back, unaware of the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, Wang Xiangxiu's reputation surged, even overshadowing that of the clan leader. It was astonishing that her spirit bee king was also at the foundation establishment stage, which was utterly absurd. Wang Nanan found this hard to believe. How was this possible? One person with 3 insects at foundation establishment was more formidable than many foundation establishment families. Other cultivators outside, equally puzzled, could only speculate, but Wang Xiangxiu was clearly not inclined to provide answers. Upon her return, everyone treated her with even greater respect. The artifacts you requested are here, but you still owe the clan 10,000 contributions. A pile of artifacts was tossed to Wang Nanan. How much? Wang Nanan's voice rose. incredulous that it took him 5 months to earn 300 spirit stones from 20 acres of Qingping grass, totaling 3,000 contributions. Now he suddenly owed 10,000. Wang Xiangxiu remained unfazed. Take a look at the artifacts first. Wang Nanan opened the storage bag and discovered numerous artifacts within. A spirit vessel, 3 yellow flags, a small sword, and a nose ring. These are all magical artifacts utilized in the late stage of qi refining. I shall refrain from expounding on the function of the spirit vessel, as it serves merely as a means of conveyance. The 3 yellow flags, known as the 3 flavors apricot yellow flags, collectively form an array that can be employed for both defense and the encirclement of adversaries. The small sword is a mouth sword, typically nurtured within the abdomen. When faced with a life-and-death crisis, it can be launched from the mouth, rendering it impossible for any qi refining practitioner to evade. Lastly, the nose ring is intended for the 4 joys. When activated, it offers protection, capable of withstanding a single attack from a foundation establishment practitioner or multiple assaults from late-stage qi refining adversaries. Wang Nanan felt increasingly elated, realizing the spirit stones were well spent. "Thank you, cousin," he expressed his gratitude. "As long as you're satisfied," Wang Xiangxiu replied before departing. Wang Nanan dared not inquire about the matters concerning the Spirit Be King, as he understood it to be a secret of the other party, fearing that a careless question might provoke his cousin's wrath. After adorning the nose ring on the 4 joys, he began to familiarize himself with the new artifacts. Days later, many clan members had tacitly accepted Wang Xiangxiu as the next clan leader, treating her with the respect accorded to a chief. Seizing this opportunity, the elder clan leader, Wang Mingai, returned to the clan and formally announced his abdication, passing the leadership to Wang Xiangxiu. Wang Mingai subsequently became the Grand Elder, relinquishing his responsibilities in clan affairs. Although the succession ceremony was not held, it was said that Wang Xiangxiu had voluntarily postponed it until after the beast tide, a decision that received the elder clan leader's approval. Despite the absence of a formal ceremony, the other 2 foundation establishment families, the Zhou and Lu families, prepared generous gifts, while other qi refining families were not to be outdone, flooding in with various presents. Notably, the Shenong sect sent a longevity pill as a congratulatory gift to the new clan leader. "Strength represents everything," Wang Nanan remarked upon hearing the news, lamenting that if cousin Wang Xiangxiu were of lesser strength, such an abundance of gifts would not have occurred, and there might have been chaos instead. Yet, he decided it was best to focus on his farming. However, it wasn't long before third Aunt Wang Dingru expended a significant contribution to exchange the longevity pill from Wang Xiangxiu, even receiving it personally. Wang Nanan understood this decision, for apart from the clan leader, Wang Dingru was the oldest clan member, nearing a century in age, with her lifespan indeed limited. Without the appearance of the longevity pill, she would have become a ghostly cultivator, residing within the Inhui tree. A single longevity pill can extend one's life by 10 years, effective for a lifetime. This meant that Wang Dingru had merely a little over 10 years left. Upon witnessing her vitality restored after consuming the pill, everyone displayed smiles. Wang Nanan wiped his drool and congratulated third aunt. "Cousin clan leader, can you procure another longevity pill?" he whispered to Wang Xiangxiu. Wang Xiangxiu regarded him with suspicion and replied, "What do you intend to do? You're but a child. Why worry about longevity? This is meant for your parents. They are still in their prime and need not concern themselves so soon. If it were for the Grand Elder, it would be unnecessary. You may not outlive him." Internally, Wang Nanan scoffed, believing he could outlast everyone, but refrained from voicing it. Who would ever complain about an abundance of lifespan? With a cheerful demeanor, he continued, "The clan is currently exchanging points for hunting demons. I heard there are indeed a few longevity pills remaining, but you lack contributions. You still owe the clan 10,000. Wang Xiangxiu chastised him, explaining that these pills had recently been exchanged from the Shenong sect, known only to a select few. "Is it possible?" he began, but Wang Xiangxiu promptly interrupted, "You cannot make an advance on that. First, repay your contributions." The clan had its regulations, prioritizing the elderly members for the longevity pills. As a mere child, he had no claim. Other matters might be negotiable, but not the longevity pills. Wang Nanan conceded, realizing he would have to devise his own means. "Is there a formula for the longevity pill?" he inquired once more. "Indeed, there is," Wang Xiangxiu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. "The formula for the longevity pill is not a secret, as many families and loose cultivators have it, but they lack the requisite spiritual herbs. Like the foundation establishment pill, the spiritual herb for the longevity pill only grow in the spirit treasure secret realm. No spiritual seeds, either? Wang Nanan expressed skepticism. The reason these herbs only thrive in the spirit treasure secret realm is either due to the external environment becoming inhospitable or overexploitation leading to extinction. It is not impossible that some spiritual seeds remain. It is said that the Shinong sect possesses spiritual seeds, but they are exceedingly expensive and challenging to cultivate. Just a reminder, the longevity pill is a second-tier elixir, and the spiritual herbs used are predominantly second-tier as well. You know how difficult it is to become a second-tier alchemist. So far, only the 3 major Golden Core sects have second-tier alchemists. Wang Xiangxiu cautioned Wang Nanan to temper his expectations. He refrained from pressing further. All matters were stuck at the Shinong sect, a dilemma he could not resolve. Thoughts of utilizing the longevity pill were abandoned. Focusing on practical endeavors seemed much more sensible, with third aunt appearing a decade younger and more vibrant. She occasionally tested Wang Nanan on his knowledge of spiritual herbs, to which he responded effortlessly. You young lad are learning so much. You're almost matching us. Since that's the case, let me show you some second-tier spiritual herbs, third aunt declared whimsically. In the depths of the valley, there were several second-tier spiritual herbs protected by formations, which Wang Nanan had never had the chance to see until now. Deep within the valley, Wang Nanan was extremely anxious. These second-tier spiritual herbs, safeguarded by formations, were finally to be revealed. As third aunt unraveled the formations one by one, Wang Nanan was left in awe. The spiritual herbs before him were all Xianbing flowers, Wan Shinko, and Longkue, 3 types of second-tier spiritual plants. As a first-tier herbalist and alchemist, even without having seen them in person, he had encountered these 3 second-tier spiritual herbs in his teachings, as they are precisely the main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. No wonder the valley was so well protected. It was not merely the abundance of spiritual fruits and herbs, but rather the significant value of the foundation establishment pill's primary ingredients. Wang Nanan thought to himself, the clan's secrecy is indeed profound. This also confirmed his previous speculation that the reason certain spiritual herbs are only found in the spirit treasure secret realm is likely due to over-harvesting in the outside world, leading to their extinction. However, if the Wang family has the means to cultivate spiritual herbs, then other families and the Shinong sect must also possess methods. It seems you recognize the types of spiritual herbs. Can you determine their maturation time? Wang Dingru inquired. Approximately 20 years, Wang Nanan replied. As assessing the maturation time of spiritual herbs is fundamental knowledge for any herbalist and rather simple. Both I and Dixie are aging and certainly won't last until then. So these spiritual herbs will need your oversight, Wang Dingru said earnestly, taking Wang Nanan's small hand. Most second-tier spiritual herbs require a century to mature, and even with enhancements, it would take several decades. These herbs have been protected for so long, and we cannot abandon them midway. Once they mature, our Wang family will have the opportunity to obtain more foundation establishment pills, thus fostering the growth and prosperity of our clan. Nanan, the entire valley will be entrusted to you. We shall serve as your assistants. Initially, Wang Nanan intended to decline, but was dissuaded by Wang Dingru's gaze. Reflecting on it, he realized that his great-grandfather must have considered this when sending him here, as it would be improbable for him to be unaware of the valley's existence. After contemplating, he nodded in agreement. The 3 types of second-tier spiritual herbs would continue to be protected by formations, and they would not be easily accessed. For the first layer of the Withering Wood Revives technique is generally ineffective against second-tier spiritual herbs. Thus, Wang Nanan set his sights on the second layer of the Withering Wood Revives technique. Once again, the Shinong sect came to mind. Wang Nanan sighed. For the Withering Wood Revives technique was exchanged from the Shinong sect by his great-grandfather, and acquiring the second layer would inevitably involve the Shinong sect. It seems that a visit to the Shinong sect would be necessary in the future. Since officially taking charge of the valley, Wang Nanan's life has not changed significantly. Although Wang Dingru and the others enjoy their tea, it does not hinder their care for the spiritual herbs, and Wang Nanan need not worry. Of course, the matter of taking over the valley was also communicated to the clan leader, Wang Xiangxiu, who expressed no objections and even offered Wang Nanan an annual contribution of 20,000. I am unaware of what the Grand Elder conveyed to you. But I am the clan leader now, so you must heed my words, Wang Xianxiu cautioned. Although you are not yet 18, working for the family cannot be considered coercion, especially since we are providing you with provisions. The valley will henceforth be entrusted to you, as it is a significant source of spiritual stones for the clan. Do not let me down. Wang Xianxiu reiterated her warning, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Wang Nanan, having spent several years in the valley, was determined not to act recklessly. Cousin, Wang Nanan tugged at Wang Xianxiu's sleeve. Taking a step back, she asked, "What are you up to? Speak plainly." "Cousin, you truly possess keen insight," he flattered, then continued, "Are there any other valuable inheritances within the clan?" Wang Xianxiu appeared slightly perplexed. "You don't intend to pursue other inheritances, do you?" Wang Nanan silently acquiesced. "Your alchemist inheritance is still in its infancy, yet you seek more. It's simply gluttonous," Wang Xianxiu admonished, her frustration evident. "Do not think that being able to concoct Huangya Dan qualifies you as an alchemist. You have much to learn." In her eyes, Wang Nanan, despite possessing 5 elemental roots, was a quick study, having made progress in alchemy, yet the principle of not being able to have it all was lost on him. "Do not think of additional inheritances. Focus on refining your skills as a spirit planter and an alchemist," she insisted, turning to leave, only to be halted by Wang Nanan. "Cousin, I also wish to advance in my alchemist inheritance. Unfortunately, I lack new recipes." "Very well. Are you waiting for me here?" Wang Xianxiu, realizing the situation, felt a surge of irritation. "I will arrange for your 7th granduncle to assist you in exchanging for some. As for the contributions required, continue to draw from your advance. After all, the valley's income yields 20,000 contributions annually." Wang Nanan hurriedly expressed his gratitude as he watched Wang Xianxiu depart. A few days later, the recipes for the Sulfur Dan and Detoxification Dan arrived in Wang Nanan's hands. He was familiar with the Sulfur Dan, which was used to erase one's aura. He had not exchanged for it from his 7th granduncle before, but now it had come to him. The Detoxification Dan was a novel item, reputed to dispel all poisons during the refining stage, specifically selected by Wang Xianxiu. Furthermore, a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs was also delivered. The Sulfur Dan and Detoxification Dan were highly effective for cultivators in the refining stage, and with the Beast Tide predicted for next year, these auxiliary pills would prove invaluable. The clan was currently lacking these 2 medicines, and she hoped he could successfully refine them in abundance before their arrival. Wang Xianxiu had considered this carefully. Based on Wang Nanan's speed in refining other pills, it would not take long for him to succeed with these 2. Having an additional alchemist in the clan would be a boon. "Cousin, rest assured, if the clan lacks any pills in the future, just look to me," Wang Nanan boasted, admitting that his only constraint was time. After securing the recipes and herbs, he resumed his diligent work. Time swiftly passed to November, and he was now able to successfully complete the refinement of both pills, even receiving a task from the clan to begin mass production. For each pill, Wang Nanan earned 10 contributions, and with the herbs supplied by the clan, his contributions soared, nearly repaying half of his previous advance. The future looked promising. As for the spiritual fields, he had 4 happiness assist in overseeing them, allowing Wang Nanan to visit occasionally. Having finally carved out a moment of respite, Wang Nanan glanced at his lifespan, now at 1,006 years. "I've finally saved enough," he exhaled, realizing that to elevate the withered tree reviving technique to the perfected stage, he had not improved his proficiency for some time. This time, he would expend it all at once. As he continuously increased the proficiency of the withered tree reviving technique, his lifespan of 980 years swiftly diminished, and the technique reached the perfected stage, enabling the cultivation of first-tier spirit plants to an impressive 80%. His realm also naturally advanced to the 8th layer of refining. Reviewing his status, he no longer felt like a novice. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 1726. Realm: 8th layer of refining cultivation techniques. Withered tree reviving technique, 1st layer. Perfection 1. Turtle breathing concealment technique, soul technique, spirit rain technique, golden gung, sword technique, spirit heart palm technique, diamond Buddha body technique, falling leaf foot technique, chaotic slashing technique, 1 chi, transforming 3 clears, 1st layer. Completion. Blazing fire meditation, beginner 7. Inheritances, 1st tier spirit planter. Minor completion 9. 1st tier alchemist. Proficiency 31, Chapter 36. royal jelly is the time until the century-mark beast tide drew near. Many cultivators began to feel anxious. Even by year-end, the three major Golden Core sects, including Shenongmen, convened their affiliated families and various rogue cultivators for a swearing-in ceremony to reassure everyone. Wang Nanan was unaware of the details of the swearing-in ceremony. He only knew that with his nurturing capabilities, spirit plants such as Qingping grass and Fengyan grass, which were first-tier annual crops, could now mature in approximately 2.5 months. The great peach tree was similarly fruitful, producing ripe spiritual peaches in that same time frame, much to Wang Xiangxiu's delight. In her eyes, Wang Nanan was akin to a divine treasure, capable of continuously yielding spirit plants. Nanan, you truly are a fortunate star, Wang Xiangxiu exclaimed joyfully, her smile nearly splitting her face. At the current pace, the Wang family would no longer lack first-tier spirit plants. They could even sell them in bulk for spiritual stones, especially as many provisions had skyrocketed in price. By the way, nurturing these plants must be quite taxing on your spiritual energy. The clan has decided to grant you an additional 20% contribution in exchange for spiritual stones to aid in your cultivation. Moreover, arrangements will be made for clan members to set up a spiritual gathering array in your cave dwelling, both in your home and in the valley. To assist you in recovering your spiritual energy, Wang Xiangxiu eagerly arranged. Now that Wang Nanan's status had risen, being able to nurture spirit plants at an 80% success rate was unparalleled among all nearby cultivators. I shall also reward you personally. I hope you continue to contribute to the family's development. Wang Xiangxiu deliberated for a moment before retrieving a jade vial from her storage bag. I see you hold for happiness in high regard. Administer this to him. What is this? Wang Nanan inquired with curiosity, opening the jade vial to be met with a sweet aroma that made him involuntarily swallow, stirring a desire to consume it. The royal jelly produced by a foundational queen bee is known to enhance the bloodlines of spirit beasts and elevate their potential. The spirit honey typically sold within the clan is unworthy of comparison. This is a treasure. Cherish it, Wang Xiangxiu advised, simultaneously producing a talisman. The royal jelly is my secret. To ensure you do not disclose it, you must pledge your blood. Upon the emergence of the oath talisman, Wang Nanan understood the intent behind it. He had seen one in his great-grandfather's possession before and knew how to use it. As his blood dripped onto the oath talisman, he instantly sensed an invisible force binding him. Should he speak of it, he would face dire repercussions. With the oath talisman in hand, he felt emboldened to inquire further. Cousin, did your 18-star glazed gourd and black armored king bug also break through to the foundational level thanks to royal jelly? You are quite astute. The spirit bee queen is my life spirit insect. When I broke through to the foundational level, it naturally did as well. And the potency of the royal jelly it produced significantly increased, aiding other spirit insects in their advancement, Wang Xiangxiu explained candidly. However, the yield of royal jelly is exceedingly scarce. This small vial I have given you represents half a year's production and is sufficient for 4 happiness to undergo a transformative change. Now, hurry and find 4 happiness. Wang Nanan swiftly located 4 happiness in the spiritual fields and waved the jade vial enticingly before him. For happiness, I have something wonderful for you, Wang Nanan proclaimed. You have encountered a tremendous opportunity. Opening his mouth obediently, for happiness complied, albeit confused about Wang Nanan's intentions. Wang Nanan quickly uncorked the jade vial, releasing a fragrant and sweet aroma into the air. The four's nose twitched incessantly, and with a swift motion, it snatched the jade bottle from Wang Nanan's hands and consumed the exquisite royal jelly within. Enraptured by its delightful taste, the four's body, adorned with golden fur, began to undergo a subtle transformation. Aware that enhancing one's bloodline requires time, Wang Nanan chose not to fret, allowing the four to remain in its current location while he returned to the valley. Under the shade of the yew tree, Wang Xiangtan was immersed in his cultivation. Upon noticing Wang Nanan's arrival, he teased, "You busy lad, why not just take on the mantle of clan leader?" "Uncle, please. The position of clan leader is far beyond someone like me," Wang Nanan replied, taking a seat beside him. "You summon me. What is it you require?" "I have made new discoveries regarding the powers of the yew tree, or perhaps my own capabilities," Wang Xiangtan responded, raising an eyebrow, piqued by Wang Nanan's curiosity. "I can manipulate the souls of those without intelligence, directing them to battle or perform various tasks. akin to puppetry. Moreover, I sense that if the yew tree attains a certain level of growth, these souls, when compelled to evolve, may regain their intelligence and former memories. Wang Nanan was taken aback, astonished by the implications. He had assumed that only those like his uncle, who had become ghost cultivators, could continue their training or benefit from the yew tree's power. Yet, it appeared that even these mortal souls could be transformed. Could it be that the yew tree has the potential to forge a formidable army of ghost cultivators within our clan? He inquired. Indeed, it is highly probable. Wang Xiangtan confirmed. While innate martial artists and master martial artists face challenges in breaking through, the odds are considerably better for those possessing spiritual roots. Currently, the Wang family comprises 1 million mortals, with over 100 master martial artists and nearly 1,000 innate martial artists. They are all potential ghost cultivators. Who would have thought that our clan's folk would ascend to become cultivators in such an unconventional manner? Do you know what level of enhancement is required for these mortal souls to regain their memories? Wang Nanan asked. Approximately equivalent to the 5th layer of qi refining. Though this is merely my estimation and may contain inaccuracies, Wang Xiangtan replied. Wang Nanan pondered deeply, recalling that he had consistently offered sacrifices to the yew tree, which had indeed shown significant growth. However, based on its aura, it had yet to reach the level of a second-tier spiritual plant. The most pressing question remained. How many sacrifices were necessary for these souls to gain strength? He found himself at a loss. I will increase the number of sacrifices from demon beasts, especially with the impending beast tide. We need not worry about the corpses of the demon beasts, Wang Nanan resolved. The mystery surrounding the yew tree was profound, requiring much more time to unravel. Furthermore, it was anticipated that many clans folk would perish during the beast tide, providing an opportunity for the yew tree to reincarnate them. Having concluded his conversation with his uncle, the four returned leisurely. Once resembling a mere calf, it now stood over 3 meters tall, akin to a mature yellow cattle, with board-like horns sprouting, instilling a profound sense of security. Its aura had also reached the 4th layer of qi refining. The royal jelly is remarkably effective, Wang Nanan exclaimed, stroking the four's lower head. He climbed onto its broad back, feeling comfortable enough to play around. The four nudged him with its head, expressing gratitude for the royal jelly. Chapter 37. The beast tide tensions in the cultivation world were escalating, particularly in the Qingfeng mountain range, where skirmishes between cultivators and demon beasts occurred incessantly. Countless demon beasts congregated within the mountains, a dark mass poised for an assault. Numerous demon-hunting teams began to retreat to their defensive positions, bracing for the impending beast tide. This beast tide appears to be on a grander scale. Wang Ming AI thought heavily, observing the evident growth of the demon beasts over the century. I hope our defenses will allow us to vanquish more of them. Otherwise, the mortals will suffer. The head of the Zhou family spoke earnestly, Old Wang. Should the need arise, please lend the Zhou family a hand. We would be most grateful. Wang Ming AI regarded the Zhou family leader with a cool demeanor. If I survive, assisting you would not be an issue. However, if any of the Wang family seek your help, we cannot stand idly by. Agreed, they both affirmed. Wang Ming AI fell silent, his consciousness scanning the beast tide, quickly spotting the figures of foundation-building demon beasts, which only deepened his concern. Did the promised foundation-building cultivators from the Shenong sect arrive? He inquired. They have arrived, 5 in total. 1 in the late foundation-building stage, 1 in the mid-stage, and 3 in the early stage, Wang Dingfei answered. Due to the weakened state of the cultivation families, the 3 major Golden Core sects dispatched support to their affiliated foundation-building families to prevent their flanks from being breached by demon beasts. The Wang family received 5 foundation-building cultivators as assistants, which significantly bolstered their strength. Prepare the clan. The beast tide is about to commence, Wang Ming AI commanded, his gaze fixated on a distant area in the sky where 3 Golden Core cultivators were engaged in a standoff with 3 Golden Core demon beasts, seemingly in discussion. Understanding the cue, Wang Dingfei promptly arranged matters. The clan members were on edge, having prepared for years, and the moment had finally arrived. As everyone braced themselves, a sudden, violent surge erupted from the distant sky, as powerful spells collided, seeming to tear the heavens apart. The once clear sky darkened, enveloped in ominous clouds, lightning crackling amid the thunderclaps, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain splashed against the cultivators' robes, yet pooled on the ground, forming small streams. Simultaneously, the fluctuations in the sky acted as a signal, unleashing the long-accumulated beast tide as if a dam had burst, the wave of demon beasts rushing forth with a deafening roar. Every cultivator's gaze hardened, grasping their magical artifacts in one hand and talismans in the other, steeling themselves for battle. Formation, activate. With a command, the prearranged formations illuminated in an instant, overlapping and interlocking to form a formidable barrier. Each formation was meticulously aligned, leaving no gaps for the demon beasts to exploit, encompassing both the skies and the ground to thwart any breaches. Talisman throw. Another command rang out, and countless attacking talismans activated simultaneously, unleashing a dazzling array of offensive techniques upon the tide of demon beasts. All foundation-building cultivators fixed their sights on the foundation-building demon beasts, determined to deny them any opportunity. With yet another command, the foundation-building cultivators sprang into action. The speed of their engagement was astonishing. Even amidst the bombardment of myriad talismans, numerous demon beast carcasses shattered, their blood mingling with the streams. Yet the number of demon beasts continued to swell. Countless demon beasts surged forward, their bodies colliding with the formations. Each impact brought casualties, and the formations that had once stood firm began to tremble precariously. The sound of fragmentation echoed in every cultivator's ears, akin to a death knell. In just half a day's time, are our formations truly on the verge of collapse? A Lu family cultivator exclaimed in terror. The bodies of demon beasts in response. Wang Nanan shook his head, not to mention that the elders within the clan were all engaged in fierce battles against the beast tide. He could not abandon the clan's territory and flee. Moreover, the so-called Golden Finger also forbade him from running away. The Golden Finger was bound to the family. If the clan's territory were breached, Wang Nanan was uncertain if it would be considered the demise of the Wang family. If that were the case, his immortality would be rendered meaningless. Without the Golden Finger, based solely on his 5 spiritual roots, achieving foundation establishment was impossible. At best, he might extend his life by a few years, which held little significance. Have any new ghost cultivators emerged? Wang Nanan swiftly changed the subject, cleverly indicating to his uncle not to entertain thoughts of escape. No, Wang Xiangtan replied, shaking his head. This was somewhat reassuring, indicating that no cultivators from a clan had fallen. According to plan, once the first line of defense was breached, all sects and families would retreat to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Everyone focused on the second and third lines of defense. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Xiangtan was aware of certain core matters within the clan. Can you share more with me? Wang Nanan inquired curiously. Wang Xiangtan cleared his throat and continued. Are you familiar with gunpowder? Wang Nanan nodded. In this world, gunpowder existed, invented by Immortal. However, its initial production was crude, lacking in power, and thus was abandoned. Later, it was rediscovered by a cultivator who significantly enhanced its potency. Yet, the formula for gunpowder remained undisclosed. Although the modified gunpowder was quite powerful, it had little effect on cultivators. Even a first-layer chi refining cultivator could easily evade the explosion radius, leading to a waning interest in it. After the first line of defense, a substantial amount of gunpowder was buried, spanning the entire beast-tide defense line, with a width of several dozen miles. Wang Nanan was astonished by this revelation. Such a grand gesture was unprecedented. However, he pondered, would this truly be effective against the beast tide? Wang Xiangtan, with an enigmatic expression, explained, the improved gunpowder has been tested. As long as the quantity is sufficient, it can easily kill third-layer chi-refining beasts. To slay beasts of higher realms, however, the amount of gunpowder required would increase exponentially. But this time, with an enormous quantity buried. Not only third-layer beasts, but even sixth-layer beasts shall fall. At this point, Wang Xiangtan grew somewhat frenzied, acknowledging that this was the first time human cultivators had undertaken such measures. He anticipated the results would be remarkable. Sixth layer? Wang Nanan grasped the crux of the matter. What about the stronger beasts? Gunpowder alone would not suffice to slay them. Which tier of beasts is most numerous within the beast tide? Wang Xiangtan quizzed. Chi-refining period. Wang Nanan answered without hesitation. Indeed, within the entire cultivation realm, both humans and beasts were predominantly at the chi-refining stage. Correct, but not entirely accurate, Wang Xiangtan corrected. To be precise, The most numerous are the early-stage, chi-refining beasts. They're the backbone of the beast tide. By eliminating them, we can significantly reduce casualties among cultivators and mortals. This massive quantity of gunpowder is specifically meant to deal with these low-tier beasts. If we could dispatch them, the second line of defense will be justified. Imagining the countless carcasses of beasts, Wang Xiangtan suddenly snapped back to reality, disregarding Wang Nanan, and swiftly floated toward the valley's exit. "Uncle, where are you going?" Wang Nanan called out, feeling it was quite impolite to leave mid-conversation, not considering the distress it might cause. "To the Qingfeng mountain range," Wang Xiangtan responded, nearly forgetting his identity as a ghost cultivator. "I must seek out souls to cultivate." His voice grew fainter until it vanished entirely. At that moment, Wang Nanan realized that the Qingfeng mountain range had just experienced a fierce battle, leaving many fallen cultivators and beasts behind, resulting in an abundance of souls, an ideal locale for ghost cultivators to hone their skills. Before Wang Xiangtan could reach the Qingfeng mountain range, he spied flames soaring into the sky, a cloud of dust billowing into the heavens, followed by the violent sound of explosions that shook the earth itself. The ensuing heat wave scorched and ignited all vegetation within a radius of several miles, leaving chaos in its wake. Even from thousands of miles away, Wang Nanan felt the impact of the explosion, and recalling his uncle's words, everything became clear. Wang Xiangtan pressed forward instead of retreating. Such devastating damage could hardly harm him. Yet, the affected creatures either perished or were grievously wounded, particularly in the explosion's epicenter, where a vast crater had formed once the smoke cleared and the flames extinguished. Suspended in the air, Wang Xiangtan collected the scattered souls, refining them one by one. "How satisfying! Truly gratifying!" he exclaimed, reveling in the abundance of beast souls. Rather than dissipating into the void, it was far more advantageous for him to refine them. Was it not the epitome of resourcefulness? Wang Xiangtan moved with remarkable speed, unnoticed by others, transforming the area into his paradise. However, he soon decided to withdraw upon noticing several Foundation establishment beasts approaching, realizing he could not afford to provoke them. With most low-tier beasts obliterated, a considerable number of beasts still remained, albeit those that survived the initial blast were somewhat dazed, finally regaining their senses. Under the command of the remaining Foundation establishment beasts, they regrouped to form a new beast tide, continuing their assault on human territories. The ensuing battle would be a true meat grinder. Hiding nearby, Wang Xiangtan reflected on the second line of defense's effectiveness, having eliminated most low-tier beasts, thus significantly mitigating the slaughter of mortals. However, the beasts that remained were all formidable adversaries, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. As for the third line of defense, it was merely a melee. Indeed, there was no true third line of defense. The cultivators' fortifications consisted of just two lines. Having already killed numerous beasts, the remaining efforts now rested solely on the cultivators themselves. The beast tide's assault did not relent, soon encroaching upon human habitation, and amidst the piercing roars, both sides collided. Wang Nanan was uncertain about the brutal scene ahead, but upon observing a few flowers blooming on the inhuai tree, he understood that some clansmen had fallen, and insignificant numbers. How could this happen in such a short span? Wang Nanan mused, noting that it had scarcely been an hour since he first heard the explosions, and already clansmen had perished. "Aunt San, how long will the beast tide last?" Wang Nanan inquired of Wang Dingru. "Uncertain. It could last for several hours or even days." Wang Dingru recalled, "The beast tide surges in all at once. Once they have been sufficiently depleted, they will retreat. At that time, we humans will seize the opportunity to counterattack. If all goes well, the Qingfeng mountain range may soon belong to humanity. The clan leader must have organized mortal masters, and when the counterattack occurs, they will accompany the cultivators into the Qingfeng mountain range to claim territory. This is also one of our pathways to prosperity. Is it truly possible?" Wang Nanan was hearing this for the first time. Opportunities coexist with risks. Otherwise, facing the beast tide, even the 3 great golden Corsairs would have fled long ago. Typically, those cultivators and families who manage to survive the beast tide reap significant rewards. Ushering in a period of growth, Wang Dingru elucidated. "Otherwise, do you think our human cultivators would possess such vast living space?" Wang Nanan's eyes sparkled with ambition, but he quickly suppressed it. The dangers within the beast tide were manifold. Those who survived were either exceptionally powerful or extraordinarily fortunate. For him to venture forth would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the Qingfeng mountain range was rich in resources. If it could indeed be claimed by humanity, it would undoubtedly yield countless treasures. What do we do now? Wang Nanan asked, having just turned 18. Although the clan had assigned him tasks, none involved confronting the beast tide. Stay calm and continue nurturing the spiritual plants, Wang Dingru advised. Your unique nurturing technique is unparalleled. The clan leader would never send you into danger. The family's future development will rely on you, so do not entertain reckless thoughts. Grandmother Sin exhibited a hint of impatience, feeling that Wang Nanan was merely improvising. After being dismissed by Grandmother San, Wang Nanan returned to the vicinity of the Yinhuai tree. At that moment, the tree was adorned with blossoms and fruits, and a few more souls had appeared, unfamiliar to him. Wang Nanan ascertained that these were not Wang family cultivators, but rather ordinary folk. The beast tide had evidently advanced rapidly, breaching the defenses of the Wang family's mortal city. Unbeknownst to Wang Nanan, the beasts capable of infiltrating human territory in such a short span were merely foundation-building beasts, constantly monitored and even besieged by foundation-building cultivators. Chapter 39. The Beast Tide, Part 3. A thunderous commotion in the sky startled everyone, a blinding white light radiating far and accompanied by a cloud of blood mist. Both humans and beasts felt a chilling terror, momentarily halting their assaults. The rain, which had been pouring, turned crimson, soaking the robes of all present and ushering in a wave of sanguine odor that made everyone tremble. The beasts retreated. A triumphant cry jolted the crowd awake. The beasts, previously engaged in battle, fled in disarray like frightened dogs. The ground was littered with corpses, trampled underfoot, yet no one paid attention. They surged forward, plunging into the Qingfeng mountain range. Another shout ignited the fervor within the ranks. The beasts had fled, the tide was nearing its end, and the surviving cultivators, their faces marked with tears, were now poised to counterattack. Raising their magical artifacts, they stepped through the pooled blood, each stride resolute, pursuing the fleeing beasts. Above them, a woman clad in a resplendent, multicolored robe gazed tearfully in the direction of the earlier explosion. "Master, may you journey well," she murmured, serving as the newly appointed leader of the Shinnong sect and its backbone. Wiping her tears, her expression hardened. Looking down upon the earth, she addressed all disciples of the Shinnong sect, commanding, "Our Golden Core elder has fought valiantly against the Golden Core beasts, ultimately exhausting his strength and sacrificing himself to successfully slay one and severely injure another, forcing the beast tide into retreat ahead of schedule. Disciples, set aside your grief and join forces to complete our counteroffensive, expanding our territory for humanity, securing benefits for our sect, and accumulating resources for ourselves. The elder watches over us from above. We must exert ourselves to exterminate the beasts." Her voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. It was then that many cultivators grasped that the unexpected retreat of the beast tide was the result of the Shinnong sect elders' self-detonation. The elders' noble sacrifice spurred them to eradicate the beasts and safeguard humanity's destiny. Many shouted in fervor, yet whether their sentiments were genuine or feigned, only they knew. This unforeseen turn of events stemmed from the decisive outcome of the higher-tier combatants, causing the beasts to flee and allowing humanity to launch a large-scale counteroffensive. The areas vacated by the beasts were left in ruins, countless cities razed, and innumerable cultivation families obliterated. The surviving cultivators were unperturbed by these losses. Their eyes were aflame, driven not only by vengeance, but also by the desire to swiftly enter the Qingfeng mountain range and seize resources. The first to occupy the land would claim it as their own, and they were determined to be at the forefront. Wang Ming AI communicated with the surviving Wang family cultivators, who began to gather, pursuing the beasts while inquiring about the status of their kin. "What Dingfei?" Wang Xianyu's voice was heavy with sorrow. "Wang Dingfei's maternal cousin has fallen, consumed by a foundation-building beast. This battle, though brief, had claimed far too many cultivators. Have you informed the clan?" Wang Ming AI pressed on. "I have notified Xiangxiu. She is organizing the mortal masters to follow us at a safe distance. Once we secure the land, they will be stationed there," Wang Xiangyu replied. This was standard protocol. Cultivators engaged in battle with beasts could not afford to waste their strength, thus the mortal masters, possessing some self-preservation power, became the best markers for territory. How many remain? Approximately 30 confirmed survivors. Wang Xiangyu's voice trembled. The Wang family initially numbered around 150, including those from the merged Qi refining family. But after accounting for children and those left behind, only about 80 had come, and more than half had perished. The casualty rate was staggering, yet Wang Ming AI remained unfazed. From now on, we shall operate in groups of at least 3, never separating. Once we claim the land, inform Xianxiu to arrange for guardians. Understood, the others replied, promptly forming groups and dispersing, though cautious not to stray too far from Wang Ming AI for safety. Other families and loose cultivators followed suit, counting their numbers and strategizing. As they pursued the beasts, many more cultivators fell, ultimately driving the beasts back to the Qingfeng mountain range. It was then that everyone understood. A new battle had commenced. Without hesitation, figures plunged into the Qingfeng mountain range, where the once lush forests lay shattered beneath the iron hooves of the beasts. Sturdy trunks toppled, revealing long-buried rocks. They advanced, seeking suitable lands, for not just any plot could attract cultivators. It must possess spiritual veins, else it was of no use. Consequently, the contention for such lands was fierce. The beast tide had concluded, yet humanity turned upon itself. Wang Xiangtong lamented from a distance. Noting that they were too far from the Yin Huai tree, his strength significantly diminished, rendering him hesitant to reveal himself. Nevertheless, he relayed to Wang Ming AI information about several treasure sites he had discovered in advance. Wang Ming AI wasted no time, leading his kin directly towards them. This territory is now claimed by the Wang family. I ask all fellow cultivators to steer clear. His imposing presence, infused with the pressure of a foundation-building cultivator, compelled many latecomers to yield. Great Elder, this is a first-tier spiritual vein, an excited clan member exclaimed. Such a vein can sustain dozens of Qi refining cultivators. This is a significant boon for the Wang family. You 3 stay behind and await Wang Xiangxiu's arrival to take over, Wang Ming AI instructed, pointing at 3 individuals. Inform the other clansmen that all spiritual plants and treasures gathered shall belong to individuals. Leave not a single one behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ming AI led the remaining clansmen onward. The number of cultivators in the Qingfeng mountain range grew rapidly, soon occupying most of its areas. The beasts that once inhabited this land were either slain or had fled. Within mere days, the Qingfeng mountain range was entirely claimed by cultivators, with many pushing deeper into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Wang Ming AI intended to lead his kin further in, but was halted by a message from Wang Xiangtong, warning of great dangers lurking in the depths. As a ghostly cultivator, Wang Xiangtong's perception had greatly enhanced, allowing him to detect areas undetectable by ordinary cultivators. Wang Ming AI heeded his counsel. After securing several spiritual vein sites in the Qingfeng mountain range, he forbade further pursuit of the beasts. Some clan members secretly expressed dissatisfaction, but they were swiftly quelled. Organize the secured spiritual veins in preparation for future migration. Wang Ming AI commanded his kin. The Wang family had garnered enough spoils to sustain them for decades. Additionally, the mortal cities had also suffered significant damage, necessitating the urgent dispatch of cultivators to assess the situation and employ decisive measures if required. Chapter 40. Spiritual Stream Jade. In Fruit Spirit, the Wang family reaped substantial rewards. 7 first-tier spiritual veins, countless spiritual plants, and numerous beast carcasses. Clan members were dispatched to organize these resources while patrolling for safety. Wang Xiangxiu mobilized many innate martial artists to serve as labor, easing the burden on the cultivators. Only the 3 first-tier spiritual veins, Spiritual Stream, Jade, and Fruit Spirit, remained untouched, while all spiritual resources near the other 4 first-tier veins were collected. Wang Ming AI conferred with Wang Xiangxiu, naming these 3 veins for ease of identification. For instance, the Spiritual Stream vein was named for the spring that coalesced into a brook, the Jade vein due to the nearby small spiritual stone mine, and the Fruit Spirit vein for the grove of spiritual fruit trees it harbored. No problem. The other 4 spiritual veins are too scattered, which complicates management and poses safety concerns as they are close to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Wang Xiangxiu agreed. Then let us package and sell them to the Shenong sect, as they are currently in the process of acquisition. By the way, with the fall of the Golden Core Elder of Shenong sect, Wang Xiangxiu hesitated. The Shinong sect's rise to prominence among the three major golden core sects was undoubtedly due to their possession of formidable golden core cultivators. Now that such a powerful figure has fallen, the implications are unspoken. Do not attempt to offend the Shinong sect. After reigning as a dominant force in the vicinity for so many years, do you truly believe they lack substantial backing? Wang Ming'ai hurriedly covered the other's mouth. If the Shinong sect were so easy to bully, the other two golden core sects would have already taken action rather than remaining silent. According to reliable sources, the newly appointed leader of the Shinong sect is a golden core powerhouse who had been kept hidden until recently. Wang Ming'ai spoke with a tone of melancholy, never expecting the Shinong sect to conceal such strength. Wang Xiangxiu also appeared shocked. The ability to hide a golden core cultivator speaks volumes about the Shinong sect's secrecy. You should be more concerned about the current situation. The three major golden core sects have summoned the surviving families and loose cultivators for a meeting. Wang Ming'ai expressed a sense of helplessness but could guess the matter at hand. With the beast tide having ended and the Qingfeng Mountains occupied by humans, how will the benefits be divided? Although it is said that whoever occupies it first claims it, it also depends on whether one can hold on to it. Just as Wang Ming'ai contemplated heading to the Shinong sect, several furious roars echoed from deep within the 10,000 great mountains, filled with rage and causing everyone to tremble. Golden core demonic beasts. Wang Ming'ai confirmed. Only golden core demonic beasts could instill such fear. Yet he felt a sense of relief for having heeded Wang Xiangtan's advice and refrained from rashly venturing deeper. As expected, news swiftly spread that 90% of the cultivators who pursued into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains had perished, and the few remaining fled in disarray. On his way to the Shinong sect, Wang Ming'ai encountered a survivor who had narrowly escaped death and quickly inquired about the situation. He learned that it was a late-stage golden core great demon that had devoured over 100 people. The Qingfeng sect and the 100-Flower Valley had dispatched golden core elders into the 10,000 great mountains, but returned shortly thereafter. And there have been no further reports of golden core demonic beasts since. In the Qingfeng Mountains, Wang Xiangxiu was busy organizing her clan members while dispatching over 10 cultivators to various mortal cities to attend to mundane matters. Clan leader. We still lack many spiritual materials for the formations needed for the Lingxi, Biu, and Guoling spiritual veins, but our clan's reserves have run dry. Can we exchange some with the Shinong sect? Wang Xiangya presented a list detailing the required spiritual materials. The corpses of the demonic beasts have also been mostly collected. Should we transport them back to the clan or take them to the Shinong sect to exchange for hunting points? Wang Xiangjiang also inquired. Additionally, a small red iron mine has been discovered near the Biu spiritual vein, which will require considerable manpower for extraction. With a plethora of tasks to address, Wang Xiangxiu could only arrange them one by one. She had already discussed the matter of spiritual materials with the elder, who would bring them back upon his return. In the meantime, the innate warriors will be tasked with patrolling and ensuring safety. 2/3 of the demonic beast corpses will be sent back to the clan, while the remaining third would be processed on-site for sustenance. The rest would be organized for transport to the Shinong sect in exchange for hunting points, which should be fully utilized before the exchange period ends, as it cannot be wasted. The red iron mine should be kept hidden for now until we have enough manpower to commence mining. Furthermore, preparations should be made to arrange for some mortals to assist in the 3 spiritual veins once the elder returns, as the clan lacks sufficient cultivators to handle the basic tasks. As for the development of the 3 spiritual veins, I need you all to compile a plan for me to review. Wang Xiangxiu's efficiency in problem-solving was remarkable. The previously chaotic state of the spiritual veins soon became orderly, and the clan members were aware of their responsibilities. Clan leader, we have gathered all the remains of the clan members we could find. Zhou Min's face was filled with sorrow. In this battle, her husband had also perished. Wang Xiangxiu approached slowly, her heart heavy upon seeing the broken bodies. Gather the remains and transport them back to the clan. For those whose bodies were not found, collect some belongings to establish a tomb. Wang Xiangxiu commanded, acknowledging that in such a large-scale battle, it was normal for bodies to go missing, and one cannot force the issue. Tears welled in Zhou Min's eyes as she nodded stiffly, as if all her strength had been drained. A few innate warriors came to assist, ensuring that the remains of their clan members were properly cared for. Meanwhile, in the valley of the clan, fruits of the Yin Huai tree had all fallen, and familiar faces of clan members appeared before Wang Nannan. who awakened them one by one. Father. Wang Nan could hardly believe it. Although he had been prepared, the reality of the situation was still hard to accept. The only consolation was that this was not a true demise. They had all been reborn. The newly resurrected members retained some memories, realizing that their survival was due to the ability of the Inhuai tree. Never did they anticipate such a miraculous entity existed within their clan. Kong Kai spoke with excitement, possibly due to being a son-in-law. He too had been reborn. Yes. Just how many treasures does our clan possess? Even this valley we were oblivious to. One clan member sighed, feeling as though they no longer resembled members of the Wang family. Moreover, many were now curious about Wang Nan, intrigued by how someone so young could be privy to so many secrets. Wang Nan refrained from explaining everything, but shared a few details, such as the importance of discretion. Wang Nan took the opportunity to count the number of resurrected members, discovering nearly 50 who had all been from the Xiang generation of Qi refinement cultivators, many of whom were sons-in-law and wives. This beast tide had inflicted devastating losses on the Wang family. Wang Nan estimated that over 90 clan members still remained, but half of them were children from the Nan generation, and the remaining Xiang generation who were tending to the spiritual plants. Chapter 41. After the battle with the matters of profit distribution concluded, Wang Ming AI returned successfully, bringing back not only the necessary supplies, but also some news. First, the 4 first-grade spiritual veins that the clan did not require were acquired by the Shenong sect. The other 3 spiritual veins were recognized by the 3 major golden core sects as belonging to the Wang family. Secondly, in recognition of the Wang family's contributions during the beast tide, several regions near the Wang family's mortal cities were granted to them. These areas are rich in resources and sufficient to construct several more cities. In addition, there were ample cultivation supplies, a foundational pill, and 3 longevity pills. Thirdly, the Shenong sect requested that the clan leader, Wang Xiangxiu, assume the position of honorary elder of the Shenong sect. Wang Ming AI initially intended to decline this offer, but was dissuaded by the Shenong sect's leader's telepathic message. Do you truly believe I am unaware of how many foundational cultivators your Wang family harbors? This revelation startled Wang Ming AI. He had thought he had maintained sufficient secrecy, but in the presence of a golden core cultivator, nothing could remain hidden, leaving him with no choice but to accept the Shenong sect's demand. The fourth matter concerned the damage inflicted on other factions. The Shenong sect lost 2/5 of its lower-tier cultivators, while the Liu and Zhou families also suffered significant losses. Numerous other Qi refinement families had nearly been wiped out, and many loose cultivators had perished in large numbers. Of course, many loose cultivators took this opportunity to acquire spiritual veins and planned to establish new cultivation families. Lastly, the 3 major golden core sects collectively announced a prohibition. For 3 years, all cultivators and families must refrain from conflict and focus on recuperation. Xiangxiu, make sure to visit the Shenong sect regarding the honorary elder position when you have the time. Wang Ming AI felt helpless. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Wang Xiangxiu understood the rationale. In the world of cultivation, strength is revered, and whatever the Shenong sect requests, they cannot resist. However, the Shenong sect assured them that the honorary elder position would not interfere with their management of the family, so the position of clan leader would still be hers. Wang Ming AI added, after the intense battle, I have gained insights that may lead to a breakthrough and plan to enter seclusion for a while. You will have to manage the external matters. Before Wang Xiangxiu could respond, Wang Ming AI hurriedly returned to the clan. Somewhat speechless, Wang Xiangxiu gazed in the direction where Wang Ming AI had vanished and remarked, you should endure this busy period before retreating, with the weight of responsibilities falling upon her. Wang Xiangxiu felt immense pressure. She took stock of the living clan members, intending to appoint a new wave of leaders to ensure the clan's operations would not come to a halt. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of the year. Clan affairs had finally returned to normal, and the effects of the beast tide had significantly dissipated. The celebration was reinstated, and everyone indulged in feasting and merriment. Wang Nan shared stories of the past years with his peers, only to discover that they had been sent away to hide within the clan during the crisis. No wonder he could not find any information about them. Now that the danger had passed, they naturally returned to the clan. Have you heard? The clan is currently discussing finding partners for the adult juniors. Probably in the next few days, Wang Nanjing whispered to the group. None of us single ones can escape this. Isn't this normal? Wang Nanjun replied nonchalantly. Many elders in the clan also found partners at this age. Procreation for the family was part of their mission. The others seemed to be prepared for this. If it weren't for the need to deal with the beast tide in previous years, this matter would have been on the agenda much earlier. Still, I must remind you not to refuse the clan's arrangements, or you might incur the wrath of the clan leader's distant cousin, Wang Nangong added. The busyness of recent times had made Wang Xiangxiu somewhat irritable, and many people dared not provoke her. Has the clan revealed where the partners are coming from? Wang Nannan inquired, as he was bound to his family's lifespan. As long as the clan did not act recklessly, he would certainly outlive most golden core cultivators. Thus, he was indifferent to the notion of a partner. After all, in a few hundred years, he would still be alive while his partner could become a ghost, creating a sense of lingering attachment between the living and the dead. However, he bore no aversion to the idea of a partner, nor did it seem he had much room to refuse. Considering the current number of cultivators in the clan, it was easy to understand the urgency in urging everyone to find partners. It's just the surrounding families, the Liu family, the Zhou family, and many Qi refining families. If you fancy any loose cultivators, you can bring them back. The clan will agree, Wang Nangong explained. This is standard practice, especially since intermarriage among the three foundational families is quite common. Of course, if you can attract a cultivator from the three major golden core sects, that would be quite an achievement. The expressions of the others varied from resignation to dreams. Discussing this matter, they chatted until nightfall, and the celebration concluded successfully. This revival of a celebration that had been paused for several years allowed everyone to leave with joy, completely relaxing their tense nerves. Within the cave, fueled by the effects of spiritual wine, Wang Xiangxiu wept bitterly in the room. Father, why don't you go comfort her? Nonsense. Your mother has no spiritual awareness and cannot see me. Would she believe it? Find a way to enhance your mother's cultivation and help her break through to the foundation establishment stage. Wang Xiaoming sighed. Aside from keeping secrets, the fact that his wife could not see him was also a primary reason for his concealment. Empty words would never convince her, and he could not speak of the Yinhua tree, as it was far too dangerous. Speaking of spiritual awareness, Wang Nannan recalled something and hurried to the library, exchanging for the soul technique to give to his mother. Mother, with the soul technique cultivated to perfection, I have a great surprise for you, Wang Nannan said with a smile. His mother, Zhou Min, with red-rimmed eyes, glanced at the soul technique and recognized it as a method to cultivate spiritual awareness in advance. You little rascal, are you still playing riddles with your mother? Zhou Min said discontentedly, but accepted the method, intending to practice it. Wang Nannan returned to his room, planning to exchange some auxiliary cultivation pills for his mother. Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated a significant amount of contributions. At the same time, Wang Nannan also needed to select a new inheritance. During the celebration, he listened to others' discussions, especially regarding the beast tide. According to clan members, talismans and formations played a crucial role during the beast tide. The formations had withstood the attacks of the demon beasts for several hours, allowing cultivators the opportunity to slay them, especially during the initial defense when cultivator losses were minimal. Next was the talismans. A vast number of talismans exploded with great power, not only killing countless demon beasts, but also protecting many clan members. The clan's inheritance regarding formations only extended to first-grade formation masters. However, the inheritance of talismans could reach second grade. Wang Nannan clearly remembered that due to the Wang family's expertise in talismans, their talisman inheritance was the only one capable of advancing to second grade. Unfortunately, the clan members had not produced a single second-grade talisman master thus far. He excelled in cultivating chinkping grass, which could be used to make talisman paper. Moreover, his mother was a talisman master and could guide him. Wang Nannan decided that his third inheritance would be that of a talisman master. Chapter 42. Complete Inheritance: The Complete Guide to First-Grade Talismans and Techniques for Preparing Talisman Paper and Ink were the selections Wang Nannan made from the library. Since the end of the beast tide, the library no longer offered free access, costing Wang Nannan a considerable amount of contributions. It would have been better to learn all the techniques and inheritances at once, Wang Nannan grumbled, though it was merely a complaint, as he did not have the luxury of time to waste. The 2 books in his possession represented the inheritance of a first-grade talisman master. The Complete Guide to First-Grade Talismans, as the name suggests, contain many methods for drawing first-grade talismans and the materials used. Techniques for preparing talisman paper and ink detail the methods for producing materials. The three essentials for drawing talismans are talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes. Talisman paper and talisman ink are classified within the talisman inheritance as consumables due to their easy preparation. Talisman brushes, on the other hand, are considered a type of magical tool that can be used for a long time and are difficult to prepare, needing to be crafted by a weapon master, making them relatively expensive. Most talisman masters within the Wong family are capable of preparing their own talisman paper and ink, which is why chinkping grass is widely cultivated. Returning to the valley with his inheritance, he began to learn bit by bit. First grade talisman master inheritance, entry 0, can now increase proficiency. Checking his lifespan. Age, 18,399. Ample for indulgence. The withered tree meeting spring scripture was at the great completion stage, requiring 20 years of lifespan to improve proficiency by 1%, which he would not consider for now. Next was the spirit plant master, which was Wong Nanan's foundation and the basis of the clan. He decisively consumed 50 years of lifespan to push it to the great completion stage, then expended 100 years of lifespan to directly achieve a complete inheritance. Finally, he had a stage of inheritance that was complete. Wong Nanan was elated. Now he could sustain any first-grade spirit plant and successfully cultivate it, even extending his skills to care for several second-grade spirit plants, a monumental boon for the Wong family. Furthermore, the alchemist inheritance. Due to the foundation of being a spirit plant master and extensive experience in refining pills, had also grown considerably, now consuming 65 years of lifespan. He reached the minor completion stage. With 184 years of lifespan remaining, he planned to invest it all into the talisman inheritance, continuously allocating points. After 15 years of lifespan were consumed, he entered the proficiency stage as a first-grade talisman master. 30 years of lifespan propelled him to the minor completion stage. 60 years of lifespan brought him to the great completion stage. The consumption was significantly less than that of the alchemist. A smile spread across Wong Nanan's face, indicating that being a talisman master was indeed somewhat easier than being an alchemist. Meanwhile, an abundance of memories and experiences flooded his mind, necessitating careful digestion. Name: Wong Nanan. Age: 1879. Realm: Qi refining 8th layer techniques. Withered tree meeting spring scripture, 1st layer. Great completion 1. Turtle breathing concealment technique soul technique spirit rain technique golden gung sword technique spirit resonance palm technique diamond buddha body technique falling leaf footwork chaotic slash technique 1 chi transforming 3 clears 1st layer complete. Fiery meditation technique entry 11. Inheritance 1st grade spirit plant master complete. 1st grade alchemist minor completion 1. 1st grade talisman master inheritance great completion 1. 3 days later, while handling chinkping grass, Wong Nanan relaxed his back, feeling somewhat fatigued from the past few days. After organizing his experiences, he began to practice the methods for producing talisman paper, nearing success. Nanan, when did you learn the talisman master inheritance? Old Wong Xiangming did not know when he had drifted out. He realized that he was becoming increasingly unfamiliar with his son, especially with the latter's remarkable ability to care for spiritual plants, a skill that even the 2 uncles and aunts in the valley could not match. You have been at Qingfeng Mountain, fending off beast hordes for several years, while I, out of boredom, learned a bit of this skill, and surprisingly, I have done quite well, Wong Nanan said with a playful grin, though internally he felt a twinge of fear over his own recklessness. After all, there were no ill intentions in the valley, but what if he were outside? He was far too careless. How's your learning going? Wong Xiaoming inquired, realizing he should pay more attention to his son, especially since they now had more time together after he had become a ghost cultivator. Drawing talismans is not a problem, but making talisman paper. Wong Nanan instinctively glanced at the chinkping grass in his hand, which was on the verge of becoming talisman paper. Wong Xiaoming understood. His son had indeed learned well. Take your time with it. I'll head back now. He entered the inhua tree, which had grown to a height of 30 meters. Flourishing with leaves since the beast tide had ended and the clan members had brought back numerous beast corpses for sacrifice. The inhua tree was now not far from reaching the 2nd-tier spiritual plant level. Wong Nanan quickened his pace, producing talisman paper that he laid out on the prepared racks to dry. Seeing Wong Nanan busy, Wong Dingru and another clan member approached to lend a hand. Third aunt, is there a way to exchange for talisman brushes in the clan? Wang Nanan asked, as he could prepare the talisman ink himself and had even found the raw materials, which were cultivated within the clan. However, the talisman brush was a significant matter. The Wang family had no artisans skilled in crafting such tools. Thus, they could only purchase them externally. Of course, our family specializes in talismans. How could we not have talisman brushes? Wang Dingru reminded him. I've heard that the rewards from the Shinong sect include several types of talisman brushes. You might want to check with the clan leader. Hearing this, Wang Nanan hurriedly finished drying the talisman paper and excitedly went to seek out Wang Xiangxiu. Talisman brushes? Wang Xiangxiu looked at Wang Nanan with a hint of suspicion. Are you buying this for your mother? Yes, indeed. Wang Nanan did not refute, wishing to avoid another lecture. Come take a look. She led Wang Nanan to the clan treasury, revealing a row of talisman brushes designed for qi refining practitioners. These should be sufficient for your mother. Pick one. As for the contribution, I'll deduct it from your account. Wang Nanan was already captivated by the talisman brushes, examining each one closely. Each brush, being a magical artifact, possessed unique effects, such as conserving spiritual energy, serving as a weapon, or enhancing spiritual strength. Wang Nanan selected a brush capable of storing talismans, which functioned as both a talisman brush and a storage pouch. Cousin, I also require some mid-level qi refining pills and raw materials for talismaning preparation, he continued. Select them yourself. Wang Xiangxiu waved her hand, urging Wang Nanan to hurry. After a series of exchanges, Wang Nanan used up the contributions he had accumulated over several months and obtained what he desired. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Xiangxiu suddenly pulled him back. You little rascal, are you hiding something from me? Her expression was stern, and at that moment, the black armored Wang insect and the 18-star glazed gourd crawled out, surrounding Wang Nanan with a menacing demeanor. What are you joking about, cousin? How could your beloved nephew conceal anything from you? Wang Nanan swallowed hard, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of the 3 foundation-building cultivators. Is that so? Perhaps you should swear a heavenly oath to prove it? Wang Nanan could only force a smile. Swearing a heavenly oath was not something to be taken lightly. It was akin to courting death. What's going on with the manhua tree in the valley? If it weren't for the elder sending me a message, I wouldn't have even known about it. Upon mentioning this, Wang Nanan inexplicably felt relieved and briefly described the manhua tree and the matters concerning ghost cultivators. Cousin, this isn't my fault. I simply forgot amidst my busyness. I thought great-grandfather would have spoken to you about it. You're becoming increasingly cunning, Wang Xiangxiu retorted, recalling the tears she had shed in solitude due to the loss of many clan members. She had never expected such a wondrous entity to emerge within their clan. All right, be off with you. She dismissed Wang Nanan without hesitation, finally feeling a sense of relief. In the valley, Wang Nanan stood with his hands on his hips, while the black bull, Sushi, wagged its tail beside him, both cloaked in darkness. I finally did it, Wang Nanan beamed, having successfully prepared the talisman ink in considerable quantity, ample for his upcoming practice. He had also produced a significant amount of talisman paper, using up all the recently matured Qingping grass without submitting any to the clan. For this reason, clan leader Wang Xiangxiu had specifically come to reprimand him, deducting contributions as a consequence. Sushi, once I finish drawing the talismans, I'll share a few with you. Moo! Sushi exclaimed with excitement, eager to become a bull capable of using talismans. After tidying up the talisman paper and ink, Wang Nanan prepared to begin practicing talisman drawing. The process of drawing talismans was indeed simpler than alchemy. It merely required mastery over the flow of spiritual energy and memorization of the talisman drawing techniques. However, despite seeming straightforward, he faced failures in the initial attempts due to lack of experience. As his proficiency grew, he began to successfully complete talisman after talisman. Wang Nanan felt a sense of satisfaction as his skills improved, and importantly, drawing talismans did not require him to search for recipes like alchemy did. Most talisman drawing techniques were documented in the comprehensive guide to first-tier talismans, making it quite convenient. Fireball talismans, strengthening talismans, soldier, summoning talismans, water, escape talismans. One after another were arranged within the cave, gradually accumulating into a small mountain. Sushi, if the success rate remains high. The speed at which talismans generate spirit stones is not inferior to that of pills. Wang Nanan mused, cradling Sushi's head. Both were consumables and essentials, with a market that would not lack buyers. The raw materials were also not difficult to procure. The main limitation lay in the success rate of production. Wang Nanan possessed a unique advantage that allowed him to gradually enhance his proficiency, and he believed that one day he would achieve a 100% success rate. One day, I shall experience the sensation of being overwhelmed by spirit stones, Wang Nanan exclaimed, though primarily he aimed to assist his family's growth, secretly relishing the prospect of his own wealth. While Wang Nanan indulged in daydreams, in the clan leader's cave, Wang Xiangxiu and several elders were discussing clan matters. Among the clan members who had lost spouses, those of the Nan generation eligible for partners, and those seeking concubines, there were a total of 40 individuals. Each would require at least one partner or concubine, necessitating 40 outsiders. However, currently, only 20 families were willing to form alliances with them, presenting a shortfall. Wang Xiangyu sighed, as she had also begun to take on responsibilities following the clan's losses. Are there enough partners for the Nan generation members? Wang Xiangxiu inquired. There are. They're highly sought after. Other families are eager to approach them, Wang Xiangyu explained, noting that most families were around 20 years old, eager to find partners early to face the risks together. That has settled then. Let those of the Nan generation take precedence in selection, and I'll arrange a matchmaking event for them. As for the remaining clan members, let us select some suitable commoners from the mortal cities. Although the chance of birthing children with spiritual roots is slightly diminished, it is still better than both parents being commoners. In particular, for those looking to take concubines, they could arrange for several common women to bear children. By the way, the Shinong sect is about to publicly recruit disciples again. Let us send clan members to guard the area, bringing in any unwanted loose cultivators with spiritual roots to join our clan as sons-in-law or daughters-in-law. The group expressed their understanding, and the primary focus of the Wang family moving forward would be development, not just in strength but also in population. The clan members worked efficiently, ensuring everything was put into action. Just as Wang Nanan was nurturing spiritual plants, he was unexpectedly pulled away by Wang Xiangxiu and brought to a picturesque location. Cousin, where is this place? Bewilderment washed over Wang Nanan. What was transpiring? Aside from himself, many of his kin were also present. A matchmaking event, Wang Xiangxiu declared blandly, her tone abruptly turning frigid as she threatened, I'm unaware of your inner thoughts. But I forewarn you, should you fail to return to the clan with a Tao companion today, there will be no need for you to retain that piece of flesh below. Note, do not regard a cultivator's Tao companion from a mortal perspective. A Tao companion is not entirely equivalent to a wife. Esteemed aunt, we are not reproductive machines. Wang Nanan protested, displeased. What do they take him for? Cease your prattle. Either find a Tao companion or forego the notion for the remainder of your existence. It is said that when a man is deprived of that piece of flesh below, his mind becomes considerably clearer. Would you care to test this theory? Wang Nanan clenched his crotch, beads of cold sweat forming. What if there is no one who appeals to me? Wang Nanan sought an excuse. Describe your ideal partner, and I shall endeavor to locate them for you. Should there be none among the cultivators, we shall seek among the mortals. Our Wang family boasts countless affiliated mortals. Surely there will be a suitable candidate. Nanan, as a member of the Wang clan, it is incumbent upon you to contribute to the family's prosperity. Cease your idle chatter. Disregarding Wang Nanan's sentiments, she abandoned him there, and Wang Xiangxiu departed. Upon witnessing Wang Nanan's arrival, Wang Nanjing and others promptly gathered around him. Were you threatened by Chieftain Ant? Wang Nanjing inquired, wearing a look of amusement. Wang Nanan remained unperturbed and instead inquired, Cousin Nanjing, why is your face swollen? I inadvertently bumped into something. Wang Nanjing's gaze darted about evasively. Wang Nanwan directly exposed his secret, stating Chieftain Ant sought his participation in the matchmaking event, and he resisted, resulting in a beating. Nonsense, I merely bumped into something. Wang Nanjing retorted, bristling. That slap still stings my mouth. Enough with the jesting. The matchmaking event is unavoidable. Let us simply take things as they come. Wang Nanwan remarked, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. The others exchanged glances and proceeded to enter together. The so-called matchmaking event involved congregating the younger members of nearby clans. Should mutual affection arise, they would naturally form a partnership. After all, cultivators differed from mortals. Cultivators were more concerned with longevity than with matters of the heart. Consequently, Tao companions primarily served as allies in weathering risks and propagating offspring. Affection was only present in a minority of Tao companion relationships. Alas, I never anticipated that I, too, would be unable to evade this fate. Perhaps I should inform Chieftain Ant that I am an immortal. No, that will not do. Ant will not believe me and may even deem me insane. Wang Nan muttered to himself, somewhat speechless, though his gaze continuously scanned the surroundings. It was undeniable that as cultivators, each individual possessed an impeccable appearance, the men handsome and the women beautiful, akin to celestial beings. Just as Wang Nan detached himself from the throng and wandered alone, a maiden clad in a cyan gauze dress, her face flushed, slowly approached Wang Nan. Lu Qingqing of the Lu family. May I inquire as to your name, fellow Taoist? Her alluring and melodious voice sent shivers down Wang Nan's spine. Raising his head, he beheld a maiden with a blushing countenance, willow brows, and cherry lips standing before him. If all female cultivators were beautiful, then the maiden before him was unequivocally capable of toppling empires. Her indescribable aura instantly captivated Wang Nan's gaze. Having a Tao companion might not be so bad after all. Wang Nan mused inwardly, his previous reservations now discarded. Indeed, Wang Nan had transformed into a lecher, easily swayed. Alas, beauty differed from beauty, and Lu Qingqing perfectly aligned with Wang Nan's aesthetic sensibilities. Wang Nan of the Wang family. Lu Qingqing pondered for a moment and remarked, I have heard of most of the Wang family's cultivators of this generation, yet I have not encountered mention of you, fellow Taoist. Wang Nan's gaze subtly shifted as he replied, perhaps I'm simply too unassuming. However, it appears that you are quite familiar with the Wang family. Although Wang Nan was enamored with beauty, his mind retained a semblance of clarity. The clan had previously provided some background information, as being a family cultivator, he would eventually need to seek a Tao companion, and it was always prudent to acquire some knowledge beforehand. Upon hearing these words, Wang Nan breathed a slight sigh of relief, reassured that she was not probing for the Wang family secrets. Upon reflection, it made sense. A refined female cultivator like Lu Qingqing would undoubtedly have her family seek a Tao companion for her, and her explanation was not unreasonable. In the ensuing time, the two strolled along the dirt path, acquainting themselves with each other. The purpose of the matchmaking event was exceedingly straightforward, to find a Tao companion. Thus, their conversation transitioned from general topics to practical matters. According to what Wang Nan learned, Lu Qingqing was the same age as him, possessed 4 spiritual roots, wood, water, fire, and earth, and had only recently broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining. However, she was also a first-grade array master, making her a suitable candidate. Moreover, she hailed from the foundation establishment Lu family, making her a good match for Wang Nan. Correspondingly, Wang Nan shared his basic information with her. Wang family estate. Having returned from the matchmaking event, Wang Nan was once again summoned by Wang Xiangxiu. Did you heed my words? I did. Wang Nan nodded. Since he could not resist the coercion of life, he chose to accept it comfortably. Moreover, the awakened lecher within Wang Nan now felt that it was not entirely coercive. Since a Tao companion was primarily a partner in weathering risks and propagating offspring, Lu Qingqing certainly met the criteria. I found myself quite compatible with Lu Qingqing of the Lu family. Wang Nan recounted the events of the day. Excellent. That saves me the trouble of intervening. Wang Xiangxiu was exceedingly pleased. Young people were often opinionated and unwilling to have their marriages arranged by the family. However, in a cultivating family, such refusal was not tolerated. The family's development was of paramount importance. The two of you should visit each other frequently and arrange a ceremony sometime this year. Wang Xiangxiu instructed, knowing that Wang Nan would follow the same path as they all had. With the matter settled, Wang Nan no longer resisted, stating, Our Wang family is quite distant from the Lu family. How are we to communicate? Wang Xiangxiu smiled faintly and replied, Allow the 18-star glass gourd to deliver your letters. I will instruct it to heed your commands. Also, hasten to have your mother prepare the betrothal gifts. Wang Nan's expression darkened, not due to the betrothal gifts, but because they were using a foundation establishment-level demon beast to deliver letters. Their Wang family was truly affluent. He wondered if the 18-star glass gourd would frighten Lu Qingqing. Never mind. I shall simply follow Ant's instructions. Day after day, he tended to spirit plants, refined pills, crafted talismans, and corresponded with Lu Qingqing, filling his days with purpose. Cixi shook its head, consuming discarded pills and wind cloud grass, its aura suddenly shifting, drawing Wang Nan's attention. Have you awakened a wind attribute spell? Wang Nan inquired curiously. Prolonged consumption of wind cloud grass could grant demon beasts the opportunity to awaken wind attribute spells. See, she had indeed consumed a sufficient amount. So, its awakening was not entirely unexpected. See, she hastily nodded, its body enveloped in a whirlwind, forming a tornado. Its power is not bad. It can inflict damage upon mid-stage chi refining cultivators, granting you a measure of self-preservation. Wang Nan remarked with satisfaction. He did not have high expectations for Shi. He merely hoped that it could accompany him for a few more years. I wonder if the acacia tree would be of use to the spirit beasts in the family. If it could also reincarnate spirit beasts as ghost cultivators. That would be fantastic. Go practice for a while. Do not become too unfamiliar with it, lest you injure yourself when the time comes to use it. Wang Nan commanded. Even demon beast innate spells required frequent practice to avoid mistakes. As for Wang Nan, he intended to transplant the patches of wind cloud grass growing before his cave dwelling. After all, the purpose of the wind cloud grass was to aid Shi in awakening its spells, and now that its task was complete, there was no need to keep it there. He would hand the wind cloud grass over to the family as a resource for sale, perhaps exchanging it for spirit stones from the Zhou family. Wang Nan decided that he would use the time he had previously spent tending to the wind cloud grass to cultivate even better spiritual herbs. Without further ado, he packed up all the wind cloud grass and spirit plants and exchanged them for pills at the family treasury, which he then gifted to his mother, Zhou Min. With the assistance of abundant supplementary pills during this period, his mother Zhou Min's cultivation speed had increased significantly, and she was not far from advancing further. It seemed that he needed to prepare foundation establishment pills in advance, as he would ensure that his mother reached the foundation establishment stage, even if it required using pills. Wang Nan resolved. Assisting her siblings was also within consideration. Engrossed in her calculations, Wang Nan retraced her steps to the valley. Meanwhile, Wang Nanjing, another participant in the matchmaking endeavor, was the first to solemnize his union, his partner formally joining the Wang family. Reputedly, Wang Nanjing's spouse, like Wang Nan's mother, Zhou Min, hailed from the Zhou lineage and was a beastmaster, arriving with her spiritual companion. Regrettably, Wang Nanjing's family did not orchestrate a grand celebration, affording Wang Nan, secluded in the valley, the opportunity to meet her sister-in-law. Concurrently, Wang Nanwan and others disseminated news of their betrothals, while other elders within the clan secured concubines, all contributing to the Wang family's growth, aiming to produce more offspring with spiritual roots in the coming years. They're remarkably swift, Wang Nan remarked, a smile gracing her face as she perused a missive from Lu Qingqing. Furthermore, the Shenong sect's open recruitment of cultivators had concluded, yielding only a few children with spiritual roots, leaving the Ascension Assembly as the sole remaining avenue, as the only opportunity for rogue cultivators to enter a core formation sect. The Ascension Assembly garnered significant attention and fierce competition. Amidst the throng, most faltered, though the core formation sects scorned these rogue cultivators with mottled spiritual roots. Affluent cultivation families often sought them. They were not intended for servitude, but rather for procreation. These families would provide them with mortal wives, and the rogue cultivators were simply required to propagate, with their offspring bearing the family name and allegiance. The Wang family also enlisted some sons-in-law, arranging for Wang women to marry them. Sons-in-law were not all the same. Those with skills such as Wang Xiangyu's spouse, Kong Kai, a distiller, were considered integral members of the Wang family, with exclusive partnerships with Wang female cultivators. However, rogue cultivators recruited through various means for procreation were typically married to Wang commoners. Though they had the privilege of residing within the Wang family's territory, they lived on the periphery and were often disregarded. The Wang family pledged to provide cultivation resources, but did not fully recognize them, with only their offspring with spiritual roots considered true Wang family members. The loyalty of the latter type of son-in-law was questionable, prompting cultivation families to maintain a degree of vigilance. Presently, the Wang family's territory was populated by such sons-in-law. Though residing in Changshan County with their wives most of the time, occasionally visited the family estate. Wang Nan had encountered a few, noting their low cultivation levels, mottled spiritual roots, and bleak prospects for cultivation, which explained their willingness to serve as breeding stock. Wang Nan disregarded them, returning to her cave dwelling. Nan, our Wang family has finalized arrangements with the Lu family. Your union with Lu Qingqing is scheduled for next month, her mother, Zhou Min, announced with delight. Wang Nanan had anticipated this, having discussed it in her correspondence with Lu Qingqing. Their frequent communication had fostered genuine affection, and both parties looked forward to their union. Everything else is arranged. Just relax and wait, Zhou Min continued, tidying the scattered talismans in the cave dwelling. Mother, how is your cultivation progressing? Wang Nanan inquired with concern. I have ample contributions. If you require any cultivation resources, please inform me. I lack nothing. Focus on your cultivation, Zhou Min replied. Lu Qingqing is already at the 3rd level of qi refining, while you're only at the 2nd. If you can't best her after your union, no one will assist you. Zhou Min's jest made Wang Nanan uneasy. She shuddered at the thought of the gentle Lu Qingqing resorting to violence and quickly changed the subject. The children born in March and the planted spiritual herbs symbolized vitality, mirroring the Wang family's flourishing state. After months of seclusion, the Supreme Elder, Wang Ming Ai, emerged. Her aura intensified. However, she did not interact with the clan, instead leaving a message stating her departure for experiential training. Since relinquishing her position, the Supreme Elder had become increasingly carefree. Wang Xiangxiu grumbled, but she secretly envied her. Only those who had served as clan leader knew the burden and pressure it entailed. She reminisced about the carefree days before her leadership. In addition to Wang Ming Ai, Wang Mingzhu and Wang Minghui, who had feigned death, had long since embarked on journeys after secretly aiding the family during the Beast Tide. Fortunately, the Golden Core sects had prohibited unrest in the cultivation world for 3 years, allowing everyone to recuperate. Otherwise, the 3 would not have dared to leave simultaneously. As Wang Xiangxiu mused, the Shinnong sect summoned her for a meeting. As an honorary elder of the Shinnong sect, Wang Xiangxiu could not refuse and entrusted the clan's affairs to other members before setting out. The Shinnong sect seemed to have no need for secrecy, as news of the meeting quickly spread. The sect had discovered the ruins of an ancient sect and invited everyone to venture in. It seems the Beast Tide has taken its toll on the Shinnong sect. Otherwise, we wouldn't be privy to such a boon, Wang Dingxi remarked. In the cultivation world, it was customary to hoard resources, sharing only when necessary. The Shinnong sect's invitation to the honorary elders indicated a lack of internal manpower. Why is this a boon? Wang Nanan inquired. Ancient sect ruins are typically fraught with danger, and one could easily perish. Danger and opportunity coexist, Wang Dingru explained. No one knows what lies within the ancient sect ruins, but past experiences suggest that the rewards outweigh the risks. Of course, that only applies to those who emerge alive. Wang Nanan was taken aback. Is the cultivation world always a matter of life and death? Isn't it exhausting? Are they using us as cannon fodder? Using Foundation establishment cultivators as cannon fodder? The Shinnong sect isn't that audacious. They've summoned the honorary elders because they don't want the other 2 Golden Core sects to interfere. After all, sharing treasures with Foundation establishment cultivators is entirely different from sharing with Golden Core cultivators. Wang Nanan understood and wondered what the ancient sect ruins held. Life within the clan continued as usual, except that Wang Xiangxiu traveled directly from the Shinnong sect to the location of the ancient sect ruins, joining other Foundation establishment cultivators in venturing inside. Rumors about the ancient sect ruins spread like wildfire, but the truth remained elusive. Wang Nanan, observing the serene expression of the 18-star glass gourd in her beast pouch, knew that her clan leader cousin was safe. 20 days later, 5 Foundation establishment cultivators emerged from the ruins, staggering and exhausted. The Shinnong sect leader received and comforted them. They're dead, all dead, Wang Xiangxiu roared before the Shinnong sect leader could inquire. Only 5 out of the group of Foundation establishment cultivators had survived, a tragic outcome. Their combined strength could have annihilated all the nearby cultivation families, yet they had failed. What happened? What's inside? The Shinnong sect leader pressed. It's not an ancient sect ruin, but an ancient beast arena. Once inside, one must battle the souls of demonic beasts until victorious in several rounds to escape alive. A Shinnong sect Foundation establishment elder replied. However, it's not all danger, there are opportunities. Each victory against a demonic beast soul enhances one's spiritual sense. Our spiritual senses have all been significantly improved. Nothing else? The Shinnong sect leader inquired. The 5 shook their heads in unison. The benefit to spiritual sense meant that only Foundation establishment cultivators could enter. With Golden Core cultivators scarce and Foundation establishment cultivators hard to come by, the ancient beast arena was largely useless. erect cenotaphs for the fallen elders, and treat their descendants well, the Shinnong sect leader commanded. In this location, a formation is established for protection, serving as a training ground for the foundational elders, allowing the foundational elders of the sect to enter freely, albeit at their own risk. As for the honorary elders participating, compensation will be provided as agreed. After a series of commands, Wang Xiangxiu and the others expressed their gratitude. This journey proved fruitful, not only resulting in significant growth of spiritual awareness, but also financial gain. Chapter 46. Inheritance of the Formation. Wang Xiangxiu returned with 7 alchemical formulas, which were handed over to Wang Dingkong and Wang Nanan. Wang Nanan examined the formulas closely, realizing they were intended for mid to late-stage qi refinement practitioners, a rarity within the Wang family. In exchange for assisting the Shinnong sect, a promise of reward was made. Wang Xiangxiu remarked casually that the Shinnong sect was quite generous this time, as the 7 formulas held considerable value. As per the usual arrangement, the contribution would be directly deducted, and these 7 formulas would belong to him. These are the spiritual seeds of the required spiritual herbs, which you must cultivate yourself. Once the herbs mature, send a batch to your grandfather, Wang Dingkong. In the future, the elixirs you concoct should be prioritized for the Wang family. This is a given. Wang Nanan did not object. With these 7 formulas, the strength of the Wang family would see a substantial enhancement, ensuring they would not lack for first-tier elixirs. Wang Nanan was confident in his abilities as a budding alchemist, easily handling the mid to late-stage elixirs. The area previously used for planting Fengyun grass was now available for these spiritual herbs. As time passed amidst the busyness, Wang Nanan developed a new cave dwelling near his family's residence. With the prospect of having a soulmate, there was no reason to continue living with his mother, as it would be too inconvenient. After a month, the cave was decorated festively, and Lu Qingqing, adorned in a splendid gown, sat on the bed, gazing affectionately at the somewhat intoxicated Wang Nanan. The ceremony to become soulmates was not grand, merely a celebration among family members, where, in their joy, they shared a few cups of spiritual wine without dispersing the inebriation, relishing the current ambience. They fell in a bed, indulging in a night of passion. In the morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, a relaxed Wang Nanan looked at his soulmate in his arms, a smile gracing his face. "You're awake. Here, this is for you." Wang Nanan retrieved a book from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Qingqing. He had intended to give it to her last night, but had forgotten in the excitement. Feeling a bit shy, he acknowledged it was his first time, which made him a little flustered. Lu Qingqing's cheeks flushed as she accepted the book. Formation diagrams. This is the formation inheritance of the Wang family and should be beneficial for you as a formation master. Although the Wang family's formations are not as refined as those of the Lu family, they possess their merits, Wang Nanan explained. The Lu family excels in formations, making it difficult for the Wang family to compete. Moreover, Wang Nanan had expended double the contributions to allow them both to study simultaneously, having already grasped the basics himself. "I really like this," Lu Qingqing expressed her gratitude, followed by a tender moment between them. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing were inseparable, delighting in each other's company and reluctant to part. "My back," Wang Nanan remarked as he stepped out of the cave, realizing he could not continue in such indulgence as it was too time-consuming. After ensuring Lu Qingqing was settled, he returned to the valley. The newly planted spiritual herbs were thriving and would be ready for harvest in a few months, allowing for the creation of elixirs. The first batch would be prioritized for his mother and soulmate, with any surplus allocated to the family. After all, he was akin to a nuclear-powered beast, capable of producing an ever-increasing quantity of elixirs. As for the recently acquired formation inheritance, Wang Nanan felt somewhat troubled. Its complexity rivaled that of alchemy. He had practiced it several times without noticeable results. He wondered how the Lu family had managed to flourish the inheritance of formations so adeptly. The primary challenge lay in finding the spiritual materials necessary for setting up formations, which would incur additional expenses. Wang Nanan lamented the considerable quantity of materials needed for both himself and Lu Qingqing, especially since Lu Qingqing had just arrived at the Wang family and could not immediately be assigned tasks. There was no income, leaving everything to depend on him. "I must hasten the growth of the spiritual herbs. They bring quick returns," Wang Nanan resolved. In addition to the valley and the spiritual fields, He planned to assist the family in cultivating spiritual rice to earn a little extra. He organized his time efficiently and began working diligently. His busy figure flitted between the valley and his cave, returning each night to accompany Lu Qingqing, which was indispensable, while Lu Qingqing did not inquire about his activities. The clan leader's cousin, a cultivator from our clan, has perished. Wang Nanan's expression turned serious. If it had not been for his uncle Wang Xiangtan bringing it to his attention, he would have overlooked the peculiarities regarding the Inhua tree. Two sons-in-law from the Xiang lineage had now become ghost cultivators. Wang Xiangxiu was somewhat astonished, given the recent peace enforced by the three major Golden Core sects. How could a clan member suddenly perish? Arriving at the Inhua tree, Wang Nanan encountered the two sons-in-law. They belonged to a newly established family, with their patriarch being a foundational cultivator. One of the sons-in-law explained that they had been stationed at the spiritual vein in the Qingfeng mountain range, tasked with extracting the spiritual stone mines there. During their transport of the spiritual stones back, they were ambushed and killed. A foundational cultivator? Wang Xiangxiu pondered. A newly formed cultivation family, with a foundational cultivator as its leader, could only have been established by foundational loose cultivators. Recalling the well-known foundational loose cultivators nearby and the descriptions provided by the two sons-in-law, Wang Xiangxiu reached a conclusion. I have a rough idea of who it might be. His gaze sharpened as he addressed Wang Xiangtan. Take a few ghost cultivators from our clan and investigate the situation there. I will follow shortly. Are we going to strike? Wang Nanan cautioned. If we act without solid evidence, it would be difficult to explain to the Shenong sect, especially since the Wang family's connection to ghost cultivators must not be easily exposed. Otherwise, the Shenong sect will be the first to eradicate them. Wang Xiangxiu understood this, but felt indignant that the other party dared to challenge the Wang family, resulting in the death of their cultivators. Such an affront could not be easily overlooked. It's merely a foundational cultivator and a few Qi refinement cultivators. The Shenong sect won't uncover anything. Wang Xiangxiu replied coldly. It has been a long time since any cultivator dared to provoke the Wang family in such a manner. Wang Xiangtan wasted no words. Gathering several late-stage Qi refinement ghost cultivators and leaving the Wang family directly, Wang Xiangxiu also departed from the valley, evidently preparing for action. Days later, a newly established cultivation family was nearly annihilated, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Upon learning of the incident, the Shenong sect was instantly enraged. How dare anyone defy their orders? They dispatched a foundational elder to investigate, discovering that the entire territory of this new cultivation family had been ravaged, with the ground overturned 3 feet deep, leaving no trace of its former appearance. A great fire had also swept through, rendering many investigative spells ineffective, which left the foundational elder somewhat vexed. The Shenong sect even sought out surrounding loose cultivators to inquire about the matter, but received no useful information, leaving the incident unresolved. What could have been done so discreetly? Wang Nanan mused, perplexed. Should I ask my cousin to teach me? Chapter 47. 5 years' time flew by, and 5 years passed in a blink. Years of peaceful development allowed the Wang family to accumulate a solid foundation, with clan members making significant progress. Firstly, the 3 first-tier spiritual veins in the Qingfeng mountain range had begun to yield fixed outputs, providing a substantial pillar of resources for the family, including spiritual rice, fruits, herbs, and stones. Secondly, the increasingly mature Wang Nanan was appointed by Wang Xiangxiu to manage all the spiritual cultivators within the clan, marking his entry into the family's management tier, while still dedicating time to alchemy and talisman crafting. Thirdly, the clan welcomed over a dozen children with spiritual roots, a delightful occurrence. Additionally, the Inhua tree had advanced to a second-tier spiritual plant. The ghost cultivators relying on the Inhua tree for their cultivation began to break through, causing Wang Nanan to feel envious. Almost every ghost cultivator had experienced a rise in strength by 3 to 5 small levels, with many breaking through to the foundational stage. At this point, the ghost cultivators had become the Wang family's most deeply hidden secret and would serve as their ultimate trump card. In addition to these matters, the clan's folk who had previously formed marital bonds have been thriving, filling the clan grounds with the cheerful cries of infants. According to clan customs, children whose parents are both cultivators are permitted to grow up within the clan until the age of 12. Those without spiritual roots must depart to Changshan County. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing have also welcomed a daughter, her cherubic face flushed with health, utterly delightful. Mother says the elixirs have run out. You should take some time to refine more, Lu Qingqing playfully remarked within their cave dwelling. Understood. Wang Nanan nodded. The 7 recipes sent by Wang Xiangxiu had all been successfully concocted, satisfying both his mother and Lu Qingqing's cultivation needs, ensuring the family would no longer be short of elixirs. Wang Nanan garnered considerable merit from this, even exchanging some of it for a spirit beast, a bamboo leaf green snake, to serve as Lu Qingqing's protector. Also, my brother has found a partner. We need to return to the Lu family for a visit, Lu Qingqing continued. Lu Qingqing's brother, younger by a few years, had been matched with a partner in accordance with clan tradition, necessitating a celebratory return. What sort of gift should we prepare? Wang Nanan inquired. Although the Lu family was his in-laws, he had never been there before, as returning to one's marital family was not customary in the cultivation world. This visit, prompted by his brother-in-law's joyous occasion, also served as an opportunity to make their acquaintance. It need not be extravagant. A selection of elixirs and talismans will suffice. I shall take care of it. I won't let you down, Wang Nanan assured her. He understood that these were easily crafted items. With the gifts prepared, they summoned a spirit vessel, entrusted their daughter to her grandmother, and set off. Having not left the clan grounds for quite some time, Wang Nanan gazed curiously out at the world beyond. Watching mortal cities was by beneath them, sparking new thoughts. Qingqing, when your family tests the children's spiritual roots, do they only test the mortal offspring of the Lu family? Wang Nanan suddenly asked. Indeed, isn't it the case for all cultivation families? Have you ever considered giving others surnamed mortals a chance? No, Lu Qingqing replied. Wang Nanan fell silent, realizing that even in cultivation, one must rely on their lineage. Those fortunate enough to stumble into the world of cultivation as rogue cultivators were indeed lucky. Perhaps upon our return, I could discuss with my cousin about including other surnamed mortals in the testing for spiritual roots. After all, they are merely children, and with the Wang family's guidance, they would surely come to recognize us wholeheartedly. Moreover, when they come of age, marrying them off to the Wang family's mortal children would be far more reliable than simply recruiting a breeding stock, Wang Nanan resolved inwardly. Currently, the primary constraint on the Wang family's development was the number of cultivators. If they could introduce children with spiritual roots from other surnames and keep it within a manageable scope, providing proper education, it would significantly alleviate the existing bottleneck. The more he pondered, the more he found it reasonable, so he planned to return and discuss this with everyone. After chatting with Lu Qingqing for a while longer, they soon arrived at the Lu family estate. Like the Wang family, the Lu family's grounds were situated atop a mountain, sharing the same second-tier spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy. Your family has an abundance of formations, Wang Nanan exclaimed as he observed the countless formations arrayed around the Lu family's estate from above. Their density enough to make one's scalp tingle. Of course, these formations are designed to withstand attacks from Golden Core experts and took several decades to complete, Lu Qingqing replied, startling Wang Nanan. It seemed every family had their own hidden strengths. After landing the spirit vessel and verifying their identities, they entered the Lu family grounds smoothly, quickly reaching the cave dwelling of her parents. Upon seeing their daughter return, Lu Qingqing's parents were ecstatic, engaging in animated conversation for quite some time. Wang Nanan sat nearby, participating in the conversation when prompted. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing's brother emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to her. According to her, he was a dual spiritual root cultivator, currently at the 5th layer of qi refinement. In the evening, within their room, Wang Nanan asked curiously, "Where does your brother's partner come from?" As a dual spiritual root cultivator, their background must be impressive. I heard she is from Baiwa Valley, also a dual spiritual root cultivator, Lu Qingqing responded. Baiwa Valley? Wang Nanan was taken aback. Baiwa Valley was a golden core sect on par with Shenong sect, known for only accepting female cultivators, excelling in melodic techniques and spiritual plant cultivation. Both the Wang and Lu families were affiliated with the Shenong sect, so it was surprising that Lu Qingqing's brother had found a partner from Baiwa Valley. Baiwa Valley allows its disciples to seek partners each year. They met during that time. Lu Qingqing explained, "Will your brother stay with the Lu family or go to Baiwa Valley?" Wang Nanan inquired. "That's the custom of Baiwa Valley. I've heard there are towns near the valley where partners reside," Lu Qingqing clarified. Wang Nanan understood. Her brother would be becoming a son-in-law there. However, being a son-in-law to a golden core sect was certainly advantageous. The night passed without further discussion, and the next day was bustling with activity. The wedding for the Baiwa Valley partner was of utmost importance, not only to Lu Qingqing's parents, but to the entire Lu family, who meticulously prepared a grand ceremony. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing observed the proceedings below, finding them somewhat extravagant. "Your parents are quite generous," Wang Nanan remarked, noting that the process of forming marital bonds in the Wang family was far simpler, while Lu Qingqing's brother's ceremony could only be described as opulent. "Most of the expenses were covered by the Lu family. My parents certainly do not possess such abundant spirit stones," Lu Qingqing replied, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Yet, seeing her parents' beaming smiles, she refrained from voicing any complaints. Lu Qingqing's brother and his partner were equally radiant, basking in the blessings of those present. After a joyous feast, as guests departed, Lu Qingqing's brother bid farewell to their parents and elder sister before leaving with his partner from Baiwa Valley. Though Lu Qingqing's parents felt a twinge of reluctance, they had no alternative. Chapter 48. Reform. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing did not rush to leave the Lu family. After all, it was a rare visit, and they wished to spend more time with their parents. Moreover, Lu Qingqing led Wang Nanan on a tour of the Lu estate, allowing him to gain deeper insights into the family, particularly regarding the various formations that dazzled his senses. "Would you like to learn the Lu family's formations?" Lu Qingqing asked with a smile. "I would like to, but the Lu family would likely not permit it, unless I were to become a son-in-law," Wang Nanan replied, understanding the customs of each family, knowing that their traditions would not allow outsiders to learn their legacy. Lu Qingqing smiled knowingly and retrieved a book from her storage pouch, handing it to Wang Nanan. "A legacy of formations?" Wang Nanan's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you thinking? It contains some cultivation insights." Without infringing upon the Lu family's customs, Lu Qingqing clarified, "If we were to breach the rules, we would find it difficult to leave the Lu family. It was left for us by my parents," Lu Qingqing added. Wang Nanan smiled faintly and accepted the book. Even if it contained merely cultivation insights, it was something that others would covet, and thus it must be cherished. The two continued their stroll through the Lu family estate, encountering various intriguing sights. "What is that?" Wang Nanan pointed towards a gathering of people in the distance. "It is a competition hosted by the clan, related to formations," Lu Qingqing explained. "One person sets up a formation while another attempts to dismantle it within a time limit, thereby enhancing the clan members' skills and formations." Wang Nanan's eyes lit up at this idea. What a splendid approach. This fosters competition among clan members. Why didn't the Wang family think of this? "Let's go and take a look." He eagerly pulled Lu Qingqing along, only to find her standing still. Confused, he looked back at her, and she explained, "The formation competition involves many aspects of formation inheritance. We are not yet recognized as Lu family members, so we cannot participate. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." Wang Nanan was taken aback, letting out a sigh. However, inspired by the Lu family's initiative, he resolved to host similar competitions within the Wang family upon his return. At the very least, he could implement it within the realm of spiritual plant cultivation, where he was responsible. Back at the Wang family estate, Wang Nanan returned with Lu Qingqing, having not yet gone back to his own cave dwelling. Instead, he headed straight to the residence of the clan leader. "You propose to include mortals of other surnames in the testing for spiritual roots?" Wang Xiangxiu expressed surprise. Such an idea had never been suggested before and had been subconsciously overlooked. Perhaps within the minds of cultivators, there existed an unshakable belief that those outside their clan could not be trusted. However, Wang Nanan has his own ideas. He stated that the primary limitation within the clan is the number of cultivators. We could initially select a few mortal cities as experimental sites, incorporating some children without Wang lineage who possess spiritual roots, and then educate them to recognize the Wang family. Furthermore, when these children reach adulthood, they could be betrothed to mortal children of the Wang family, allowing for the continuation of their lineage. Moreover, my aim is to have these children replace the wandering practitioners, as I firmly believe their loyalty will surpass that of the latter. Wang Xiangxiu pondered for a moment and replied, "If it is merely a matter of replacing wandering practitioners, then it poses no significant issue, and I can agree to this. When we test for spiritual roots next year, I will make the necessary arrangements, although the numbers must be limited." Wang Xiangxiu was exceedingly cautious, The sustenance of a cultivation family relies on both strength and bloodline. Thus, she perceived Wang Nanan's proposal as somewhat audacious, yet within an acceptable range. Upon hearing the other's consent, Wang Nanan beamed with joy. This marked a breakthrough and an opportunity for experimentation. If all goes well in a few years, the number of cultivators in the Wang family would increase significantly, soon overshadowing neighboring families. With this thought in mind, Wang Nanan spoke again a few days ago at the Liu family. I observed some unique features that I believe the Wang family could emulate. What features? Wang Xiangxiu inquired. Competitions among clan members. Wang Nanan briefly recounted what he had seen, and Wang Xiangxiu immediately understood. This is indeed beneficial. Our family can adopt this and establish it as a system, ensuring everything proceeds according to regulations. Let us convene a meeting to gather insights. Wang Xiangxiu wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that cultivation could benefit from mutual learning and competition. Establishing a platform for contests would stimulate the competitive spirit among clan members, and rewards could further enhance their enthusiasm for cultivation. The continuous improvement of each member would signify the growth of the family strength. Additionally, Wang Nanan proposed another suggestion, to establish different classes for the various arts of cultivation. Previously, everyone relied on inheritance or sought mentors to learn the arts, which he deemed too slow and inefficient. Instead, he suggested a classroom model akin to literacy education, providing unified instruction, one class for alchemy inheritance, another for talisman crafting, and yet another for formation studies. This approach would combine theory with practice, enabling all clan members aspiring to master the arts of cultivation to acquire skills swiftly. Furthermore, discounts or advances on the spiritual herbs and materials used by novices would facilitate rapid proficiency, alleviating the initial lack of contributions. This idea presents no issues, but it will significantly deplete our clan's resources. Wang Xiangxiu hesitated, noting the ample aged children in the clan. If widely implemented, the clan's resources could struggle to endure, especially considering the substantial consumption required for initial practice. Do we not acquire a large quantity of resources during the beast tide? We cannot hoard these. It is better to utilize them. As long as we enable clan members to enter the realm of cultivation, they will earn their resources in the future. Moreover, we are not giving them away for free. This is an advance that must be repaid, Wang Nanan clarified. Wang Xiangxiu did not immediately respond, but summoned all the clan's responsible members to inform them of Wang Nanan's ideas one by one. After a heated debate, they ultimately reached a consensus. Since everyone agreed, they would first establish competitions for talisman, crafting, and spiritual planting. The specific rules would be drafted by the respective leaders and then reported to her. As for other cultivation arts, they would wait until more individuals were trained before holding competitions. Wang Xiangxiu decided that only these two inheritances had sufficient manpower, while others were too scanty. The establishment of a school for cultivation arts was also approved. Teachers would be selected from the most accomplished members in various arts and compensated with contributions. All children of appropriate age should choose 1 to 2 cultivation arts to study, without needing to wait until they reached the third layer of qi refinement. Finally, regarding the testing of other surnames mortal spiritual roots, 3 major cities would be chosen as pilot sites to assess the actual effects before deciding whether to continue. The assembly unanimously endorsed this decision, and the meeting concluded. Wang Nanan quickly drafted everything regarding the spiritual planting competition. Essentially, it would evaluate the yield, quality, and value of spiritual plants per unit area, ultimately ranking them. The rankings would not only confer honorary titles, such as Master Planter, but also reward them with elixirs, talismans, and other cultivation resources, making it quite enticing. After submitting it to the clan leader, he awaited its implementation. On another front, the cultivation classes were swiftly established, and Wang Nanan was appointed as the instructor for alchemy, adding another task to his responsibilities. However, seeing the eager eyes of the inquisitive children, he felt assured in his endeavors. Chapter 49. Qi Refinement 9th Layer. As autumn arrived, bringing with it a refreshing breeze, it was once again time for the harvest. Wang Nanan organized the clan members to hastily gather the spiritual rice and store it in the clan's treasury. After several days of diligent work, he wore a smile. Finally, it was finished. Stretching his limbs, he relished a moment of respite while glancing at his golden finger panel. Over the years, he had diligently accumulated lifespan to enhance the withering would rebirth scripture, and he had finally gathered enough. Lifespan, 2207. Satisfied, Wang Nanan laughed heartily and proceeded to engage in a life-consuming activity that he had refrained from for over 5 years. As his lifespan swiftly dwindled, the withering would rebirth scripture edged closer to perfection until his 2,000 years of lifespan were expended. It was complete. Wang Nanan was exhilarated. Not only did his realm successfully break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, but he would also be able to induce first-tier spiritual plants with a success rate of 100%. In other words, in just a few moments, he could fully mature first-tier spiritual plants, albeit at a considerable cost. He examined his panel information. Name, Wang Nanan. Age, 24207. Realm, Qi Refinement 9th Layer. Foundation Establishment Pills 010. Cultivation Method, Withering Wood Rebirth Scripture, 1st Layer. Perfection. Breath-holding concealment techniques, soul techniques, spirit rain technique, golden gung, sword technique, spirit seal palm technique, diamond Buddha body technique, falling leaf footwear chaotic / technique, 1 chi, transforming 3 purities, 1st layer. Perfection, fiery. Meditation method, proficient 1. Inheritance. 1st tier spiritual planter, perfection. 1st tier alchemist, minor completion 5. 1st tier talisman master inheritance. Major completion 6. 1st tier formation master inheritance. Entry 43. Just as Wang Nanan's excitement was not yet past, he suddenly noticed an issue regarding his realm. Realm, Qi Refinement 9th Layer. Foundation Establishment Pills 010. What is this? Wang Nanan was somewhat bewildered. Consuming lifespan to elevate his realm appeared to be utterly ineffective. Wouldn't breaking through to Foundation Establishment require consuming 10 Foundation Establishment Pills? Wang Nanan felt overwhelmed. 10 Foundation Establishment Pills. Where'd he find them? It was already a daunting task to acquire a single Foundation Establishment Pill on a regular basis. Even if the clan had the main ingredient for the Foundation Establishment Pill, there was no formula. Moreover, crafting Foundation Establishment Pills necessitated a 2nd-tier alchemist. It was rather frustrating. Wang Nanan felt close to despair. Besides his own Foundation Establishment Pills, he also needed them for his mother and Lu Qingqing. Altogether, he would require at least 12 Foundation Establishment Pills. This was quite worrisome. The earlier excitement had completely dissipated. Furthermore, the 2nd layer of the Withering Wood Rebirth Scripture needed to be prioritized. He recalled that the Withering Wood Rebirth Scripture was acquired by his great-grandfather from the Shenong sect, and it was likely that the 2nd layer resided there as well. A visit to the Shenong sect was indeed warranted. Wang Nanan contemplated that. In addition to seeking the 2nd layer of the Withering Wood Rebirth Scripture, he also needed to look for Foundation Establishment Pills and their formulas at the Shenong sect. As he reviewed his inheritance, he noted some growth through years of cultivation. It was an improvement. He then sought out Wang Xiangxiu, intending to inquire about how to exchange for techniques from the Shenong sect. Exchanging for techniques is straightforward. As affiliated families, we often serve the Shenong sect. In addition to some rewards, we also earn family points, which can be used for exchanges. Wang Xiangxiu explained, it is similar to the points earned from hunting demons. But the family points are exclusive to the affiliated families. The Wang family possesses a considerable number of resources. Contributions can be exchanged for them. What about the Foundation Establishment Pills and their formulas? Do they also require points for exchange? Wang Nanan continued to inquire. Theoretically, yes, but the Foundation Establishment Pills are rather scarce and are seldom available for trade. However, the formulas can be exchanged, albeit at a high cost. Wang Nanan asked, are the family points sufficient? What are you looking to exchange? The Foundation Establishment Pill formula and the inheritance of 2nd-tier alchemy. Additionally, the 2nd layer of the Withered Tree Reviving Spring Classic. Wang Nanan did not hold back. The family points have accumulated significantly and should suffice. But your current contributions are rather limited, Wang Xiangxiu replied. Furthermore, the inheritance of a 2nd-tier alchemist can only be cultivated by Foundation Establishment cultivators. You are merely at the early stage of qi refining, so it would be futile to exchange for it. I have ways to resolve the lack of contributions. As for the 2nd-tier alchemist inheritance, it is imperative that I obtain it, Wang Nanan resolved. Although the 2nd-tier alchemist inheritance requires a Foundation Establishment cultivator due to the need for spiritual awareness control, which is critical for refining high-tier spiritual herbs, Wang Nanan is different. His soul technique is perfected, granting him the ability to manifest spiritual awareness ahead of time. thus providing a foundation for cultivating the second-tier alchemist inheritance. When will you visit the Shinnong sect? Wang Xiangxiu inquired. Right now. I'll go and return swiftly, Wang Nanan determinedly stated, taking the family point certificate from Wang Xiangxiu and setting off on his spirit vessel. Wang Xiangxiu had already informed him of the route, so he was not worried about losing his way. He proceeded cautiously and finally arrived at the Shinnong sect's market. It was not far from the Shinnong sect, but Wang Nanan planned to make a brief stop here. He found a Wang family shop and met with his great-uncle, Wang Dingkong. At this point, Wang Dingkong had aged considerably. Despite his rosy complexion, the twilight of life could not be concealed. According to family customs, he should have returned to the clan to enjoy his remaining years. Great-uncle, Wang Nanan greeted. Speak, what is it? Wang Dingkong asked directly. It was evident that the younger generation sought him out after years apart for a specific purpose. Wang Nanan chuckled, realizing he could not keep it from him, and asked, Great-uncle, do you know of any methods to obtain foundation establishment pills? The Shinnong sect? Is there no other way? Wang Nanan pressed further. The other two golden core sects. I've heard that Baiguang Valley has more foundation establishment pills, but the competition is fiercer, Wang Nanan replied, somewhat surprised. Previously, he had focused solely on the Shinnong sect and had indeed overlooked the other two golden core sects. An oversight. Calculating the time, Baiguang Valley will hold an auction at the end of the year to sell foundation establishment pills. You might consider trying your luck, Wang Dingkong advised. Then why didn't our Wang family seek to obtain foundation establishment pills from the other two golden core sects before? Wang Nanan questioned, puzzled. That is naturally due to the family's circumstances. We are an affiliated clan of the Shinnong sect. Not to mention whether the other two golden core sects would be willing to trade with us. Even the Shinnong sect would have objections. However, if one were to conceal their identity and go personally, it would not be a significant issue, provided you're not discovered and have sufficient spirit stones. Wang Nanan's expression darkened. Spirit stones indeed posed a considerable challenge. However, if given some time, he should be able to gather enough. Especially since the Withered Tree Reviving Spring Classic had reached perfection, allowing him to swiftly cultivate spiritual herbs. Thank you for the information, Great-uncle. I would also like to request some precious first-tier spiritual herb seeds to exchange with my contributions. Chapter 50. The second layer of the Withered Tree, Reviving Spring Classic. To gain entry into the Shinnong sect, Wang Nanan specifically contacted his cousin, Wang Nanyao, through great-uncle Wang Dingkong. It had been many years since Wang Nanyao was taken by the Shinnong sect. To his surprise, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Wang Nanan smiled at her, remarking on her beauty. Wang Nanyao was indeed stunning. Having reached the seventh layer of Qi refining and entered the inner sect of a Shinnong sect under the tutelage of a foundation establishment elder, Wang Nanyao smiled gently, leading Wang Nanan into the Shinnong sect. True to its name, the Shinnong sect excels in cultivating spiritual herbs. But to think that it solely focuses on this would be a grave misunderstanding. The Shinnong sect's authority also teaches discipline, which is part of the reason for its dominion over the surrounding area. As they made their way deeper into the Shinnong sect, they conversed about the events of the years past. Particularly, Wang Nanyao had fared well, as the presence of a Shinnong sect deterred anyone from challenging her. Why haven't you returned home in all these years? Wang Nanan inquired with curiosity. Wang Nanyao paused for a moment, gazing around the Shinnong sect, and replied, Every year, my parents come to visit me. What significance is there in returning to the family? Wang Nanan seemed to grasp her sentiments. His cousin likely harbored grievances toward the family, having been forcibly sent to the Shinnong sect at such a tender age. Even if the family provided assistance, it could not soothe the wounds of a young heart. Wang Nanan refrained from arguing. Had he been in her position, he too might have voiced complaints. Their journey continued in silence until they arrived at the task hall of the Shinnong sect. This hall not only assigns daily tasks and reward for the sect's disciples, but also manages the affiliated families in the vicinity, making it a vital department. Upon meeting the elder of the task hall, Wang Nanyao introduced them. Since this is the family of Wang Shizhi, we shall prioritize their matters. Elder Qian, sporting a bushy beard, spoke in a neutral tone. Thank you, Elder Qian. They both expressed their gratitude. Elder Qian, I wish to exchange for the second layer of the Withered Tree Reviving Spring Classic. Additionally, I seek the foundation establishment pill formula and the inheritance of second-tier alchemy. Upon hearing Wang Nanan's request, not only was Wang Nanyao astonished, but even Elder Qian raised his gaze to examine Wang Nanan. Interesting. Elder Qian chuckled. It has been quite some time since anyone sought the second layer of the withered tree, reviving spring classic. How is your progress with the first layer? Elder Qian scrutinized Wang Nanan's cultivation level, scoffing slightly. Barely at the threshold, Wang Nanan replied. Aware of the power of the withered tree, reviving spring classic, and hoping to gain insight into the second layer's technique for assistance in his cultivation, he fabricated a tale. It would be absurd to claim he had already perfected it. Elder Qian seemed to discern Wang Nanan's deception, but chose not to expose him. The second layer of the withered tree, reviving spring classic, requires 30,000 family points. The foundation establishment pill formula is 10,000 family points. The inheritance of second-tier alchemy is 50,000 family points, totaling 90,000 family points. Wang Nanan felt a pang of regret, but still submitted the certificate. He had previously observed that the family's accumulated points over the years barely exceeded 100,000, and now they were nearly depleted. Suddenly recalling that the Shinnong sect possessed spiritual seeds for longevity pills, he inquired about their price. Elder Qian looked at Wang Nanan with a meaningful expression, stating, "You still have over 10,000 family points remaining, which can be exchanged for 3 sets of longevity pill-compatible spiritual seeds. If you wish, 1 set will suffice." Wang Nanan contemplated before responding. Although second-tier seeds were rather expensive, he ultimately decided to purchase them. After Elder Qian accepted the points and packaged the items for Wang Nanan, he sent the two on their way. On the return journey, Wang Nanan invited Wang Nanyao to dine at the Shinnong sect market, and afterward, he retrieved a first-tier spiritual seed from great-uncle before heading home. As Wang Nanan navigated his spirit vessel, he sensed several figures trailing behind him, akin to pesky insects. Are they bandits? Do they think my low cultivation level makes me an easy target? Wang Nanan amused. During his initial visit to the Shinnong sect market, they had not shown any interest. Wang Nanan pretended not to notice as he continued flying until he spotted a river and decided to stop. Casually setting up a few talismans nearby, he sat by the riverbank to rest, maintaining awareness of the bandits' positions. 3 individuals approached, 2 at the 5th layer of qi refining and 1 at the 6th layer. What audacity they possessed to attempt robbery at such a level. Wang Nanan scoffed. Although foundation establishment cultivators are rare, there are many at the later stages of qi refining. These individuals truly have no fear of encountering a hidden powerhouse. Wang Nanan waited in silence as the 3 soon surrounded him. Each donned a flying sword, gazing down upon Wang Nanan from above, proclaiming, "I have dominion over this thoroughfare." Thwack! The brigand's head, mid-sentence, detached from his body, painting the azure expanse with crimson. "I cultivated this arboreal domain. To traverse it, you must remit a toll." Wang Nanan continued, dumbfounding the remaining 2 highwaymen. "Hold up," Wang Nanan declared, brandishing a 9-ring broadsword at the duo. The 2 brigands shuddered, realizing they had encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Flee," one of the brigands uttered, only for his head to meet a similar fate. The blood-soaked blade possessed a savage aura, deterring the last brigand from resistance. Any fool could discern that the seemingly unassuming cultivator was, in reality, a formidable expert. "Esteemed senior, spare me," the final brigand pleaded, prostrating himself upon the earth. "How many are in your band?" Wang Nanan inquired, knowing that brigands typically operated in groups, not trios. I. Wang Nanan casually swung his broadsword, severing the man's arm. "Aya!" A scream erupted, only to be silenced by Wang Nanan's foot. With the broadsword hovering above the brigand's eye, Wang Nanan warned, "Do not compel me to repeat the question. If I confess, will I be spared?" The broadsword descended swiftly, executing a delicate pirouette, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Wang Nanan's heel then plunged in the man's mouth, stifling his cries, while a dusting of healing powder was applied to his face, mitigating some of the bleeding. The look in Wang Nanan's eyes was one of ruthless intent. The brigand was terrified. His previous helplessness indicated that his opponent was undoubtedly in the late stages of qi refining, leaving him no chance of retaliation. His psychological defenses crumbled. 7. The cultivation levels of the other 4? 1 at the 7th level of qi refining, 3 at the 4th. Their location? Shinnong Gate Marketplace. Wang Nanan's brow furrowed slightly. These brigands had brazenly established their base within Shinnong Gate Marketplace, which presented a challenge. Under Shinnong Gate's protection, he dare not cause trouble within the marketplace. The broadsword swung once more, severing the man's trachea. After a brief cleanup, Nan obtained some spirit stones and a semicircular jade pendant. A fireball talisman reduced the 3 corpses to ashes, their remains scattered into the river. Chapter 51. Pavilion of 100 Flowers. Nan felt no discomfort after his inaugural act of homicide, perhaps due to prior preparation. Everything proceeded smoothly until his return to the family. After returning the family's contribution certificate to Wang Xiangxiu, Nan stated, "The contributions owed to the family will be repaid in the form of spirit herbs as soon as possible. There is no need for Aunt to worry." Wang Xiangxiu knew that Nan was a man of his word and did not quibble. After all, Nan had made significant contributions to the family over the years. Upon returning to the valley, he carved out several spirit fields in the depths, sowing the seeds of the spirit herbs that accompanied the longevity pill. He then proceeded to the spirit fields outside, where he immediately ripened the duckweed grass before planning to replant other spirit plants. He had requested 7th grandfather Wang Dingkong to procure several Tier 1 spirit seeds, all of which were valuable and in high demand. This was Nan's confidence in accumulating spirit stones in recent days. Otherwise, even if 100 Flowers Valley sold Foundation establishment pills, he would not dare to venture there. The spirit seeds were quickly sown, and he hastened their maturation. A vast expanse of lush spirit plants brought Nan great joy, but also left him exhausted. Damn, ripening at 100 drains so much spiritual energy. Nan felt utterly depleted. Lu Qingqing was not even this capable. He crushed a few spirit stones, gasping for breath as his body gradually recovered. Furthermore, Nan discovered that the spirit fields had also undergone changes. The fertility had been depleted, the soil was cracked, and it had lost its original color. Indeed, matter cannot be created or destroyed. Cixi, help with the harvest. Nan shouted. After so many years of training, Cixi had become adept at planting and harvesting spirit herbs, surpassing many cultivators in skill. Nan recovered nearby, planning to request a batch of spirit fertilizer from the family later. He took the duckweed grass and several Tier 1 spirit plants, handing them over to the family. Some were exchanged for spirit stones, others for spirit fertilizer, and everything was immediately spent. Large amounts of spirit fertilizer were piled next to the spirit fields, and Cixi helped spread them into the fields. Cixi, you're truly a good ox. All those years of consuming waste pills and spirit herbs were not in vain. Nan praised. Cixi was now on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of qi refining, and his work speed had increased significantly. Cixi silently tilled the land, quickly completing the task. The spirit seeds were sown again, but this time Nan did not ripen them all at once. Instead, dividing them into 3 batches, ripening 1 batch every other day. This ensured that he would not be exhausted and would have time to draw talismans, refine pills, and attend to other matters. In the following days, the quantity of spirit plants Nan delivered to the family increased dramatically, attracting Wang Xiangxiu's attention. Has your ripening technique improved? Wang Xiangxiu guessed. Nan nodded slightly, but remained silent. Wang Xiangxiu's eyes widened. Based on the speed at which Nan had been delivering spirit herbs these past few days, his ripening technique seemed to have reached an incredible level. This was an unexpected delight for Wang Xiangxiu. Good, good, good. Wang Xiangxiu laughed. In this way, the Wang family would never lack Tier 1 spirit plants in the future. Seeing Wang Xiangxiu so pleased, Nan's eyes darted around, and he said, "Clan leader Aunt, may I ask for a favor? Speak. I will try my best to grant it. Lend me 20,000 spirit stones." What did you say? I said, "Lend me 20,000 spirit stones." What was the previous sentence? Aunt, may I ask for a favor? Who is your aunt? Don't try to get close. Wang Xiangxiu pushed Nan away and took a few steps back. Aunt, is that really necessary? Nan complained. It is necessary. Do you know what 20,000 spirit stones means? The family's annual income is indeed high, but cultivators need to cultivate, eat, drink, and maintain various facilities. All things considered, the family basically has no spirit stones left. You are asking for 20,000. Where did you get such a big appetite? Besides, you have no worries about food and drink now, and you are not lacking in cultivation resources. What do you need spirit stones for? To buy Foundation establishment pills. To prepare for my mother in advance. Nan explained that his father had become a ghost cultivator, and his mother had no divine sense and could not see. So he could only find a way to help his mother break through early, hence the advanced preparation of foundation establishment pills. Wang Xiangxiu was silent for a moment, then said, "It will take your mother at least decades to break through to the 9th level of qi refining. What's the rush? With your abilities? Tens of thousands of spirit stones are just a matter of time. This reason is not valid. I will exchange them for spirit herbs." Wang Nan said quickly. Wang Xiangxiu was immediately speechless, as if she was struggling with something. It's still not possible. The family has very few spirit stones left, and spirit herbs are relatively difficult to sell. If you insist on borrowing spirit stones, exchange them for pills used by late-stage qi refining cultivators. Deal. Wang Nan agreed in one go. At worst, he would be a coolie for a while. Wang Xiangxiu changed her tone and explained, "Don't blame your aunt for taking advantage of you. The family has been short of pills recently, so you'll have to work harder. Your 7th grandfather is getting old and doesn't have many good years left. I don't think he will open the furnace to refine pills anymore. Currently, you're the only one in the family who can refine pills for the late stage of qi refining." "I see." Wang Nan understood now. No wonder there was so much trouble. "Aunt, if you have any difficulties, just say so. As a member of the family, it is nothing to contribute to the family." "Good nephew, you are busy. I will go prepare the spirit stones for you." Wang Xiangxiu left happily. Wang Nan sighed. These days will be difficult again. Planting, ripening, refining pills, 3 points in one line. He was so busy every day that he didn't even go back to his cave residence. Sitting cross-legged next to the spirit fields every night, relying on Cixi to meditate and rest. Of course, such hard work and labor brought fruitful success. In addition to the 20,000 spirit stones borrowed from the family, he had accumulated another 10,000 spirit stones. As for what he owed the family, he could only repay it later. After simply disguising himself and displaying his cultivation level as the late stage of qi refining, he quietly left the family alone. 100 Flowers Valley was quite far from the Wang family, but with Wang Nan's current foot strength, he could arrive in a little over a day. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air as vibrant flowers blossomed in every visible spot. It is no wonder that this place is referred to as the Valley of 100 Flowers. Indeed, it is a veritable garden of blooms. A steady stream of cultivators passed by, likely on their way to the auction. Following the crowd, Wang Nan soon found the venue, the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Gazing at the sign, it was clear that this establishment was dedicated to the sale and auction of goods, akin to a chain store, with a branch located in the Shinong Sex Market as well. Upon entering, Wang Nan paid an entrance fee of 10 spirit stones, after which a group of female cultivators guided everyone to the auction hall. Seated among numerous other cultivators, each one veiled and concealed, Wang Nan too made sure to cover themselves thoroughly, revealing not even a hint of their form. Most importantly, to avert unwanted attention from ill-intentioned cultivators. The 100 Flowers Pavilion had thoughtfully arranged a formation within the auction hall to effectively prevent any probing of consciousness, ensuring that all attendees could remain anonymous as long as they possessed spirit stones. Moreover, the items acquired through the auction were delivered discreetly, leaving no chance for outsiders to discover the details. Truly, the 100 Flowers Valley is considerate. Wang Nan mused, no wonder business here flourished. The auction commenced with the service of captivatingly beautiful female cultivators, which inevitably attracted Wang Nan's admiration. As the event unfolded, a graceful woman clad in a green lotus leaf dress ascended the stage, facing the audience. With a flick of her wrist, she used an object manipulation technique to levitate a jade vial before everyone. Without further ado, the auction officially began. All eyes were fixed on the jade vial, as a delicate scent of wine wafted into the nostrils of the crowd. The first item up for bid was the 100 Flowers Brew, a second-tier spirit wine crafted by the Valley of 100 Flowers, which greatly aids foundational cultivation for aspiring practitioners. The starting price was set at 100 spirit stones. Gasps of astonishment filled the hall. The first item, being a second-tier resource, showcased the auction's value. Although the starting price was not exorbitant, it was merely an opening bid. Wang Nan's gaze remained riveted upon the 100 Flowers Brew. While their clan also possessed fine spirit wines, such as Beautiful Drunkenness and 100 Brews, they paled in comparison to the second-tier spirit wine before them. Wang Nan felt a twinge of desire. The second-tier spirit wine undoubtedly offered a delightful taste. Yet with the need to save spirit stones for the foundational elixir, they reluctantly decided to forego the purchase. While Wang Nanan abstained, other cultivators relentlessly raised their bids, with some even resorting to threats against their rivals. Please be mindful of your language, fellow cultivators. The auctioneer's voice quelled the discord, restoring order. One item after another graced the stage: second-tier pills, second-tier magical artifacts, second-tier talismans, and even puppets. Though puppetry is considered a branch of weapon refining, many practitioners regard it as a distinct art of cultivation. The Wang clan lacked expertise in this area, making Wang Nanan covetous. However, after feeling the spirit stones in their possession, they ultimately decided against it. As time passed, Wang Nanan witnessed a plethora of remarkable items, finally awaiting the foundational elixirs. This auction featured a total of 5 foundational elixirs, each sold separately, with a starting price of 3,000 spirit stones. As the price was announced, bids erupted from the crowd. The foundational elixir is a rare commodity, highly sought after, with significant markup. As the bids dwindled, the first foundational elixir reached 7,000 spirit stones. 7,100 spirit stones, Wang Nanan declared. The prices of the first 3 elixirs remained below 9,000 spirit stones, which Wang Nanan found acceptable. Should they fail to secure one, they would have to significantly raise their bids for the remaining 2. 7,200 spirit stones came another offer. A handful of cultivators still refused to concede, as the usual auction price for a foundational elixir hovered around 8,000 spirit stones, indicating room for further escalation. Wang Nanan remained composed, steadily following the bidding. Ultimately, they acquired the first foundational elixir for 8,300 spirit stones. The second elixir followed suit, with incremental raises. One must not be overly greedy. Securing a single foundational elixir is no trivial feat, and caution is warranted to avoid having it taken by others. Many cultivators discreetly communicated with Wang Nanan. Paying no heed to their warnings, Wang Nanan trusted the reputation of the 100 Flowers Valley, confident that their identity would remain concealed within its confines, and that no one outside could trace them. Eventually, the second elixir was secured for 8,800 spirit stones. The third elixir followed the same pattern, but it ignited even more fervor. Numerous cultivators raised their bids, and Wang Nanan continued to match them, with over 12,000 spirit stones still in hand, ample for their needs. 11,000 spirit stones, Wang Nanan called out, ultimately securing the third elixir, leaving several competitors incensed. Where did this formidable contender emerge from? With the remaining spirit stones, there was little left to bid on, prompting Wang Nanan to rise and collect the foundational elixirs. Accompanied by a maid, Wang Nanan entered a private chamber, exchanged spirit stones, and retrieved the foundational elixirs. Dear guest, the 100 Flowers Pavilion offers complimentary lodging for 1 month to patrons who purchase items at auction. Would you like to take advantage of this offer? The maid's gentle voice caught Wang Nanan's attention. Your Valley of 100 Flowers is truly thoughtful, Wang Nanan commended, giving a thumbs up. The 100 Flowers Pavilion was typically bustling with customers, and Wang Nanan could easily stay for a while before finding an opportune moment to depart. After all, their identity remained unknown, making it a safer choice. Agreeing to stay, Wang Nanan was led to a cave dwelling. After conducting thorough checks to ensure everything was secure, they summoned the 18-star glazed gourd from their beast-taming pouch. Please return to the clan and have my cousin come to escort me, Wang Nanan requested. After much deliberation, they decided to notify Wang Xiangxiu. Renowned for her formidable prowess, Wang Xiangxiu was known for her strength in the vicinity. With her covert protection, Wang Nanan would be assured of safety. The 18-star glazed gourd comprehended Wang Nanan's request and vanished with a flutter of its wings. Days later, Wang Xiangxiu's voice resonated in Wang Nanan's mind. I shall come to your aid. Did you manage to secure the foundational elixir? Indeed, Wang Nanan replied candidly, knowing Wang Xiangxiu would easily surmise the details. Then, proceed to board a spirit boat and leave the 100 Flowers Pavilion as usual. I will ensure your safety. Wang Nanan felt a wave of reassurance, especially as the 18-star glazed gourd returned to their side. Following the arrangement, Wang Nanan departed on the spirit boat as an ordinary cultivator. Once outside the confines of the 100 Flowers Valley, an unsettling sensation washed over Wang Nanan. While the pavilion's safeguards were commendable, the tactics of cultivators were often unfathomable. It seemed they had indeed been tracked. Grateful for having contacted their cousin in advance. Wang Nanan accelerated their flight, pursued closely by several bandit cultivators, including one foundational cultivator. Where did they go? Wang Nanan mused, scanning with their consciousness, only to find no trace of the bandits' presence. My cousin acted swiftly. How could there be no fluctuations at all? Wang Nanan immediately contacted their cousin. It was your uncle Wang Xiangtan and our aunt Wang Dingfei who intervened, breaching the defenses of the bandits with their consciousness and striking them down with a black armored king insect, Wang Xiangxiu explained. Wang Nanan expressed gratitude, but was taken aback by the emergence of the long-hidden ghost cultivators. Ever since the Yin Huai tree advanced, the ghost clan had elevated their strength and remained discreet, almost as if they did not exist. Even within the valley, sightings were rare. Now, emerging for Wang Nanan's sake, it seemed they were drawn by the potential of their breeding techniques. With the threat eliminated, the return journey proceeded smoothly. Wang Xiangxiu found Wang Nanan, her gaze fixed intently upon them. Cousin, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Wang Nanan felt a twinge of unease. Nanan, how many foundational elixirs did you procure? 1, came the reply. But I heard that the 100 Flowers Pavilion auctioned 5 foundational elixirs, 3 of which were claimed by a single individual. Indeed, that cultivator was remarkably powerful, tossing spirit stones like confetti. Many cultivators were hesitant, and he capitalized on their indecision. Wang Nanan recounted excitedly. You cannot imagine how fiercely the competition escalated for the remaining 2 foundational elixirs. The bid soared beyond 13,000 spirit stones. Wang Xiangxiu's expression grew contemplative, and sensing Wang Nanan's reticence, she sighed and departed. Ensure you repay the family's spirit stones promptly. They will be needed within the clan. Understood, cousin, Wang Nanan responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. For an entire year, Wang Nanan immersed themselves in the frenzied art of alchemy to repay debts, successfully clearing their obligations while amassing a modest reserve of spirit stones for future needs. In addition, they managed to acquire the recipe for longevity elixirs, which, after all, was not a closely guarded secret. Subsequent to Wang Nanan meticulously transcribing it along with the Foundation Establishment pill formula, it was consigned to the clan repository. He has attained the rudiments of the second stratum of the withered with flourishing spring scripture, discovering its heightened potency, representing a comprehensive augmentation of the initial stratum, refining meridians, mending the self, and nurturing all creation. Primarily, it refines the meridians, not only amplifying the chi and spiritual energy reserves within the cultivator's body, rendering the meridians more resilient and less prone to injury, as per the initial stratum, but also unlocking more latent meridians within the body, further bolstering physical prowess. Secondly, self-reparation accelerates the velocity at which the initial stratum swiftly mends internal injuries, external wounds, and spiritual impairment, ensuring that unless the injury is fatal, it can be rectified with utmost celerity. Ultimately, the cultivation of all creation upon the consummation of the second stratum can assuredly foster Tier 2 spiritual flora, albeit with a formidable 8-fold surge in spiritual energy expenditure. Furthermore, given that the second stratum of the withered would flourishing spring scripture constitutes a foundation establishment cultivation method, Wang Nanan remains incapable of employing his golden touch to elevate it, necessitating that all progress await his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the acquired Tier 2 alchemist inheritance has been initiated, and owing to the minor accomplishment of the Tier 1 alchemist inheritance, the proficiency of the Tier 2 alchemist inheritance has reached 90 at the entry level, yet it remains beyond the purview of the golden touches enhancement. Name, Wang Nanan. Age, 25633 Realm. Chi refining 9th layer. Foundation establishment pill 310. Cultivation methods. Withered with flourishing spring scripture, second stratum. Entry 0. Turtle breath, chi concealment, tactic soul, technique, spiritual rain technique, golden gung, sword play, spiritual, rhinoceros palm, technique, Vajra Buddha body technique, falling leaf footwork, random chopping saber technique, 1 chi transformed into 3 purities, first stratum. Consummate, blazing fire meditation. Technique, proficient 1, inheritances, Tier 1 spiritual planter, consummate, Tier 2 alchemist, entry 90, Tier 1 talisman master inheritance, great accomplishment 7, Tier 1 formation master inheritance, entry 45, later that year. Third grandmother Wang Dingru perished, transforming into a ghost cultivator. Seventh grandfather Wang Dingkong returned to the clan to retire, entrusting the Shinong Gate Market to other clansmen. Within the Yin Huai tree, Wang Dingru, upon comprehending the sequence of events, belatedly realized the extraordinary capabilities of the Yin Huai tree, which she had encountered daily, particularly the presence of numerous clansmen whom she had presumed to have perished, filling Wang Dingru with immense solace. She lamented that the absence of divine consciousness had hindered so much. Wang Dingru reflected that she had ingested longevity pills, yet had not lived significantly longer. However, she also rejoiced in the fact that even in demise, she could still serve the clan. "You scoundrel, you dared to conceal matters from me." Wang Dingru rebuked Wang Nanan, whom she had witnessed grow up, yet she had been oblivious. "Third grandmother, even had I informed you beforehand, you would not have believed it," Wang Nanan explained. "Who would have conceived that a rare ghost cultivator would rely on a spiritual plant for survival?" Despite the jesting, life persisted. In the ensuing year, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing welcomed their second offspring, a chubby boy who wailed incessantly. Aside from clan and domestic affairs, Wang Nanan dedicated his time to alchemy and talisman crafting, particularly the former, which he needed to refine continuously. The primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment Pill, cultivated within the clan, were nearing maturity in approximately a decade, and with the Foundation Establishment Pill formula now in hand, he could attempt its concoction. Furthermore, alchemy facilitated the swift accumulation of spiritual stones, amassing resources for the clan and his family. Even Cixi now relished the daily consumption of elixirs. A month later, Cixi broke through to the fifth layer of qi refining. Within the clan leader's cave dwelling, an elderly woman stumbled in, her breath faint. Wang Xiangxiu, in a daze, instantly recognized her. Second grandmother, Wang Xiangxiu aided her, having become privy to numerous clan secrets since assuming the mantle of clan leader. She had encountered Wang Mingzhu, who had feigned death long ago, twice during the Beast Tide and when preparing to travel abroad. Never did she anticipate encountering her again, riddled with injuries. "What happened to you?" Wang Xiangxiu inquired, extracting healing pills and placing them into her mouth. The elixir permeated her body, granting Wang Mingzhu a respite. Wang Mingzhu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze already blurred. She merely entrusted a storage bag to Wang Xiangxiu before passing away. Wang Xiangxiu discerned that a grave matter had transpired, cradling Wang Mingzhu's corpse and proceeding to the Yin Huai tree, awaiting its flowering and fruiting. As the flowers bloomed and the fruits fell, Wang Mingzhu transformed into a ghost cultivator and divulged the circumstances. During her travels, she had ventured deep into the 100,000 mountains. Treading cautiously, she had encountered some fortuitous opportunities, enabling her to advance in cultivation. Until recently, she had discovered a relic within the 100,000 mountains and had ventured into it. The relic contained numerous items, but time had rendered them useless, save for a few pill formulas that could barely be deciphered, which she had retrieved. Upon exiting, she was intercepted by a Foundation Establishment late-stage great demon, who pursued her relentlessly, inflicting grievous wounds. Had she not been loath to relinquish these pill formulas, she would have detonated herself directly, taking the Foundation Establishment great demon with her. Wang Mingzhu exclaimed indignantly, having heard Wang Mingai mention the Yin Huai tree, and thus not fretting over her demise. But the acquired pill formulas were of paramount importance and could not be discarded. "Once I cultivate for a period, I will seek out that great demon for retribution." Wang Xiangxiu disregarded Wang Mingzhu's subsequent words, instead opening the storage bag in her possession, discovering 3 pill formulas. Upon careful examination, she could discern the characters. "It's acceptable, not ancient script, though. It is ancient, we can still decipher it." Several ghost cultivator clansmen gathered around. Wang Xiangxiu promptly summoned Wang Nanan, inquiring whether he could concoct them. Wang Nanan, elated at the prospect of new pill formulas, hastily returned to the valley. Foundation Establishment Pill Formula, Marrow Cleansing Pill Formula, and Soul Nourishing Pill Formula. Wang Nanan's eyes gleamed. "These are all treasures. Though there is some duplication." "No, there is no duplication." Wang Nanan scrutinized the contents of the pill formulas, noting that this Foundation Establishment pill formula differed from that of Shinong sect. Both were Tier 2 pill formulas, which no one in the clan could currently concoct. Wang Nanan explained, however, inability now does not imply perpetual inability. The spiritual herbs on these pill formulas are largely available in the market, save for a few Tier 2 spiritual herbs that need to be procured from Shinnon Gate. Furthermore, this foundation establishment pill formula does not utilize Tier 2 spiritual herbs, but rather the inner core of foundation establishment stage demon beasts. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, cultivators solidify their dantian, while demon beasts generate an inner core. It can be said that the inner core is the essence and strength of the foundation establishment demon beast. This new foundation establishment pill formula is of paramount importance and a delightful surprise to the Wong family, representing an entirely distinct path capable of elevating the Wong family. Chapter 54. Children of different surnames regarding the matter of utilizing demon beast inner cores to concoct foundation establishment pills. Wang Nanan subsequently consulted relevant records and discovered that prior to the establishment of the three great golden core sects, such as Shinnon Gate, some sects did possess such inheritance, which was somehow lost. Numerous powerful cultivators attempted to locate or replicate it, but all failed. Now, Wang Mingzhu has unexpectedly discovered it, a stroke of immense fortune for the Wang family. However, the acquisition of inner cores is also arduous. Demon beasts of the same rank possess formidable physiques and are constantly engaged in combat, possessing abundant experience. In life and death struggles, human cultivators do not hold an advantage. Indeed, human cultivators are often the ones hunted. Thus, the mass acquisition of inner cores is unrealistic, but it provides an additional avenue. Currently, aside from Wang Xiangxiu and Wang Nanan, only the Ghost Cultivator clansmen are privy to the new pill formulas. Thus, there is no concern about leakage. Leave the matter of foundation establishment demon beast inner cores to me, but you're responsible for the spiritual herbs. And think of a way to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Never mind, let it be. Wang Xiangxiu instructed. As for the Ghost Cultivator clansmen, they lack physical bodies and cannot cultivate immortal arts, including those they previously knew, which they selectively forget, a limitation of ghost cultivators. I am already responsible for the spiritual planner's affairs, so the cultivation of spiritual herbs is naturally my responsibility. However, the current distribution of spiritual plants within the clan may require a thorough reevaluation, Wang Nanan stated in advance. Wang Xiangxiu expressed her agreement, asserting that as long as the yield of spiritual rice remains unaffected, the quantity of spiritual herbs will not hinder the acquisition of spirit stones, allowing Wang Nanan to experiment as he wishes. The second-tier spiritual seeds acquired from the Shinnon sect were handed over to Wang Nanan, who began to reorganize the spiritual fields. The priority was the clan's territory, situated along a second-tier spiritual vein, which led to the transformation of areas with dense spiritual energy into second-tier spiritual fields, complete with protective and concealing formations. Other fields, with slightly lesser spiritual energy, would be extensively cultivated with first-tier spiritual herbs and fruits, particularly converting large tracts of spiritual water fields at the foot of the mountain into dry fields for planting chinkping grass. The mulberry groves and fish ponds remained untouched. As for the spiritual rice and some spiritual fruits needed by the clan, they would all be allocated to the first-tier spiritual veins at Qingfeng Mountain, Lingxi, Biu, and Guoling. Most of the clan's spiritual cultivators would migrate to Qingfeng Mountain, leaving only a few skilled cultivators behind. This arrangement would enhance control over the three first-tier spiritual veins at Qingfeng Mountain and allow for diversification of resources. The timeline for implementation would be determined by the maturity of the spiritual plants, migrating in batches without haste. However, the locations of the second-tier spiritual fields were preemptively expedited by Wang Nanan for reallocation. This kept the two formation masters in the clan quite busy. The second-tier spiritual fields were soon established, and all spiritual seeds were planted, awaiting harvest. The first batch of children with spiritual roots had entered the Wang family for over a year, selected from several experimental mortal cities, according to the previous plan. In total, there were 24 children, most possessing 5 spiritual roots. Wang Nanan recalled the uproar caused when clan members were dispatched to test for spiritual roots, which not only sent shockwaves through the mortal cities, but also drew the attention of numerous immortal families. However, the Wang family operated discreetly, leading to a swift resolution of the matter, and thereafter, it was seldom mentioned. The 24 children from different surnames far outnumbered the 3 children with spiritual roots from the Wang family, much to Wang Nanan's satisfaction. A larger population base naturally increases the likelihood of producing spiritual roots. The clan had already designated these 24 individuals to replace the unacknowledged sons-in-law, marking it as an experiment. Now that these children had been integrated into the Wong family for over a year, they had been educated by clan members while also practicing foundational techniques. Given their young age, their malleability was significant, and they had essentially come to recognize the Wong family. Wang Xiangxiu were a beaming smile, pleasantly surprised by the smooth progress of events. In truth, the strongest supporters of this arrangement were the ordinary individuals from different surnames, grateful to the Wong family for the opportunity to cultivate. These children, with inferior spiritual root talents, were not expected to receive training from their families. Instead, upon entering the first layer of qi refinement, they began to learn various arts of cultivation, effectively working for the clan. Once they reached the appropriate age, they would be assigned partners to propagate the next generation until their eventual decline. Wang Xiangxiu had meticulously planned the lives of these individuals. Wang Nannan did not refute, as this was already a considerable opportunity for those ordinary individuals yearning to enter the world of cultivation. The adventures and treasures depicted in novels were unlikely to manifest in their lives. Thus, a reliable foundation enabling them to enjoy a century of cultivation and peace was indeed a significant blessing, something many cultivators could only dream of. Observing the struggling, loose cultivators, who fought desperately for meager resources and often faced perilous consequences, one could not help but empathize. What arts of cultivation do you plan to have in practice? Wang Nannan inquired, curious as he had not paid attention to these matters. Currently, it was tentatively decided that most would become spiritual cultivators, divided into 3 categories: those responsible for planting spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, and spiritual herbs. A small number would study the raising of spiritual fish, spiritual chickens, ducks, and spiritual insects. If any excelled, there were opportunities to inherit skills in brewing, culinary arts, talisman crafting, and ink making, Wang Xiangxiu replied. The clan would provide for their needs, while also imparting knowledge. The Wang family was being quite generous. Wang Nannan nodded, acknowledging that these were all auxiliary skills that suited the 5 spiritual root children well. After all, he too had risen through the ranks as a spiritual cultivator. Furthermore, this arrangement within the clan not only prevented potential betrayal, but also increased the foundational resources of the clan, a dual benefit. Dividing the spiritual cultivators into 3 simplified categories for faster learning was indeed an excellent strategy, Wang Nannan praised, emphasizing the merit of having a cultivator specialize in one aspect. Everyone contributed their ideas. Wang Xiangxiu, however, did not seek credit for it. From the current perspective, Wang Nannan's initial proposal to include children from different surnames in the testing for spiritual roots had proven correct, provided the balance was maintained. Cousin, are there still many arts of cultivation within the clan that have not been passed down? Wang Nannan suddenly recalled the matter and asked. Wang Xiangxiu was slightly taken aback, surprised by Wang Nannan's rapid shift in topic. Of course, there are numerous arts of cultivation. Even the Golden Core sects do not possess them all. Besides, the mainstream ones are just a few, which is sufficient. Wang Nannan agreed with this statement. Indeed, some arts of cultivation were unnecessary, yet others were quite essential. I recall our clan lacks the inheritance for puppetry, weapon refinement, and beast mastery, correct? Wang Nannan inquired again, as these 3 were considered mainstream arts of cultivation. Particularly, weapon refinement was highly significant, yet the Wang family lacked this knowledge. Even in beast mastery, the Wang family possessed only rudimentary knowledge without a systematic inheritance. Wang Nannan's inquiry stemmed from a desire to help the Wang family acquire these final 3 mainstream inheritances. Where can one find them? For beast mastery, we would need to approach the Zhou family. Do not underestimate them for being merely a foundational family. Their beast mastery inheritance is the strongest in the vicinity, even surpassing that of the 3 major Golden Core sects. Wang Xiangxiu pondered before responding. As for weapon refinement, that lies with the Qingfeng sect, the only one among the 3 major Golden Core sects that specializes in weapon refinement, serving as the primary source of magical tools for cultivators. Regarding puppetry, all 3 major Golden Core sects have some involvement, but the Qingfeng sect excels slightly more. Chapter 55, Mining, Divination, Curses, and Spiritual Veins. The 3 major Golden Core sects are an unavoidable topic of discussion. As a subordinate family of the Shinnong sect, It was relatively easy for someone like Wang Nan to occasionally pose as a loose cultivator to procure a few foundation-building pills from other Golden Core sections. However, attempting to acquire inheritance from other Golden Core sects would lead to dire consequences if discovered by the Shinnong sect, which would likely spell doom for the Wang family. Such an act would be viewed by the Shinnong sect as treachery. It appeared that inheritance could only be sought from the Shinnong sect. Wang Nan murmured to himself. The Beast Mastery inheritance was the lifeblood of the Zhou family, much like the Talisman inheritance was for the Wang family. It would not be surrendered unless their clan faced annihilation. According to Wang Xiangxiu, while the Beast Mastery inheritance from the three major Golden Core sects might not surpass that of the Zhou family, it would still suffice for the Wang family's needs. The remaining concerns were that the family points had been depleted, leaving insufficient points to directly exchange for resources from a Shinnong sect. Cousin, are there any tasks from the Shinnong sect recently? You wish to earn points? Wang Nan nodded. The tasks from a Shinnong sect are released irregularly, primarily directed at disciples of the sect. Tasks designated for our family are rare and difficult to come by. Hence Wang Xiangxiu hinted. Wang Nan understood. It seemed there were currently no tasks available. The path to obtaining inheritance was temporarily obstructed, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, while the clan's pursuit of inheritance may have stalled, he could still forge ahead. Upon arriving at the library, Wang Nan exchanged several inheritances from the clan. Spiritual chef, brewer, acquired from Kong Kai, insect master, mining expert, diviner, curse master, and spiritual vein master. These were the skills Wang Nan discovered on the second floor of the library. Since taking charge of the spiritual cultivators, he had gained the privilege to access this area. The first three were quite common, as Wang Nan had encountered them before. However, the latter few were nearly unheard of to him. Yet, adhering to the philosophy of better to try than not, he decided to exchange for them all. Returning to the valley, he inquired of the second matriarch, Wang Mingzhu, "Did you go to the second floor of the library?" Emerging from the shade of the locust tree, Wang Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, Wang Nan had now risen to a position within the clan's management, and entering the library's second floor was hardly an unusual occurrence. With the other party approaching her for guidance, she felt it was inappropriate to decline. The roles you mentioned, mineral seekers, diviners, curse masters, and spirit vein masters, are traditions that our clan has gradually accumulated over the years. As the name suggests, a mineral seeker specializes in locating or veins. Currently, there are still one or two present in the clan, such as those who discovered the Spirit Stone mine in the Qingfeng Mountains. A diviner, on the other hand, employs deduction to predict events from the past or future. A curse master cultivates a curse power through spiritual refinement, utilizing various mediums to diminish the fortune of certain individuals or even cause their demise directly. Finally, a spirit vein master channels the power of the earth veins to enhance the quality of spirit veins and can even relocate some spirit veins to specific locations. Wang Mingzhu's detailed explanations left Wang Nan astonished. Such formidable legacies, yet so few in the clan possess these skills? Great Aunt, you mentioned there are one or two mineral seekers in the clan, but what about the other three traditions? Does no one else practice them? Indeed, no one else does, Wang Mingzhu affirmed, nodding. The difficulty of these four traditions is exceedingly high, and many clan members have attempted to learn them, but almost all have failed. Over the years, only one or two individuals from each generation have succeeded in becoming mineral seekers. As for diviners, predicting future events requires a profound understanding of karma, which the average chi refining stage cultivator cannot withstand through multiple deductions. Hence, most practitioners are golden core stage cultivators. Currently, it is said that the leader of the Shinnong sect is a powerful diviner. The curse masters and spirit vein masters, however, are simply arduous to master, with many spending their entire lives unable to even begin. Yet, their contributions are significantly impactful, particularly for the clan. Wang Nan felt a surge of determination. So what if it was difficult? His lifespan was intertwined with that of the clan, granting him ample time to learn at a leisurely pace. As long as he could gain entry into these traditions, he believed subsequent challenges would be manageable. After bidding farewell to Wang Mingzhu, he began to carve out time to study these legacies, starting with the relatively simpler disciplines of spirit chef, brewmaster, and insect master, all of which proved easier to grasp. Within a month, he had made considerable progress, particularly with spirit chef, which was exceptionally suited for qi refining stage cultivators. The spirit dishes he produced greatly aided ordinary cultivators in their training. Though less effective than medicinal pills, they excelled in flavor and affordability. He contemplated opening a restaurant in the Shinnong Sek market to sell spirit dishes and spirit wines. As for the more challenging traditions of mineral seeking, divination, curse mastering, and spirit vein mastery, Wang Nanan could only rely on time to gradually hone his skills. Since mastering the spirit chef discipline, he had taken charge of the family's culinary preparations, much to the delight of his partner and children, who relished his culinary prowess, allowing him to revel in the joy of cooking. Perhaps this was why his proficiency as a spirit chef advanced so rapidly. While sharing a meal with his family, he pondered the prospect of establishing a restaurant. Qingqing, has your Liu family ever opened a restaurant? Wang Nanan inquired curiously. Liu Qingqing recalled for a moment and replied, not in the cultivation world, but there are certainly some in immortal cities. Are there any notable restaurants in the cultivation realm? Wang Nanan pressed on. Indeed, the Huakai Tower in the Hundred Flowers Valley is a restaurant, though it is only found near the Hundred Flowers Valley. Liu Qingqing reminisced, as if she had visited it before. Their spirit dishes are exceptionally delicious and plentiful, providing significant benefits for cultivation. The Huakai Tower? Wang Nanan mused, recalling that he had seen it when he went to purchase foundation-building pills, initially mistaking it for an establishment of ill repute. How strange to feel disappointment over that revelation. He forcibly redirected his thoughts. What do you think about our Wang family opening a restaurant? It should be feasible, right? Perhaps, but does our clan have enough spirit chefs? Liu Qingqing's question struck at the heart of the matter. Most cultivators, in their pursuit of longevity, had grown indifferent to earthly desires, and the inferior effects of spirit dishes compared to medicinal pills had led to the decline of spirit chefs. Nowadays, various clans and sects possessed very few spirit chefs, and it was uncertain whether the Wang family could gather enough personnel to open a restaurant. That's all right. We can cultivate them, Wang Nanan replied. If the restaurant can indeed generate spirit stones, the clan would not oppose training those children from outside families to become spirit chefs. Worst case, we could treat the restaurant as a means of gathering information rather than merely a business venture. Wang Nanan's thoughts began to spiral outward. If necessary, he could simplify the spirit chef tradition, establishing a chain in mortal cities to create a channel for information transmission. Chapter 56. The Queen Bee the Brewmaster tradition was not particularly difficult. The recipes for the beautiful drunk and 100 brews concocted by Kong Kai were quickly mastered. And as long as he had the recipe for spirit wine, Wang Nanan was confident in his ability to brew it swiftly. The only real challenge lay in developing new spirit wines. He recalled the second-tier spirit wine, 100 Flower Brew, that he had seen at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. It now seemed an unattainable dream. Nevertheless, the two types of spirit wine he currently possessed were satisfactory, sufficient for his family and clan members to enjoy. As for the insect master tradition, Wang Nanan sought out his cousin, Wang Xiangxiu. She had previously encouraged him to study insect cultivation, but he had declined, only to come full circle and learn it anyway. Having acquired some knowledge of insect cultivation, she had long been responsible for safeguarding her precious 18-star glazed gourd and had developed a connection with Wang Nanan. Unfortunately, her spiritual insect was bound to her, making it impossible for him to form a contract. Excellent, excellent. The clan finally has more than just me in insect cultivation, Wang Xiangxiu exclaimed joyfully. Although she was the clan leader, being the only insect cultivator meant she often had to control spiritual insects for pollination of spirit plants and even conduct clandestine patrols of the clan territory, tasks which were partially handled by the spiritual insects. Cousin, I'll be straightforward. Since you excel in insect cultivation, could you help me recommend a personal spiritual insect? It seems you've made good progress in the insect cultivation tradition. Wang Xiangxiu assessed Wang Nanan from head to toe. To outsiders, her nephew appeared unremarkable, and very few from other families even knew of his existence. Yet in her eyes, he was nothing short of a genius, barring his cultivation level, of course. What type of spiritual insect are you looking for? She inquired. The insect cultivation tradition is divided into two paths. One involves controlling ordinary spiritual insects, like Wang Xiangxiu, while the other focuses on manipulating poison insects, the latter being significantly more challenging and resource-intensive. I would like a spiritual bee, like the one you have, cousin, Wang Nanan said shyly. Seeing Wang Nanan feign shyness amused Wang Xiangxiu, who remarked, if you have an idea in mind, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Cultivating a chi refining stage queen bee was not a difficult task, and she readily agreed to help. However, there are clan rules that must be observed. The queen bee cannot be given for free. What do you want in return, cousin? Wang Nanan asked, his desire for the queen bee intensifying, especially for the royal jelly, which was worth a foundation-building pill. Cousin, I believe the spiritual bee is not too important. Wang Nanan shifted his tone, unwilling to part with his foundation-building pill. It was crucial, but at present, the foundation-building pill was of greater significance to him. He lacked confidence in his ability to concoct foundation-building pills, so he needed to conserve the ones he had. Wang Xiangxiu was not angered, however. She merely extended 3 fingers and declared, forget the foundation-building pill. How about 3,000 spirit stones? 500. Wang Nanan attempted to haggle, only for Wang Xiangxiu to turn and walk away. Since you deem the spiritual bee unimportant, you can seek another spiritual insect. Cousin. Wang Nanan hurriedly caught her attention. Be reasonable. It appeared she was about to leave again, but Wang Nanan quickly relented. 3,000 it is, but I currently lack that much. How about I offer spirit plants as collateral, or medicinal pills? Deal. Cousin, what is the name of this spiritual bee? Wang Nanan inquired, having seen the spiritual bee since childhood, but never knowing its name. It has no name. I stumbled upon it in the 10,000 Great Mountains. You may name it yourself. Wang Xiangxiu candidly remarked that her royal jelly could indeed influence the bloodlines of other beasts. Such a formidable effect could not possibly stem from an ordinary spirit bee. 15 days later, she would return with elixirs to the spirit bees. Upon finishing her statement, she broke free from Wang Nanan's grasp and departed. In the subsequent 15 days, 2 alchemical furnaces were simultaneously employed, fervently concocting potions. One by one, the elixirs were placed into jade vials, ultimately accumulating a value of 3,000 spirit stones. Wang Xiangxiu was punctual when Wang Nanan arrived. A thumb-sized queen bee, adorned in yellow and black stripes, rested upon her shoulder. Gently cradling the spirit queen in her palm, she presented it to Wang Nanan. The newly born spirit queen possessed merely the first layer of chi refining, nourished by essence blood, as she enacted the covenant from inheritance. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanan pricked his finger, offering it to the spirit queen, uttering an incantation as the blood mingled with her essence, thereby fulfilling the contract. Sensing the bond, the spirit queen gradually took flight to perch upon his shoulder, an irreplaceable connection forming. After a brief exchange with the spirit queen, Wang Nanan entrusted the elixirs to Wang Xiangxiu. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to inquire later. Now, you must leave. I have much to attend to, Wang Xiangxiu urged, waving her hand as the 18-star glazed gourd returned to her side. Since you have begun nurturing spirit insects, I shall reclaim the 18-star glazed gourd. Its presence may cause discomfort to your spirit queen. Wang Nanan felt a twinge of reluctance to part with the gourd, as having a foundational spirit insect provided him with a sense of security, enabling him to venture forth with confidence. However, he did not protest. After all, the 18-star glazed gourd rightfully belonged to Wang Xiangxiu, and she had made it clear that it would impede the spirit queen's development, thereby obstructing his path. Upon returning to the valley with the spirit queen, he gently patted the head of Sushi. This is your new companion, the queen, Wang Nanan introduced, opting for the simple name of queen for ease of remembrance. Sushi gazed at the tiny creature, not much larger than its own eye, and emitted a few curious chirps. Once they were acquainted, Wang Nanan placed the queen upon the shadow hawthorn tree. The tree now stood tall and robust, its leaves dense, offering both shelter from the elements and a secure nesting site for the queen. Several clansmen understood Wang Nanan's intentions and did not interfere, as it posed no disturbance to them. Wang Nanan prepared sustenance for the queen and left her to her own devices, confident that she would instinctively know her next steps. The valley was abundant with spirit plants, fully satisfying the queen's diverse needs. Outside the city of mortals, in a certain village, a malevolent wind swept through, carrying with it a nauseating stench, leaving desolation in its wake. Where the wind passed, flora withered, and living beings turned to lifeless husks. The village fell into ruin overnight, and when discovered days later, the corpses crumbled to dust upon contact. Dilapidated houses collapsed, burying the entire settlement. A few cultivators arrived, unable to bear the sight of the devastation, yet they meticulously examined every corner. It has been ages since such a phenomenon has occurred, one cultivator remarked, recalling records that indicated its emergence predated the establishment of the three prominent golden core sections. Senior brother, your extensive knowledge is invaluable. What could this be? Inquired the curious onlookers. Demonic cultivators. Chapter 57. Clan Leader Assembly. After 6 months, the mining masters have been initiated. However, this legacy held little utility for Wang Nanan, as he remained within the confines of his clan, lacking the means to seek out mines. Present circumstances do not dictate future possibilities. He decided to set it aside for now and enhance his proficiency when the need arose. Meanwhile, the queen experienced slight growth. The hive, now the size of a 7- or 8-year-old child, hung from the shadow hawthorn tree, inhabited by thousands of worker bees, each comparable in strength to innate martial artists. The worker bees obeyed every command of the queen, diligently pollinating the spirit herbs and fruits within the valley. Wang Nanan had not anticipated the queen's prolific reproductive capabilities. In just half a year, the thousands of worker bees had become formidable. Although their physical forms were frail, their sheer numbers rendered them unafraid even against mid-stage chi refiners. This was the challenging nature of a bee swarm. Cultivators typically avoided them in the wild, never daring to provoke such a multitude. Wang Nanan sampled the honey he extracted from the hive, noting it was slightly inferior to that produced by Wang Xiangxiu spirit bees, likely due to the difference in cultivation levels. Additionally, the royal jelly had yet to be harvested, leaving him without the opportunity to taste it. In a certain area of the clan, several clansmen presented a streamlined version of the Spirit Chef legacy to Wang Xiangxiu, saying, "Clan leader, the current Spirit Chef legacy can be mastered by mortals. The recipes and ingredients are all commonplace spirit plants or ordinary flora, making it ripe for widespread promotion. Furthermore, long-term consumption will enhance physical fitness, benefiting martial cultivation. Your efforts are appreciated. Please collect your rewards from the clan treasury," Wang Xiangxiu replied in a neutral tone, sending them off. Half a year prior, when Wang Nanan had approached her with the idea of establishing a tavern, particularly as a means to gather information, it had prompted Wang Xiangxiu to consider the venture. Information is undoubtedly one of the most vital resources in both the realm of cultivation and mortal cities, as possessing foresight into various dynamics could greatly aid the Wang family. Thus, she had begun preparations 6 months ago. Now, with the streamlined Spirit Chef legacy available for mortal consumption, the tavern had a solid foundation, ensuring its survival against obsolescence. The mortals, all martial practitioners, were quick learners. We shall initially trial it in the cities under our control, gradually expanding to other factions. At this moment, Wang Xiangyu approached. The mortals within the clan were already involved in managing taverns and tea houses, and during this period, they had been making improvements. All that remained was the Spirit Chef legacy. Then let us arrange for the mortal practitioners to learn, Wang Xiangxiu instructed. Moreover, ensure that channels for gathering information and relaying messages are properly established. She handed the streamlined Spirit Chef legacy to Wang Xiangyu, adding that the construction of the tavern in the Shenongmen marketplace had already been delegated to other clansmen, so he need not concern himself with it. Wang Xiangyu nodded and departed. The tasks assigned by Wang Xiangxiu compelled others to hasten their steps, allowing the tavern to commence operations swiftly. Not only did these establishments fulfill their designated roles, but they also provided safe lodging for the clan members venturing out, generating substantial profits to sustain themselves, which was an unforeseen boon. However, that was a matter for another time. Once Wang Xiangxiu had completed these affairs, another matter came to her attention. A clan leader assembly? She glanced at the invitation, sent by a messenger from the Zhou family. It was ostensibly an event to foster camaraderie among nearby clans, but in reality, it served as a trade exchange meeting for various families, occasionally incorporating martial competitions, not to be misunderstood as mere sparring. Such gatherings were essential to attend, for each clan's developmental stage varied, as did their resource needs. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to understand one another better and promote or procure resources. Previous assemblies have been held several times, but Wang Ming Ai had always been the representative. After a brief personal preparation, she summoned 3 clansmen and set off. On the way, she encountered Wang Nanan riding sushi and halted. "Accompany me to the Zhou family," Wang Xiangxiu called out. The rationale for summoning Wang Nanan was straightforward. His familiarity with spirit plants and alchemy would allow him to assess the quality of resources during the exchanges with other clans. and the other 3 clansmen possessed their own areas of expertise as well. Wang Nan shook his head, without the 18-star glazed gore by his side. He was resolute in remaining within the safety of the clan, unwilling to venture out. Even if his distant cousin requested his presence, it would be futile, for she could not remain by his side at all times. Just as he intended to continue on his way, he found himself obstructed by the 18-star glazed gourd, which pulled him onto the spirit vessel without discussion. Sushi stood bewildered, unsure of how to react. Before Wang Nan could issue any command, they had already departed from the clan grounds. On the spirit vessel, Wang Nan glared at them with exasperation, his voice weary. What is it that necessitates my involvement? The clan leader assembly requires your assistance with some tasks, Wang Xianxiu explained. Wang Nan observed that returning to his previous life was no longer an option. He could only follow along. The other 3 individuals with him, his uncle Wang Xiangjiang, his aunt Guijia, and his elder cousin Wang Mingjun, took the time to elaborate on the situation. At that moment, Wang Nan noted their distinct identities. His uncle was a straightforward sword cultivator with remarkable combat prowess, likely serving as a bodyguard. His aunt, despite being a newcomer to the family, possessed the esteemed legacy of a mining master, gifted in identifying various minerals, and was probably assisting the family in marketing the red iron ore extracted from the first-level spiritual veins in the Qingfeng Mountains. As for his elder cousin Wang Mingjun, he was reputed to be a talisman master, the most formidable among his peers, and skilled in sword control. Seeing his elder cousin, Wang Nan felt a wave of nostalgia. The generation bearing the surname Nan had begun to partake in the family's development. Although he too belonged to this lineage, he was so entrenched in his own endeavors that he had not realized it. No wonder he hadn't seen his childhood friends for so many years. Besides his own busy schedule, they too had begun to establish their own families. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the Zhou family estate. Compared to the Liu family, where his in-laws resided, he was far more familiar with the Zhou family, for which his mother, Zhou Min, hailed. Before he had awakened his spiritual roots, his parents would bring him here annually. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the Zhou family estate had not changed much. After the gathering, he decided to visit the 2 elderly members of the family. Both were first-tier alchemists, often crafting the necessary elixirs for spiritual beast taming, providing a valuable opportunity for mutual exchange of experiences and emotions. The 5 of them were escorted to the reception hall of the Zhou family, which was already bustling with numerous guests, predominantly from the Qi refinement families, with only a few elders of the Zhou family in attendance. Upon the entrance of Wang Xiangxiu and her entourage, the conversation ceased, and all eyes turned towards the 5. Wang Xiangxiu's brilliance was undeniable. It was precisely her presence that had allowed the Wang family to flourish steadily over the past few years, enabling the other clan members to pursue their cultivation without hindrance. Chapter 58. The Iron Poplar Tree. Wang Xiangxiu strode confidently to a seat slightly left of the center of the reception hall, while Wang Nan and the others remained standing behind her. What is the situation here? Wang Xiangxiu inquired, pointing to several vacant seats. The central position was naturally reserved for the head of the Zhou family, as they were the hosts. However, there were an additional 7 empty seats, indicating the presence of other foundational families. Among the vassal families of the Shenong sect, there were only 3 foundational families, Wang, Liu, and Zhou. The appearance of 5 additional seats suggested that other foundational families had been invited. An elder from the Zhou family stood up to clarify. Patriarch Wang, you may not be aware, but this family gathering is not limited to the vassal families of the Shenong sect. Some families from the Baiwa Valley and Qingfeng sect have also received invitations. Wang Xiangxiu was somewhat taken aback. Such occurrences were rare. Each Golden Core sect and its affiliated families typically formed a closed-loop system, rarely engaging with external resources. However, it seemed the Zhou family intended to break this norm today. Excuse me, Patriarch Wang. An elderly man with a white beard entered the reception hall. A large crimson monkey perched on his shoulder. The monkey, with 6 arms, had a peculiar appearance. Wang Nan recognized it at once as a 6-armed monkey, one of the 2 foundational spirit beasts of the Zhou family, the other being the recently ascended spirit water rhinoceros. This 6-armed monkey held a high status within the Zhou family, even possessing its own lineage, with many of the Zhou family member spirit beasts being its descendants. The renowned 6-armed monkey was known for producing monkey head wine, which was said to be remarkably effective for qi refinement practitioners seeking breakthroughs. Wang Nanan found himself captivated by the six-armed monkey, but was reminded by Wang Xiangjiang to refocus his attention. Wang Xiangxiu then addressed the composed head of the Zhou family. Is the Shenong sect aware of this close relationship with the other two Golden Core sects? We wouldn't want to inadvertently lead them to believe we are staging a rebellion. Ha ha, Patriarch Wang, you jest, the Zhou Patriarch replied. Every time we hold a clan meeting, we report to the Shenong sect. If they disagreed, will we dare to convene privately? His voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of all present, reassuring them not to fear. In response, Wang Xiangxiu pressed. Where are they? They seem rather late. Were we late? Boomed another robust voice, belonging to the head of the Liu family, who entered alongside several unfamiliar cultivators. The Zhou Patriarch welcomed them while introducing the various clan leaders. In addition to the Wang, Liu, and Zhou families, representatives from the Baiwa Valley's Qian family, Jing family, and the Qingfeng sect's Yi family, Shun family, and Li family were present. As for the multitude of qi refinement families, they did not warrant individual mention. Patriarch Zhou. Not everyone is here yet. The Liu Patriarch teased, clearly an old acquaintance, with both appearing to be in their 70s or 80s. What of the Wei and Yang families from Baihua Valley? They had matters to attend to and sadly could not join us. We shall have to wait for another opportunity to become acquainted, the Zhou Patriarch explained. Wang Xiangxiu and the others gazed at the clan leaders, all of whom were foundational cultivators with imposing demeanors. Through brief exchanges, they managed to familiarize themselves with one another. The Zhou family was exceptionally gracious in their hospitality. Most cultivators seemed satisfied, reflecting the effort put into the gathering. Patriarch Zhou, your spiritual chicken is quite delectable. What breed is it? Inquired the head of the Qian family. Stretching his plump frame, the meat of the spiritual chicken, infused with spiritual energy, surprisingly aided in the recovery of qi for foundational cultivators, which astonished him. The other clan leaders also noticed the merits of the spiritual chicken, eagerly awaiting the Zhou Patriarch's response. It is a new breed cultivated within our clan, originally intended for external sale. If the esteemed clan leaders are satisfied, we could establish a long-term partnership. As you know, our Zhou family excels in spirit beast taming. In addition to spiritual chicken, we have many spirit beasts available for contract. We welcome you to procure them, the Zhou Patriarch concluded. As his words settled, the other clan leaders exchanged glances, signaling the commencement of their negotiations. Thus, they began to openly discuss their resources, presenting their offerings for selection and procurement. One by one, members from each clan displayed their wares, akin to a marketplace, showcasing an array of spiritual plants, minerals, elixirs, and talismans, creating a dazzling spectacle. The clan leaders made room to peruse the treasures of the other families. Wang Nanan watched as Wang Xiangjiang and the others continuously retrieved spiritual herbs and other supplies from their storage bags, feeling somewhat astonished by their thorough preparations. It seemed he was merely there to assist. He quickly joined in to help arrange the items intended for sale before beginning to examine the treasures around him. It must be said that each family had its specialties, and many of the items left Wang Nanan salivating. Second brother, stay here and oversee the samples. The rest of us will look around to see if there are any supplies suitable for the family's long-term procurement, and we can reconvene to discuss, Wang Xiangxiu suggested. Wang Nanan understood that this signaled the most crucial phase of the family gathering had commenced. Alone at a family stall, displaying an assortment of treasures, he scrutinized each item closely. One particularly petite spiritual seed caught his attention. What is this spiritual seed? He inquired. A member of the Yi family responded. It is the iron poplar tree, a first-level spiritual plant that can stabilize soil and water, improving the environment. Its trunk is excellent for construction, and when burned, it produces charcoal that surpasses most spiritual fertilizers in enriching the soil. Its greatest advantage is that it requires minimal spiritual energy, and it can even be cultivated by some mortals. While the Yi family member extolled the virtues of the iron poplar tree, they failed to mention that it must be planted in clusters to be effective and that its maturation period was lengthy. It can enrich the soil? Wang Nanan questioned, doubting the logic that it could absorb the nutrients from the soil and then convert them, as he believed some would inevitably be lost in the process, making it seem less advantageous. The Yi family member, clearly aware of Wang Nanan's skepticism, clarified, you can plant the iron poplar tree in ordinary soil. It only requires a small amount of spiritual energy to thrive. This way, the iron poplar tree can transport the nutrients from other soils into the spiritual fields. Wang Nanan nodded in understanding. This explanation made sense. Simultaneously, Wang Nanan felt a surge of impulsiveness. The excessive consumption of fertility in the cultivation of spiritual plants weighed heavily on his mind. If there existed a more economical substitute for spiritual fertilizer, it would indeed be a remarkable profit. How to sell? The family could procure in bulk 3 spirit sands for 1 spirit seed, with a germination rate guaranteed at 80%. Wang Nanan set aside the items and continued to examine other treasures. Such bulk procurement of resources required consultation with others. He could not make decisions unilaterally unless the spirit stones were personally provided. What about these? Wang Nanan inquired one by one, knowing well that the treasures of the cultivation realm were too numerous for any individual to know entirely. Chapter 59. Reaching a Cooperation, Additional Update. Let us take a moment to express gratitude to the readers who have supported us in recent days. An extra chapter has been added, and we shall see if the author can continue to produce more. The Wang family primarily dealt in talismans and spiritual herbs. The latter had accumulated significantly due to Wang Nanan's fervent cultivation efforts over the years, while talismans remained a stronghold of the Wang clan, always stocked in abundance for emergencies. Fortunately, these items were consumables, and the Wang family had no worries regarding sales. Presently, several leaders of Qi refining families had gathered at their stall. The exchange was brief, with samples being collected and discussions held within the Zhou family's cave regarding potential trades. Many Qi refining families had shown interest in their talismans, intending to enter long-term cooperation. The foundation-building families, however, were more focused on spiritual herbs, particularly the wind and cloud grass, which had caught the attention of the Zhou family patriarch for quite some time. Wang Xiangjiang was the first to speak, indicating that the Qi refining families were merely supplementary. Collaboration with them posed no issues. But priority was to be given to the foundation-building families. Wang Xiangxiu leaned back in her chair, having anticipated this outcome. They had already sold wind and cloud grass to the Zhou family, albeit in limited quantities, allowing them to savor the benefits. It was now time to reel them in. Sister-in-law, what about your side? Guo Jejia inquired earnestly. The 3 affiliated families of the Qingfeng sect are keen to procure red iron ore. They seem to have reached a consensus on pricing, making it difficult to raise the price. However, I have discovered some spiritual materials necessary for setting up formations that can be procured regularly. Additionally, several leaders from Qi refining families have approached me regarding talismans. At this juncture, Wang Mingju knew it was his turn to speak. They wished to exchange our talismans for the cultivated Qingping grass. These Qi refining families also possessed a small rust aluminum vein that they found challenging to mine independently and sought to collaborate with the Wang family. A delightful surprise, Wang Xiangxiu exclaimed. The rust aluminum vein is a material used in crafting low-tier magical artifacts and is in widespread demand. The Wang family is open to barter, she added, glancing towards Wang Nanan. I have found several spiritual plants that are currently lacking in our family, and we can procure a batch of spirit seeds. As for elixirs, Wang Nanan expressed his thoughts. Other families may not surpass us in quality. There is no need for long-term cooperation. We can continue procuring as we did from the Shenong sect. I noticed you were discussing spiritual beasts with the Zhou family members? Wang Xiangxiu queried. Wang Nanan nodded, somewhat embarrassed, admitting they ignored me, perhaps due to my low cultivation level. You remain inconspicuous before outsiders. Hardly anyone is aware of your presence. Do not take it to heart, Wang Xiangxiu reassured him. I have concluded discussions regarding spiritual beasts. We will procure spiritual chicken meat from the Zhou family regularly in exchange for talismans. Furthermore, we will introduce 3 pairs of horned yellow cattle, 5 pairs of spirit horned sheep, and 3 pairs of gale falcons, offering long-term supplies of wind and cloud grass as compensation. Of course, the Zhou family has promised to provide some breeding techniques for these 3 types of spiritual beasts. Really? The 4 of them chorused. Even partial breeding techniques were exceedingly rare, highlighting the Zhou family's regard for wind and cloud grass. Moreover, this time, the spiritual beasts were sold in pairs, allowing the Wang family to gradually breed them, which was unprecedented from the Zhou family. The preliminary agreement had been drafted, only final negotiations remained. What you all mentioned is acceptable, but the pricing must meet the family's needs as closely as possible, Wang Xiangxiu advised. The 4 nodded in unison. each seeking out their family members to discuss previously agreed terms. Wang Nanan's situation was the simplest to resolve, merely bulk purchasing spirit seeds and negotiating hard on price. Although it required some effort, it was ultimately achieved, especially when Wang Nanan pointed out the drawbacks of the iron poplar. The members of the Yi family appeared quite embarrassed. Not to imply anything, but I am more familiar with first-tier spiritual plants than you. After negotiating the price down to 1/3, an agreement was reached. While waiting for the others to return, Wang Nanan made his way to his grandparents' cave, observing them engaged in alchemy and choosing not to interrupt. He understood the need for a quiet environment during the alchemical process, though it seemed he would miss the opportunity to see them this time. He left them some elixirs to aid in their cultivation before returning to his own cave. Not long after, the other four returned one after another, presumably having completed various tasks and signed long-term contracts. The Zhou family has upcoming martial arts events. Are you interested? Wang Xiangxiu inquired. The four shook their heads in unison, declaring, fighting is too troublesome and dangerous. If it were a life-and-death struggle, then perhaps a swift strike to resolve all issues would suffice. Wang Xiangxiu smiled, appreciating her family's shared sentiment against fighting. Were it not to deter the lurking monsters and demons, she would not have assumed the persona of a fierce woman, resulting in widespread fear. Very well, we shall abstain from the competition. The agreements we have reached will be handed over to the clan members for execution. Wang Xiangxiu summoned the spirit boat, leading the four away. The Zhou patriarch had intended to retain them, but was met with refusal. As they sped away, Wang Nanan's senses detected something familiar. A piece of jade pendant worn by a male cultivator caught his attention. It was semicircular in shape. Cousin, wait for me a moment. Wang Nanan requested urgently, and the spirit boat halted midair. That person, please bring him over. He pointed to a male cultivator nearby, who was missing an arm and bore a rather tragic appearance. Wang Xiangxiu, though confused, commanded the 18-star glazed gourd to retrieve him. Wang Nanan casually took the jade pendant from the man's waist, merging it with another pendant from his storage bag. Do you recognize the owner of this jade pendant? Wang Nanan inquired with a sly smile. Previously, he had ventured to the Shinong sect to exchange for items such as the spring comes to withered with sutra and encountered bandits on his return, slaying them and acquiring half of a jade pendant. He had learned that their lair was located within the Shinong sect's marketplace and had refrained from eliminating them entirely. He never anticipated a fortunate turn of events that brought him face to face with one of the remaining bandits today. Upon witnessing the two jade pendants merge, the captured cultivator displayed a fleeting expression of terror before expertly masking it, though it did not escape the notice of Wang Nanan and the others. Indeed, those three bandits are your accomplices, aren't they? Wang Nanan confirmed, recounting his prior encounter with the bandits to Wang Xiangxiu and the others, though he replaced the method of killing them with a narrative of using numerous talismans to vanquish them. Upon hearing Wang Nanan's explanation, the four were incensed. To dare rob the Wang family, they must be courting death. My nephew mentioned you still have 3 accomplices? Wang Xiangxiu questioned, grasping the captured cultivator's hair. The bandit closed his eyes, seemingly resigned. Wang Xiangxiu showed no leniency, forcing a small spiritual insect into his mouth, which burrowed into his body. The insect wriggled within, causing the bandit immense, could you grant me a swift release? This rogue cultivator is resigned to death, primarily because spiritual insects are devouring his internal organs, causing unbearable agony. Very well, Wang Nanan acquiesced. Within the Shinong sect's market, in the designated shop, an array has been established. The jade pendant serves as the key to activate the market. The accumulated resources of these years are stored there. The rogue cultivator barely managed to utter these words, his eyes pleading. Wang Nanan understood immediately. With a flourish, she wielded her 9-ring broadsword, severing his head. After searching the corpse, she discarded it. As for the spiritual insects within, they had already self-destructed, reducing the body to fragmented remains. Chapter 60. Reclamation Edict. The group of 5 altered their course to visit the Shinong sect's market, retrieving the rogue cultivator's accumulated resources. They found 700 spirit stones, along with various miscellaneous pills and talismans, a rather substantial sum. Rogue cultivators are quite lucrative, Guijia exclaimed, having never before witnessed 700 spirit stones amassed together. Lucrative, yes, but their demise is equally swift, Wang Xiangjiang countered, shaking his head. For a rogue cultivator to hoard resources instead of utilizing them to enhance their cultivation is beyond my comprehension. But alas, it all benefits the Wang family. These items will be divided equally among the five of us, Wang Xiangxiu announced, distributing some spirit stones. Take them and acquire resources to expedite your cultivation. Seeing Wang Xiangxiu's assertiveness, everyone accepted their share. Over a month later, Wang Nanan announced her breakthrough, publicly displaying her cultivation at the third level of qi refining. For a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, this pace was considered moderate, perhaps even slightly slow. What transpired during my seclusion? Wang Nanan inquired, embracing her children. Family trade has increased. The patriarch mentioned establishing long-term partnerships with several other families. Lu Qingqing recounted. 2 individuals from a Zhou family arrived, offering to impart methods for raising 3 types of spiritual beasts. The family has been instructed to expand the scope of the first-tier spiritual veins in Qingfeng mountain range, planting iron poplar trees and conscripting more mortals for mining. In a significant event, the 3 great golden core sects have issued a reclamation edict. A reclamation edict? What is that? It's about expanding territory. Did you honestly believe barren land would spontaneously transform into spiritual fields? Lu Qingqing retorted, somewhat exasperated. Places with spiritual veins in the cultivation world are already occupied. Where else can land be reclaimed? Unless. Wang Nanan glanced toward the 10,000 mountains. The beast tide ended only a few years ago. Are human cultivators planning a preemptive strike? Currently, human cultivators have seized the Qingfeng mountain range. Further incursions would inevitably ignite another major conflict. Lu Qingqing took the children, explaining to Wang Nanan, during the beast tide, the defeated beasts retreated deeper into the 10,000 mountains, leaving a vast vacuum zone, approximately 2,000 miles in depth, between the 2 factions. This vacuum zone represents the spoils of the victors. Had humanity been defeated, they would have retreated, allowing the beasts to occupy a vast territory. That's not right. I recall many human cultivators pursuing the retreating beasts into the depths of the 10,000 mountains, resulting in significant casualties, Wang Nan encountered. She remembered this event clearly, as the Wang family avoided reckless pursuit, minimizing their losses. Lu Qingqing replied, the beasts had already been defeated. Did they really intend to exterminate them, presuming there were no formidable entities among the beasts? These years have been spent allowing the beasts ample time to retreat further. Now that the time is ripe to enter the vacuum zone, the 3 great golden core sects are naturally summoning everyone to participate in the development. Otherwise, relying solely on the manpower and resources of the 3 sects, they would never be able to fully utilize the area in a century. Furthermore, in addition to spiritual fields and spiritual veins, mortal cities must also be constructed and populated. Who will own the reclaimed land? Wang Nanan questioned. Naturally, the 3 great golden core sections. Do you dare to object? According to the 3 sects, participating families and rogue cultivators can earn family points, which can be exchanged for cultivation resources, including spiritual veins, mines, and inheritances. Moreover, during the reclamation phase, family points are universally valid across the 3 sects, without restrictions. How long will the reclamation edict last? Undetermined, depending on the actual progress of reclamation. Wang Nanan felt a surge of excitement. This reclamation is a boon. It's an opportunity to acquire many things that are normally unattainable. After a brief calculation, Wang Nanan concluded that the 3 great golden core sects would be the primary beneficiaries, with other families and rogue cultivators merely skimming the surface. Regardless, the vast amount of spiritual fields reclaimed would be invaluable. Cultivation families possess an innate fervor for land. It's conceivable that no matter how many spiritual fields are reclaimed, they will all be exchanged, especially concerning the exchange ratio of family points. The 3 sects would never suffer losses, as they are not foolish, even if there are spiritual fields remaining due to insufficient family points. The 3 sects can allow older cultivators with no hope of advancement to leave the sect and establish cultivation families, generating further income. Qingqing, let's both go, Wang Nanan declared, deeming it an opportunity not to be missed. Lu Qingqing hesitated, ultimately voicing her concerns. The patriarch has already taken all the family members who could be spared, including my mother. Less than 10 adult family members remain in the clan. The rest are children. I was left to care for these children, while you were left to oversee all clan affairs. Wang Nanan was taken aback. This is quite the responsibility. The remaining family members were either assisting with childcare or tending to spiritual plants, undoubtedly busy. As for clan security, it was assured by a large number of ghost cultivator family members. Since they couldn't leave, they would have to start working. First, they needed to ensure that each of the remaining children was well cared for, and then address the various miscellaneous clan matters. Spiritual plants were manageable for Wang Nanan, but he was baffled by trade with other families. Leave the trade matters to me. Wang Nanjun approached Wang Nanan, offering assistance. Aunt Patriarch said that your cultivation level is too low, so I will handle external affairs. Wang Nanan was touched. His elder brother's arrival was timely. He immediately relinquished his responsibilities, delegating all external affairs to Wang Nanjun, feeling instantly relieved and rejuvenated. Ching, where are Cixi and the Bee Queen? Wang Nanan inquired, finding Lu Qingqing tending to the children. His two spirit beasts were usually very attached to him, but he had searched extensively without finding a trace. Cixi and the Bee Queen? Lu Qingqing pondered. The patriarch took them, along with the Bee Queen's hive and worker bees, all for reclamation. Crap! Wang Nanan exclaimed in dismay. He could understand taking Cixi, but why the Bee Queen as well? Moreover, the Bee Queen was his natal spirit insect. How could he not sense anything? Something was amiss. He immediately attempted to contact his aunt via voice transmission, but received no response. However, he re-established contact with the Bee Queen, sensing that she was still safe. Wang Nanan breathed a sigh of relief. He had only briefly secluded himself, yet his spirit beast had been spirited away. How tragic! When they returned, he would reprimand them severely for daring to run off with others without a word. Chapter 61. Wang Xianglong. Wang Nanan regarded the family member claiming to be Wang Xianglong with suspicion. Having lived in the clan for over 20 years, he could confidently assert that there was no cultivator named Wang Xianglong, especially with such an unfamiliar face. However, this Wang Xianglong had been sent back by Aunt Wang Xiangxiu and recognized by the patriarch, making it impossible to doubt his identity. Could he be an illegitimate child of a senior family member or a mortal from the Wang family who had accidentally entered the cultivation world? Wang Nanan pondered, observing that the man, around 40 years old, only possessed a 4th level of qi refining cultivation, suggesting poor spiritual roots. Are you proficient in any of the 100 crafts of cultivation? Wang Nanan inquired. Since the patriarch deemed him acceptable, he wouldn't worry unnecessarily and would simply assign him tasks. No, Wang Xianglong shook his head, but I can serve as a brawler. My combat strength among peers is rather commendable. Wang Nanan's lips twitched. You, a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement, find your combat strength commendable? What use is that when there are several foundation establishment ghost cultivators within the Yin Huai tree? By seniority, I should address you as uncle. Since you cannot cultivate the myriad arts, you can assist in tending to the spiritual plants. I will arrange for a spiritual plant worker to guide you, and you can also take turns overseeing the clan's patrols. Wang Xianglong complied, busily following the lead of a family member who specialized in spiritual plants. As Wang Nanan managed clan affairs, she occasionally cast glances at Wang Xianglong, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from him. It was an odd sensation, both strange and familiar. 2 months swiftly passed. Wang Xianglong conducted himself with propriety, mingling amicably with the clan members, thereby integrating himself into the Wang family. Meanwhile, Wang Nanan received news concerning Wang Xianglong. There were rogue cultivators causing disturbances in Changshan County below. Since his uncle boasted of his commendable combat prowess, it was time to resolve the issue. Wang Nanan commanded, eager to observe his methods. She also requested her uncle Wang Xiangtong to covertly follow him and document the events with a recording stone. After a short while, Wang Xiangtong lazily returned, tossing the recording stone to Wang Nanan. This newly arrived clan member appears to have noticed me, he said, his expression grave. As a foundation establishment ghost cultivator, his spiritual sense was formidable, yet it was astonishing that a 4th level qi refinement cultivator could vaguely perceive his presence. He didn't do anything, did he? Wang Nanan, equally incredulous, mused that without spiritual sense, one could not detect ghost cultivators. How could he possibly have discovered it? Wang Xiangtong shook his head. He merely dealt with the rogue cultivators and bought some trinkets for the clan's children. He is about to enter the clan grounds now. The entire process is documented on the recording stone. You can review it at your leisure. I need to inquire about Wang Xianglong with Xiangxiu. Otherwise, I cannot feel at ease. Wang Nan expressed her agreement. It was indeed peculiar to have a clan member returned unexpectedly. Anyone would feel strange about it. However, she had previously placed too much trust in Wang Xiangxiu, leading her to choose to believe. Not in a hurry to send Wang Xiangtong away, she instead played the recording stone. Like a film, it showcased everything that had transpired, departing the clan grounds, arriving at Changshan County, negotiating, engaging in conflict, resolving the issue, and returning. Everything seemed entirely reasonable. Wait a moment. Wang Nan recalled Wang Xianglong's movements. Though he acted cautiously, he had inadvertently checked Wang Xiangtong's position while being followed, which was precisely why Wang Xiangtong suspected he might have been discovered. Furthermore, during the conflict with the rogue cultivators, Wang Xianglong appeared to be concealing his true strength, as he could have easily overwhelmed his opponent, but instead engaged in a prolonged struggle. What level of cultivation did that rogue cultivator possess? Wang Nan suddenly inquired. 5th level of Qi refinement. The 5th level of Qi refinement? Wang Nan reviewed the footage of their confrontation. Uncle, do you know of a cultivation technique called 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities? Of course. Isn't that the technique that your Wang Minghui grandfather once paraded around, deceiving others? Moreover, it is incomplete and cannot be learned at all, Wang Xiangtong scoffed. A few individuals in the clan bought it, only to find they could not cultivate it, and thus no one has purchased it since. Have you been deceived as well? They exchanged glances, and a momentary silence fell between them before they both sighed. But are you certain that no one in the clan has succeeded in cultivating it? Wang Nan continued to press. Of course not. It's missing so many components. How could one cultivate it? Wang Xiangtong rolled his eyes at Wang Nan. Then I understand. Uncle, please consult Aunt about this matter. Wang Nan waved her hand, bidding farewell to Wang Xiangtong. As for Wang Nan, she had already surmised Wang Xianglong's origins. Though it was somewhat incredible, she was willing to accept it. After all, if she could possess a golden finger, then it was not out of the realm of possibility for others to have something equally extraordinary. Surviving for such an extended period at the Qi refinement stage could not solely be attributed to longevity elixirs, especially since a funeral had been held previously. To feign death under the watchful eyes of the Shinong sect cultivators, grandfather, you truly are enigmatic. I even mourned for you back then, deceiving the younger generation. The world has indeed changed. Wang Nan was so convinced that Wang Xianglong was Wang Minghui precisely because of 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. In the recording stone, it was evident that Wang Xianglong had employed the technique during their confrontation. It was entirely reasonable that Wang Xiangtong had not recognized this, as he was unfamiliar with 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. Yet Wang Nan was well versed in it and had achieved perfection in its practice. Initially feeling indignant over the deception, she was grateful for her golden finger's assistance. Otherwise, the technique would have been of no use in her hands. It's strange, Wang Nan mused aloud, that a clan elder would have any reason to deceive a younger generation. You certainly lack for nothing in terms of spirit stones or contributions. Thus, she concluded that he must have indeed mastered 1 Qi, transforming into 3 purities, and was in search of a successor. Otherwise, the explanation would not hold water. With a faint smile, Wang Nan felt assured by the harmony within the Wang family, which filled her heart with optimism. If daily life were filled with schemes and intrigues, she would hardly have the inclination to consider such matters and would have sought revenge long ago. Her eyes sparkled as she observed Wang Xianglong returning, intent on assigning him more responsibilities. Since he had assumed a new identity, he ought to contribute further to the family. After all, those capable should bear a greater burden. In the days that followed, Wang Xianglong found himself increasingly burdened with tasks. Although he was baffled by it all, he persevered. Meanwhile, Wang Xiangtong received no answers at all and was even sent back by Wang Xiangxiu. At the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Wang Xiangxiu glared angrily at the departing Wang Xiangtong. How dare he question me? What are you staring at? Have you finished your task for today? Wang Xiangxiu bellowed at the other clan members. Chapter 62. The Wei family at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Wang family was engaged in land reclamation. Following the discovery of the spiritual vein, they captured any remaining magical beasts, gathered the growing spiritual plants, and cleared away useless flora, gradually opening new spiritual fields. While the land belonged to the 3 major golden core sects, the family could claim 50% of any discovered spiritual resources. The promise of immense profit drove various families to toil relentlessly, especially upon the discovery of a mineral vein, which would guarantee wealth for the finding family. Alongside the cultivation of spiritual fields, there were also the constructions of mortal cities, where the family's commoners leveled the land and erected a perimeter wall. If rogue cultivators or clans sought to exchange for spiritual fields, the nearby mortal cities would be offered as a complimentary gift, addressing the housing needs of the family's commoners. Quickly, to the next spiritual vein, Wang Xiangxiu commanded. The Wang family's first spiritual vein was finally cleared and handed over to the Shenong sect, yielding a substantial amount of family points and various spiritual resources, which will be distributed among clan members as resources for cultivation. Have we still not discovered a mineral vein? Wang Xiangxiu inquired of her companion, Guojia. We've scoured 100 miles around, and there are indeed no mineral veins. We can only hope for better luck at the next site. Guojia replied weakly, having exhausted herself in the search for mineral veins over the past few days. Then we should depart as well. Xiangjiang has already taken his team and left a while ago, Wang Xiangxiu said, pulling Guojia along as they took to the skies on their spirit boat. At the same time, at the forefront, Wang Xiangjiang led the clan members to the newly discovered spiritual vein, surrounded by towering trees interspersed with a few spiritual plants. Conduct a thorough search and catalog any discovered spiritual resources, Wang Xiangjiang commanded. A swarm of spiritual bees surged ahead, exploring every nook and cranny as the clan members followed closely, searching for spiritual resources while keeping an eye out for the bees' warnings to avoid danger. The clan members turned over every inch of soil, unearthing all hidden spiritual resources and submitting them for the clan's centralized management. If they discovered high-quality spiritual soil or magical beast droppings, those too were to be collected. Every bit was a treasure not to be overlooked. Everyone assisted in verifying the areas searched by their fellow clan members, ensuring that nothing was missed. Wang Xiangjiang added, if it weren't for the prohibitions of the 3 major golden core sects, we would have removed all the soil from here. Observing the fertile soil, Wang Xiangjiang often sighed with sorrow. After searching for spiritual materials, it was time to cut down trees and clear the fields for cultivation. The common folk had not yet arrived here, causing a delay in the construction of the mortal city. Wang Xiangjiang continued to issue commands. As for the monster beasts, he had previously arranged for his kin to scout the area several times, discovering that they had long since fled, thus alleviating any safety concerns. He also dispatched a group of his people to the Shenongmen stronghold to verify the spiritual materials, instructing them to bring back 50% of what they found to the Wang family. As they entered the phase of clearing the fields, progress would inevitably slow. Each plot of land required multiple treatments with spells to prevent the regrowth of weeds. Just as Wang Xiangjiang was organizing his clan members, Wang Xiangxiu and her companion arrived. We must hasten our progress. I notice that the Zhou family is considerably ahead of us, Wang Xiangxiu instructed, explaining that their late arrival was due to inspecting the progress of other families. The Zhou family possesses a significant number of spirit beasts, which greatly aids them. And in terms of labor, we cannot compete. Wang Xiangjiang replied, do not underestimate the power of spirit beasts, or you may suffer great losses. For instance, the Wang family's 4 joys cultivates the spirit fields at a speed that even 2 mid-stage qi refinement practitioners might not surpass. Wang Xiangxiu fell into silence, aware that Wang Xiangjiang spoke the truth. Let's divide our forces. You continue leading everyone in clearing the fields as previously planned. I shall take my sister-in-law to search for mineral veins. Once we locate a vein, we will prioritize the development of spirit veins near it. This way, even if the family points earned from clearing the fields are insufficient, we can still earn spirit stones through the mineral shares. As for the spirit veins already being cleared, let the clan members use traditional methods to search for mineral veins, and upon discovering any potential veins, they should immediately contact us. Wang Xiangxiu departed with Guojia. Yet this did not hinder the clan's efforts in clearing the fields. With Wang Xiangjiang overseeing, everything proceeded smoothly. Half a month later, Guojia spread her spiritual energy over an area, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed to Wang Xiangxiu, I found it. This should be a small spirit stone vein. She marked the approximate area and sent a message to Wang Xiangjiang, who quickly responded due to their proximity to the ongoing field clearing. Clan members rushed to assist, and notified the Shenongmen practitioners for verification. Guo Jijia was elated, but noticed that Wang Xiangxiu was suspiciously gazing in another direction. Clan leader. Guo Jijia's words trailed off as a group of practitioners appeared before them. Who are these rogue cultivators daring to intrude upon the territory designated for the Wei family in Baiwa Valley? A furious shout rang out, taking the initiative. Why doesn't your Wei family claim that the entire 10,000 mountains belong to you? Wang Xiangxiu retorted defiantly, asserting that this land was indeed unclaimed, as they had scouted it thoroughly before their arrival and found no markers. The sudden emergence of the Wei family suggested they had heard rumors of the spirit stone vein. Given the regulations of the 3 major golden core sects, whoever handed over the spiritual materials would receive a 50-50 split, regardless of how those materials were obtained. The Wei family appeared intent on seizing the location before the Shenongmen practitioners could arrive. Wang Xiangxiu swiftly summoned the black-armored king insect to confront them. The leading elder of the Wei family was taken aback. He had presumed the two were mere rogue cultivators clearing land, intending to frighten them away. To his surprise, they not only displayed no fear, but also dared to release a spiritual insect. What unsettled the Wei elder further was the dark beetle, exuding the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. Which family do you belong to? The Wei elder asked, sensing something amiss. You dare to come here to seize opportunities without understanding the situation? Is your Wei family devoid of intelligence or simply too arrogant? Wang Xiangxiu's aura erupted, her own foundation establishment level causing the Wei family's members to retreat in alarm. You claimed this area as your territory. Now, provide evidence, or else we shall settle this matter through combat. Wang Xiangxiu pressed, her confidence unshaken, as the Wei family consisted primarily of qi refinement practitioners, the strongest among them merely at the 9th level, posing no threat to her. Moreover, the Wei family had only 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and Wang Xiangxiu was more than capable of handling them alone. Speak, she commanded, her voice resonating with authority. The Wei elder, feeling cornered, had intended to seize the spirit stone vein, but was now blinded by greed, unable to find a way out. Please tell me, esteemed elder, which family do you represent? He inquired, suppressing his fear. Wang Xiangxiu revealed her token, disclosing her identity. Wang Xiangxiu of the Wang family. Chapter 63. 50,000 family points. Wang Xiangxiu had gained considerable fame after her early victories upon becoming the clan leader of the Wang family. A fact well known even to the Wei family, a subordinate family of Baiwa Valley. However, they never anticipated that they would provoke her this time. In the world of cultivation, where might often dictates the law, the Wei elder wisely chose to back down. Elder, we of the Wei family failed to recognize your stature. Please spare us. Isn't this your claimed territory? Wang Xiangxiu mocked. Now you deny it? It was a moment of foolishness. Please do not hold it against me. The Wei elder pleaded once more. Ah, your words may have frightened my clan members, so compensate us with some spiritual materials. Wang Xiangxiu pointed at Guo Jijia, saying, Look at her, once a radiant maiden, now pale as snow from fright, unable to recover from such trauma. The Wei family members twitched at the corners of their mouths. If you intend to rob us, just do so without such flimsy excuses. What does the elder desire? The Wei elder gritted his teeth, resolved to part with some wealth to avert disaster. 100,000 spirit stones, and we shall let you go, Wang Xiangxiu declared boldly. The Wei elder's expression darkened further, struggling to suppress his anger. Clan leader Wang, can we negotiate for a lesser amount? Then let us consider using foundation establishment pills as compensation, Wang Xiangxiu continued. I heard that not long ago, you exchanged for a foundation establishment pill from Baiwa Valley. I will offer you a discount. 1 foundation establishment pill, along with a portion of the spiritual materials obtained from the vein, will settle this matter. The clan leader is digging at our family's roots. Came a rough voice, belonging to a square-faced, middle-aged man who arrived on a flying sword. The Wei family members displayed delight at his arrival. Clan leader, they exclaimed in unison. Is your Wei family's foundation so shallow? Wang Xiangxiu scoffed. My kin were frightened by you. If you do not compensate us with spiritual materials, you shall not leave. The Wei clan leader glanced at Guo Jijia, then at his elder. 3 bottles of 2nd-grade healing elixirs, and we will consider this matter settled. Are you sending me away with such a paltry sum? Wang Xiangxiu retorted, wholly dissatisfied. She had long set her sights on the foundation establishment pills from their family. And with this opportunity, she could not let it slip. Moreover, the foundation establishment pill was the only item that could not be exchanged for family points at the three major golden core sects, meaning it could only be obtained from the subordinate golden core sections. The Shenongmen had a limited supply of foundation establishment pills, while Baiwa Valley released a varying number each year, leaving one to wonder how they managed it. The Wei clan leader's expression darkened. He recognized Wang Xiangxiu's intentions, but the foundation establishment pill was too vital to part with lightly. Must we truly resort to violence? Retreat. Wang Xiangxiu instructed Guo Jia, and, simultaneously, the black-armored king insect surged forth, bearing its formidable might toward the Wei family's qi refinement practitioners. How dare you? The Wei clan leader unleashed a spell, only to have it blocked by Wang Xiangxiu. Eliminate a few of the Wei family members to teach them a lesson, she commanded. The black-armored king insect moved with incredible speed, swiftly crushing the skulls of three Wei family members. Wang Xiangxiu and the Wei clan leader exchanged blows. The latter momentarily pushed back, his anger surging, yet he could only shield his kin, repelling the black-armored king insect. Have you considered compensation? The Wei clan leader questioned. Are we truly at an impasse? At an impasse? No. It is clearly your Wei family that has acted oppressively. How can it be that we are at an impasse? Wang Xiangxiu replied. Had you not come to seize my opportunity, none of this would have transpired. The Wei clan leader found himself at a loss for words. Aside from the foundation establishment pill, let us negotiate for something else. The head of the Wei clan has regressed. A single foundation establishment pill is likely to belong to a foundation establishment cultivator, which plays a crucial role in enhancing the strength of the family. Even if it were to be destroyed, it must not be given to the opponent, for the consequences of aiding the enemy would be dire. Very well. 50,000 family points. Wang Xiangxiu changed her tone, noting the other party's desperate insistence on safeguarding the foundation establishment pill, indicating a serious situation. 50,000 family points equates to the value of developing a first-tier spiritual vein. If scaring a clan member demands 50,000 family points, then, dear clan leader Wang, how many family points ought you to pay for having killed 3 of my clansmen? Wei clan leader retorted. Shall I then kill 3 more from your Wei clan to compensate you? Wang Xiangxiu laughed. The Wei clan leader had evidently made 2 mistakes. First, in a world where might makes right, reasoning with the weak is futile. Second, attempting to reason with a woman leads only to a dead end. The Wei clan leader initially intended to argue back, but found that the black-armored king bug was once again prepared to attack, prompting him to retreat. He tossed a voucher to Wang Xiangxiu and departed with his clansmen. Clan leader Wang, the tides of fortune turn, we shall meet again, he muttered through gritted teeth. As the opposing party vanished, Guojia approached Wang Xiangxiu, stating, we now have an enemy. Indeed, while the Wang family previously had rivals, they lacked true enemies. That has changed now. What is there to fear? Without the night grass, the horses remain lean. The Wang family must also seize the opportunity to expand. Wang Xiangxiu replied, relying solely on the tasks from the 3 major golden core sects and daily trade, the Wang family can only remain restricted. To continue expanding, they must annex other families. This had been a dilemma for Wang Xiangxiu for some time, previously contemplating which family to eliminate first, only to find the Wei clan revealing themselves first. Will the 3 major golden core sects permit a war between families? Guo Jia inquired, having spent decades in the cultivation world without witnessing familial warfare. Warfare is prohibited during the periods of frontier development and beast tides. However, at other times, no one pays heed, especially since we and the Wei clan belong to different golden core sections. The Shenong sect would be delighted for us to annihilate the Wei clan, thereby weakening the 100 Flower Valley's power. While the two conversed, Wang Xiangjiang arrived with a portion of the clansmen. After handing over the spiritual stone vein to Wang Xiangjiang, they continued searching for other veins. As for intelligence regarding the Wei clan, Wang Xiangxiu had already contacted spies within the clan to assist in reconnaissance, ensuring greater secrecy. The conflict between the 2 families would likely have to wait until after the frontier development concludes. Thankfully, we have no economic ties with the Wei clan, otherwise it will be troublesome, Wang Xiangjiang murmured. Guojia had already informed him of the recent events and cautioned the clansmen to be vigilant against the Wei clan's retaliation. After setting up defensive talismans and dispatching additional spirit bees for patrol, Wang Xiangjiang allowed his clansmen to commence mining the marked spiritual mine. Once the Shinnong sect cultivators completed their verification, the Wang family would begin extraction, with a steady influx of spiritual stones entering the family. The miners, naturally, were mortal warriors, who, while laboring, would also receive nourishment from spiritual energy, greatly benefiting their cultivation. Thus, mining spiritual stone veins was a highly sought-after occupation. Chapter 64. Scheming, additional update. It's the last day of the holiday. Here's an extra update to refocus on work and school. Struggles are incessant, with the three major Golden Core sects turning a blind eye, awaiting the final outcome. Yet the most carefree belong to the disciples of the three major Golden Core sects, who, in addition to their contributions during frontier development, also undertake sect missions, such as verifying the spiritual items obtained by various families, reaping benefits while garnering respect, a most comfortable arrangement. Wang Xiangjiang respectfully saw off the Shinnong sect cultivators, indicating that the spiritual stone vein was ready for exploitation, requiring the submission of half the spiritual stones based on the vein's reserves. Herein lies considerable maneuverability. While intact spiritual stones and fragmented spiritual sand differ only in the amount of spiritual energy they contain, their actual value and use is entirely different. Submission of spiritual stones is limited only by quantity. Thus, most can be replaced with spiritual sand without objection from the Shinnong sect, leaving the complete spiritual stones within the Wang family. Everything is proceeding according to plan, and time flows quietly by. With the arrival of the new year, Wang Nannan cradled her newborn, her third child, a baby boy. Though his wrinkled appearance was somewhat unattractive, the bond of blood made Wang Nannan exceedingly fond of him. Lu Qingqing sat on the bed, recovering her body while consuming elixirs. At that moment, Wang Xianglong entered. The cultivation resources for each family have been distributed, and the remainder has been moved to the clan treasury. Wang Nannan nodded. During this period, a constant influx of spiritual stones and spiritual items have been received, and in accordance with Wang Xiangxiu's wishes, cultivation resources were allocated to each cultivator, alleviating all concerns. Wang Xianglong's work gradually aligned with the core of the family, primarily as Wang Nannan discreetly contacted Wang Xiangxiu to reconfirm that the person was indeed the third granduncle, Wang Mingwei. Spiritual herbs and spiritual rice are also ready for harvest. I have hastened their maturation these days, so arrange for the clansmen. After sending Wang Xianglong off, Wang Nannan felt the awakening of the diviner's inheritance. Predicting the future is a terrifying ability. However, those in the Qi refinement stage generally dare not meddle in such significant karma, lest they meet their demise. Yet, due to her fortunate circumstances, Wang Nannan's lifespan still spanned several centuries, granting her some confidence. Thus, upon just entering the diviner's path, she attempted a divination. The conclusion was that divination is overly life-draining, and the longer the time frame of the divination, the more detailed the events and the greater the personal significance. The more life energy it consumes, even calculable by breaths. Wang Nannan merely sought to divine her circumstances for the next 3 years, expending 3 years of lifespan within 3 breaths, yet only receiving a vague omen. Truly disappointing. How do those Golden Core masters manage to divine? Are they unafraid of death? Wang Nannan couldn't comprehend. Perhaps upon mastering the diviner's path, one could consume less lifespan? At any rate, she dared not attempt it lightly now. No longer concerning herself with the diviner's inheritance, she awaited Lu Qingqing's recovery to hand over the child, as there remained many matters within the clan that required attention. The autumn harvest is crucial. Apart from the spiritual herbs within the clan's territory, there are also spiritual fruits and rice from the Qingfeng mountain range, which cannot solely depend on Wang Xianglong. Gathering the remaining few adult clansmen, they were all enlisted into the autumn harvest. The spiritual rice was stored, and the spiritual herbs were packaged for sale, while Wang Nanjun also came to lend a hand. During this period, trade with other families had mostly proceeded smoothly, except for occasional disruptions caused by the Wei clan of Hunterflower Valley. Several vassal families cooperating with us from Hunterflower Valley were contemplating withdrawal, Wang Mingjun reminded. The clan leader's cousin had recently tricked the Wei clan out of some family points. They would certainly not swallow this insult. Now, during the frontier development, the two families cannot directly engage in warfare, yet covert actions will undoubtedly ensue. Wang Nannan explained that the Wang family has no direct trade relations with the Wei clan, so the latter's petty tactics currently hold little impact. I will inform the clan leader's cousin about this. You must first stabilize the other families, Wang Nannan instructed. As the ghost cultivators led by Wang Xiangtan and Wang Mingzhu had already amassed considerable intelligence regarding the Wei clan, the specific strategy to deal with the Wei clan would soon be determined. That night, Wang Xiangxiu returned. In the valley, Wang Mingzhu and other ghost cultivators also made their appearances. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Xiangxiu looked at Wang Mingzhu and said, "We can begin." Wang Mingzhu floated to the center and addressed all, stating that after investigation, the Wei clan is located 800 miles southwest of the 100-Flower Valley, with their territory adjacent to a second-tier spiritual vein and a large river. The clan specializes in cultivating spiritual herbs, providing auxiliary herbs for foundation establishment pills to the 100-Flower Valley year-round, thus holding significant importance in the eyes of the 100-Flower Valley. Within their clan, there are 2 foundation establishment cultivators. The clan leader is at the second layer of foundation establishment, while the elder is at the first layer. In the later stages of Qi refinement, there are over 20 cultivators, while those in the mid-stages number more than 40, and over 50 in the early stages. Alongside nearly 1 million mortals, the Wei family possesses moderate strength, yet they are consistently protected by a foundation establishment cultivator from the 100 Flowers Valley, safeguarding the medicinal herbs for foundation establishment pills. If one intends to strike against the Wei family, they cannot bypass the 100 Flowers Valley. Furthermore, reliable sources indicate that the Wei family has long exploited their relationship with the 100 Flowers Valley to bully several Qi refinement families, seizing their resources and fostering deep-seated grievances. Although the 100 Flowers Valley is aware of these transgressions, they turn a blind eye due to the importance of the medicinal herbs. This suggests that the Wei family is not virtuous either. It's no wonder they initially sought to seize the spirit mine indiscriminately, revealing their true nature as bandits. As one clan member remarked, "Is it possible to eliminate this cultivator from the 100 Flowers Valley as well?" Wang Xiangxiu inquired. Given that a feud has already begun, regardless of right or wrong, the Wei family must be eradicated for the sake of the clan, particularly since they have been secretly engaging in underhanded tactics, which are despicable. Especially considering the Wei family's reputation seems rather tarnished at present. The foundation establishment cultivators from the Golden Core sects possess various methods, making it challenging to eliminate the opponent without detection from the 100 Flowers Valley, Wang Mingzhu stated. Moreover, we are currently in a period of land reclamation, making it imprudent to take action. Then let us engage in a trade war to isolate the Wei family, proposed Wang Xiangtan. Although the Wei family provides the medicinal herbs for foundation establishment pills and appears to have the full backing of the 100 Flowers Valley, this very reliance constrains their development. The Wei family, dependent on exchanging these herbs for supplies, results in minimal trade with other families, presenting an opportunity. We will purchase all goods from nearby families, then devise a means to destroy the Wei family's spiritual herbs. Without these herbs, the Wei family will be unable to procure supplies from the 100 Flowers Valley. If other families lack surplus supplies to sell to them, what will they do? They will have to use their clan points to exchange for supplies from the 100 Flowers Valley, Wang Xiangxiu retorted. But what if their clan points are insufficient? Wang Xiangtan reminded. We must prepare on both fronts. On one hand, we will disrupt their land reclamation efforts, while on the other, we will continue to investigate the locations of the medicinal herbs, waiting for the right moment to strike. Are there any other issues? Wang Nannan interjected. Minor skirmishes between cultivators will go unnoticed, but interference with land reclamation is something the 3 major Golden Core sects will never permit. Moreover, we lack the spirit stones to purchase all the supplies near the Wei family, as this does not align with our clan's interests. However, finding a way to destroy the Wei family spiritual plants is indeed a sound strategy. Chapter 65. 5 years of land reclamation as the clan members brainstormed strategies to counter the Wei family. Most ideas were impractical, yet some were acceptable. After a night of discussions, a general direction was established. First, the ghost cultivators would continue to gather intelligence on the Wei family's spiritual plants in preparation for the impending conflict. Secondly, led by Wang Mingjun, they would collaborate with other affiliated families of the 100 Flowers Valley, leveraging the Wei family's poor reputation to bind these families together and thoroughly isolate the Wei family. Thirdly, during the reclamation period, they would contend for certain critical spiritual items with the Wei family, as they had previously acted first. the Wang family was merely responding in kind. Lastly, they would execute covert assassinations, primarily utilizing ghost cultivators to target the Wei family's isolated members. All actions, aside from the trade war, would be conducted in secrecy to ensure that the three major Golden Core sects remained unaware, with everyone pledging oaths. As the reclamation continued, the struggle intensified. Over time, more spiritual fields were established, and clan points gradually accumulated. Wang Xiangxiu exchanged a substantial amount of second-grade pills and vital cultivation resources from the Shenong sect, depleting a significant portion of the clan points. Why has the inheritance become so expensive? Wang Xiangxiu wondered, astonished. Previously, the inheritance from a second-grade alchemist cost merely 50,000 clan points, but it had now surged to 150,000 clan points, equivalent to the reclamation of 3 first-tier spiritual veins. Currently, the first-grade inheritance had also risen to 80,000 clan points, an exorbitant amount. Elder Qian, responsible for the exchanges at the Shenong sect, spoke in a calm tone, stating the inheritance exchanges will continue until the reclamation concludes, and no more exchanges will be made before the next beast tide arrives. Use it wisely. Why is this information not spread? Wang Xiangxiu questioned, perplexed, as she had been completely unaware. I will inform those families capable of making exchanges when they arrive. There is no need for families lacking the capability to be informed. Elder Qian indicated towards the inheritance. Do you wish to exchange? Wang Xiangxiu gritted her teeth and decided to postpone. They had already exchanged too many supplies, and the clan points were somewhat insufficient. She intended to accumulate more before the reclamation concluded to secure the necessary inheritances for the clan. After storing the exchange supplies and allowing clan members to select based on their contributions, she informed everyone about the exchanges for the 3 major Golden Core sects until the reclamation ended. We must expedite the reclamation to ensure that all the necessary inheritances for the clan are retrieved, ideally securing several second-grade inheritances as well, Wang Xiangjiang remarked solemnly. The clan needed to develop further, and inheritances were essential, particularly the second-grade ones, which constituted the foundation of a family. As a number of cultivators within the clan grew, so did the demand for inheritances, making the need for exchanges urgent. Other clan members echoed Wang Xiangjiang's sentiments, adjusting their mindsets and preparing for vigorous efforts. As time passed, the seasons changed, and the 5th year of land reclamation arrived. Last year, Wang Nanan welcomed her 4th child, a delightful little girl who could now barely walk. Perhaps due to the joy of giving birth to a daughter, Wang Nanan inexplicably entered the path of the Cursing Master. Experiencing the legacy of the Cursing Master filled her with both astonishment and elation. She was amazed at how swiftly she had begun her journey as a Cursing Master and delighted to have a more effective means to deal with the Wei family. Yet, to be prudent, Wang Nanan planned to expend some of her lifespan to enhance her own legacy before taking action, having accumulated enough over the years. With her lifespan reaching 2093 years, ample for her purposes, continuously consuming her life force, her proficiency in the Cursing Master legacy rapidly increased, achieving mastery in 50 years, minor success in 100 years, major success in 200 years, and perfection in 400 years. The Cursing Master possesses formidable abilities. After digesting the knowledge of the legacy in her mind, Wang Nanan gained a deeper understanding of the Cursing Master. A first-grade Cursing Master is most effective against Qi refinement cultivators or families, easily diminishing their fortunes while amplifying their misfortunes, potentially leading them to misfortunes or inexplicable downfalls. Most importantly, once cursed by a Cursing Master, even a Golden Core cultivator cannot trace back to the Cursing Master, making it an exceedingly secretive, malevolent, and powerful legacy. However, against stronger cultivators, the effects of the Cursing Master diminish significantly. For each major boundary surpassed, the efficacy is reduced by 90%, which serves as a limitation. Continuing to expend her life force, she achieved perfection in the Talisman legacy in 95 years. The Formation legacy reached minor success after 25 years, major success in 50 years, and perfection in 100 years. The Insect Master legacy took 3 years to reach proficiency, thanks to regular practice, achieving 65 proficiency, 18 years for minor success, 36 years for major success, and 72 years for perfection. The Spirit Chef and Brewing Master legacies each reached perfection in 20 years. The Divination Master Legacy attained proficiency in 50 years, minor success in 100 years, major success in 200 years, and perfection in 400 years. The vast reservoir of memory from these legacies took Wang Nanan an entire day to fully assimilate. She glanced at her own information. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 31. 158 Realm: Qi Refinement 9th Layer. Foundation Establishment Pill 310. Techniques: The Sutra of Withered Trees Reviving in Spring, 2nd Layer. Entry 1. Turtle Breathing Concealment Technique. Soul Technique: Spirit Rain. Art: Golden Gung. Sword Technique: Ling Si Palm. Technique: Vajra, Buddha Body Technique. Falling Leaf Foot Method: Chaotic Slashing Blade Technique. Unity, transforming into 3 purities. 1st Layer. Perfection, Fiery Meditation Technique. Proficient 16. Heritage: 1st Grade Spirit Planter. 1st Grade Talismonger. 1st Grade Array Master. 1st Grade Spirit Chef. 1st Grade Brewer. 1st Grade Insect Master. 1st Grade Diviner. 1st Grade Witchcraft Master. Perfection, 2nd Grade Alchemist. Proficient 2. 1st Grade Mining Master. Entry 1. Wang Nanan's strength has been significantly enhanced. With the Talismonger heritage perfected, the efficiency of drawing talismans has reached its peak. The Spirit Chef and Brewer skills are also perfected, and in addition to improving taste and efficacy, Wang Nanan has acquired the ability to create new Tier 1 spirit dishes and Tier 1 spirit wines. The Array Mastery has been perfected, proving to be immensely useful, as Wang Nanan can now flawlessly set up formations in various locations within the family that require them. What Wang Nanan values most are the Insect Master and Diviner heritages. The assistance provided by a queen bee is substantial. Besides producing spirit honey, it offers vigilance and protection to the clan during their endeavors, and it continuously nourishes Wang Nanan's essence. Had it not been for Wang Nanan's poor spiritual root, the aid from a life-bound spiritual insect would undoubtedly have accelerated his cultivation. He has even considered searching for additional spiritual insects. As for the highly regarded diviner heritage, although it drastically consumes life force, with proficiency now perfected, Wang Nanan is determined to give it another try. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, yet a smile graced his face. The life force consumed had not diminished. Rather, it had increased. In a span of 7 or 8 breaths, he had expended 10 years of his lifespan, yet the future he divined was indeed clear. Wang Nanan gazed at the divination, a reading for his family. The omen was unfavorable, an ominous sign. Within a year, formidable adversaries or strong foes may strike. Chapter 66 concludes. The only threats to the Wang family among nearby cultivators or forces, aside from the 3 major Golden Core sects, are other Foundation establishment families or rogue cultivators. However, the Wang family has always refrained from provoking the 3 major Golden Core sects, as the disparity in strength is too vast, and the Wang family does not indulge in reckless behavior. Several Foundation establishment families have established good cooperative relationships with the Wang family, and Wang Mingjun has maintained amicable ties with them over the years, leaving no reason for them to act against the Wang family. The sole exception is the Wei family, whose conflicts with the Wang family remain unresolved. As for rogue cultivators, they may have inadvertently offended someone, but they would not dare target a Foundation establishment family. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. Analyzing the divination, it is highly probable that the Wei family intends to stir trouble. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Nanan's eyes. Yet the Wei family's overall strength is inferior to that of the Wang family, and they must have external assistance. Otherwise, the omen would not indicate danger. Just as Wang Nanan pondered the potential schemes of the Wei family, a significant piece of news arrived. The 5-year land reclamation mandate was nearing its end. Finally, it is coming to a close. Wang Nanan felt a twinge of nostalgia. Over 100 families had labored for 5 years. The extent of land reclaimed is unimaginable. If the 3 major Golden Core sects had undertaken it alone, it could have taken an eternity. However, this news also linked back to the divination. No wonder they were looking for trouble. With the end of the reclamation, familial conflicts could erupt. Wang Nanan understood the reasoning. During these 5 years, the 2 families have been subtly competing, with the most intense rivalry occurring within the reclamation zone, where both sides have been sabotaging each other. Moreover, the Wang family's ghost cultivators had assassinated several members of the Wei family, severely depleting their vitality. After a month, the clan members gradually returned. Wang Xiangxiu returned with a substantial amount of provisions and legacies, her face glowing with joy. Not only that, but this reclamation also allowed the Wang family to exchange for 2 spirit veins to develop the family. One was a Tier 1 spirit vein in the form of a plain, named Valley, designated for planting spirit rice. The other was a Tier 1 spirit vein in the form of a lake, named Amber, intended for nurturing spirit fish. Wang Nanan realized that the reclamation had been thoroughly concluded. The family points had all been exchanged, and clan members were free to redeem their needs from the library or clan treasury. Wang Xiangxiu's voice resonated throughout the clan. New legacies included first-grade weapon crafting, first-grade puppet mastery, first-grade beast taming, second-grade spirit cuisine, and second-grade spirit planning. Provisions included 3 longevity pills and 1 foundation establishment pill. As Wang Nanan listened and hurried toward the clan treasury, he desperately needed both the foundation establishment pill and the longevity pills. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the clan treasury, he found that the foundation establishment pill had already been taken by other clan members. Even the longevity pill was down to just 1 remaining. 1 was sufficient. Wang Nanan exchanged for the longevity pill and proceeded to the library. Over the years, his contributions to managing the family, refining pills, and preparing talismans had accumulated to a level that allowed him to exchange for any provisions without concern for insufficient contributions. He redeemed all the new legacies, including the already existing second-grade talisman legacy within the clan, before returning to his mother's cave dwelling. He swallowed the longevity pill, increasing his lifespan by 10 years, bringing it to 158. It was a pity that each person could only take 1 longevity pill. The effects of a second would be negligible. Wang Nanan sighed, contemplating how wonderful it would be to exploit a bug. Reviewing the legacies. Due to the perfect mastery of talismans, spirit planting, and spirit cuisine, these legacies naturally entered and reached a proficiency of 1. The other techniques had yet to be initiated, but they were relatively easier, likely achievable within a few months. Upon reaching the cave dwelling, Wang Nanan discovered that his mother had returned. However, despite the passage of years, her visage remained unchanged. I consumed a beauty-restoring pill. Even at the moment of demise, my appearance will remain unaffected. Zhou Min perceived Wang Nanan's confusion at a glance. Wang Nanan smiled slightly. The beauty-restoring pill is a second-grade elixir, commonly seen and immensely popular among female cultivators, making it a high-demand item. Presently, only the 3 major golden core sects possess the formula and do not exchange it externally. The Wang family had previously attempted to obtain the formula, but was outright refused. I'm glad to see you well. How has life in the reclamation been over these years? Wang Nanan inquired, aware that while they often communicated through letters, there remained some distance. It has been splendid. The clan leader has taken great care of everyone and has been quite generous with contributions, Zhou Min replied. Most of the clan members who participated in the reclamation have profited, and their contribution values should be sufficient for years to come. Thankfully, the clan's provisions are also surging, so there are no issues with redemption. Observing his mother's favorable complexion, Wang Nanan began preparing spirit dishes for her. Meanwhile, an inner hesitation arose within him. He found himself unable to discern his mother's cultivation level, likely due to her practice of the turtle-breathing concealment technique. Without further inquiry, he called Lu Qingqing and the children over, and the family gathered for a hearty meal. The next morning, Wang Nanan was urgently summoned to the clan leader's cave. Alongside him were members of the clan's management. Clan leader, what has occurred? Wang Xiangjiang asked, puzzled. The reclamation had just concluded, and many matters still required resolution, particularly concerning the newly acquired Valley and Amber spirit veins, for which no clan members have been assigned to guard yet. Please introduce the situation to everyone. Wang Xiangxiu instructed Wang Mingzhu and Wang Xiangtan. The two floated in the air, with Wang Mingzhu speaking first, according to reports from the ghost cultivators. The Wei family has secretly recruited 7 foundation establishment cultivators, the strongest being at the 3rd layer. Had these individuals not been inadvertently exposed yesterday, we would have been unaware. One of our ghost cultivators nearly lost their life because of it. Everyone was taken aback. The Wei family had managed to gather such a number of foundation establishment cultivators under the watchful eyes of the ghost cultivators. This was indeed a situation not to be underestimated, prompting a heightened sense of urgency among the clan members. Just as they were attentively listening to Wang Mingzhu's report, Wang Nanan suddenly realized something. Present in the clan leader's cave were 7 or 8 members, including Wang Xiangjiang, Jejia, Wang Nanjun, and Wang Xianglong. Outwardly, they all appear to be at the qi refinement stage. How can one perceive the members of the ghost cult? Previously, he had paid little heed to this matter, but it now appears that there are numerous concealed affairs among these clansmen. Meanwhile, the other clansmen had long been casting knowing glances at Wang Nanan, although he remained oblivious to their scrutiny. Is it possible to ascertain specific information regarding these Foundation establishment cultivators? Wang Xiangjiang inquired, noting that there were only a few scattered Foundation establishment cultivators nearby, most of whom should have been familiar. No, they were all quite unfamiliar. Yet it could be confirmed that they were indeed Foundation establishment cultivators, Wang Shantan replied, having made a special trip to verify the source of the information. Chapter 67. Concealed Wings and Corpse after enduring both the Beast Tide and the period of wilderness expansion for more than a decade. The oppressive atmosphere within the realm of cultivation, forcibly maintained by the three major Golden Core sects, has reached its zenith. The cultivation world seems poised to return to normalcy, with chaos being its prevailing theme. Presently, various families are feasting lavishly, resembling pigs in the eyes of others, awaiting slaughter. Just as the Wang family was deliberating over the additional Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wei family, news arrived. Several qi refining families had gone to war. Significantly, the three major Golden Core sects did not intervene, and this conflict appears to mark the beginning of a reshuffling of nearby powers. Patriarch, let's take action, Wang Xiangjiang implored. Many families surged forth like mushrooms after rain, seizing considerable resources, yet they lacked the strength to maintain control, naturally making them targets of covetousness. Furthermore, the three major Golden Core sects, in an effort to encourage some scattered cultivators and sect disciples to establish cultivation families in exchange for spiritual fields and veins, have neglected to inform them that resources in the cultivation world are finite, and only the strong can endure. If one is powerless, they shall merely become fodder on the dining table. Prepare for battle. Maintain vigilance against the Wei family, and seize this opportunity to expand our own clan, Wang Xiangxiu commanded, asserting that the Wang family could not remain aloof amidst the tumult. It would be better to take the initiative and become the diners rather than the meal. However, it must be noted that instigating conflict among the families would undoubtedly yield substantial profits for the three major Golden Core sects. Wang Mingjun expressed his indignation, lamenting the shamelessness of these sections. Numerous disputes among families during the wilderness expansion bore the fingerprints of the three major Golden Core sects, as if they had strategically placed the kindling. The other clansmen exchanged glances, fully aware that the three major Golden Core sects would extract benefits from this turmoil. Yet what recourse did they have? The Foundation establishment families were mere pawns, not the players. Setting aside the three major Golden Core sects for now, we must navigate through the immediate challenges. Wang Xiangxiu redirected the conversation. I wish to ascertain the origins of the 7 additional Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wei family, as well as the attitudes of surrounding families. We will continue to investigate the information regarding these 7 Foundation establishment cultivators. Please grant us some time, Wang Shantan responded. The Shinong sect's affiliated families maintain close trade with our Wang family, and their interests are frequently intertwined. Thus, I believe an alliance could be formed, Wang Nanjun explained. Moreover, the Shinong sect likely does not wish to see its affiliates suffer losses, as it would not align with their interests. As for the affiliated families of Qingfeng sect and Baihuagu, although most have trade relations with us and maintain friendly interactions, human hearts are inscrutable, and one must exercise caution. Wang Xiangxiu concurred with Wang Nanjuan's sentiments. The Wang, Lu, and Zhou families have coexisted as both foes and allies for a considerable duration. Furthermore, the numerous intermarriages among the three families currently lack points of conflict, while caution must be exercised regarding the vassal families of the other 2 Golden Core sections. I shall personally visit the Lu and Zhou families. Regarding the other families, I must trouble Second Ant to lead the clansmen in gathering intelligence, and we may act if necessary. For now, let the internal affairs of the clan continue to be managed as they were during the wilderness expansion. Having arranged everything, Wang Xiangxiu added, My dear friends, while it may be acceptable to conceal one's strength regularly, at critical moments, one must exert their utmost effort. The assembly understood and departed accordingly. In the valley, Wang Nanan gathered spiritual honey. Ever since the end of the wilderness expansion, Sushi and the Queen Bi had returned. Though they received a reprimand from Wang Nan for having run off with a cousin without his permission, such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Concurrently, Wang Nan introduced a new companion to the two spiritual beasts, Concealed Wing, a tiny red and black flying insect. This creature was captured during the wilderness expansion and belonged to the third layer of Qi refinement, possessing potent venom and expertise in stealth. It was later added to the clan's repository, and upon discovering it, Wang Nan reclaimed it to fulfill a contract. Queen Bee, henceforth, Concealed Wing shall reside in the hive. You need only feed it some honey from time to time, Wang Nan instructed, to which the queen bee vibrated her wings in understanding. Wang Nan then contacted third aunt Wang Dingru and sixth uncle Wang Dingxi, who like Wang Dingkong had perished last year, handing over a handful of spiritual seeds. You intend to gather intelligence on the Wei family, yes? Seize an opportunity to cast these spiritual seeds into the Wei family's spiritual fields. Wang Nan smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as steel. What scheme are you concocting now? Wang Dingru inquired. Just wait for the outcome. Wang Nan cryptically replied. This serves as one of the mediums for a curse master. Through these spiritual seeds, Wang Nan was confident he could diminish the yield of the Wei family's spiritual fields and have the fortune of the Wei family's Qi refining clansmen who bore the scent of the seeds. Deep within the Wei family estate, a cultivator, resembling a desiccated corpse, sat in the depths of a cave, exuding a foul stench, with maggots writhing in his eye sockets and pus and blood oozing forth. Master, is the news about the exploding golden core you mentioned true? The patriarch of the Wei family asked, trembling. The figure before him, resembling a corpse, had accidentally intruded upon the Wei family years prior, swiftly seizing control over the entire clan and forcibly possessing the cultivator stationed at the Wei family's Baihuagu, ultimately transforming into his current state. Aware that he was no match, the Wei patriarch acknowledged him as master, rendering the Wei family a vassal to this corpse. Though reduced to the status of another's pawn, the Wei family had nonetheless reaped considerable benefits. With 7 of its members break, Wang Xiangxiu was somewhat skeptical. She was aware that Wang Nan's success rate in refining first-tier pills was remarkably high, yet if he were to step into the realm of a second-tier alchemist, it would be utterly astonishing. Nanan, obtaining the inner core of a foundation-building beast is exceedingly difficult. It cannot be wasted nor used for practice. If you truly have entered the ranks of second-tier alchemist, prove it to me by refining a second-tier pill. Wang Nan felt a slight headache. It was not that he was unwilling to practice with other pills, but rather he lacked a substantial quantity of second-tier spirit herbs and the necessary recipes. Within the clan, there were only 5 second-tier recipes available. 2 for foundation-building pills, 1 for longevity pills, 1 for marrow-cleansing pills, and 1 for soul-nurturing pills. Of these 5 recipes, aside from the foundation-building pills, which require the inner cores of foundation-building beasts, the other 4 necessitate a considerable amount of second-tier spirit herbs, making it utterly impractical to use them for practice. Where can I find second-tier recipes? Please procure a few for me, Wang Nan responded. The 3 major golden core sects had ceased their exchanges of second-tier recipes, and currently, there was no means to acquire new ones. Wang Xiangxiu waved her hand and said, Come to me once you have broken through to the foundation-building stage. The inner core of the foundation-building beast is too precious to squander. Watching Wang Xiangxiu depart, Wang Nan felt a sense of helplessness. He had not yet entered the foundation-building realm primarily due to the lack of foundation-building pills. Unable to refine them and lacking the pills, he seemed trapped in a vicious cycle. It appeared that he would have to find a way to seek foundation-building pills from the 3 major golden core sections. Consequently, Wang Nan issued a task within the clan, urging all members to keep a vigilant eye on any auction opportunities for foundation-building pills. The cultivation world was becoming increasingly chaotic, rife with clan disputes and banditry, fraught with conflict. Even Wang Nan, who spent most of his time within the clan, could sense the turmoil. Are even mortals fighting now? Wang Nan pondered, feeling a headache. Had the unrest spread to the mortal cities so swiftly? It was instigated by a few Qi refining families whose incessant brawls had embroiled their mortal kin in territorial disputes. Lu Qingqing returned to the cave dwelling with her child. Has our Wang family been affected? Wang Nan inquired. Not yet. Before the clan leader departed, he dispatched several clan members to guard a few crucial mortal cities, which has deterred many Qi refining families and maintained a semblance of peace. However, as more families get involved, It is inevitable that our Wang family will soon be drawn into the fray, Lu Qingqing lamented, mentioning that her maternal family, the Lu family, was already preparing for war. What benefits could the three major golden core sects gain from allowing such bloodshed? Lu Qingqing questioned in confusion. Haven't the beast tides and land reclamation provided ample resources for cultivation? Certainly not. While that amount of cultivation resources may seem vast to us qi refining cultivators, it is merely sufficient for golden core experts or sections. The true objective of the three major golden core sects is to profit immensely from the ensuing conflicts. Wang Nan remarked, I have heard that many weaker qi refining families, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, have already pledged allegiance to the three major golden core sections. Not only have they sent their exceptionally gifted children to these sects, but they have also willingly offered a plethora of resources. Unlike during the beast tide, when some foundation-building families could protect qi refining families, the current situation saw foundation-building families struggling for survival, many hoping to annex qi refining families. Thus, they felt compelled to align with the three major golden core sects, even if they were aware that these sects devoured their allies without remorse. It was still preferable to being exterminated. The two sighed in unison, realizing that they were all caught in the whirlpool of chaos, and there was no need for lamentation. After tending to the child, they had dinner and spent a sleepless night. At dawn, just as Wang Nanan stepped out of the cave dwelling, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to go to the valley. Wang Nanan trembled at the urgency of the message, signaling something significant must have occurred. Upon arriving beneath the yew tree, he beheld several figures of ghostly cultivators. Wang Xiangtan's right arm was empty, devoid of even a phantom. What happened? Wang Nanan gasped in astonishment. The fact that someone had injured Wang Xiangtan, who possessed foundation-building strength, was shocking. The Wei family harbors demonic cultivators whose power rivals that of the false core realm. Wang Xiangtan's words further astonished Wang Nanan. Demonic cultivators? False core realm? Such unfamiliar terms. Wang Nanan mused, yet he was aware of their implications. Those cultivators who used humanity as their source of cultivation were deemed demonic, shunned for their sinister methods and dispositions. Nevertheless, their strength was undeniably formidable, often unmatched even within the same tier. The false core realm, also referred to as the half-step golden core, was a state reached by cultivators who failed to advance to the golden core stage but did not perish. Stronger than the pinnacle of foundation building, yet weaker than golden core experts. Once Wang Nanan regained his composure, Wang Xiangtan continued, Thankfully, third and intervened. Otherwise, I would have surely perished. Wang Xiangtan glanced at the yew tree, which could only grant one rebirth to its kin. A fallen ghost cultivator could not be revived by any means. Third Ant barely escaped and managed to disseminate the news of the demonic cultivators. Once the information regarding the Wei family's demonic cultivators is corroborated, we will not need to act. The three major golden core sects will undoubtedly obliterate the Wei family. Wang Xiangtan declared with fierce determination. Rather than fighting the Wei family to the death, it is wiser to have the golden core sects eliminate them. However, if that happens, the resources of the Wei family will no longer be accessible to us. I will also arrange for our clan to subtly create a stir, ensuring the news of the Wei family's demonic cultivators spreads throughout the cultivation world. Wang Nanan resolved, beginning to contact clan members, particularly those within the Shenong sect. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The notoriety of the demonic cultivators quickly instilled fear throughout the cultivation realm, prompting the three major golden core sects to jointly dispatch powerful cultivators to the Wei family. Wang Xiangxiu and several clan leaders of the cultivation families represented their families in this endeavor. The Wei family patriarch, with a distressed expression, fell prostrate at the feet of the golden core sect cultivators. Elder Jiang, you must advocate for our Wei family. Over the years, we have toiled to cultivate spirit herbs for Hundred Flowers Valley. Our efforts deserve recognition. He cried, his voice filled with despair. As an elder of Hundred Flowers Valley, you cannot allow others to bully its affiliated families. The pitiful wails reached the ears of all present, especially when Elder Jiang of Hundred Flowers Valley kicked the Wei family patriarch away. Do you understand that the master of the Shenong sect is a diviner? Without solid evidence, the three major golden core sects and several foundation-building families will unite against you? Elder Jiang scoffed, waving his hand, signaling countless cultivators to encircle the Wei family. As a subsidiary family of Hundred Flowers Valley, the Wei family was naturally to be purged by Hundred Flowers Valley. Other sects and families were merely cooperating with Hundred Flowers Valley's initiatives. Therefore, once Elder Zhang's orders were issued, the Wei family was doomed. They were ensnared like prey in a trap, slowly being captured. Rest assured, fellow cultivators, the mortal cities and other spirit veins controlled by the Wei family have already been assigned foundation-building elders from Hundred Flowers Valley to suppress, ensuring that the demonic cultivators do not escape. The justice of Hundred Flowers Valley was evident. Naturally, they were trusted by Hundred Flowers Valley. A chorus of voices echoed in support, completely disregarding the anguished cries of the Wei family members. Wang Xiangxiu stood atop a spirit vessel, side by side with Elder Li of the Shenong sect, whose beard was streaked with white. Elder Li, what shall become of the Wei family's resources? Wang Xiangxiu inquired. As a foundation-building family, the Wei family must have amassed considerable resources. If we receive a share for our troubles, most will be claimed by Hundred Flowers Valley, especially since we have not contributed significantly. Elder Li chuckled while stroking his beard. If you take action, perhaps you could secure a larger share. Just as Wang Xiangxiu was about to respond, a tremendous explosion erupted deep within the Wei family estate. A visible black mist began to seep out, enveloping several nearby cultivators from Hundred Flowers Valley, who were then devoured, leaving nothing but white bones. Elder Li's expression suddenly turned grave. It appears this is the demonic cultivator of the false core realm. Are we capable of defeating it? Wang Xiangxiu felt a chill run down her spine, especially as a withered corpse began to faintly emerge from the black mist, a sense of imminent danger lingering in her mind. The sect master had conveyed the divination results to Hundred Flowers Valley, and their decision to send these individuals indicated they felt assured of their success. Before Elder Li could finish his sentence, dozens of disciples from Hundred Flowers Valley, wielding second-tier magical artifacts, surrounded the black mist. Wang Xiangxiu gazed into the distance, where the cultivators of the Hundred Flowers Valley formed a formation, encircling the demon cultivator within. The artifacts in their hands appeared to be a complete set, emanating a formidable power that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. Streams of golden light shot forth from the artifacts, piercing through the black mist with a crackling sound. The demon cultivator, in a frenzied state, muttered incomprehensible words. Suddenly, 7 foundation-building cultivators erupted from elsewhere, sent flying by a massive hand. Following the hand's trajectory, one could see a dignified cultivator standing in the void above. We pay our respects to the Valley Master. The crowd bowed in unison, recognizing the leader of the Hundred Flowers Valley. The Valley Master, however, ignored the crowd and fixed his gaze on the besieged demon cultivator, inquiring, "From whence do you hail?" The demon cultivator was taken aback, never expecting his origins to be discerned. This realm had long lost its inheritance of demon cultivation, thus you must be an outsider. To alleviate your suffering, speak. Reluctant to divulge information, the Valley Master's tone remained steady as he continued. You have usurped the body of an elder from my Hundred Flowers Valley, slaughtered several mortal villages, and attempted to incite greater chaos. Thus, your fate is sealed. However, I'm quite curious about your origins. Shall you endure the tortures of the Hundred Flowers Valley? With a flick of his wrist, the Valley Master cast 5 circular artifacts that ensnared the demon's neck and limbs, sealing its meridians. The Wei family and all its cultivators shall be exterminated. The mortals, once purged, shall be redistributed to affiliated families or sent to the mortal mines for labor. This command from the Valley Master was directed at the members of the Hundred Flowers Valley. Turning to the other cultivators who had accompanied him, he instructed, You are witnesses to the demon's demise. Convey my demands to the Qingfeng sect and the Shenong sect's Golden Core cultivators, requesting a joint inquiry into the origins of this demon. Elder Li and the elder from Qingfeng sect responded in unison, acknowledging the Golden Core cultivators' orders, which they dared not refuse. Yet, as per the Valley Master's words, this demon would not perish just yet. Anticipating a grand battle, they were surprised when the arrival of the Valley Master swiftly quelled the chaos, resulting in the complete eradication of the Wei family, rendering any further presence unnecessary. Wang Xiangxiu received some spirit stones as a token for her efforts and returned to her clan aboard the spirit vessel. With the Wei family's matters resolved, the Wang family could now shift their focus elsewhere. Wang Xiangxiu contemplated that although she had not profited from the Wei family, eliminating a threat was still a gain. Nonetheless, The old Wei family had vanished, yet a new one would inevitably arise. The Wang family needed to expand. Wang Mingzhu entered the patriarch's cave dwelling, having already set a target to prioritize the absorption of recently established cultivation families, which were easier to conquer due to their shallow foundations. Wang Xiangxiu had long devised a plan. The affiliated Qi, refining families of the Shenong sect were to remain untouched for now, staying at a distance while seeking to absorb the affiliates of the other two Golden Core sections, especially with the recent upheaval caused by the Demon Cultivator. The attention of the Golden Core cultivators was diverted, providing us with the opportunity to act. Wang Xiangxiu's fervor was evident. Her reasoning was sound, but it would be prudent to collaborate with several foundation-building families. After securing a Qi refining family, they could trade spirit fields and resources to avoid complications in future management. Wang Mingzhu reminded her, of course, it's standard procedure. We eliminate the Qi refining family and then sell the spoils to the foundation-building families. The same applies to others. Rather than selling, it is more akin to bartering. It seems the patriarch is quite knowledgeable. Wang Mingzhu smiled, relieved. These matters were best kept discreet. After all, this tumult was intended for the reorganization of power, a process of natural selection. Once the chaos subsided, managing the numerous spirit veins near other Golden Core sects would become exceedingly challenging, hence the necessity for clandestine dealings. The Liu and Zhou families had already forged an alliance, mutually agreeing to refrain from attacking each other and collectively targeting the Qi refining families. Third, Ant. It will soon be your task to lead the ghost cultivators in cleansing the target families. Please specify your targets, Patriarch. Wang Mingzhu's demeanor was composed. Dealing with Qi refining families was exceedingly easy. Wang Xiangxiu produced a map, indicating several families, stating, "Let Wang Nanjun coordinate with you, conducting operations both overtly and covertly. Once successful, inform me immediately, and I shall negotiate transactions with the nearby foundation-building families. Additionally, regarding the mortals, we can bring back a portion to be dispersed among the cities under our control." It must be noted that Wang Mingzhu displayed remarkable efficiency. Within a few days, all cultivators from a Qi refining family had mysteriously perished, with Wang Nanjun leading the clan to seize control. Although this incident stirred considerable commotion, it was soon forgotten in the prevailing environment. While others overlooked it, the Wang family was in a frenzy of harvesting. Aside from the spirit veins and spirit fields, all other resources were plundered back to the Wang family. The following day, they suddenly withdrew, allowing a nearby foundation-building family to take over. Chapter 70. Assets and exposure in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed, and the reshuffling of forces was nearing its conclusion. The three major Golden Core sects jointly announced a ban on the extermination of families, declaring the end of the chaos. The once thriving Qi refining families had diminished by over half, while those that survived had significantly strengthened. The management of the Wang family convened in the Patriarch's cave dwelling to assess their gains. Currently, aside from their own territory, the Qingfeng mountain range had acquired 7 first-grade spirit veins and spirit fields, totaling 10 first-grade spirit veins, with the newly developed areas, including the original valley and the 2 amber first-grade spirit veins. They now had 8 first-grade spirit veins, conveniently located for management. The most substantial gains came from the vicinity of their clan, where 3 established Qi refining families had been obliterated and subsequently absorbed, along with nearly 100 mortal cities, housing millions. As for various cultivation resources, they were abundant, with a detailed list for the members to review in turns. Wang Nanjun, brimming with confidence, had become a pillar of the clan through years of experience. Wang Xiangxiu took the list and was astonished by the quantities, realizing that small gains had accumulated to significant wealth for the Wang family. Let us distribute the rewards based on merit. Everyone has worked hard these years. The rewards must not be scant, Wang Xiangxiu commanded, asserting that the Wang family could now be deemed affluent in resources, allowing for a prolonged period of development. What about the number of clan members? Wang Xiangxiu inquired. In the 5 years of reclamation, plus 3 years of chaos, we have welcomed 21 members of the Wang bloodline. Wang Nanan explained, there are 112 children from outside surnames, among which the 12 with the weakest aptitude possess 3 spirit roots and have been specifically selected for important teachings. The remaining 100 children with spirit roots will learn the legacy of spirit planting, ultimately becoming dedicated spirit planters. Wang Nanan had anticipated the explosive growth of the Wang family's spirit fields, thus preparing in advance. The children with inferior spirit roots were excellent laborers, ready to contribute to the construction of the Wang family. The assembly voiced their agreement. Wang Nanan had managed the clan for many years and performed admirably in assessing spirit roots. What about the yield from our spirit planting and other production? Wang Xiangxiu continued her inquiries. With me here, you need not worry, Wang Nanan replied. Whether nurturing spirit plants, refining elixirs, or crafting talismans, I will always find time to complete these tasks, especially the nurturing of spirit plants, as it is the foundation of our clan and must not be neglected. The yield of spirit rice has increased by 11%, while the yield of spirit herbs has multiplied sixfold. Excellent. Everyone is fulfilling their roles diligently, Wang Xiangxiu remarked with satisfaction. There are two crucial matters ahead. One is the distribution of rewards, which shall be overseen by Xianjiang. You have accompanied the reclamation and conquest of other qi refining families, experiencing everything firsthand. The second matter concerns the management of the numerous new spirit veins and cities we have acquired. I see that the descendants of the Nan family have matured significantly. We should allow them to take on responsibilities independently. Wang Xiangxiu's words garnered unanimous approval. As the members of the Nan lineage had all grown up under the watchful eyes of the community, their capabilities and character well known to all. Among them, Wang Nanjun and Wang Nanan stood as representatives, receiving much praise. Please confer and report the specific list to me before implementation. As normalcy returned to clan, everyone busied themselves once more. Wang Nanan no longer needed to assist in managing the family affairs and could return to the valley to cultivate the land in peace. Her heart brimming with joy, perched upon the back of Sushi, she swayed gently into the valley. Now, apart from herself, only the ghost cultivators remained, rendering the place eerily quiet. However, today, Wang Nanan felt a chill run down her spine as she gazed apprehensively at the rocking chair in the valley center. This was once the favored seat of her late granduncle, which she had inherited and thus left untouched. Yet today, a woman clad in resplendent, multicolored garments smiled warmly at Wang Nanan. Despite her extraordinary beauty, the sight instilled a deep sense of dread within Wang Nanan. The valley was the Wang family's most secretive and well-guarded locale. How could an outsider suddenly appear? Moreover, the ghost cultivators hidden among the yew trees remained chillingly silent, neither attempting to drive her away nor revealing themselves. Wang Nanan gulped nervously, wishing to command Sushi to flee, only to find her body inexplicably moving towards the woman. The beautiful female cultivator revealed her identity token, leaving Wang Nanan utterly astonished. The sect master, she stammered, realizing that the enchanting woman before her was the leader of the Shinong sect. It was terrifying, even without the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator. The authority of a superior still weighed heavily upon Wang Nanan. I did not expect the Wang family to produce such a genius, to have achieved the 9th level of qi refinement at such a young age with 5 spiritual roots. The sect master appeared perplexed. Have you encountered some fortuitous opportunity? What remarkable luck! However, I have no interest in your fortune, so you need not worry. Wang Nanan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The turtle breathing concealment technique could only obscure the probing of a major realm cultivator, rendering it ineffective against the sect master. Fortunately, the latter seemed merely curious and had no intention of further inquiry. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Esteemed sect master, Wang Nanan asked once she regained her composure. I originally came to find you, but it appears there are now several additional matters at hand. The sect master replied, a smile gracing her lips. I hear your family has planted the primary herbs for foundation establishment pills, and they must be nearing maturity. Wang Nanan nodded in affirmation, stating that they would ripen in a few years. Were it not for her inability to refine the foundation establishment pills, she would have hastened their growth long ago. I shall take these primary herbs from your family, of course, not without compensation. I will provide you with 10 foundation establishment pills in return. You have no second-tier alchemists in your clan, so the herbs would serve no purpose, the sect master added. Furthermore, your family is to send 5 foundation establishment cultivators to the Shinong sect to serve as elders. But our Wang family does not possess 5 foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Nanan replied helplessly. To her recollection, excluding the ghost cultivators, they certainly did not have that many. It seems you are still unaware of your family's depth. The sect master remarked, a hint of irritation in her tone. Had I not come to find you, I might have been misled by your lineage's rapid growth without the Shinong sect noticing, or perhaps the information was simply too delayed, which is a grave concern. Observing the serious expression on the sect master's face, Wang Nanan understood the gravity of the situation. The third matter is that you must accompany me, the sect master continued. This left Wang Nanan utterly bewildered, for the sect master had indicated earlier that her visit was solely to seek him. Yet, the issue remained. Wang Nanan's reputation beyond the Wang family was rather insignificant, rendering the sect master's knowledge of him perplexing. Sensing Wang Nanan's confusion, the sect master explained, I am a diviner. While divining the Wang family, I discovered that the heavenly secrets were obscured. The sect master of the Shinong sect seemed unashamed to reveal her divination of the Wang family. Wang Nanan comprehended. Ever since the first-tier divination lineage had been perfected, he had learned much about diviners, one of which was that when the subject of divination was a diviner themselves, or closely related to one, the heavenly secrets would be concealed, rendering further divination impossible. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The sect master leaned against the rocking chair, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Wang Nanan. In a moment of clarity, Wang Nanan knelt and proclaimed, Wang Nanan pays respects to my master. The swiftness and decisiveness of his actions greatly pleased the sect master, who appreciated his awareness of the situation, thus sparing her the need to eliminate him. A token flew into Wang Nanan's hands. It was the emblem of a true disciple of the Shinong sect. You have 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. When you have the time, they will introduce themselves to you. However, since you're now my disciple, you are also a true disciple of the Shinong sect and will enjoy all corresponding benefits. You may retrieve it yourself or have your family guide you. The sect master explained. Thank you, master. Wang Nanan examined the token, which was dark golden in hue, inscribed with his details and the Shinong sect's emblem. This dark golden token was the object of desire for countless cultivators, and he had unexpectedly acquired it. The reason was likely due to his status as a diviner. Master, must I go to the Shinong sect? Wang Nanan inquired tentatively. That is up to you, as long as you do not betray the Shinong sect. It matters not where you cultivate, the sect master clarified. If you have any questions, simply come to the Shinong sect to find me. I have a question at present. Wang Nanan replied, taking the opportunity. The sect master smiled lightly. Ask away. Is it because I am a diviner that you accepted me as your disciple? The sect master nodded in affirmation, stating, every head of the Shinong sect has been a practitioner of the divination lineage, and your 3 senior siblings are no exception. However, now that we are on this topic, allow me to impart some knowledge regarding diviners. It is my duty as your master. Wang Nanan stood attentively, eager to absorb the teachings. The path of a diviner is exceedingly arduous to enter, rendering their numbers scarce. Each one is exceedingly precious, which is the primary reason for my acceptance of you. Though I am unaware of the origin of your lineage's divination inheritance, it is undoubtedly incomplete. A divination inheritance only becomes functional upon reaching the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, it can lead to significant karmic repercussions, as you are aware. Wang Nanan acknowledged this, recalling that the first-tier divination inheritance contained such records. He had also attempted it himself, but it was far too life-draining, causing even him, a long-living being, to hesitate in its use. After all, during the Qi refinement stage, using longevity to enhance cultivation and inheritance was the optimal approach. The first and second-tier divination inheritances were foundational, while the true efficacy lay within the third tier. Once one entered the third-tier divination inheritance, the consumption of longevity would be greatly reduced, and the entanglements of karma would be significantly mitigated. The sect master continued to elucidate, allowing Wang Nanan to understand the underlying reasons. Ultimately, it was due to the third-tier inheritance that the sect master had described her lineage's inheritance as incomplete. Only upon achieving the third-tier inheritance could it be considered whole. Once you break through to become a foundation establishment cultivator, I can impart the second-tier divination inheritance to you. Wang Nanan's eyes brightened slightly before dimming once more. Though they now shared the master-disciple bond, it was unlikely that the sect master would bestow opportunities upon him without expectation, suggesting ulterior motives. Wang Nanan's suspicions were indeed correct. The sect master had come with a purpose. I will gradually teach you about diviners in due time. For now, there are other matters. Are you aware of the demon cultivator captured 3 years ago? Wang Nanan nodded, recalling that this information had been disseminated by the Wang family, Otherwise, the demon cultivator might never have revealed himself. It was later said that he was captured by the leader of the Hundred Flowers Valley and interrogated. That demon cultivator was remarkably tight-lipped, taking an entire year to divulge the information they sought. Subsequently, they dispatched individuals to verify the veracity of the news, thus consuming 3 years in total. As for your Wong family's affairs, I discovered those 3 years ago. However, my focus was solely on the demon cultivator at the time. Leaving no room to attend to your matters, the sect master remarked, crossing her legs elegantly. Master, what is it that you require of me? Wang Nanan asked, swallowing hard. Sensing that the sect master's tone was off, it felt as though she were ensnaring him. The sect leader appeared satisfied and spoke. According to the information from the demonic cultivators, there lies an ancient relic, remnants of ancient demonic practitioners, located near Immortal City, 5,000 miles from the Shinong sect. I wish to send you to explore it. If you manage to return, the Shinong sect will provide you with the foundation pills you need for your breakthrough. And I can promise you 3 conditions on behalf of the sect. Wang Nanan found it somewhat unbelievable. The Shinong sect had numerous experts. There was no reason for a sect leader to personally recruit him as a disciple and send him to explore a relic. How peculiar. Something was amiss. He had even paid a price for divination, losing 10 years of his lifespan. Alas, a bad omen, great misfortune. It seemed a perilous situation awaited him. This woman could not be trusted. Wang Nanan thought to himself, realizing this was a death sentence for him. Seeing Wang Nanan hesitating, the sect leader continued. This relic is somewhat special and requires a diviner to unlock it. Otherwise, I would never have arranged for you to go. Then you could send your other disciples. Wang Nanan screamed internally, but did not dare express it. Provoking a golden core cultivator could lead to the annihilation of his family. As long as you go, the Wang family can prosper, the sect leader added, her threatening tone unmistakable. Though it greatly displeased Wang Nanan, he could only suppress his anger. The Wang family was his foundation. He could not allow it to come to harm. Master, it seems I have no choice, Wang Nanan said helplessly. The sect leader smiled faintly. Very well, come to the Shinong sect within a month, and I will explain the specifics to you. As she slowly rose and vanished from Wang Nanan's sight, he let out a sigh of relief. He glanced toward the direction of the yew tree. Since the sect leader did not mention it, she likely had not discovered it. Finally, she has departed. Wang Mingzhu was drenched in cold sweat. The presence of the other party was overwhelming, and they dared not reveal themselves. This yew tree is truly formidable. Apart from our clan members, other powerful beings cannot detect the hidden ghost cultivators within, Wang Mingzhu explained. They have been exceedingly fearful, with so many ghost cultivators concealed within the Wang family. The consequences of discovery would be unimaginable. It was not that ghost cultivators were intolerable to practitioners, but rather that the Wang family's rapid growth had distanced them from the Shinong sect's control, which was perilously dangerous. The yew tree could be regarded as the Wang family's ultimate trump card. Wang Nanan praised it, not having anticipated that the yew tree possessed such capabilities. Meanwhile, in the clan leader's cave, Wang Xiangxiu felt as though she were being crushed by a heavy weight, her body in discomfort. The sect leader? Wang Xiangxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. The exalted leader of the Shinong sect had unexpectedly arrived at the Wang family. Your clan member, Wang Nanan, has become my 4th disciple. Furthermore, the primary ingredient for the foundation pills cultivated by the Wang family has been requisitioned by my Shinong sect, with second-tier spiritual plant cultivators dispatched to care for and gather them. Additionally, 5 foundation stage cultivators will be sent to serve at the Shinong sect. 5? Wang Xiangxiu's voice trembled. Currently, there is only one foundation stage cultivator in the Wang family, herself. Chapter 72. Journey to the Shinong sect. Wang Xiangxiu felt a headache coming on. It seems some matters of the Wang family had come to the Shinong sect's attention. However, given the demands made, the Wang family was temporarily safe. Otherwise, their annihilation would have been all too easy. She vividly remembered how effortlessly the Wei family had been destroyed by the Hundred Flowers Valley, the disparity in strength being monumental. Summoning Wang Nanan, Wang Xiangxiu came to understand the situation. Here, take what you need. She sighed, lamenting that the foundational herbs she had cared for over decades were now being taken from her, though the family would receive 10 foundation pills, likely of the lowest quality. Cousin, who else in the clan is a foundation cultivator? Wang Nanan asked curiously, knowing only the clan leader would be aware of such matters. Xianglong, Xiangjiang, Jujia, Xiangya. Xiangyu Wang, Xiangxiu listed several names, all belonging to the Xiang lineage of the clan. It could be said that half of the living members of the Xiang lineage, excluding partners, had entered the foundation stage. Wang Nanan swallowed hard in excitement, realizing how strong the clan had become. Who do you intend to send to the Shinnong sect for service? Wang Nanan inquired again. Wang Xiangxiu shot him a glance and replied, You need not concern yourself with that, and bring a vow talisman. Wang Nanan frowned. He understood that the more he knew, the more vow talismans he would be exposed to. As for your matters, once the clan affairs are settled, hasten to the Shinnong sect to pay your respects to the sect leader. After all, you are now a true disciple of the Shinnong sect, and the treatment you receive will be quite good. At this point, Wang Nanan felt as though he might weep. This was a certain death trap. He truly did not wish to go. Yet, if he did not go or attempted to flee, the Wang family would be doomed. His golden finger was bound to the Wang family. If they were annihilated, he would likely suffer the same fate. Exiting the clan leader's cave, Wang Nanan returned to his own dwelling to check on Lu Qingqing and the children. After discussing some matters, he spoke with his mother for quite a while, as if bidding farewell. Zhou Min and Lu Qingqing seemed to sense something awry in Wang Nanan's demeanor, but could not discern the specifics. After spending a few days with his family, Wang Nanan set off alone to the Shinnong sect. Sihua, the Bee Queen, and Qi Yin remained in the clan. Their strength was insufficient, and it was unnecessary for them to accompany him to the grave. Perhaps within the Shinnong sect, he might find a glimmer of hope. Wang Nanan murmured to himself, contemplating ways to survive in the days ahead. Ultimately, he decided to rely on his golden finger. He still had 243 years of lifespan remaining, sufficient to enhance several techniques. As the Shinnong sect was a golden core sect, it possessed a plethora of techniques. With the status of a true disciple, Wang Nanan could only hope to beseech a few reliable techniques. Upon reaching the Shinnong sect, Wang Nanan, with the privilege of being a true disciple, encountered no obstacles and swiftly arrived at the sect leader's cave. Disciple Wang Nanan requests an audience with the master. The cave door opened, and Wang Nanan was drawn inside. The sect leader, seated on a mat, looked at Wang Nanan and said, Your senior brothers and sisters are currently on missions. Another day, we shall have the opportunity for introductions. Wang Nanan expressed his understanding. You will depart in more than 20 days. During this time, focus on cultivating within the Shinnong sect. As a true disciple, you may freely access the lower 5 levels of the sect's library, and I will also provide you with some resources the sect leader elaborated. Regarding the relic, I will now provide you with an introduction. Wang Nanan respectfully sat cross-legged across from the sect leader, awaiting further instruction. A map unfolded before him, depicting the immortal cultivation realm. A red dot marked the location of the relic. Situated near Immortal City, the area was devoid of spiritual energy, necessitating the preparation of spirit stones in advance, just in case. The relic, a remnant of demonic practitioners, was fraught with peril, although you are a novice diviner. You must not casually divine. However, diviners possess a heightened perception of danger compared to ordinary practitioners, which may aid you in successfully navigating the situation. We do not know the specifics inside, but we are aware that only qi refining cultivators may enter. Otherwise, the relic will collapse and be lost forever. Only qi refining cultivators can enter? Then why is it said that only diviners can unlock the relic? Wang Nanan inquired curiously. The sect leader patiently explained. The demonic practitioner was also a diviner and sealed the entrance using the diviner's legacy. You will know how to unlock the relic once you arrive. Am I the only one going? Wang Nanan asked the pivotal question. Being alone versus being among others was a completely different matter. 3 golden core sects each dispatched 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators, but you are the sole diviner, making you the most crucial. Once inside the relic, prioritize locating this item. The sect leader handed Wang Nanan an image of a pale golden pill, roughly the size of a fist. Wang Nanan intended to inquire about the name of the pill, but was halted by the sect leader's gaze, swallowing his words. Other treasures can be sought naturally. You will not be blamed if you do not acquire the pale golden pill. That statement implied that if he failed to obtain the pale golden pill, he would indeed be blamed. Wang Nanan mentally complained, realizing that under the guise of a master-disciple relationship, he was being sent into danger without being informed of critical information. Had he not been unable to defeat her, he would have long since taken action against her. Maintaining a facade of respect, Wang Nanan accepted the image and tucked it away. You may wield the token of a true disciple to select techniques from the library. You may also visit the task hall to procure various pills and talismans for this mission as a form of assistance. The sect leader gestured for Wang Nanan to depart. Naturally, Wang Nanan understood and left the leader's cave, heading directly to the library of the Shenong sect. In comparison to the Wang family's library, the Shenong sect's library was an imposing edifice. The first to third floors housed techniques for refining qi, while the fourth and fifth floors were dedicated to foundational techniques. Each level expansive and teeming with an abundance of methods. Gaining entry to the library with the token of a true disciple drew the attention of numerous disciples, who speculated about Wang Nanan's identity while conveniently overlooking him. He chose to remain on the first 3 floors, as his current ability only allowed him to enhance his proficiency in refining qi techniques, rendering foundational techniques unsuitable for his immediate studies. After some searching, Wang Nanan felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of available techniques, as similar methods proliferated. His focus was clear. He sought techniques specifically targeting demonic cultivators. Unfortunately, such methods had long vanished from this realm of cultivation, and even the 4th and 5th floors offered no alternatives. With no choice but to redirect his search, he spent several days combing through the library and ultimately selected 7 concealment techniques: concealment method, spirit vanishing technique, phantom barrier, sky concealment method, body escape technique, entering shadows, and illusion. He also chose 3 body refinement techniques: bone and muscle tempering technique, skin refinement, and blood exchange method. Additionally, he acquired 4 speed techniques: water escape technique, earth escape technique, shape-shifting technique, and Thunderbird Dragon Step. 2 soul techniques, Crimson Flame and Extreme Cold, were also included, along with 1 attack spell, Thunderbolt Blade Technique. Chapter 73. Preparation. The cave of the true disciple was situated not far from the leader's cave, perched atop a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy. Wang Nanan settled into his assigned cave, pores open, absorbing the spiritual energy with refreshing ease. He calmed his mind, maximizing his learning efficiency. While studying new techniques, he concurrently began to master several new inheritances he had previously noted. Each technique, once mastered, was added to his information panel. From concealment method to Thunderbolt Blade Technique, he continuously consumed lifespan, perfecting each to its fullest potential. Fortunately, refining qi techniques were relatively simple and required minimal lifespan expenditure. Otherwise, he would have been pressed for time. Wang Nanan sighed in relief, having consumed a total of 550 years of lifespan for 17 new techniques. Most techniques could reach perfection within 30 years, but the 2 soul techniques required 50 years each. Thankfully, his remaining lifespan was ample. Examining his information panel, he noted: name, Wang Nanan. Age, 34,695. Realm, refining qi 9th layer, foundation pills 310, techniques, withering wood meets spring scripture 2nd layer, entry 0, concealment method, soul technique, spiritual rain technique, golden essence sword technique, spiritual heart palm technique, diamond Buddha body technique, falling leaf foot technique, chaotic slash technique. 1 Qi transforms, 3 clears 1st layer, spirit vanishing technique, phantom barrier, sky concealment method, body escape technique, entering shadows, illusion, bone and muscle tempering technique, skin refinement, blood exchange method, water escape technique, earth escape technique, shape-shifting technique, Thunderbird Dragon Step, Crimson Flame, Extreme Cold, Thunderbolt Blade Technique, perfect. Fiery meditation method, proficiency 16. Inheritances, 1st tier Array Master Inheritance, 1st tier Brewing Master Inheritance, 1st tier Insect Master Inheritance, 1st tier Divination Master Inheritance, 1st tier Curse Master Inheritance, perfect. 2nd tier Alchemist, proficiency 2, 2nd tier Talismans Inheritance, proficiency 1, 2nd tier Spiritual Chef Inheritance, proficiency 1, 2nd tier Spiritual Plant Master Inheritance, proficiency 1, 1st tier Mineral Seeker Inheritance, entry 1, 1st tier Artifact Refiner Inheritance, entry 1, 1st tier Puppet Master Inheritance, entry 1, 1st tier Beast Master Inheritance, entry 1. The plethora of techniques and inheritances bolstered Wang Nanan's confidence. With 7 concealment techniques at his disposal, he could now remain undetected in any situation, preventing outsiders from discerning his cultivation level. Even a formidable golden core cultivator would require utmost focus to uncover his presence. As for those at the core formation stage or lower, it would be utterly impossible. His physical body was further strengthened, achieving a defensive and offensive capability comparable to that of a foundational cultivator. His spiritual awareness also received an enhancement, albeit a modest one. Without his advantages, he would never have invested time in practicing the soul techniques. Wang Nanan mused that the improvement to his spiritual awareness was the least significant. As for his speed techniques and attack spells, they had seen considerable advancement. Water escape and earth escape allowed him to traverse swiftly, while falling leaf-foot technique excelled in close-range evasions, and Thunderbird Dragon Step was adept at long-range pursuits. Shape-shifting technique enabled him to forcibly exchange positions with nearby beings, covering all bases. Regarding his attack spells, Chaotic Slash technique and Thunderbolt Blade technique served as Wang Nanan's primary offensive means as a blade cultivator, capable of unleashing tremendous combat power when paired with his 9-ring blade. Most importantly, One Chi Transforms 3 clears provided a significant enhancement to all techniques, serving as a crucial life-preserving measure to be employed sparingly. However, he lamented his lack of practical experience. With time pressing, he hurried to the task hall to collect the pills and talismans sponsored by the Shinnong sect before proceeding to the leader's cave. The Shinnong sect had been quite generous, providing 30 second-tier pills for detoxification, healing, and spiritual energy restoration, each incredibly practical. The talismans were also second-tier, totaling 50, with defensive, speed-enhancing, and offensive talismans in a ratio of 2:1. Upon arriving at the leader's cave, Wang Nanan found 2 fellow cultivators, a man and a woman, who had been waiting for some time. Both were of similar age to him, existing at the 9th layer of refining qi. They regarded Wang Nanan with furrowed brows, questioning the presence of a cultivator of such a lower realm in their company, as it seemed a detriment to their mission. They had heard he was a true disciple. The sect leader paid little heed to their attitudes, summoning the 3 of them with her magical force as they ascended onto a great celestial crane, heading towards the ruins. As they sped along, they encountered cultivators from the Qingfeng sect and Baihua Valley, joining forces for the journey. Wang Nanan observed the lead cultivator from the opposing group, whose aura was formidable, rivaling that of the sect leader, suggesting he might also be a golden core cultivator. The disciples behind him exuded robust vitality, all at the late refining qi stage. The presence of 3 golden core cultivators raised Wang Nanan's suspicions about the nature of the demonic cultivator's ruins. What was that pale gold pill? No one dared to inquire, leading to an unusually quiet journey. As the spiritual energy in the world grew increasingly sparse, everyone understood they were nearing the mortal realm. Golden core cultivators could traverse vast distances swiftly. After a mere 10 days, they covered 500,000 miles. They arrived at the very edge of the cultivation realm, where spiritual energy was nearly imperceptible, and only ordinary trees and weeds surrounded them. Before them stood a glaringly bright cave, guarded by a dozen cultivators. Upon seeing Wang Nanan and his companions, they all rose to bow in respect. It was then that Wang Nanan realized the other 2 golden core cultivators were the leaders of Baihua Valley and Qingfeng sect, which left him even more astonished. Silently, he consulted his divination once more, only to receive an ominous reading. Great misfortune. Damn it. Wang Nanan cursed under his breath, but there was no retreat now. The group landed near the ruins. Without delay, the Shinnong sect leader commanded, "You 9 must enter swiftly." Her tone held a subtle anticipation that was barely perceptible. With no room for dissent, the 9 stepped into the ruins. Upon crossing a transparent formation, they all felt a distinct shift. How insubstantial! No wonder the strong could breach the ruins. They realized that this ruin relied on a formation for protection, now on the brink of collapse. Approaching the entrance, Wang Nanan stepped forward. The runes are essential construct for diviners during their divination, which explains why only they can unlock them through the legacy of memories. The connection with the runes was established gradually, and after half an hour, the entrance slowly opened. A surge of dark purple mist poured forth, enveloping the 9 individuals. Onlookers outside hesitated to intervene, wary of inadvertently destroying the relic. The dark purple mist arrived swiftly and retreated just as quickly when it dissipated. The 9 were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 74. The Purple Extreme Demon Worm in a Daze. Wang Nanan opened his eyes again, only to find himself surrounded by dark purple mist, with the other 8 having vanished without trace. As he extended his consciousness, he discovered that this mist was far from ordinary. His body was assaulted by a biting pain, blood oozing incessantly. The insect-like demon beasts, which barely qualified as being in the Qi refinement realm, were identifiable to Wang Nanan due to his acute perception and the inheritance of insect cultivation techniques. These were the long-extinct purple extreme demon worms. A bitter smile crept onto Wang Nanan's lips. These minuscule creatures could only be detected through spiritual awareness and lived in swarms, numbering in the thousands. Their method of attack was to devour the intruders entirely. Currently, Wang Nanan was being gnawed at, his flesh slowly vanishing. Yet he was rapidly regenerating due to the effects of the withered tree reviving spring scripture. This ebb and flow created a fragile balance. How could such creatures appear here? The relic had existed for so long. Logically, they should have starved by now. Wang Nanan attempted to find a way to escape, recalling the teachings of insect cultivation. Unless these purple extreme demon worms had been sealed away in advance, they would have turned to dust long ago. The only way to break the seal was to enter the relic. As for how to deal with these worms, he needed to locate the purple extreme worm king and form a contract with it. Simply eliminating the king would not suffice, as new kings would emerge from the remaining worms after its demise. Thus, forming a contract was essential. But where was the king? Wang Nanan surveyed his surroundings. Cloaked in dark purple mist, his vision limited to less than a meter, and his spiritual awareness could only penetrate about 10 meters. The purple extreme demon worms were tenacious, capable not only of devouring flesh, but also of obscuring spiritual perception. Enduring the pain, Wang Nanan searched for the Worm King's traces while simultaneously attacking them with his spiritual techniques. These creatures were remarkably resilient and numerous. Frustrated, Wang Nanan activated a second-tier attack talisman, unleashing a torrent of flames that dispelled the darkness, igniting the surrounding dark purple mist, which spread like flames meeting a spring breeze. The sizzling sounds of the purple extreme demon worms being burned were immensely satisfying. Seizing the advantage, he activated a second-tier talisman, clearing a larger area and finally broadening his field of vision. As he explored the vicinity, he sought a path to escape. Remaining amidst the purple extreme demon worms for too long, even with the protection of the withered tree reviving spring scripture, would lead to certain death. He was now deep within the relic. He realized the environment resembling a tunnel, entirely different from the outside world. Advancing through the cleared area, he discovered he had reached a dead end, not the end of the relic, but the limit of the cleared zone. More purple extreme demon worms began to surround him, their numbers increasing. Just as Wang Nanan was about to activate a third talisman, a colossal wave of heat accompanied by flames surged through the tunnel, incinerating the approaching purple extreme demon worms in an instant. Wang Nanan was severely burned and slammed against the wall. Desperately, he activated the withered tree reviving spring scripture to facilitate his recovery. Fortunately, the heat's presence was fleeting, allowing him a moment to breathe. This was reckless, Wang Nanan lamented. Surely one of the other individuals had activated a multitude of talismans. Slowly rising, he pressed onward through the charred-smelling tunnel, soon discovering a burnt corpse. Sensing the nearly dissipated spiritual energy, Wang Nanan confirmed it belonged to a female cultivator from the Shinong sect. The charred body still bore remnants of the purple extreme demon worm's ashes, alongside bite marks. Regrettably, the storage bag was shattered. Wang Nanan sighed. It seemed she had been cornered into a desperate situation, leading to her demise alongside the worms. Yet this offered Wang Nanan some respite, as the surrounding purple extreme demon worms were thoroughly cleared, granting him significantly more space to maneuver. Dragging the corpse into a corner and burying it beneath the soil was a small act of gratitude for the slim chance of survival. Continuing through the tunnel, he encountered numerous broken formations. It was hard to imagine how perilous this relic must have been in its prime, each step likely fraught with traps. Even in a region rich in spiritual energy, it would have sustained itself for a far longer duration. As he walked, Wang Nanan heard a piercing scream. Without hesitation, he turned and fled in the opposite direction, racing for his life. Say someone? Nonsense. He prioritized his own survival. As an immortal, he had no desire to perish here. Navigating the twists and turns of the tunnel, he found himself blocked by a swarm of purple extreme demon worms. Damn, it was like being caught between a wolf and a tiger. Wang Nanan surveyed his surroundings, retreating slowly. However, The worms surged forth like mad, enveloping him completely and gnawing at his flesh. Attempting to step back only intensified their ferocity. Moving forward incited an even greater frenzy, as if they feared something. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wang Nanen's mind. These creatures seemed to be more afraid of his advance, which presented an intriguing opportunity. Activating 2 second-tier attack talismans. A great fire once again spread through the tunnel. Wang Nanen charged ahead through the flames, clearing away the ashes and entering a small chamber. The chamber, though modest, was entirely scorched, revealing a thumb-sized dark purple worm floating unsteadily in mid-air. Visibly enraged upon seeing Wang Nanen, the Worm King, Wang Nanen was overjoyed. Having stumbled upon a solution, drawing out his 9-ring blade, he swung it toward the purple extreme demon Worm King. To form a contract, he first needed to subdue it. Otherwise, how could it ever agree? The blade descended, narrowly missing the Worm King, which simultaneously emitted a wave of spiritual energy, summoning other purple extreme demon worms to its defense. Wang Nanen, aware of the urgency, exerted all his strength, employing various offensive techniques. A mere early-stage purple extreme Worm King, he was determined to subdue it. A second-tier talisman sealed the entrance, blocking the reinforcements of the purple extreme demon worms, while the blade relentlessly slashed until one blow sent the Worm King crashing away. He produced his own first-tier talismans, bombarding the Worm King until it was on the brink of collapse. Truly resilient, Wang Nanen remarked, having used 7 or 8 first-tier talismans without bringing it down. Hastening to the Worm King's side, he began the contracting process. Even in its weakened state, the Worm King's resistance remained formidable. Activating several additional first-tier talismans further weakened its energy. Consider carefully. Your injuries can only heal through the completion of this contract, or you shall await the day when other purple extreme demon worms usurp your position. Wang Nanen spoke to the Worm King, which possessed intelligence and could certainly comprehend his words. As soon as he finished speaking, the contract was successfully established. The frenzied purple extreme demon worms outside ceased their assault. Enter my body and assist in controlling the other purple extreme demon worms, Wang Nanen commanded. With Wang Nanen's nurturing, the Worm King quickly recovered, gradually burrowing into Wang Nanen's body until it vanished. Chapter 75. Abandonment. Forming a contract with the Worm King meant that he had gained dominion over the entire swarm, primarily because all other purple extreme demon worms were descendants of the Worm King. Everything was firmly under control. The Worm King could store the entire swarm in its internal pouch, which was truly remarkable. Wang Nanen recalled a particular trait of the purple extreme demon worms. Despite the Worm King's small size, its body functioned like a storage bag, capable of containing vast quantities of purple extreme demon worms. Even reproduction occurred within its body. Only upon the Worm King's demise would a new Worm King emerge among the ordinary purple extreme demon worms, gradually growing, devouring its kin, and then producing its offspring. Understanding all there was to know about the purple extreme demon worms, Wang Nanen now knew how to manipulate them. Where were the other cultivators located? Wang Nanen inquired. The purple extreme magic insects outside the door formed an arrow shape, pointing in 5 different directions. Is this all that remains? Wang Nanen seemed to grasp the intent of the purple extreme magic insects. In such a brief span, 3 late-stage Qi refining cultivators had perished. These insects possess considerable combat prowess. Initially, he intended to summon the other purple extreme magic insects to protect himself, but the Insect King exhibited some reluctance. Through the sensations of their contract, Wang Nanen understood that the Insect King was hungry. Not just the king, but all the purple extreme magic insects were famished. Having been sealed for an unknown number of years, the king was nearly out of energy. Had Wang Nanen entered the ruins a few years later, he might have only been left to collect the corpses of the purple extreme magic insects. He retrieved a first-tier elixir from his possession, consuming it to nourish the king, while tossing a few to the outside purple extreme magic insects to allow them a hearty meal. However, he soon realized that his supply of elixirs was insufficient. He had a few second-tier elixirs granted by the Shinong sect, which were his lifeline, and he hesitated to use them. I'm truly sorry. Wang Nanen addressed the remaining cultivators. Whether they could hear him was no longer his concern. Gazing at the swirling purple-black mist before him, he inquired, have you ever encountered this pale golden elixir? Wang Nanan presented an image to the insect king. The insect king trembled slightly, indicating it had never seen such a thing. Well then, you must know where danger lies, right? Can you help me avoid it? This time, the insect king guided the purple extreme magic insects to lead Wang Nanan. Since they did not know the target's location, they would explore the ruins thoroughly. With a guide, Wang Nanan navigated effortlessly through the ruins, searching for treasures. Most treasures had long since lost their spiritual energy and crumbled at the slightest touch. Yet he still discovered several items that were specially protected. 3 axes, standard foundation building implements, remained well preserved, and he collected them. 6 second-tier elixir recipes were also gathered, along with books on raising purple extreme magic insects. Time and again, he searched and reaped considerable rewards. Along the way, he encountered the remnants of other cultivators, some reduced to mere bloodstains, prompting him to gather the purple extreme magic insects around him. Surrounded by a dense cloud of purple-black mist, Wang Nanan felt a profound sense of security until he reached the final secret chamber. Upon opening the chamber door, a similar purple-black mist emerged. Initially, Wang Nanan assumed it was another swarm of purple extreme magic insects, only to realize it was something far more sinister: demonic energy. This energy, birthed from cultivators reaching a certain level or practicing specific techniques, could invade a cultivator's consciousness and turn them into puppets. Wang Nanan quickly retreated, fearful of contamination. This was no jest. Having narrowly escaped the crisis with the purple extreme magic insects, he now faced a greater peril. However, the presence of demonic energy indicated the chamber's significance. He commanded the purple extreme magic insects to block the spread of the demonic energy, and a multitude surged forth. The 2 clouds of purple-black mist intertwined, momentarily locking in a standoff. You can even devour demonic energy? Wang Nanan was somewhat astonished, only to quickly realize that many purple extreme magic insects fell to the ground, motionless after consuming the energy. Glancing back at the seemingly endless swarm of purple extreme magic insects, Wang Nanan no longer hesitated. Charge in. In an instant, the purple extreme magic insects pushed the demonic energy back into the chamber. After waiting a while outside, guided by the insect king, Wang Nanan cautiously entered the chamber. The demonic energy had vanished without a trace, and a multitude of purple extreme magic insects emerged. Wang Nanan extended his consciousness throughout the chamber and discerned a mummified corpse positioned at the center on a mat. Rather than a ruin, this seemed more akin to a tomb. Approaching the corpse, he gently touched it, and it crumbled to ash. 3 jade vials fell into the ashes, which Wang Nanan eagerly collected. These jade vials are precious. At the very least, they are second-tier spiritual items. The contents showed no signs of spiritual energy loss, truly a treasure. Wang Nanan's eyes sparkled with joy, considering this his greatest acquisition yet. Upon opening a jade vial, he discovered it contained the very pale golden elixir he sought. But instead of the fragrance of herbal medicine, a foul stench wafted forth. What sort of elixir is this? Surely it hasn't expired? Wang Nanan jested, though he knew that high-tier elixirs did not expire in the conventional sense. At worst, they merely lost their potency due to diminished spiritual energy. Quickly sealing the vial, he could hardly bear the rancid odor, perplexed as to why the Shenong sect would desire such a thing. Just as Wang Nanan intended to stow the vial in his storage bag, the ruins suddenly trembled, and all the formations erupted in brilliant light, seemingly on the verge of explosion. Damn! Wang Nanan hastily secured the vial, oblivious to the insect king stealthily emerging from his body, swallowing one of the jade vials whole. Purple extreme magic insects, come protect me. While hastily fleeing, Wang Nanan called upon the purple extreme magic insects to encircle him. The radiance from the formations grew ever more intense until it reached a critical point, erupting violently. Boom! The earth-shattering sound sent tremors through the waiting cultivators, who gazed in disbelief at the ruins. What caused the explosion? The leader of Baiwa Valley had not anticipated such a fierce detonation. The 9 cultivators within were undoubtedly doomed. At that moment, a figure was hurled into the air. The leader of the Shenong sect used his powers to catch it, discovering it was Wang Nanan, whose body was nearly unrecognizable, devoid of flesh in many places. At that moment, Wang Nanan's aura was faint, almost extinguished. The leader of the Shenong sect raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to the storage bag. Although Wang Nanan was tattered elsewhere, the storage bag remained intact, harboring a unique energy. Forcing it open, he uncovered 2 jade vials. Now that they had acquired the goods, the Shinong sect could not hoard them. The leader of Baiwa Valley's eyes sparkled with fervor, unmasking his intentions. Indeed, we 3 factions must share equally. The leader of Qingfeng sect concurred. As for the half-dead Wang Nannan, who would care? With only 2 dilapidated golden elixirs, how could the 3 factions divide them? The leader of the Shinong sect warily regarded the 2, his power swirling around him, as he directly cast Wang Nannan aside, causing the treasures from his storage bag to scatter. The Shinong sect was powerful enough. Why not relinquish these 2 dilapidated golden elixirs to us? The leader of Baiwa Valley smiled. Dream on. Before the leader of the Shinong sect could finish speaking, 2 spells raced toward them. In an instant, the 3 great golden core cultivators collided in midair, igniting a fierce battle. The remaining disciples from various sects exchanged glances, scrambling for the treasures that had fallen from Wang Nannan's storage bag, while simultaneously engaging each other in combat. Chapter 76. Survived. The area surrounding the ruins had transformed into a massive pit, utterly devastated by the explosion. The cultivators had long since fled, leaving behind only a single corpse. A thumb-sized purple-black insect slowly crawled out from the body, its 6 legs moving unsteadily. It spread its wings and took flight, heading toward the distance. Shortly thereafter, the purple-black insect returned, balancing a leaf that cradled a bit of fresh water, which it poured into Wang Nannan's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Nannan sputtered, nearly choking on the clear water, yet it revived him. It feels wonderful to be alive. Thank you, Wang insect. Wang Nannan uttered weakly, every part of him aching painfully. Even as he desperately circulated the withered tree, reviving Spring Sutra, he would require some time to recuperate. You must be suffering as well. So many purple extreme magic insects sacrificed themselves to protect me. Wang Nannan spoke again. During the explosion, a multitude of purple extreme magic insects had wrapped around him, mitigating the impact and burns of the blast. Coupled with his robust constitution and formidable technique, he had managed to cling to life. The insect king fluttered its wings gently, resting on Wang Nannan's chest. Even while sheltered within him, the insect king had endured considerable shock. Do not worry. Once I recover a bit, I will take you home. Wang Nannan comforted, his consciousness extending outward. He discerned no living beings around. Clearly, everyone else had departed. Abandoned. Damn. Wang Nannan grumbled. Do they all think I'm dead? Ha ha. Well, that is safer for me. After an indeterminate time, Wang Nannan felt capable of moving again and gradually rose. His lacerated skin had healed, shaking off the scabs and returning to normal. His internal injuries would take longer to mend, roughly half a month's time. Having lost even the storage bag, I find myself utterly destitute. My internal spiritual energy has been depleted, and with no spirit stones for replenishment, the surrounding area is devoid of spiritual essence. The prospect of recovery seems a distant dream, requiring several days at the very least. I am left with no clothing to wear, and my exposed body, like that of a large bird, feels quite cool. With a bitter smile, I allow Wang Chong to enter my body and slowly make my way from this place. I gather some leaves and grass to craft a crude skirt, a modest attempt at modesty. Where am I exactly? I feel somewhat disoriented. In this forest of the mortal realm, it is challenging for me, devoid of spiritual energy, to discern my direction. However, I am 50,000 miles away from the Shinong sect, and it would take several days for a golden core cultivator to fly back. As a mere chi refinement practitioner, if all goes well, I might return in 1 or 2 years. First, I must find something to eat. Extending my consciousness, I search for wild fruits and animals. Fortunately, with my robust physique, survival poses no significant challenge. A wild boar has been thoroughly cleaned, its legs skewered with a stick and roasted over the flames, while the remnants are fed to Wang Chong to absorb its vitality. For one possessing the legacy of a spiritual chef, handling ingredients is a simple task. I never anticipated that my culinary skills would prove useful at this moment. I chuckle in my own situation, with multiple skills and pathways. I must strive to learn even more in the future. As I voraciously consumed the boar's leg, I managed to fill my stomach. After resting in the forest for several days until my body has fully recovered and my spiritual energy is replenished halfway, I set forth in a chosen direction. Given the thin spiritual energy, I refrained from using any evasion techniques, instead opting to tread carefully, leaving one footprint after another. After several days of wandering, I finally stumble upon a village, marking my exit from the forest. Appearing as a wild man, I attract the attention of several villagers upon my arrival, eliciting cries from a group of children. "Fear not, my friends. I have merely lost my way in the forest and seek to gather some information," I assure them in a gentle tone, quickly dispelling their concerns. An elderly man approaches, leaning on his cane as he scrutinizes me from head to toe. "Young one, you must be hungry. Follow me." Supporting the elder, I am led to a modest farmstead. The farm is not large, filled with an abundance of vegetables. A child rushes from the house, leaping into the elder's arms. "Grandfather, let us eat." The elder affectionately strokes the child's head, his expression radiating warmth and kindness. "Village chief, where are the child's parents?" I casually inquire, having learned of the elder's status as the village chief during our journey. "They have gone hunting in the mountains and are not expected back for 3 to 4 days." He replies naturally, retrieving some cooked brown rice from the earthen stove, which he places on the table alongside pickled vegetables. "Do not be picky, it is all homegrown." Accepting the brown rice, I begin to eat heartily. Though its coarse texture is a bit grating on my teeth, it certainly fills my belly. "Village chief, is this all there is to eat?" I recall that the Wong family, although mortal, lived quite well. However, reflecting on the situation, I realize that the spiritual energy is scarce here, and with almost no cultivators, the productivity of ordinary folk is understandably low. Simply being able to satiate my hunger is enough to be content. The village chief smiles as we converse. After weaving a few fabrications to obscure my true identity, I eagerly inquire, "Do you know of Changshan County?" The village chief shakes his head. "What about the Shinnong sect?" His tone suggests uncertainty, yet he still shakes his head. "In my youth, I witnessed celestial beings soaring through the skies, but I have not encountered them since." Disappointment washes over me, yet I remain undeterred, continuing to ask, "Have you heard of the 10,000 Great Mountains?" The village chief again shakes his head, saying, "If you wish to gather information, you might try the city. The people there have broader experiences and might provide you with news of the celestial beings." The village chief has already concluded that I am seeking the path of the immortals, a pursuit that many undertake annually, yet none have ever succeeded. Sighing, I shift the conversation. That night, at the village chief's invitation, I stay over. This place lies at the fringe of the cultivation world, where the spiritual energy is thin, and the likelihood of spiritual roots emerging is exceedingly low. It is no wonder no families or sects extend their reach here. It appears I must venture to the city. A sleepless night passes, and while the village chief remains asleep, I utilize the scant spiritual energy within me to hasten the growth of the vegetables in the yard before quietly departing. Following the dirt path, after a short while, I finally behold a bustling city. The throngs of people and the incessant clamor of vehicles, while not as prosperous as Changshan County, is still quite commendable. Numerous martial artists patrol the city walls, vigilant against potential threats. After surveying the city, I identify a few key locations. One is the Lord's residence, and the other is the Flying Eagle Escort Agency, both belonging to a class that far surpasses ordinary mortals, perhaps providing insight into my family's whereabouts. As for the map I glimpsed from the Shinnong sect's leader, its details have since escaped my memory. What bad luck! I accidentally stepped in some dog excrement and stride purposefully into the Flying Eagle Escort Agency. The Flying Eagle Escort Agency is rather modest, a courtyard that, in this remote city, holds little value. Inside, people are bustling about, and as I extend my consciousness, I discover that a small portion consists of external and internal martial artists, while the majority are body refinement practitioners engaged in physical labor, tirelessly transporting goods. A well-built, middle-aged man approaches me, inquiring, "Friend, are you looking to hire our services at the Flying Eagle Escort Agency?" Meeting his gaze, I assess him as an internal martial artist, a formidable presence in this locale. "I seek information about certain locations. If you possess knowledge, I would be willing to hire your escort services. May I inquire which places?" The middle-aged man asks as he ushers me into a room. "Changshan County, the Shinnong sect, and the 10,000 Great Mountains." The man ponders for a moment before responding. "Are you pursuing the path of immortality?" I fix my gaze upon him, causing him to grow somewhat anxious. In our great Yin dynasty's capital, celestial beings come every few years to test the spiritual roots of children. I visited once in my youth. I recall that sect's name, It was indeed the Shinong sect. Do you know the direction of the Shinong sect? I ask, my excitement bubbling over as I believe I have finally found a path home. The Great Yin Dynasty, a mortal kingdom, falls under the jurisdiction of the Shinong sect. The middle-aged man shakes his head. As a mere mortal, how would I know where the celestial sect resides? However, it is said that there are celestial beings residing in the capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. If you have connections, you might inquire there. He offers a warm smile, viewing me simply as a source of comfort, a tattered-clothed individual, the old village chief's gift, who could never know the exalted celestial masters. Do you have a map for sale? A few silver coins, he replies. Wait for me a few days. I shall return shortly. I state before swiftly vanishing from his sight, leaving him astonished. Such prowess. Could I be a congenital martial artist? Thankfully, I did not offend him. I dash into the nearest mountain range, rich in resources, intending to search for medicinal herbs to sell. I had previously encountered many there, but since they were of no use to me, I did not collect them. Now in need of silver, it would be prudent to gather some funds. My consciousness sweeps the area, and the herbs nearby reveal themselves. I select several aged ginseng and other precious herbs, filling a large bag by nightfall. When I present these herbs to the middle-aged man at the Flying Eagle Escort Agency, he is left utterly speechless. If you require a map, we at the Flying Eagle Escort Agency will provide it for you free of charge. His tone has shifted dramatically. I shake my head, stating, these herbs are beneficial for martial artists. Please exchange them for silver coins. The man trembles as he examines the herbs. They are indeed precious, highly appealing to martial artists, many of which grow only in the deep mountains and are rarely seen. Sir, we at the Flying Eagle Escort Agency cannot consume these herbs. If you wish for US to help sell them, it may take some time. Approximately how much silver can I expect? I inquire, genuinely uncertain of the going rates for mortals. 7,000 to 8,000 taels is possible, primarily due to the several high-quality ginseng roots, which are quite valuable. Wang Nanan did not hesitate and instructed, prepare for me 1,000 taels of silver, a horse-drawn carriage, several sets of clothing, a treasured sword, provisions, and fresh water for several days, as well as a map. Oh, and ensure the food consists of meat. Is that agreeable? Too much silver would be of no use to him, and would only be a burden. 1,000 taels would suffice for a considerable time. Thus Wang Nanan was not greedy, for once he returned home, the silver would be meaningless. The middle-aged man took this request seriously and personally went to make the arrangements after Wang Nanan rested in the guest room. Lacking spiritual energy, they could not utilize escape techniques and could only rely on the speed of the carriage. Sighing, Wang Nanan took a brief nap until the middle-aged man knocked on his door. Senior, everything has been prepared. Wang Nanan opened his eyes and followed the man outside. He leaped onto the carriage and cracked the whip to set off. The horses galloped swiftly, and the items in the carriage were of excellent quality. 2,000 taels of silver. Wang Nanan shook his head and turned his gaze to the map. The map only depicted the geography of the Great Yin Dynasty. Thus he would first head to the capital before seeking the next steps. Fortunately, the capital was not too far away with the carriage. It would take around 10 days to arrive. The road was lined with compacted earth, but due to years of neglect, it was quite bumpy and uneven. Insect King, leave me some food, Wang Nanan shouted, as the meat in the carriage was devoured by the Insect King within a day, and it had hardly replenished itself, not even producing a few ordinary purple extreme magic worms. Upon hearing Wang Nanan's roar, the Insect King spat out a jade vial from its body. Wang Nanan focused his gaze. Was this not the foul-smelling elixir he had encountered in the ruins? He recalled that the leader of the Shinong sect had specifically instructed him to seek it out, and now he had found 3 pieces. What did you steal and hide this? Wang Nanan asked curiously, realizing that since it had caught the eye of a golden core cultivator, it was undoubtedly a remarkable item, one that he would keep to investigate further upon returning to his clan. After consuming its last morsel, the Insect King burrowed into Wang Nanan's body to rest. Noticing that the Insect King was unresponsive, Wang Nanan felt no regret. He had fought valiantly and had not done so in vain. He kept it close and continued towards the capital, occasionally stopping to hunt wild beasts for sustenance. If he encountered an inn, he would also choose to rest. Have you heard? Not long ago, many immortals were seen battling, and it was truly spectacular. A tan farmer, sitting at the inn's entrance, remarked, sipping on a lightly salted drink to replenish his strength. Not only have I heard, but I also witnessed it with my own eyes. Various celestial techniques emerged one after another as they fought while flying south. Another man chimed in, capturing the attention of those nearby. Wang Nanan, sipping apricot blossom wine. Listen attentively. The cultivators who could appear here, aside from the 3 golden core experts, were likely those guarding the ruins. I lost all my storage bags and treasures. It must have been them who took them, Wang Nanan concluded inwardly. Once he regained the ability to move, he used his divine sense to search, but found nothing. It seemed he had to leave. His spiritual energy had not yet recovered, and should he encounter those cultivators, the situation could turn dire. He left the payment for the wine on the table and hurriedly took his packaged food and drink, departing in haste. Insect King, this time you must leave me some. Wang Nanan's words trailed off as the food he had just retrieved from the carriage vanished again. Are you a pig? No. Even pigs don't eat as much as you, Wang Nanan complained, astonished at how such a small creature could have such a voracious appetite. He feared he might not be able to afford its sustenance in the future. All right, I need to hunt for more game. Chapter 78. The Master of Secrets, the capital of the Great Shang dynasty, was bustling and thriving, with shops lining the streets and throngs of people bustling about. Wang Nanan maneuvered through the crowd with his horse-drawn carriage, feeling somewhat cramped. He sought out an inn and requested a room. After more than 10 days of travel, he was finally able to rest. Insect King, how many purple extreme magic worms have you reproduced? Wang Nanan inquired as he lay on the bed. The Insect King emerged from Wang Nanan's body, releasing a swarm of purple extreme magic worms that filled the guest room. The sight of the substantial, dark purple mist swirling around left Wang Nanan quite satisfied. They had consumed nothing but ordinary wild beasts, yet they had reproduced so prolifically. This was more than sufficient. Under the cover of night, we shall seek out the whereabouts of the cultivators in the capital, Wang Nanan commanded. Prioritize the royal palace and the grand government offices. He added, recalling that some loose cultivators sought worldly riches and became patrons of certain individuals, making these locations promising prospects. As for those concealed among the masses, he would leave it to fate. Moreover, his spiritual energy had fully recovered, so even if he encountered enemies, he had means of self-defense. As long as they aren't mid-foundation establishment cultivators, it should be fine, but such formidable beings would hardly descend to this spiritually barren place. Wang Nanan felt slightly reassured and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, he was roused by the Insect King, who indicated that something was amiss. Following its guidance, Wang Nanan swiftly pursued. Like a hero traversing rooftops, he soon beheld a grand cluster of opulent palaces. The royal palace of the Great Yin dynasty? Have I truly found it? A smile spread across Wang Nanan's face as he scanned the area with his divine sense. Deep within the palace, 5 mid-chi refining cultivators were seated in a chamber, their auras distinctly palpable, while the purple extreme magic worm had already returned, entering the Insect King's body. They seemed to live quite carefree lives. Wang Nanan felt a twinge of envy. The sparse spiritual energy rendered cultivation ineffective, hence the 5 had chosen leisure over practice. Accompanied by several maidens, creating a lively atmosphere, he subtly circulated his technique to avoid detection by mortal warriors and swiftly approached the residence of the strongest among them. Hearing the raucous sounds from within, Wang Nanan politely knocked on the door. "Get lost. Don't interrupt my patron's good fortune," came a harsh rebuke, silencing the woman's voice. "It would be prudent for you to remain courteous," Wang Nanan replied, pushing the door open and illuminating the room with a flick of his wrist. Seating himself on a chair, he fixed his gaze upon the 2 inside. The entangled cultivator ceased his actions, regretting his outburst the moment he realized the intruder was no weakling. Attempting to maintain a facade of calm, he threw on a robe. "You appear unfamiliar. Could it be that you too seek wealth and fortune?" The cultivator inquired, stepping closer to Wang Nanan, though still keeping a safe distance. "Not at all. I regret disturbing you at such an hour, but I am eager to return home and wish to inquire about certain matters," Wang Nanan stated, revealing his intent. "Do you have knowledge of the whereabouts of the Shinnong sect?" The cultivator's eyes briefly flashed with malice before he concealed it, replying, "That direction. Hundreds of thousands of miles away. Do you have a map?" "I do. Might you be willing to part with it?" The cultivator regarded Wang Nanan as if he were a fool, astonished by his blatant request for a handout. "I possess no spirit stones. Could you perhaps provide me with some?" Wang Nanan understood the implication. "On what basis?" The cultivator's temper flared. on the basis that I can spare your life. His divine sense ignited like flames, swiftly enveloping the cultivator. This was the first time Wang Nanan employed the fiery meditation technique, specifically designed to burn divine senses. The effect was remarkable, Wang Nanan assessed, as the cultivator writhed on the ground in agony, utterly devoid of strength to resist. The flames gradually extinguished, leaving other items in the room untouched. The several women sprawled on the bed were already too terrified to remain conscious. What do you think of my previous suggestion? Senior, I can give you the items, but please spare me. The cultivator pleaded. The sensation of his soul being scorched was excruciating, a torment no one would wish to endure a second time. Moments later, a map and 3 spirit stones were placed in Wang Nanan's hands. Observing Wang Nanan's displeasure, the cultivator hastily explained, I am a loose cultivator. My spirit stones have always been scarce. After these years of cultivation, I am left with only these 3. And what are the other 4? They are even poorer than I am, the cultivator replied helplessly, being the strongest among the 5. He had attempted to extort spirit stones, but discovered they were all destitute. And what is that? Wang Nanan pointed at a book that had just fallen when he acquired the map. The cultivator returned the book, and Wang Nanan finally discerned its title, The Essentials of Celestial Mechanics. This was a first-class inheritance of the celestial mechanic, albeit a fragmented version. I had practiced it for several years without making any progress, eventually leading to my abandonment of it, the cultivator lamented, revealing the considerable time he had wasted on it. Otherwise, he would have already reached the later stage of chi refinement. Wang Nanan paid him no heed, instead recalling the records concerning celestial mechanics. The celestial mechanic inheritance is one of the 100 arts, somewhat related to divination. If one were to draw a comparison, the relationship between a puppet master and a weapon refiner is akin to that between a diviner and a celestial mechanic. In other words, the diviner is a subset of the celestial mechanic. Diviners specialize in the art of divination, while celestial mechanics relates to the Tao of heaven, encompassing a vast array of subjects, including divination, fate calculation, physiognomy, concealing celestial secrets, and inference. It can be said that the celestial mechanic inheritance is one of the pursuits of many formidable cultivators. Regrettably, such knowledge is rarely seen in the world, and most cultivators have never even heard of it. Wang Nanan felt a surge of excitement. He had not perished yet and could easily be discovered by the leader of the Shenong sect. If he could gain entry into the celestial mechanic's inheritance, his ability to conceal celestial secrets would ensure a worry-free future. Where did this come from? Wang Nanan wondered, having heard that the 3 major Golden Core sects lacked the celestial mechanic inheritance. Yet here it was in the hands of a loose cultivator. The cultivator hesitated before finally admitting, my family had an elder who was a celestial mechanic, but unfortunately, he offended a powerful being and was besieged, leaving only fragments behind. Nodding, Wang Nanan cherished the book as if it were a treasure and asked the cultivator, I am not unreasonable. Having received such an opportunity from you today, what is it that you desire? Wang Nanan had no intention of harming him. After all, he was not a malevolent fiend out to kill indiscriminately. The cultivator pondered for a moment before hesitantly requesting, do you have any pills that can enhance cultivation or some decent techniques? Uncertain if Wang Nanan would agree, he proceeded cautiously. Wang Nanan replied, I have no pills, but if you possess any spiritual herbs, I can assist you in refining them. As for techniques, I can provide a few from the chi refinement stage. Please fetch me pen, ink, paper, and an inkstone. Chapter 79. On the road, additional update, Mother's Day. Additional update. Wang Nanan also made a round among the other 4 cultivators, discovering that they were just as impoverished as described. However, he managed to glean some information about the other cultivators, which turned out to be of little use. Leaving the imperial palace, he returned to the inn, retrieved the celestial mechanic inheritance, and began his studies. Although it was a damaged copy, most of the material was preserved, with the exception of a knowledge related to divination. Having already mastered the diviner's inheritance to perfection, Wang Nanan found himself exceedingly fortunate. The diviner and celestial mechanic shared similar methodologies, making it much easier for Wang Nanan to comprehend the celestial mechanic inheritance. After several days of practice, he finally grasped some concepts. He could not linger any longer. The Wang family was still quite distant, and he would continue learning on the road. Wang Nanan procured another batch of food and set off with a horse-drawn carriage, traversing the smooth, official road, allowing for swift travel as he passed through various cities. witnessing the splendor of the mortal realm. Being an ordinary person was not so bad. At the very least, it was safer. Wang Nanan reflected, the cultivation world is perilous. I have been cowering within my family. Yet I was still unearthed and used as fodder, ultimately discarded. Every time he recalled this, Wang Nanan felt a surge of anger. If only his strength were sufficient, he would have undoubtedly stormed the Shenong sect. As for the master-disciple relationship with the leader of the Shenong sect, Wang Nanan had long since disavowed it. While Wang Nanan hurried home, a cultivator from the Shenong sect visited the family patriarch's cave dwelling, briefly discussing certain matters before departing. Wang Xiangxiu was left bewildered. What was happening? Wang Nanan had been with the Shenong sect for half a year. Though he had received no word, the Inhui tree had not indicated his demise, suggesting he was not lost. Yet, the Shenong sect had just sent word claiming that Wang Nanan perished while executing a task for them, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, the Shenong sect sent 11 foundation establishment pills and some cultivation supplies. 10 of the pills were a share of the main ingredients, while the other was a promise made to assist Wang Nanan in breaking through to foundation establishment. The supplies were considered compensation for Wang Nanan. What trickery is the Shenong sect up to? Wang Xiangxiu scoffed, even suspecting that the Shenong sect had imprisoned Wang Nanan. However, to be cautious, she notified Wang Nanjun to recount the recent happenings from outside. Wang Nanjun, responsible for external trade and recently taking on the role of intelligence gathering, was quite sensitive to new information. As for the Shenong sect's affairs, Wang Nanjun pondered while seated on a mat. The three major golden core sects had received the same news recently. The three major golden core cultivators had returned to their respective sects after an excursion and entered seclusion. It was said that due to a certain ruin, the three golden core cultivators had sustained various injuries, and several accompanying cultivators had perished. Is there any more specific information, such as a list of the fallen cultivators or the location of the ruin? Wang Xiangxiu refrained from disclosing Wang Nanan's situation. There is no list, but the location. It lies within Immortal city, within the territory of the Dian dynasty. The Dian dynasty? Understood. You may go about your business. After sending Wang Nanjun away, Wang Xiangxiu hurried to the Inhui tree, calling all the ghost cultivators together. Originally, the spiritual plants sent by the Shenong sect to guard the main ingredients had all been transplanted away, leaving no outsiders. Are you suggesting that Nanan has gone missing? Wang Mingzhu questioned with confusion. Wang Xiangxiu analyzed the information she had, concluding that there was no reason for the Shenong sect to imprison Wang Nanan. This left only the possibility that Wang Nanan had accompanied them to the ruin, was mistakenly thought to be lost, but had survived without being discovered by the Shenong sect. The Dian dynasty is quite far from us. Wang Mingzhu lamented. After half a year apart, he had ventured to the edge of the cultivation world. There are still human settlements in more distant places, though the spiritual energy there is thoroughly depleted, and cultivators are reluctant to venture there. Wang Mingzhu proposed, we, ghost cultivators, are of no use remaining in the clan. We should all be dispatched to search for Wang Nanan. That is exactly my intention. The spiritual energy there is sparse, and there are few cultivators. Although the further you are from the Inhui tree, the weaker your strength becomes, the danger is relatively low, if worse comes to worst. Just flee. Wang Xiangxiu agreed, noting that there are not many means to attack ghost cultivators, which serves as a safeguard. Wang Mingzhu gathered all the ghost cultivators and succinctly informed them of the situation. At least two should form a group, stealthily searching in separate directions. Wang Mingzhu commanded, and they swiftly departed from the clan grounds, vanishing from sight. Wang Xiangxiu watched the ghost cultivators disperse, her heart filled with trepidation. Wang Nanan, besides being a clan member, possessed the extraordinary ability of gestation, which was crucial for the Wang family's development. He must not encounter any mishap. However, it was fortunate that the Inhui tree could discern the life and death of the clan members. Otherwise, they might have believed the Shenong sect's falsehoods. Leaving the valley, she sought out Wang Nanjun again, urging him to find a way to investigate the specifics and the matters concerning the golden core cultivators. While the clan was in disarray, Wang Nanan sat atop a mountain peak in a gathering hall, voraciously devouring meat, while Wang Chong beside him moved even faster, leaving everyone astounded. Master, is that enough? A bandit leader cautiously inquired. They too were unfortunate, having encountered a lone horse-drawn carriage, intending to rob it, only to have several of their brothers killed with a single slap. It was only then they realized they had kicked an iron plate. Who would have thought that the immortal master would not be high above, but rather traveling in a carriage? How unfortunate! The bandit leader lamented inwardly. Not enough. Bring all the meat here. If it runs out, go hunt or procure more. Wang Nan Nan commanded, remarking that the spiritual energy contained within ordinary beasts was far too meager. Previously, he had barely managed to sustain himself, and had thus been somewhat ungracious towards the king insect. Now, with the opportunity to exploit without concern, Wang Nan Nan was determined to engage in a significant slaughter. The bandit leader dared not hesitate and promptly dispatched other bandits to execute the task, aware that fleeing was not an option. After all, the legends of the immortal masters were widespread, particularly concerning their mysterious and unfathomable methods, which martial artists could not hope to rival. Observing that the people in the Hall of Unity had departed to prepare food, Wang Nan Nan turned to the king insect and inquired how many purple extreme demon insects it could help him breed. The king insect fluttered in the air, delineating a space. So many? Wang Nan Nan smiled, realizing that the vast majority of the purple-black mist within the hall would provide him with formidable protection. Eat, consume all you desire. If necessary, we can remain in the bandit's den for a few days, draining them before we depart. The king insect quivered its wings in excitement. A life of endless feasting was indeed a splendid existence. Forming a pact with his cultivator had certainly proven to be a lucrative decision. In the years since leaving his family, Wang Nan Nan had traversed countless miles, transitioning from a state of urgency to one of tranquility. Having witnessed the myriad aspects of humanity and experienced its tribulations, his resolve had strengthened, and his temperament had matured considerably. As the spiritual energy in his surroundings thickened, he realized that he was nearing his family. Despite the year slipping away, perhaps due to a shift in mindset, he had successfully entered the two most challenging lineages, the celestial mechanic and the spirit pulse master, much to his astonishment. Naturally, he had also grasped the relatively easier teachings of the artifact refining master. This was indeed a profitable endeavor. Wang Nan Nan laughed heartily, acknowledging that had he remained within the confines of his clan, it would have taken several more years to attain the foundational skills of the spirit pulse master. His current fortune could be considered a reward for enduring great hardships. Checking his remaining lifespan, which was still 1060 years, he promptly began to expend energy to enhance his proficiency. With a century of effort, he reached the adept stage as a celestial mechanic. 2 centuries brought him to the minor completion stage, and 4 centuries led to the major completion stage, totaling 700 years of dedication. He could not afford to waste any more lifespan, yet achieving the major completion stage as a celestial mechanic was already sufficient. As the legacy information flooded into his mind, he mastered numerous techniques essential for celestial mechanics. Damn, all of this is life-consuming, Wang Nan Nan remarked, realizing that such formidable legacies were not easily wielded, a fact he should have surmised earlier by observing the plight of the diviners. Nevertheless, regardless of the cost of his life, he had to employ methods to obscure and alter celestial secrets, if only to guard against the leader of the Shinong sect. Continuously manipulating celestial secrets, Wang Nan Nan set himself to appear as one who had recently perished. He feared that the leader of the Shinong sect might anticipate his demise through divination. Now, should they attempt to divine again, his existence would be completely erased, indicating that he had recently fallen, thus attracting no undue attention. However, he had expended 80 years of his lifespan, akin to an ordinary man's entire life. Now, he could rest easy. Seated in a carriage, Wang Nan Nan played with the king insect. Upon arriving at a vast and boundless grassland, he set the carriage ablaze, releasing the horses he had brought along, granting them freedom. The spiritual energy in this place was sufficient to allow for a quick recovery, and they would now travel using their escape techniques. Stretching his body, Wang Nan Nan burrowed into the earth, moving with remarkable speed. Unbeknownst to him, he soon found himself beside a mighty river, its waters surging and expansive, resembling an ocean. Consulting his map, he discovered that he had already traversed a significant portion of his journey. Here, the silhouettes of other cultivators were visible. Wang Nan Nan observed the combatants in the sky, a scene he found all too familiar. Leaping into the river, he initiated his water escape technique, traversing several miles to the river center. The river was deep, home to countless aquatic creatures, including some spiritual fish that swam around him. Wang Nan Nan casually caught a few, bringing them to the opposite bank, where he lit a fire to roast them. The aroma wafted through the air, attracting numerous wild beasts, which he easily dispatched to serve as additional provisions. It had been a long time since he had consumed spiritual creatures. This time, he intended to indulge himself. Gazing at the river, he recognized it as a natural treasure trove. Even if 1 in 10,000 ordinary fish were spiritual, the quantity was still substantial, alleviating any concerns about sustenance. The king insect perched on Wang Nanan's shoulder, both he and the insect salivating. Just as they were about to feast, a wounded cultivator fell from the sky. One of the two engaged in battle across the river. Wang Nanan initially had no intention of intervening, but the 9-ringed broadsword in the cultivator's hand ignited his fury. Isn't that the artifact I lost? Upon closer inspection of the cultivator's face, it seemed familiar. He was likely one of the guardians of the relics. And despite only having met once, the cultivator's formidable memory left no room for error. The 8th level of Qi refinement. He could defeat him. Wang Nanan activated his powers, instructing the king insect, attack him. In an instant, a swarm of purple extreme demon insects enveloped the cultivator, beginning to gnaw at his flesh. As for the other cultivator, Wang Nanan scanned the surroundings but found no trace. The sounds of struggle and cries for mercy filled the air. Yet the purple extreme demon insects proved insurmountable. Eventually, the wounded cultivator caught sight of Wang Nanan and pleaded, "Friend, save me, and I shall reward you handsomely." Wielding the 9-ring broadsword, he swung wildly, but could not harm the insects. "Speak, where did you obtain that 9-ring broadsword?" Wang Nanan demanded, and only then did the cultivator recognize him, realizing he was the one who had been expelled during the explosion of the relic. "You did not perish," he stammered, his voice tinged with disbelief and a hint of fear. Wang Nanan waved his hand, commanding the insects to cease their gnawing and merely encircle him. "Since you recognize me, tell me what transpired after the relic exploded." The cultivator hesitated, but recalling the overwhelming pain he had just endured from the insects, he chose to speak. After the explosion, the 3 major golden core cultivators engaged in battle, and we other cultivators were thrown into chaos. One sought the items you had brought out, while the other was embroiled in sect disputes. Subsequently, a cultivator from the Shinong sect pursued me relentlessly until now. As for the others, I'm unaware of their fates. "And the Shinong sect cultivator?" Wang Nanan inquired, suspecting he was referring to the one he had just fought. "He has already been dealt with," Wang Nanan affirmed with a nod, continuing. "What caused the golden core cultivators to fight? Was it because of the items I retrieved? I'm not sure, but I vaguely heard something about a breaking golden core." "Breaking golden core?" Wang Nanan exclaimed in astonishment. Could that pale golden elixir be the breaking golden core? A pill that allowed Peak Foundation establishment cultivators to break through to golden core? It not only enhanced the success rate of breakthroughs, but also ensured survival in the event of failure, allowing entry into the false core realm. Such a pill was incredibly precious, categorized as a 3rd-tier elixir, and it was rumored that even the 3 major golden core sects struggled to concoct it due to the scarcity of 3rd-tier spiritual herbs. Touching the jade vial secured close to him, Wang Nanan felt his worth skyrocketing. He had never anticipated that the relic of the demon cultivators would contain a breaking golden core, that it had been so well protected. It was no wonder that it had attracted the 3 golden core cultivators. It was difficult to resist. However, 3 breaking golden core pills, with 1 hidden by the king insect and the remaining 2 divided among the 3 sects, were the true reasons behind their conflict. Yet, something felt amiss. Wang Nanan suppressed his excitement and murmured to himself, "Though I have never seen a breaking golden core, I have heard tales of it. Its scent should not be foul, but rather fragrant." His confusion deepened, yet he surmised that the cultivator before him likely had no answers. "King Insect, this cultivator has earned your favor." The purple extreme demon insects resumed their assault, devouring at an accelerated pace. The cultivator was filled with dread, pleading for mercy while resisting. But soon, even his bones were consumed. Chapter 81. Returning home after picking up the 9-ring broadsword and cleaning off the blood, Wang Nanan slung it across his back. He opened the cultivator's storage bag and discovered a fair amount of items within. Qingfeng sect, Li Lai. So, he was a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Yet, this broken token was of no use. He discarded it. Tossing the identity token into the river, he continued to rummage through the bag. Among the contents were 7 or 8 damaged artifacts, evidently broken recently. Indeed, the Qingfeng sect excels in artifact forging, as evidenced by a mere ordinary disciple at the 8th level of Qi, refining, possessing such a plethora of magical tools. If one were to purchase these with spirit stones, it would amount to a considerable sum. In addition, there were over 100 spirit stones and several pieces of spirit ore, yet nothing else of value remained. Attaching the storage bag to his waist, Wang Nannan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had come into a small fortune and retrieved a previous magical artifact. Extending his consciousness outward, he sought the fallen disciples of the Shenong sect, reasoning that they too would possess storage bags, and he intended to loot their bodies. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Wang Chong let us depart. After discerning the direction, he continued to burrow underground. Before long, a few cultivators clad in identical robes landed, gazing at the pool of blood. "Indeed, it is the scent of junior brotherly Lai," remarked a youthful male cultivator, his spirit dog wagging its tail beside him. "Is there any way to track the scent of the murderer?" The youthful cultivator shook his head, stating that everything had been concealed and the perpetrator's whereabouts were unknown. The group fell silent. Since their entanglement with 2 other sects a year prior, many cultivators had perished within their ranks. Now, just as they approached the conclusion of their troubles, junior brother Li Lai had met his end. "We must report this to Elder Li upon returning to the sect, as he is, after all, his beloved grandson," a female cultivator said, trembling slightly, contemplating whether Elder Li might lose his sanity over this news. "This is the only course of action. Perhaps the sect master can uncover the culprit." The group subsequently departed. Unbeknownst to Wang Nannan, he had concealed his fate through divination, deducing that not only would he fall, but his scent would also be untraceable, a testament to the terrifying capabilities of a celestial diviner, enveloping everything in a shroud of mystery with no blind spots. Traversing towering mountains and crossing rivers, he absorbed the rich aura of spiritual energy, continually adjusting his course. After months of relentless travel, he finally reached the closest mortal dynasty to the Shenong sect, the Daliang dynasty. Once he crossed through Daliang, he would enter the true domain of the Golden Core sects, where dynasties cease to exist, replaced solely by sects and families. Perhaps due to the dense spiritual energy, the martial artists here appeared more formidable, or they simply started their cultivation at a higher level. Upon entering the capital of the Daliang dynasty, Wang Nannan planned to rest for a few days to recuperate from his exhausting journey. In a guest house room, he gazed out at the bustling streets at night, various figures passing by, when 2 familiar silhouettes caught his attention. Cousin and third aunt. Wang Nannan communicated telepathically, surprised to encounter Wang Xiangtong and Wang Dingru here. The 2 entered the room, appraising Wang Nannan from head to toe. "What on earth happened? Why does the Shenong sect claim you have fallen? They even sent compensation." Wang Dingru inquired urgently. Wang Nannan explained the entire sequence of events clearly, even producing the broken golden core to show them. "No wonder. It is this cursed object that has caused such turmoil. However, the Shenong sect's actions are unscrupulous. They likely considered you mere cannon fodder from the outset. If they had cared at all, they would have returned your body, even if you had truly perished. Instead, they discarded you. And it is only by fortune that you survived. Otherwise, your corpse would have been devoured by beasts, unfit for burial. The grievances we hold against the Shenong sect shall be repaid in due time. I am merely curious. Why does this broken golden core emit such a foul odor?" Wang Nannan expressed his doubts. Wang Dingru exchanged glances with her companion and replied, "This matter likely pertains to demonic cultivators. The specifics elude us, but once we return home, we shall have your great-grandmother clarify it for you. What brings you both here?" Wang Nannan suddenly recalled the distance between the Daliang dynasty and the Wang family, which had no apparent interest here. "We came to find you. Ever since the Shenong sect informed us of your demise, the clan leader dispatched all the ghost cultivators in the family to search for your whereabouts. We have been searching for nearly a year now, and if we do not locate you soon, we plan to give up. By the way, your second great-aunt has already gone to the ruins. Have you encountered her?" Wang Nannan shook his head, explaining that he had avoided many cultivators on his journey through underground burrowing. "Then let us inform everyone that you are returning. We shall escort you home and leave messages for the others." The 2 took Wang Nannan by the hand, forgoing further rest, hastening toward the family estate. The distance to the clan's territory was considerable, and thus, the duo's cultivation power waned significantly, only reaching the mid-level of chi refining. As they traveled, they discussed recent events. 3 Golden Core Masters have entered seclusion. They must have sustained injuries during battle. They truly invested heavily for those 2 broken Golden Cores. Once we correlate the information, it becomes apparent. You executed that brilliantly. If they dare treat you as cannon fodder, let them suffer mutual destruction. Wang Xiangtong exhaled a breath of indignation, unaware of which sect currently possessed those 2 broken Golden Cores. Should 2 Golden Core Masters re-emerge, the landscape of this realm of cultivation could very well change. Wang Nanan refrained from mentioning that it was Wang Chong's doing, as he preferred to keep Wang Chong's actions concealed, retaining a strategic advantage for any unforeseen circumstances. After several more months of travel, the company of his cousin and third aunt made the journey considerably more pleasant. Upon entering the Wang family's territory, Wang Nanan paused. The family valley had already become known to the Shinnong sect. Returning there would make detection exceedingly easy. A sudden realization struck him. It would be easier for the Shinnong sect's leader to infiltrate the Wang family than to return to their own lair. If they discovered Wang Nanan was alive, there would be no explanation for it. Wang Dingru and her companion grasped the gravity of the situation, acknowledging the need for caution. You should go to the Qingfeng mountain range, to the fruit spirit vein. It is abundant with spirit fruit trees and is inconspicuous. No one would suspect you are hiding there. The 4 joys and your Dao partner and child. I will have the clan leader discreetly send them to you. Wang Dingru organized the arrangements, prioritizing Wang Nanan's safety before determining the next steps. Wang Nanan did not object. The fruit spirit vein was indeed a suitable choice, allowing him to disguise himself as an ordinary clan member without drawing attention. Moreover, Wang Nanan could seize this opportunity to disappear from everyone's sight, truly going incognito while aiding the family's development from the shadows. Chapter 82. The fruit spirit vein from Wang Dingru. Wang Nanan learned that his eldest daughter had tested her spiritual root shortly after he left for the Shinnong sect, but unfortunately, she did not possess a spiritual root and had to reside in Changshan County, currently under the care of his biological elder brother. Wang Nanan was not the eldest son and thus had siblings, though he had not seen them for a long time. As he passed through Changshan County, Wang Nanan caught a glimpse of his elder brother from afar. His brother had changed significantly, although he had entered middle age. Years of martial training had endowed him with a robust vitality akin to that of youth of 18 or 19. His eldest daughter practiced martial arts nearby, displaying a disciplined demeanor. Please have the clan leader's cousin take extra care of her. I fear I may not be able to reveal myself for a while. Wang Nanan earnestly requested. Rest assured, given your contributions to the family, neither your siblings nor your children will be neglected, Wang Dingru replied with a smile, acknowledging the truth that those closely related to Wang Nanan were well cared for. After leaving Changshan County, Wang Nanan arrived at the fruit spirit vein. This vein had been acquired after the beast tide and was now thriving under careful management. The clan members originally responsible for the area had been reassigned, leaving only Wang Nanan, along with several ordinary Wang family martial artists. A cave had been excavated into the mountainside for the residence of cultivators, discreetly located within the orchard. At the foot of the mountain were the dwellings of ordinary martial artists, not many in number, but all possessing formidable strength. Wang Nanan tidied up the cave and surveyed the various locations of the spirit vein. The area was filled with first-tier spirit fruits, devoid of other spiritual plants, and surrounded by protective formations, ensuring a degree of safety. A sturdy man approached Wang Nanan, introducing himself. I am Wang Fan, a congenital martial artist from the Wang family, responsible for overseeing the clan's menial tasks. If you need anything, just call for me. Wang Nanan nodded, introducing himself in return, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Regarding the matter of seeking familial connections, it is best to let it be. One can never be certain when the other party might be reassigned. Everything remains unchanged. Yet everyone must be cautious with their words, Wang Nanan advised. The ensuing days unfolded in tranquility until Lu Qingqing arrived with the children, reuniting the family once more. Tears glistened in Lu Qingqing's eyes. After nearly 3 years apart, the longing was profound. Once the companions and children were settled, Wang Nanan placed the beehive at the heart of the grandest spiritual fruit tree, with Qi Yin steadfastly guarding it alongside the queen bee. Meanwhile, Shi frolicked about, leaping joyfully through the spiritual veins. Look at you all. After 3 years apart, your realms have indeed flourished. Excellent. Wang Nan expressed his delight, indicating that the family had cared for them well. The purple extreme demon worm was summoned and introduced to everyone. Queen Bee, please share some of the accumulated spiritual honey and royal jelly. Sishi's eyes widened in excitement. He had tasted royal jelly years prior and still savored the memory. Eagerly, he shared the scant royal jelly with a few of the spirit beasts, while Wang Nan and Lu Qingqing indulged in the spiritual honey. Our family shall reside here for the time being. Make sure to set up a few more layers of your array, Wang Nan reminded. Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement, mentioning matters concerning her mother. Time flew by, and 2 months passed swiftly. The spiritual fruits were hastened to ripen and returned to the family twice, with Wang Nan reserving a portion for winemaking. The surrounding land was also cultivated, planting a plethora of flowering spiritual herbs for the bees to gather nectar. Alongside Lu Qingqing, they enhanced the outer array with an additional 7 to 8 layers, contributing flowers in abundance. You are being overly cautious. Lu Qingqing laughed in exasperation. Which family has an initial level spiritual vein and sets up 8 or 9 layers of arrays? Such precautions are enough to deter foundational cultivators. Just a few more layers of protection. Wang Nan replied proudly. Look, we have layers for gathering spirit, shielding from detection, defense, imprisoning enemies, attacking, and even illusions. Everything you could possibly need. As the two conversed, Wang Xiangxiu arrived. You seem to be living quite comfortably, she remarked, observing the vibrant spiritual vein. Since Wang Nan's return, all responsibilities he once held in the clan had been relinquished, leaving him with just a single initial level spiritual vein, significantly diminishing the clan's spiritual plant output. What can one do? Out of fear, we cannot be discovered by the Shenong sect, or we would be in grave trouble, Wang Nan chuckled in response, acknowledging that these days had indeed been carefree. Perhaps the most relaxed he had experienced since embarking on his cultivation journey. How did you manage to keep the Shenong sect's leader from divining your fate? That is a secret, Wang Nan replied with a faint smile. Cousin, you haven't come here just to investigate my background, have you? Who in our clan lacks secrets? Wang Xiangxiu retorted playfully. I would never pry. She handed him a transparent mask, a second-tier magical artifact, the ever-changing mask. It allows you to alter your appearance and physique, undetectable by foundational cultivators. The cost will be deducted from your contributions. If it's insufficient, consider it in advance. Absolutely no problem. Wang Nan expressed his joy, feeling more secure with this new item. I've given you this. You must assist in hastening the growth of spiritual plants throughout the various spiritual veins. Without your help, our clan's income has significantly dwindled. Wang Xiangxiu stated her purpose. Ah, I see now. Cousin doesn't rise early without a motive. You were waiting for me here, Wang Nan teased, continuously experimenting with the ever-changing mask, which indeed proved to be quite useful. Cousin, I heard that the Shenong sect sent some compensation due to my fall. Indeed, these items have not been touched by the clan. I brought them for you. Wang Xiangxiu tossed him a storage bag filled with mostly initial-level pills, valued at approximately 3,000 spirit stones. Additionally, she presented 11 foundational pills, 10 of which were shares of the main ingredient they had previously promised. One was said to be a compensation for your foundational advancement, given your fall. How will we divide those 10 foundational pills? Wang Nan asked eagerly. I shall give you one, along with the compensation from the Shenong sect, totaling 2, Wang Xiangxiu replied. Is that all? Wang Nan exclaimed, disappointed. Is it too little? The main ingredient for foundational pills takes a century to mature, and most were nurtured by your third aunt and sixth uncle. You've only tended to them for a few years. Besides, the seeds of the spiritual herbs were financed by the clan. Be grateful for receiving one. Do you want it back? If not, I shall take it away. Yes. Wang Nan hastily accepted the 2 foundational pills. Take care of them. Keep them for your mother and partner to break through the foundational stage. You still have 3 foundational pills. Wang Xiangxiu gently tapped Wang Nan's head. Wang Nan rubbed his head, recalling the 3 foundational pills he had purchased from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, grateful for their absorption by the golden finger. Otherwise, they would have been taken. Now, with 2 more pills, he was merely 5 pills shy of reaching the foundational stage. Cousin, do you know what realm my mother has attained? Wang Nan inquired, having learned that his mother, Zhou Min, practiced the turtle breathing concealment technique, leaving him unable to gauge her realm. She should have reached the late Qi refinement stage. However, I am unsure of the specifics. Nonetheless, Your mother has yet to begin preparing for foundational pills, so she likely has some distance to cover before reaching the ninth layer of qi refinement, Wang Xiangxiu assessed. Chapter 83. Foundation Establishment. Lu Qingqing was at the sixth layer of qi refinement, which Wang Nanan specifically asked about during the evening. If his mother had not reached the ninth layer of qi refinement, he could prioritize using the foundational pills he possessed. Wang Nanan's gaze shifted as he took out the broken golden pill to show Wang Xiangxiu. Wang Xiangxiu smiled, saying, I have long heard your third aunt mention that you possess a broken golden pill. I thought you would treasure it as a gem, yet here you are, willing to show it to me. Am I that stingy? Besides, cousin wouldn't harm me, Wang Nanan flattered. This broken golden pill is unlike the records. I wonder if the second matriarch has returned? We should ask her what happened. She just returned, which is why I came, Wang Xiangxiu said as she took out a recording stone. A phantom emerged from the stone, depicting a cultivator undergoing a tribulation. A golden core tribulation? Wang Nanan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such occurrences were rare. Foundational cultivators face a heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the golden core stage, extending their lifespan by hundreds of years, while failure results in demise. However, the cultivator in the recording ultimately met with failure. Wang Nanan glanced at the broken golden pill in his hand, then at the recording stone, understanding everything. The information his third aunt had gathered upon her return revealed that the other two broken golden pills were claimed by the Shenong sect and the Qingfeng sect. The two foundational peak cultivators who used the broken golden pills all failed to break through, becoming false golden core practitioners. The reason was that these broken golden pills were flawed, differing from those normally refined. They could only allow cultivators to attain the false golden core stage, not the true golden core stage. Oh, what was the reason? Wang Nanan asked, intrigued. The flawed golden pills utilized a significant amount of human essence. No wonder they originated from demonic cultivators. Wang Nanan felt somewhat nauseated. But Wang Xiangxiu added, despite the cruel refining method, they are still rare. After all, the false golden core stage is, in strict terms, still considered a golden core practitioner, with a lifespan longer than that of foundational cultivators. I understand that you may not value the false golden core stage. So I wish to ask if you would be willing to exchange the broken golden pill with the clan. The contributions would not be insignificant, as a false golden core cultivator is quite vital to our Wang family. Of course, I am willing to exchange, Wang Nanan replied without hesitation. A broken golden pill that could only allow entry into the false golden core stage could hardly be called a golden pill. With his golden finger, he had no interest in such a thing. However, I do not want contributions. I want foundational pills. You already have 5 foundational pills. What do you need this for? Would you be attempting to sell it? If you find yourself lacking spirit stones, the clan can provide you with an advance. You must not sell it to other cultivators. Wang Xiangxiu warned. Foundational pills are strategic resources and must not be easily exposed. Not at all. I intend to use it myself. As a 5-element root cultivator, a pill or 2 is insufficient for my breakthrough. I need to prepare more. The same applies to my mother and Qingqing. Wang Xiangxiu contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the practicality of the statement. How many do you wish to exchange? 10. Wang Xiangxiu gazed at Wang Nanan as if he were a simpleton. Very well. I shall not exploit the family. I offer a flat rate of 8. Wang Nanan took a step back and replied, if it comes to that, I shall reserve them for Qingqing. How about 7? I will provide some additional resources as compensation. Wang Xiangxiu explained that 3 had already been redeemed, and the clan could not produce 8 foundation establishment pills. After some deliberation, Wang Nanan acquiesced. He would retain 5 for himself, leaving 2 for his mother and Lu Qingqing, 1 each, while he awaited his breakthrough as a foundation establishment cultivator, aiming to enhance his proficiency in alchemy and devise a way to concoct the foundation establishment pills. Thus, the clan would not suffer a shortage of these pills and could even profit from them. Having settled on a price, Wang Xiangxiu returned to the clan's territory to prepare. Wang Nanan distributed the resources compensated by the Shenong sect to Lu Qingqing to assist her in advancing her cultivation level. In the ensuing days, Wang Nanan donned a shape-shifting mask and occasionally visited various spiritual veins to cultivate spiritual plants for the family. Contributions poured in, improving the living conditions of the Wang family. He stocked up on beast meat as the children were in their growth phase, and sent some to his eldest daughter as well. In the cave, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing organized various resources, meticulously categorized and prepared in advance, meant for their children's use aside from Lu Qingqing's. As parents, we cannot let anyone suffer, especially our children, Lu Qingqing countered, while also prompting Wang Nanan to check on the children's studies. The fruit spirit's spiritual vein lacked a teacher, so the couple had to instruct the children themselves, imparting not only literacy and arithmetic, but also fundamental martial arts and agricultural knowledge. When the spiritual fruits were ripening again, Wang Xiangxiu returned. Handing over a storage bag filled with spiritual fruits, she presented another bag to Wang Nanan. Everything is in here. Take a look. By the way, you need to enhance your production in alchemy and talisman making. With that, she departed. Do you think I'm a puppet, tirelessly laboring as long as there is spiritual energy? Wang Nanan retorted angrily. Recently, he had been spending so much time with Lu Qingqing that he hardly had time for work. Upon opening the storage bag, he found 7 gleaming foundation establishment pills inside, including 2 he had received earlier. He decided to select 7 to deposit into his golden finger. Level: Qi Refinement 9th Layer, Foundation Establishment Pills 1010. Temporarily hold off on promotion, and instead hand the storage bag to Lu Qingqing. There are still 2 foundation establishment pills inside. Take 1 for you and 1 for mother. Keep the remaining resources for your cultivation. I shall enter seclusion now. Do not disturb me. Lu Qingqing understood and prepared the deepest room in the cave for Wang Nanan's retreat. To prevent external disturbances, she meticulously arranged a formation. Inside the room, Wang Nanan reviewed his information, a smile breaking across his face. As he consumed his lifespan, his body underwent gradual transformation. Particularly, his dantian solidified, the stored spiritual energy crystallizing, his spiritual senses amplifying several times over, and his physical form undergoing monumental changes. Overall, Wang Nanan had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His aura shifted entirely as he completed his breakthrough. 5 years of lifespan exchanged for success. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 35, 640 level. Foundation establishment, 1st layer cultivation techniques. Withered Wood Reviving Spring Sutra, 2nd layer. Entry 1. Fiery meditation method, proficient 16. Qi refinement techniques. Omitted: heritage, 1st grade array master heritage. 1st grade brewer heritage. 1st grade insect master heritage. 1st grade diviner heritage. 1st grade witchcraft heritage, complete. 2nd grade alchemist, proficient 2. 2nd grade talisman master heritage, proficient 1. 2nd grade spirit chef heritage, proficient 1. 2nd grade spirit planner heritage, proficient 1. 1st grade mining master heritage, entry 1. 1st grade destiny master heritage, major achievement 1. 1st grade spiritual vein master heritage, entry 1. 1st grade artifact master heritage, entry 1. 1st grade puppet master heritage, entry 1. 1st grade beast master heritage, entry 1. Chapter 84. Heavenly Source and Underworld. See, rather than hastily exiting his retreat, Wang Nanan began to experience all aspects of the foundation establishment realm. His spiritual perception not only intensified, but also expanded its range several-fold, now extending approximately 10 kilometers, allowing him to discern every minute movement within that expanse. His physical body rivaled some early foundation establishment artifacts, likely due to certain body refinement techniques that elevated his physique far beyond that of ordinary cultivators of the same tier. With his dantian solidified, the compression of spiritual energy significantly increased its capacity, allowing him to outperform his previous selves and vastly enhance the intensity of his spells. Truly an all-encompassing augmentation. However, his lifespan had not increased. Wang Nanan pondered in confusion. Qi refinement cultivators typically have a lifespan of around 100 years, while foundation establishment cultivators can reach 200 years, effectively doubling their lifespan. The moment of lifespan increase usually coincides with a successful breakthrough. Yet, his lifespan remained unchanged. A perplexing situation. Could it be devoured by the golden finger? Wang Nanan scoffed. 100 years of lifespan requires me to live 100 days to earn. And now it's just gone? If it cannot be reclaimed, he would have to accept it begrudgingly. This troublesome golden finger lacked customer service feedback, leaving Wang Nanan quite exasperated. Heritage can be gradually enhanced, but the priority should be on the alchemist heritage. Wang Nanan contemplated his current circumstances, remarking, however, the cultivation techniques seem somewhat lacking. While chi refinement techniques can still be utilized, they pale in comparison to foundation establishment techniques. I should accumulate contributions in exchange for all available foundation establishment techniques in the clan's library, as there aren't many to begin with. As he mulled over these thoughts, he stabilized his realm. 3 days later, Wang Nanan successfully emerged from seclusion. Did you successfully break through? Lu Qingqing inquired immediately. Yes, I have reached chi refinement 5th layer, Wang Nanan replied, exuding an aura of confidence. Lu Qingqing's expression darkened. But you were supposed to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Lu Qingqing pointed at the approaching Queen Bee, whose aura was robust, clearly indicating she had reached the early foundation establishment level. As Wang Nanan's life-linked spirit insect, the Queen Bee's cultivation level advanced alongside his own. Now that Wang Nanan had attained the foundation establishment level, the Queen Bee naturally experienced a complementary breakthrough. Wang Nanan's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not intended to conceal this from Lu Qingqing, but he had grown accustomed to keeping his realm hidden from outsiders. Wang Nanan was at a loss. You should find a way to conceal the Queen Bee's aura. Moreover, the fruit spirit vein is a first-tier spiritual vein and cannot support 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Qingqing's reminder struck Wang Nanan like a revelation. He spent a considerable time calming Lu Qingqing before pondering the issue. The spiritual vein dilemma was easily resolvable. He could simply arrange a spirit gathering formation near the beehive, using spirit stones to nourish the queen bee. Although the cost would be somewhat high, it paled in comparison to the expenses for royal jelly and spiritual honey, merely a drop in the bucket. As for the ordinary spiritual bees, they required minimal spiritual energy and had a large activity range, capable of foraging widely without concern. With his golden finger, he need not engage in competition for spiritual energy. Concealing the queen bee's aura would likely prove challenging. Without a concealment technique, it would be arduous for cultivators or beasts to mask their presence. Even if they tried to restrain it, it would be detectable by the observant. It seemed he would have to return the queen bee to the clan's territory. Here, he could orchestrate a ruse with Wang Xiangxiu's queen bee, and no one would take notice. However, in the fruit spirit vein, the queen bee would be too conspicuous. After much deliberation, Wang Nanan decided to send a message to Wang Xiangxiu, requesting her assistance in bringing the queen bee back to the clan. Before the queen bee was taken away, Wang Nanan had her reproduce a young queen bee to bond with Lu Qingqing. The nearby 3 spiritual veins still required pollination from spiritual bees, and he couldn't afford to delay. Moreover, these spiritual bees were quite remarkable, making them an excellent choice for Lu Qingqing's bond. With the queen bee departed, a young queen bee remained behind. Lu Qingqing beamed with satisfaction, pleased with Wang Nanan's apology. A swarm of spiritual bees would prove immensely beneficial, providing Lu Qingqing with substantial assistance. The hive, once again, has now been claimed by the young queen bee, with new worker bees expected to emerge in a few days. The internal hum of the hive has diminished over the past few days. The second-grade royal jelly produced by the queen has a remarkable effect on the spiritual beast breakthroughs. I have arranged with my aunt to periodically deliver the royal jelly, so that several spiritual beasts can share a portion, aiding them in their ascension. The nurturing from the young queen bee also benefits you. Life has returned to tranquility. Our family rises with the sun and rests at dusk, and in the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Lu Qingqing visited her parents with the children, while Wang Nanan quietly ventured to Changshan County to catch a glimpse of his eldest daughter. Though he could only observe from a distance, he felt deeply content. He had intended to visit his mother, but she had gone to Immortal City to test her spiritual roots, and thus he missed her. Upon Lu Qingqing's return, she brought Wang Nanan significant news. Visitors from other realms of cultivation have arrived. Visitors from other realms? Wang Nanan was puzzled. Lu Qingqing explained. I learned this from the Lu family patriarch. We are currently situated in the Tianyuan cultivation realm, a place abundant in spiritual energy. There are many similar regions where numerous cultivators reside. However, despite being in the same dimension, the distances between these regions are vast, with the areas in between nearly devoid of spiritual energy, making passage exceedingly difficult for cultivators. Therefore, most cultivation realms remain disconnected. The visitors are from a faction within the undersea realm, known as the Giant Whale Merchant Guild, which aims to establish trade links among all cultivation realms. How intriguing! Wang Nanan remarked. What are the other realms like? What is their strength? What treasures do they possess? And how did they come here? It is said they navigated unique spiritual vessels, helmed by golden core cultivators, taking several years to find us. Lu Qingqing replied. Golden core cultivators? Wang Nannan exclaimed in astonishment. The giant whale merchant guild seems quite formidable. To send golden core cultivators for trade suggests the 3 golden core sects would not dare to offend them lightly. If my suspicions are correct, the giant whale merchant guild must have established a teleportation array somewhere, eliminating the need to traverse the perilous, energy-deprived regions. Indeed, Lu Qingqing confirmed. It's a third-grade formation that can instantaneously span countless miles. Our Lu family's first ancestor was adept at setting such formations, though the knowledge has since been lost. Currently, I doubt any faction in our cultivation realm possesses the capability to establish one, but that does not imply the giant whale merchant guild cannot. Otherwise, how would they dare to proclaim their intention to connect all cultivation realms? The arrival of the giant whale merchant guild undoubtedly created a significant stir, awakening many undiscerning cultivators to the existence of other realms, filling them with curiosity. Numerous cultivators gathered near Qingfeng's sect, awaiting the conclusion of discussions between the 3 golden core sects and the giant whale merchant guild. Wang Nannan kept abreast of developments through family channels. Yet his primary focus remained on his own life. As half a year elapsed, Wang Nannan observed the contributions he had amassed and stealthily returned to the family repository to exchange for foundational cultivation techniques. He procured Flowing Cloud Blade Intent and Wandering Veil. The family had few foundational techniques available. Initially, he had intended to acquire them all, but ultimately relinquished that desire, as several were unsuitable for a blade cultivator like himself. However, he was immensely satisfied with the 2 he acquired. Flowing Cloud Blade Intent allows cultivators to comprehend the essence of blade techniques, requiring no fixed forms. With the right understanding, one can unleash formidable power that is inescapable, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Given that Wang Nannan had already perfected several blade techniques, mastering this was not overly challenging. Wandering Veil serves as a concealment technique for the foundational stage, somewhat akin to turtle breathing concealment technique, but more comprehensive. Coupled with the inheritance of a heavenly mechanic, it renders Wang Nannan virtually undetectable. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years later, the affairs concerning the giant whale merchant guild had not resurfaced, leaving many cultivators in a state of anxious anticipation. Wang Nannan, however, was preoccupied with his son, as his eldest son, Wang Taihe, had reached the age for testing his spiritual roots. Wang Xiangxiu personally oversaw the process, and when the light flickered, smiles illuminated the faces of all present. Excellent. This is the 3rd child of the Wang family from the Tai generation to possess spiritual roots, Wang Xiangxiu proclaimed joyfully. Although the Wang family typically designated a new generation every 50 years, this applied only to cultivators of mortal origin. As both parents of Wang Taihe were cultivators, it was only fitting that he inherited the lineage correctly. Otherwise, he could not share the same generation as his father. Regarding the child's spiritual roots, family tradition dictated that only Wang Taihe would be informed, keeping both Wang Nannan and Lu Qingqing in the dark until their son chose to disclose it. After bidding farewell to Wang Xiangxiu, the family celebrated, and Wang Nannan and Lu Qingqing began to devise a training plan for their son. That summer, they welcomed another son, their 5th child, also a boy, bringing joy to the family. A few days later, while Wang Nannan was nurturing spiritual plants, a message resonated in his mind. The discussions between the 3 golden core sects and the giant whale merchant guild had finally concluded. Such a lengthy deliberation. Wang Nannan remarked, given all this time, they should have resolved their differences and presented a final outcome. He hurried back to his cave abode, where Lu Qingqing awaited him. The 3 golden cores have agreed to connect with the undersea realm, with the teleportation array expected to be completed in 20 years, she informed him. Once established, ordinary cultivators will be able to utilize it for a fee, but further details remain unclear. 20 years is quite a long time, Wang Nannan mused. Do you think constructing a teleportation array that spans millions of miles is an easy feat? It requires a significant amount of rare materials. 20 years is a minimal estimate, Lu Qingqing explained. The most crucial aspect is the 3rd grade formation masters. I wonder if the 3 golden core sects have such cultivators? But the giant whale merchant guild likely does, or they wouldn't have come here so easily. It's a situation rife with both opportunity and peril, Wang Nannan reflected. The clan leader shares this sentiment. However, for the sake of our family's advancement, he intends to take the risk. Lu Qingqing continued. The clan leader has proposed collaborating with the 3 golden core sects to establish the teleportation array. Once operational, our clan plans to send members to the undersea realm to seek development and ideally establish a foothold. The clan leader inquired about how long it will take for you to refine second-grade spiritual medicine. Lu Qingqing added, I do wish to refine it, but the issue lies in the lack of spiritual herbs. My aunt has withheld the inner cores of foundational beasts for me. Wang Nanan began. But before he could finish, Lu Qingqing revealed a collection of over a dozen inner cores in her hands. The clan leader just arrived with a total of 18 inner cores and spiritual herbs, she announced. I will soon be able to refine, Wang Nanan declared, accepting the inner cores and herbs. This recipe for foundational pills, which Wang Mingzhu risked her life to bring back, would serve as the key for the Wang family to leap ahead. Few in the clan were aware of it, and only Wang Nanan would likely be able to refine it within the next decade. Glancing at his lifespan, age, 38, 1735, this should suffice, he mused, beginning to allocate points. Having already reached a proficiency of 2 as a second-grade alchemist, he would require 196 years for minor success, 400 years for major success, and 800 years for perfection. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, elevating Wang Nanan to become one of the premier alchemists in this cultivation realm. Only practical application remained. Holding the inner cores in his hands, he felt a surge of confidence. He was aware of the formula, yet he still required a second-grade alchemical furnace. His previous furnace was first-grade. While it remained usable, Wang Nanan intended to acquire a new one to enhance his success rate. Upon informing Wang Xiangxiu of his plan, she promptly arranged for clan members to exchange for one at the Shenong sect. Soon, a grand purple cauldron was delivered. As per usual, contributions will be deducted from the pills you refine, Wang Xiangxiu stated before departing, leaving the alchemical furnace in Wang Nanan's care. Wang Nanan meticulously examined the grand cauldron, which was inscribed with numerous formations that not only conserved the user's spiritual energy, but also effectively prevented explosions during the refining process. Without delay, he ignited the flames and commenced the alchemical process. As a proficient second-grade alchemist, each of Wang Nanan's movements flowed with remarkable grace, from the control of the furnace's temperature to the extraction of spiritual herbs. Even seasoned alchemists, well-versed in their craft, will be left in awe. As time passed, the elixir coalesced, resulting in 5 round foundation establishment pills. Additionally, 2 shattered, dark pills lay at the bottom of the cauldron. Out of 7 pills produced, 5 succeeded while 2 failed, an admirable outcome. Wang Nanan felt quite satisfied with his inaugural attempt at crafting second-grade pills. Given this yield rate, substantial profits were assured. Upon comparing the newly produced foundation establishment pills with those he had previously acquired, he discerned a slight issue. It was not a matter of technique. Rather, it was a flaw inherent in the pills themselves. The pills crafted from the inner cores of foundation establishment demonic beasts were estimated to be only 80 to 90% as effective as those made with second-grade spiritual herbs. However, with a focus on quantity, it was still a worthwhile endeavor. If one pill could not facilitate a breakthrough, he could use 5. After all, there would be an ample supply of foundation establishment pills in the future. In high spirits, Wang Nanan opted not to take a break, but continued to refine more foundation establishment pills. He diligently completed all the dozens of recipes in one vigorous effort. Chapter 86. Third-grade formation master wealth beyond measure. Wang Nanan placed 72 foundation establishment pills into a jade vial. 18 inner cores have been successfully refined, with not a single failure, an unexpected triumph. Averaging 4 pills per cauldron, this yield was already considered prolific. He fed the failed pills to the 4 joys and exited the cave with the jade vial in hand. Wang Nanan had never seen such an abundance of foundation establishment pills, nor had most cultivators. This not only resolved the Wang family's shortage of foundation establishment pills, but also provided an opportunity to discreetly sell dozens externally, especially at this crucial juncture. As the connection with the Underworld Sea's cultivation realm was nearing realization, the value of foundation establishment pills would undoubtedly rise. It was common knowledge that greater strength brought greater opportunities. Being able to break through foundation establishment conferred advantages over those in the qi refinement stage. He sent a message to Wang Xiangxiu, who hurriedly arrived. Did you truly succeed? Wang Xiangxiu asked, incredulous. Just a few days had passed since the inner cores were given to Lu Qingqing, and Wang Nanan had already produced pills? How many attempts did it take? What was the success rate? Wang Xiangxiu was filled with anticipation. Sensing that this was a pivotal moment for the Wang family's ascent, her excitement barely contained. Wang Nanan chose not to tease her. Instead, he placed the jade vial into her hands. As Wang Xiangxiu scanned it with her spiritual sense, she nearly lost her balance. Overwhelmed with excitement, her heart raced. Her eyes did not deceive her, nor did her spiritual sense falter. 72 foundation establishment pills, a truly staggering number. It took her some time to regain composure. Your contributions are no longer sufficient as compensation. What do you desire? The clan will do its utmost to procure it for you. Wang Xiangxiu shook Wang Nanan's shoulder, adding, if necessary, I could even pass on the position of clan leader to you. The position of clan leader? That would not suit me at all. You should retain it. Wang Nanan declined, feeling an urge to hide away, far from the responsibilities of managing the family. Nevertheless, Wang Xiangxiu, as promise of clan support, was quite agreeable. Wang Nanan compiled a list of items he required, primarily spiritual materials and herbs, focusing on second-grade spiritual herbs, which included the main ingredients for the soul cleansing pill, the soul nourishing pill, and the longevity pill. Though these were also second-grade herbs, they were more easily obtainable compared to the foundation establishment pills, and with enough family contributions. He could acquire them from the Shenong sect. Moreover, these 3 types of pills would significantly benefit the family's development, especially the soul cleansing pill, which, despite being a second-grade pill, could enhance the qualifications of children who had just been tested for their spiritual roots. As for the required spiritual materials, they pertained mainly to formations, artifact crafting, and puppet making. Now that Wang Nanan had fully mastered the second-grade alchemy legacy, he naturally wished to shift his focus to other legacies. Concerning the Withering Wood Meeting Spring Classic, the life essence it demanded was exorbitant, and thus, he could not rush that endeavor. Wang Xiangxiu glanced at the items Wang Nanan had listed, wincing slightly. This young man truly dared to ask for a great deal. Most of the items were second-grade spiritual objects, quite valuable. Very well, the family will find a way to procure these items for you. But you need to wait a while. The foundation establishment pills require multiple transactions before we can recoup the funds, Wang Xiangxiu estimated. Now, unlike before when the family had too few foundation establishment pills to spare, there was an abundance. Holding on to them would only invite trouble. Therefore, it was prudent to trade some with allies for resources. One more thing, Wang Nanan added, we must continue hunting for the inner cores of foundation establishment demonic beasts. I will arrange for procurement or send hunters into the 10,000 Great Mountains. You can rest easy, Wang Xiangxiu assured, departing swiftly with the foundation establishment pills. Wang Nanan was uncertain how she would handle this batch of pills, but when Lu Qingqing returned to the clan grounds to visit her mother, Zhou Min, she discovered a considerable increase in spiritual beasts within the clan, most of which were horned yellow cattle from the Zhou family. Not only that, but various qi refinement period artifacts had also multiplied. While it may not have been accurate to say every clan member had 3 or 4, it was certainly feasible for each to possess 1 offensive and 1 defensive artifact. Lu Qingqing brought back a substantial number, including those for herself and her partner, as well as for her son. Has the family struck it rich? Even artifacts are starting to flourish? Lu Qingqing pondered, bewildered, unaware of Wang Nanan's success in refining foundation establishment pills. Whatever the case, they don't require contributions. I'll simply accept them. That portion is for you. I have no need for it, Wang Nanan remarked nonchalantly, expressing his support for anything that bolstered the clan's strength. Meanwhile, the situation at the Guoling spiritual vein remained tranquil, while the 3 major golden core sects were bustling with activity. Ever since the decision to establish a teleportation array was made, various details had come to light. Firstly, the teleportation array would be located at the Qingfeng sect, which excelled in artifact crafting and possessed abundant spiritual materials, making them a substantial financier. Secondly, regarding personnel, the Golden Whale Merchant Association's Golden Core cultivators would take the lead, supplemented by the other 3 major Golden Core sects, collectively setting up the teleportation array. The majority of formation masters from other cultivation families had also been summoned to assist. Additionally, management and maintenance would be handled by a committee formed by the 3 major Golden Core sects for the teleportation array in the Tianyuan cultivation realm. while the Golden Whale Merchant Association would independently manage the one in the underworld sea cultivation realm. As for profit distribution, the Golden Whale Merchant Association would claim 40%, while the remaining 60% would be divided among the three major Golden Core sections. Many cultivators were perplexed as to why the three major Golden Core sects would concede so much, but that was merely a reflection of the interests of the powerful, serving as fodder for conversation. The Qingfeng sect was exceedingly busy, with an increasing number of cultivators gathering and more spiritual materials being transported there, meticulously sorted and managed. I truly did not anticipate how severely your cultivation realm has weakened, to the point of lacking even a third-grade formation master. A Golden Core cultivator from the Golden Whale Merchant Association lamented, noting that he was currently the sole third-grade formation master, a heavy burden indeed. The sect leader of the Qingfeng sect could only helplessly explain, the spiritual energy in this realm has grown increasingly thin. Had it not been for your arrival, we would have dispatched cultivators to explore the outside world. However, the quantity of third-grade spiritual materials was barely adequate. If any treasures were still lacking, they could always raid the 10,000 Great Mountains for more. We have gathered a dozen second-grade formation masters. They should be able to assist you. The leader of the 100 Flowers Valley reminded, noting that these were the result of a collective effort from across the cultivation realm, essentially depleting their resources. The head of the Shinong sect remained silent, yet his demeanor spoke volumes. The Golden Core cultivator from the Golden Whale Merchant Association shook his head in resignation. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. The disparity between third-grade and second-grade formation masters was monumental. Had it not been for the ambitious goals of the Golden Whale Merchant Association, in pursuit of wealth and the president's firm orders, he would have long since fled with his spiritual vessel. Now, he was arranging for cultivators to clear the site and for the design of the teleportation array. He would delegate the less critical tasks to the second-grade formation masters. Chapter 87. The puppeteer as the new year dawned, my second son, Wang Taikong, was discovered to possess the 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, simultaneously ranking as the 5th cultivator among his peers. Wang Nanan was overjoyed. With 3 sons and 2 daughters, 2 of them had already been born with spiritual roots, an exceptionally rare occurrence. Placing them alongside their elder brother for instruction provided companionship. While guiding his children in their cultivation, Wang Nanan also seized opportunities to practice his own techniques. The essence of the blade began to reveal itself, striking swiftly and invisibly, as a branch fell to the ground in an instant. After a brief period of practice, he emerged unscathed, invigorated rather than fatigued. The clan leader presented him with a storage bag, stating it was a gift. Lu Qingqing handed over the bag. "Where is the clan leader's cousin?" Wang Nanan inquired. "She has returned," came the reply. Upon opening the storage bag, he discovered it contained the previously requested spiritual herbs and materials. While the quantity was not abundant, it was sufficient for his needs. Among them were longevity pills, marrow-cleansing pills, and soul-nurturing pills, all second-tier elixirs of considerable value. If successfully refined, they would greatly benefit the family. Wang Nanan placed particular emphasis on the marrow-cleansing pills, as they would be useful for his son, warranting his utmost attention. Finding a secluded spot, he set up a furnace to refine pills. His 2 sons stealthily approached, eyes wide, watching their father's every move. Wang Nanan did not falter in front of his children. All the pills were successfully refined, preserving his dignity as a father. "Father, I want to learn alchemy." They clamored. "So do I." Wang Nanan carefully stored the pills and responded, "Very well. You may first learn some theoretical knowledge, and then I will teach you practical skills." He placed the marrow-cleansing pills into his sons' mouths and entrusted them to Lu Qingqing. As for the other second-tier elixirs and this batch of spiritual fruits, he sent them back to the clan. Gazing at the spiritual materials in his possession, Wang Nanan perused the records of the puppeteer inheritance. With a remaining lifespan of 704 years, he did not hesitate to expend his vitality. Mastery would take 30 years, minor achievement 60 years, major achievement 120 years, and perfection 240 years. The puppeteer inheritance was now complete. Wang Nanan beamed with joy. He had long desired this inheritance, but previously had set it aside for survival. Moreover, as the only member of the clan with this inheritance, he filled a significant void. Various intricate connection methods and construction techniques flooded Wang Nanan's mind, instilling an insatiable eagerness within him. He excavated a new cave adjacent to his dwelling, designated for the production of puppets. What a miscalculation, he lamented while digging. Although a puppeteer possesses some ability to handle spiritual materials, it is a weaker aspect. Normally, a puppeteer would also be a weapon refiner. The combination of both skills would yield superior results. Observing his remaining lifespan of 254 years, he continued to expend his vitality. Mastering weapon refinement would take 30 years, achieving minor success 60 years, and major success 120 years, leaving him with a lifespan of 44 years. A fully accomplished weapon refiner would suffice for handling spiritual materials. Wang Nanan murmured to himself, not only that, but I can also spare time to craft a few fitting magical artifacts for my sons. With the cave completed, he enlisted Lu Qingqing's assistance to procure some tools from the clan's treasury. Surveying this entirely personal sanctuary, Wang Nanan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Arranging the tools, he commenced drafting the designs for the puppets. The clan had never possessed puppets, creating a significant demand. Therefore, Wang Nanan planned to create a simpler model as his first endeavor. Within a few days, he crafted a puppet resembling a majestic eagle, which, when soaring through the skies, appeared indistinguishable from ordinary beasts, possessing remarkable stealth. Its function was straightforward: to scout and transport storage bags, eliminating the need for cultivators to undertake the journey themselves while providing essential alerts when necessary. As two adult-sized eagle puppets were activated and released into the air, Wang Nanan conducted continuous tests. Their speed rivaled that of a second-layer chi refining cultivator, albeit lacking offensive capabilities. The controllable range extended for approximately 1,000 miles. With a cost of 1 spiritual stone per 100 miles, which was acceptable, Wang Nanan made meticulous records, noting that the production cost of these eagle puppets was not high, allowing for mass production within the clan. The mere utility of transporting storage bags rendered them invaluable to the family. Sending the eagle puppets to scout the other 2 spiritual veins in the Qingfeng mountain range, he observed the clan members bustling about and summoned the eagle puppets back. After further refinements, Wang Nanan established 2 versions of the eagle puppet: a basic version, which was the initial experimental model, and an enhanced version, with a control range extended to around 5,000 miles and speed comparable to a 4th-layer chi refining cultivator. When he presented both versions to Wang Xiangxiu, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had encountered puppets before, but their prices were exorbitant, preventing her from purchasing any. The fact that Wang Nanan had become a puppeteer was indeed a delightful surprise. You seem to be acquiring more and more skills. Can you manage it all? Wang Xiangxiu inquired with concern. With alchemy, talismans, spiritual plants, and now puppetry added to his repertoire, she felt that Wang Nanan was busier than ever. I'll gradually carve out time, he replied, ensuring that his schedule remained full. Should I arrange for some clan members to assist you? She suggested tentatively. Wang Nanan shook his head, content with his current life, preferring not to be disturbed. Very well. The cultivation of spiritual plants must not cease, Wang Xiangxiu instructed. You need not prepare talismans, as our Wang family is a prominent talisman clan and can manage without your contributions. Only refine second-tier elixirs. The clan has recently trained several first-tier alchemists, and they can handle the simpler potions. Your primary focus should be on producing puppets to rapidly supply the clan. Not just the eagle puppets, but others as well. Our clan is not particular. Furthermore, you must assist in training a few puppeteers for the clan. I can record some instructional videos using the recording stones for the clan to review repeatedly. With the puppeteer inheritance, nurturing a few puppeteers should not be difficult. Wang Nanan accepted without hesitation. Rest assured, other types of puppets will soon emerge, but they require substantial spiritual materials, which the clan must provide. Additionally, please select a few techniques and inheritances to send to the fruit spirit vein, as I intend to teach them to my children. Upon returning to the fruit spirit vein, Wang Nanan donned a shape-shifting mask and meticulously deconstructed the eagle puppet's production process, step by step, recording it through the recording stone. In addition, he thoroughly explained the puppeteer inheritance, documenting it in spoken form for future reference. With these resources, the clan would soon have a cadre of individuals capable of creating eagle puppets. Though their skills would be rudimentary, they would still be better than having none. Moreover, Wang Nanan would subsequently refine and teach other puppet-making methods, gradually enhancing the overall skill level. Through the eagle puppets, he dispatched the recording stones back to the clan. Chapter 88. A decade. Wang Nanan lost count of how many spiritual fruits he had cultivated. A decade had swiftly elapsed. The cultivation world remained as it had always been, a battleground of strife, with no respite in sight. The teleportation array's construction was still underway and reportedly over halfway completed. The three major golden core sects continued to loom like mountains over all cultivators, unshakable and imposing. The Wang family appeared unchanged, still adorned with verdant willows and pines, radiating tranquility. To outsiders, aside from an increase in trade, the Wang family seemed scarcely present within the cultivation realm. Unless specifically mentioned, most cultivators tended to overlook their existence. Over the years, the Wang family had flourished rapidly, their reputation unassuming, primarily due to their strategy of quietly amassing wealth. Many endeavors had progressed discreetly, without fanfare. Particularly in the cultivation of talent, the Wang family had made significant strides over the past decade. In addition to traditional talismans and spiritual plants, they had also developed and expanded their expertise in alchemy, beast taming, weapon refining, and puppetry. For instance, in the realm of beast taming, the Wang family established a vast spiritual beast breeding ground, initiating systematic breeding and sales of spiritual beasts. While they may not rival the three major golden core sects or those foundational families adept in various arts, each inheritance now boasted at least a dozen cultivators proficient in their respective disciplines, marking a substantial advancement capable of meeting the family's needs. As the number of practitioners who inherited and mastered the arts increased, the Wang family's foreign trade naturally flourished. Apart from the essential markets and fixed partnerships with certain families, the Wang family privately established secret agreements with numerous clans to offload their supplies. Furthermore, over the past few years, foundation-building pills and longevity pills were discreetly sold in batches, significantly bolstering the Wang family's strength. Even the family head Wang Xiangxiu was somewhat uncertain about the current extent of their power. In the patriarch's cave dwelling, Wang Xiangxiu sat facing Wang Xianglong. Why not revert to your previous identity? It feels peculiar to converse with you like this, Wang Xiangxiu suggested. Wang Xianglong shook his head. He had grown accustomed to his new identity as Wang Minghui. How could I explain living for 140 to 50 years solely on my qi refining stage? Restoring Wang Minghui's identity would lead to a deadlock. Otherwise, why would I have faked my death to escape? Wang Xiangxiu was also filled with curiosity about her third granduncle, who had lived so long in the qi refining stage. It was indeed quite strange. However, as the clan leader, she suppressed her curiosity. I will need your assistance with clan matters in the future. As everything has fallen into a routine, she changed the subject. This made Wang Xianglong somewhat wary. What are you planning? You won't wish to be a hands-off manager, will you? Don't involve me. I refuse. Wang Xianglong decisively declined. After living for so many years, he had labored intensely and finally sought a few years of rest. Now, Wang Xiangxiu wanted to escape as well. I am encountering a bottleneck in my cultivation and intend to venture out for some experience. I am not worried about the clan's safety. It's merely the daily management that is somewhat troublesome. You have lived long enough. Haven't you seen it all? I trust you to handle it. Wang Xiangxiu flattered. Absolutely not. Wang Xianglong continued to refuse. There are several peers of your generation who are quite capable, if necessary, entrusted to those of the Nan generation. After all, they have grown up. I am getting old and my back hurts. I need to rest, Wang Xianglong said, supporting his waist as he departed. Wang Xiangxiu felt somewhat exasperated. After stabilizing the family, even her desire to venture out for experience was met with resistance. Peers of her generation had also declined her request. As for the Nan generation, apart from Wang Nanan, it seemed there were no foundation-building practitioners yet, and she felt they were somewhat lacking in strength. As for Wang Nanan, that fellow had been lurking in the fruit spirit vein for over a decade without moving an inch. Achoo! Wang Nanan rubbed his nose. Who is gossiping about me behind my back? I've been quietly living in this secluded corner of the mountains, yet I still attract attention. Wang Nanan discarded the half-finished puppet he was working on, stretching his limbs as he exited the cave. The past decade had been quite pleasant. Last year, his mother, Zhou Min, finally broke through to the foundation-building stage amidst the piled-up pills, reuniting with his ghostly father, for which she was assigned work in the valley. He and Lu Qingqing had 2 daughters. One was 6 years old, and the other was 8. As for the other children, The eldest daughter still lived in Changshan County and had married. The second son, Wang Taiha, and the third son, Wang Taikong, worked as alchemists in the clan. The fourth child, Wang Taixin, who was also the second daughter, had been identified with 5 elemental roots and lived with Wang Nanan and his partner. The fifth child, the third son, would have his spiritual roots tested next year. His partner, Lu Qingxing, broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining this year, a result of accumulated pills. Otherwise, the accumulation of pill toxins would have been troublesome. Additionally, his spiritual beasts, the spiritual insects, had also benefited from royal jelly over the past 2 years, with Sihui, Qi Yin, and Wang Chong all breaking through to the foundation-building realm, becoming great demons. To avoid exposing his identity, apart from Wang Chong, who remained hidden within Wang Nanan's body, Sihui and Qi Yin were sent back to the clan valley to conceal themselves. Finally, there was himself. Over the course of 10 years, he had consumed over 3,000 days of lifespan. First, to become a celestial mechanic. It took 800 years from the major completion stage to perfection. Secondly, for a weapon refiner, it required 240 years for the same transition. Thirdly, to achieve perfection in the Beast Master inheritance, it consumed a total of 450 years. Becoming a first-tier spiritual vein master to reach perfection cost him 1,000 years of lifespan, which was a significant drain. Lastly, the techniques fiery meditation, flowing cloud blade intent, and myriad concealments combined consumed 730 years, all reaching the stage of perfection. After reviewing his information panel, he noted a considerable increase in strength. Name, Wang Nanan. Age, 49 476 Realm. Foundation Building Stage 1. Foundation Building Techniques, Fiery Meditation, Perfection. Flowing Cloud Blade Intent, Perfection. Myriad Concealments, Perfection. Withered Wood Revives, 2nd Layer. 1 Entry, Qi Refining Techniques, Slightly Inheritances. 1st Tier Array Master, Perfection. 2nd Tier Talismans, 7 Proficient. 2nd Tier Spirit Chef, 59 Proficient. 2nd Tier Spirit Planter, 28 Proficient. 1st Tier Mining Master, 1 Entry. This expenditure of lifespan significantly increased proficiency, and Wang Nanan was particularly thrilled about the spiritual vein master inheritance. By directing the power of the earth veins, it could assist in upgrading the spiritual veins, even moving some to specific locations. The plethora of miraculous methods left Wang Nanan astounded. The idea that spiritual veins could be migrated using such techniques was astonishing. While the method for enhancing the spiritual vein grade was somewhat challenging, it was indeed achievable. Wang Nanan even entertained many bold ideas, though regrettably, a first-tier spiritual vein master could only migrate 1-grade spiritual veins, elevating first-tier veins to 2nd tier. Higher-grade veins would be unmanageable. Otherwise, how beneficial it would be to elevate the clan's 2nd-tier veins. Moreover, the perfection of the celestial mechanic and weapon refiner greatly aided Wang Nanan. The celestial mechanic could better conceal his identity, while the weapon refiner provided numerous methods for crafting puppets. The Beast Master inheritance was also promising. Someday, he could raise some spiritual chickens and pigs in the fruit spirit vein for meat. Wang Nanan mused happily that if other Beast Masters knew of his intentions to cultivate edible spiritual beasts through perfection, they would undoubtedly rush over from afar to reprimand him. Chapter 89. Return and indigo as a concealed technique. The perfected myriad concealments proved unexpectedly powerful, instilling Wang Nanan with certainty that he could evade any probing by golden core cultivators. Meanwhile, the perfection of fiery meditation allowed him, a mere foundation building stage 1 cultivator, to possess a spiritual consciousness comparable to those in the later stages, and with his daily cultivation, he was nearing the 2nd layer of foundation building. Once he broke through, his spiritual consciousness would further improve. As for flowing cloud blade intent, it liberated Wang Nanan from reliance on magical artifacts. He could unleash blade intent with any object or even with a mere wave of his hand, achieving both offense and defense. Stabilizing his breath, Wang Nanan slowly opened his eyes, sitting cross-legged among the spirit fruit trees, feeling immensely at ease. The fruit spirit vein he had cultivated for over a decade bore the name of fruit spirits. Each spirit fruit tree thrived, with robust trunks, lush branches, and abundant fruits. Just as he took out the spiritual wine he had brewed to enjoy, a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure appeared before him. The figure resembled a middle-aged man, with a face somewhat akin to his own, yet radiating an aura of great strength. Great great-grandfather? Wang Nanan felt uncertain. After the beast tide ended, 3 elders of the Ming generation had ventured out into the world. Later, the second great-grandmother, Wang Mingzhu, brought back several second-tier pill formulas before falling to become a ghostly cultivator. The third great-grandfather transformed his identity, becoming the current Wang Xianglong. Only this, his biological great-grandfather, had vanished for nearly 30 years. Comparing him to the man in his memories, Wang Nanan realized his great-grandfather appeared much younger. You're Nanan? Wang Mingai scrutinized Wang Nanan. Though Wang Nanan was nearing 50, his foundation-building cultivation had allowed him to maintain a youthful appearance. Is it truly you? Where have you been all these years? Wang Nanan, too, was greatly excited. His great-grandfather had once been the strongest in the clan, and now he seemed even more formidable. Wang Mingai gently urged Wang Nanan to take a seat, requesting her assistance in elucidating the myriad changes of recent years. Naturally, Wang Nanan could not withhold her knowledge, and she shared everything she knew, piece by piece. I must say, my foresight is commendable. Xiang Xiu possesses the potential to uphold the Wang family. Wang Mingai was elated and continued. However, given the multitude of events that have transpired, it has certainly been a burden for her, and she deserves some form of reward. Furthermore, the Whale Merchant Association is rather intriguing. The undersea immortal realm. Great-grandfather, where have you been all these years? Wang Nanan was equally curious. Though their realm of cultivation was vast, the areas rich in spiritual energy were limited. It was hard to believe he had been away for 30 years. Had he ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains? Wang Mingai patted Wang Nanan on the shoulder and said, "This matter is of great significance. Let us return to the clan and discuss it together." With that, he took Wang Nanan's hand, and the two swiftly returned to the ancestral valley. Upon learning of Wang Mingai's return, Wang Xiangxiu hastened to join them, accompanied by Wang Mingzhu, Wang Xiangjiang, and the elders of the Ding generation, all gathered together. Seated in the heart of the valley, Wang Mingai began with some casual family talk, but his tone soon turned serious. During his travels, he had unexpectedly encountered a concealed ancient teleportation array and was inadvertently transported away. The crowd was astounded. An ancient teleportation array, and you were sent away? Are you certain that such a device is still operational? However, seeing Wang Mingai's earnest expression, they chose to believe him. I was transported to a realm of cultivation known as Qing Dai. Due to my ignorance of the local taboos, I was pursued by powerful beings. But I also gained some fortunate opportunities. Later, when I returned to the teleportation array, I discovered that it had been utterly damaged and rendered inoperative. I scoured numerous ancient texts of sex to finally find my way back home. Wang Mingai's words were simple, yet they concealed countless hardships. Suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar territory, pursued relentlessly, and ultimately managing to return, such suffering was beyond the understanding of outsiders. Before anyone else could speak, Wang Mingai continued, "In that realm of cultivation, I also discovered the Whale Merchant Association. Therefore, if the teleportation array linking to the undersea immortal realm is activated, it signifies that we shall encounter innumerable formidable cultivators, not only from the undersea immortal realm, but also from many unknown realms of cultivation." Everyone began to grasp the implications. It was akin to transforming from a mere village into an entire planet. The collision of countless sects, families, and civilizations would present both exhilarating and perilous opportunities. Were it not for Wang Mingai's return, they might have remained oblivious to these matters. "How much do you know about the Qingdai realm?" Wang Xiangxiu inquired curiously. Wang Mingai appeared somewhat disheartened, admitting that in his haste to escape, he had focused solely on survival. However, it can be confirmed that the Qingdai realm harbors great cultivators at the nascent soul stage, and the entire realm is particularly adept in wood-based cultivation techniques. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon Wang Mingai. Nascent soul cultivators, a realm they had only heard of in ancient texts, yet it truly existed. Excitement and fear coursed through their veins, causing them to tremble. The purpose of gathering everyone was to prepare for external threats. "I know you must have made some preparations, but I must assert that it is insufficient." Wang Mingai produced several treasures, all sourced from the Qingdai realm, which they had never encountered before. "Risks and opportunities coexist for the development of our family. We must rise to the challenge." Wang Ming AI encouraged. The crowd regained their composure, yet remained silent. If the golden core stage seemed within reach, then the nascent soul stage struck a heavy blow to their spirits, leaving them feeling despondent. Will we be invaded? Wang Dingkong's voice was faint. This was the first time such a thought had crossed his mind. Wang Xianxiu immediately countered, stating, the three major golden core sects, including Shenong sect, should be well aware of these developments. Their decision to connect with the undersea immortal realm suggests that they perceive it to be relatively safe. Just as in our Tianyuan realm, conflicts are ever present and have never ceased. Our Wang family has not been extinguished. At worst, we shall face a few more adversaries. Wang Xiangxiu's words managed to instill some measure of faith among the clan members. Wang Ming AI concurred, asserting that if there are more enemies, there will also be more allies, more resources, and greater opportunities to reach higher levels of cultivation. This is the true reason I'm sharing this with you. The clan must reevaluate its plans to confront the unknown circumstances. Are we planning to enter the undersea immortal realm the moment the teleportation array opens? Wang Nanan inquired, recognizing the gravity of the decision that would shape the family strategy. We must be among the first to reach the undersea immortal realm. For that, we need to understand the Whale Merchant Association and the undersea immortal realm comprehensively. Moreover, those who go first must be adequately prepared, Wang Xiangxiu asserted with determination. Chapter 90. The Unusual Puppet. As the new year dawned, Lu Qingqing sent her 5 children to live in Changshan County. The situation was self-evident. None of the children possessed spiritual roots. Wang Nanan remained in his cave dwelling, diligently focusing on the development of puppets. The clan had dispatched several members to gather intelligence, but the information gleaned was superficial and of little use. Do you have any news? Wang Nanan inquired upon seeing Lu Qingqing return from Changshan County. This trip to deliver the children also allowed Lu Qingqing to make a brief visit to the clan's territory. A few clan members serving as elders in the Shenong sect have returned with information. Lu Qingqing settled beside Wang Nanan, explaining that the undersea immortal realm is a vast ocean, where both the Whale Merchant Association and various sects and families reside on islands rich in spiritual veins. And the resources for cultivation are predominantly related to the ocean, starkly contrasting with their own realm. Furthermore, the foundation-building pills in the undersea immortal realm are similar to the formulas brought back by great-grandma Wang Mingzhu. They are also refined using the inner cores of foundation-building demon beasts, making foundation-building cultivators quite common in the undersea immortal realm. So, does this mean the undersea immortal realm is more powerful than ours? Wang Nanan felt a pang of crisis. It is indeed somewhat stronger, but the sects and families there are like scattered sand. This presents us with an opportunity. Additionally, the undersea immortal realm has already established connections with multiple realms of cultivation, becoming a bustling hub. Are those realms coexisting in peace? Wang Nanan queried with curiosity. Lu Qingqing replied, it is said to be so. Resources circulate among them, fostering many strong cultivators. What is being said within the clan? Wang Nanan pressed further. The first batch of clan members to settle in the undersea immortal realm has already been determined, led personally by great-grandfather. Those specifics will depend on the circumstances. Are we included? Lu Qingqing shook her head, stating that the clan leader has strictly forbidden you from going to the undersea immortal realm. Even if you insist on going, you must wait until the clan has established a foothold. Wang Nanan was somewhat taken aback, realizing that this prohibition was intended to protect him. Yet he was still surprised by the outright ban. Regardless, I had no intention of going anyway, Wang Nanan mused, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. As life returned to tranquility, Wang Nanan locked himself within his cave dwelling. Lu Qingqing checked in on him several times, but received no response. The spiritual fruits gradually ripened, emitting an enticing aroma, and were all harvested and stored in a spatial bag, then transported back to the clan via an eagle puppet. Once the process was complete, Lu Qingqing organized the cave and took the children to visit her parents in the Lu family. With few mortal cultivators venturing up, Wang Nanan found himself alone. With dark circles under his eyes, he bore the weight of his endeavors. Had it not been for the robust physique of foundation-building cultivators, he might have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Stepping outside to breathe the fresh air, he was followed by a humanoid puppet. The puppet's exterior could be customized, and thus Wang Nanan did not place too much emphasis on its appearance. However, standing at around 6 feet tall, it was comparable to his own stature. Inserting a spirit stone into the puppet's body, it gradually began to move, indistinguishable from an ordinary cultivator, even capable of casting some rudimentary spells. Under Wang Nanan's control, it commenced the testing of various functions. Success. Wang Nanan, hands on her hips, burst into laughter. The many days of toil had not been in vain. After years of meticulous design, the blueprint had finally come to fruition. It must be said that the flawless puppet master indeed serves a multitude of purposes. Although merely a chi refining stage puppet, its true function lies in acting as a vessel. The more Wang Nanan gazed at the puppet, the more satisfied he became. This was his ultimate weapon, one that remained unknown to all. The puppet's chest housed a specially refined space, capable of accommodating a ghost cultivator, enabling manipulation of the puppet through this unique realm, thereby unleashing the might of the late chi refining stage. While its strength may not be formidable, it undoubtedly benefits the ghost cultivators, granting them a tangible body to accomplish far more. He sent a message to his uncle Wang Xiangtong, asking him to come assist in the testing. "What new treasure have you acquired this time, that you thought of your uncle?" Wang Xiangtong floated over. Having significantly enhanced his strength over the years, thanks to the Inhui tree and family sacrifices, even his transparent form had begun to solidify. Wang Nanan pointed to the humanoid puppet nearby, its exterior having been reworked to the extent that it was nearly indistinguishable from a living being. Wang Xiangtong circled the puppet. Curiosity piqued. "You've crafted various types of puppets over the years, including humanoid ones. What makes this one special?" "You truly know me well, uncle," Wang Nanan replied with a smile. "This puppet serves as a vessel. You can enter its chest and give it a try." As Wang Xiangtong leaned closer, he indeed sensed the presence of space within the puppet's chest, somewhat akin to a beast-controlling pouch, yet distinctly different. He had not considered that Wang Nanan might be deceiving him, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with this creation. "What is this?" he inquired. "It is the control space of the puppet. Once inside, you can manipulate it as if using your own body, including casting spells without issue. However, this puppet is a new invention and not fully mature, so minor issues may arise during use. Furthermore, regardless of how powerful a ghost cultivator may be, this puppet can only exhibit the strength of the late chi refining stage, and the same holds true for spells," Wang Nanan explained earnestly, detailing the structure to Wang Xiangtong. To Wang Xiangtong, these words were like celestial music. Ghost cultivators are formidable, but they face many constraints, particularly the lack of a physical body, which is incredibly limiting. Moreover, their strength is restricted by the Inhui tree, preventing them from straying far from their clan's territory. Now, with the puppet, some of these limitations could be alleviated. "Is it possible to craft foundation establishment puppets?" Wang Xiangtong asked eagerly, clearly dissatisfied with the chi refining puppets. Unfortunately, Wang Nanan's inheritance as a puppet master only reached the first tier, comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator's puppet, which he could not produce. "Besides, uncle, you should first test its effectiveness." Without hesitation, Wang Xiangtong entered the puppet's body, adapting for a moment before taking control. Each step, each leap, and each spell cast filled him with exhilaration, to the point that he was reluctant to depart from the puppet's form. "This puppet is now mine, right?" Wang Xiangtong inquired with a beaming smile. "Of course, no problem," Wang Nanan replied generously, as he could still create more. "How many can you produce?" "One a month," Wang Nanan estimated, as he had other matters to attend to and couldn't devote all his time to puppetry. "Can other puppet masters replicate this? Like how you teach others to make puppets?" This time, Wang Nanan shook his head. "The creation of this type of puppet is exceedingly complex, particularly the space within the chest. Only a fully realized first-tier puppet master or a second-tier puppet master can craft it. Aside from myself, others in the clan are not up to the task." Wang Xiangtong felt a twinge of disappointment, but as he cast his gaze back to the puppet, excitement returned. "Nanan, this time our ghost cultivators can finally contribute. Are you referring to the expedition to the underworld sea cultivation realm?" Wang Xiangtong nodded, recalling that the prior decision to venture there had not included ghost cultivators. Now, with the puppet, they might not be the primary force, but they could still assist. Wang Nanan, however, had a different perspective. "Uncle, I hope all ghost cultivators will stay to assist me." Wang Xiangtong did not comprehend Wang Nanan's intentions. Hadn't he created this puppet to prepare everyone for the journey to the underworld sea before the teleportation array activated? Currently, Everyone's focus was on the underworld sea cultivation realm. Yet they overlooked another treasure. Wang Nanan hinted. Wang Xiangtong was puzzled. Treasure? Wang Nanan pointed toward the horizon, and Wang Xiangtong turned to look. The 10,000 Great Mountains? Indeed, the 10,000 Great Mountains are the true treasure. But there are far too many powerful beasts within. The underworld sea cultivation realm is located in the ocean. Do you believe the ocean's beasts are any less numerous or weak? Wang Nanan countered, noting how everyone had become enamored with the novelty, forgetting the 10,000 great mountains that had sustained them for countless years. In the 10,000 great mountains, spiritual plants or veins, spiritual veins, and even beasts all serve as resources. It is merely a matter of how we choose to exploit them. Moreover, even if we venture to the underworld sea cultivation realm, what do you intend to trade with them? The same old items, pills, talismans, magical artifacts. But where do the spiritual materials and herbs come from? Surely, you do not believe that what you cultivate will suffice? Chapter 91. Early the 10,000 great mountains have long been dominated by beasts. Yet it is undeniable that cultivators have reaped endless benefits from them, much like the land beneath their feet, which technically belongs to the 10,000 great mountains. Perhaps familiarity has led everyone to subconsciously overlook its significance, but for Wang Nanan, the 10,000 great mountains represent a true treasure trove. No one knows what lies deep within the 10,000 great mountains, nor where they ultimately lead. Wang Nanan lamented that the 10,000 great mountains might not be any smaller than the ocean. Wang Xiangtong also came to realize that they, as cultivators, had spent generations living on the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains. The beast tides that occurred once every century merely pushed their territory forward a tiny bit. These lands, in the grand scheme of the 10,000 great mountains, are but a drop in the bucket, yet they had sufficiently fed and sustained all the cultivators. The clan will not abandon the opportunity to enter the underworld sea cultivation realm, Wang Xiangtong cautioned. Abandon? Why would we? Wang Nanan retorted. Engaging with the underworld sea cultivation realm and developing the 10,000 great mountains are not mutually exclusive. Let the other clans pursue the underworld sea cultivation realm. The ghost cultivators will assist me in developing the 10,000 great mountains. Wang Nanan spoke with unwavering confidence, as he did not intend to conquer the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains. Merely to pry open a small portion at the outskirts would suffice to enrich the Wang family, and the weaker beasts at the periphery were manageable. The two returned to the valley with the puppet, summoning Wang Mingai, Wang Xiangxiu, and others to discuss these matters. Goodness! Great-great-grandson! You have accomplished something once more, Wang Mingai exclaimed, fiddling with the puppet, having never before seen one that could be operated by ghost cultivators. And your idea of developing the 10,000 great mountains is sound, aligning with the interests of the Wang family. Over the years, various families have sought collaboration to enter the underworld sea cultivation realm, while neglecting the most familiar opportunities. Perhaps this is a chance. Wang Xiangxiu concurred. During this time, I too have focused my attention on the underworld sea cultivation realm, even negotiating with various families for an alliance. Fortunately, as an outsider, I have not lost sight of the bigger picture. As you requested, most ghost cultivators will follow your lead, seeking to extract resources from the 10,000 great mountains. Aside from that, you may freely select others from within the clan. Wang Xiangxiu supported this, affirming her rights as clan leader. I have a question, Wang Nanan suddenly recalled, asking, has that broken golden dam been used? Wang Xiangxiu nodded. That broken golden dam only allows cultivators to reach the false dance stage, and many clan members refused it, as it requires one to be at the 9th layer of foundation establishment to consume it. Nonetheless, there are still some odd ones among them. Initially, the broken golden pill seemed rather inconsequential, and with no clan members willing to exchange it, Wang Xiangxiu contemplated secretly trading it for other resources. However, at that moment, Wang Xianglong approached her. Not only that, but the broken golden pill was also willingly exchanged. Wang Xiangxiu did not intervene. After all, being stuck at the qi refinement stage for a lifetime, she thought perhaps an unconventional remedy might yield some effect. Unfortunately, after consuming the broken golden pill, there were no noticeable results. Perhaps it was time to give up. Wang Xiangxiu couldn't help but suggest that Wang Xianglong had tried countless methods to break through the qi refinement stage, all of which ended in failure. Sighing, Wang Xianglong left with a sense of desolation. Can you send him to me? Wang Nanan requested, asserting that her third great-uncle, having lived for so long, possessed not only remarkable strength, but also considerable experience. Very well. I shall speak with him, Wang Xianxiu agreed. As for the creation of puppets, Wang Nannan busied herself with the task. Many members of the ghostly cultivator clan became aware of this matter and frequently inquired about the progress. The distribution of puppets was organized from the strongest to the weakest, based on their abilities, which left many ghostly cultivators feeling helpless. Rest assured, esteemed elders, before the teleportation array is activated, everyone will have access to a puppet. Furthermore, it will only be when other cultivators begin to migrate to the underworld sea cultivation realm that we shall embark on our journey into the Great Mountains. Wang Nannan reassured them. The spiritual vein closest to the layers of demonic beasts was acquired after the initial reclamation. And this area of flatland was utilized for planting spiritual rice. To better conceal future operations, Wang Nannan had arranged for clan members to recruit mortal warriors to enhance the valley's spiritual vein. The outermost formation would naturally be arranged by cultivators, while the construction of internal structures would be managed by the warriors. There were no significant changes on the surface. The primary effort was spent excavating underground and establishing extensive tunnel networks, even expanding into areas devoid of spiritual veins. The project was substantial, yet the warriors worked with remarkable efficiency, promising completion within 3 years, though that was a matter for the future. What is your obsession with excavating the valley's spiritual vein? Wang Xiangtan inquired of Wang Nannan, who at that moment was controlling a puppet that looked identical to him in life. It serves as our base for advancing into the Great Mountains. We need to transport resources to the valley's spiritual vein, from where we shall set forth. The opportunities we acquire can also be stored there, Wang Nannan explained, reasoning that entering the territory of demonic beasts would inevitably lead to confrontations. And the remains of slain beasts were treasures that could not be discarded. Thus, a storage location was essential, especially considering the abundance of other resources as well. Surely, we cannot store everything in spatial bags. So, you sent Wang Xianglong over there? What other option do I have? I need to create puppets and lack the time. Even if you ghostly cultivators reach that place, mortal warriors 1TCU, it would be futile. Wang Xiangtan found himself at a loss for words. Although puppets were advantageous, he was not yet fully adept at controlling them and found them somewhat stiff, making them unsuitable for the journey. Hurry and map out the territory surrounding the Great Mountains and the distribution of demonic beasts. We will need it later. This is crucial, Wang Nannan instructed. Your second great aunt has already taken a team to prioritize the areas for processing, just as you suggested. When the time comes, we shall strike with lightning speed. Finally settled, Wang Nannan continued her work, not neglecting the creation of talismans and elixirs, for these were vital safeguards that could not be overlooked. Days later, Lu Qingqing returned with her child. She had spent an extended time in her family home due to various delays. My brother has been assisting at the teleportation array site and just returned a few days ago. Lu Qingqing volunteered, piquing Wang Nannan's interest. He recalled Lu Qingqing's brother, having participated in the ceremony when the two became partners, later moving to live on the outskirts of Baiwa Valley. Any news? The teleportation array may be completed ahead of schedule. This news has already spread. Completed ahead of schedule? By how long? Wang Nannan expressed surprise, having thought the construction of the teleportation array was quite challenging. It's a third-tier array master from the Great Whale Merchant Association, responding to the requests of the 3 major Golden Core sections. The teleportation array will only allow those at the false core stage or below to pass, thereby reducing the construction difficulty, which is why it will be completed early. The exact completion time is within the next year or 2, only allowing those at the false core stage or below. The 3 major golden core sects must be wary. Wang Nannan chuckled, thinking it was fortunate that these families would no longer need to fret unnecessarily. What will happen to that third-tier array master? Will he fly back the way he came? I cannot say. Chapter 92. The unveiling the divination techniques of the celestial mechanic were consuming Wang Nannan's life force at an alarming rate, causing him to break into a cold sweat, nearly overwhelming him. Gasping for breath, he felt a wave of dread. In just a few moments, decades of his lifespan were siphoned away. Fortunately, he halted in time, or he would have met his end. I can no longer engage in divination. Wang Nannan had truly learned his lesson this time. He had intended to divine the auspiciousness of entering the underworld sea cultivation realm for his clan, yet he had nearly sacrificed himself in the process. Nonetheless, he did obtain some results. There appeared to be no significant dangers, but he should expect ongoing minor troubles. This brought him some relief, indirectly affirming that the Great Whale Merchant Association was indeed solely focused on business. As for the plan to develop the Great Mountains, Wang Nan took the opportunity to divine that as well. He received a favorable omen, indicating that as long as he did not act recklessly, there would be gains to be had. This bolstered his confidence even further. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed. During this period, Wang Nan gradually crafted 20 puppets to distribute among the ghostly cultivators and perfected the inheritance of the first-tier mining master, expending 900 years of his lifespan. Now, left with 571 years. The mining master could locate hidden veins within the Great Mountains, which was of utmost importance. Simultaneously, the teleportation array was completed and began operations after inspection. This news swept through like a tidal wave, compelling all factions to rush toward Qingfeng's sect, while other regions of the cultivation world fell into a quieter state. On the other side, Wang Nan gathered nearly all the ghostly cultivators at the valley's spiritual vein, presenting the meticulously crafted map that detailed the territorial ranges of various demonic beasts. According to the markings on the map, we shall proceed from the easy to the difficult, from the near to the far, systematically sweeping through, leaving no stone unturned, whether it be the remains of demonic beasts, spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, or even mineral veins. If we find nothing of value, we shall at least extract the spiritually rich soil. In short, we will return with all resources as if locusts sweeping through. Wang Nan commanded. He did not intend to occupy a specific location, for even if they did, they could not hold it. Thus, a direct sweep was preferable, with decisions regarding mineral veins made based on circumstances. Everyone nodded in agreement, memorizing the locations marked on the map. You should stay behind and guard the valley's spiritual vein, providing us with logistical support. Wang Xianglong halted him. Over the years, Wang Nan had remained hidden in the fruit spirit's spiritual vein, leading many clan members to believe he had perished. Had it not been for the return of the elder, they might have forgotten him altogether. No, there are numerous mineral veins inside, and without the mining master inheritance, it will be challenging for you to locate them. I must go, Wang Nan insisted. But the valley's spiritual vein requires a guardian, Wang Xianglong reminded him. Let the ghostly cultivators without puppets and queen bee lead the spiritual bees to guard it. That will suffice. 4 joys and winged shadow will accompany us. The Wang bug within him trembled in agreement, signaling its desire to follow. Wang Nan gently patted his chest, soothing it. Very well. Everyone consented, forming a protective circle around Wang Nan, mounted on 4 joys and surrounded by the ghostly elders. Winged Shadow scouted ahead with its stealth capabilities as the group silently entered the territory of the demonic beasts. The outermost demonic beasts were weak, making the area a favored spot for many cultivators seeking experience and extra rewards, resulting in frequent replacements and the occasional appearance of new demonic beasts. These locations have been thoroughly explored by most cultivators, leaving little of value behind. Thus, the destination for Wang Nan and his companions is deeper into the territory of the demon beasts, a realm seldom visited by cultivators, where various spiritual plants flourish abundantly. With the guidance of the concealed wings, the group encountered no danger and even dispatched several early-stage, chi-refining demon beasts. Wang Mingzhu remarked that their first location was a secluded canyon, one they had stumbled upon by chance previously. This canyon was home to a multitude of chi-refining snake-type demon beasts, not particularly strong but numerous, and deep within the canyon. There were many spiritual fruit trees beneficial to these serpentine creatures, known as heavenly serpent fruits, which are considered quite rare spiritual plants. As they cautiously approached the canyon, peering through the trees, they indeed observed a large gathering of snake-type demon beasts, entangled together, seemingly in the throes of mating. Indeed, spring is a season of reproduction for all living beings, and demon beasts are no exception, Wang Nan ingested. This is fortuitous for us, as the vigilance of the snake-type demon beasts is at its lowest during this time, Wang Dingru reminded them. The group's eyes brightened at this realization. Leave it to us, Wang Xiangtan volunteered, stepping out from the puppet's control. Although he was at a distance from the manhua tree and had lost some power, his spiritual consciousness was still comparable to that of a mid-stage, chi-refining cultivator and wielded considerable might. Other elder ghost cultivators also emerged, launching their attacks from above the canyon. One advantage of spiritual consciousness attacks is their concealment. If undetected, they're difficult to perceive, especially since these chi-refining snake-type demon beasts were engrossed in their mating rituals. One by one, the demon beasts fell silently, their writhing forms coming to an abrupt halt, leaving those with limited cognitive capacity completely unaware. Within a short span, the canyon fell silent, littered with the bodies of serpents yet devoid of blood. Wang Nanan and Wang Xianglong gathered the higher-ranked serpent corpses into their storage bags while making their way to the canyon's center. Wang Chong quietly emerged from Wang Nanan, unable to resist the sight of such abundant sustenance. "Go indulge, but leave the skins for me," Wang Nanan commanded, and Wang Chong wasted no time diving into the multitude of corpses. At the center of the canyon, a vast grove of heavenly serpent fruit trees was in bloom. Yet there was no sign of any snake-type demon beasts. Wang Nanan carefully transplanted the trees, delicately placing them into his storage bag. "Are there any mineral veins nearby?" Wang Xianglong inquired, recalling that Wang Xiangxiu had mentioned Wang Nanan's mining master inheritance. "There are no mineral veins, but there's a first-grade spiritual vein. You all gather the serpent skins while I relocate the spiritual vein," Wang Nanan stated. "Relocating a spiritual vein?" The group gasped. This was a skill of spiritual vein masters. "What other talents do you possess?" Wang Mingzhu scrutinized Wang Nanan, who had surprised them time and again. I dabble in various skills, just a bit," Wang Nanan chuckled, retrieving the prepared spiritual item from his storage bag. Several family members assisted Wang Nanan, while others busied themselves with the serpent skins. Upon observing the skins and Wang Nanan's aura emanating from the spiritual insect, they understood the answer. This must be another of Wang Nanan's spiritual insects, and they refrained from further questioning. The first-grade spiritual vein was secured in a specially crafted storage bag, a rare treasure created through the collaboration of spiritual vein and artifact masters, exclusively designed for spiritual veins and unable to contain other items. Wang Nanan had only managed to craft two, expending considerable effort in the process. Wang Mingzhu reported, "All items from the canyon have been packed. Just the serpent skins filled 70 to 80 storage bags, and including other items, we have at least 200 bags. Such a quantity necessitates sending a portion back first." Wang Nanan observed the canyon, resembling a plowed field, and nodded. "Let second great-grandmother arrange for the clan members to deliver them. We shall wait for their return here." Chapter 93. Fire Phoenix Island. In the immortal cultivation realm of the Underworld Sea, on Qilan Island, the Wang, Lu, and Zhou families emerged from the teleportation array, greeted by the unfamiliar surroundings and a briny scent that jolted them back to reality. Scanning the area, they noted a multitude of cultivators alongside various large teleportation arrays. According to prior knowledge, these were the arrays leading to other cultivation realms. Qilan Island served as a crucial transit hub, belonging to the Great Whale Merchant Association. Reports indicated that the Great Whale Merchant Association owned 3 islands: Qilan Island, Qinglong Island, and Fire Phoenix Island, arranged in a triangular formation, each overseen by a golden core cultivator. Qilan Island functioned as the transit point, collecting transit fees, while Fire Phoenix Island was a bustling marketplace, welcoming cultivators for trade and residence. Qinglong Island served as the headquarters of the Great Whale Merchant Association, prohibiting entry to other cultivators without permission. The Great Whale Merchant Association operated shops on various sects or prominent family islands, allowing other cultivators to engage in trade. It could be said that the Great Whale Merchant Association was a formidable entity, rarely challenged by other forces. The Wang Lu and Zhou families journeyed together along the path and soon arrived at the harbor. Wang Ming AI suggested, "According to our previous plan, we should head to Fire Phoenix Island together, purchase or lease a store, and establish a foothold." The other 2 families nodded in agreement. "Let's take a spirit boat. The fare is reasonable, and I've heard the sea is home to formidable demon beasts. If we fly ourselves and stray off course, we might encounter trouble," they concurred. Having paid with spirit stones, they boarded a massive vessel, surveying the vast ocean, invigorated by the sight. The colossal ship, measuring nearly 10,000 meters in length, was bustling with cultivators on its deck. Fortunately, the distance between the 2 islands was not great, and they arrived within half a day. This ship must be a third-grade magical tool. They marveled upon entering Fire Phoenix Island. As they beheld Fire Phoenix Island, its prosperity was evident, with 9 horizontal and 18 vertical streets interwoven like a chessboard, flanked by an array of dazzling buildings. The 3 families, captivated by the vibrancy, gradually located the branch of the Great Whale Merchant Association. To establish a business on Fire Phoenix Island, one must obtain permission from the Great Whale Merchant Association, with the processing location being its branch, information they had gathered in advance. A female cultivator of the foundation establishment stage welcomed them. Upon learning of their desire to purchase a shop, her smile blossomed. Esteemed guests, Fire Phoenix Island boasts numerous shops, though most have been sold or leased. Currently, only these are available. A large map unfurled before them, clearly marking every property on Fire Phoenix Island. Are these smaller islands for sale as well? Wang Ming AI inquired. These smaller islands possess spiritual veins and belong to the Great Whale Merchant Association. We can sell or lease them based on customer needs. However, they are unsuitable for commercial ventures and are more suitable for seclusion or family establishment, the female cultivator explained. If you wish to establish a family, you can receive protection from the Great Whale Merchant Association, albeit at a cost. The 3 families exchanged glances, tempted but ultimately dissuaded upon learning the prices. The cheapest small island with a first-grade spiritual vein was valued at 800,000 spirit stones, suitable only for chi refining cultivators. As for the shops on Fire Phoenix Island, their prices were determined by location. The closer to the bustling center, the higher the price, and vice versa. After deliberation, the 3 families jointly leased a shop located on the outskirts. The shop was quite spacious, encompassing 300 square meters, ample enough for all 3 families. The price of 300,000 spirit stones for a 5-year lease was painful to contemplate, making them wonder how much the shops in the central area would command. After settling the payment and obtaining a receipt, they proceeded to their new establishment. Even though the shop was situated near the edge, it still attracted a fair amount of foot traffic, justifying its steep price and offering the potential for profitable returns. 300 square meters. Each family will take 100. They agreed. I observed behind the shop, where there was a courtyard suitable for our residents, proposed Wang Ming'ai. The spiritual stones would be evenly divided, and the space would naturally be shared without issue. The other 2 families concurred, noting that the goods brought by the 3 families were not overly abundant, thus ample for display. The Wang family chose a location near the left side, diligently cleaning the dust, rearranging the shelves, and arranging the merchandise methodically. Wang Ming'ai and the elder leaders of the 2 families ventured out to ascertain the prices of other shops. As newcomers, we must be cautious with our pricing. Setting them too high would deter buyers, while pricing them too low could offend nearby shops and disrupt market equilibrium, which could lead to trouble. A perfect price lies within a certain range. After several days of preparation, the shop was officially opened under the name United Merchants Association on Fire Phoenix Island. The opening of a new store was not an extraordinary event, yet many cultivators still entered the shop to examine the goods. Why haven't I seen your products before? Aren't they from our underworld sea cultivation realm? Inquired a customer, pointing to a vial of pills. You have a keen eye. We hail from the heavenly source cultivation realm. Wang Nanjun responded, stepping forward. Over the years, she had been managing the Shenongmen market, and now she had been brought in to help establish this new market. Oh, that is the newly connected cultivation realm. The customer realized, understanding why the offerings were so novel. They were likely to become quite popular for a time. I must say, the Great Whale Merchants Association is impressive. In just a few years, they have made connections with so many cultivation realms and even persuaded others to link with us. The customer remarked. Indeed, the Great Whale Merchants Association is backed by Nascent's sole grandmaster. Everyone must show them respect. Another customer chimed in while eyeing the goods. Please, introduce us to each item, the customer requested of Wang Nanjun. She stepped forward and provided a brief overview of the items, noting that most were resources not found within the underworld sea cultivation realm, although similar effects could be located. Do you also have foundation establishment pills for sale? The customer asked, surprised at the quality of this newly opened shop. The foundation establishment pills were specifically brought to open the market, a detail unknown to the Liu and Zhou families. Upon hearing the customer's inquiry, they also drew closer. The Wang family had secretly sold foundation establishment pills to them, and they were astonished to learn that the Wang family still had stock. Wang Nanjun then stated the price for the Foundation establishment pills is a flat 800 spiritual stones. Compared to prices back home, this was quite inexpensive, but in the underworld sea cultivation realm, Foundation establishment pills were not considered rare. Thus, a price reduction was necessary. A few Foundation establishment pills were quickly sold out, along with a number of other pills and talismans, marking a successful opening. That evening, the Wang family gathered to discuss the shop's affairs, serving as a summary of their progress. Chapter 94, Development, Extra. Wang Nanjun arranged some puppets on the shelves, preparing for the new day's business. Why haven't any cultivators come to cause trouble? She wondered, puzzled. During her time at the Shinongmen market, even with the protection of the Shinongmen, there were always some ruffians causing annoyance, which was quite troublesome. However, Fire Phoenix Island felt remarkably peaceful, with no apparent hostile actions from other merchants. The reason for the Great Whale Merchants Association's growth lies not only in their multitude of internal strength, but also in their stellar reputation, Wang Mingai explained. Having recently learned some of the rules within Fire Phoenix Island, as long as one does not violate the Great Whale Merchants Association's regulations, paying the monthly taxes ensures safety. Any private disputes or malicious competition would lead to expulsion by the Great Whale Merchants Association. This is precisely why Fire Phoenix Island thrives. I must remind you, private duels are strictly forbidden on Fire Phoenix Island. Please adhere to this, Wang Mingai cautioned, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. As they conversed, elders from the Zhou and Lu families approached Wang Mingai, saying, "Thanks to your Wang family support, we also opened our shop yesterday and have sold quite a bit. At this rate, our portable stock will soon be depleted, so..." Wang Mingai acknowledged their concerns, stating, "We will proceed as previously discussed. Each family will take turns sending a member back to fetch goods, as the cost of teleportation is too high for us to bear." "Then let our Lu family go first." The Lu elder volunteered. They had not anticipated such swift sales, but this situation would soon pass, as novelty goods have a limited shelf life. A Lu family member hurriedly departed with 3 family letters, and the United Merchants Association commenced another day of business. As days passed, during the evenings when the shop was closed, the group would stroll around Fire Phoenix Island, savoring the vibrant atmosphere. Wang Nanjun and her brother Wang Nanjun reached the island's edge, gazing at the ink-black sea. "Brother, it seems this Fire Phoenix Island is protected by a grand formation. Your perception is sharp. It is a third-grade formation capable of defending against golden core-level beasts, though currently in a dormant state, making it difficult to detect. How did you notice?" Wang Nanjun asked curiously, aware that his cousin had considerable experience, having previously managed external trade for the Shinongmen market. "Before I came here, I cultivated a form of technique that allows me to see the subtle distribution of spiritual energy," Wang Nanjun replied proudly. As such techniques were rare and difficult to acquire. Not far from the island, a 10-meter-long Foundation establishment aquatic beast caught their attention. Wang Nanjun pointed toward the dark waters, feeling no fear. The fish beast seemed aware of its discovery, leaping up violently and carving a beautiful arc through the air, its sharp teeth glinting in the darkness. Rushing toward the two, a faint light flickered around the island, and a sword beam swept through, cleaving the fish beast in two. The siblings stood in stunned silence, astonished that a Foundation establishment beast had perished so easily. Wang Nanjun took a deep breath, and with a powerful pull, the several-ton fish fell before them. Expecting to have stumbled upon a windfall, they planned to store the giant fish in their storage bags, but were halted by a voice. "Fellow cultivators, this beast was slain by the island's protective formation and thus belongs to the Great Whale Merchants Association. Do not touch it." A group of identically dressed cultivators flew in on swords, landing before Wang Nanjun and his sister. They stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance from the giant fish. The cultivators belonged to the enforcement team of Fire Phoenix Island, affiliated with the Great Whale Merchants Association. They were not to be trifled with, nor should any conflict arise, lest trouble ensue. Wang Nanjun quickly clasped his hands, saying, "We have just arrived at Fire Phoenix Island and are still unfamiliar with certain matters. Please forgive us." "It is perfectly understandable. Carry on." The enforcement cultivator replied kindly, allowing the two to leave without further issue. Wang Nanjun pulled Wang Nanjun along, hastening towards the center of Fire Phoenix Island. Since the island's edge was inconvenient, they would head to the central area to enjoy the lively atmosphere. They entered several shops that were still open, their eyes widening at the array of offerings. The various cultivation realms had produced a plethora of unique treasures. Brother, look at this pill that maintains a cultivator's realm without change. Which alchemist would be so bored as to study such a thing? Wang Nanjun scoffed, as she believed pills should inherently be beneficial. Who knows? The imagination and capabilities of cultivators are boundless, Wang Nanjun replied. As they continued to browse, many intriguing treasures caught their eyes, but upon reaching into their pockets to purchase, they discovered their spiritual stones were insufficient, forcing them to abandon their desires. After visiting a few more shops and enjoying a safe return, they retired to their quarters for the night. On the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains, Wang Nanan and her companions finally attracted the attention of a Foundation establishment beast after sweeping through several areas. With a coordinated attack, Qi and she ensnared the Foundation establishment monkey demon, and with Wang Nanan's spiritual sense assault, they managed to slay the creature. They directly stored the monkey demon's corpse in their storage bag, while Qi led the group to a fruit grove. The air was fragrant with flowers, making it difficult to discern the multitude of spiritual fruits present. This is the territory of the monkey demons. That Foundation establishment monkey demon we just encountered must be the Monkey King. Wang Xiangtan's spiritual sense detected a group of monkey demons feasting on spiritual plants. There is still another Foundation establishment monkey demon within, and it possesses even greater strength. Wang Nanan countered, asserting that the monkey demon they encountered was merely a defeated contender for the title of Monkey King, evidenced by the injuries sustained by the two foundational monkeys. Shall we engage in battle? Wang Dingkong inquired. Recently, their endeavors had yielded substantial rewards, leading to an impulsive desire to seize anything of value. How many empty storage bags do we have left? Wang Nanan asked. Fewer than 50, Wang Dingru replied. We've gathered a considerable amount of spirit plants, filling our bags. We still wish to collect some spirit soil to take back. Wang Nanan contemplated this, then shook his head. No more fighting. Let us mark this location. With so many monkey demons and spirit fruit trees, we cannot carry them all away. Engaging in battle would be wasteful. It would be better to return another time. The scouts concealed their presence as the group retreated to the valley's spiritual vein. They were sent back with several storage bags, and the underground tunnels of the valley were now filled with these spiritual materials. The spirit plants and soil had been dispatched in batches back to their clan, while a considerable number of beast carcasses accumulated there. What shall we do with all these beast carcasses? If left too long, they will rot. Wang Xiangtan expressed his concern, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts they had slaughtered. Is having so many beast carcasses truly a problem? Wang Nanan chuckled. We shall send them all back for disassembly. The hides and certain special parts can be used to concoct elixirs or craft artifacts. The remaining beast meat can be discreetly sold to the cheer refining families. We can afford to lower the price a bit. We can also inquire whether the Minghai cultivation realm would like to purchase some. Anything left over can be offered as a sacrifice at the Yinhuai tree. As for the personnel needed to disassemble the beasts, we can gather innate or master-level martial artists among the commoners. If necessary, we might hire itinerant cultivators or members of the cheer refining families. The group began to organize the beast carcasses, utilizing eagle puppets to transport them back to the clan, which took considerable time due to the quantity. Wang Nanan followed suit, primarily to assist in transplanting the spirit plants and relocating 2 first-grade spiritual veins from the special storage bags. Chapter 95, New Market, Additional Update. Wang Xiangxiu presided over the clan, ensuring its operations continued smoothly. Recently, the 10,000 mountains had sent a plethora of resources, which brought a smile to her face. The spirit soil was scattered across various spiritual fields, and a significant number of spirit plants had been successfully transplanted by the spirit planters. These were all first-grade spirit plants, capable of yielding harvests in a year or two, and with some encouragement, they could grow even faster. Various miscellaneous treasures were deposited into the clan's treasury for members to exchange. Just as the matters concerning spirit plants were resolved, a large number of beast carcasses arrived, and the acrid scent filled the entire clan territory, startling many children who had recently entered the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Wang Nanan returned to the clan. All beast carcasses should be sent to the Qingfeng Mountains Spiritual Creek. I've arranged for personnel to handle them there. Do not bring any more to the clan. Look at the mess it's created, Wang Xiangxiu advised. Wang Nanan assured her that everything would proceed according to her directives. Moreover, You should have returned a few days earlier. The Minghai cultivation realm just took a batch of supplies, and they reported that sales there are quite good. Wang Xiangxiu expressed her mild frustration. With so many beast carcasses, they could provide excellent raw materials for sale, yielding quite a few spirit stones. I've been busy acquiring various supplies from the chi-refining families. I wanted to return sooner as well, but tasks must be completed step by step. Wang Nan scratched his head. Great-grandfather has opened up new markets. That is indeed a positive development. It seems we must hasten our pace. Let us proceed at a steady pace, prioritizing the safety of our clan members. The Minghai cultivation realm will stabilize in due course. Additionally, many cultivators from other realms have arrived via the teleportation array. Most are heading to the 10,000 mountains. So please exercise caution. Wang Xiangxiu warned. During her procurement of supplies from various chi-refining families, she encountered many unfamiliar cultivators, most of whom were quite formidable. You did not return merely to deliver these items, did you? Wang Xiangxiu queried. Wang Nan produced 2 special storage bags, explaining, I have mastered the legacy of the spiritual vein masters. This time, I relocated 2 first-grade spiritual veins from the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains to strengthen our clan's territory. Really? Wang Xiangxiu quickly glanced into the storage bags, sensing an abundance of spiritual energy. Wang Xiangxiu, he replied, you're not a spiritual vein master, so you cannot fully comprehend these matters. Once I complete the relocation of the spiritual veins, you will understand. However, where exactly should the spiritual veins be relocated? That decision is yours to make. Wang Xiangxiu carefully surveyed the Changshan mountain range, upon which the Wang clan's territory was situated. The second-grade spiritual veins were distributed according to the mountain range's orientation. Frankly, the Wang clan's territory was not small, and because of this, the spiritual energy was not particularly dense. It was scattered. Only near the second-grade spiritual veins could the concentration of spiritual energy support the second-tier spiritual fields. Although more spirit soil had been sent, it was merely a temporary solution that could not sustain for long. However, once other first-grade spiritual veins were incorporated, the situation would significantly improve, particularly with Wang Nan, a spiritual vein master, continuously relocating veins. The cumulative effect would transform the Wang clan. Let's place the 2 first-grade spiritual veins along the mountain range, prioritizing an enhancement of the spiritual energy concentration within our territory, followed by an increase in the number of second-grade spiritual fields. Wang Xiangxiu delineated the 2 areas for Wang Nan to utilize freely. Meanwhile, she hurried to the Liu clan to invite a few array masters to come and re-establish some formations for the Wang clan. The subsequent spiritual veins that would be relocated would not be few. Using formations to conceal them would be the best approach. Wang Nan surmised Wang Xiangxiu's intentions and did not impede her. Instead, he proceeded to the designated area to commence the relocation of the spiritual veins. The 2 first-grade spiritual veins connected with the second-grade veins, becoming part of them. After a period of nurturing, they might even assist in their ascent. The spiritual energy within the clan's territory slightly increased, which several clan members sensed, yet everyone remained preoccupied with their tasks and paid little attention. Wang Xiangxiu worked quickly, bringing in the array masters from the Liu clan. Their primary responsibility was to enhance the protective array of the Wang clan and add several concealment formations. The internal arrangements, however, required the clan members to handle personally. After a week, once everything concluded, Wang Nan adjusted the positions of the spiritual veins and remarked, we will continue to relocate spiritual veins in the future, necessitating prior planning. Is it possible to elevate a second-grade spiritual vein to a third-grade one? Wang Xiangxiu inquired eagerly. Wang Nan replied, I am merely a first-grade spiritual vein master. I can only elevate first-grade veins to second-grade. Moreover, a significant amount of spiritual materials is required, which the clan should prepare in advance. Wang Nan penned a list of necessary materials and handed it to Wang Xiangxiu, continuing, if several second-grade spiritual veins emerge within the clan, there is potential for them to rival third-grade veins, but the consumption is immense. I wonder if the clan can sustain that. Wang Xiangxiu glanced at the materials list, her heart racing at the prospect of the costs involved in elevating the spiritual veins. As many rare materials were needed, let it be. If it proves too challenging, we can simply fill the territory with first-grade veins. Wang Xiangxiu largely abandoned the ambition of upgrading the spiritual veins, recognizing that it was beyond the current capabilities of the Wang clan. Who else knows of your identity as a spiritual vein master? Perhaps those ghostly cultivators? That is reassuring. Wang Xiangxiu felt relieved. Despite Wang Nanan's recognition within the clan, in the outside world, he still bore the status of a fallen cultivator, nearly forgotten even by the leader of the Shenong sect. With matters resolved, Wang Nanan returned to the valley's spiritual vein, preparing to delve deeper into the 10,000 mountains. Along the way back, he indeed encountered many unfamiliar cultivators. Their techniques vastly diverse, many of which were entirely new to him. While we are frantically flooding into the Minghai cultivation realm, other cultivators are also pouring into our Tianyuan cultivation realm. Wang Nanan mused, altering his facial features and dispersing his foundational aura to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon returning to the valley's spiritual vein, Wang Nanan received notification that Wang Xianglong had been reassigned. The purpose is quite straightforward: to establish a small marketplace near the Amber Spirit Vein, not far from the Valley Spirit Vein, necessitating Wang Xianglong's presence. Both the Amber Spirit Vein and the Valley Spirit Vein are royal family spirit veins adjacent to the monster territory. With the influx of cultivators from the outside world, a marketplace for trade is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Consequently, the Wang family has collaborated with the Zhou and Lu families, along with several Qi refining clans, to jointly establish this new marketplace. By securing the entrance to the monster territory, the flow of people is bound to be substantial, particularly with numerous foreign cultivators who, lacking a foundation, can only seek refuge within the marketplace. To ensure the stability of this new marketplace, the three foundational families dispatched capable members to assert their dominance, intending to eliminate a few foreign cultivators to establish their authority. Chapter 96, Third Grade Alchemist. The Amber Spirit Vein features a spiritual lake, which the Wang family typically uses to raise spirit fish. Now transformed into a marketplace, it is arranged along the shores of the lake. The lake not only regulates humidity and temperature, but also provides an abundance of spirit fish for sale, effectively serving dual purposes. With the assistance of numerous mortal martial artists, various structures have sprung up, and many spirit fields have been cultivated for rental by loose cultivators. As the Amber Marketplace gradually took shape, an increasing number of cultivators chose to reside temporarily, even selling some resources. The gathering of numerous loose cultivators inevitably led to conflicts, with quarrels and fights becoming commonplace, resulting in damage to many buildings. In response, the Amber Marketplace promptly established a series of regulations, which were met with disdain by some loose cultivators, who began to brazenly trample upon the dignity of the three foundational families. Wang Xianglong, accompanied by elders from the other two families, swiftly confronted the ringleader among the troublesome loose cultivators, publicly executing a foundational cultivator to garner respect and attention. Of course, slaying a single troublemaker had limited impact, so Wang Xianglong employed severe measures against other raucous loose cultivators, even capturing a fleeing cultivator from the 10,000 mountains, bringing back their severed head. Displaying the corpses of all the troublemaking cultivators on wooden boards, he effectively restored order to the Amber Marketplace. Only the strong can establish the rules. Within one of the buildings, Wang Xianglong, somewhat disdainful, mused that although he remained trapped in the Qi refining stage, he had long since reached the advanced layers of Qi refining. Ordinary foundational cultivators could hardly be his match. Moreover, few were privy to the secret of his profound Qi refining prowess. The cultivators from the Zhou and Lu families held Wang Xianglong in high regard. What began as a collaborative effort towards the Amber Marketplace had now firmly positioned the Wang family at the helm. Managing the situation had become significantly easier. Wang Xianglong cheerfully inquired. The three foundational families were responsible for guarding the area, while the specific management was delegated to various Qi refining clans. Elder Wang, it's certainly much easier now. These outsiders must be kept in line, an elder from a Qi refining clan replied, feeling fortunate to partake in the marketplace's management, as it provided a means of earning spirit stones. Then let us conduct ourselves according to the established rules, Wang Xianglong advised. The Amber Spirit Vein, while not large, could accommodate only a limited number of cultivators for short stays, failing to meet the daily needs of the burgeoning loose cultivator population. Thus, the three foundational families contemplated the construction of a new marketplace to alleviate the pressure. The Amber Marketplace served merely as a prototype. If successful, it could be rapidly replicated, including the management experience. On Fire Phoenix Island, the Liu family members responsible for transporting goods had just delivered storage bags to the three families when a significant piece of news arrived. Surrounding the three islands owned by the Giant Whale Merchants Association, a host of monsters had become active, not due to an attack, but rather because they had long inhabited the vicinity. According to reliable sources, an unwise cultivator had discarded a large quantity of discarded pills into the sea, provoking the local monsters to consume them. Among those pills were many waste pills, including those of the chun variety, which, upon dissolving in the seawater, had activated the monster's instincts, rendering them exceptionally agitated. Now, with so many monsters glowing red with excitement, any living being they encountered would be dragged beneath the waves for their amusement, resulting in numerous cultivators falling victim. The remaining cultivators took refuge within the protective formations of the islands, reluctant to venture out. How many pills must have been involved to provoke such consequences? Wang Nanjun mused, finding it hard to fathom. The vast ocean could easily dilute hundreds of pills. Yet now the waters were swarming with frenzied monsters, a truly terrifying sight. I heard it was a third-grade alchemist's waste pills from about a century ago that were carelessly discarded into the nearby waters, Wang Ming'ai replied, equally baffled. Among these were indeed third-tier waste pills, and their combined effect were extraordinary, while the sheer quantity was unimaginable. The third-grade alchemist, a loose cultivator, had already been apprehended by the Giant Whale Merchants Association, and how he would be dealt with remained uncertain. For now, it was best to avoid contact with the nearby islands and prioritize their own safety. Wang Ming'ai commanded, instructing everyone to steer clear of the island's edges and remain safely ensconced within their shops. The agitated monsters occasionally assailed the island's protective formations. Furthermore, until the pills within the monsters' bodies were fully expended, they would remain exceedingly restless. Even if slain, the corpses would be of no use, as no one would desire to be afflicted with such heat. Is this truly a third-grade alchemist? Why would he concoct so many of those pills? And how could he accumulate such a vast quantity of waste pills? Surely he can't be that incompetent? Wang Nanjun scoffed, albeit merely in jest. They dared not confront the third-grade alchemist, even though he was now in the clutches of the Giant Whale Merchants Association. He was far beyond the reach of mere chi refiners. A third-grade alchemist is akin to a golden core cultivator, and as a loose cultivator, he would act without restraint. Were it not for the Giant Whale Merchants Association possessing a nascent soul powerhouse, he would undoubtedly challenge them. This incident stirred quite a commotion, intensifying the already bustling atmosphere within Fire Phoenix Island, as countless cultivators flocked to the island's edges to observe the frenzied monsters, taking delight in the spectacle. Fortunately, the situation did not persist for long. The Giant Whale Merchants Association devised a solution, luring the monsters to more distant waters for gradual release. The monsters' revelry came to an end, and the Giant Whale Merchants Association scoured the ocean for the cultivators who had been dragged underwater, only to find them in a state unrecognizable as human. Numerous shops were replenished, as the clan leader had prepared extensively. Within the shops, Wang Ming'ai examined the storage bags brought over by the Liu family members, primarily containing talismans, with pills and puppets as supplementary items, merchandise that was in high demand. Here are the goods. Set them up on the shelves in due course, Wang Nanjun instructed. Curiously, she asked, given the recent embarrassment faced by the Giant Whale Merchants Association, what will become of that third-grade alchemist? He has been imprisoned by the Giant Whale Merchants Association, stripped of his freedom. He will likely spend the rest of his life crafting pills for them. Fortunately, as a third-grade alchemist, he retains some value. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face death. Wang Ming'ai replied, noting that unless he could break through to the nascent soul stage, his fate would remain unchanged. Is there no one to rescue him? As an alchemist, surely he must have some acquaintances. The issue is, who would dare offend the Giant Whale Merchants Association? There are still a few forces in the undersea cultivation realm that rival the Giant Whale Merchants Association, but these forces are not familiar with this third-grade alchemist. When it comes to unknown interests, these forces are exceedingly cautious, Wang Ming'ai elucidated. The distribution of power within the undersea cultivation realm is now somewhat known. As information spreads rapidly in prosperous trading locations, life gradually returned to normal, and the sales within the shops began to decline, settling into a stable pattern. Chapter 97. The Third Stage, Inhuai Tree. Another decade passed, and exchanges between the two cultivation realms had become commonplace. The resources possessed by both sides were well understood, losing their novelty. In the undersea cultivation realm, on Fire Phoenix Island, the 10 years of management had allowed the Wang, Zhou, and Liu families to earn a fair share of spirit stones. The shops they had previously rented together were no longer in use. Instead, each family had independently secured new leases. The Wang family shop was not far from its previous location, merely a tad closer to the center. The number of clan members managing the shop had increased to 20, still led by Wang Mingai. Great-grandfather, have the items been procured? Upon the return of Wang Mingai, both Wang Nanjun and Wang Nanjun hurriedly inquired. For the items to be auctioned, they had saved spirit stones for several years, anxious about their sufficiency, and even their family had contributed tens of thousands of spirit stones as a precaution. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Wang Mingai's eyes were filled with hope. This auction, organized by the Whale Merchants Guild, featured a genuine breaking golden core, attracting numerous cultivators eager to seize it. Yet it ultimately fell into the hands of the Wang family. You all guard the shop well. I must leave for a while, Wang Mingai advised. Though he did not specify his destination, but everyone had their speculations. He quietly departed for the Qinglong Island. Although Qinglong Island served as the headquarters of the Whale Merchants Guild, generally prohibiting outsiders, exceptions could be made. With prior application to the guild, one could rent a spirit-rich cave on Qinglong Island for breakthroughs. The cave was protected by formations, ensuring that even the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation would pose no threat. Moreover, the surrounding sea was deemed most suitable for breakthroughs. Once Wang Mingai entered seclusion, the Whale Merchants Guild dispatched guards outside. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, he would be invited to join the guild as a revered member. If he failed, it would be inconsequential, as he had already paid with spirit stones. The Wang family territory was saturated with dense spiritual energy, yet remained undisclosed to the outside world. The reason for this was Wang Nanan's relocation of 21st-grade spirit veins over the past decade, ensuring the territory was rich in spiritual energy, greatly enhancing the cultivation of its members. Furthermore, the Inhai tree in the valley underwent a transformation. Observing the increasingly towering Inhai tree, which exuded a subtle pressure, Wang Nanan realized that it had reached the third tier of spiritual plants. This advancement endowed the innate beings and master martial artists devoid of spiritual awareness with their own consciousness, resembling their former selves. Other ghostly cultivators also benefited, elevating their realms. Wang Mingzhu reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, while Wang Xiangtan and others hovered around layers 7 to 1. Moreover, the ghostly cultivators could now retain their strength from a greater distance, significantly enhancing their capabilities. Congratulations to all esteemed elders on your newfound strength. Wang Nanan promptly offered his congratulations. The Wang family's clandestine augmentation of power was undoubtedly advantageous, allowing them deeper access into the 10,000 Great Mountains. With a greater number of mundane ghost cultivators, they could now operate as puppets, assisting rather than merely being decorative as before. This rapid ascent to third-tier spiritual plants was thanks to the regular sacrifices made to the Inhai tree. Otherwise, such progress would have been unattainable. Wang Mingzhu wore a broad smile. With increased strength, her form became more solid, enabling her to unleash greater power. The other ghost cultivators also beamed, relishing the exhilarating sensation brought by the Inhai tree. At that moment, Wang Xiangxiu approached, presenting a batch of pills. These are elixirs obtained from the undersea realm that aid in spiritual awareness cultivation. Let us distribute them. Perhaps they will be beneficial. Everyone each took one, placing it in their mouths. The pills instantly vaporized, merging into the bodies of the ghost cultivators. Observing everyone sitting in meditation, Wang Xiangxiu felt a surge of relief. Over the past decade, the clan had managed to advance steadily, utilizing a wealth of resources acquired from the 10,000 Great Mountains, which were sold through the undersea realm, garnering a substantial number of spirit stones while also aiding the Grand Elder in acquiring a breaking golden core. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, the family would establish a firm foothold in the undersea realm, allowing for dual development and a safety net for the Wang family. Of course, the clan territory could not be neglected. The formidable influence of the Inhai tree was sufficient for the Wang family to tenaciously defend their stronghold. And, do you feel a breakthrough to the golden core stage approaching? Wang Xiangxiu inquired. Gradually opening her eyes, Wang Mingzhu shook her head, stating, to continue my breakthrough, I fear I must cultivate for some more time. I am still quite distant from the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Wang Xiangxiu turned her attention back to Wang Nannan, asking, "How many puppets remain?" "Over 100. In recent years, I have taken on 2 apprentices, and they have managed to craft a few," Wang Nannan responded. "Bring them all out. Change their appearances, letting these mundane ghost cultivators operate them. Place them to mundane cities for protection and swap others back." "Huh? I had intended to take them to the 10,000 Great Mountains." "What use is that? We have plenty of elders already. Moreover, these mundane ghost cultivators lack combat experience against cultivators or beasts, making them unreliable. It is better to assign them new identities in the mundane cities." Fine, Wing conceded. The mundane cities were not entirely peaceful, yet with the puppet Shi cultivation strength, maintaining order would be no issue. After arranging the mundane ghost cultivators, Wang Xiangxiu then pulled Wang Nannan aside, saying, "The clan territory lacks spirit veins now. The subsequent relocated veins should be sent to the Qingfeng mountain range. Additionally, I plan to commence mining the veins discovered in the 10,000 Great Mountains over the years. There are too many beasts over there. They keep replenishing. It could be dangerous to mine," Wang Nannan cautioned. Over the past decade, Wang Nannan and others had traversed many regions surrounding the 10,000 Great Mountains, discovering numerous spirit mines, both large and small, with varying degrees of danger. However, the necessity to mine was pressing, as the clan was in urgent need of spirit stones. Wang Nannan understood this well. Most of the spirit stones accumulated by the clan had been used to procure breaking golden cores. To maintain operations, they could hardly afford to wait any longer. If mining was essential, deploying puppets would minimize unnecessary casualties. That is precisely my intention. First, clear out a batch of surrounding beasts, then send in the puppets to mine, while simultaneously transporting the resources back to reduce losses, Wang Xiangxiu continued. In relatively safe and concealed locations, we can consider setting up formations for long-term stationing. You all will need to take responsibility for this matter. Having been active in the 10,000 Great Mountains for years, you're familiar with the terrain and the beasts, and you know some cultivators as well. Wang Nannan contemplated for a long while before accepting the task. The 10,000 Great Mountains were a treasure trove. Even its periphery held many mines, some of which were exploitable. Albeit they were primarily first-tier spirit materials, their value was not high, yet their abundance could be exceedingly beneficial for the family. Chapter 98. Foundation Establishment Layer 3. 8 decade had allowed Wang Nannan to accumulate a lifespan of 4,221 years, a substantial amount that brought him immense satisfaction. The long-stagnant withered wood-reviving Spring Sutra, 2nd layer, could finally be advanced. The journey from novice to proficiency consumed a staggering 4,000 years of lifespan, leaving him once again at the brink. Wang Nannan felt quite helpless. At this pace, his ability to progress was increasingly hindered. Yet, fortunately, the arduous cultivation over the years, combined with the enhancement of the withered wood-reviving Spring Sutra, propelled Wang Nannan's realm from the 1st layer of foundation establishment to the 3rd. The strengthening of his power brought forth greater confidence, and after exuding his aura, he concealed himself once more. Returning to the Guoling spirit vein to visit Lu Qingqing, he found that she had already reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, assisting Wang Xiangxiu with the various resources that had been sent back, while her own cultivation did not lag behind. All that remained was for her to finally hone her realm, and with foundation establishment pills, she could attempt to break through. Wang Nannan began refining a batch of foundation establishment beast inner cores he had amassed, leaving 10 for Lu Qingqing, while handing the rest to the clan. "Do you think my aptitude is so poor that I require 10 foundation establishment pills?" Lu Qingqing replied, displeased. "The rest are for the children." Wang Nannan took Lu Qingqing's hand. Both were now in their 60s, yet appeared as youthful as individuals in their 20s. Particularly Lu Qingqing. If she could not break through to a foundation establishment cultivator in these 2 years, the future would be even more challenging. "Rest assured, I will definitely break through this year. In a few days, I will ask the clan leader for leave and then enter seclusion," Lu Qingqing whispered, fully aware of her own situation. Her physical condition had begun to decline, and her efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy had slowed. Time was of the essence. After spending a few days with Lu Qingqing, Wang Nannan resumed his busy schedule, not wishing to disturb his children, who were all thriving. The extraction of the mineral veins was arranged swiftly, primarily due to the overall enhancement of the ghostly cultivators, who, accompanied by numerous puppets from their clan's treasury, attempted to commence mining. Given that this was an area inhabited by demon beasts, they could not proceed too ostentatiously, lest they fall victim to peril. After various attempts, the group summarized several key insights. In places frequented by demon beasts, one must contend with enemies, spiritual veins, water sources, food, opportunities, and mates. Failing to address any of these means one can only bind the demon beasts. In response, the group began to formulate a plan. It was relatively straightforward to ensure that the demon beasts were dissuaded from approaching the mineral veins in question. To address the issue of spiritual energy, Wang Nanan relocated all surrounding spiritual veins, transforming the vicinity of the mineral veins into an area devoid of spiritual energy, if necessary. He could arrange formations to enhance this effect. The issues of enemies, water sources, food, mates, and opportunities were meticulously managed by the Wang family, who scoured the area clean, leaving no trace or scent behind. Even the puppets responsible for the mining were inscribed with concealment formations to diminish their presence. As a result of these comprehensive measures, the mineral vein closest to the outside world was successfully mined, yielding a steady stream of spiritual materials. With the mining issue resolved, Wang Nanan once again led the group into the 10,000 Great Mountains to gather spiritual materials. Over the years, the number of cultivators venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains had increased significantly, rivaling that of the demon beasts. Wang Xiangtan expressed his frustration, unsure of who had leaked the news about the 10,000 Great Mountains, leading to an influx of external cultivators. Despite the inherent dangers, entering the 10,000 Great Mountains was evidently more rewarding than traversing the vast seas. Would those mineral veins be impacted? We have marked them and stationed clan members to provide support at any moment. Wang Mingzhu waved her hand. These matters had already been anticipated. Bypassing the areas ravaged by cultivators, the group delved deeper into the mountains, where the demon beasts were stronger, but the number of cultivators was fewer. Within the clan grounds, Wang Xiangxiu was instructing the children. As the number of cultivators within the clan increased, so too did the number of children with spiritual roots. Particularly as children from different surnames grew up and married numerous Wang family mortals, expanding the lineage of those with Wang blood. Coupled with the growth of cultivators over the years, the Wang family no longer faced the same personnel constraints. After all, talent breeds talent. The emergence of clan members skilled in various cultivation arts is essential for the family's development. Even with the influx of spiritual materials from the 10,000 Great Mountains, they could now be refined into various elixirs and talismans, subsequently sold in the undersea cultivation realm. The connections with other families had also strengthened significantly, with extensive collaborations maintaining relationships. Some chi-refining families had even arranged marriages between their mortals and Wang family mortals to solidify ties. The underlying reason for this was the profits derived from goods sold in the undersea cultivation realm, which catered to the appetites of most cultivators. Wang Xiangxiu did not refuse. After all, the Wang family was numerous, and if they sought marriage alliances, she would consent, gradually undermining these chi-refining families. Decades, or even centuries later, those families would have to bear the Wang surname. It seems necessary to devise a means to acquire some inheritances or techniques. Wang Xiangxiu sought to fill the gaps. Over the years, she had paused certain activities to gather spirit stones to purchase a broken golden core for Wang Ming'ai, but now those matters could be prioritized. This included acquiring inheritances and techniques. The Wang family's previous inheritances and techniques had originated from the Shenong sect, but now the three major golden core sects had ceased the exchange of inheritances, which caused considerable distress for the Wang family. To address this, Wang Xiangxiu instructed clan members to gather information on this front within the undersea cultivation realm, and the results were promising. The Whale Merchant Association's offerings were exceedingly diverse, including a plethora of techniques and inheritances that the Wang family had long coveted, and they could now begin to acquire them gradually. Most importantly, the Whale Merchant Association's inheritances and techniques could reach the third-tier level, sufficient for golden core cultivators. The specific prices had been inquired about, and all that remained was to accumulate spirit stones for purchase. Before long, the clan members responsible for transporting goods between the two cultivation realms returned. reporting that the clan leader and the elder had entered the Qinglong Island to begin seclusion. However, some cultivators from the Whale Merchant Association were guarding the elder's retreat. Wang Xiangxiu waved her hand dismissively. The Whale Merchant Association had an excellent reputation, and many cultivators aiming to break through to the Golden Core often chose to enter Qinglong Island for seclusion without incident, a fact she had heard before. Now that the Whale Merchant Association was stationed before Wang Mingai's retreat, it was highly likely they sought to recruit him as a guest elder or patron to serve the association, which presented a troublesome situation. Wang Xiangxiu lamented that the Wang family was affiliated with the Shenong sect. If Wang Mingai were to successfully break through, he could not join the Whale Merchant Association, for that would constitute a betrayal of the Shenong sect, leading to dire consequences for the Wang family. Even if Wang Mingai achieved the Golden Core, he would be unable to return through the teleportation formation, complicating matters for the clan. The current Wang family was no match for the Shenong sect. I will write a letter. You will take it back with the goods, and when the elder emerges from seclusion, deliver it to him personally. Chapter 99. Separation. Thunder roared, lightning striking down upon a cultivator, who, despite being engulfed in smoke and soot, bore no injuries. It was only when the dark clouds dispersed and the thunder ceased that the cultivator gently descended to the ground. Congratulations, Taoist Wang, on your breakthrough to the Golden Core. A middle-aged man with a mustache deactivated the formation and approached Wang Mingai. Upon closer inspection, Wang Mingai recognized him as a Golden Core cultivator from the Whale Merchant Association. Known as the real person of the Azure Sea, a master of water-based techniques who typically presided over Fire Phoenix Island and was its de facto leader. Wang Mingai had specifically researched the nearby powerful figures to avoid offending any. My apologies, real person of the Azure Sea, Wang Mingai said courteously. Now that you're a Golden Core, we are all Taoist friends. The real person of the Azure Sea took Wang Mingai by the arm and led him away from the cave. What are your plans moving forward, Taoist Wang? Wang Mingai raised an eyebrow, understanding the other's intentions. Naturally, it involved continuing to sell goods. There were many clansmen to support. Wang Mingai feigned a sigh. The real person of the Azure Sea smiled faintly and said, I happen to have a proposition that could ensure a better life for you and your family. I wonder if you would consider it. Please, speak plainly, real person of the Azure Sea. I am acting on the President's orders to invite you to become a patron of the Whale Merchant Association, along with the protection of your entire family. As for the benefits, you need not worry about that. The real person of the Azure Sea was straightforward, as there was no point in beating around the bush with cultivators of their rank. We kindly ask for your consideration, especially since the Wang family was previously affiliated with the Shenong sect, which is also a Golden Core sect. Wang Mingai declined, explaining that he could not return through the teleportation formation, thereby failing to pose a threat to the Shenong sect. If he angered them, the clan would be in peril. This was a frustrating predicament. Had Wang Mingai advanced to the Golden Core within the clan grounds, the Wang family could have confidently distanced themselves from the Shenong sect. But alas, that was merely a hypothetical. The Whale Merchant Association had evidently researched the Wang family situation, and the real person of the Azure Sea seemed to grant him some time to contemplate. Upon returning to his shop, Wang Mingai received Wang Xiangxiu's letter and fell into thought. Nanjun, Nanwan, you two must return to the clan grounds at once. Everything else will follow the clan leader's arrangements. Wang Mingai did not wait for the two to protest, providing them with travel expenses and sending them out from the shop. Wang Nanjun and Wang Nanwan were puzzled but complied, swiftly returning to the clan grounds to meet Wang Xiangxiu. Within the clan, Wang Xiangxiu had already made preparations, with hundreds of storage bags and numerous clansmen and their immediate families. Wang Nanjun and his companion were bewildered. These clansmen were all relatives working in the undersea cultivation realm. What were they doing? Wang Xiangxiu did not elaborate but hurried everyone away. Once they departed, she began angrily reprimanding the clan members heading to the undersea cultivation realm, accusing them of forgetting their ancestors and being unfilial. Now that they had a Golden Core expert stationed, they audaciously forced a division. Regardless of the truth, she vented her frustrations loudly, her voice echoing throughout the clan grounds. The news spread rapidly, and the surrounding factions were soon aware, with many cultivators mocking the illustrious Wang family for choosing this moment to divide. They also learned about the breakthrough of an elder from the Wang family into the Golden Core stage within the Underworld Seas cultivation realm. The Shenong sect dispatched a foundational elder to investigate. and Wang Xiangxiu merely responded that her refusal to relocate to the underworld sea and her disagreements with the Grand Elder led to the eventual separation of the family. The Wang family was split into two, vowing never to reconnect. Observing Wang Xiangxiu's vehement outburst, the Shenong Elder returned to report. Initially, the breakthrough of Wang Ming AI into the Golden Core stage had raised concerns for the Shenong sect, but the sudden turn of events seemed fortuitous. Naturally, the sect did not rely solely on one-sided accounts. They not only sent elders to inquire about the situation in the underworld sea, but also kept a close watch on the Wang family's ancestral grounds. Wang Xiangxiu ordered the ancestral land to be sealed off, forbidding visitors. In contrast, the underworld sea was bustling with activity. Following Wang Ming AI's successful breakthrough, numerous families and sects came to congratulate him, including even those unfamiliar to him. Wang Ming AI was overwhelmed, receiving gifts in abundance, but managed to handle all. When Wang Nan and her companions returned with many clan members, Wang Ming AI commanded that accommodations be arranged for them. Great-grandfather, what is happening? The two were still in a state of confusion, feeling somewhat dejected after being inexplicably expelled. You need not return. We have separated, Wang Ming AI reassured them. I have agreed to join the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce as its esteemed patron, and our branch of the Wang family will now live under its protection. The chamber has provided us with an island possessing a second-grade spiritual vein, and you shall lead the clan members there tomorrow to settle in. What? The two could hardly believe the sudden separation. Focus on your cultivation. In due time, you will understand why. Wang Ming AI did not elaborate. By the way, if you wish to join the Great Whale Chamber, arrangements can be made. The two did not listen further, their spirits dampened. Upon conveying the news to the accompanying clan members, chaos ensued. Silence. We cannot return, Wang Nanwan shouted. They had no decision-making power in these matters and were left to be dictated. Great-grandfather mentioned that the Great Whale Chamber has granted us an island with a second-grade spiritual vein. This will be our new ancestral land. Rest well today. We shall begin a new life. The group exchanged glances, realizing that everything had been settled before their expulsion, leaving them no room for change. Fortunately, they still had a place to call home. Coconut Island, spanning over 10 square kilometers, was adorned with first-grade spiritual coconut trees, abundant in spiritual fruit. Such a vast island was more than sufficient for the Wang family to thrive and develop. Upon arriving, Wang Nan found the island surrounded by second-grade formations for its protection, and the interior had already been constructed with houses, contrary to their initial fears of desolation. This is our new home, Wang Nan remarked. Coconut Island was not far from Fire Phoenix Island. A chi refining cultivator could reach it in a day via a spiritual vessel, placing it under the jurisdiction of the Great Whale Chamber. The clan members eagerly set foot on the island, surveying their new territory. The rich spiritual energy and fertile soil made it a promising locale. The group was quite satisfied, as it was more than adequate for their livelihood. Moving forward, it would be up to everyone to transform Coconut Island into their desired habitat, developing spiritual fields, beast pens, and medicinal plots while also establishing their own caves. Those who preferred not to reside in caves could occupy the existing houses. Chapter 100. Changes in the Golden Finger in the Vast Mountain Range. Wang Nanan stared at his information panel, sensing something amiss. The increase in his lifespan seemed altered. Previously, his lifespan extended by 1 year for each day the family existed. But in the past 2 days, it had increased by 2 years daily. Gazing at the blazing sun, he wondered if the summer heat had clouded his judgment. Surely not. As a foundational cultivator, such temperatures couldn't even make him sweat. Could something have happened within the family? Wang Nanan felt a surge of unease. However, the sudden change in his golden finger made him restless. After a long wait, familiar text appeared before him. The family has successfully divided, and the rules governing lifespan growth have changed. For every existing family, 1 year of lifespan is added for each day. Current families, 2, daily lifespan increase, 2 years. What does this mean? Wang Nanan tapped his head. The information from the golden finger should be accurate. Yet why had the division occurred without reason? This was irrational. Moreover, such significant news had not been communicated to everyone. Most importantly, if the family truly had split and lifespan increases correlated with the number of families, could it mean? Wang Nanan's mind was in turmoil, but the golden finger provided further guidance, establishing separation rules. 1. Only one family of the same bloodline may exist in each cultivation realm. 2. There must be enough members to ensure survival. 3. The family must possess land and corresponding lineage to ensure self-protection. 4. Divisions cannot occur frequently, with a minimum interval of 50 years between each. So, my meticulously planned strategy has been thwarted. Wang Nanan fumed. This golden finger was indeed relentless. However, these reminders made him realize that perhaps great-grandfather had led some clan members to establish independence in the underworld sea. Had he successfully broken through? Wang Nanan suddenly thought. Only if great-grandfather had achieved a breakthrough and wished to avoid the Shenong sect scrutiny would he consider separation. Second great-aunt, has there been any news from the family recently? Wang Nanan inquired, as they rested at a mining site, free from the threat of beast attacks. None, Wang Mingzhu replied, though she felt a sense of foreboding, as if something significant had transpired. Wang Nanan remained silent. The changes in the golden finger had yet to be confirmed. Although he suspected they were quite close to the truth, seeing it with his own eyes would be best. The scorching wind rustled the leaves, as everyone awaited the puppets to fill the storage bags, preparing to return to the valley's spiritual vein. To verify the situation, Wang Nanan made a trip back to the ancestral grounds, discovering that many clan members were indeed missing. Cousin, have we separated? Along the way, Wang Nanan overheard numerous rumors regarding their family. Your great-grandfather has successfully broken through to the Golden Core stage and joined the Great Whale Chamber, Wang Xiangxiu succinctly explained, clarifying the sealed ancestral grounds and the absence of visitors, recalling the suspicious cultivators lurking outside the ancestral grounds. He surmised they were sent by the Shenong sect to surveil them. Fortuitously, his movements had been discreet. Otherwise, it could have led to trouble. Even if we wished to develop in the underworld sea, it would be impossible. The Henceforth tree cannot be transplanted, as the family had previously tried and failed. Furthermore, a foundational family relocating would not be sanctioned by the Shenong sect. Separation seemed the only viable option. I understand these matters, but how will we sell the resources moving forward? Wang Nanan inquired, recognizing this as a crucial issue. The family could not cease the influx of spiritual stones. I have negotiated with the Zhou and Wang families to sell to them at a 20% reduced price, Wang Xiangxiu replied. Wang Nanan frowned, feeling it was somewhat of a loss. Yet, given the current circumstances, there was little choice. Can they handle it? Absolutely. Pills, talismans. What isn't consumable? The supply is endless, and we need not worry about sales. Wang Xiangxiu reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. This alleviated Wang Nanan's concerns considerably. With great-grandfather leading a portion of the clan to separate, some powerful members had indeed been lost, and the Wang family was now in a vulnerable position. Vigilance was essential. Should we pause operations in the vast mountain range and prioritize protecting the ancestral grounds and spiritual veins, especially in the marketplace, where the news of the separation is causing quite a stir? It is likely some rogue cultivators will create trouble. Wang Nanan expressed his worries, knowing that rogues would seize any opportunity for resources. A brief pause may be necessary, yet it should not be prolonged. After all, an agreement has been established with the Wang and Lu families, necessitating the supply of goods. Wang Xiangxiu pondered for a moment and then stated, you should lead the members of the ghost cult to surreptitiously infiltrate various spiritual veins and markets, collaborating with Wang Xianglong to eliminate a faction of troublesome rogue cultivators. As a warning to others, when you strike, do so with great fanfare, ensuring that everyone is aware. This will serve to intimidate the rogue cultivators. While I may be unfamiliar with the tactics, your kin are well-versed in them. Wang Nanan smiled and departed, promptly returning to the valley's spiritual vein to commence preparations. The news of the family division spread widely, leaving many in disbelief, until Wang Nanan reassured them multiple times, allowing them to accept the reality. Although there was confusion and some resentment, they chose to endure for the sake of the Wang family's continued development. The amber market, being the first established and a hallmark of the industry, would undoubtedly become a hotspot for rogue cultivators' disturbances, Wang Mingzhu analyzed. In recent years, with the success of the amber market, the Wang, Zhou, and Lu families had gradually set up 7 more markets, creating a network of interconnected bazaars. With the increase in spiritual stones earned, many covetous eyes had turned towards them, particularly those from the 3 major Golden Core sections. Fortunately, the Shenong sect had managed to shield the Hundred Flowers Valley and the Qingfeng sect, alleviating some of the pressure. However, The Shinong sect could not be easily deceived, ultimately demanding a share of the profits, while promising that the other two golden core sects would not interfere. Will the Shinong sect not lend us assistance? They have their interests here as well, Wang Shantan remarked. The Shinong sect receives a fixed portion of spiritual stones each year, regardless of whether they earn or not, and they are indifferent to the disturbances occurring. Moreover, over the years, the Wang family had amassed considerable wealth, which could be hidden from other forces, but not from the Shinong sect. This resulted in the Shinong sect being eager for the Wang family's decline to strengthen their control. How could they possibly assist us? Not causing trouble would be a blessing, Wang Mingzhu replied, her age granting her deeper insights into the Shinong sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanan began to devise a plan. The news of the Wang family's division had spread widely, stirring many rogue cultivators into action. The clan intended to seize this opportunity to re-establish their authority and let the outsiders recognize who truly held power here. Wang Nanan explained to everyone that the next step would involve placing the elders in various spiritual veins and markets, ready to strike with decisive measures when necessary, instilling a sense of caution in those rash rogue cultivators. Chapter 101. The Wang family of Coconut Island construction on Coconut Island was progressing rapidly, with Wang Nanjun leading a series of transformations. The daily provisions required were specially delivered by the giant whale chamber of commerce, as part of Wang Ming AI's recruitment benefits. Xiangxiu had made ample preparations. Upon arriving at Coconut Island, Wang Ming AI observed the bustling activity with a sweep of his consciousness, absorbing all details. In addition to the clan members assisting at the Fire Phoenix Island shop, their direct relatives and a few collateral family members had also been brought along. Among them were over 30 cultivators, while the rest were mortals, totaling over 100 individuals, resulting in significant transportation costs. However, even with just over 30 cultivators, their skills in various aspects of cultivation were quite comprehensive, including spirit planting, talismans, alchemy, formations, beast taming, insect manipulation, and puppet mastery, which Wang Xiangxiu had painstakingly prepared. The storage bags brought along were also diverse and filled with urgently needed items, including numerous copies of techniques and lineages. Great-grandfather, you have returned, Wang Nanjun greeted warmly. Nanjun, you shall become the head of our branch of the Wang family from now on. This proclamation struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Wang Nanjun momentarily speechless. I fear I may not perform well, he expressed his concerns. Although he had risen to the management level of the family, the responsibilities of the head were daunting, and being thrust into such a role left him feeling apprehensive. There's no right or wrong in this. Simply consider the family as welfare. Look at Wang Xiangxiu. Did she not rise in the same manner? Wang Ming AI encouraged. I will be serving as a patron of the giant whale chamber of commerce, undertaking various tasks, which means I cannot remain within the family at all times. Thus, it is imperative for you to lead our family. Wang Ming AI concluded, noting that of the 30 cultivators, Wang Nanjun was indeed the most suitable, as the others fell short. With a firm declaration, Wang Ming AI confirmed the decision and announced it publicly. Although Wang Nanjun assumed his role somewhat reluctantly, he adapted swiftly, much to Wang Ming AI's satisfaction. Nevertheless, to ensure Coconut Island's safety, Wang Ming AI made additional preparations. Utilizing his considerable magical prowess, he transported 4 small islands to positions 10 kilometers northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest of Coconut Island, inviting a third-tier formation master from the giant whale chamber of commerce to establish a protective formation around Coconut Island, with cost deducted from his remuneration, thereby endowing Coconut Island with genuine self-defense capabilities. It is essential to note that Coconut Island remains under the actual jurisdiction of the giant whale chamber of commerce, with occasional appearances of foundation-building beasts in the vicinity, yet the presence of golden core beasts is unlikely. A third-tier protective formation would enable the clan members to live in peace. Internal formations would be arranged by the clan members themselves, and the waters between the small islands and Coconut Island could also be utilized for breeding spiritual fish. Great-grandfather, the cost for this third-tier protective formation must be substantial. Wang Nanjun inquired cautiously, concerned about burdening Wang Ming AI. After all, the previous arrangement for the 3 major golden core sex teleportation formations had taken over a decade and incurred considerable expenses. Now, the protective formation was completed in just over a month. For you, it may indeed be costly, but I am a golden core cultivator, and the price of this third-tier protective formation is comparable to that of a foundation-building pill for cheer-refining cultivators, Wang Ming AI reassured him. Wang Nanjun sighed in relief. Although still expensive, it was not outrageous, and, after a few years of saving, repayment should be feasible. Do not worry about these matters. Coconut Island is now secure. Focus on future developments. Wang Nanjun nodded, having already contemplated this. With the provisions from the giant whale chamber of commerce, combined with those brought from the clan territory, they could barely support the clan members for about a year. This year was crucial. If they could not achieve self-sufficiency, the future of Coconut Island would be bleak. Currently, they lacked spiritual seeds, but arrangements had been made for spirit planters to cultivate them. They were not short of spiritual rice and some spiritual herbs, but they lacked spiritual beasts and certain spiritual materials, particularly spiritual fish. Given the vast expanse of the sea, it would be a shame not to cultivate spiritual fish, Wang Nanjun remarked, noting that he did not possess enough spiritual stones to purchase them from the giant whale chamber of commerce. In the next few days, I will return to the giant whale chamber of commerce to undertake tasks while also advancing a portion of spiritual stones to procure necessary spiritual items for the family. However, from that point on, you will need to devise your own strategies, as I must also focus on my cultivation and cannot dedicate all my efforts to the family, Wang Ming AI advised, emphasizing that reliance on his support alone would not suffice for the family's growth. Unity among the clan members was essential. After Wang Ming AI departed, a few days later, the giant whale chamber of commerce delivered a batch of provisions. Upon inspection, Wang Nanjun found all the necessary startup funds and immediately arranged for the clan members to transport them back to the clan treasury, while also placing the spiritual fish into the pre-prepared ponds. Coconut Island had thus entered a phase of stability, with the clan members settled in. Meanwhile, at the Fire Phoenix Island shop, Wang Nanjun remained as the sole guardian. The shop was essentially closed due to a lack of goods. However, Wang Nanjun did not remain idle. Her father, Kong Kai, was a brewer, and she had naturally inherited this skill. She invested her own money to purchase some spiritual fruits and rice, beginning the brewing of spiritual wine. Furthermore, with her passion for cooking and mastery of the first-tier spiritual chef lineage, she decided to transform the shop into a tavern, reopening for business. Although managing alone proved to be exceptionally challenging, Wang Nanjun persevered through the most difficult initial stages. Once the spiritual wine was brewed, the culinary offerings gradually gained renown, attracting customers to the tavern. Fortunately, with affairs on Coconut Island settling into a routine, Wang Nanjun sent 2 clan members to assist Wang Nanjun. The 2 individuals are a pair of Dao companions. The male cultivator, Wang Nanping, ranks 17th among his peers, hailing from Immortal City. He possesses the 3 elemental roots of water, fire, and earth, and is a skilled puppet master. The female cultivator, Chiu Yi, is a child of an unrelated family chosen by the Wang clan, endowed with the 4 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, and fire, and serves as a spiritual chef. Their arrival has greatly alleviated Wang Nanjun's burdens, particularly in the preparation of spiritual meals, which he has entrusted entirely to Chiu Yi. This time, Wang Nanping brought several puppets that can function as assistants. He remarked that these were crafted in his spare time and had remained in his storage bag. Though their combat capabilities are not formidable, they're perfectly suitable for mundane tasks. Cousin, the clan leader has asked me to convey that since the tavern is now operational, it should be sustained. The necessary spiritual items will be provided by the family later on. Your contributions thus far have been recorded and can be redeemed for resources at any time, Wang Nanping relayed. The family rules of the Wang clan on Coconut Island have largely remained unchanged, including the system of clan contributions. Wang Nanjun nodded in agreement. Over the years, she and her Dao companion have had children who now reside on Coconut Island, and it is indeed necessary for her to find time to visit. Chapter 102. The Phantom Wolf Pack. Several scattered cultivators fell from the skies, crashing onto the outskirts of Amber Square. Many scattered cultivators retreated in unison, making way for Wang Xianglong. He swaggered over, pointing at the corpses and addressing the crowd. These outsiders have publicly slandered the Wang clan and attempted to seize multiple stalls in Amber Square, causing losses to both the market and numerous scattered cultivators, and even resorting to murder and theft. As the market's overseer, I have dealt with them and hereby warn any nefarious individuals that those who dare to create disturbances must face consequences, observing the trepidation among the scattered cultivators. Wang Xianglong gestured for several cultivators to begin clearing the scene. He then entered a building to rest briefly. The clan leader asked you to assist, yet I still had to intervene. Wang Xianglong teased upon seeing Wang Nanan. Isn't my identity too sensitive to reveal? Nowadays, I must wear a changing mask whenever I go out, remaining exceedingly cautious. Wang Nanan hurriedly poured a cup of spiritual tea for him. Do you remember this? He casually placed the incomplete volume of one qi, transforming 3 clears, before Wang Xianglong. Wang Xianglong paused, surprised that Wang Nanan was aware of his identity. Did Xiangxiu tell you? He inquired. Sort of, Wang Nanan replied without contradiction. Do you still possess the subsequent cultivation methods for one qi, transforming 3 clears? He pressed, noting that it was Wang Minghui who had sold him the original volume, and that seeking the follow-up method seemed entirely reasonable. If I had the subsequent methods, would I still sell you the incomplete version? It hardly qualifies as a complete text. However, since I have successfully cultivated it, I can assess the aptitude of other clan members, which you should already be aware of, Wang Xianglong expressed with a hint of frustration. It is indeed an excellent cultivation method, but regrettably incomplete. Otherwise, the clan's overall strength could ascend significantly. Where did you obtain this cultivation method? Wang Nanan continued to inquire. I acquired it during my travels, Wang Xianglong reminisced, recalling his youth when he had ventured out and stumbled upon it. I shall also search for the subsequent methods. If you find them, please inform me. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanan's hopes were dashed. With disappointment, he left Amber Square, knowing that the scattered cultivators were currently intimidated and unlikely to cause trouble for the time being. He needed to seize the opportunity to seek fortune in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Reassembling the ghost cultivators, they ventured into the mountains once more. The howls of wolves echoed, startling numerous birds and beasts into flight. Wang Nanan and the others gazed into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, their hearts racing. It is the phantom wolf pack, Wang Nanan identified the howls. This type of beast typically resides deep within the mountains, rarely engaging with cultivators. And even during beast waves that occur every century, they seldom participate. Yet now, the sound indicates they have gathered here. The phantom wolf pack is formidable, with most adults generally at the foundation establishment stage. Even golden core level demons would not easily provoke them. Their presence here is unusual, Wang Mingzhu remarked, directing her kin to retreat. Something must have disturbed them, likely something that has become a mortal enemy to them. She added, being at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, she could escape with relative ease, but her fellow cultivators were at greater risk. Run, don't hesitate, flee quickly. Wang Mingzhu and Wang Nanan commanded simultaneously as the sounds of the phantom wolf pack drew nearer. Abandoning all their belongings, they fled in haste. The ghost cultivators discarded their puppets, their souls floating swiftly, leaving only Wang Nanan and the 4 happy, running in a rather disheveled manner. The phantom wolf pack can also launch mental attacks. You must be cautious, Wang Nanan warned. We will take care of ourselves. The main concern is you and Shi. You are the most conspicuous targets. Wang Mingzhu expressed her deep concern. The ghost cultivators are difficult to detect, while Wang Nanan possesses concealment techniques. But Shi is truly in peril. Shi, being large and slow, is bound to be caught eventually. And furthermore, Wang Nanan had not even brought a beast conjuring bag, opting instead to carry more storage bags. Wang Nanan contemplated this and patted his chest. Wang Chong, instruct the purple extreme demon insect to eliminate residual scents. It can proactively attack if it encounters the wolf pack. Wang Chong emerged from Wang Nanan's body, releasing a vast amount of purple-black mist that enveloped the forest behind them. Just as the purple extreme demon insect began to consume the residual scents, a scream pierced the air. The group turned to see a cultivator staggering into view. Though the cultivator appeared as a gnome, he was adorned with numerous beast conjuring bags, from which faint cries of beast cubs could be heard. Damn it, it's your fault that we are in this predicament. Wang Nanan erupted in fury upon recognizing that the gnome's beast conjuring bags were filled with the cubs of the phantom wolves. Unsure of how he had managed to acquire them, but he had indeed done so. Not only that, but he had also come here and implicated them. Purple extreme demon insect prioritized consuming this gnome, Wang Nanan commanded, continuing to sprint without pausing for a moment. The gnome, though only at the 1st layer of foundation establishment, had managed to evade the pursuit of the phantom wolf pack, indicating he was not an ordinary character. Rather than confronting him directly out of anger, it would be wiser to let the purple extreme demon insect ensnare him. Once the phantom wolf pack arrived, they could rescue the cubs and eliminate the gnome, thereby ensuring their safety. The gnome seemed to realize Wang Nanen's intentions, pulling several phantom wolf cubs from his beast-conjuring bags and hurling them towards Wang Nanen. One struck him directly, leaving a scent on his clothing, while the remaining cubs tumbled to the ground, yelping in pain, which further confirmed their location to the phantom wolf pack. "Damn it, trying to drag me down with you, dream on," Wang Nanen exclaimed as he ran, hastily shedding the garments tainted with the scent of the phantom wolf cubs and igniting them in flames, disappearing into the forest in an instant. The struggling gnome stared, dumbfounded, at the sight of Wang Nanen running naked, utterly astonished. However, the pain coursing through his body jolted him back to reality. Faced with a relentless swarm of purple extreme demon insects, he found himself unable to escape. The insects swarmed around the gnome, voraciously consuming his flesh, effectively thwarting his escape plan. What kind of cursed insects are these? The gnome fumed, utterly incensed. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was unable to eliminate so many chi refinement spiritual insects, and even his mental senses could not probe too far, which was a profound humiliation. With no means to ascertain the location of the phantom wolf pack, he soon heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching. Realizing the phantom wolf pack was closing in, the gnome completely broke down. Surrounded by so many insects, his cultivation techniques could not operate, and escape from the onslaught of the phantom wolf pack was utterly impossible. Upon seeing several cubs lying on the ground and a blood-soaked cultivator appearing tragically before him, the phantom wolf pack understood everything, especially the scent emanating from the gnome and the wails of the cubs, which only served to enrage them further. With their sharp teeth bared, they tore the gnome apart. Chapter 103. The cave. The cubs were rescued from the beast-conjuring bags, though several had already perished, further inciting the wrath of the phantom wolf pack. However, the gnome had been completely shredded, and the pack now turned its attention to Wang Nanen and Si Shi. The purple extreme demon worm had just emerged, its scent still lingering and unpurged, and was quickly detected by the keen-nosed phantom wolf pack. Just as the wolves prepared to pursue Wang Nanen, a thick veil of purple-black mist obstructed their path. The Wolf King howled in fury, unleashing a barrage of mental attacks against the mist, causing countless purple extreme demon worms to drop to the ground. The King Worm sensed the danger and continuously relayed feedback to Wang Nanen. "King Worm, how many purple extreme demon worms do you still have within you? Release them all without hesitation. Our lives take precedence," commanded Wang Nanen. Over the years, he had not treated the King Worm poorly, as it had devoured numerous beasts and allowed the purple extreme demon worms to proliferate significantly, to the point where Wang Nanen was uncertain of their exact count. Feeling the urgency, the King Worm released a multitude of purple extreme demon worms. If the initial wave had been sufficient to cover a grove, this time, the swarm was vast enough to blot out the sun. The sky darkened overhead, casting a shadow that would easily terrify many lower-tier beasts. However, Wang Nanen felt no sense of security, primarily due to the terrifying nature of the phantom wolf pack. A typical phantom wolf pack consisted of around 100 adult wolves, most of which were foundational beasts. Even with the overwhelming number of purple extreme demon worms, facing nearly 100 foundational beasts left Wang Nanen feeling uncertain. He could only hasten his escape. Under the King Worm's control, the darkened swarm charged toward the phantom wolf pack, leading to a fierce clash. "How unfortunate!" Wang Nanen exclaimed, exasperated. If it weren't for that gnome somehow stealing the phantom wolf pups, how could he have led the pack here, forcing us to flee for our lives while losing many treasures? He continued to grumble about the reckless actions of those scattered cultivators. However, he thought differently. If the gnome managed to escape successfully, he would stand to gain immensely. Wang Nanen remembered the gnome's beast-controlling bags, which contained dozens of phantom wolf pups. Yet, scattered cultivators occasionally produced remarkable talents. This gnome's stealth technique was undoubtedly impressive. Had it not been for the purple extreme demon worms gnawing at everything, he might have gone unnoticed. "How long can your spirit insects hold them off?" Wang Xiangtan asked anxiously, as they were still quite far from the area controlled by the cultivators. They had seen the King Worm often emerge to devour flesh, but never imagined its capabilities were so formidable. These tiny insects were truly terrifying. "How am I to know? This is my first encounter with the phantom wolf pack. Wang Nanan replied, feeling uncertain. Although the purple extreme demon worms had significantly improved since the king worm's breakthrough to the foundational stage, they were still merely qi refinement stage creatures. Facing such a vast number of foundational beasts, who could say how long they could endure? Feeling the rapid depletion of the purple extreme demon worms through the king worm, Wang Nanan frantically contemplated escape routes. The celestial mechanic. Yes, I'm a celestial mechanic. Wang Nanan nearly forgot his heritage. By leveraging the celestial mechanic's abilities to obscure the heavenly secrets, he could conceal himself and his kin from the phantom wolf pack, allowing them to evade the wolves. He recalled his prior experience in concealing heavenly secrets, which had proven effective in evading the divination of the Shinnong sect's leader. They had allowed him to remain carefree until now. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, Wang Nanan discovered a rushing river nearby. This mighty river, meandering through the mountains, flowed swiftly. He thought little of the potential dangers within and urgently commanded, "Jump into the river." Upon hearing this, everyone complied, relying on the water to mask their scent. This might suffice against qi refinement stage beasts, but they all felt anxious about whether the phantom wolf pack possessed other means of detection. Nevertheless, Wang Nanan's tone was resolute. There should still be contingency plans in place. Stay submerged in the water, hold your breath, and be wary of any aquatic beasts, Wang Nanan ordered again. Ghostly cultivators also had a presence, so they too needed to leap in. The most obedient was SX, with CHYN perched atop his head, both diving into the water and vanishing from sight. Wang Nanan followed closely, commencing his concealment of heavenly secrets. A wondrous sensation enveloped everyone, and as they glanced at one another, they realized that their kin appeared as if erased from existence. They were utterly invisible. With no time to ponder this, they all plunged into the water, swept away by the current. Not far from the river, the purple extreme demon worms continued their suicidal assault, though several phantom wolves had already broken through the encirclement. Arriving at the spot where Wang Nanan and the others had leaped into the river, the wolves shook their heads, seemingly forgetting why they had come. With a howl, they all responded in unison, appearing to have lost sight of their target. Looking back at the fading swarm of purple extreme demon worms, the phantom wolf pack lingered for a moment before returning with their well-protected pups. In the river, Wang Nanan coughed up blood, the smell attracting numerous beasts that were swiftly slaughtered. What a cost, he thought, in aiding his companions in concealing their heavenly secrets. He had sacrificed several hundred years of life, nearly leading to his demise. Glancing at his status panel, age, 62-64. He was perilously close to depletion. Fortunately, the concealment of heavenly secrets was not permanent. It would last only a few hours. Otherwise, he would have become bait for fish. Wang Nanan summoned the king worm, instructing it to carry him downstream, planning to find an opportunity to drag himself ashore once they were far enough away. As for the other kin, he had no idea where they had been swept away. However, they were all capable individuals, so he hoped they would be all right. After plummeting from a waterfall, the king worm dragged Wang Nanan behind the waterfall into a vast cave, seemingly excavated by some beast. The interior was pitch black and deep, beyond the reach of even spiritual senses. Wang Nanan lay on the ground, recuperating as some purple extreme demon worms gradually returned. After such a depletion, only a swath the size of a sports field remained, but it was still a pleasant surprise. King worm, send the purple extreme demon worms to explore the cave. It feels somewhat eerie, as it could not be detected from the outside, Wang Nanan commanded. Not only could his spiritual sense not penetrate the cave's interior, but even from the other side of the waterfall, he had failed to discover its existence. Wang Nanan had visited many places around the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, and this waterfall was no exception. As a source of water, this rushing river and waterfall were quite renowned. The king worm flapped its wings and dispatched half of the purple extreme demon worms into the cave, probing every crevice to avoid overlooking any dangers. Chapter 104. The Earth Dragon Cave. Wang Nanan sat cross-legged, resting as he awaited the king worm's report. Unexpectedly, before the purple extreme demon worms returned, SX and CHYN arrived with a group of kin. Upon seeing Wang Nanan unharmed, SX joyfully bounced about. Everyone surveyed the cave, analyzing its origins. Like Wang Nanan's assessment, they unanimously concluded that it had been excavated by some sort of beast. Elder Second, you are well traveled. Can you identify what kind of beast excavated this? Wang Nanan inquired, genuinely curious. The cave stood over 4 meters high, its walls smooth, making it impossible to discern the depths, as if it were bottomless. Floating in midair, Wang Mingzhu touched the surrounding soil. Due to the waterfall's proximity, the area was exceedingly damp, yet it was evident that this cave had existed for some time. It must have been excavated by a juvenile earth dragon, Wang Mingzhu replied. Earth dragon? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Beasts bearing the name dragon were typically formidable, at the very least. They had not heard of any in the vicinity of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Moreover, the name Earth Dragon was absent from the records collected within their clan. Wang Mingzhu continued to explain to the group, Earth Dragons live their entire lives deep underground, making encounters with cultivators exceedingly rare, hence the scant records. Moreover, Earth Dragons are enveloped in slime, which not only aids their movement underground, but also completely conceals their presence, making them even more difficult to detect. Additionally, their flesh is unpalatable, and they cannot be used to forge artifacts or elixirs, leading to their gradual neglect. However, the Earth Dragon possesses its own merits, notably, its remarkable speed in excavating subterranean caverns. Observe here, it can accomplish such feats in mere moments. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. When Wang Mingzhu remarked that the Earth Dragon was not palatable, interest seemed to wane. Yet when she mentioned its astonishing ability to swiftly create such expansive tunnels, disbelief took hold. Just how large is this creature? What is its power? Wang Xiangtan was the first to inquire. The Earth Dragon is oviparous, measuring several meters upon birth, and can reach lengths of 1,000 meters in adulthood. As for its strength, it is akin to a third-layer foundation establishment, but underground, it faces few natural enemies, rendering this power sufficient. Will the Earth Dragon return? Wang Nanan voiced his concern. Typically, an Earth Dragon frequents the tunnels it excavates, but it is unlikely to return here. The Earth Dragon fears water. Encountering a waterfall is likely an accident. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanan's eyes brightened. This place is rather concealed. We could modify it for use as a resting point. And furthermore, Wang Nanan's tone grew increasingly fervent as he revealed the discovery of a mineral vein deep within the cavern. Wang Chong fluttered his wings in concert with Wang Nanan. The news regarding the mineral vein had been relayed by the purple extreme demon insect. What? A mineral vein? Wang Mingzhu too felt a surge of excitement. If a vein were found here, they could exploit it without restraint. As for the threat posed by the Earth Dragon, it hardly qualifies as a threat. Even an adult Earth Dragon is no match for us. It is a rare metallic mineral vein, and I surmise that continuing to follow the Earth Dragon's tunnels may yield further discoveries. Wang Nanan elaborated, calling the Earth Dragon a treasure, akin to a shield tunneling machine for cultivators, persistently traversing underground, making encounters with mineral veins quite ordinary. Wang Mingzhu quickly regained her composure, glancing around with a sigh, lamenting the absence of spiritual veins nearby, as even mining would entail considerable consumption of spirit stones. Wang Nanan smiled slightly. Elder Second Granny, have you forgotten my inheritance? Spirit Vein Masters. Realizing the implication, Wang Mingzhu responded, Indeed, with the presence of a Spirit Vein Master, we needn't worry about spiritual energy. We can simply relocate a spirit vein. We have left behind our belongings and must return to the clan to retrieve essential supplies. And furthermore, we need to bring a formation master to set up the area. This task requires my cousin to undertake the journey personally. Wang Nanan instructed Wang Xiangtan. Wang Xiangtan accepted the task and promptly returned to the clan. After a while, the Phantom Wolf Pack should have retreated. I asked Elder Second Granny to take the Winged Shadow to search for the storage bags and puppets we lost. I will go now. We shall act according to circumstances. Wang Mingzhu declared, drawing Winged Shadow close, and the pair vanished from sight. The remaining clansmen divided, with half stationed behind the waterfall, awaiting the return of Elder Second Granny and their cousin, while the other half accompanied Wang Nanan to seek out spiritual veins. Wang Nanan continued to divide their forces, ensuring that the remaining clansmen would not lose track of Wang Xiangtan. Cautiously, they ventured out from behind the waterfall, heading in a familiar direction. Their quest for a spiritual vein required merely a smaller first-grade vein. Otherwise, relocating underground would prove cumbersome and hinder the arrangement of formations. Wang Nanan rummaged through his memories. Over the years, he had discovered numerous spiritual veins, many of which remained untouched for various reasons. only marked for future reference, now finally proving useful. At the edge of a lake, Wang Nannan cleared the area in preparation for relocating the spiritual vein, awaiting Wang Mingzhu's return with the lost items to commence the endeavor. Should those items remain unfound, the spiritual treasures Wang Xiangtan was to bring back from the clan would suffice, though the special storage bags requiring re-refinement posed a bit of a hassle. Once all was prepared, the group fell silent, waiting patiently. Before long, Wing Shadow returned with Wang Mingzhu. I found them. Wang Nannan beamed at the sight of numerous storage bags strewn before him. Both the storage bags and puppets had been recovered, yet the previously collected spiritual plants and fruits had all been devoured by the Phantom Wolf Pack, Wang Mingzhu explained. Surveying the scene, which was in disarray, Wang Nannan was unconcerned about those items. After all, the vast mountains were rich in resources, and they could simply search for more. What truly mattered were the two special storage bags, which remained intact. Wang Nannan further inspected and found that all the spiritual treasures necessary for relocating the spiritual vein were present. With the treasures in hand, they commenced their work. Under their cooperation, a small first-grade spiritual vein was successfully relocated behind the waterfall and established deeper within the cavern. Although the spiritual energy of the small first-grade vein was not abundant, it sufficed to support subsequent puppet mining operations. A few days later, Wang Xiangtan arrived with Lu Qingqing, a development that took Wang Nannan by surprise. You made a breakthrough? Wang Nannan exclaimed in delight, as Lu Qingqing had mentioned her intention to enter seclusion, and he had not expected her success. You left me so many foundation establishment pills. If I had failed to break through, wouldn't that be rather pathetic? Lu Qingqing teased, moving closer to observe the terrain near the spiritual vein. Throughout the journey, Wang Xiangtan had already explained the situation and prepared the necessary spiritual materials. Chapter 105. The Earth Dragon strikes. After Wang Nannan conducted repairs on the specially made puppets, he instructed the clansmen to take control of them, while also retrieving several ordinary puppets for mining purposes. These ordinary puppets had been brought from the clan, numbering over 100, effectively filling the cavern. The spiritual vein served as a charging station, allowing the ordinary puppets to absorb spiritual energy as needed. Wang Nannan led the puppets to the mining site, which was situated far beneath the surface, enveloped in darkness with a strong, earthy odor. The surrounding soil appeared freshly disturbed, as if recently excavated. This passageway was likely frequently traversed by the Earth Dragon. Placing the puppets here may lead to complications. Wang Mingzhu cautioned, noting that the internal cavern was evidently larger, indicating that the Earth Dragon had grown considerably and was likely nearing adulthood. Wang Nannan, feeling the subtle tremors of the cavern, remarked with a smile, "Trouble has already arrived. Let us resolve it today." As the tremors intensified, Wang Nannan waved his hand, conjuring a blade of intent that plunged into the darkness of the cavern. Soon after, his consciousness ignited like flames, following closely behind. The blade of intent appeared to collide with an object, accompanied by a tearing sound that drew Wang Nannan and Wang Mingzhu's attention. Not far from the mineral vein, they discovered a colossal, earthy brown worm. Its mouthparts dominated most of its head, while its body extended like a tube behind it, measuring an impressive 700 to 800 meters. Its slimy, delicate skin was easily cleaved in two by the blade of intent. A mixture of liquid and soil oozed from its innards, devoid of any foul odor, though it effectively obstructed the cavern. Is this the Earth Dragon? It's merely a giant spirit earthworm. Wang Nannan scoffed, recalling the abundance of spirit earthworms in the spirit fields, which loosened the soil. This Earth Dragon was simply a magnified version of a spirit earthworm. Aside from its skin, the Earth Dragon possessed minimal internal organs, characterized by its peculiar nature of consuming whatever it encountered and excreting it intact. Is this creature truly of no use? Wang Nannan expressed his disdain. Let us take it back as an offering for the Yin Huai tree, and we should also clear out the soil from within it. Wang Mingzhu suggested, witnessing the Earth Dragon for the first time and surprised by its apparent weakness. Despite the Earth Dragon reaching the first layer of foundation establishment, it had been effortlessly dispatched by a single strike. The clansmen and puppets began to clean up the Earth Dragon's remains, while Wang Nannan commenced the mining arrangements. Lu Qingqing completed the formation setup and informed the group, "Earlier, I took note of this mineral vein. It consists of a valuable mixture of fire sulfur stone and gold." The group gathered around and confirmed her assessment. Fire sulfur stone serves as a spiritual material for setting up fire attribute formations and can also be utilized in crafting magical artifacts. Gold, on the other hand, is primarily used for trade in mortal cities, making it a decent find. Having organized the mining operations, Wang Nanan intended to lead the group back to the mountains, only to be met with Wang Mingzhu's objection. Previously, they had lacked the opportunity. Now that it had presented itself, they could not afford to let it slip away. Finding the Earth Dragon Cavern is no simple task. Now, we can utilize this cavern to continue our exploration for additional mineral veins, both secure and discreet, offering substantial rewards. The hunting of monstrous beasts can be postponed. Most importantly, our clan currently lacks neither spiritual flora nor the remains of magical beasts, so there is no urgency. We can certainly continue our search for mineral veins and craft puppets. Once every member of the Ghost Cultivator clan possesses a specially designed puppet, we can then divide our forces. The issue lies in our agreement with the Liu and Zhou families. Certain goods must be procured from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Wang Nanan lamented, expressing his desire to remain safely within the cavern, which is both secure and comfortable. What a dilemma! Transforming the spiritual or into magical artifact for trade is the solution. But, Grandma, our Wang family is only a handful of craftsmen, array masters, and puppet masters. We lost a few after the separation. Wang Nanan felt despondent. These 3 crafts of cultivation are rather challenging to cultivate. If we were to send back a large quantity of spiritual or to the family, it would be impossible to process it all at once. Directly selling the spiritual or yields insufficient value. Then let us divide our forces. Wang Mingzhu interjected, now that we have a lead, we cannot place all our eggs in one basket. You two should stay here, crafting puppets and searching for new mineral veins. Should we discover a spiritual vein outside, we will notify you to come. Wang Mingzhu decided, and the other clan members unanimously agreed, leaving Wang Nanan, their leader, feeling somewhat helpless. Very well. Wang Nanan acquiesced, but insisted that Sushi and Qi Yin accompany him. Leave the cleanup of this Earth Dragon's remains to me, he commanded, as the puppets retreated and Wang Chong advanced alone. Since we are to remain in the cavern, it is essential to breed the purple extreme magic worm. These tiny spiritual insects will infiltrate various locations, enabling swift discovery of targets. As time passed, a month flew by. After Wang Mingzhu dispatched clan members several times to deliver the remains of magical beasts for Wang Chong to consume, the number of purple extreme magic worms significantly increased. A thick haze of violet-black mist filled the cavern, leaving no crevice untouched. The previous mineral veins had been extensively mined, with 2 shipments of or returned to the clan. Liu Qingqing emerged from the depths of the cavern alongside Wang Chong. Observing Wang Nanan crafting puppets, she remarked, we have located 2 small mineral veins. They are expected to be fully mined within a month, and I have marked their locations. Moreover, at a depth of 300 meters, a larger cavern has been discovered. It seems to be the territory of an adult earth dragon. By this account, there are quite a number of earth dragons underground. Wang Nanan replied with a faint smile, pleased that 2 earth dragons have been found in such a short time. These creatures are massive, and the previous one consumed has significantly replenished the number of purple extreme magic worms. I utilized my spiritual sense to investigate. The underground caverns are numerous, and the population of earth dragons is likely substantial, most of which are foundation-building magical beasts, Liu Qingqing added. It is fortunate these earth dragons remain underground. Otherwise, the surface vegetation would suffer. Once Wang Nanan completed crafting the puppet at hand, he rose and, together with Liu Qingqing, ventured underground. Having resolved to follow the subterranean passages in search of more mineral veins, the earth dragons must be prioritized. Liu Qingqing, having recently broken through to the foundation-building stage, was not suited for combat, and as her partner, Wang Nanan felt it was imperative for him to engage. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a fork in the cavern housing 2 earth dragons, guided by a swarm of purple extreme magic worms. This was an idea conceived by Liu Qingqing, leaving small clusters of the worms at intervals to serve as guides, efficient in preventing them from losing their way. After walking a few paces, Wang Nanan recalled something and retrieved a pill from his storage bag, crushing it and then waiting quietly. Before long, the cavern began to tremble, the sound of soil being disturbed echoing from a distance. The adult earth dragon, equipped with a mouthpart, moved swiftly, crawling rapidly through the cavern. Chapter 106, 3 years. News of mountain treasures Wang Chong was devouring the adult earth dragon while Wang Nanan rummaged through the creature's remains. Based on the experience from the first earth dragon, some remnants of or would remain within its body. This indicated that if or was present, mineral veins must exist within the earth dragon's range of activity. Upon thorough searching, they indeed discovered numerous traces of or scattered across the carcass, signifying a substantial reserve. Following the swarm of purple extreme magic worms, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing had journeyed deep underground when an exceptionally large mineral vein appeared before them. Red iron ore with an abundant reserve, Wang Nanan analyzed. The exposed red iron ore stretched over 100 meters. If estimated correctly, it would suffice for the Wang family to mine for decades. Lu Qingqing set up a defensive formation nearby to prevent any magical beasts from inadvertently entering, while Wang Nanan summoned his puppets to expedite the mining process. During the extraction of red iron ore, the puppets pushed 3 large, milky white eggs towards Wang Nanan. To his dismay, 2 of the eggs were damaged, their vitality lost. To avoid wastage, he entrusted them to Wang Chong. The remaining egg, however, radiated life, and he could vaguely discern a large, plump worm moving within. This is an earth dragon egg. Once Lu Qingqing finished setting up the formation, she too noticed the milky white egg. It's about to hatch. Let's form a contract. Wang Nanan gently caressed the egg. Lu Qingqing's current spirit beasts included a green serpent named Xiaoqing and a small queen bee. Linked to the lineage of Wang, Xiangxiu, and Wang Nanan, responsible for pollinating the clan's spiritual flora and pest control. Although the earth dragon's utility may be limited in other respects, its capability to excavate caverns would undoubtedly benefit the family, along with its remarkable speed underground, making it a valuable asset for survival. Lu Qingqing recognized the earth dragon's potential without hesitation, completing the contract as the creature hatched from the egg, measuring over 10 meters in length, but appearing somewhat diminutive in the cavern. Go, dig for food, Lu Qingqing commanded, as the young earth dragon would explore unreachable areas. Although the tunnels created by the young earth dragon may be difficult for cultivators to navigate initially, in a few years it would grow, allowing it to roam freely in the underground world. Wang Nanan shared this sentiment, believing it would also lead to the discovery of more earth dragon caverns, thereby increasing the Wang family's opportunities for mining. Everyone was bustling with activity, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The effects of the family separation had been thoroughly eradicated, or perhaps forgotten, by all outsiders. The Wang family remained the same, humbly on the verge of being overlooked. Wang Nanan was summoned back to the family by Wang Xiangxiu, currently waiting in the patriarch's cave residence. A strange woman entered, evoking a sense of familiarity in Wang Nanan. Dispersing her concealment technique and removing her mask revealed a familiar face, Wang Nanjun. Cousin, Wang Nanan exclaimed, astonished. Over the years, everyone had been busy, and he had not seen his childhood companions for many years. The separation had led to a complete lack of communication. The 2 Wang families, known for their bitter rivalry, had severed ties, yet privately maintained contact. After greeting Wang Xiangxiu, Wang Nanjun said, "Great-grandfather ordered me to return and bring you some items." With that, she handed a storage bag to the 2. Upon opening it, they discovered dozens of various legacy books. These texts had been purchased from the Whale Merchant Association, with the clan having made copies. The legacies included the mainstream arts of cultivation currently in vogue, all achieving second-tier levels, sufficient for their use for a long time. Additionally, several foundational cultivation techniques were included, which were urgently needed by the family. Wang Nanan and Wang Xiangxiu were elated. This significantly enriched the family's resources. Moreover, since the separation, the Whale Merchant Association had begun to restrict purchases from the Tianyuan Wang family, limiting access to certain legacies or high-tier spiritual items, indicating their support for the Coconut Island Wang family. "How are things on your side?" Wang Xiangxiu inquired, calming her heart. The modernization of Coconut Island, generously provided by the Behemoth Merchant Guild, has been completed, restoring normalcy to everyone's lives and cultivation. In accordance with the wishes of the great-grandfather, many clansmen have chosen to join the Behemoth Merchant Guild. In the past 3 years, 1 clansman on Coconut Island tragically perished, prompting the great-grandfather to inquire about the Shadow Wisteria tree. Wang was unaware of the Shadow Wisteria tree's existence. So Wang Ming AI simply instructed her to ask verbatim, without divulging any details. Inform the great-grandfather that everything remains as it always has, Wang Nan replied, elated that the deceased clansman had become a ghost cultivator. Similar to the Golden Touch, the Shadow Wisteria tree tacitly belonged to the Wang family as well. Even the collateral branches. What exactly is this Shadow Wisteria tree? Could you enlighten me? Wang Nan inquired with curiosity, having failed to elicit any information from Wang Ming AI, no matter how hard she tried. Wang Nan and his companion shook their heads, saying, "When the time is right, you will know." Indeed, upon Wang Nan's eventual demise, she would comprehend everything. Left unsatisfied, Wang Nan continued, a touch crestfallen. The primary reason for my personal visit is the news that the great-grandfather received from the Behemoth Merchant Guild, suggesting that a mountain treasure is about to manifest deep within the 10,000 mountains. It is believed to be a Tier 3 mountain treasure, though its exact nature remains unknown. Crucially, this information is unknown to many factions and formidable individuals, including the 3 Golden Core sects, leading the great-grandfather to believe that this presents an opportunity. Currently, the Behemoth Merchant Guild has covertly dispatched numerous Foundation establishment cultivators to the depths of the 10,000 mountains, attempting to seize the mountain treasure. The great-grandfather suggests that you also send clansmen to see if there is a chance. Wang Nan and his companion pondered for a moment. Mountain treasures are supreme treasures evolved from nature or left behind by powerful demonic beasts, with a minimum tier of 3. Each mountain treasure possesses unique and potent abilities, making them highly sought after upon their emergence. Although the source of the Behemoth Merchant Guild's information is uncertain, the news is likely credible, considering the numerous Foundation establishment cultivators already en route to the 10,000 mountains. Wang Nan continued unabated, taking advantage of their silence to provide a rough estimate of the time and location of the mountain treasure's emergence. Then I have no choice but to venture forth myself. Wang Xiangxiu mused. The mountain treasure is worth contending for, and without the interference of the 3 Golden Core sects, the opportunity is indeed significant. The most formidable danger lies in the powerful demonic beasts dwelling deep within the 10,000 mountains. Are you also dispatched by the Behemoth Merchant Guild? Wang Xiangxiu countered. Wang Nan shook her head, replying, "No, neither my elder brother Wang Nanjun nor I have joined the Behemoth Merchant Guild. How can we heed their arrangements? None of our Wang family members are currently among the Behemoth Merchant Guild's members heading to the 10,000 mountains." Chapter 107. New Techniques. New Heritage. Wang Nan stayed for a few days, departing with 50 Foundation establishment pills refined by Wang Nan for her. With numerous matters pending on Fire Phoenix Island, she couldn't linger for long. Wang Xiangxiu also secretly infiltrated the 10,000 mountains, preparing to seize the mountain treasure when the opportunity arose. Wang Nan did not rush to depart, primarily due to the techniques and heritage brought back by Wang Nan, which captivated his attention. Scanning through each heritage with his spiritual sense, he quickly memorized all the contents. The Tier 1 heritage differed slightly from what he had previously learned. Combining the two would compensate for certain oversights. As for the Tier 2 heritage, owing to the mastery of most Tier 1 heritage at the completion stage, his entry speed was remarkably swift, reaching the proficient 1 level in all of them, much to Wang Nan's delight, as it saved him considerable time. The techniques brought back by Wang Nan this time were also exceptional, leaving Wang Nan somewhat spoiled for choice. However, in order to contend for the mountain treasure, Wang Nan mastered several techniques in one fell swoop, elevating them to the completion stage. Firstly, the speed technique, Earth-Piercing Flash, consumed 400 years of lifespan to reach the completion stage, enabling him to traverse hundreds of miles in a matter of moments, akin to instantaneous movement. Secondly, 5 Elements Body, consumed 500 years of lifespan to reach completion. This is a body tempering technique, which, in addition to significantly enhancing the physical body, also allows one to freely transform the body into one of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and maintain it for several days. By combining 5 Elements Body with myriad concealments, Wang Nan could transform into anything, evading danger. Lastly, the technique Myriad Herb Scripture is one of the essential techniques for Tier 2 spirit planters in the underworld sea cultivation world. It allows one to absorb the vitality of other spiritual plants, injecting it into other living beings, both accelerating the growth of other spiritual plants and healing certain injuries of living beings. Combining myriad herb scripture with withered wood revitalization scripture would undoubtedly further enhance Wang Nan's ability to cultivate and catalyze spiritual plants, enabling him to mass-produce even Tier 2 spiritual plants. However, elevating myriad herb scripture to the completion stage consumed a substantial amount of lifespan, a full 1,000 years. Gazing at the information panel, name, Wang Nan age, 65 354 realm. Foundation establishment Tier 3 foundation establishment techniques, blazing netherworld meditation, flowing cloud blade intent, myriad concealments. Earth-piercing flash, 5 elements body, myriad herb scripture, completion. Withered wood revitalization scripture, Tier 2, proficient 1, chi refinement techniques. Omitted heritage, Tier 1 diviner heritage. Completion, Tier 2 talisman heritage, proficient 19. Tier 2 spirit chef heritage, proficient 73. Tier 2 spirit planner heritage, proficient 41. Tier 2 array master heritage, proficient 1. Tier 2 insect master heritage, proficient 1. Tier 2 puppet master heritage, proficient 1. Tier 2 artificer heritage, proficient 1. Tier 2 beast tamer heritage, proficient 1. Tier 2 brewer heritage, proficient 1. Casting his gaze towards the 10,000 mountains, Wang Nan transformed into a streak of light and departed. The primary reason he dared to vie for the mountain treasure was that Wang Nan had divined his and Wang Xiangxiu's future, discovering that they were not at risk of perishing in the short term, which emboldened him. After conferring with Wang Xiangxiu, the two decided to act separately. Wang Xiangxiu would operate in the open, while Wang Nan would remain concealed, seeking opportunities to cooperate and exploit openings. A streak of light pierced through a waterfall, burrowing into an underground cave. Over the past 3 years, Lu Qingqing's Earth Dragon had grown considerably, connecting numerous caves. It could be said that the underground of many regions of the 10,000 mountains could be reached through the caves. There is likely to be a major event occurring in the 10,000 mountains these days. Take all the puppets and spiritual objects and return to the clan to hide. Wang Nan said, gently stroking Lu Qingqing's hair. No one knows how fierce the battle for the mountain treasure will be. The worst-case scenario would be the simultaneous attraction of Golden Core Grand Cultivators and Golden Core Great Demons from the 3 Golden Core sects, in which case everyone would have to flee, and even the underground caves would not be safe. To protect Lu Qingqing, Wang Nan had to ensure her departure in advance. What about the mining operations? Lu Qingqing inquired. Halt all operations and conceal everything. Remove all the previously deployed arrays to avoid exposure. Wang Nan hardened his heart, knowing that this would be troublesome. But if these things were discovered by the 3 Golden Core sects, the Wang family would be unable to retain them. Therefore, it was better to conceal everything directly and restart after things calm down. Lu Qingqing, seeing the serious expression on her partner's face, knew that the matter was grave and began to clear the traces. Wang Nan, on the other hand, took the Wang worm and entered the depths of the cave, heading towards the approximate location according to Wang Nan's instructions. The cave was intricate and dark. Fortunately, with the guidance of the purple extreme demon worm, Wang Nan would have become lost here. After an unknown amount of time, the purplish-black mist transformed from the purple extreme demon worm came to a halt. We've arrived. Wang Nan looked up at the soil. He was currently several hundred meters underground, and it would not be easy to leave. Fortunately, he had borrowed Lu Qingqing's Earth Dragon when he came in, which could dig tunnels. Ordering the Earth Dragon to dig several exits in the vicinity and carefully conceal them, Wang Nan settled down to wait. The location of the mountain treasure's emergence was a calculation by a powerful individual, but it was only a range, so everyone was trying their luck. According to the time calculation, there should be many cultivators waiting in secret now. Time ticked by, making people impatient. As a colorful light illuminated the sky, it invigorated everyone. The mountain treasure has manifested, as if conjured from thin air. An object resembling a bone floats in midair. Despite the dense trees surrounding it, its brilliance remains undiminished. This radiance extends over vast distances, awakening the attention of cultivators who had previously been oblivious to its presence. An extraordinary treasure has emerged. In an instant, Countless cultivators surge into the 10,000 great mountains, inciting the wrath of the beasts. Humanity, do you wish to provoke a beast tied prematurely? A deafening roar echoes in everyone's ears, dousing the excitement of the cultivators like a cold splash of water, rendering them motionless. This is the fury of a golden core, great demon, and the cultivators find themselves paralyzed as if under a binding spell. Not only one golden core demon takes notice. Although Wang Nanan is deep underground, he still senses the overwhelming pressure from several golden core experts, 4 from the B-side and 3 sect leaders from the golden core realms, all gazing at the treasure with varying expressions. Ah, the mountain treasure. It has been years since such a thing has appeared, an irresistible temptation. What is all the fuss about one little mountain treasure? The leader of the Shinong sect feigns indifference, his aura fully unleashed, confronting the golden core demon. We do not care what you steal, but an influx of cultivators into the territory of our 10,000 great mountains is unacceptable. A tiger demon roars, expressing that ordinarily they would not interfere if cultivators entered to hunt beasts or seek treasures, as the strong naturally dominate. However, the sudden surge of cultivators disregarding the territory of the beasts has unsettled the golden core great demons. You must leave. A fox demoness steps forward, her gaze enchanting, causing everyone to avert their eyes, fearful of being ensnared by her allure. The leader of the Qingfeng sect smiles lightly, saying, "Is it merely that you do not wish for us to enter the territory of your beasts? Very well." With a wave of his hand, he sends the mountain treasure flying towards the human realm, leaving only his voice behind as he vanishes. The clash between the 3 golden core greats devastates the surroundings. Small mountains crumble, houses collapse, and spiritual fields are destroyed, painting a bleak picture. Wang Nanan emerges from underground. Feeling somewhat helpless, plans can hardly keep pace with change. He had initially thought the giant whale chamber could conceal the treasure from the 3 golden core sects. Yet with the appearance of the mountain treasure, the 3 golden core experts have already arrived. The numerous cultivators dispatched by the giant whale chamber can only watch helplessly, too fearful to approach. Of course, there are those foolish enough to attempt stealing the treasure amid the chaos of battle, only to be swiftly discovered and killed. The fall of their comrades does not deter the others. They rush forward, attempting sneak attacks or blatant theft. Yet, one cannot deny the abundance of talent in the cultivation world. After many cultivators have perished, a delicate white hand suddenly appears, reaching for the mountain treasure, attempting to retreat into the void. Unfortunately, a powerful spell strikes, shattering the hand, which then sprays blood mixed with internal organs. Just when the 3 golden core greats believe it is business as usual, another white hand emerges, seizing the mountain treasure once more. This time, before the spell can arrive, the hand vanishes. The onlookers are astounded. Someone has truly managed to snatch the mountain treasure right under the noses of the 3 golden core greats. This is a feat that will surely earn them fame. In contrast, the 3 golden core experts are driven to madness. How dare someone openly slap their faces? This cannot be forgiven. Their divine senses sweep the area for miles. Yet they find no trace of a thief. They command the Shinong sect, 100 Flowers Valley, and Qingfeng sect disciples to abandon all tasks and search for clues regarding the mountain treasure and the thief. Those who provide information will be rewarded with a Foundation establishment pill. For other cultivators, those willing to offer leads will receive the treatment of elders from the 3 golden core sections. Anyone found to be concealing information shall face extermination. The 3 golden core greats issue their orders simultaneously, their voices like a flood sweeping through the ears of all. All cultivators disperse, vanishing into the shadows. Wang Nanan also retreats, feeling several divine senses sweep over him moments after the treasure disappears, not daring to look back for fear of revealing his identity. Upon returning to the cave behind the waterfall, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. The threat of the golden core great demon has ensured that the cultivators in the beast territory have retreated, rendering this place quite safe. Just as Wang Nanan intends to rest, Lu Qingqing's earth dragon emerges from the ground. Having previously assisted Wang Nanan in excavating the cave, he had instructed the earth dragon to burrow deeper for safety, yet it has unexpectedly returned. Has it discovered other cultivators? Wang Nanan follows closely behind the dragon, descending to a depth of 1,000 meters. The area is enveloped in darkness, Yet foundation establishment cultivators can see clearly. In a corner of a cave, a young girl lies on the ground, her right arm bloodied and mangled, appearing as though it has been shredded. Her breath is weak, her internal organs severely injured. Even with the consumption of healing pills, they prove ineffective. What captures Wang Nanan's attention is the bone lying beside the girl. It is indeed the lost mountain treasure, albeit devoid of its former brilliance. Wang Nanan attempts to discern the girl as fate, realizing he cannot see her future due to a powerful force obscuring it. No wonder the three golden core greats are so enraged. To think I would encounter you here, he murmurs, observing the girl, whose breaths now come more shallow than deep. Wang Nanan unleashes a fiery strike into her mind, ending her life without hesitation. Save her? What a joke. Do not blame me. While you may be beautiful, my life is far more precious. Neither the three golden core sects nor the formidable forces behind you are adversaries I can afford to confront. Yet, having encountered you unexpectedly, I must erase you from existence to ensure my own concealment. Wang Nanan seems to be reassuring himself, voicing his thoughts. Concurrently, he expends his life force to obscure his presence. 200 years of lifespan are sacrificed to ensure his safety. Once the flames consume all traces of the girl, he finally feels at ease. This must belong to the giant whale chamber, he notes, recognizing the insignia on her attire, and resolves to be more cautious in the future. Picking up the mountain treasure, he inspects it closely, finding no special markings. It is merely a leg bone covered in runes. It resembles something from a talisman, he muses, yet holding a third-tier mountain treasure fills him with excitement. He pricks his finger to complete the contract, and the mountain treasure merges into his consciousness. With it comes the knowledge of the treasure. It is a leg bone of a talisman beast from ancient times, astonishingly preserved in its third-tier state after all these years of erosion. Wang Nanan marvels at its quality, which speaks volumes of its worth. As for its function, it allows the possessor to draw talismans out of thin air without the need for paper or brushes, thus saving considerable effort. In addition to the talismans he already knows, there is also one talisman inscribed on the treasure, a substitute talisman that can transform into a puppet in moments of mortal peril, thus preventing death. The level of the talisman is determined by Wang Nanan's mastery of talisman ranks. To draw talismans in the air, Wang Nanan exclaims, a smile illuminating his face. His talisman heritage includes numerous types, and now he can use them at will. Gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, he moves them, gradually forming a bright talisman, a first-tier fireball talisman. He activates it instantly, sending a massive fireball soaring deeper into the cave. Although he is still somewhat unpracticed, once he becomes familiar, he will be able to complete drawing and activating it in an instant. Wang Nanan assesses, noting that its power exceeds that of paper talismans by 30%. No wonder everyone is scrambling for the mountain treasure. It is truly a remarkable find. Looking again at the leg bone in his mind, the aura of the mountain treasure has dissipated, rendering it undetectable to outsiders. Without haste to depart, Wang Nanan concealed himself deep underground, diligently practicing the mystical symbols in the air until he achieved proficiency. It was then that he reached out to Wang Xiangxiu and Lu Qingqing. What is the current state of the three major golden core sects? Wang Nanan inquired with curiosity. They have gone mad, utterly insane, in pursuit of a mountain treasure. The cultivators of the three sects are searching everyone they encounter, Wang Xiangxiu exclaimed with indignation. Several families have been invaded by them, showing no regard whatsoever. And our Wang family? We barely escaped. If it hadn't been for my confrontation with them, and the subsequent arrival of the 100 Flowers Valley Master who swept through with his divine sense, we might have been invaded as well. Wang Nanan fell into silence. The impact of this mountain treasure was profound, likely resulting in the complete destruction of several villages beneath the battleground of the three major golden core cultivators. After exchanging information, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing began to rearrange the formations and recommence the mining operations. Chapter 109, Symbolic Beast Cousin. Do you know what a symbolic beast is? Wang Nanan inquired. The mountain treasure is made from its leg bone, which piqued Wang Nanan's interest. Sitting cross-legged, Wang Xiangxiu responded. Do you know where the techniques and legacies of cultivators originate? Wang Xiangxiu's rhetorical question left Wang Nanan perplexed. What does that have to do with anything? Nevertheless, Wang Nanan answered honestly, it's simply passed down through generations. But where did the first generation of cultivators derive their techniques? Wang Xiangxiu pressed. Observing Wang Nanan's bewildered expression, she elucidated. When human cultivators first encountered spiritual energy, they began to strengthen their physiques. Yet they discovered a vast gap between themselves and the demon beasts. Eventually, they found that some demon beast bones bore special runes, and by studying these runes, they could comprehend unique abilities, which served as the source of their techniques and legacies. These demon beasts with runic bones are referred to as symbolic beasts. Though this was in an exceedingly distant era, now symbolic beasts are long extinct, and their bones have transformed into mountain treasures. The mountain treasure we are vying for should be the essence of a symbolic beast bone. Wang Nanan pondered for a moment, then asked, "What are the ghost cultivators? Have they been affected?" "They are hiding beneath the Chinese parasol tree. Before we went to contend for the mountain treasure, I summoned all the ghost cultivators back. However, things are a bit chaotic outside. It may take some time before we can resume our work." At Fire Phoenix Island, in Wang Ming AI's cave dwelling, allocated by the Great Whale Merchant Association for his daily cultivation and leisure during idle times, he was not only provided with a lavish residence, but also a plethora of concubines, leaving no room for misunderstanding. At this moment, Wang Mingzhu, Wang Nanjun, and Wang Nanwan sat opposite each other, savoring spiritual tea. With the mountain treasure's whereabouts unknown, could have been seized by our clan? Wang Nanwan asked eagerly. "Impossible. Though our family has many trump cards, we cannot withstand the relentless probing of the 3 golden core cultivators. This must be the handiwork of the Great Whale Merchant Association. With such remarkable techniques, I cannot conceive of any other force that could accomplish this. Not even the 3 golden core sects," Wang Nanjun refuted. Both turned their gazes toward Wang Ming AI, seeking answers. "It is indeed a cultivator from the Great Whale Merchant Association, specifically the granddaughter of a golden core elder," Wang Ming AI confirmed. "Are the 3 golden core sects aware of this?" Wang Nanwan inquired, her anticipation palpable, itching for a spectacle. "What if they do?" 3 golden core cultivators had a precious treasure stolen right under their noses. They would have no face to cause trouble. Moreover, the mountain treasure was born from the heavens and the earth. It rightfully belongs to those capable. No one could dispute this, Wang Ming AI replied nonchalantly, feeling a twinge of contempt for the 3 golden core cultivators he once feared. It was indeed embarrassing. Wang Ming AI did not deny that the elder's granddaughter possessed some skill, but they were 3 golden core cultivators. What a farce. Has that elder's granddaughter returned? Wang Nanjun inquired, curious about the mountain treasure's nature. Not yet. Moreover, that elder is a diviner, and it is said that her divination has failed. Wang Ming AI's tone suddenly grew somber. To interfere with a diviner's foresight would not bode well for her. Additionally, due to the inability to divine, that elder has expended considerable resources to issue a quest to find his granddaughter, even sending people to negotiate with the 3 golden core sections. The specifics are beyond my knowledge. Wang Nanjun and the others sighed, lamenting the loss. What could that mountain treasure possibly be? Wang Nanjun could not suppress his curiosity. I do not know. No one has come into contact with it before it was seized, Wang Ming AI replied, well-informed yet limited in his knowledge. Enough of this trivial matter. It concerns us not. According to reliable information, a large number of migrating multi-clawed squids will arrive in the swirling sea in a few days. The Great Whale Merchant Association will organize fishing boats to go out. I have invested some resources to ensure our Wang family fishing boats from Coconut Island are included in the expedition. You must organize 10 cultivators to capture as many as possible. Multi-clawed squids? The two were unfamiliar with the creatures, as the sea was abundant with various demon beasts, making it unsurprising they were unaware. This is a chi refining stage demon beast, adept at swimming. Its flesh and blood, when consumed over time, greatly enhance learning abilities, making it easier to accept legacies and learn techniques, thus benefiting our clan immensely. Multi-clawed squids are migratory demon beasts, appearing in the vicinity only for a limited time each year and are quite difficult to catch, yet their value is immense. Many second-tier spiritual items cannot compare. Our Wang family from Coconut Island must seize this opportunity to capture a significant haul. The fishing boats you requested have arrived, correct? They have indeed, Wang Nanjun quickly replied. They are second-tier magic tools of excellent quality, and the clan members have already mastered their operation. Very well, prepare accordingly and head to the assembly point in advance. Wing Mingai advised. Wang Nanjun and the others departed the cave dwelling, returning to Coconut Island to make preparations. Wang Mingai dismissed the concubines and gazed towards the direction of Qinglong Island. The Golden Core Elder had invited Wang Mingai to return to the Tianyuan Immortal realm to assist in searching for his granddaughter, yet he had coldly declined. After much effort to sever ties between the two Wang families and ease tensions with the three major Golden Core sects, to return now would render all previous efforts futile. Wang Mingai shook his head. Based on the information brought back by Wang Nanwan, everything within the clan was developing quite well, and even the impact of the branch family had been mitigated, which greatly reassured Wang Mingai. He had also brought back 50 foundation establishment pills, significantly enhancing the clan's foundation. Moreover, regarding the elder's granddaughter, the means to obscure the heavenly secrets must belong to a celestial diviner. The issue is that even the Great Whale Merchant Association lacks the legacy of celestial divination. So, who in the Tianyuan Immortal realm could master such skills? Could they be from another cultivation realm? Wang Mingai found himself at a loss. The Great Whale Merchant Association, having connected multiple cultivation realms, had flourished in trade. Yet a myriad of cultivators possessing various skills emerged, rendering it impossible to trace certain matters. This had become a persistent headache for that elder. Reflecting on the reward promised by the elder, a mere golden core, was indeed tempting. Yet, he still could not agree. Meanwhile, Wang Mingai received a task from the Great Whale Merchant Association. Damn it! Wang Mingai cursed under his breath. This foolish golden core elder, having privately requested Wang Mingai's help and been rebuffed, had taken matters into his own hands, utilizing accumulated contributions to the Great Whale Merchant Association to formally assign a task to him. Now, there was no escape for Wang Mingai. He had no choice but to return to the Tianyuan Immortal realm. Chapter 110. Master Huyin, standing upon the water's surface. Clad in light gauze and with her fair feet bare, Master Huyin gracefully inclined towards Wang Mingai as he approached. I must trouble you, Taoist Wang. If you truly find it troublesome, then do not let the Great Whale Merchant Association pressure me, Wang Mingai retorted bluntly. Do you think beauty grants you free reign? Just wait. I will find an opportunity to deal with you. Internally, Wang Mingai grumbled. I have no choice. My granddaughter has gone missing in the Tianyuan Immortal realm, and my heart is filled with trepidation. Upon learning that Taoist Wang hails from the Tianyuan Immortal realm, I naturally sought your assistance. The voice of the esteemed Huyin is melodious, yet maintains a sense of decorum. Just the two of us? Wang Mingai, disinterested in engaging further, hastily sought to complete the task at hand, eager to return and report back. As for searching for his granddaughter, that was a pursuit for another day. Before Huyin could respond, a striking pair approached, a handsome young man named Liu Hua and a graceful woman named Chiwe. They were, in fact, Golden Elixir partners and recent recruits of the Giant Whale Merchant Association. In addition to the four of them, 2 more cultivators at the Fall Stand stage and 7 at the Late Foundation Establishment stage arrived one after another. Observing such a formidable assembly, Wang Mingai jested, Huyin, your resources are quite lavish. Must have cost a pretty penny. As long as we can locate my granddaughter, no price is too great, Huyin replied resolutely. Liu Hua interjected, questioning. The teleportation array to the Tianyuan cultivation realm cannot be traversed by golden elixir cultivators. How shall we proceed? Fly across areas devoid of spiritual energy? If that is the case, Huyin, we'll need to discuss compensation. Huyin, unfazed by Liu Hua's greed, responded, there's no need for my fellow cultivators to exert such unnecessary effort. We shall utilize a great translocation talisman instead. She produced a yellow talisman, a precious and practical item capable of traversing thousands of miles instantaneously. Greed flickered in the eyes of the crowd, but it was quickly masked. Gathered together, they were enveloped within the talisman's power, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the depths of the Tianyuan cultivation realm's 10,000 mountains. You humans, when will you cease your meddling? Just as they arrived, a tiger demon materialized, its massive claws descending upon them. Liu Hua transformed into flames, colliding with the tiger's paw, and both were forced back several hundred steps. Do not misunderstand. We are merely here to find someone. Chiwe stepped forward, asserting that it was unnecessary to confront such a powerful foe directly, as golden elixir cultivators existed within the Tianyuan realm. Engaging in a mutually destructive battle would only benefit others. Thus, She urged her partner to refrain from aggression, stating, "We mean no intrusion into your territory. There's no need for anger. You humans speak as if your words carry weight, deceiving me daily," the tiger demon retorted, maintaining its aggressive stance. Huayin, holding an image and an object, inquired, "Have you seen the woman in this image or sensed the aura of this item? If you provide us with this information, we shall depart without disturbing your tranquility." The tiger demon scoffed at her. Huayin continued, "If you're willing to share, I can offer you an inner Dan from a golden elixir cultivator as compensation." Upon hearing this, not only did the tiger demon display greed, but the other cultivators were equally astonished at Huayin's wealth. The inner Dan of a golden elixir demon was one of the primary ingredients for refining golden elixirs and held tremendous value even among creatures of the same tier. Seeing the tiger demon's hesitation, Huayin clenched her teeth and presented the inner Dan before it. The tiger demon swallowed it whole, displaying a look of satisfaction. "Can we speak now?" it asked, returning to its normal demeanor. "I have indeed seen that human girl. Her cultivation method is quite unique, allowing her to conceal herself within the void. After seizing the treasures you mentioned, she likely retreated deep into the 10,000 mountains." The tiger demon possessed a unique ability to perceive that which eluded other cultivators, hence its initial obstruction of their passage. After a moment of contemplation, the tiger demon added, "You may wish to investigate underground first." "Underground?" Huayin raised an eyebrow, realizing this detail had been overlooked. Previously, they had dispatched cultivators to inquire with the 3 major golden elixir sects, yet none had searched the depths of the 10,000 mountains, particularly underground, a point easily neglected. "We shall proceed," Huayin declared. "You may roam freely in your territory, but do not encroach upon others' domains and avoid conflict with other great demons. Otherwise, we shall retaliate as a group." The tiger demon cautioned, choosing to step back for the sake of the golden elixir's honor, but wary of being overwhelmed one by one. Huayin suppressed her frustration. To receive such scant information in exchange for a golden elixir was disheartening, yet she had no choice but to accept it. Continuous divination yielded no results. It was evident she would need to take matters into her own hands. "Understood," Huayin replied evenly, leading the group into the tiger demon's territory. Her consciousness swept repeatedly, employing various methods to connect with her granddaughter, yet all efforts proved fruitless. Delving into the underground revealed a labyrinth of dragon caves, intricate and complex, unnoticed by Huayin. Nonetheless, her determination remained unshaken as her consciousness traversed beyond the tiger demon's domain, still beneath the surface. After a brief period, Huayin's brow furrowed deeper. Simultaneously, Wang Mingai detected an anomaly. While everyone else scanned for clues, he sensed a familiar aura, which the other golden elixir cultivators also noticed. "Friend Wang, the aura of the female cultivator underground bears some resemblance to yours," Huayin stated with displeasure. "What of it? I hail from the Tianyuan cultivation realm. Are you not aware? My kin still reside here. Is it not normal for several relatives to be present?" Wang Mingai retorted dismissively. Lu Qingqing had concealed herself adeptly, and even golden elixir cultivators would struggle to detect her unless they were exceedingly vigilant. The issue lay in the meticulousness of their current search, which had exposed her presence. "Is she truly your relative?" Huayin questioned, noting the absence of any physical resemblance that would suggest a blood connection. "She is my great-granddaughter. What's the problem?" Wang Mingai shot back defiantly. "What's she doing here? Are you blind? Can't you see she's mining? Then why didn't your branch family take her along? What business is it of yours?" The two began to quarrel, only to be separated by Liuhua and Qiyue. "Huayin, your granddaughter has already reached the late foundation establishment stage. This young girl poses no threat to her. Do not waste time on her," Qiyue urged. In her view, discovering a vein to mine was a common occurrence for a cultivation family, not warranting alarm. Lu Qingqing's presence was not particularly unusual, merely a product of Huayin's oversensitivity. However, Qiyue found it curious that Wang Mingai chose not to bring his great-granddaughter and her husband along when splitting the family. Chapter 111. Dispute deep within the dragon caves. Huayin's countenance darkened. Though divination proved ineffective, wisps of ash lingered, unmistakably bearing the scent of her granddaughter. The implications were dire. This was the remains of her granddaughter. A master of destiny. It must be a master of destiny obscuring the truth. Huayin's heart shattered as she grappled with the reality of her granddaughter's demise. Unable to identify the perpetrator. "Friend Wang, do you not owe me an explanation?" "What explanation should I provide?" I am not responsible for your granddaughter's death, Wang Mingai scoffed, finding the elderly woman increasingly irrational. Had it not been for the Giant Whale Merchant Association's mission, he would have departed long ago. Or do you suspect my great-granddaughter's involvement? Is it only your Wang family that has discovered this dragon cave? Spare me your accusations. Your granddaughter is human, is she not? Wang Mingai countered, refusing to accept blame. Then let us inquire with your great-granddaughter first. Huayin, incensed, swiftly approached Lu Qingqing, who was busy maintaining the formation, startled by the sudden appearance of a cultivator. Lu Qingqing instinctively recoiled in fear, which intensified upon sensing the aura of the newcomer. Yet another familiar presence shielded her, and looking up, she was relieved to find her great-grandfather. Do not be afraid. Should anything arise, your great-grandfather will protect you, Wang Mingai reassured her. Although Lu Qingqing was uncertain of the situation, the feeling of being safeguarded brought her considerable comfort. Little girl, have you seen this cultivator? Huayin directly inquired. Lu Qingqing fixed her gaze upon the unfamiliar face and shook her head decisively. Have you ventured into the depths of the cave? She was asked. Lu Qingqing continued to shake her head, for she was not deceiving. She typically remained within the array to assist in its maintenance and to collect spirit ore. Only the Earth Dragon and Wang Nanan had journeyed deeper. I shall search your soul. The esteemed Huayin Jinren was evidently skeptical. Old woman, do give it a try if you possess the capability. Wang Ming AI brandished her flying sword. As a sword cultivator, she had recently joined the Giant Whale Merchant Association and, with their assistance, refined her life sword to the 3rd-tier artifact level, significantly augmenting her strength. Even in the face of seasoned Golden Core cultivators, Wang Ming AI remained unperturbed. Seeing her enraged, Liu Hua and Qiyue hurried to mediate and suppress the conflict, to conceal the heavenly secrets from an oracle of your caliber. One would need to attain at least the perfection of a 1st-tier heavenly mechanic. This girl is scarcely over 60. How could she possibly have cultivated to such a stage? Furthermore, her demeanor earlier did not betray any signs of deceit. It was not feigned. Huayin Jinren was caught in a conflict, glancing at the still hovering, flying sword. Yet she refused to relent. I must search the Wang family. Old woman, you are courting death. Wang Ming AI was thoroughly incensed, her flying sword enveloped in spirit energy. Poised to strike. If your Wang family has nothing to hide, why the fear? Moreover, you have already separated. What does it matter if I search? The separation is an internal matter of our Wang family. We share the same lineage and blood. Even if we were to clash violently within, it is of no concern to outsiders. Yet, should anyone dare to insult the Wang family, I, Wang Ming AI, will be the first to object. No, the Wang family must be searched. If nothing is found, I am willing to bear all responsibility. I also understand your worries. I will absolutely not disclose any internal secrets of the Wang family, nor will I covet any treasures. After all, in my quest to find my granddaughter, I would even part with a golden core. Huayin Jinren remained adamant. Wang Ming AI pondered for a moment, recognizing that this issue could not be resolved amicably. With 2 other golden core cultivators mediating, she took a step back and said, You may search, but I have several conditions. What do you propose? First, if nothing is found, all that is seen must remain confidential, and you must not harbor any ill intentions. An oath to the heavenly Tao must be sworn. Secondly, you cannot employ soul-searching techniques. Thirdly, your search cannot be without compensation. Wang Ming AI articulated each condition deliberately. Agreed. Huayin Jinren did not hesitate. An oracle is indeed sensitive to the existence of a heavenly mechanic and can discern without needing to search the soul. As for swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao, that posed no significant issue, for she had no interest in the treasures of a foundation establishment family. What do you desire? I seek your oracle's inheritance, one that achieves the 3rd tier. Wang Ming AI chuckled, revealing her ultimate aim. Dream on. Huayin Jinren spat the words through clenched teeth. The oracle's inheritance was her foundation and lifeblood. She had never passed it to anyone other than her granddaughter, who unfortunately had perished at the hands of the heavenly mechanic. Currently, in the known realm of cultivation, the only one possessing an oracle's inheritance besides herself was the lineage of the Shenong sect. Wait, Huayin Jinren suddenly had an epiphany. Heavenly mechanics could also divine. What if she used the heavenly mechanic's inheritance to masquerade as an oracle? That was feasible. The Shenong sect. Huayin Jinren's heart raced, yet she could not let the Wang family slip away. Let us revise the request, she proposed. No, to search, you must exchange your inheritance. Nothing else will be discussed. You are of considerable age. It is unlikely you will break through to Yuanying. Surely, you cannot let your inheritance die out. Passing down the oracle's teachings would at least preserve a legacy. Wink, Mingai Urjid. At this point, Huayin Jinren felt even greater sorrow. Her painstakingly nurtured granddaughter was lost, and her own skills would indeed go unheeded. Huayin Jinren fell silent, leaving only the sound of puppets mining in the cave. Meanwhile, Wang Mingai communicated with Lu Qingqing, asking, "Where are the others?" Typically, it is only Wang Nan and me. He has returned to the family for matters. Lu Qingqing replied. Wang Mingai understood and began to transmit messages within the family. It was unclear how much time had passed when Huayin Jinren acquiesced. In her pursuit of the murderer of her granddaughter, it seemed she was willing to relinquish much. Then let us proceed. The group made their way to the Wang family's ancestral land, searching several spirit veins along the way, but uncovering nothing. To the remaining Dao friends, "Please wait outside for a moment." Wang Mingai spoke amiably, yet her tone brooked no refusal. Huayin Jinren had paid a price to enter. The other cultivators could not expect to gain access without compensation. As they entered and exited, Huayin Jinren was left utterly disheartened, for indeed, there was nothing to be found. However, she regarded the Wang family with newfound respect. She had underestimated this foundation establishment family. Had they not separated, the Wang family could rival Golden Core sections. "Where's your great-grandson?" Huayin Jinren suddenly realized. She had met his wife, but not him. He perished, betrayed by the Shinong sect. Wang Mingai's gaze turned fierce. Having spent time in the underworld sea cultivation realm, she now returned to seek revenge with the aid of her allies. At this moment, Huayin Jinren's eyes brightened. Chapter 112. Lu Qingqing leaves the Shinong sect. The group confronted the leader of the Shinong sect. "Long time no see." Leader of the Shinong sect, Wang Mingai greeted, her tone decidedly unfriendly. "Wang Daoyu, I never expected you to return from the underworld sea cultivation realm having broken through to Golden Core. I should have congratulated you." The leader of the Shinong sect responded with a smile, her demeanor ethereal, akin to a celestial being. "Congratulations are unnecessary. I have come to settle accounts with you." Wang Mingai and Huayin Jinren surrounded her. "You once took my great-grandson as your disciple, only to have him cruelly slain, with not a trace of his remains. Do you not owe me an explanation? Furthermore, regarding my granddaughter's demise, it has been confirmed she was killed by a heavenly mechanic. I suspect your oracle is merely a heavenly mechanic in disguise. You owe us an explanation." Huayin Jinren added fuel to the fire. This was a strategy they had devised together to confront the leader of the Shinong sect, with the other cultivators standing by, ready to assist. The previous disputes between the two would be set aside for now. After all, they were all cultivators of the Giant Whale Merchant Association and needed to present a united front, much like Wang Mingai's defense of the Wang family. The leader of the Shinong sect was taken aback. She had not anticipated Huayin Jinren would focus her ire upon her. Previously, she had sent cultivators to inquire about the situation, only to be dismissed. Now, Huayin Jinren had come personally. As for Wang Mingai, she was a bit of a troublemaker as well. "Wang Daoyu Wang Nan is also my disciple. His fall has affected me too. Enough idle chatter. Let us discuss how to resolve this." Wang Mingai interjected, intent on extracting compensation. "How do you propose to settle this?" The leader of the Shinong sect grew wary and began to divine her own fate. Huayin Jinren noticed the leader's subtle movements, her suspicions lessening. The divination technique was indeed one of the oracle's methods, bearing some distinction from that of the heavenly mechanic. "We are both Golden Core cultivators. Demanding your life is certainly out of the question. How about this? Let your other disciples offer their lives instead." "Impossible." The leader of the Shinong sect resolutely refused. Sacrificing her disciples would mean she could no longer operate within the Tianyuan cultivation realm. "A mere Qi refinement cultivator's life is inconsequential. I can compensate with some resources instead." The leader's tone shifted forcefully, just as the head of the Qingfeng sect and the master of the 100 Flowers Valley appeared behind her. They had come as reinforcements, which explained her newfound confidence. Wang Mingai teased, yet she still held the upper hand. That aside, a Qi refinement cultivator's life is not worth contesting over. "That was my dear great-grandson," Wang Mingai emphasized. 3 foundation establishment pills. "Impossible." Wang Mingai firmly refused. "It has been so long. Let the past remain in the past." in addition to compensating with 3 foundation establishment pills. I assure you that the Shinnong sect will not trouble the Wang family, nor will either of the Wang families cause any disturbances. How does that sound? The leader of the Shinnong sect offered a faint smile. Wang Ming Ai, hearing the slightly threatening tone, suppressed his anger and chose not to pursue the matter further, as his objective had been achieved. Nevertheless, his tone remained unfriendly as he remarked, "Remember your promise." Having resolved Wang Ming Ai's issue, the leader of the Shinnong sect turned to the real person Huyin and said, "My friend, do you see that I am indeed a celestial mechanist?" Real person Huyin felt a twinge of guilt. After careful observation, it was clear that the other party was a genuine diviner, not a celestial mechanist. With the misunderstanding cleared, he suggested that the group take their leave. The others glanced at one another and subsequently exited the territory of the Shinnong sect. "Huyin, do you still intend to proceed with your plans?" Real person Liuhua inquired. Noting that all leads had been severed and the perpetrator responsible for the murder of Huiyin's granddaughter was now beyond their reach, Huyin appeared dejected, as if aged 100 years. "Let us return. I appreciate your efforts this time." He produced a great teleportation talisman, transporting everyone back to Fire Phoenix Island. Observing Huyin leave in a state akin to a zombie, Wang Ming Ai took the opportunity to converse with the 2 newly appointed members of the Giant Whale Commerce, Liuhua and Chiyue. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with them for future endeavors. As for Lu Qingqing, she had already been informed to bring all the children and their relatives, including mortals, to Coconut Island. There was no choice. Lu Qingqing's identity had been exposed. Previously, Wang Ming Ai could feign forgetfulness due to being too busy, but now, failing to bring Lu Qingqing to Coconut Island would raise suspicions among outsiders, particularly the Shinnong sect, regarding the purpose of the division. Lu Qingqing did not decline, for refusing would be futile. After conferring with Wang Nanan, who was hiding outside, she set off with her entire family towards the underworld sea cultivation realm. Watching everyone depart, Wang Nanan felt increasingly isolated, with his son, daughter, sons-in-law, and grandchildren, over 20 in total, now gone. "You could have gone with them," Wang Xiangxiu said, noticing Wang Nanan's silence. "It's a bit early to go now. Perhaps in a few years," Wang Nanan replied. "If you need manpower on your end, I can only arrange for some of the Tai generation to assist you," Wang Xiangxiu reminded him, noting that the majority of the Nan generation were busy, though a few from the Tai generation had grown up. "I had initially planned for your eldest son, Wang Taihe, to inherit the clan leader position, but that idea has fallen through. Now I must find another successor. What a hassle," Wang Xiangxiu lamented. Wang Nanan sighed as he watched Wang Xiangxiu depart. He was grateful that several golden core cultivators had not disclosed the existence of the Earth Dragon Cavern. Otherwise, they would struggle to protect even that. Now, returning alone, he began to take on Lu Qingqing's responsibilities. Gently caressing the Earth Dragon that emerged from the ground, he recalled Lu Qingqing's instructions to leave the Earth Dragon behind for him. "Go play on your own. Connect all the Earth Dragon caverns you can find, and if you encounter danger, send out a distress signal. Wang Chong, take the purple extreme demon insects with you as well," Wang Nanan commanded, determined to expand the underground cavern scope, which would prove advantageous. Activating the puppets, he began refining new ones. On Coconut Island, Lu Qingqing was brought by Wang Nanwan, who helped settle all the clan members on the island. "Currently, this is the only island that belongs to us. Immortals live here with us," Wang Nanwan explained. Coconut Island had been constructed quite well, exuding an ethereal ambience. "That sounds wonderful. Living together will be lively," Lu Qingqing replied with delight. After years of limited interaction with her children, she now looked forward to being together constantly, especially with her grandchildren, whom she could help care for. After tidying up the cave dwelling, Lu Qingqing began to busy herself. "Why are there so few clan members here?" Lu Qingqing inquired, recalling a larger number of people had moved over previously. Now, including mortals, there were only about 30. Some went to work for the Giant Whale Commerce, and a few are at the taverns on Fire Phoenix Island, while others have gone out to fish, Wang Nanwan responded. "Fishing?" Chapter 113. The multi-clawed squid in the swirling sea region, an array of various spiritual vessels gathered around a third-tier giant vessel. Wang Nanjun and the clan members positioned themselves at the periphery, a spot that Wang Ming Ai had secured for them. Leaning over to glimpse into the water, they observed numerous aquatic beasts swimming, none of which were their targets. Wang Nanyuan, ranked 12th among his peers, served as the deputy for this expedition, also being a beastmaster. Leader, when will the multi-clawed squid arrive here? According to the timeline provided by the giant whale commerce, it should be soon. Let us reposition the spiritual vessels to the agreed location and prepare the clan members, Wang Nanjun commanded. According to the data, an adult multi-clawed squid could reach lengths of over 10 meters, yet its capabilities were lacking, primarily excelling in escape. Its ink was highly toxic, complicating capture efforts. However, its inherent value to cultivators made it difficult for the squid to evade capture. To catch the multi-clawed squid, you must go into the water. Please prioritize your safety. Both poison-removing pills and detoxifying pills should be taken, and be cautious of other predators, Wang Nanjun advised. As the clan leader, he needed to maintain communication with the giant whale commerce from the surface while serving as a safeguard for the others, so he would not be diving into the sea. Moreover, many aquatic beasts would attack the spiritual vessels, necessitating his defensive role. To prepare for capturing the multi-clawed squid, they had made extensive arrangements. Just as they were diligently preparing, a conch shell sounded from the giant vessel of the giant whale commerce, signaling that the multi-clawed squid had arrived. Everyone turned their gaze to the distance, where a surge of black ink spread across the surface of the water, interspersed with numerous indistinguishable aquatic beasts. The visible beasts were the food of the multi-clawed squid, drawn in pursuit of their meal, while other cultivators and beasts followed the squid. Do not concern yourselves with these lower-tier beasts ahead. The true danger lies with those pursuing from behind, Wang Nanjun explained. When hunting the multi-clawed squid, you must avoid them. Wang Nanjun's consciousness delved into the sea, discovering that numerous multi-clawed squids had already entered the encirclement. Dive into the water, he commanded. The prepared clan members promptly leaped into the sea, beginning their descent into the depths. At that moment, the feast to capture the multi-clawed squid officially commenced. An uncountable number of cultivators plunged into the water, startling the fleeing multi-clawed squids. However, the beasts reacted swiftly, attempting to evade. Wang Nanjun felt the dense presence of aquatic beasts beneath him, sending shivers down his spine, yet he continued to steer the spiritual vessel, guiding his clan members in the water. Wang Nanyuan and others, armed with specially crafted harpoons, aimed for the swiftly swimming multi-clawed squids, striking true and rendering them immobile, effectively transforming them into easy prey. Though the ink was abundant, it became useless. Suddenly, a few larger tuna burst forth, attempting to seize the food. But Wang Nanyuan swiftly secured the multi-clawed squid into a storage bag. There was no conflict between humans and beasts. Their common target was the multi-clawed squid, and with enough quantity, their interests overlapped little, making confrontation unnecessary. Wang Nanyuan, observing the situation, communicated telepathically, do not initiate attacks on other beasts. Avoid them as much as possible. They won't attack us either. The group acknowledged this, as such intel was crucial for the Wang family's first hunting expedition for the multi-clawed squid. With the threat of other beasts eliminated, they all began to unleash their full potential, launching specially crafted harpoons that struck their targets. It was not uncommon for two individuals or a beast to simultaneously hit a single multi-clawed squid. To save time, they divided the squid into roughly equal halves. At this moment, all cultivators and beasts adhered to a singular rule: to relentlessly hunt the multi-clawed squid, disregarding everything else. The multi-clawed squid, feeling the gravity of the situation, lamented, "You think yourselves noble. You think yourselves exceptional." The hunting feast continued, the scent of blood drawing avian beasts from the sky. These avian beasts, which have long inhabited the maritime realms, have remarkably evolved the ability to swim. However, their diminutive size renders them incapable of preying upon the multi-tentacled squid, prompting them instead to target the prey pursued by these squids. Wang Nanjun swiftly identified these avian creatures as a species known as the great-mouthed ojo, a chi refining period beast whose feathers serve as excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. Yet, in deference to the current regulations governing the hunting of multi-tentacled squids, Wang Nanjun suppressed his greed and focused on guiding his kin. Soon enough, a storage bag was tossed onto the spirit vessel. Upon opening it, Wang Nanjun discovered 3 multi-tentacled squids within, ample sustenance for his people for 2 or 3 days. The advantage of their large size lies in their substantial meat yield, allowing for several hearty meals. With renewed enthusiasm, Wang Nanjun stowed the storage bag away, confident that at this rate, the Wong family would surely prosper from a hunt. Alas, fortune did not favor them. The multi-tentacled squids swam with remarkable swiftness, evading the cultivators' attempt to capture them and swiftly retreating into the depths. Numerous spirit vessels followed in hot pursuit, eager to seize additional squids. "Hold the spirit vessel steady while I give chase," commanded Wang Nan, observing that his kin had returned. Disguised among the throng, Wang Nanjun surged past each spirit vessel, positioning himself again at the forefront of the squid's path, and repeated the previous process. After several attempts, each participant returned with bountiful spoils. However, the multi-tentacled squids had completely evaded capture, leading the group to conclude their efforts. As the clan's people gradually returned to the spirit vessel, visibly fatigued and panting, one cried out, "Wang Nanyuan has been injured." A clansman pulled Wang Nanyuan from the water, exclaiming loudly. Wang Nanjun hastened over, administering a healing pill to Wang Nanyuan. "What transpired?" he inquired, inspecting the wound. "It was a sneak attack by a cultivator. The water was too murky to discern their identity," the clansman replied. Wang Nanjun furrowed his brow, pondering why their family had recently antagonized anyone. Why would someone suddenly strike? He wondered, noting the severity of Wang Nanyuan's injuries. Had he not prepared healing pills, the outcome could have been dire. "Can you sense the presence of the assailant?" Wang Nanjun pressed. The clansman shook his head. The waters were filled with cultivators. Everything became a blur. "Let's return at once." They remained vigilant on the journey back. The spirit vessel gradually approached the immense ship of the Whale Merchant Guild. Under the watchful eyes of many, those with malicious intent found it difficult to act, thus ensuring a measure of safety on their return. Wang Nanjun did not rest, continuously scanning his surroundings for clues, but found nothing. It was not until they returned to Coconut Island that they encountered no trace of the assailant. Upon learning that his great-grandfather had returned, Wang Nanjun hurried to him and succinctly recounted the events. "I am aware of this matter. Inform the clan that they should refrain from leaving Coconut Island without cause for the time being. If travel is necessary, they must either go in groups or utilize the transportation of the Whale Merchant Guild. Solo journeys are strictly prohibited." "Great-grandfather, do you know the identity of the assailant?" "I do not, but I surmise it was a cultivator." Chapter 114. The Qinglian Spirit Seed, Warships, and the bald eagle Wang Mingai procured a third-tier healing pill for Wang Nanyuan, ensuring a complete recovery before departing Coconut Island. When he returned 10 days later, he appeared somewhat disheveled, yet a smile lingered on his lips. He had taken his revenge on Huayin, who had cast aspersions upon the Wang family, and had even attempted a covert attack. This old woman, if it weren't for the time constraints that prevented her from dispatching more cultivators, Wang Nanjun and the others might have been in grave danger, Wang Mingai lamented. Nevertheless, his confrontation with Huayin Jinren bore fruit, yielding a third-tier spirit plant, the Qinglian Spirit Seed. "This old woman is truly affluent. Her generosity is remarkable," Wang Mingai marveled. Although third-tier spirit plants require a longer cultivation period, they are exceedingly rare. Currently, the Wang family possesses only the Yin Huai tree as a third-tier entity, lacking any others. He decided to excavate a lotus pond in the island's center to plant the Qinglian Spirit Seed and arrange for spirit planters to tend to it daily. Additionally, Wang Mingai instructed the clansmen to manage the 4 small islands surrounding Coconut Island, which would serve as the foundations for their formations. Though these small islands are not expansive, they could comfortably accommodate 100 or 200 commoners. To ensure the prosperity of his kin, Wang Mingai planned to procure some suitable commoners to settle on these small islands, from whom future consort for the clansmen could be chosen. The clansmen worked efficiently, and Wang Mingai was pleased to see that their recent decisions had been swiftly executed. Observing the anxious commoners, Wang Nanjun sent Wang family commoners to provide reassurance and oversee management. "Great-grandfather, our clan's numbers will continue to grow, and the space on Coconut Island will soon become insufficient. It will be prudent to plan ahead," Wang Nanjun advised. "The human race reproduces rapidly, and it is not uncommon for populations to double within a few years. I have considered this matter. However, the islands that the Whale Merchant Guild has left idle are far too expensive to purchase or even lease. As for other islands, they are under the control of various sects or families. The only viable option is to relocate a few small islands using our formidable powers, akin to the 4 small islands surrounding Coconut Island, and piece them together. Yet, These islands lack spiritual veins and can only sustain commoners. Moreover, these islands would require protective formations, which is quite costly. Wang Mingai internally resisted the notion, feeling it would be a disadvantageous arrangement otherwise. Other factions would have already pursued such strategies. Of course, if a spirit vein master were available, crafting an island with its own spirit vein would be a worthwhile endeavor. I will devise a solution for these matters. You should focus on managing clan affairs. Furthermore, for the single men and women in the clan, expedite the search for spouses. As nearby cultivating families are within consideration, Wang Mingai added. Wang Nanjun nodded, recognizing that with the family stability, it was indeed time to contemplate personal matters. To this end, he brought gifts and visited several nearby island families. The sea breeze, infused with a briny scent, swept into Coconut Island. The inhabitants, accustomed to it, noticed no abnormalities. In the central lotus pond of Coconut Island, the third-tier Qinglian spirit seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, breaking the surface of the water. Two enormous lotus leaves spread across the water, yet there were no signs of blooming. The spirit planters were somewhat bewildered. Was it typical for a third-tier spirit plant to be so dominant? In the blink of an eye, it had grown so large. However, upon closer inspection, it was confirmed that the Qinglian was perfectly normal, simply not flowering. Even after summoning additional spirit planters, no one could discern the reason. Nonetheless, the air on Coconut Island had indeed become fresher. Amidst the confusion, Wang Nanfeng returned to Coconut Island. What brings you back? Wang Nanjun inquired curiously. Knowing that after leaving Fire Phoenix Island, Wang Nanfeng and her partner were responsible for the tavern there, and they should be quite busy. Recently, someone dined and dashed to the tavern, and the enforcement team from Fire Phoenix Island captured them. To compensate for the unpaid bill, they offered a blueprint for a magical artifact, which I deemed potentially useful. Thus, I accepted it, Wang Nanfeng explained, producing the blueprint to hand to Wang Nanjun. Though Wang Nanjun had little understanding of artifact crafting, he possessed enough discernment to recognize the intricate designs on the blueprint, which appeared to be for a type of warship. Warships are unique artifacts within the realm of the Minghai, capable of allowing even commoners to engage with Qi refining period beasts on equal footing. They were specifically invented by cultivators to contest for living space against these beasts. However, crafting a warship demands a high level of skill from the artificer, resulting in relatively few factions possessing them. According to the cultivator's description, this warship is designed for hunting Qi refining early-stage beasts and is relatively simple to construct. Albeit somewhat impractical, Wang Nanfeng noted. Wang Nanjun nodded in agreement. Qi refining early-stage beasts serve as prey for various creatures and pose little danger to cultivators. Furthermore, areas where Qi refining early-stage beasts appear often harbor more formidable predators, creating a cycle of vulnerability. Thus, this warship does indeed seem somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, in a few years, when a second-tier artificer emerges on Coconut Island, this warship could be modified into something more functional. After all, the blueprints of warships are indeed rare treasures. I shall inform my elder brother that the family's contributions will be attributed to your name. Wang Nanjun carefully tucked away the blueprints, acknowledging the significant contribution made by Wang Nanping. There's also another matter. Wang Nanping, not yet departing, continued, while he was procuring spiritual ingredients for the restaurant. She unexpectedly discovered 2 beast eggs. Immediately, 2 white eggs, roughly the length of an arm, appear before them. According to the selling proprietor, these were dead eggs he had found on a certain island, but he could not identify the species of the beast. The owner, possessing only the cultivation level of early Qi refinement, seemed to have misjudged. These were not dead eggs, merely dormant. Hence, they were brought back to have the clan's beast tamers examine them, to see if they could restore them to life. Wang Nanjun, not being a beast tamer herself, could not discern their nature, so she called upon Wang Nanyuan, who was also familiar with the situation. After greeting each other, they began their assessment. These are the eggs of the white-headed sea eagle, confirmed Wang Nanyuan. The self-preservation mechanism of the white-headed sea eagle's eggs is that when they do not experience the incubation warmth from their parents for an extended period, they enter a dormant state, resembling dead eggs, until the parents return to hatch them. This dormancy can last up to 5 years. The white-headed sea eagle, the avian beast that is commonly seen in the skies? Wang Nanjun inquired. Among the most frequently observed birds over the seas. One is a smaller species known as the great-billed seagull, while the other, the larger one, is indeed the white-headed sea eagle. Is it the one with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters? Indeed, this time, cousin Nanping has achieved a remarkable feat. The white-headed sea eagle is notoriously difficult to tame unless it is hatched from the egg. Wang Nanyuan praised. Our Wang family can utilize these 2 eggs to gradually cultivate a flock of white-headed sea eagles, which will be excellent for traveling or transporting goods. Previously, the puppets lacked self-defense capabilities and were easily destroyed while flying over the sea. However, with the white-headed sea eagles, the situation is entirely different. Their large size allows for substantial weight-bearing and rapid flight, making them absolutely perfect. The 2 white-headed sea eagle eggs were handed over to Wang Nanyuan for nurturing. As for Wang Nanping, he amassed a considerable amount of family contributions and, after exchanging some for cultivation resources with his partner, returned to Fire Phoenix Island. Chapter 115. Travels. Wang Nanjun has returned, bearing good news. Perhaps out of respect for Wang Mingai, a formidable golden core cultivator, the heads of each family personally welcomed him with great enthusiasm. When discussing the matter of inter-family partnerships, most families express strong support, as the Wang family of Coconut Island is now considered a golden core clan, truly formidable. Wang Nanjun was somewhat impatient regarding this matter. Had he announced that the Wang family was seeking marital alliances, there would have been no need for such extensive travels, as many families would have eagerly approached the Wang family. Nonetheless, he did not regret his actions, for this journey allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the various families and the specific circumstances surrounding Coconut Island. It can be said that families residing on islands within the Minghai cultivation realm differ greatly from those in the Tianyuan cultivation realm. Families in the Tianyuan realm are averse to allowing their bloodlines to disperse, typically recruiting sons-in-law to ensure a stable increase in clan members. Conversely, families in the Minghai realm are inclined to marry off or adopt members into other families, a necessity born from the perilous nature of the sea. Powerful beasts lurk in the depths, undetectable, capable of annihilating an entire island and its inhabitants. To preserve their bloodline, dispersing clan members across various families is a pragmatic approach. Regarding the future matters of family members forming partnerships, discussions will need to take place on Coconut Island, perhaps organizing an event akin to a matchmaking gathering, allowing clan members to choose their partners. Wang Nanjun arranged everything meticulously, but was unexpectedly greeted by someone he recognized. Great Uncle San, Wang Nanjun exclaimed with surprise. He was already informed about Wang Xianglong by Wang Mingai. Thus he was aware of the situation. From now on, I shall call you cousin. With a new identity, one must live accordingly. Wang Xianglong, without any pretense, took a seat before Wang Nanjun. His purpose for visiting Coconut Island was to seek a map, specifically the locations of several major sects and prominent families. Wang Nanjun, puzzled, asked, "What need do you have for such information?" "The affairs of the clan have been handed over, and I intend to continue my travels." Wang Xianglong explained that he was secretly seeking methods to break through the foundation establishment stage, a matter that had become a tormenting obsession. "If you have a map, do you still require a spiritual vessel?" Wang Nanjun inquired. "Maps are inexpensive. One can purchase one and replicate it endlessly, hence no contributions are necessary." Before leaving the clan grounds, he had exhausted all contributions in preparation for his journey. So he indeed possessed a spiritual vessel. Wang Xianglong smiled as he accepted the map, observing the clearly marked various powers and danger zones with great satisfaction. Having achieved his objective, he stood to depart, but suddenly turned back, saying, "This storage bag was sent by Xiangxiu. It contains the ore's mind over the years. You may find an opportunity to sell them. Moreover, since you have established a foothold here, consider arranging for clan members or reliable unfamiliar cultivators to shuttle between the 2 families for transporting goods. Selling the Wang family's items at a low price to the Liu and Zhou families is quite unfavorable. I will arrange that immediately. On Fire Phoenix Island, we own a restaurant and can allocate some space for resource sales. It should not pose a problem," Wang Nanjun replied. Before he could finish, Wang Xianglong summoned his spiritual vessel and departed swiftly. Watching him vanish without a trace, Wang Nanjun felt a twinge of envy. Such spontaneous travel was truly wonderful. He then shifted his focus, reminding himself to organize matters promptly. As the tides ebbed and flowed, the jagged stones were smoothed into rounded shapes. 5 years had passed. Many children frolicked naked on Coconut Island, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Two magnificent white-headed sea eagles soared through the sky, vigilant of their surroundings. Wang Nanjun sat atop the highest point of the island, observing it all with immense satisfaction. The past 5 years had brought significant changes. The two Wang families had discreetly re-established trade, resulting in a noticeable increase in profits. With a few more years of saving spiritual stones, they might be able to purchase another island endowed with spiritual veins. Numerous inter-family marriages with neighboring clans had also resulted in an increased number of cultivators on Coconut Island. Most importantly, leveraging the benefits of the multi-clawed octopus, many clan members had mastered new cultivation techniques, substantially enriching the clan's foundation. Presently, the multi-clawed octopus had been completely consumed, necessitating a new catch, though it remained uncertain when that would occur. Gazing up at the white-headed sea eagles, Wang Nanjun noted that, after 2 years of nurturing at great expense, the two had matured into adulthood and were now capable of reproduction. They even brought back a mate of the opposite sex to settle on Coconut Island. The newly arrived white-headed sea eagles did not heed the clan's commands, but, fortunately, posed no threat. The warship had been successfully modified. While Wang Nanjun was lost in thought, Wang Nanjun approached him. Over the years, the clan's artificers, formation masters, talisman masters, and puppet masters had collaborated extensively, resulting in a redesign of the unexpectedly acquired warship blueprints. They had finally developed a warship belonging to the Wang family. Although the ship's size and appearance had not changed significantly, its speed and offensive capabilities had been enhanced. Previously, it could only threaten early Chi refinement beasts. Now, it could destroy mid-Chi refinement beasts with a single cannon shot, and it was fast enough that some late Chi refinement beasts could not catch up. How is its performance? Wang Nanjun inquired. Sufficient for defensive operations around the island, and the construction is not complex. A single artificer, accompanied by several dozen ordinary blacksmiths, can complete it in just a few months. Do you intend to use it for sale? Wang Nanjun countered. Coconut Island is protected by a 3-tiered formation. While the warship is impressive, it holds little value for our royal family. It would be more prudent to sell it externally, explained Wang Nanjun. These resources have long been monopolized by the giant whale chamber of commerce. Would it be wise for us to recklessly intervene? Wang Nanjun's sister, Wang Nanjun, expressed her concerns. The giant whale chamber of commerce is unlikely to concern themselves with our minor skirmishes, especially with our great-grandfather's protection. Let the clan members maintain a low profile, and we can proceed with the sale. A price slightly lower than that of the giant whale chamber of commerce would suffice, added Wang Nanjun, suggesting acceptance of provisions as payment, without being rigidly bound to spirit stones. Furthermore, Wang Nanping should lease another shop on Fire Phoenix Island, allowing us to separate the sale of the tavern and the shop. In recent years, several younger members have come of age. They can manage the store. Chapter 116. Celestial Root Name. Wang Nanan Age. 73,380 Realm. Foundation Establishment Level 3 Cultivation Techniques. Fiery Meditation. Flowing Cloud Blade Intent. 10,000 Hiding. Earthly Escape Flow. 5 Element Body. 10,000 Herb Classic Complete. Withered Tree Reviving Classic Level 2. Proficiency 1. Chi Refinement Techniques. Minor Heritage. First Grade Heavenly Mechanic Heritage. First Grade Witchcraft Heritage. First Grade Spiritual Pulse Heritage. First Grade Mining Heritage. Second Grade Alchemist Heritage. Second Grade Talismancer Heritage Complete. Second Grade Diviner Heritage Proficiency 1. Second Grade Spirit Chef Heritage. Major Achievement 5. Second Grade Spirit Planner Heritage. Proficiency 84. Second Grade Formation Master Heritage. Proficiency 31. Second Grade Insect Master Heritage. Proficiency 11. Second Grade Puppet Master Heritage. Proficiency 52. Second Grade Weapon Refining Master Heritage. Proficiency 21. Second Grade Beast Tamer Heritage. Proficiency 18. Second Grade Brewer Heritage. Major Achievement 7. Wang Nanan gazed at his information panel. Since acquiring the mountain treasure, his second grade Talismancer heritage inexplicably reached perfection. The second grade Heavenly Mechanic was a legacy from his great-grandfather, originally obtained through a deal with the esteemed Hein. There is also a third grade Diviner heritage, but currently Wang Nanan is unable to learn it. The proficiency levels of the other heritages have been enhanced through years of relentless practice, particularly in Spirit Chef and Brewer, which have seen the fastest improvement. After organizing the ores and the puppets within the cave, Wang Nannan planned to return to the clan. Currently, there are over a dozen mining veins being exploited within the cave, all prosperously yielding enough for the Wang family to sustain themselves for many years. Wang Nannan intended to have clan members come and take charge of the site while he ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains to migrate the spiritual pulse. Back in the clan, Wang Xiangxiu was teaching the children and beamed with a rare smile upon seeing Wang Nannan return. "You arrived just in time," she exclaimed, somewhat excited. "What happened?" Wang Nannan inquired, handing over his storage bag. "A few days ago, we conducted a spiritual root test and discovered a child with a celestial root." Wang Xiangxiu's smile widened. "Really?" Wang Nannan's eyes widened in astonishment. The term celestial root had not been heard in many years, evoking immense joy. It is known that cultivators with celestial roots possess no bottlenecks before the nascent soul stage, allowing for rapid advancement. And entering the Golden Core realm is not a daunting task. "Who is it?" "It is your cousin Wang Nanjing's son, Wang Taiji, ranked 21st among his peers, with a single attribute with spiritual root." Wang Nannan stared blankly, realizing why Wang Xiangxiu was so elated. It was indeed his own grandson. Cousin Wang Nanjing is the son of clan leader Wang Xiangxiu. "Congratulations, aunt," Wang Nannan exclaimed. "What about cousin and his wife?" "They are both in the spiritual pulse of the Qingfeng mountain range. This matter has not yet been disclosed to them. For now, only you, I, and my grandson are privy to it." Wang Nannan found it hard to believe, yet considering the family's discretion regarding spiritual roots, he understood everything. Wang Xiangxiu revealing this information to him likely indicated she sought something in return. Sure enough, she steered the conversation toward the main topic. "I wish for Taiji to learn the heritage from you. What do you think?" "Of course." Wang Nannan did not hesitate. Who could refuse a disciple with a celestial root? Moreover, not only do celestial root cultivators advance swiftly, but they also possess great aptitude for inheriting teachings, easily mastering 3 or 4 heritages before reaching the Golden Core stage. "Is there a specific heritage you wish for him to study?" Wang Nannan inquired, mindful that Wang Xiangxiu was the child's grandmother. "I would like him to learn Withered Tree Reviving Classic," she replied. Wang Nannan was taken aback by this unexpected choice, intending for his grandson to become a spirit planter. However, considering his own extraordinary ability to stimulate the growth of spiritual plants, everything made sense. "Aunt, it's a waste for Taiji to study as a spirit planter," Wang Nannan objected. "We have plenty of spirit planters in the family, especially among the children of different surnames, many of whom are spirit planters. Furthermore, the cultivation of Withered Tree Reviving Classic requires 5 spiritual roots, which Wang Taiji cannot fulfill. I suggest he study Talismancer and Spiritual Pulse Master. Diviner would also be suitable." Wang Nannan's suggestions were well-founded. The Wang family excels in talismans, and studying to become a Talismancer would facilitate Wang Taiji's rapid growth. The Spiritual Pulse Master is exceedingly rare and challenging to learn. Aside from Wang Nannan, only celestial root cultivators could attempt it. As for the Heavenly Mechanic, Wang Nannan possesses the complete 3rd-grade inheritance, which could support Wang Taiji in reaching the Golden Core stage, while the 3rd-grade Diviner could significantly benefit the family's future direction. Of course, the Beast Tamer and Alchemist paths are also viable. However, they currently only have 2nd-grade heritages. Additionally, while Witchcraft and Heavenly Mechanic heritages are commendable, the family only possesses 1st-grade inheritances, which may be somewhat inadequate for the rapidly developing celestial root cultivators. Let us consult his opinion. Wang Xiangxiu called Wang Taiji over, and after he respectfully greeted Wang Nannan, she posed a question to him, allowing him to choose. "I want to learn to be an insect master, as Grandma is an insect master and very powerful. I also want to learn to be a diviner. I want to take charge of my own destiny." Wang Taiji, though young, expressed his desires confidently. Wang Xiangxiu was overjoyed, and since her grandson had made his choice, she did not object, saying, "You will study to be an insect master with me, and the diviner with your uncle Wang Nannan. You can also come to us with any cultivation questions. Aunt, have you prepared spiritual insect for Taiji?" Wang Nannan teased. "Spiritual insects are easy. I'll have the queen bee nurture a little queen bee," Wang Xiangxiu replied dismissively, as she had plenty of spiritual insects, with the queen bee being her favorite. "As his teacher, I will also prepare a spiritual insect for you. I will give it to you in a few days," Wang Nannan said, ruffling Wang Taiji's hair. Naturally, what Wang Nannan prepared was the purple extreme demon insect. Currently, The purple extreme demon insects all originated from the Wong insect itself. Acquiring a new Wong insect would only be possible if the current one perished, and otherwise, they would need to rely on the Wong insect to reproduce, which was somewhat akin to a bee colony. Once Wong Taiji possessed both the queen bee and the Wong insect, he would have a certain means of self-protection, allowing both Wong Xiangxiu and Wong Nanan to rest easier. In addition, Wong Xiangxiu and Wong Nanan selected a set of cultivation techniques for Wong Taiji. Wong Nanan chose techniques including turtle breathing concealment technique, soul technique, and One Qi transforming 3 clears, level 1, with One Qi transforming 3 clears being a handwritten inheritance by Wong Nanan, which was not available in the clan. As for what Wong Xiangxiu selected for her grandson, Wong Nanan did not inquire further. In the following days, under the supervision of the two, Wong Taiji began his cultivation. His astonishing learning ability and rapid progress left both prepared individuals in awe. In less than a month, he broke through to the second layer of Qi refinement, effortlessly mastering all the techniques and inheritances. Wong Nanan felt somewhat disheartened, recalling how long it took him to enter the diviner path, several years. Chapter 117. Advancing the spiritual pulse beyond teaching Wong Taiji. Wong Nanan also made time to visit the 10,000 Great Mountains. Over the years, the elder ghost cultivators, including Wong Mingzhu, had marked numerous locations of spiritual pulses. This time, Wong Nanan systematically began relocating them to the Wong family's spiritual pulse. First, he focused on the Qingfeng mountain range, where there were originally 10 first-level spiritual pulses, including fruit spirit and spiritual stream pulses, all within close proximity. Over the years, the Wong family has acquired the spiritual veins and mortal cities of several surrounding families, connecting them into a cohesive territory. The outermost perimeter is fortified with a grand array composed of multiple first- and second-tier formations. Within this domain lie 18 first-tier spiritual veins, vast expanses of spiritually depleted land, and numerous mortal cities, collectively sufficient to sustain a population of millions. When Wong Nanan beheld this expansive area, he could not help but commend the monumental efforts of the family over the years. He had never anticipated the extensive scale of the Wong family's undertakings, but he could surmise the familial strategy, relocating the Wong clan's mortals to cultivate regions rich in spiritual energy, thus fostering the birth of more descendants with spiritual roots. As for the earlier cities, it sufficed to assign some Wong clan mortals to manage them. Additionally, the cultivation of low-tier spiritual plants is not overly complex. A single spiritual planter could oversee several mortal farmers, effectively tending to the vast fields of spiritual crops. Wong Nanan facilitated the migration of each spiritual vein, gradually replenishing the spiritual energy in areas that were once barren. Concurrently, more mortal cities and villages began to take shape, enhancing internal infrastructure. The arrangement of the outer formations did not cease, as the extensive borders required considerable effort from most of the clan's formation masters. Wong Nanan pondered whether the significant expansion of their spiritual fields would elicit any reactions from other factions. After spending years within the confines of the Earth Dragon Caves, he was somewhat naive to the happenings outside. Wang Xiangtan smiled lightly and remarked, "Observe your surroundings. The land seized during the last beast tide has been nearly completely absorbed. Those rootless and drifting Qi refining families or rogue cultivators stand little chance against foundational families." Upon soaring into the sky and surveying the landscape, Wang Nanan confirmed Wang Xiangtan's assertions. The entire Qingfeng mountain range and previously cultivated areas had transformed into vast territories dominated by powerful families. Therefore, the actions of the Wang family were quite ordinary and unlikely to attract the attention of formidable adversaries. Reassured, Wang Nanan hastened the migration of the spiritual veins. Each vein provided limited spiritual energy, necessitating several to achieve a cumulative effect. As more Wang clan mortals settled into these spiritual fields, many selected non-clan mortals added to the lively atmosphere. "Why are there so many non-clan youths?" Wang Nanan inquired, curious about these boys devoid of spiritual roots. "All around the age of 15 or 16. Wang Xiangtan explained, "These youths, being mentally immature and orphaned, are well-fed and provided for by the clan, with arranged marriages to ensure they can work diligently for the Wang family. After some minor training, they excel in various trades, and since there is a labor shortage here, they were all selected. Moreover, these youths are of an age to bear offspring and are brimming with vitality. Understanding the family's intentions, Wang Nanan realized that these non-clan youths were not only to labor for the family, but also to produce heirs, making their presence particularly advantageous. He refrained from interfering with the clan's decisions, recognizing the favorable conditions provided to these orphans, conditions so generous that they would not leave even if prompted. This arrangement also benefited the Wang family, akin to Wang Nanan's previous proposal to test non-Wang children for spiritual roots and accept them, which had dramatically increased the clan's population, surpassing neighboring families in both bloodline descendants and those reliant on the Wang family. Wang Nanan continued to relocate the spiritual veins according to the clan's plans, and it took nearly 7 or 8 months for the spiritual fields to become rich in energy. During this time, the first batch of spiritual rice, fruit trees, and medicinal herbs were planted in designated areas, resembling a flourishing farm. A portion of land was intentionally left vacant for raising spiritual beasts, utilizing their waste to fertilize the fields, creating a sustainable cycle. Observing the industrious clan members, Wang Nanan reminisced about his own beginnings in the cultivation world. Recalling when he started as a spiritual planter, inspired by nostalgia, he summoned the growth technique to cover the fields, causing all first-tier spiritual plants to mature instantaneously, startling many. After completing the preparations for the spiritual fields, Wang Xiangxiu assigned Wang Nanan a significant task, advancing a spiritual vein. The resources required for the elevation of the spiritual vein, proposed by Wang Nanan long ago, had finally been gathered, albeit in limited quantities, sufficient only for one first-tier vein to ascend to the second tier. Yet, this was a considerable achievement, as such an elevation could yield transformative changes. Just as a first-tier vein could not sustain long-term cultivation for foundation-building practitioners, a second-tier vein would vastly surpass it in potency. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Wang Nanan quickly discerned which vein was slated for elevation. Despite the presence of many spiritual veins within the territory, only the earliest one was of the second tier. I hope to elevate one vein this time, enriching the spiritual energy of our clan's land, Wang Xiangxiu expressed with eager anticipation, not only for the joy of the elevation, but also for the rare opportunity to witness it firsthand. Wang Nanan reviewed the necessary spiritual materials and confirmed their completeness. Without further ado, he followed Wang Xiangxiu to the designated vein for elevation. Isn't this the vein we migrated here initially? He wondered, confirming his earlier suspicions that the vein set for elevation was the longest among the first-tier veins, thus releasing the most spiritual energy. Cousin, if this first-tier vein ascends to the second tier, its size will expand dramatically. If we elevate this one, it may even influence the entire Changshan County and beyond. Are you suggesting the vein's range will extend there? Wang Xiangxiu countered. Indeed, the orientation of this first-tier vein and the dimensions of the second-tier vein can provide insights into its potential reach. We should incorporate Changshan County and its surrounding regions into our clan's territory. It would be an excellent choice to allow these families to reside in an area rich in spiritual energy. Wang Xiangxiu remained unconcerned, but added, "You focus on preparing the elevation of the vein. I will arrange for the clan members to set up formations over this distance to prevent prying eyes from discovering our plans. The methods for advancing a spiritual vein are well-guarded secrets. Even the 3 major golden core sects would find it challenging to have practitioners involved, thus ensuring our safety. Moreover, for the past year, all Wang clan spiritual veins have been off-limits to external cultivators. It took a full year for Wang Xiangxiu to finalize all preparations. During this time, Wang Nanan continuously nurtured the spiritual vein, ensuring it reached the threshold for elevation. With a slight exertion, the elevation would be completed. At Wang Xiangxiu's signal, the second-tier spiritual vein successfully emerged within the clan's territory. An abundant surge of spiritual energy flowed forth, significantly enhancing the overall richness of the clan's spiritual energy by half a level. Wang Nanan meticulously refined the energy pathways, concluding the final touches. In a desolate mortal realm, surrounded by barren wasteland and weeds, Wang Nanan established a gathering formation, infusing it with a substantial number of spiritual stones. This location was sufficiently distant from the 3 major golden core sects, ensuring complete safety from both cultivators and mortals. to avert any unforeseen events. He expended 200 years of lifespan to veil the secrets of this place, confident that even the leader of the Shinong sect would be unable to uncover its presence. Wang Xiangxiu remained vigilant, her consciousness attuned to the surroundings. Second Aunt, we may commence, she confirmed once the area was deemed secure. Wang Mingzhu, on the brink of a breakthrough, shed all restraint and entered the gathering formation to undertake her tribulation. As a ghost cultivator, her inherent nature was at odds with the heavens, thus attracting a more formidable thunderstorm. The sky darkened ominously, as if it were about to collapse. Observing the tumultuous display of lightning and thunder, Wang Nannan felt a pang of concern. The distance from the manhua tree was considerable, and Second Aunt's powers were severely suppressed. Would she truly be all right? It was true that ghost cultivators weakened with distance from the manhua tree, particularly regarding the abundance of spiritual energy and the range of their spiritual senses, yet their fundamental cultivation remained unchanged. In other words, at this moment, the second grandmother is in her prime, bolstered by the continuous supply of spiritual energy from the gathering spirit array, which gives her a reasonable assurance of withstanding the thunder tribulation. Wang Xiangxiu explained that over the years, she has also been studying the Inhuai tree, even more so than Wang Nannan. My only concern now is that this breakthrough is a desperate move by the second grandmother, unable to suppress her realm, and without the protection of a broken golden Dan to ensure her safety and improve her success rate. This is the most perilous situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Nannan felt a knot tighten in her heart. Failure would mean a complete fall, rendering her incapable of even being a ghost cultivator. The broken golden Dan is something one can only encounter by chance. Previously, Wang Ming AI was fortunate enough to auction one, a stroke of extreme luck, while Wang Mingzhu has evidently had less favorable fortune. Despite the Wang family's persistent attempts to procure one, they have met with no success. Even the Leviathan Trading Association has seen no broken golden Dan emerge in recent years, which has forced Wang Mingzhu to push through regardless of her fears. The two remained vigilant by her side, their hearts racing with anxiety, prepared to offer assistance at any moment. As the thunder tribulations struck down in succession, Wang Mingzhu's soul body was repeatedly shattered, yet swiftly restored. The formidable restraint the thunder tribulation has over ghost cultivators inflicted great suffering on Wang Mingzhu. The three of them counted each moment as if it were a year, too anxious to relax even slightly. With more thunderbolts falling, Wang Mingzhu's soul body grew increasingly transparent. Just as Wang Nannan and her companion feared that she might fail the breakthrough. Unexpectedly, the dark clouds dispersed. She succeeded. The two were somewhat taken aback and rushed forward. The gathering spirit array was completely destroyed, and Wang Nannan swiftly erased all traces. Wang Xiangxiu flew to Wang Mingzhu's side and took her away. At present, Wang Mingzhu's aura was faint, resembling a transparent sheet of paper, yet her power had grown stronger. She urgently needed to return to the Inhuai tree to stabilize her realm. Only then could she be considered a true Golden Dan ghost cultivator. In the family valley, they celebrated. She succeeded, exclaimed Wang Nannan's mother, Zhou Min, along with a throng of ghost cultivators, gazing at the nearly transparent Wang Mingzhu. Indeed, she has succeeded. The two nodded in unison, escorting Wang Mingzhu into the Inhuai tree. From this moment on, the Wang family of the Tianyuan cultivation realm officially joins the ranks of Golden Dan families. Wang Xiangxiu declared, although she is not a Golden Dan cultivator, she is the clan leader. The Wang family achieved the status of a Golden Dan family under her leadership, which filled Wang Xiangxiu with pride. The clan members cheered with joy, feeling more confident when facing the three major Golden Dan sects and other powerful adversaries. The only drawback is that the Inhuai tree imposes limitations on ghost cultivators, even as a Golden Dan cultivator. Wang Mingzhu could only exert her strength within a few hundred miles centered around the Inhuai tree. The further she strayed, the weaker her power became. Thus, the Wang family could only be regarded as a fragmented Golden Dan family. No one cared about these limitations. They were all immersed in the joy of Wang Mingzhu's breakthrough. Should we hold a celebration? Suggested a clan member, only to be simultaneously dismissed by Wang Xiangxiu and Wang Nannan, with a Golden Dan cultivator in their ranks. The Wang family could develop better, and a celebration would undoubtedly be the best way to announce their newfound strength. Wang Nannan and her companion directly rejected the idea. not out of a reluctance to leverage the prestige of the Golden Dan cultivator for the family's benefit, but because they could not. Firstly, the Tianyuan cultivation realm had long been thoroughly divided by the three major Golden Dan sects, and even the Leviathan Trading Association's involvement yielded little profit. The reason lies in the machinations of the three major sects, which suppress any forces that could threaten their standing. If the Wang family were to rashly announce their status as a Golden Dan family, they would likely face a brutal assault from three Golden Dan cultivators, which Wang Mingzhu alone could not withstand, even with Wang Mingai's assistance. Secondly, there was the issue of the Yin Huai tree. News of Wang Mingzhu's fall had already spread, and now her sudden reemergence as a ghost cultivator would surely stir ripples. The secret of the Yin Huai tree would be hard to keep. Even if outsiders could not perceive its existence, cultivators possess uncanny methods that might inadvertently unveil it. As per usual, any disclosure of information is strictly forbidden, Wang Xianxi ordered. The clan members could only lower their banners and abandon the notion of celebration. After arranging Wang Mingzhu's matters, Wang Nanan did not linger long in the clan's territory. She summoned 6 Happiness, intending to embark on a journey. As for instructing Wang Taiji, she had already imparted everything he wished to learn. The rest depended on his own abilities. Leaving Queen Bee, Winged Phantom, and Earth Dragon to assist in the clan, Wang Nanan rode 6 Happiness, disguising herself as an ordinary person, entering the mortal city. This time, she could relax without any reservations. Reclining on 6 Happiness, she and the cow ambled along the road. Countless passers-by barely cast a glance at Wang Nanan, for at that moment, she resembled a disheveled old man with a white beard, riding an aged cow. She recalled her last entry into the mortal city, when she had been abandoned by the leader of the Shinong sect. The time before, that was when she assisted the family in testing spiritual roots. Wang Nanan reflected. The events felt distant, yet were vividly etched in her memory. Hurry up. We must find Nin before dark, Wang Nanan muttered. 6 Happiness vanished from sight in a few strides. The ordinary city, under the Wang family's jurisdiction, was neither too large nor too small, capable of accommodating 50,000 inhabitants, and was considered bustling. As Wang Nanan and 6 Happiness entered, she noticed the mortals here were quite excited. With keen hearing and sight, Wang Nanan quickly learned the reason. It was once again the month for testing spiritual roots. So many hoped to step into the realm of cultivation and achieve longevity, to break through their social strata, unaware that they will remain the Wang family's servants for life. Chapter 119. Extraordinary Roots. Wang Nanan found a post station, tossed a few pieces of silver, and called out, "Waiter, prepare a room and a table of food and drink." Just as the waiter was leading 6 Happiness into the stable, he hurried over to attend to Wang Nanan. "Do any guests have dietary restrictions?" "None, except no beef." "Please wait a moment." The waiter moved swiftly, setting a full table of food and drink in the guest room. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Nanan called him back. "Was the testing of spiritual roots happening here?" "The esteemed ones from the Wang family say the Immortal will arrive tomorrow morning," the waiter replied respectfully. "Do you know where the children with spiritual roots go?" The waiter, somewhat proudly, said, "Of course, they are taken to the Immortal's residence, along with their families, to be sent to Changshan County. You may not know, but it was the Wang family who first allowed us outsiders to test our spiritual roots, granting us rootless mortals a path to the heavens, for which we are immensely grateful." Upon hearing that other cultivation families were also imitating the Wang family, but not as effectively, Wang Nanan inquired, "Why is the Wang family better?" "That's because the other immortals do not regard us as human, while the Wang family treats us as people." "How do you know this?" Wang Nanan asked again. "A few years ago, a child with spiritual roots from an immortal family escaped here, and he said so. Subsequently, that child was captured again." The waiter seemed helpless, recalling that at the time, the Wang family's elder did not intervene, allowing everyone to witness the amazing abilities of the immortals. Wang Nanan was unaware of such trivial matters, although she had heard that other families were indeed not very friendly towards cultivators of different surnames. Waving her hand, she dismissed the waiter, giving him a few pieces of silver as a tip. After taking a sip of the wine, she spat it out in disgust. "My palate has become spoiled," Wang Nanan grumbled, finding even ordinary wine distasteful. However, it mattered little, as she had brought along spirit wine, which she paired with a meal to fill her stomach adequately. The next morning, Wang Nanan rode 6 Happiness to the spiritual root testing site, the familiar scenery evoking memories long past. She saw a cultivator elegantly seated ahead, while several Wong family mortals directed children to test their spiritual roots. They still could only determine whether a child possessed spiritual roots, without being able to discern the type. This cultivator seemed somewhat familiar, Wong Nanan mused, searching her memory. She had indeed not encountered many of the younger generation of the Tai character lineage, and she could not recall any. Shifting her focus back to the testing scene, she observed a small girl in tattered hemp clothing, dirty all over, struggling to climb up. The girl was emaciated, so frail that a gust of wind could easily topple her. However, no one intervened, for the family had made it explicitly clear that anyone of the appropriate age could participate in the spiritual root testing, regardless of their background. Naturally, this stipulation applied only to mortals residing within the Wong family city. Guided by others, a little girl placed her hand upon the testing spirit stone. She possessed a spiritual root. This little girl was gifted. Many were elated, as she was the first child to reveal a spiritual root that day. Amidst the crowd, Wong Nanan felt a curious sensation as she beheld the girl, reminiscent of her encounter with Wong Taiji. I remember bringing stones capable of testing specific spiritual roots. Wong Nanan rummaged through her storage bag and quickly located them. Stepping away from the throng, she silently communicated with the cultivator responsible for the spiritual root testing. In a secluded corner, the cultivator was cut off mid-sentence by Wong Nanan. Nevertheless, to verify her identity, she revealed her identity token. "Bring me that little girl," Wong Nanan commanded. After a brief hesitation, the cultivator returned with the girl in tow. Dismissing the cultivator, Wong Nanan retested the girl's spiritual root. It was an extraordinary ice spiritual root, a rare variant of the water root, and indeed a form of heavenly root. Wong Nanan's face brightened with joy. This was an unexpected boon. With Wong Taiji before her, and now this little girl, the Wong family was destined for greatness. Gently reassuring the timid girl, Wong Nanan inquired, "Do you have a name? Family?" The girl shook her head. She had survived by begging and had only ventured to test her spiritual root after hearing others speak of immortals taking disciples. To her astonishment, she had succeeded. "Kulme, study cultivation with me. I shall teach you," Wong Nanan proposed, for a child with an extraordinary spiritual root could not be overlooked. Not only would she enhance the family's future prospects, but she could also provide a suitable partner for her grandson. Selfishly, it was a thought that crossed Wong Nanan's mind. In truth, pairing the girl with Wong Taiji would be ideal. Two heavenly roots combined would yield exceptional offspring. Yet, Wong Nanan had her own desires. She also planned to visit Coconut Island, allowing the girl to meet her grandson. The girl, still apprehensive, shook her head, too frightened to speak. "Do you not wish to learn cultivation with me?" Wong Nanan queried, puzzled. She had bravely come forth to test her spiritual root. Surely she must desire cultivation. "If not with me, where do you wish to go?" Wong Nanan continued kindly. After a moment's hesitation, the girl replied, "To the Wong family." "Why do you wish to go to the Wong family?" Wong Nanan probed. "Because they ensure we can eat," the girl explained, swallowing hard as her stomach growled in agreement. "I have already been accepted. I shall be fed and cannot leave with you." Wong Nanan was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the girl's reasoning. "Staying with me, you would also be well fed. I'm a member of the Wong family," she comforted. "The immortal who tested your spiritual root is my nephew." The girl appeared incredulous, but Wong Nanan took her hand and led her into a nearby tavern. The still timid girl leaned against Wong Nanan as they found a table. "What would you like to eat?" Wong Nanan asked. "Steamed buns, but not stale ones," the girl replied. Wong Nanan paused for a moment before summoning a waiter. "2 steamed buns, a bowl of thin porridge, and some small dishes, please." It was not that she wished to deny the girl something better. Her long abstention from meat required a gradual adjustment for her stomach. "If it's not enough, we can order more," Wong Nanan assured, placing the food before the girl. Seeing that the girl was genuinely receiving food, she wasted no time devouring it. For the girl, today's meal was a precious opportunity. She needed to eat her fill, lest tomorrow bring hunger again. While the girl ate, Wong Nanan conveyed her intentions of taking the girl to the responsible cultivator, instructing him to report back to the family, but refrain from disclosing the type of spiritual root. "Is that enough?" The girl nodded vigorously. Given her young age, she could not consume much, and her round stomach strained against her clothing, a comical sight. After bringing her to the Wong family estate in the city, they had a maid assist the girl in cleaning up and provided her with a few changes of clothes before departing. Chapter 120. The flower family's invitation, Sihui, subtly increased her size to accommodate the girl. The two proceeded leisurely, while Wang Nan taught the girl to read. Wang Nuo, he instructed, "This shall be your name." Wang Nuo diligently practiced writing, her learning pace astonishing. Within just a few days, she had mastered over 100 characters. "Grandfather, when can I begin my cultivation?" Wang Nuo asked eagerly, her freshly washed form resembling an adorable glutinous rice dumpling, which was the source of her name. For the past few days, Wang Nan had introduced her to the fundamentals of the cultivation world, further igniting her aspirations. "Once you have a good grasp of reading and arithmetic, and after you have fully recuperated, I shall teach you," Wang Nan replied. At this rate, it would likely take just over a month. Moreover, having Wang Nuo accompany him made the journey far less tedious. After a few months of travel, they departed the Wang family's sphere of influence and entered the territory of the Hua family, a chi refining clan established after the recent beast tide. Their clan resided atop a spiritual vein, cohabitating with many mortals, though the spirit vein was surrounded by formations, rendering it inaccessible to them. Upon reaching Huacheng, they secured a place to stay. Wang Nuo curiously surveyed her surroundings, noting that it bore no difference from the cities they had previously visited. During these months, Wang Nuo had been well cared for by Wang Nan, her physical deficiencies nearly rectified, and she had grown significantly taller. "Grandfather, where are the flowers? Why is it called Flower City?" she inquired, as she envisioned a city adorned with blossoms. "It is named so after the family that governs this land, which bears the surname Hua," Wang Nan explained with a smile, leading Wang Nuo and Sihui into their rented courtyard, providing them with a temporary refuge. The following day, Wang Nan guided Wang Nuo toward the city center. Initially intending to bypass Flower City, they unexpectedly learned of an exhibition hosted by several chi refining families to sell resources. Considering Wang Nuo's health had improved and she was on the brink of entering the cultivation realm, Wang Nan resolved to procure a batch of resources. As his own supplies consisted mainly of second- and first-tier resources unsuitable for Wang Nuo, particularly concerning core techniques, he lacked anything appropriate, making this event an excellent opportunity to gather what they needed before transitioning into the cultivation world. The exhibition was held within the Hua family courtyard at the city's heart, surrounded by formations that permitted only cultivators to enter. Wang Nan and Wang Nuo entered without hindrance, noting a considerable number of cultivators present, predominantly early-stage chi refiners, likely impoverished itinerants. As they strolled through the exhibition, Wang Nan introduced various spiritual items to Wang Nuo, attracting the attention of several wandering cultivators. He did not merely speak. He also selected a few elixirs based on Wang Nuo's needs. "Esteemed elder, our family head is interested in your presence." A young girl clad in opulent attire respectfully addressed Wang Nan. "Your family head?" Wang Nan queried, puzzled. Disguised as an elderly man and presenting himself as merely a fifth-level chi refiner, he seemed an exceedingly ordinary cultivator. "What could your family head want with me?" he thought, suddenly recalling that he had spoken extensively to introduce resources to Wang Nuo, likely causing a stir. "Flower," the girl merely uttered. "Ah, the organizers," Wang Nan mused internally. "Let us proceed." He followed the girl into the Hua family's inner courtyard, where he encountered even more cultivators, many of whom appeared more formidable, clad in similar attire, likely from a specific cultivation family. Ignoring them, Wang Nan was led to a waiting room, where he settled Wang Nuo on his lap, offering her some spiritual tea and pastries from the table. Shortly thereafter, a woman who appeared to be of middle age entered the room. She was the matriarch of the Hua family. It was said that she was once a practitioner from the Hundred Flowers Valley, but after sustaining injuries, she descended from the mountain and established the Hua family with her partner. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries and introductions, the two were reluctantly acquainted. Noticing the depth of Wang Nan's knowledge, the Hua matriarch invited him to assist in identifying an item, stating that her compensation would be 30 spirit stones. Wang Nan nodded slightly and requested her to present the item. He took the object in hand, which was a milky white ring. A chill coursed through his fingers as he held it. "Matriarch, this is merely a chi refining stage artifact. What sort of identification do you require?" Wang Nan questioned. The matriarch paused, her expression revealing doubt. "Do you not sense anything? A chill?" she inquired. Wang Nan replied, "When my kin wear this ring for an extended period, they become enveloped in ice, and the cause remains undetermined. Moreover, This ring appears to serve no purpose beyond its aesthetic appeal, which is hardly fitting for an artifact. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanan scrutinized the ring once more. As a second-tier artifact craftsman, he was certain it was simply a chi refining stage artifact, albeit with hidden depths. Glancing back at Wang Nua, who was still indulging in food and drink, he mused on her good fortune. Whatever she lacked seemed to manifest before her. Turning his attention back to the Hua matriarch, Wang Nanan returned the ring to her. I must admit my limitations. I failed to discern its peculiarities. As for the chilling aura that envelopes those who wear it for long periods, alas, he sighed, feigning an air of helplessness. Have you sought evaluations from others? Many practitioners had examined it, yet none could elucidate the reason for its effects. Were it not for the ring being a family heirloom, they would have discarded it long ago. The matriarch shared in his sentiments, lamenting that it was a cherished relic of her lineage, a remnant of their past. Wang Nanan contemplated the implications. It seemed the matriarch's ancestors must have included formidable practitioners. Those circumstances had led to their decline. With no further matters to discuss, he sought an excuse to depart. By the time evening fell, Wang Nanan returned to the Hua family. The exhibition was still in full swing, with practitioners bustling about. He extended his consciousness to locate the ring, which he transformed into a streak of light and pursued. Upon finding it placed in the Hua family's treasury, he retrieved it. Nua, take this, he said, handing the ring to Wang Nua. As her fingers made contact with the ring, a bamboo slipped out from within. As anticipated, it required an ice spirit root practitioner to unlock its secrets. The Hua matriarch's ancestor must have been a powerful ice spirit root practitioner. Picking up the bamboo slip, he returned the ring to its original place. This ring is a token of your lineage. I shall leave it untouched. However, the techniques within are of no use to your family, so I shall claim them for myself. Wang Nanan mused aloud, leaving behind a foundation-building pill as compensation before departing with Wang Nua. Chapter 121. Ice Spirit Technique. The technique was titled Ice Spirit Technique, a practice exclusive to the Ice Spirit root, capable of cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Wang Nua wore a beaming smile. Having never expected Wang Nanan to procure such a formidable technique for her, with her newfound understanding of cultivation knowledge, she recognized the technique's immense value. Henceforth, her primary cultivation method would be the Ice Spirit Technique, supplemented by other techniques she would impart. Wang Nanan ruffled Wang Nua's hair. The once timid girl was blossoming into a more cheerful soul. Wang Nua was indeed overjoyed, even though she had just begun her training in the Ice Spirit Technique. She felt an exhilarating acceleration in her cultivation speed and a perfect compatibility with the technique as every cell in her body expanded, fervently absorbing spiritual energy. They did not rush to leave Huaqing, instead settling there for over 3 months. Grandfather, I've learned this too, Wang Nua exclaimed, having reached the second level of qi refinement. In those 3 months, she had successfully initiated the turtle breathing concealment technique, breath restraining technique, soul techniques, bone and muscle tempering technique, thunderbird soaring steps, and thunderblade control technique, her proficiency rapidly increasing. Thanks to Wang Nanan, she also became a blade practitioner. Wielding the 9-ringed great blade, he had gifted her with remarkable flair. Nua is truly a prodigy, Wang Nanan praised, filled with admiration. Particularly impressive was her advancement in the Ice Spirit Technique, as she could now externally project cold air and freeze certain mundane objects. This was a characteristic of the Ice Spirit Technique. The more it was cultivated, the greater one's mastery over ice attributes became, even allowing one to kill adversaries by projecting frigid air. After tidying up their belongings, Wang Nanan instructed Sushi to wait outside. Grandfather, are we leaving? Wang Nua asked, reluctant to part from the place where they had spent 3 months forming a bond. This is merely a temporary abode. There's no need to feel attached. Once our travels conclude, I shall take you home, he replied, lifting Wang Nua on his Sushi's back as they embarked on their wandering journey once more. Seated not far from Sushi's neck, her small feet dangled on either side, and her hands grasped Sushi's horns. Wang Nua soon forgot her worries. Sushi, how strong are you? She inquired, her curiosity piqued after successfully drawing in qi. Unfortunately, Sushi could not respond. She even asked Wang Nanan about his cultivation level, but he merely chuckled in response. You wish to catch up to Sushi's level? That will take you several more years. Just keep working steadily. Wang Nan encouraged, offering her a piece of spiritual food. Sushi snorted in mild discontent, expressing his displeasure at not being fed. Wang Nan quickly fed him another morsel. Crossing mountains and plains, experiencing both affluence and desolation. They navigated through the vicissitudes of life until they arrived at the territory of Qingfeng sect. Wang Nan had initially intended to venture further into the mortal realm, but due to the lack of spiritual energy there, which was unsuitable for Wang Nua's cultivation, he chose to abandon that plan. Entering the Qingfeng sect's territory, they found it bustling, primarily due to the presence of a teleportation array, with practitioners arriving in droves, showcasing a multitude of extraordinary techniques that dazzled the pair. Within the Qingfeng sect's market, not far from the sect itself, they strolled leisurely. Originally, the Qingfeng sect's market was akin to the Shinnong sect's market, merely a larger, ordinary marketplace. However, the influx of foreign practitioners had transformed it into a thriving hub for cultivators, although it retained the name Qingfeng Sect Market. Wang Nan visited with the intention of uncovering some valuable items. Despite being a relatively new market, its ability to attract numerous practitioners indicated its merits. Leading Sushi while he carried Wang Nua, they paused at a stall. Wang Nan selected various spiritual materials and engaged in haggling with the stall owner to procure them. If either of you sees something you fancy, do let me know. I shall cover the cost with spirit stones. Sushi made a soft sound, yearning for some delectable spiritual fruits and herbs, while Wang Nua scanned her surroundings for any ice-related spiritual items. If none were found, water attributes would suffice. As they continued, Wang Nan found themselves before a colossal structure resembling a massive spiral shell, with each coil representing a floor. Upon counting, he realized it boasted a full 9 stories. Giant Whale Chamber. Wang Nan observed the sign, already familiar with the name, but seeing it for the first time. True to its reputation as a grand trading house, it was not only adorned splendidly, but also teemed with visitors. Even the guards were at the foundation building stage, easily surpassing many other factions. Upon entering, they found no one to greet them, as the sheer number of practitioners within the Giant Whale Chamber was overwhelming, while it was not crowded. Throngs of practitioners congregated around every item. The lack of a welcoming party allowed Wang Nan to freely inspect the attributes of various goods. Prominently displayed was a guiding board, elucidating the rules of the Giant Whale Chamber. The first of 6 floors catered to Qi refining stage spiritual items, corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of Qi refining, while the 7th and 8th floors housed foundation building stage items. The 9th floor was reserved for items of the Golden Core stage. Only those who reached the corresponding cultivation level could access the respective floors. Of course, families of cultivators could enter based on their family rank. Wang Nan currently presented himself as being at the 5th level of Qi refining. However, this was inconsequential, as one could readily alter their displayed cultivation level. So he felt no apprehension. Beginning on the 1st floor, I meticulously examined each item and discovered several rare treasures, primarily unfamiliar to me, yet upon further understanding, I realized there were numerous similar spiritual artifacts. Grandfather, why do so many kinds of spiritual items exist that can produce the same effect? Wang Nua inquired, puzzled, as she believed that one would suffice. What purpose do all these extravagant varieties serve? They have developed according to the characteristics of different regions, Wang Nan elucidated. For instance, in our Tianyuan cultivation realm, the foundational elixir requires second-tier spiritual herbs as its primary ingredient, while in the underworld sea cultivation realm, the foundational beast's inner core serves as the main ingredient. It is not a matter of unification, but rather an impossibility to do so. Wang Nuolistened, somewhat comprehending yet refraining from further inquiry. Wang Nan glanced at the spiritual stones he had brought, noting he had sufficient funds for this outing and did not need to be overly frugal. Spotting a suitable elixir for Wang Nua, he purchased it directly and instructed a maid to follow closely behind him, refusing to leave his side. Is there anything else the guest requires? The maid inquired. I wish to visit the 7th floor, Wang Nan replied, his aura shifting to reveal the pressure of a foundational cultivator. The maid's expression remained indifferent, as if accustomed to concealing her true identity as a cultivator. Accompanied by the 2 of them and a beast, they ascended to the 7th floor of the Giant Whale Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 122. Heavenly Spiritual Root Techniques the seventh floor of the giant whale chamber was noticeably less populated with cultivators, and those encountered were accompanied by maids. After surveying various items, Wang Nanan asked, "Do you have any second-tier elixir recipes? And prepare 10 portions of these second-tier spiritual herbs for me." The required herbs were the primary ingredients for the cleansing marrow elixir and the soul-nurturing elixir, intended for Wang Nuo. As for the second-tier recipes, they were to enrich Wang Nanan's own repertoire. The maid took the order and, upon reviewing the types of spiritual herbs listed, responded, "Please wait a moment. I will prepare this for you immediately." During this time, he also purchased some second-tier spiritual fruits for sushi and some second-tier beast meat for Wang Chong, concluding this procurement. After completing the transaction, Wang Nanan passed through the technique area and noticed several techniques that caught his attention. Ice manipulation technique, fire manipulation technique, water manipulation technique, wood manipulation technique, earth manipulation technique, lightning manipulation technique, metal manipulation technique. Are these foundational techniques? Wang Nanan questioned, bemused by their seemingly casual naming. The maid shook her head and clarified. These are techniques for the qi refining stage, specifically designed for cultivators with single spiritual roots, heavenly spiritual roots. Hence their placement here for sale. Wang Nanan found this puzzling. Given the rarity of cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, who would purchase them? Fortunately, the maid provided an answer. Those single spiritual root cultivators are indeed scarce. This rarity means that suitable techniques are even fewer. Each one is challenging to find, and thus, they are valued highly, warranting their placement in the foundational technique section. Some families purchase them to prepare for the potential emergence of heavenly spiritual root descendants. Families would buy them, Wang Nanan mused, recalling that he had not visited the Wang family's library in quite some time and was uncertain about their acquisitions. All foundational families in the Tianyuan cultivation realm have made purchases. Are you certain? Absolutely. There are only so many foundational families in the Tianyuan cultivation realm. It is impossible to be mistaken. The maid remained blissfully unaware that her words had cost her a transaction, continuing to smile as she bade farewell to Wang Nanan. Upon leaving the giant whale chamber of commerce, Wang Nanan addressed Wang Nuo, "You and Sushi wait for grandfather at the inn for a moment. I shall return shortly." After arranging for one person and one beast, Wang Nanan transformed into a beam of golden light and returned to the clan. After rummaging through the library for some time, he finally discovered the ice manipulation technique. "Were you not traveling? Why are you in such a hurry to return?" Wang Xiangxiu sensed Wang Nanan's aura and assumed there was some urgent matter. Wang Nanan chose not to conceal anything this time and shared the situation regarding Wang Nuo. "Nanan, bringing Wang Nuo back to the clan is wise. Second Ant's cultivation has stabilized, and the clan is exceptionally secure." Wang Xiangxiu grasped Wang Nanan's hands earnestly. What does having an extraordinary spiritual root signify? Wang Xiangxiu was all too aware. "Cousin, if a family possesses 2 heavenly spiritual roots, do you understand what that implies if discovered? Moreover, Wang Nuo lacks Wang family blood. If they are exposed, the Wang family will face annihilation. The 3 major golden core sects will not permit the existence of families that threaten their status." Wang Nanan firmly declined. "This is yet another reason I did not bring Wang Nuo back directly. Not only the 3 major golden core sects, but even the giant whale chamber of commerce would be tempted, as they cultivate cultivators from a young age, thus ensuring a higher loyalty. Your current task is to protect Taiji. Once he breaks through to the golden core stage, the Wang family will no longer need to fear the 3 major sections." Wang Nanan withdrew his hands, emphasizing that cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots not only progress rapidly, but also possess combat capabilities that far exceed others. Should Wang Taiji successfully break through to the golden core stage, alongside Wang Mingzhu, the Wang family would be able to stand proudly among golden core families, on par with the 3 major sections. Wang Xiangxiu recognized the validity of Wang Nanan's words, but remained conflicted. "I will take Wang Nuo to Coconut Island and entrust her to great-grandfather. Given his status in the giant whale chamber of commerce, nurturing Wang Nuo's rise will pose no issues. Furthermore, there are numerous golden core cultivators in the underworld sea cultivation realm, with ample resources. One Wang Nuo shall not attract undue attention." Wang Nanan laid out his plan. Had it not been for meeting Wang Nuo, he had not intended to venture to the underworld sea cultivation realm at this time. However, circumstances shifted, and he decided to send Wang Nuo while also visiting his family. Wang Xiangxiu fell silent, But Wang Nan did not press further. He made a copy of the ice manipulation technique and took it with him. Watching the vanishing streak of light in the sky, Wang Xiangxiu sighed. At the clear wind sects in, Wang Nan handed the ice manipulation technique to Wang Nuo. We shall remain in the market for a few days. Make the most of your time to grasp the fundamentals of this technique. Wang Nan then produced a cauldron and commenced the refinement of the cleansing marrow elixir and the soul-nurturing elixir. His adept craftsmanship swiftly captured Wang Nuo's attention. Upon completing the first refinement, Wang Nuo clung to Wang Nan's arm and exclaimed, "Grandfather, could you teach me how to refine elixirs? You wish to learn alchemy?" In truth, Grandfather possesses numerous legacies. Wang Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Understanding the myriad arts of cultivation, especially witnessing Wang Nan's live demonstration, she felt an urgency to learn. First, master the ice manipulation technique, and thereafter, I shall instruct you in the arts of weapon crafting and puppetry, Wang Nan replied, not wishing to have Wang Nuo delve into alchemy, as the resources for spiritual herbs in the underworld sea cultivation realm were relatively scarce. The arts more suitable for Coconut Island encompassed weapon crafting, puppetry, and formations. Should Wang Nuo be willing, Wang Nan could impart all three arts of cultivation to her. Upon hearing she would be taught the myriad arts of cultivation, Wang Nuo promptly began her practice with fervor. Wang Nan smiled gently and continued to refine the elixirs. During this time, he ventured out to procure another batch of materials to experiment with the newly acquired recipes. 20 days later, seated on a mat, Wang Nuo had manifested an array of ice swords formed from chilling frost, skillfully maneuvering them at will, showcasing considerable power. The cold energy within her was completely under her command, revitalized. Wang Nuo's eyes twinkled like crescent moons as she leapt onto Wang Nan, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I have perfected the ice manipulation technique." Wang Nan was nearly startled into a jolt. "What do you mean, perfected? At this pace? You're not much slower than my own abilities." Truly astounding. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and animals. And at that moment, Wang Nan truly grasped the essence of this saying. Regaining his composure, he praised Wang Nuo and, under her insistence, began to teach her the legacy of the weapon crafting master. As for her initial desire to learn alchemy, Wang Nan skillfully diverted her attention. The plan he arranged for Wang Nuo was to first learn weapon crafting, then puppetry, and finally formations. This was the path Wang Nan envisioned, which Wang Nuo wholeheartedly accepted. The goal was to achieve mastery in the three arts of the second tier before breaking through to the golden core stage. Wang Nan encouraged, having encountered two cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, I believe that someone can indeed realize dreams that seem unattainable to others. Hence, I have set a lofty target for Wang Nuo. Chapter 123. Arrival at Coconut Island unbeknownst to them. 3 years had elapsed since leaving the family. Wang Nuo has successfully broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement, adeptly mastering the 3 profound arts of cultivation taught to her. Most significantly, she is no longer the petite rice dumpling of her childhood, but has blossomed into a young woman. Frequently, she sets up a stall in the market of Qingfeng sect. Selling various concoctions she has personally refined, and has even garnered a respectable reputation in the vicinity. Upon returning home, after closing her stall, she notices Wang Nan packing his belongings. "Grandfather, are you leaving again?" Wang Nuo inquires, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "You have reached the age of 15. It is time for you to return home," Wang Nan replies, gently ruffling her hair. Over the years, he has accumulated numerous recipes for elixirs and successfully refined many, solidifying his foundation in the craft. Remaining in the market of Qingfeng sect has lost its significance. Thus, it is only natural for them to move on to the next destination. We are heading to the undersea cultivation realm. But isn't our Wang family from the heavenly source cultivation realm? What purpose do we have in the undersea cultivation realm? Wang Nuo asks, puzzled. Wang Nan briefly explains the circumstances surrounding their family separation and continues, in the days to come, you shall reside on Coconut Island until you achieve your breakthrough to the golden core stage. And what about you, grandfather? I shall continue my journeys, though I may linger on Coconut Island for a few extra days, Wang Nan answers. Having spent so much time together, they have come to regard one another as true kin. The impending farewell brings tears to Wang Nuo's eyes. Come now. Wang Nan places Wang Nuo atop Cixi, their sturdy companion. You are merely returning home. It is not as though I am abandoning you. Why the tears? There are many companions your age there with whom you can cultivate and play. The trio, consisting of 2 humans and 1 ox, traverses for several days until they arrive at the vicinity of the teleportation array. After exchanging sufficient spirit stones, they find themselves instantly transported to Chilan Island. The salty sea breeze fills their nostrils, prompting a momentary grimace, but the sight of the vast island and boundless ocean soon uplifts their spirits. The scenery here is a stark contrast to that of the heavenly source cultivation realm, capturing their attention. They explore Chilan Island, familiarizing themselves with its layout, and eventually locate the harbor to board a spirit vessel bound for Huofeng Island. Wang Nanan, who has never visited Coconut Island, finds himself somewhat disoriented. Although he had previously communicated with their great-grandfather, arriving here has left him unsure of his bearings. This ocean looks the same in every direction, Wang Nanan laments. Had it not been for the spirit vessel, I would surely be lost. Meanwhile, Wang Nua leans over the edge of the spirit vessel, observing the low-tier demonic beasts swimming beneath the surface. The vessel travels swiftly and soon reaches Huofeng Island. Gazing at the bustling activity of Huofeng Island, the duo and their ox feel akin to country bumpkins entering the city. Grandfather, can you find our destination? Wang Nua questions, somewhat doubtful, as a multitude of cultivators and shops all appear rather similar. Wang Nanan produces a letter he had received earlier, which contains specific directions. Following the signs, they finally locate the Wang family shop and the Wang family tavern, which stand side by side and are relatively prominent. The tavern is bustling with patrons, while the shop appears somewhat deserted. As they step into the shop, they spot a familiar figure. Cousin, Wang Nanan exclaims. The voice from his memories prompts Wang Nuan to turn around, revealing an elderly man leading an ox with a young girl perched atop it. Although the elderly man and the girl do not ring a bell, Wang Nuan immediately recognizes the ox, Sishi. You are. Wang Nuan gazes at the elderly man, her voice tinged with familiarity. Do you not remember me? Another voice interjects, confirming their identity. You have finally arrived. Great-grandfather informed me of your impending visit, so I came to greet you. Wang Nuan sizes up Wang Nanan, continuing, Qingqing has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Stop teasing me, were it not for delivering her. I had no plans to come here at all, Wang Nanan replies, exasperated. At this moment, Wang Nuan's gaze shifts to Wang Na, who possesses a cold demeanor that exudes a sense of aloofness. Who is this? Why did you personally escort her? Wang Nuan inquires, her expression suggesting she senses something amiss. That a matter you need not pry into. Great-grandfather is aware, Wang Nanan replies. Nua, this is your grandmother, he introduces. Wang Nua dismounts from Sishi and respectfully greets her. Let us not waste time here. We must return to Coconut Island. Wang Nanan urges. Wang Nuan, understanding his intent, leads the trio away. On Coconut Island, Lu Qingqing stands at the harbor, accompanied by her children and grandchildren, eagerly awaiting their reunion after many years apart. As Wang Nanan arrives, he and Lu Qingqing embrace tightly, foregoing excessive pleasantries and opting for brief introductions. Wang Nanan introduces Wang Nua, while Lu Qingqing introduces numerous grandchildren that Wang Nanan has yet to meet. It is impressive to note that their children have been remarkably productive, having welcomed dozens of new additions to the family over the past few years. The family returns to Lu Qingqing's dwelling, where a feast has already been prepared. Wang Nanan savors the joy of familial bonds, a sentiment that fills him with immense happiness. Later that night, in their chamber, the 2 cultivators lie in bed. Though I found her, she is also my designated granddaughter-in-law. Allow them to interact more, and when the time is right, they can form a partnership, Wang Nanan advises, leaving the matter of who wins Wang Nua's affection to their own merits. During the family feast, Wang Nanan assessed several of his older grandchildren. Overall, they performed admirably. Aside from some lacking in spiritual roots, most displayed above-average potential and possessed handsome appearances, appealing to the young ladies. What is it about Wang Nua that warrants such a journey and personal instruction? Lu Qingqing inquires curiously. You will soon discover her worth, I assure you. It will be a delightful surprise, Wang Nanan responds, withholding the details of her spiritual roots. Until she turns 30, it is best to keep her out of the public eye. Let great-grandfather dictate the course of events, he continues to advise. Lu Qingqing huffs softly before turning away to sleep. Wang Nanan, however, is determined not to let her have the last word, pressing the matter further. The following day, Wang Nanan sleeps until noon. Once dressed, he follows Lu Qingqing as she shows him around Coconut Island. It is evident that Coconut Island has been developed into a highly livable environment, with its spirit fields and arrangements being quite reasonable. After spending about a week on Coconut Island, Wang Nanan is soon assigned tasks. "Since you're here, you might as well lend a hand," the family head declares. Lu Qingqing hands him a pile of foundation-building demon beast cores. "Refine these into foundation-building pills." Wang Nanan is taken aback. His cousin is indeed adept at maximizing every opportunity. Moreover, having his partner delegate tasks is a clear indication of his intentions. Chapter 124. The primordial azure lotus Ishi is currently being forced to plow the fields, while Wang Nanan emerges from the cave dwelling, covered in dirt and ash. After a few months on Coconut Island, he and Cixi have been entirely relegated to the role of laborers. Upon returning to the family, Wang Mingai sees the disheveled pair and pulls them into the dwelling. "How did you end up in this state while I was away?" Wang Mingai questions, brushing off the ash from Wang Nanan's clothes. "It's all my cousin's doing. He treats us like beasts of burden, nearly exhausting us." Wang Nanan laments. "Moo," Cixi chimes in, corroborating the complaint. Wang Mingai chuckles lightly. Nanjun is now the head of the Wang family on Coconut Island. "Since you're here, it is only reasonable to heed his orders, isn't it?" "But great-grandfather, I only came to deliver Wang Nuo. I had no intention of staying here, at least not for the time being," Wang Nanan quickly clarifies. Eager to distance himself from the situation, he still intends to continue his travels, especially now that the giant whale trading company has opened up various cultivation realms, sparking his desire to explore further. "I heard from my cousin that the Wang family's development on Coconut Island is quite different from before. If the Heavenly Source Wang family is dedicated to nurturing their clan, then the Coconut Island family aims to rival the giant whale trading company. This troublesome kid will say anything without hesitation." Wang Mingai sighs, relieved that he has only shared this with Wang Nanan. Such matters will inevitably come to light over time. Wang Nanan explained that although Coconut Island is protected by the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce, "Great-grandfather, you have always encouraged the clansmen to join the chamber, while seldom developing the family itself. Over time, it becomes increasingly difficult for the discerning to refrain from suspicion. Furthermore, while you may be a golden core cultivator, your current standing within the Great Whale Chamber is rather modest. Indeed, my status is not high. However, one cannot achieve great distances without taking small steps, as all matters are accomplished gradually." Wang Mingai remained composed, having long prepared for a protracted struggle. Wang Nanan did not retort this time. The family had already taken steps in this direction, with many clansmen joining the Great Whale Chamber, making any further discussion somewhat late. Coconut Island had become irrevocably bound to the chamber, and detaching from it seemed implausible. It was better to take a gamble. "I am not adept at playing mind games with those cunning old foxes, so I shall refrain from direct involvement." Wang Nanan waved his hand. Both were acutely aware that he would never join the Great Whale Chamber. Wang Mingai cast a wistful glance at Wang Nanan before shifting the topic, saying, "I recall you possess considerable skill in nurturing." Wang Nanan hastily replied, "I have assisted in nurturing the spiritual plants on Coconut Island multiple times. Just look at Sushi, who has been diligently tilling the fields. I am not concerned with ordinary spiritual plants. I refer to that third-tier green lotus." "Green lotus?" Wang Nanan expressed confusion. As he was unaware, Wang Mingai's expression darkened. This child, Nanjun, speaks of matters he should not while neglecting what he ought to mention. Perhaps he speaks, so due to Wang Nanan's standing. There are many family secrets that have not been disclosed to him. "Follow me." Wang Mingai waved his hand grandly, and the two arrived at the heart of the clan's territory, enveloped by a formation that obscured the interior. Wang Mingai then dispelled the formation, revealing a green lotus within. Wang Nanan approached and gently caressed it, the lotus leaves swaying in response. Indeed, it was a third-tier spiritual plant, albeit slightly inferior to the Yinhuai tree. Wang Nanan sighed, noting that third-tier spiritual plants are quite rare, correlating with golden core cultivators. This was acquired from another golden core cultivator. Many spiritual plant caretakers in the clan nurtured it, yet it only grew leaves without blooming. After a moment of careful observation, Wang Nanan replied, "This green lotus is still a juvenile. How could it possibly bloom? As for the nurturing efforts of the other caretakers, they have had some effect, but not substantial." Before his words faded, Wang Nanan began nurturing the plant. Though he could not bring the green lotus to maturity, he was able to stimulate it to a 50% state. The leaves of the green lotus grew increasingly larger, even surpassing the pond, while the roots of the lotus spread extensively underground, covering several miles. As Wang Nan absorbed spiritual stones and nurtured the plant, his expression darkened. Wang Mingai wisely interrupted him, stating, "Nurturing a third-tier spiritual plant is not an endeavor to be rushed. Rest for a few days, and we shall continue later." Wang Nan gasped for breath. Although the nurturing was brief, the transformation of the green lotus was monumental, especially the underground roots, which if allowed to continue growing, would cover all of Coconut Island. Wang Mingai also noticed this and felt immense joy, for in lotus-type spiritual plants, the greatest benefits derive from the roots and seeds. With the roots assured, only the seeds remain to be anticipated. It is important to note that this is a third-tier spiritual plant. Does great-grandfather know the type of this green lotus? Wang Nan inquired. Wang Mingai produced an ancient tome and tossed it to Wang Nan, stating, "I suspect the previous owner of the green lotus was unaware of its type. Otherwise, they would not have compensated me for it." Wang Nan discerned a tone of relief in great-grandfather's voice. Upon opening the tome, Wang Nan found descriptions of lotus-type spiritual plants, quickly cross-referencing them, and soon discovered the entry for the green lotus. Primal green lotus, a third-tier spiritual plant. The lotus seeds possess the ability to dispel the heart demon tribulation. Wang Nan was aware that during the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, some cultivators, due to their experiences and training, face an additional trial known as the heart demon tribulation. This tribulation is exceedingly difficult to overcome, with countless cultivators perishing within its grasp. However, once surmounted, one's mind becomes clear and their strength is greatly enhanced. The fact that the lotus seeds can dispel the heart demon tribulation is akin to preserving one's life during the tribulation. The lotus roots are the finest material for creating perfect clones. Wang Nan looked at Wang Mingai with some confusion, asking, "What is this perfect clone?" It is a unique technique created by extraordinary individuals, relying on certain spiritual materials to construct a body, infusing it with a soul, thereby recreating an identical clone. The clone can live independently or be controlled by the original. A clone that perfectly adapts to the soul is termed a perfect clone, and its crafting material is the lotus root, Wang Mingai explained. Wang Nan was somewhat bewildered, feeling a sense of familiarity. Isn't a clone constructed simply using spiritual energy? He instinctively remarked. This is recorded in one chi transforming into 3 clears. Unfortunately, the version I possess is incomplete, preventing me from creating a clone. Wang Mingai fixed his gaze intently on Wang Nan. "I have perused ancient texts regarding the construction of clones," Wang Nan hastily clarified. "I am not deceiving you. One chi transforming into 3 clears is indeed an ancient text, so ancient that only remnants remain. The green lotus roots merely serve as the body. Yet infusing it with a soul presents a significant challenge. It is said that there exists a corresponding technique, which has now been lost." Wang Mingai lamented. "Is there a specific method for constructing clones within the clan?" Wang Nan pressed further. Wang Mingai handed Wang Nan another ancient tome. "I have sought this for quite some time in the Great Whale Chamber. This is the only one I found." Wang Nan glanced through it briefly, realizing it was yet another technique, albeit still incomplete, and indeed a part of one chi transforming into 3 clears. After reorganizing the contents of one chi transforming into 3 clears, he found it was nearly complete. Spending several decades researching it might indeed allow for the construction of a perfect clone, Wang Nan murmured to himself. Upon examining other parts of the green lotus, he discovered they were all excellent materials for refining magical artifacts, and they complemented the creation of perfect clones splendidly. Chapter 125, Distribution of Power After a Year on Coconut Island. Aside from assisting in refining pills and puppets, I dedicated my time to nurturing the primal green lotus. The prolonged nurturing transformed the green lotus significantly, especially the lotus roots, which now sprawled beneath Coconut Island, intertwining with the spiritual veins and absorbing spiritual energy. A previously unclaimed spiritual vein has been located. Now, follow me for its migration. Wang Mingai urged Wang Nan as they soared rapidly. This had been prearranged, leveraging Wang Nan's heritage as a spiritual vein master to help Coconut Island acquire several first-tier spiritual veins. Concurrently, Wang Mingwei invested a year inviting friends and expending considerable effort to relocate an island capable of accommodating 200,000 people, situated not far from Coconut Island. This island was named Coconut Tree Island, and spiritual veins were arranged upon it for the sustenance of mortals. Guided by Wang Ming'ai, they arrived at an undersea location. Fortunately, being at the foundation establishment level allowed for longer breath holding. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to venture into the depths. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, Wang Nanan found the underwater environment remarkably similar to that on land. They paused on a flat seabed, absorbing the rich spiritual energy. Nearby the spiritual veins thrived numerous qi refining stage beasts. Great-grandfather, the resources beneath the sea are quite abundant, Wang Nanan communicated, astonished by the wealth of resources during his first foray into the depths. Marine plants, many of which are spiritual in nature, flourished everywhere, alongside countless fish and beast-like creatures. Indeed, the vastness of the ocean has empowered the overall strength of the underworld sea cultivation realm to surpass that of the Tianyuan cultivation realm. As countless cultivators thrive through the sea's bounty, ultimately rising to prominence, Wang Ming'ai replied, to harvest resources from the sea, they possess a comprehensive suite of equipment and processes. These are being introduced into our Wang family, but it will require time. Let us not linger on this. We must expedite the migration of the spiritual veins. Wang Ming'ai urged. The unclaimed spiritual vein, discovered this time, is a first-tier vein on the verge of advancing to second tier, capable of emitting even stronger spiritual energy. Wang Nanan nodded, adept at migrating spiritual veins. The task was second nature to him. Days passed in a flurry of back and forth. A new first-tier spiritual vein encircled the outer perimeter of Coconut Island. In addition to the migration of spiritual veins, Wang Nanan also specifically promoted 2 spiritual veins for Coconut Island, primarily due to the abundant resources of the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce, where everything needed could be procured. Wang Ming'ai pooled together spirit stones to exchange for the necessary items to elevate the spiritual veins. Another year passed, and Coconut Island now boasted 3 second-tier spiritual veins, one of which had been previously established, fully occupying all available land and completely satisfying various needs. Meanwhile, the newly relocated Coconut Tree Island was surrounded by several second-tier formations, and internally, 5 first-tier spiritual veins were migrated over. The mortals who originally resided on the 4 small islands surrounding Coconut Island were also relocated to cultivate the land. Furthermore, the Wang family purchased thousands of young slaves to bolster the workforce. I'm leaving now, great-grandfather, Wang Nanan said, holding on to sushi as he stood at the port to bid farewell. Wang Nanan had always intended to travel, and now he had an additional task, to explore whether other factions possessed the means to fully complete the one Qi transforming into 3 purities. His descendants and Wang Nuo came to see him off. After 2 years of interaction, the initial awkwardness had dissipated and parting was bittersweet. Wang Na, with red-rimmed eyes, grasped Wang Nanan's arm. You have integrated into the Wang family now. Cultivate well, and I shall return to see you in a few years. Wang Nanan comforted her before saying his farewells to his descendants. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing were escorted to Fire Phoenix Island by Wang Ming'ai, who soon departed. As for Lu Qingqing, she intended to accompany Wang Nanan on his travels. Reviewing the gifted map, it clearly marked the various factions within the Nether Sea cultivation realm, alongside numerous hazardous locations. Coupled with Wang Nanan's understanding of the Nether Sea cultivation realm over the years, he had developed a coherent framework in his mind. Overall, the Nether Sea cultivation realm was divided into 7 sects and 1 association, 1 monster, 1 holy land, and 18 families. The 7 sects referred to the Star Sea sect, Sea Anemone sect, Flowing Cloud sect, Ghost Gate sect, Azure Cloud Sword sect, 5 Elements sect, and Beastmaster sect. The association, of course, was the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce. The 1 monster was a series of demonic beasts led by a dragon residing deep in the ocean. The Holy Land was Borching, a grand city entirely composed of scattered cultivators, rivaling Fire Phoenix Island in prosperity. Each of these factions boasted a nascent soul master, positioning them among the top-tier powers. The 18 families refer to the Jin, Jiang, Zhu, Li Yun, Lu, Wan Shan, Chu, Meng Ji, Nong Ai, Yu Gong, Lung Guan, and Zhu families. which were formidable golden core families with several golden core masters that did not serve any faction as vassals. Additionally, there were numerous vassal families, scattered cultivators, and demonic beasts. The Wang family of Coconut Island was a vassal force of the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce and could not be compared to the 18 families. Wang Nannan and Lu Qingqing's first destination was the Holy Land, Boruching, a sanctuary for scattered cultivators and the most liberated place. They set sail from Fire Phoenix Island aboard a massive vessel towards Boruching. The journey from Fire Phoenix Island to Boruching would take over 10 days. Even on this third-tier giant ship. Please help me process some spiritual materials, Wang Nannan requested. Having brought along a considerable amount of spiritual materials from Coconut Island for crafting puppets or magical artifacts, he intended to utilize this time to sort through them. He also carried a substantial stock of pills and spiritual herbs, ever prepared for contingencies. Lu Qingqing shot a glance at Wang Nannan before retreating to her quarters. The next day, the colossal vessel sailed smoothly, akin to traversing land, with the two standing on the deck, gazing at the azure sea and sky. Numerous demonic beasts followed the ship, leveraging its momentum to conserve energy. Not far off, a pod of deep blue giant whales breached the surface, creating significant splashes and eliciting astonished cries from those aboard. Many trembled involuntarily, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the whales. These are golden core grade, whale demonic beasts. Wang Nannan confirmed, observing the ship's urgent maneuvering to avoid them. As long as we do not provoke them or touch their sensitive scales, they will pay us no mind. Lu Qingqing remained unfazed. Having spent more time in the Nether Sea cultivation realm, she was familiar with such knowledge. The other cultivators aboard were similarly intrigued and flocked to the deck to witness the whales. The vessel's evasive actions were merely precautionary. After all, if the whales were indifferent to them, they would undoubtedly not yield a path. The whales soon submerged into the depths, and tranquility returned to the ship. Days passed swiftly, and an expansive island emerged before all, surrounded by towering city walls, leaving a profound impression. Numerous giant vessels traversed its port, bringing a multitude of scattered cultivators. Chapter 126. The secret realm of the celestial sect Boruching earned its title as the Holy City due to its role as a sanctuary for scattered cultivators. Its founder, the true monarch Jalo, was a nascent soul master who rose to prominence through fortuitous opportunities and now presided over Boruching as a formidable figure. Moreover, the true monarch Jalo controlled a secret realm known as the Celestial Sect, wherein it was said that slaying the celestial shadows within could significantly enhance one's spiritual sense, with breakthroughs to higher realms being commonplace. The sole drawback was that only Foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators could enter, and the interior was fraught with danger. The celestial shadows, remnants of fallen cultivators, were exceptionally powerful. Wang Nannan chose Boruching as his first stop, partly due to the existence of the celestial sect. The two, along with a cow, entered Boruching and found an inn to stay. Even though the celestial sect is about to open, do you really intend to go? Lu Qingqing inquired, somewhat anxious. I've heard it is exceedingly perilous, with only 1 in 10 able to return, many becoming celestial shadows themselves. This was information they had gathered. The celestial shadows were the manifestations of fallen cultivators and possessed formidable strength. There is no need to enter. The primary goal is to broaden our horizons and seek out techniques, Wang Nannan explained. I will continue to gather information regarding the celestial sect, and if it proves too dangerous or the risks outweigh the benefits, I will certainly refrain from entering. Is Wang Nannan afraid of death? He mused. Of course. Who among those starting their cultivation journey is not fearful of death? What is the pursuit of immortality but a quest against mortality? He still had a long lifespan ahead and could not afford to perish here. The two and the cow exited the inn, strolling along the roads to admire the splendor of the cultivation realm, entering shops that caught their eye. Lu Qingqing was keen on gathering information regarding formations, while Wang Nannan focused on techniques and legacies. They browsed through various shops, acquiring 7 or 8 peculiar techniques, intending to bring them back for their descendants to study. As they walked, 4 familiar characters appeared before them. Great Whale Chamber of Commerce. The Great Whale Chamber of Commerce truly is ubiquitous, Wang Nannan remarked. Is it any wonder they can expand their business throughout the known cultivation realm? The influence of the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce was beyond comprehension. Didn't you want to find techniques? Why not head to the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce? Lu Qingqing suggested. Great-grandfather has been there, but did not find what he sought, Wang Nanan replied, shaking his head in resignation. If they don't have it, then let us purchase some information. The Great Whale Chamber of Commerce trades in all sorts of business. Wang Nanan paused. Do they also deal in information? Of course, Lu Qingqing affirmed with certainty. Wang Nanan slapped his forehead, realizing that both he and his great-grandfather had overlooked this detail. He pulled Lu Qingqing into the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce, where they found a section for purchasing information. Wang Nanan was led into a private chamber by a maid, who then exited. What information would you like to purchase? A voice resonated from all directions. Wang Nanan seated himself in the center, crossing his legs. I wish to acquire all information and techniques pertaining to the primal chaos green lotus and the perfect clone. There was a moment of silence in the air before the voice spoke again. 8,000 spirit stones. How exorbitant! Wang Nanan silently cursed within. Yet he still retrieved 8,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and tossed them onto the ground. The spirit stones vanished mysteriously, and the voice resumed. Firstly, an introduction to the primal chaos green lotus, which Wang Nanan was already aware of. However, the following information piqued his interest. Currently, the known quantity of primal chaos green lotuses is limited. The Great Whale Chamber of Commerce possesses varying quantities of seeds, but does not sell them. The Starseed sect, Sea Anemone sect, and Five Elements sect all cultivate them, though their age is uncertain, with the total quantity not exceeding 10. In terms of martial arts, the technique for creating clones is known as the perfect clone technique, also referred to as one chi transforming into 3 purities. It can be employed independently or adapted to construct clones with the Hong Huang Qinglian. However, the complete method has been lost, with only fragmented remnants remaining. The last recorded appearance of the full one chi transforming into 3 purities was within the secret realm of the Immortal sect. Wang Nanan mused. Having circled back to the same conclusion, it seems he must venture into the Immortal sect's secret realm. Otherwise, he would be forced to spend decades researching it himself, perhaps hoping to recover the lost technique. Has anyone found it after entering? Wang Nanan inquired further. Yes, the currently circulating fragments originated from the Immortal sect's secret realm. Is there any information or maps regarding the interior of the secret realm? 30 spirit stones for a copy. At the neighboring shop of the Giant Whale Chamber of Commerce. It's 3 spirit stones for a copy. Wang Nanan retorted. Shortly after, a map appeared before him. This map is a complimentary gift from the Giant Whale Chamber of Commerce. Please accept it graciously. Wang Nanan accepted it without hesitation, feeling satisfied. How much is the entrance ticket to the Immortal sect? 3,000 spirit stones, allowing entry at any time within 10 years. Wang Nanan produced a foundation establishment pill, asking, would you accept a trade? The pill vanished, and a white shell appeared in Wang Nanan's hand. Having concluded his inquiries, he stood to leave. How about that? I owe my gratitude to Qingqing, otherwise, I would still be searching aimlessly, Wang Nanan remarked, pulling Lu Qingqing along as he summarized the situation. So, we still need to enter the Immortal sect's secret realm? If we don't go now, we can discuss it again in a few years, Wang Nanan replied, intending to gather information from several cultivators who had previously entered. Moreover, in a few years, the withered wood meeting spring scripture would enhance his proficiency, making it steadier. He also needed to prepare sufficient supplies, such as talismans and pills. Unless he had absolute confidence, Wang Nanan would not enter even if the ticket expired. To gather specific information, Wang Nanan transformed into a wandering cultivator and set up a stall in a market in Borowo City. As for why he did not go to the Giant Whale Chamber of Commerce, the reason was simple. No matter how well-informed one might be, those who had personally entered the realm would understand better. Nevertheless, Wang Nanan still posted a task for the Giant Whale Chamber of Commerce to assist in locating cultivators who had exited the Immortal sect's secret realm. Various first-grade pills, talismans, and magical tools were displayed on the makeshift stall, and the duo quietly observed the bustling crowd. Gradually, inquiries began to trickle in, marking a modest success. Lu Qingqing occasionally wandered through the market, hoping to uncover hidden treasures, but the chances proved to be exceedingly slim. Should we switch to selling foundation establishment pills? Lu Qingqing suggested, glancing at their sparse booth. Wang Nanan shook his head. We could sell a few, but if we attempt to sell in bulk, we will draw unwanted attention. If you're bored, you ought to return and cultivate. Wang Nanan advised. Occasionally coming here for leisure can yield better results in cultivation. If we can gain opportunities during our travels, breakthroughs can be significant. As a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, breaking through to foundation establishment would be a monumental opportunity. Reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment feels like a distant dream, and the effects of the pills have been subpar, so I've long since abandoned the pursuit of golden elixirs. Lu Qingqing expressed with a hint of melancholy. Her determination to accompany Wang Nanan was twofold: to strengthen their bond as partners and to witness diverse landscapes, as well as to relieve her own mind. Chapter 127. Earning Spirit Stones Inside and In. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing sat opposite each other in meditation. Lu Qingqing's earlier words had resonated with Wang Nanan, ringing alarm bells within him. As a cultivator with inferior spiritual roots, the path to immortality was fraught with difficulty. Without a fortuitous advantage, Wang Nanan would likely be just another mediocre cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. Had Lu Qingqing not received ample support from her family, the prospect of achieving foundation establishment would have been nearly impossible. Now, both had overcome the trials of foundation establishment, but faced an even greater challenge: golden elixir. Wang Nanan was not concerned about his own progress. As long as he persevered, he believed he would eventually reach the golden elixir stage. However, Lu Qingqing's situation was precarious. Her mother was in the same predicament, along with many younger generations. Although falling into the afterlife might allow one to become a ghost cultivator, it could never compare to living. At the very least, Wang Nanan refused to accept such a fate. Cultivators typically ascend through either the slow passage of time, the aid of spiritual herbs and elixirs, or by seizing unique opportunities. If ordinary second-grade pills do not yield satisfactory results for you, we should seek out more potent elixirs and spiritual materials. As for opportunities, we already have one, Wang Nanan asserted, grasping Lu Qingqing's hand. Lu Qingqing felt a twinge of fear, especially regarding the ominous rumors surrounding the immortal sect's secret realm, which spoke of a perilous journey fraught with danger. Enhancing one's consciousness greatly benefits the cultivation of spiritual energy. Furthermore, I will ensure we are thoroughly prepared to enter together, Wang Nanan decided, motivated by his desire for Lu Qingqing, for the techniques, and for himself. Forxie approached, nudging Lu Qingqing with its head in a show of support. A small greenish snake slithered from Lu Qingqing's sleeve, locking eyes with her. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qingqing smiled gently. All right, let us prepare thoroughly and go together. Wang Nanan continued to reassure Lu Qingqing, while also observing the small green snake, her first tamed beast, now at the foundation establishment stage. Time passed swiftly, and months slipped away in the blink of an eye. The giant whale chamber of commerce located several cultivators who had ventured into the immortal sect's secret realm, giving Wang Nanan the opportunity to gather first-hand knowledge. After careful consideration, he formed an understanding of the Xianying. Lacking a physical form, it resembled a ghost cultivator but was distinct in nature. The Xianying is a unique life form entirely composed of energy, possessing the combat experience and partial techniques from its previous life. If destroyed, it would surge into the body of the slayer, enhancing their spiritual power. However, to vanquish a Xianying, formidable spiritual consciousness is required. Indeed, this is akin to ghost cultivators, necessitating spiritual awareness to defeat one another. Yet, cultivators entering the immortal sect's secret realm sought to enhance their consciousness, leaving them inherently weaker and thus finding it difficult to slay Xianying, creating a paradoxical situation. Fortunately, where there are interests, there will be commerce. A group of cultivators formed an escort team to traverse the secret realm, catching the attention of numerous wandering cultivators. However, the price was steep: 10,000 spirit stones for a foundation establishment cultivator to accompany them for 7 days, with the employer responsible for the ticket and provisions. Wang Nanan glanced at his storage bag, noting the dwindling spirit stones. Even though such escort services were invaluable, lacking spirit stones left him at a standstill. Perhaps I should refine some foundation establishment pills, Wang Nanan pondered. I cannot display them at the stall. It would easily attract unwanted attention. Thus, I must choose to conduct business at the giant whale chamber of commerce for safety and reliability. In the ensuing days, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing procured a significant number of foundation establishment beast inner cores, transporting them all back to the station. The inner cores of Foundation establishment beasts here are remarkably inexpensive, Wang Nanan exclaimed. 100 or 200 spirit stones each. This is unimaginable in the Tianyuan cultivation realm. The ocean is teeming with Foundation establishment beasts. As they are hunted in great numbers, their value diminishes. Lu Qingqing clarified, adding that even the meat and materials from these beasts were relatively cheap. During our time on Coconut Island, we occasionally feasted on the meat of Foundation establishment fish beasts. It was quite delicious. While chatting with Lu Qingqing, Wang Nanan inspected the spiritual herbs, confirming their quantity and variety were satisfactory, and prepared to commence the refining process. Each Foundation establishment pill commanded a price nearing 3,000 spirit stones, allowing Wang Nanan to profit 2,006 or 7. Over the course of a month, Lu Qingqing, with an almost greedy demeanor, sat cross-legged on a mat, counting spirit stones. I told you, selling Foundation establishment pills is the quickest way to earn spirit stones. And this is at a low price sold to the Giant Whale Chamber of Commerce. If we sold independently, we could earn even more. Selling to the Giant Whale Chamber of Commerce is secure. Would you dare sell to unfamiliar cultivators in bulk? What if they turn on us? Even selling to individual wandering cultivators would take ages. Wang Nanan countered. All right, you're right, Lu Qingqing conceded, her eyes filled with the allure of spirit stones. Be sure to keep track. We need to reserve funds to hire escorts for our safety in the Immortal sect's secret realm. I also gathered some intel. The organization has a good reputation, with an 80% chance of survival. Among the foundational cultivators, many had entered the secret realms of the Celestial sect multiple times. How long do you plan to stay in there? Lu Qingqing suddenly raised her head, noting the considerable cost involved. Let us estimate for a year, Wang Nanan replied, as they sought to recover the lost techniques and enhance their spiritual perception. Spending an extended period there seemed necessary. Lu Qingqing's expression turned slightly grim as she remarked, hiring a foundational cultivator for a year would cost over 90,000 spirit stones, equivalent to more than 300 foundational pills. Given our temperaments, would we even dare to hire just one cultivator? Wang Nanan lowered his head and calculated again. Indeed, such an amount of spirit stones was required. Perhaps you should take the opportunity to acquire more foundational beast inner elixirs. If the Giant Whale Merchant Association is willing to collaborate, we could hire directly from them, thus avoiding the middleman's markup, Wang Nanan suggested through gritted teeth. The cost of hiring a single cultivator was equivalent to over 300 foundational pills, and given his current rate of refinement, it would take him many days to produce that quantity, particularly since continuous refinement would be too taxing. It appeared that the Giant Whale Merchant Association did not offer such services, and they would have to spend spirit stones to hire someone to scout for a suitable option. As for the foundational beast inner elixirs, I will take Sushi to procure more and also place an order with the Giant Whale Merchant Association. You should focus on refining pills, Lu Qingqing said, placing all the spirit stones into her storage pouch before leaving with Sushi. Wang Nanan observed the scattered inner elixirs and spirit herbs around him, letting out a slight sigh as he resumed his cultivation. Thankfully, they were in the Meihai cultivation realm. Otherwise, his plans would have been utterly unfeasible. As time passed and the acquisition of inner elixirs increased, their prices began to rise slightly. You've actually stirred the market, Wang Nanan teased. Lu Qingqing's ventures to procure inner elixirs had altered her outward identity, but the sustained large-scale acquisitions had caught the attention of several loose cultivators. For safety's sake, the pair moved from the station to a cave residence for rent in Borching. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant there, but it was also remarkably secure. While the price of inner elixirs had risen, the price of foundational pills remained unchanged. Lu Qingqing lamented, aware that many loose cultivators sought to profit quickly, but this had delayed their plans somewhat. Chapter 128. Fifth layer of Foundation establishment. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing were unsure how their information had leaked, leading to numerous factions seeking cooperation, all of which were politely declined. Even the Giant Whale Merchant Association's overtures were met with a courteous refusal. Since discovering that the Giant Whale Merchant Association did not provide bodyguard services, Wang Nanan had viewed them merely as a channel to dispose of foundational pills in exchange for spirit stones. Aiming solely to accumulate resources to hire cultivators to assist Lu Qingqing in entering the Celestial sect to enhance her spiritual perception and search for techniques. Thus, their refusals had seemed entirely reasonable. However, Today, a steward from Borching arrived, and he was someone Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing could not refuse. The administration of Borching resembled that of a sect, comprising a city lord, elders, and stewards, with the city lord being a nascent soul, true monarch. The elders being golden core, great cultivators, and the stewards possessing foundational cultivation. One should not underestimate the stewards of Borching. They were the backbone of the city's governance, and thus warranted respect. The steward who came this time was known as Steward Jia, appearing youthful, his true age indiscernible, yet exuding a vigorous aura that hinted at a potential breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. In contrast, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing appeared like aged figures, their energies waning, barely at the mid-stage of qi refinement. The trio sat within the cave residence, each sizing the other up. In Steward Jia's eyes, the couple's ability to refine foundational pills indicated they were undoubtedly second-tier alchemists. Yet, their revealed cultivation level suggested they were concealing their true abilities, which made him cautious. "My friends, I have come at the behest of the elders of Borching to seek cooperation," Steward Jia stated directly, reflecting the straightforward nature of loose cultivators who prefer to avoid beating around the bush and wasting time. "Borching is a top-tier power. What need do we have for ordinary cultivators like you?" Wang Nanan feigned ignorance. Steward Jia, unfazed, continued, "My friend, you underestimate yourself. You have sold a substantial amount of foundational pills to the Giant Whale Merchant Association recently. While outsiders may be oblivious, we in Borching are well aware. After all, on our territory, other factions must abide by our regulations. According to our estimations from third-tier alchemists, your success rate in refining foundational pills is exceptionally high. Would you be interested in collaboration?" Wang Nanan remained silent, waiting for Jia to elaborate. "Borching can provide you with recipes and spiritual herbs. You need only to devote yourself to refining the pills," Steward Jia offered. Wang Nanan pondered. If they provided him with unfamiliar recipes, it would be advantageous, allowing him to earn spirit stones while learning new formulations. "Are you implying you wish for me to assist in refining foundational pills?" Wang Nanan countered. "Foundational pills are merely one aspect. We require other popular pills suitable for foundational cultivators as well," Steward Jia clarified. "Surely Borching has dedicated alchemists? Why come to me?" Wang Nanan inquired. Taking foundational pills as an example, they are a staple commodity, an essential item. No matter the quantity, prices cannot drop. Moreover, their refinement difficulty is considerable, even among second-tier pills. Ordinary second-tier alchemists have a low success rate, while third-tier alchemists focus on their higher-tier concoctions. Your presence perfectly fills the gap. A second-tier alchemist with a high success rate. How could you not be in demand?" Steward Jia remarked with a smile, recognizing that being noted by the elders of Borching indicated he was no ordinary cultivator. "We also understand that you are diligently refining foundational pills in order to hire bodyguards for your entrance into the celestial sect. This is something we in Borching can assist with. To be candid, the so-called bodyguard organization is actually composed of loose cultivators recruited by Borching. We can also guarantee that for every 6 months of assisting Borching in refining pills, we will provide you with a bodyguard to ensure your safe passage into the celestial sect, with compensation below market price by 10%. "And what is the duration of the bodyguard service?" Wang Nanan inquired, intrigued, as the compensation seemed inconsequential given the spirit stones they would earn from bulk sales to the Giant Whale Merchant Association. 1 month. Each bodyguard service lasts for a month. And they are all late-stage foundational cultivators with ample experience from frequent excursions into the celestial sect's secret realms, Steward Jia replied. "How many pills must I refine?" Wang Nanan asked. "Aside from necessary rest and cultivation periods, we hope you will devote all your time to refining pills," Steward Jia stated. "Agreed. Let us sign a 1-year contract first. Should our collaboration prove fruitful, we can extend it," Wang Nanan affirmed. Steward Jia's smile widened, pleasantly surprised by the ease of the agreement. Once the contract was finalized, he departed promptly. Shortly thereafter, numerous recipes and a substantial quantity of pills were delivered to their cave residence, which was also secured. "Are we being watched?" Lu Qingqing remarked, observing the cultivators surrounding them. "Why did you agree to the contract? Without signing, we would have to leave Borching. If not for the need to enter the celestial sect's secret realm, I would have certainly taken you away," Wang Nanan responded, picking up the spiritual herbs to begin refining. "Use this time to focus on your cultivation. Borching has provided numerous recipes. I will refine them one by one for you to test the effects of the pills. If they prove effective, I will create more for you. This is a benefit for you as my apprentice." The speed of time seemed to quicken as he immersed himself in alchemy. The first year's contract swiftly concluded, with Borching's terms proving advantageous, yielding a wealth of new recipes. Consequently, Wang Nanan renewed the contract for an additional 2 years. This extension too came to an end rapidly, and the spirit stones they earned had become sufficient. The 3-year agreement provided them with 6 months of service from a late-stage foundational cultivator. Lu Qingqing calculated. Combined with the spirit stones earned from over 3 years of pill refinement, we can hire 9 late-stage foundational cultivators for a year. Moreover, amidst the accumulation of pills, I have reached the 3rd layer of foundational establishment. Lu Qingqing's voice was filled with excitement. It had been over 10 years since she had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and the thought of giving up had nearly crossed her mind, only to be reignited now. Wang Nanan, his face haggard, nodded in agreement. Although they had earned a considerable amount over the past 3 years, the journey had indeed been arduous. However, it was all worth it. In the future, I will procure some Tier 3 elixirs for you, which might yield even greater effects, especially in enhancing your qualifications and eliminating pill toxins, Wang Nanan stated earnestly. Lu Qingqing leaped into Wang Nanan's arms, planting an excited kiss on him. Wang Nanan, however, ignored her and turned his attention to his lifespan. Years of accumulation had brought him to an age of 79 out of 9,750. He had consumed 8,000 years of lifespan, and with the aid of the Spring Awakening Scripture, Level 2, he had directly reached a small success of 1, breaking through 2 minor stages and achieving the 5th layer of foundation establishment. In Chapter 129, as their spiritual consciousness surged, they successfully hired 9 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators who, armed with shell tickets, entered the secret realm of the Immortal sect. The interior of the Immortal sect's secret realm was peculiar, resembling a rugged terrain where no signs of plant life could be found. Numerous faint black shadows flitted about in the air, known as immortal shadows. The darker the color of the shadow, the stronger its power, with the most powerful reaching the false dance stage. The ground was littered with white bones, remnants of those who had previously entered in search of opportunities. Before entering, you should have inquired thoroughly. Only by personally slaying the immortal shadows can they merge with your body and enhance your spiritual consciousness, a tall male cultivator suddenly remarked, introducing himself as Wu, the leader of the 9. While we protect the 2 of you, should we encounter any formidable immortal shadows, we will incapacitate them, rendering them powerless, and then leave the final kill to you. Wang Nanan quickly interjected, "Friend Wu, according to our agreement, all immortal shadows must be dealt with by your sect. We, as partners, will take the final harvest. After all, we have provided ample spirit stones." Wu hesitated for a moment before responding, "Indeed, but considering your cultivation, especially your combat abilities, it would be better for you to personally practice against some weaker immortal shadows. Let us stick to the agreement. And we have a year. I hope to explore most of the Immortal sect's secret realm," Wang Nanan rebutted. Wu and his 9 companions had no choice but to agree to their client's demands. Given the generous compensation offered, it is worth noting that while the Immortal sect was renowned, not many cultivators sought to hire bodyguards, especially for a year-long contract, which made them take this matter very seriously. Once everything was prepared, the 9 surrounded the 2 mortals from the Wang family, casually dealing with wandering weaker immortal shadows as they proceeded deeper into the realm. The quantity of immortal shadows was vast. However, most were merely remnants produced by stronger immortal shadows, weak and drifting aimlessly in the air, proving of little use even if slain, which is why they were largely ignored. The 9 bodyguards were well acquainted with the terrain and quickly located areas abundant in immortal shadows. 5 of the bodyguards charged forward first, launching indiscriminate attacks against these immortal shadows, seemingly well aware of their weaknesses, as several foundation establishment shadows were easily vanquished. At Wu's signal, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing finally joined in to deliver the finishing blows. The immortal shadows transformed into energy, flooding into their minds and beginning to nourish them rapidly. Enhancing spiritual consciousness was not an instantaneous process. It required time, Wu explained, observing the delighted expressions of Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing, indicating that it was their first time in this realm. "We shall move to the next location." If you feel your consciousness is reaching its limit, do not hesitate to inform us. We will grant you time to digest and absorb, Wu added. Standing side by side, Wang Nan and Lu Qingqing exchanged smiles, feeling that their spirit stones were indeed well spent. It was remarkably safe and effortless, with a rapid enhancement in progress. It's wonderful to have spirit stones. Wang Nan sighed, patting his empty storage bag. After we exit, I must continue earning spirit stones. After what felt like an eternity of slashing and killing, their spiritual consciousness had undergone a tremendous transformation, and they had explored numerous regions within the immortal sect's secret realm. While their spiritual consciousness had increased, they remained at a loss regarding the whereabouts of their cultivation methods, possibly due to misinformation from the Whale Merchant Association. Dear friends, the one-year period has come to an end, Wu announced after dispatching the last immortal shadow. So soon? Both were taken aback, realizing that an entire year had passed without their notice. Is it fast? This year has nearly exhausted US9, and your spiritual consciousness has reached levels 7 to 8 of Foundation Establishment, Wu replied. From different perspectives, the experience indeed differs. While they battled fiercely, nearly losing their lives several times, the two guests seemed to have enjoyed a leisurely journey. Wang Nan said, I wish to extend our time by another 6 months. Regarding spirit stones, I can continue refining pills in Burrow City. Wu appeared conflicted. This year had truly been exhausting, yet the compensation was substantial. After a brief moment, he replied, I will report this. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu summoned a transmission talisman. The message spread swiftly, and soon Wu received a response. It can be done. Brothers, let us continue. Wu called out, and both Wang Nan and Lu Qingqing smiled brightly. Is there a more obscure location, one that no cultivators have ventured to? Wang Nan inquired. The immortal sect's secret realm was not particularly large, yet not small either. They had traversed most regions, leaving him to place hope in the more remote areas. After pondering for a moment, Wu responded, There is such a place, but it is perilous. Then we shall not go. Wang Nan immediately rejected. Do not be hasty. What I mean is that area requires reinforcement, Wu replied with a cunning grin. Wang Nan felt a surge of anger. This seemed like price gouging. Was there an extra charge? What do you mean, friend Wu? Wang Nan asked. Please refer to the agreement. It specifies the terms, he continued, checking the document. Indeed, the agreement stated that the bodyguards would ensure the safety of their employer throughout most regions of the immortal sect's secret realm, with the exception of one location, the Underworld Sea. The Underworld Sea was the heart of the immortal sect's secret realm, the primary site for the emergence of immortal shadows, and access would require an additional fee. Damn, a heartless merchant, Wang Nan exclaimed angrily. Why didn't I read it more carefully? How much more? He asked, unwilling to abandon their endeavor after coming this far. Wu replied, including the outstanding debts from the contract renewal, you would need to provide spirit stones for another 2 years of alchemy in Burrow City. Can you guarantee our safety? Wang Nan impressed. Of course. I have been to the Underworld Sea several times. It is the best place to enhance spiritual consciousness. You should be well aware of our capabilities after this year, right? Wu asserted with utmost confidence. Among the 9, 6 had been lingering at the peak of Foundation Establishment for years. Had they not encountered the elusive Golden Dan, they would have already ascended to the Golden Dan stage. After a brief exchange, Wang Nan and Lu Qingqing agreed. The Underworld Sea, sharing a name with the Immortal Realm, could not possibly be a simple place. As the group stepped into the Underworld Sea, the sight of countless immortal shadows left both of them gasping in awe. If the immortal shadows in the secret realm were rated at 10%, then those in the Underworld Sea occupied at least 60%, densely packed and sending chills down their spines. Are you serious about protecting us? Wang Nan questioned Wu, gripping his arm. Rest assured, the immortal shadows here are newly born. Their instincts are not fully developed. As long as you do not initiate an attack, they will not engage you. However, should you choose to attack, the surrounding immortal shadows will activate and swarm you. Therefore, we should focus on targeting individual immortal shadows, Wu assured. Wang Nan did not rush to command the 9 to take action. Instead, he wandered around the Underworld Sea for several days. The white bones on the surface crumbled at a mere touch, but those here were remarkably sturdy. Furthermore, many of the bones had storage bags nearby. Wang Nan began searching through them one by one, only to be reminded by Wu, these storage bags have all been thoroughly searched. There is no chance of finding anything. Are you certain that every single one has been completely examined? Wang Nanan retorted. Wu fell silent, watching as Wang Nanan continued his search. As they meticulously searched through each area, they instructed their 9 companions, Wu Daoyu and others, to assist in eliminating the celestial shadows. Their spiritual awareness soared, until Lu Qingqing suddenly pressed her forehead and crouched down. Are you all right? Wang Nanan inquired, embracing her. My spiritual awareness has reached the equivalent of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. It cannot be enhanced further, Lu Qingqing responded after a prolonged pause. That's wonderful, Wang Nanan exclaimed with delight. Over the past year and a half, the number of celestial shadows vanquished was incalculable, and it was no surprise that her spiritual awareness had achieved such a level. Wang Nanan had already attained this milestone. Seeing Lu Qingqing was fine, he rummaged through his storage bag once more. Oh! He swiftly yanked a storage bag from the soil, discovering it contained numerous items. Found it! Wang Nanan was overwhelmed with excitement. After tirelessly searching through countless storage bags for half a year, he had finally stumbled upon something he needed. Much like the first time he encountered one qi transforming 3 purities, he instinctively grasped it upon opening. This time, it was the complete version of one qi transforming 3 purities, which not only allowed cultivation up to the golden core stage, but also enabled the creation of perfect avatars. Having obtained this coveted treasure, Wang Nanan called everyone to return. As they breathed in the briny sea breeze, a sense of comfort enveloped them. Please, Wang Daoyu, the steward, approached promptly, presenting a 2-year agreement. Wang Nanan smiled faintly and replied, let us make it 3 years. The additional year was intended to accumulate more spiritual stones. After all, there were many items to procure. Upon returning to the previous cave residence, Wang Nanan resumed his alchemical pursuits. Lu Qingqing sat nearby in meditation. Having elevated her spiritual awareness to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, her cultivation progressed much more smoothly. Time flew by, and 3 years passed. During this period, they cleared their debts and acquired ample resources. Indeed, Wang Nanan had opted for spiritual herbs, seeds, an alchemy furnace, and a legacy rather than spiritual stones. The spiritual herbs were meant for refining second-grade elixirs, primarily for Lu Qingqing's use, which constituted the largest quantity. The seeds could be taken back to the family for cultivation. The alchemy furnace was for personal use, as the one he previously carried had been rendered useless, necessitating a better one. Most importantly, he had stumbled upon a legacy of a second-grade shamanic spellcaster. Such treasures were not to be overlooked, and thus he exchanged for them. Simultaneously, Wang Nanan's lifespan had accumulated to 670 years, prompting him to contemplate further expenditures. The complete version of one qi transforming 3 purities was a golden core technique, but his current realm was too low to allocate points. As for withered wood reviving in spring, the legacies of shamanic spellcasters and diviners, given the lifespan he possessed. Even increasing proficiency would not yield a qualitative transformation. Therefore, he shifted his focus to other legacies. First was the legacy closely tied to survival, the spirit chef and brewer, which required a total of 100 years of lifespan to reach perfection. Next was the second-grade array master, achieving minor success at 116 years, great success at 400 years, and perfection at 800 years. With the complete array legacy, Wang Nanan could also teach Lu Qingqing, making it a double benefit. Furthermore, the legacy of the tool refiner was equally significant for him, as it enabled the crafting of magical tools, puppets, and the necessary spiritual materials for arrays. Consequently, Wang Nanan did not hesitate to expend his lifespan, 272 years for minor success, 800 years for great success, and 600 years for perfection. Compared to the array master, the required lifespan increased significantly, but the benefits were undeniably substantial. After ceasing further expenditures, Wang Nanan examined his status panel. Name, Wang Nanan. Age, 83 582 Realm. 5th layer of foundation establishment golden core technique. 1 qi transforming 3 purities. 50 beginner. Foundation establishment techniques. Fiery meditation. Flowing cloud blade intent. 10,000 concealments. Earthly flowing light. 5 elements body. 10,000 herb scripture perfection. Withered wood reviving in spring. 2nd layer. 1 minor success. Qi refining techniques. In a legacy. 1st grade heavenly mechanic legacy perfection. Second grade Shamanic Spellcaster Legacy, 1 proficiency. Second grade Diviner Legacy, 1 proficiency. Second grade Spirit Planner Legacy, 85 proficiency. Second grade Insect Master Legacy, 15 proficiency. Second grade Puppet Master Legacy, 60 proficiency. Second grade Beast Master Legacy, 20 proficiency. Satisfaction. Wang Nan was exceedingly pleased. The longer he lived, the stronger he became, and the better he could protect those around him. Turning to the meditating Lu Qingqing, he gently proposed, "Shall we depart?" To other regions. Lu Qingqing lifted her eyelids slightly and asked, "Where to?" "To the Five Elements sect." Wang Nan replied with determination. According to the intelligence gathered from Boruo City, the Five Elements sect was a unique establishment that only accepted 2 types of disciples, those with heavenly spirit roots and those with 5 spirit roots. The former were highly coveted by every sect, while the latter were generally despised by most. However, the Five Elements sect was an exception, reputedly possessing a series of legacies designed to rapidly cultivate disciples with 5 spirit roots. Naturally, not all 5 spirit roots would be accepted. They had to pass through a rigorous selection process. Despite this, the Five Elements sect had become a veritable paradise for many cultivators of 5 spirit roots. Lu Qingqing was also aware of the Five Elements sect. To many non-5 spirit root cultivators, it was a magical sect that, relying predominantly on 5 spirit root disciples, managed to ascend to the pinnacle of the underworld seas cultivation realm. Do you wish to join the Five Elements sect? No, I merely wish to explore the possibilities, to witness how the Five Elements sect cultivates its disciples. After all, our family has a substantial number of descendants with 5 spirit roots, Wang Nan replied. Even a slight gleaning of knowledge could profoundly impact the future development of the Wang family. The two boarded the spiritual vessel and set sail towards the Five Elements sect. Accompanying them were numerous young cultivators, scattered practitioners full of vigor. In casual conversation, they learned that their parents were also scattered practitioners, having lived in Boruo City since childhood. Although life as scattered practitioners was challenging, they managed to scrape by. Now, they were heading to the Five Elements sect for the Ascension Conference. The Ascension Conference was a means of selecting scattered practitioners for entry into the sect, a common route among many sects, though the Five Elements sect was particularly sought after. Wang Nan was taken aback that he had failed to gather news about such an important event. What an oversight! What are the requirements for the Ascension Conference? Wang Nan humbly inquired. The young cultivators, clearly unscathed by the harsh realities of the cultivation world, chimed in, explaining that candidates needed either 5 spirit roots or heavenly spirit roots, followed by passing assessments. Is there no requirement regarding age or realm? Wang Nan asked curiously. None at all, the young cultivators replied. Wang Nan was puzzled. This seemed illogical. Surely a practitioner nearing the end of their lifespan wouldn't be accepted by the Five Elements sect. He voiced his confusion, but the young cultivators seemed oblivious and indifferent. What are the assessment criteria? Wang Nan continued to inquire. There are said to be 3 trials. The first trial is the Heavenly Ladder, testing perseverance. The second trial is the Cold Pond, testing endurance. The third trial is based on affinity. Based on affinity? Wang Nan exclaimed, incredulous. Isn't that rather arbitrary? Selecting disciples based on affinity sounds absurd. Yet, the Five Elements sect's rules have persisted for many years, and no one could alter them. As they progressed, the company of many young cultivators made the journey much lighter and more enjoyable. Chapter 131. Entering the sect, the island where the Five Elements sect was located resembled a small continent, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Countless cultivators with 5 spirit roots had flocked to this place, gathering at the entrance of the Five Elements sect. If Fire Phoenix Island and Boruo City were bustling, then the current Five Elements sect was overcrowded. Following the crowd, Wang Nan and Lu Qingqing rode atop the 4 happiness creature, advancing steadily. According to the information gathered along the way, the assessment commenced upon entering the island where the Five Elements sect was situated. Lu Qingqing remarked that as a cultivator with only 4 spirit roots, she was not qualified to participate in the assessment. However, the true essence of the assessment began with the Heavenly Ladder. Wang Nan pointed towards the distant mountains that pierced through the clouds, where a celestial ladder rose sharply at a 90-degree angle, ascending and descending with a daunting steepness. The array's influence rendered the use of spells impossible for cultivators. forcing them to rely solely on their physical prowess to scale the rocky cliffs. Above the clouds lay the destination, the entrance to the outer sect of the Five Elements sect. Lu Qingqing gazed upward, estimating the ladder's height to be around 10,000 meters. Realizing the immense difficulty of the ascent, a fall could easily prove fatal, even for those in the Qi refinement stage. Go ahead, discover the wonders of the Five Elements sect's legacy. Cece and I will wait for you at the inn, Lu Qingqing urged, nudging Wang Nanan. We'll be at that inn, she added. Wang Nanan nodded, bidding farewell to his companion before vanishing into the crowd, carried along by the throng. It took him the better part of the day to reach the base of the ladder. It must be said, the ladder not only soared high, but was also remarkably wide. Despite the multitude of cultivators with 5 elemental roots participating in the assessment, it did not feel overly crowded. However, the unfortunate souls who fell from above had caused quite a few casualties. How unlucky they are. Perhaps luck is part of the test, Wang Nanan remarked, his hands and feet moving with dexterity as he began his ascent, grasping the protruding rocks. His physique and strength as a foundation establishment cultivator allowed him to quickly surpass many others. Most of the 5 elemental root cultivators were in the Qi refinement stage, which rendered Wang Nanan somewhat of an anomaly. Realizing he had been climbing too swiftly, he deliberately slowed his pace, matching the rhythm of the majority as he steadily advanced upwards. The higher he climbed, the fewer the number of people, yet even with the diminishing crowd, there were still thousands in his vicinity. The daunting 10,000-meter climb did not deter all. A few cultivators approached, attempting to shove him off the ladder. Are you all lacking in common sense? The 5 Elements Sex trial is an individual challenge with no rankings. What do you gain from pushing me off? Wang Nanan stared at them incredulously. Seizing the moment while they pondered his words, he kicked one off the ladder with ease. Get lost. I'm concerned about my own intelligence being affected by your foolishness. Wang Nanan showed no hesitation. How could such brainless cultivators reach such heights? Observing the commotion around him, others saw Wang Nanan as swift and decisive actions against the few who dared to provoke him, and they refrained from approaching. This lifted his spirits considerably. As he climbed higher, he felt the weight of gravity increasing, a consequence of the array designed to further eliminate cultivators. Yet, as a foundation establishment practitioner, these challenges posed no real threat to him. Even when he reduced his speed significantly, he continued to outpace the others incrementally. This truly prevented me from keeping a low profile. Upon reaching the final step of the ladder, Wang Nanan flipped himself onto the mountaintop. There, he encountered many cultivators clad in uniform attire, all evidently disciples of the 5 Elements sect. Quite impressive, the first to reach the top so swiftly. A female cultivator remarked with a smile, promptly guiding Wang Nanan. Now that you're here, let us proceed to the cold pool. Led by the disciples of the 5 Elements sect, Wang Nanan arrived at a frozen expanse, where a vast pool of water remained unfrozen at its center. Go ahead, one of the disciples urged, giving Wang Nanan a gentle push. He leaped into the icy water. Upon entry, the cold pierced his bones. What is this place? It's not cold at all. Wang Nanan feigned shivering, only to realize that the water was infused with a special spiritual liquid. This liquid had a singular effect. It emitted coldness that permeated the body, but it was only beneficial for those in the Qi refinement stage. Wang Nanan trembled, his voice quaking. Senior, how long must we stay here? 3 days. You may emerge after 3 days, came the reply from the disciple. As more cultivators ascended, the cold pool gradually filled with people. Wang Nanan observed the scattered disciples, each trembling from the cold, clearly affected by the frigid conditions. Some cultivators with weaker constitutions succumbed within a day or two, becoming frozen and sinking to the bottom, never to resurface. Wang Nanan closed his eyes, choosing to disregard these happenings until the 3-day period had elapsed. Once pulled from the pool, he was tossed back into a gathering of cultivators. They scrutinized him, their gazes appraising his appearance. Let us skip the pleasantries. Who among cultivators isn't handsome or beautiful? Someone retorted. He is quite pleasing to the eye. Another chimed in. In this inexplicable moment, Wang Nanan successfully passed the 3rd trial based on first impressions. He was awarded a token, a foundational technique titled Will Heart 5 Elements Technique, a residence, and a tome detailing the sect's regulations, everything required for entry. As an outer sect disciple, he was instructed to find his designated abode. Wang Nanan was somewhat bewildered. Is that all? Can the Five Elements sect be any more hasty? He mused, glancing at the token, which depicted a simple map of the outer sect, along with the number of his residents and basic information. The sect regulations bore no surprises, resembling the clan rules of the Wang family. The Wheelheart Five Elements technique was merely a cultivation method suitable for chi refinement, lacking any unique attributes beyond its compatibility with five elemental roots. Wandering toward his assigned residence, a two-story building of about 100 square meters accompanied by a courtyard of over 300 square meters, he considered this a decent arrangement. Upon entering, he tidied up and contemplated bringing Lu Qingqing and Cece over. After thoroughly reviewing the sect's regulations, he discovered that it permitted the inclusion of family members. Wasting no time, he set off. Have I truly gained entry? Indeed. Hurry and follow me. The air is rich with spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation, Wang Nanan urged. Lu Qingqing, brimming with excitement, accompanied him to the residence. The courtyard had been simply arranged for the planting of spiritual herbs, and the interior was decorated in a cozy manner. Chapter 132. The Five Elements Sect. The income of outer sect disciples in the Five Elements Sect primarily stemmed from sect missions, which varied widely. Wang Nanan took on a task as a spiritual herb cultivator, growing the first-tier spiritual herb known as Five Elements grass. Though common, the Five Elements Sect had developed it into Five Elements pills, which were particularly effective for those with five elemental roots. The recipe for the Five Elements pill was highly confidential. Thus, only the Five Elements sect could produce it. Like many alchemists, Wang Nanan was deeply curious about the recipe, but had no means to acquire it, allowing him only to lament in solitude. As he routinely traveled between his residence and the spiritual fields, Wang Nanan diligently accumulated Five Elements contributions, hoping to exchange them at the outer sect's library for techniques or other resources suitable for five elemental roots. One day, after attending to the Five Elements grass and returning to his residence, Wang Nanan locked eyes with a fellow cultivator. That familiar face left him in shock. He certainly could not be mistaken. Third uncle, he exclaimed, astonished to encounter a family member here. Previously, he had heard that Wang Minghui, also known as Wang Xianglong, had embarked on a solitary journey, and now, nearly 20 years later, he had unexpectedly arrived at this place as well. Wang Minghui was equally surprised, having anticipated the steady development of his younger kin. I will visit you, Wang Minghui declared. After Lu Qingqing prepared some spiritual tea, she joined them, intrigued about how he had come to be here. Wang Minghui took a gentle sip and said, Did you come to the Five Elements sect for their legacy? In a way, Wang Nanan replied. The Five Elements sect has established itself firmly due to numerous five elemental root cultivators. Even a glimpse into their legacy would benefit our family's development. Third uncle, you must have been in the Five Elements sect for quite some time. Do you know the inside story? Wang Minghui sighed, saying, after acquiring a map from Coconut Island, I came directly here, intending to seek opportunities for a breakthrough in Foundation establishment, but ultimately failed. However, I did know a bit about the Five Elements sect's legacy that enables rapid training of five elemental root cultivators. The outer disciples of the Five Elements sect primarily engage with resources that can also be found among other factions in the realm of cultivation. They're commonplace. Of course, the Five Elements pill is an exception, being an anomaly. As for genuine inheritance, entry into the inner sect is required. I initially had the opportunity to enter, but after learning certain truths, I chose to forego it. This piqued the interest of the two, who inquired, What did you learn? Wang Minghui replied, The assessment for entering the inner sect resembles the rearing of a gu. Raising gu? The two were even more perplexed. Indeed, raising gu, Wang Minghui's tone turned icy. To enter the inner sect of the Five Elements sect, all disciples with five spiritual roots must engage in a brutal contest in groups of 6. The sole survivor must utilize a secret method to devour the spiritual roots of the other 5, thereby compensating for their own deficiencies. This practice of nourishing one another accelerates the advancement of inner sect cultivators. As for those with heavenly spiritual roots, they feast upon the 5-rooted disciples, rising to power at an astonishing pace. Wang Nanan and the others were utterly astonished. The seemingly resplendent Five Elements sect was revealed to be so vile. How did you come to know this? Wang Nanan questioned skeptically, it is evident that the Five Elements sect has managed to keep such matters concealed for many years. So it seems implausible for outsiders to discover these secrets. It was an unexpected revelation, Wang Minghui confessed, a hint of dread in his voice. Not long ago, I was preparing to gather resources and intended to leave. Can disciples of the outer sect leave at will? Wang Nanan asked. Yes. The outer disciples are oblivious to any hidden agendas. The Five Elements sect does not interfere. Those who wish to stay may do so, while those who wish to depart may leave, Wang Minghui clarified. I had originally planned to remain for a few more years to explore methods for refining the Five Elements pill, but it seems that is no longer feasible. What other ethically unblemished resources does the Five Elements sect possess, aside from the Five Elements pill? Wang Nanan inquired. None, Wang Minghui replied. According to my unexpected findings, even the Five Elements pill is tainted. The primary ingredient may even contain the flesh and blood of cultivators. Ugh, Wang Nanan felt a wave of nausea. Although the Five Elements pill was a foundational elixir, he had consumed quite a bit to assess its effects and analyze the spiritual herbs, only to learn now that it contained blood and flesh. Ugh, Wang Nanan clutched his mouth, retching uncontrollably. Very few outer disciples are aware of this matter, and you must keep it secret. If discovered, it will lead to a relentless pursuit, Wang Minghui warned, recalling how he had vomited upon first learning the truth. Cultivation is about contending with heaven, earth, and opportunity. But the use of cultivator flesh in medicine is the method of demonic cultivators. In other words, the Five Elements sect has essentially become a demonic sect, though outsiders remain unaware and continue to regard it as a holy land. Grandfather, how exactly did you come to know this? Wang Nanan pressed, suppressing his urge to retch, hoping this was all false. Wang Minghui pondered for a moment and produced a recording stone. I have decided to leave immediately. Do you two wish to join me? If you choose not to, take this recording stone. You may examine it after I depart. Wang Nanan and the others exchanged glances and asked, as long as we do not intend to enter the inner sect, we are not in danger, correct? Correct, but do not accept any tasks related to the inner sect, as they usually entail no danger, Wang Minghui added. Wang Nanan nodded in understanding. We will stay a few more days before leaving. Wang Minghui did not argue, merely advising the two to exercise caution. This brief encounter had unveiled unimaginable truths to Wang Nanan, and the reason he hesitated to depart was primarily due to the divination indicating no imminent peril, although he was unaware of Wang Minghui's whereabouts. He and his companion decided to review the contents of the recording stone. The recording stone contained straightforward information, seemingly a conversation between two inner sect disciples, filled with substantial insights. Aside from the assessment resembling gu rearing, the revelations included the use of cultivator flesh in the Five Elements sect, heavenly spiritual roots feeding on five-rooted disciples, and methods to inflict greater suffering on five-rooted cultivators, as well as experiments to transform four-rooted cultivators into five-rooted ones. The two inner sect disciples appeared to be engaged in a discussion. Shall we leave? Lu Qingqing had already retched several times and now felt weak, primarily due to the overwhelming shock to her worldview. It seems that what we found here is indeed of no use to our family. Let's depart. Wang Nanan concurred, recognizing that remaining in the Five Elements sect served no purpose. As for the recording stone, Wang Nanan destroyed it and concealed the truth, ensuring that no one could uncover it. The two swiftly fled the Five Elements sect. Simultaneously, numerous disciples from the Five Elements sect ventured out, seemingly searching for someone. Many disciples came aboard the massive vessel that Wang Nanan and his companion had embarked on to conduct inspections, yet they found nothing amiss. Wang Nanan and his companion sat calmly on the deck, unperturbed. The divination indicated no anomalies, suggesting that they were not involved. However, Wang Nanan suddenly felt a tightening in his expression and resumed his divination. This is not good. They're pursuing grandfather. Chapter 133. The conference begins. Wang Nanan felt powerless regarding Wang Minghui's situation and could only wish for his good fortune, hoping he would not be captured. Meanwhile, he and Lu Qingqing were safe due to their concealment of the truth. This is my fault. I overlooked grandfather's situation and should have shielded him with the same precautions. Wang Nanan reflected, acknowledging his limitations and foreseeing all contingencies. Grandfather possesses secrets. He cannot be easily captured. The disciples who just conducted the search were merely Foundation establishment cultivators and not a match for him. Lu Qingqing reassured him. Where shall we go next? Lu Qingqing quickly shifted the topic. To the Flowing Cloud sect, Wang Nan replied, after regaining his composure. I learned from other cultivators that the Flowing Cloud sect will soon host an alchemy conference, inviting alchemists from various factions and loose cultivators to gather there. The rewards are exceedingly generous. We should go and take a look. The Flowing Cloud sect also features a teleportation array, allowing easy return to Qilan Island. Lu Qingqing embraced Wang Nan, noting that the Flowing Cloud sect, being the farthest of the 7 sects from Qilan Island, had arranged for a teleportation array for convenience. However, it would still take nearly a year to travel from the 5 Elements sect to the Flowing Cloud sect. The massive vessel sailed steadily over the waves, occasionally pursued by groups of sea beasts, yet the journey remained rather monotonous. Fortunately, as cultivators, they could pass the time with their training. They made numerous stops at various islands, gaining a wealth of experience along the way. Before long, they arrived at the island where the Flowing Cloud sect was located. The Flowing Cloud sect, like other major factions, exuded an air of grandeur, with a vast island that also possessed an ethereal ambience. The multitude of alchemists gathered here filled the air with the sense of spiritual herbs and elixirs. So many alchemists, Lu Qingqing remarked, gazing at the bustling dock. Alchemy is one of the myriad arts of cultivation, hence the abundance of practitioners, though true masters are few. Wang Nan replied as he led Lu Qingqing to register for the alchemy conference. His motivation for participating was simple: the enticing rewards. The alchemy conference was divided into competitions for first, second, and third-level alchemists, each with distinct rewards. The second-level alchemist competition, which Wang Nan intended to enter, required only that participants be second-level alchemists, with no other prerequisites. The grand prize included a broken golden pill, the formula for the broken golden pill, a complete set of spiritual herbs for crafting the broken golden pill, 8 rare second-tier pill formulas, and a full set of corresponding spiritual herbs and seeds. Such rewards were enough to drive all alchemists into a frenzy. Wang Nan, too, could not resist the allure, especially for the broken golden pill, a highly sought-after item. The disciple in charge of managing registrations for the Flowing Cloud sect, upon seeing the 2 middle-aged partners, who had altered their appearances, skillfully began to record their information. Wang Nan smoothly completed his registration. The second-tier alchemist conference will be held 3 days from now at the outer gate of the Flowing Cloud sect. Participants are required to bring their own spiritual herbs, the Flowing Cloud sect disciple informed. Wang Nan was taken aback. We have to provide our own spiritual herbs? This is outrageous. Without them, many elixirs cannot be refined. The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect seemed to comprehend Wang Nan's concerns. They pointed towards a nearby marketplace, bustling with a plethora of various spiritual herbs and numerous alchemical formulas available for purchase. If needed, you may go there yourself, they suggested. Wang Nan's expression shifted dramatically. You should have mentioned this sooner. Grabbing Lu Qingqing, he hurried into the marketplace. Fortunately, they had arrived a few days earlier. Otherwise, they would have been pressed for time. As they wandered through the marketplace, searching for the items they required, Wang Nan prioritized acquiring alchemical formulas. This was a rare opportunity, as many formulas were not available for public sale. Within moments, he discovered several formulas he had not encountered before and selected a few to purchase, one for the upcoming alchemist competition and another to enhance his own foundation. Following this, he procured the necessary herbs based on the formulas, a task that proved quite simple and time-efficient. Flowing Cloud sect is truly adept at commerce. They must be raking in a fortune solely from the sale of spiritual herbs. Lu Qingqing remarked, observing the throngs of cultivators in the marketplace, indicating that the sect was undoubtedly profiting immensely. What can we do? The rewards offered by the competition are exceedingly generous. For instance, the champion of the first-tier alchemist competition receives a variety of rewards, including 10 foundation establishment pills, which are valued at nearly 30,000 spirit stones. This is an immense temptation for loose cultivators, and even smaller families would go to great lengths for it, Wang Nan responded. Even a breaking golden dan, while a treasure in Wang Nan's eyes, was not particularly rare among the Yuanying sects, merely lacking circulation. Lu Qingqing chose not to elaborate further and accompanied Wang Nan back to their temporary lodgings, where she began observing him practice. With the complete inheritance of a second-tier alchemist, he quickly adapted to the new formulas, resulting in a rapid increase in his success rate. Regarding the upcoming alchemical competition, aside from the difficulty of concocting the elixirs, the speed and quality of each batch would also be evaluated. Do you feel confident? Lu Qingqing inquired after Wang Nanan completed a batch. It's a trivial matter. Have faith in your partner, Wang Nanan replied with unshakable confidence, for he was the alchemist who had secured a contract with Borqing. The second-tier alchemist competition consisted of 3 stages, with the first 2 designed to eliminate a significant number of alchemists, ultimately determining the victors in the final stage. I have already decided what elixirs to concoct. Await my good news. Observing Wang Nanan's unwavering confidence, Lu Qingqing smiled, feeling that her role was merely to support him quietly. 3 days passed swiftly, and the alchemist competition was about to commence. In the outer plaza of the Flowing Cloud sect, tens of thousands of alchemists placed their furnaces before them, awaiting the start of the event. Farther back, an even larger crowd of spectators had gathered, creating a cacophony of noise that no one seemed inclined to quell, as it appeared to be part of the test for the participants. At the sound of a command, numerous contestants ignited their alchemical flames and commenced their work. The temperature in the air surged, leading to a palpable tension. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the plaza, as a conflict broke out that affected many participants. Wang Nanan, controlling his furnace in mid-air, observed the unfolding turmoil. Is this Flowing Cloud sect playing with fireworks? Simple alchemy is insufficient, is it? He mused, quickly identifying the instigator of the disturbance as a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. This indicated that the chaos was a deliberate ploy by the sect to create a challenge for the competition. As these disruptive cultivators actively eliminated many unqualified participants amidst the chaos, Wang Nanan discerned their intentions. He deftly maneuvered his furnace to avoid the fray while continuing to concoct his elixirs. The plaza had descended into utter chaos, with various furnaces sent flying, causing many alchemists to fail spectacularly. Wang Nanan navigated the edge of the turmoil, occasionally dispatching some troublemakers, managing to maintain a semblance of progress. These ruffians, having fallen victim themselves, wished to drag others down with them. He fumed. Just as the competition began, he had already faced multiple attacks, but thanks to his solid prowess, he had managed to safeguard his furnace. While dissatisfied, he refrained from immediate retaliation, instead hastening the pace of his alchemical work until completion. Upon presenting his elixirs to the elders of the Flowing Cloud sect for approval, he received the green light. The first round was essentially a selection process, and given the sudden outbreak of chaos, being among the 100 remaining participants was already a stroke of luck. Having retrieved his elixirs, Wang Nanan's gaze shifted back to the tumultuous plaza. Previously, they had sought to drag him into their troubles. Now, it was his turn to retaliate. If they can act so brazenly, then surely my covert actions are not against the rules. He pondered, picking up a relatively intact furnace from the ground. He ignited 2 furnaces simultaneously and resumed his alchemical work with remarkable speed, merging the herbs into a liquid that was then forcibly evaporated into powder. Wang Nanan mixed the 2 powders and, amid the chaos of fighting cultivators, dispersed it into the crowd. May fortune favor you all, he quipped before retreating. His task was accomplished. He had secured his place in the next round, and the fates of others were of no concern to him. Indeed, the fewer competitors remaining, the less fierce the contest would be. As the powder floated through the air, previously vigilant alchemists became increasingly oblivious. Their senses dulled until the powder entered their bodies and took effect. Alas, the quantity is insufficient, Wang Nanan lamented, shaking his head before rushing back to the marketplace to procure more elixirs. He crushed them and cast the powder back into the fray. The elders of the Flowing Cloud sect observed Wang Nanan's actions, but refrained from intervention, signifying that his tactics were permissible, which emboldened him further. However, as time progressed, the cultivators still engaged in battle began to feel unusual sensations, particularly in their lower bodies, while some experienced uncontrollable reactions. This chaos escalated the pandemonium in the plaza, prompting spectators to flee in terror, as no one wished to be caught in such a disgraceful situation. Wang Nanan, pulling Lu Qingqing along, quickened their pace, especially in response to the cacophony of cries. What have you used? Lu Qingqing queried. 2 pricey third-tier elixirs. One incites various bodily transformations, and the other ignites desire. Wang Nanan trailed off, apprehensive about the implications of his actions. He feared the consequences of unleashing such desires amidst the chaos. There were also numerous second-tier elixirs with similar effects. Are you not concerned about inciting the wrath of everyone? Lu Qingqing's reminder brought Wang Nanan back to his senses. Previously, he had been so flustered by the shameless cultivator's continual disruptions that he sought revenge, compounded by the tacit approval from the Flowing Cloud sect, causing him to overlook the potential fallout. Not a worry. They do not know me, Wang Nanan reassured himself, realizing that in the midst of the frenzy, no one would remember his face. Naturally, he too could not recall who had initially disturbed him. Otherwise, he would have targeted them directly and not dragged everyone down with him. Lu Qingqing, somewhat exasperated, accompanied Wang Nanan back to their lodgings and locked the door. While the spectators fled in a frenzy, the remaining participants faced dire consequences. Although the bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators were robust, they could not withstand the stimulation from third-tier elixirs. Within moments, the plaza descended into chaos, with a cacophony of cries and the scene becoming utterly unwatchable. Hiding in their lodgings, Wang Nanan felt a shiver of impending doom. Let us leave. I want to participate in the remaining rounds, he declared, pulling Lu Qingqing towards the teleportation array, spending extra spirit stones to return to Qilin Island. Meanwhile, as they fled, Wang Nanan cast a divination for himself, an ominous sign. The outer plaza of the Flowing Cloud sect had devolved into utter chaos, with a shower of filth overwhelming all, leaving everyone in despair. The elders of the Flowing Cloud sect, observing from their elevated positions, wore grim expressions, astonished by the magnitude of the uproar. Initially, they had paid little heed to the sight of cultivators administering drugs, but who could have anticipated such extravagant use of third-tier elixirs? Behold this scene. Ugh! The speed at which the Golden Core cultivator utilized spells to cleanse the area was even slower than the collective efforts of the crowd, not to mention the numerous inappropriate images that lingered. What the cultivator who administered the poison? Several elders inquired. The disciples of the Luyun sect hastily began their search, but could only ascertain that the perpetrator had escaped through a teleportation array. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Luyun sect were infuriated, yet they could only issue a wanted notice. However, everyone understood that this notice would bear little fruit, as few cultivators could truly present their real appearances. On Qilin Island, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing panted heavily, finally relaxing as they recognized the somewhat familiar surroundings. Having returned to the sphere of influence of the Giant Whale Merchant Association, even the Luyun sect, one of the 7 sects, dared not pursue trouble. Alas, my precious golden core recipe. Wang Nanan lamented, his overwhelming sense of crisis compelling him to flee. As for the tantalizing rewards that sparked his desire, he could only relinquish them. Did that group of elders tacitly approve of my use of pills? Could it be that participants were causing trouble? Wang Nanan pondered where his sense of danger originated. Yet the participants were engaged in their own antics over there, so they should not have noticed him. Unable to comprehend, he decided to dismiss the thoughts. His identity as a middle-aged companion could no longer be used, nor could he return to the Luyun sect. He and Lu Qingqing changed their identities and boarded a massive ship heading toward Huafeng Island, then returning to Coconut Island. Having been away from Coconut Island for nearly a decade, Wang Nanan found little had changed, save for a slight increase in population. Many unfamiliar children tugged at Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing, questioning, "Who are you? Why can you enter our Wang family?" "Of course we are members of the Wang family. How else could we gain entry?" Wang Nanan chuckled, noting that many of these young children had not even tested their spiritual roots. "Why have we never seen you before?" The children still refused to let them leave. "There are many members of the Wang family. How could you know all of them?" Wang Nanan gently ruffled the child's hair. "Take me to find our kin, and you shall see whether we are indeed Wang family members." Before the children could react, a white-clad female cultivator soared toward them. "Grandfather!" Wang Nuo exclaimed with excitement, having missed Wang Nanan dearly after a decade apart. Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Nanan realized how much Wang Nuo had changed. She had grown even more beautiful and mature. In Chapter 135, it was discovered that Wang Nuo had reached the 3rd level of Foundation establishment, a truly astonishing speed that filled Wang Nanan with joy. After dismissing the group of children, Wang Nuo led Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing to the Patriarch's cave dwelling. "Grandfather, I have become Dao partners with Yinfeng. We need gifts to celebrate." Wang Nuo pleaded playfully. Wang Yinfeng, one of Wang Nanan's grandsons, possessed dual earth and fire spiritual roots. and his talent was commendable. Gifts will be provided later. I must first speak with the patriarch, Wang Nanan replied. After escorting the two, Wang Nuo did not depart. Inside the patriarch's cave, Wang Nanjun was overjoyed, not expecting Wang Nanan to return so soon. The two exchanged stories about the events of the past few years. On Coconut Island, there had been no significant issues, only minor ones, and everything was progressing according to plan. After Wang Nanan recounted his experiences, Wang Nanjuan's brow furrowed. The matters concerning the five-element sect were mentioned by great-grandfather. I heard that some nascent soul and golden core cultivators were aware, but did not intervene. Wang Nanjun revealed a shocking truth. The reason is simple. It is all about interests. Wang Nanjun continued. I am unclear what the five-element sect offered, but it was tacitly approved. Moreover, cultivators with 5 spiritual roots hold little status among larger factions. They are viewed with disdain, even treated like mere consumables. Wang Nanjuan's words were icy, yet Wang Nanan understood that this was the harsh reality. In the pursuit of immortality, many cultivators gradually lose their humanity. I am currently worried about great-grandfather, who is being hunted by the five-element sect. Even my divination could not locate him. Wang Nanan expressed his concern. Instead of worrying about great-grandfather, you might as well focus on your own safety. According to your account, you have made quite a mess of the Luyun sect's alchemy competition, which is troublesome, Wang Nanjun retorted. Such a significant event will likely reach the Giant Whale Merchant Association swiftly. We have altered our appearances and concealed our aura. But the Heavenly Secrets Master is not infallible. It would be wise to remain cautious. I have heard that the Luyun sect holds grudges, but as long as you do not leave the Giant Whale Merchant Association's domain, they will have no means to act against you, excluding any covert assassinations, of course. Just be careful. Additionally, Wang Nuo has become Dao partners with your grandson Wang Yinfeng and is now responsible for some family affairs, thus holding a position of management. I am aware of that, Wang Nanan replied, patting Wang Nuo beside him. The little girl he had rescued was now capable of standing on her own. The situation with the Luyun sect was not overly concerning, as he intended to return to the Tianyuan cultivation realm. If they had the means to track him down and pursue him, he had no fear of those below the Golden Core stage. Moreover, with only about 30 years until the next beast tide, he planned to return and consult with his cousin to see if they could stir up a significant wave. By the way, where are great-grandfather and the other adult clan members? Wang Nanjun replied. They are executing tasks for the Giant Whale Merchant Association. Upon leaving the Patriarch's cave, Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing returned to their own cave, which was exceptionally clean, suggesting it was frequently tidied. Wang Nuo stayed behind for a lengthy conversation before taking her leave. Will you return with me? Wang Nanan inquired. Lu Qingqing shook her head, stating that her children were here, and having been informed by the Lu family that her parents had perished one after the other prior to her travels, there was no point in returning. Coconut Island is protected by a third-tier formation. It is quite safe here, so do not worry about me. You should be the one to exercise caution. Wang Nanan nodded in agreement, deciding it was best to leave Lu Qingqing here, where she would be safe and familiar, especially with Wang Ming AI present to maintain order. Wang Nanan also stayed for several months to refine a batch of pills, selecting a few bottles to present to Wang Nuo as a congratulatory gift for her partnership. The remainder would be allocated to Lu Qingqing for her cultivation. With no further need to remain on Coconut Island, Wang Nanan set off for the Tianyuan cultivation realm, returning to the Wang family. Having been away for nearly 15 years, while the exterior of the clan grounds showed no significant changes, the interior had undergone a dramatic transformation. Wang Mingzhu, beneath the Inhua tree, instantly spotted Wang Nanan, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Your power has grown considerably. Your spiritual sense rivals that of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, am I correct? Wang Mingzhu sensed Wang Nanan's spiritual presence. Some fortunate encounters have led to my advancement, Wang Nanan replied modestly. Great-grandmother's cultivation must be thoroughly stabilized by now. How far is she from Mid-Golden Core? Not far at all. If you can help the Inhua tree break through to a fourth-tier spiritual plant, I might soon follow suit, Wang Mingzhu said, leading Wang Nanan into the valley and notifying Wang Xiangxiu and others. Everyone else was busy, so it would take time for them to return. How has your journey been? Wang Nanan began recounting his experiences to Wang Mingzhu when his mother, Zhou Min, approached. She had been managing affairs in the valley for many years and had not seen Wang Nanan in quite some time. As for his father, He was hunting beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The reunion of mother and son was filled with tears and unending conversation. Wang Nannan gifted his mother some pills to assist her further in her cultivation. By the time Wang Xiangxiu returned, Wang Nannan had already finished dinner, which had been prepared by his mother. "You little rascal have been gone for nearly 15 years and finally deigned to return," Wang Xiangxiu teased. "This is my home. How could I not cherish it?" Wang Nannan replied with a smile, treating Wang Xiangxiu with respect. "Have you heard the recent news?" Wang Xiangxiu asked directly. "Great-grandmother and mother have mentioned a few things." Wang Nannan responded, "A significant event has recently occurred within the family. A large spiritual mine has been discovered in the underground caves of the 10,000 Great Mountains, with astonishing reserves. Many members of the clan were dispatched to that location for two primary purposes: to arrange formations to avoid detection and to expedite the mining process, utilizing the spirit stones for the development of the family and the enhancement of the clan's strength. Nanjing was in charge over there, so I'm not worried. However, there is another matter that is perfectly suited for you." Wang Xiangxiu's tone shifted, becoming exceedingly grave. Wang Nannan inquired, "What is it?" "An elder from the Shenong sect has discovered the existence of an underground cavern, realizing that it has long been mined by our Wang family. Subsequently, he was pursued deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains, and I need your assistance to locate and eliminate him. Currently, it is confirmed that the Shenong sect is unaware of these developments, so, as long as we deal with that elder, the underground cavern will remain secure. Provide me with all the information regarding that elder." Wang Nannan understood the urgency of the situation. The underground cavern is the primary source of ore for the Wang family, playing a crucial role in sustaining its rapid development. Naturally, the Wang family would not allow other factions to partake in this bounty. Upon reviewing the elder's information, Wang Nannan noted that he was merely at the third layer of foundation establishment, quite weak. Have the tracking clan members lost him? Wang Nannan continued to probe. Wang Xiangxiu replied, "We only have a rough idea of his direction. Specifics are unclear." Wang Nannan promptly began concocting a potion, handing several different leaves to Wang Xiangxiu. These leaves were imbued with cursed power, allowing our clan members to use them against the elder when they encountered him, enabling me to kill from a distance. Additionally, I will venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains, allowing the Earth Dragon to guide me underground in search of him. Chapter 136. Shadowless Movement Technique with the Earth Dragon leading the way through the underground. Wang Nannan continuously sensed the aura of the Shenong sect elder. According to the tracking information from a clan, he should be in this vicinity. Wang Nannan scanned the ground with his spiritual awareness, finding nothing. Continuing his search, he soon stumbled upon a type of beast he had encountered before, the illusory wolf pack. The memory of being chased by them was still vivid. If it weren't for the illusory wolf pack, the Wang family would not have discovered the cavern behind the waterfall, leading to the current situation. Thus, his feelings towards the illusory wolf pack were a mix of hatred and affection. Their presence indicated that he was now deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and Wang Nannan dared not venture further. Encountering a golden core beast would spell disaster. As for the Shenong sect elder, should he dare to delve deeper, he would likely be devoured whole. Wang Nannan initially considered retreating the Earth Dragon, but then sensed something worth pursuing. A skeleton lay before him, with flesh being gnawed upon by several young wolves. Judging by the aura, it was likely the Shenong sect elder, captured by the illusory wolf pack. This saved me the trouble of expending energy. Wang Nannan felt elated, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Shenong sect. Just as he was about to return, something caught his eye. This pack of shadow wolves resided beneath a cliff, where a row of caves had been deliberately excavated for the young wolves. Adult illusory wolves could barely fit inside, while the pups moved freely. The caves were quite deep, approximately 10 meters or more. At the innermost part of the cave, countless storage bags were piled up, seemingly untouched by any restrictions, merely serving as playthings for the young wolves, carelessly discarded. These storage bags were likely left behind by cultivators who had mistakenly wandered into the territory of the illusory wolf pack, making Wang Nannan quite intrigued. Positioned 100 meters underground, 1,000 meters away from the illusory wolf pack's den, he certainly did not dare to approach. It was far too perilous. He carefully retreated with the Earth Dragon from the territory of the illusory wolf pack and summoned the Wang Worm. You've developed over the years. Release all the purple extreme magic worms and dig a small tunnel from underground, gradually infiltrating the depths of the illusory wolf pack's den to steal all the storage bags. Wang Nannan commanded. The minuscule size of the purple extreme magic worms made it difficult for them to be detected as they dispersed into the depths of the den. Moreover, Wang Nanan had no intention of harming the young wolves. With some caution, there was a chance to seize this opportunity. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Wang Nanan directed the earth dragon to seal off all nearby caves while he hid at a distance, remotely coordinating the operation, completely concealing his aura. He instructed the earth dragon to return and inform the clan of the Shinong sect elder's demise, allowing Wang Nanan to comfortably remain in his secluded corner underground. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the sound of the purple extreme magic worms burrowing through the soil. Do not excavate the entrance too large. It should be sufficient to pull the storage bags inside to avoid attracting the illusory wolf pack, Wang Nanan instructed. The numerous purple extreme magic worms quickly dispersed and began the excavation from various angles. Compared to the earth dragon, the digging speed of the purple extreme magic worms was surprisingly slow, yet, as magical beasts, their numbers allowed them to accomplish the task within a few hours. Several had successfully infiltrated the illusory wolf pack's den. Confirming the locations of all the storage bags, they created openings to pull them into the tunnel. Due to the silent nature of their operation, many young wolves sleeping nearby remained oblivious. Once all the storage bags had been transported away, the purple extreme magic worms responsible for the rear began to seal the openings. Wang Nanan quietly retreated until he reached the spirit or mining area. Some clan members noticed Wang Nanan but paid him no mind, continuing to control their puppets to accelerate the mining. Once assured of his safety, Wang Nanan found an unoccupied spot and had the purple extreme magic worms place all the storage bags in front of him. It was time for a blind box reveal. Wang Nanan was immensely excited. Nearly 100 storage bags, most of which had intact restrictions, implying that their contents were well preserved. Randomly selecting one, he used his magic to dismantle the restriction and poured out its contents. Less than 100 spirit stones, several chi refinement stage artifacts. What a pitiful sum. No wonder they were taken down by the illusory wolves, Wang Nanan remarked sarcastically. With such meager resources, how could they dare to venture into the 10,000 great mountains? Were they courting death? The second bag contained several common chi refinement stage cultivation techniques and more spirit stones. Wang Nanan's expression darkened further. This expedition was not yielding favorable results. The third bag yielded yet another pile of worthless trinkets, which he found unworthy of his attention. Perhaps his standards had simply risen. The fourth and fifth. As he continued to open them, he amassed a considerable amount of chi refinement stage resources, even accumulating a mountain of them. Yet the resources for foundation establishment remained scarce, consisting of only a few artifacts. It wasn't until he explored the final storage bag that Wang Nanan's eyes lit up. Shadowless movement technique, a foundation establishment cultivation method that could completely conceal oneself from cultivators 2 major realms above. This seems quite familiar, Wang Nanan mused, recognizing it as the technique of the gnome cultivator who had stolen the young illusory wolves. Had it not been for the purple extreme magic worms inadvertently gnawing at him, they would never have discovered him, and Wang Nanan and his companions would have become scapegoats themselves. It could hide from those 2 major realms. No wonder it was capable of stealing young, illusory wolves. Wang Nanan reflected, recalling how the second great-grandmother had taken advantage of the illusory wolf pack's absence, having gone unnoticed, as they had been spirited away by the wolves. With everything sorted out, Wang Nanan began his cultivation. As for the numerous chi, refinement resources, and storage bags, they were gradually transported back to the clan by the purple extreme magic worms for the clan's use. After over a month, he finally made progress. And with the combination of 10,000 hides and 5 elements body, Wang Nanan could undoubtedly hide freely beneath the very noses of golden core cultivators. Rising to his feet, Wang Nanan began to investigate this large or vein, rich in spiritual energy, where countless puppets were tirelessly mining day and night. His cousin Wang Nanjing, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, approached him. The outside world must be quite exciting, Wang Nanjing jested. It is also quite brutal, Wang Nanan replied. They had been childhood playmates, but years of separation had diminished their exchanges. How much longer can we continue mining here? Wang Nanan inquired. Probably several decades. After all, it's a large or vein, sufficient to bring about a monumental change for our Wang family. Wang Nanjing's tone was filled with excitement as he spoke of the abundant spirit stones, envisioning how each clan member would reap a significant resource, rapidly enhancing their strength. especially since the clan had no shortage of Foundation establishment pills. In the foreseeable future, it was certain that Foundation establishment cultivators would be everywhere within the Wang family. Do you have any news regarding breaking through to the Golden Core? Wang Nanjing asked. Wang Nanan observed the other person, unable to discern their realm. Yet he was confident that Wang Nanjing could not possibly have reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. He inquired about the broken Golden Core, presumably for his mother, Wang Xiangxiu. Has the cousin reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment? Chapter 137, Scheming. Although Wang Nanjing did not specify Wang Xiangxiu's exact realm, she had personally come to find him. You've gained notoriety. Wang Xiangxiu presented a wanted notice featuring a likeness of Wang Nanan from his time at the Flowing Cloud sect, depicting him as a middle-aged cultivator. Lu Qingqing beside him was also not in her true form, leaving only the character Sushi as an oversight. The Huang Niu, a common presence across various cultivation realms, was notably absent in the underworld sea cultivation realm, Wang Xiangxiu pointed out. Have they pursued me? Wang Nanan glanced at the wanted notice, noting the bounty of a broken golden core, realizing his worth. This cannot be laid at my feet. The Flowing Cloud sect tacitly permitted this chaos. They were the ones who instigated the disorder to hasten the elimination of participants, resulting in this predicament. Wang Nanan feigned innocence, contemplating that had the Flowing Cloud sect proceeded smoothly, he might have secured the championship without such complications. Regardless of who was at fault, he was now a fugitive, and the Flowing Cloud sect was formidable. I've heard they have dispatched Foundation establishment disciples across various cultivation realms to seek your whereabouts. Wang Xiangxiu cautioned. If they're still searching for me, then they haven't discovered me yet. I shall conceal myself in the cave until I strengthen my abilities. Then I will have nothing to fear. Wang Nanan seemed unfazed, the cave having been well modified, providing a comfortable living space. Wang Xiangxiu shot him a glare, exasperated. By your reasoning, you won't be able to assist with many matters in the clan? I can aid in alchemy and mining. Wang Nanan countered, asserting that as a member of the family, he had contributed significantly and would not abandon his responsibilities. Very well, I will delegate these matters to you, and I shall withdraw Nanjing and some clan members. Wang Xiangxiu recognized Wang Nanan's capabilities, which surpassed those of her own son, deeming the presence of so many clan members here a waste. Wang Nanan naturally agreed, feeling safer with fewer people around. As numerous clan members departed with Wang Xiangxiu, the cave grew quieter. Wang Nanan meticulously examined the formations, the state of the mines, and the various puppets before resuming the mining operations. Spirit stones were extracted from the spirit mine, causing a broad smile to spread across Wang Nanan's face. He collected even the spirit stone powder, which could serve as fertilizer for spirit plants. Once he had familiarized himself with the cave, Wang Nanan sat down, allowing Sushi, who had accompanied him, to rest beside him. Indeed, Sushi had been brought along with Qin and the queen bee, who had been summoned back. The accumulated royal jelly from a queen bee was fed to his spirit beasts. How have you two fared? Wang Nanan inquired, cradling the queen bee and Qin in his hands. The two spirit insects fluttered their wings in response. The queen bee's swarm had grown significantly, conducting pollination and patrol tasks within the clan. Qin had been actively hunting beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains alongside elder ghost cultivators, significantly enhancing its combat experience. However, the clan's ghost cultivators, due to their long-term activity in the mountains and their high efficiency, had drawn the attention of many cultivators, nearly exposing their presence on several occasions. Nevertheless, suspicions remained, as ghost cultivators were exceedingly rare. Wang Nanan initially intended to communicate with Wang Xiangxiu to inquire about the situation, but unexpectedly, she returned just a few days later. Cousin, why the urgency? Wang Nanan asked while refining pills. Gradually extinguishing the furnace fire, he sat face-to-face with Wang Xiangxiu. The ghost cultivators should have been discovered. Wang Xiangxiu's tone was grave. Over the years, the ghost cultivators had provided the Wang family with substantial resources, all while remaining unknown. Although one could not walk by the river without getting their shoes wet, the discovery caught the Wang family off guard. Who discovered them? Wang Nanan retorted. If it were ordinary cultivators, it could be managed. However, if the Shinnong sect or other major Golden Core sects were involved, it could spell trouble. The Shinnong sect. The worst-case scenario made Wang Nanan's head throb. First, the cave was discovered, but fortunately, The phantom wolf pack had dispatched the elder who found it. Now, the ghost cultivators were uncovered, and with the previous treachery against him, it seemed the Shinnong sect was intent on undermining the Wang family at every turn. Your second aunt suggests using this opportunity to assassinate the leader of the Shinnong sect. Wang Xiangxiu's words were shocking, sending a shiver down Wang Nanan's spine. Don't jest. You know the power of a golden core cultivator. Moreover, should an incident occur with the Shinnong sect, the other two golden core sects would not remain indifferent. Wang Nanan warned. The three major golden core sects, while not in harmony, would not allow the existing balance to be disrupted, nor would they allow the Wang family to suddenly ascend to golden core status. Otherwise, Wang Mingzhu would have long since revealed her realm. We do not aim at the Shinnong sect, but specifically at their leader, Wang Xiangxiu declared through gritted teeth. Wang Nanan was puzzled. How do we target them? If the ghost cultivators were exposed, the Shinnong sect would likely send Foundation establishment cultivators to investigate. Their leader would not personally intervene in such matters. And if you were to expose yourself? Wang Xiangxiu smiled, gazing at Wang Nanan. Wang Nanan shivered again, incredulous at her implication. Am I to be the bait? Wang Xiangxiu nodded. A disciple presumed to have perished suddenly resurrects. My proud divination has yet to yield results. Do you think the leader of the Shinnong sect would not come to investigate? Of course, anyone would, Wang Nanan acknowledged, stabilizing his thoughts. Do you have confidence in this plan? Killing a golden core cultivator is no simple task, and your second aunt can maintain golden core combat capability only within limited parameters. The opponent could easily escape. Furthermore, should the Wang family take action, many secrets would be revealed, making it impossible to cultivate in peace thereafter. We could either strike decisively to slay the leader of the Shinnong sect and establish our prominence as a golden core family, or risk the leader escaping or retaliating, which would spell doom for the Wang family. Of course, we have confidence. Wang Xiangxiu narrowed her eyes. To reassure you as bait, I shall reveal something. With that, Wang Xiangxiu released her aura, a terrifying pressure causing Wang Nanan to struggle to lift his head. You've broken through to the golden core? When did this happen? Wang Nanan was bewildered. Why did cousin inquire about the broken golden core? His mind was in disarray. His cousin had concealed her strength too well, achieving golden core status unbeknownst to him. Mind your own affairs, just as I do not pry into yours. Do you now feel reassured? Wang Xiangxiu retracted her aura, smiling at Wang Nanan. Wang Nanan remained somewhat silent. Two golden core cultivators overwhelming a single golden core cultivator indeed presented an opportunity. Yet it also bore the risk of oversight. Chapter 138, The Arrival. What if I were to join in? As Wang Nanan pondered, Wang Mingai suddenly appeared before him. Great-grandfather. Wang Nanan was taken aback. Hadn't T. Wang Nanjun informed him earlier that he was on a mission for the Giant Whale Trading Association? 3 against 1. Is that sufficient? Wang Mingai reiterated, pulling Wang Nanan back to the present. Sufficient. Wang Nanan quickly nodded. If plans were already in place, why consult with me? He was puzzled, though he did not delve into how Wang Mingai had returned. You are the core of this mission. Everything must be clearly communicated to you. Wang Xiangxiu stated matter-of-factly. Furthermore, should we successfully assassinate the leader of the Shinnong sect, our family will attribute all matters to me, leaving me exposed before the public. Wang Xiangxiu's tone suddenly turned serious. At that time, I will bear all responsibility, which brings both honor and pressure, inciting considerable enmity. As for the Wang family, the attention drawn upon them will be significantly less. And if we fail? Wang Nanan queried, needing to consider all possibilities. The clan members are already retreating to Coconut Island, while others will blend into the 10,000 Great Mountains. The ancestral land and caves will be entirely abandoned. Wang Mingai added, in response to the Shinnong sect. Wang Xiangxiu secretly prepared numerous escape routes. Had it not been for the discovery of the ghost cultivators, she would have preferred to avoid a confrontation with the Shinnong sect at this moment. Wang Nanan's mind raced as he considered whether there were any flaws in their plan. After Wang Xiangxiu and Wang Ming'ai explained that the ghost cultivators had already hidden within the shadow of the locust tree, they revealed that the location for assassinating the Shinnong sect's leader was not far from their clan's territory. Wang Mingzhu would conceal herself there in advance, both to protect Wang Nanan and to entangle the Shinnong sect's leader when he arrived. This was not only to protect the ghost cultivators, but also to ensure your safety. You will reappear under a different identity, and no one would suspect that a cultivator stirring up trouble could be associated with the Lu Yun zone. Wang Xiangxiu patted Wang Nanan on the shoulder and urged haste. Otherwise, it would be too late once the Shinnong sect sent elders to investigate the ghost cultivators. Moreover, you must set up some formations at the assassination site to obstruct the Shinnong sect's leader from sending messages. I have already obtained the specific formation diagram for you. Simply set it up. Wang Nanan took the formation diagram and noted that it was merely a second-tier formation. How long could this possibly hold? Even if it could delay them for a few moments, that would suffice, Wang Xiangxiu replied nonchalantly. There is one last matter to address. What about the clansmen still within the Shinnong sect? I recall there are quite a few, Wang Nanan suddenly remembered, realizing that they were like hostages. At this, Wang Ming'ai and Wang Xiangxiu exchanged knowing smiles and said, "What you do not know is that the Shinnong sect is rife with internal factions. Although our Wang family is not the strongest, we're not weak either. Should we successfully assassinate the leader of the Shinnong sect, the clansmen within will, with my support, plunder the Shinnong sect clean. If we fail, we can only wish for our own fortunes, as escape from within the enemy's territory is impossible." This was unavoidable. If we were to inform the clansmen in advance to leave, all our plans would be exposed. Furthermore, they are members of the Wang family, having enjoyed the family support since childhood despite cultivating in the Shinnong sect. When the time comes, they must contribute. Now, go set up the formations. We must prepare to exert our full strength in the assassination of the Shinnong sect's leader, Wang Ming'ai urged, regardless of whether Wang Nanan was willing or not. Push along. They made their way to the planned location. In the cave, the remaining clansmen cleared the area, sealing all the mines, and after burying gunpowder in the cave, they retreated. Not far from the clan's territory, in the hills, Wang Nanan was diligently arranging the formations. As a master formation builder at the perfected stage, his speed was both swift and flawless. Within a few hours, several formations were concealed. Observing Wang Ming'ai, Wang Mingzhu, and Wang Xiangxiu taking their positions, Wang Nanan also activated the heavenly mechanism, untangling fate and revealing the obscured secrets. In an instant, the leader of the Shinnong sect opened his closed eyes, perplexed. Continuously calculating with his fingers, his expression grew increasingly grave. Wang family, Wang Nanan, my little disciple, is still alive? What means did he employ to remain hidden from me for so long? The leader of the Shinnong sect muttered to himself, realizing that the ghost cultivators indeed belonged to the Wang family. In that case, let's resolve this together. Am I to encounter a crisis upon visiting the Wang family, just based on a ghost cultivator of the Golden Core stage? How dare you underestimate me? His figure vanished, and the leader of the Shinnong sect reappeared, now less than 20 meters from Wang Nanan. Their gazes met, both revealing a strange smile. Upon seeing you, Master, why do you not bow? The leader of the Shinnong sect taunted. Master, you dare claim such a title? Wang Nanan scoffed. You use me until I am of no further use, disregarding my life. How can you shamelessly ask me to call you Master? Wang Nanan mocked, unable to comprehend how someone like him could manage the Shinnong sect. The ability to govern the Shinnong sect is not determined by you. Since you dare to lure me here, you must have some backing, right? Merely relying on a ghost cultivator of the Golden Core stage is insufficient. The leader of the Shinnong sect was overly confident, for according to his divination, there seemed to be no danger. Yet, he forgot that his divination was not infallible. Since you know I have support, yet you dare to come alone, I cannot let you down. Allow me to send you to your demise. Wang Nanan declared fiercely, as years of pent-up anger surged forth. Even if he could not kill his opponent, he wanted to witness their downfall. Using the Earth Escape technique, he vanished in an instant, just as Wang Mingzhu's spiritual attack arrived. With a muffled grunt, both retreated simultaneously. The leader of the Shinnong sect cast a cold glance at the suddenly appearing Wang Mingzhu. Although he did not know how the Wang family transformed fallen cultivators into ghost cultivators, capturing her would unravel the mystery. You likely will not have the opportunity. The spells and flying sword struck first, their sounds trailing behind. The three Golden Core cultivators unleashed their attacks, employing various techniques against the leader of the Shinnong sect. The immense backlash obliterated everything in the vicinity. Wang Nanan watched from a distance, continuously exhausting his own lifespan. Simultaneously, concealing the heavenly mechanism for the four Golden Core cultivators was exceedingly taxing. Wang Nanan gritted his teeth, shrouding the secrets to prevent outsiders from discerning the current situation. In the heart of the battle, waves of residual energy surged, demonstrating the ferocity of the conflict. The most evident was Wang Ming AI's flying sword, darting fiercely, its sword intent piercing towards the leader of the Shinong sect. Chapter 139. Interests. The Taoist calculates and predicts that today is the college entrance examination. I wish all candidates success and a bright future, with every question answered correctly. The battle was extraordinarily intense, yet it concluded with remarkable swiftness. The battlefield, reduced to rubble, were the scattered remains of a shattered corpse and a cracked golden core floating in the air. Wang Ming AI and the others were all bleeding, panting heavily. Wang Nanan had even collapsed to the ground. The moment spent concealing the heavenly mechanism had drained 350 years of his lifespan, which was utterly exhausting. The leader of the Shinong sect's dying counterattack was formidable. Had it not been for my great uncle's powerful sword intent, I would have perished. Wang Xiangxiu felt a pang of fear, realizing how precarious their situation had been. Indeed, were it not for your successful ambush, swiftly killing the leader of the Shinong sect would have been nearly impossible. We took a significant risk this time, but fortunately, we emerged victorious. Wang Mingzhu sighed with relief. It is a pity about this fine exterior. As for the remaining matters, I leave them to you, Xiangxiu. Wang Xiangxiu nodded earnestly, for the real challenge lay ahead. How to extract substantial benefits from the Shinong sect and manage relations with the Hundred Flowers Valley and the Qingfeng sect. After collecting the leader of the Shinong sect's corpse and golden core, Wang Xiangxiu returned to the clan to address these issues, leaving Wang Nanan and the others to clean the battlefield. In the devastated terrain, Wang Nanan directly planted a vast area of spiritual plants, nurturing them to blossom, their vibrant flowers masking the scent of blood, flourishing even more abundantly. They cleared the damaged formations and gathered usable spiritual materials. Great-grandfather, are you planning to return now? Wang Nanan inquired curiously. I will wait a few more days until Xiangxiu has settled matters properly. After all, the great teleportation talismans are quite expensive, and I cannot return frequently, Wang Ming AI replied, leading Wang Nanan back to the valley. Days later, the outside world appeared to remain tranquil, as usual, with no apparent changes. Wang Xiangxiu did not reveal herself as previously discussed, claiming to have slain the leader of the Shinong sect. Just as Wang Nanan was in a state of confusion, news arrived that turmoil had erupted within the Shinong sect. The reason was that the soul token left behind by the leader of the Shinong sect had shattered, a revelation of monumental significance. However, to maintain stability within and outside the Shinong sect, several elders joined forces to conceal the news. The reason for the leak was simple. When the time arrived for the leader of the Shinong sect to deliver a lecture, he did not make an appearance. Some disciples, sensing something amiss, ventured to the leader's cave and various locations, ultimately leading to the revelation. This news swept through the Tianyuan cultivation realm like a tempest, shocking everyone, while their greedy gazes fixed upon the Shinong sect. Without the presence of the Golden Core cultivator, the Shinong sect, having fallen into disarray, would undoubtedly be beset by wolves. However, the elders of the Shinong sect acted swiftly, inviting the leaders of the Hundred Flowers Valley and the Qingfeng sect to stabilize the internal and external unrest at great cost. Wang Xiangxiu seized this opportunity to emerge, intending to negotiate with the two Golden Core cultivators. Unsurprisingly, conflict ensued. Sensing the precarious situation, Wang Xiangxiu successfully fled, leaving the two Golden Core cultivators furrowing their brows. You two cannot kill me. Wang Xiangxiu spoke calmly, wishing for them to see the truth. How did you kill the leader of the Shinong sect? And we were completely unaware? Questioned the leader of the Hundred Flowers Valley, realizing the grave danger they faced. I naturally possess a trump card. If you two wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle, I can demonstrate it for you. But who will fall next remains uncertain. Wang Xiangxiu's tone suddenly turned fierce, her gaze sweeping over the two Golden Core cultivators, her aura rising as she prepared for a fatal confrontation. The two cultivators hesitated. They had no desire to fight to the death. Had the leader of the Shinong sect still been alive, they would have united to eliminate Wang Xiangxiu. Yet, with the leader's demise, a treasure trove lay before them, actively seeking their aid. It would serve their interests to plunder while they could. As for the fallen leader, so be it. They had no blood ties or master-disciple relationship with Wang Xiangxiu, so why would they seek vengeance on her behalf? The priority was to deal with the Shinong sect and the Wang family. Although they suspected Wang Xiangxiu of deceiving them, they dared not test her resolve. Should she become desperate, they could all be doomed. Does the Wang family have no right to intervene in the matters of the Shinong sect? They retreated a step. Wang Xiangxiu shook her head. I risked my life to hunt down the leader of the Shinong sect, only to allow you to reap the rewards. If it were you, would you accept? I am not greedy. All members of the Wang family living within the Shinong sect must withdraw. A copy of all legacies and techniques from the library must be made, and a share of all spiritual seeds must be distributed. Furthermore, all disciples related to the fallen leader must be eradicated. Wang Xiangxiu was merciless. The disciples favored by the leader were all talented, and eliminating them would nearly uproot the Shinong sect. The remaining disciples would be protected by the 2 golden core cultivators for now, but such protection could not last forever. Wang Xiangxiu had ample time to methodically eliminate them. How you divide the rest is none of my concern, she added, asserting that her demands were all replicable and did not overly encroach upon their resources, which could be seen as her making a concession. The disciples related to the fallen leader have been thoroughly slaughtered in recent days, correct? The leader of the 100 Flowers Valley suddenly inquired, noting that days had passed since the leader's fall, and those seeking their help were not even disciples of the Shinong sect, with none of the personal disciples making an appearance. Wang Xiangxiu shrugged. Eliminating them does not harm the interests of either of your sects. However, there is still 1 or 2 hiding within your sect, and I hope you will hand them over. The 2 were taken aback. This had not crossed their minds. But seeing Wang Xiangxiu's serious expression, they believed her to be sincere. Trading resources for people, the leader of the Qingfeng sect said, unburdened by guilt as he offered up the disciples of the Shinong sect. Deal. Wang Xiangxiu wasted no time. It was imperative to eradicate all threats. As the gentle breeze swept over the 3, the previously tense atmosphere gradually dissipated, and the powerful golden core sects were divided as if it were child's play. The elders of the Shinong sect had not anticipated that the 2 golden core cultivators they had summoned at great expense would turn out to be so ungracious. In an instant, the 3 figures moved, returning to hover above the Shinong sect. All members of the Wang family, replicate all the techniques of the Shinong sect and take them away. Gather all spiritual plants and take your share, Wang Xiangxiu commanded, her voice echoing in every ear. The elders of the Shinong sect gazed at Wang Xiangxiu with eyes filled with rage, wishing to flay her alive and chew her bones. But when her aura was unleashed, all fell silent. No one dared to impede the actions of the Wang family, just as they had previously endured the Shinong sect's oppression. If not for the Wang family's formidable strength, they might have met their end due to the ghostly cultivator and the Inhua tree. This is the world of cultivation, where the strong reign supreme. The elders of the Shinong sect once more turned their gaze toward the leaders of the 100 Flowers Valley and the Qingfeng sect, who had been invited. The leader of the Qingfeng sect cleared his throat and stated, I am deeply saddened by the fall of the leader of the Shinong sect. However, without a golden core cultivator, the Shinong sect is no longer fit to maintain its prestige and status. We at the Qingfeng sect warmly welcome any outstanding disciples willing to join us. The leader of the 100 Flowers Valley quickly added. The 100 Flowers Valley welcomes all female disciples to join. Wang Xiangxiu and the others were left speechless. Are you 2 outright seizing the opportunity? Not even bothering to conceal your intentions? More ruthless than us Wang family? Yet, what made Wang Xiangxiu feel even more inadequate was what followed. The leader of the 100 Flowers Valley continued, I have observed the celestial signs. The feng shui here is unfavorable for the Shinong sect. Therefore, in the spirit of our previous friendship, the leader of the Qingfeng sect and I have decided to offer a new auspicious location for those disciples unwilling to join our 2 sects to continue the legacy of the Shinong sect. As for this 3rd-grade spiritual vein, it shall be jointly managed by the 100 Flowers Valley and the Qingfeng sect. Wang Xiangxiu inwardly spat in disgust. I thought my skin was thick enough, but it seems you're even more shameless. Chapter 140. Aftermath. The Shinong sect was not only uprooted, but even the remnants were reduced to ashes, all orchestrated by the 2 sects that had once been both allies and foes. Wang Xiangxiu felt a chill, taking her due possessions as she departed. The 2 golden core cultivators gazed in the direction Wang Xiangxiu vanished, pondering, what shall we do without the Shinong sect? No worries. With the Shinong sect swallowed, our 2 sects have greatly increased in power. The distribution of the teleportation formation will differ from that of the Shinong sect. Naturally, it will belong to us. What can the Wang family contest with us? The leader of the Qingfeng sect scoffed, adding, if we were not afraid of the possibility of them becoming desperate and dragging us down with them, we would never allow the Wang family to share the spoils of the Shinong sect. What about the remaining territories? The leader of the 100 Flowers Valley inquired. We cannot interfere near the Wang family's territory, but in other regions, it will be up to individual capabilities. After settling the members of the Wang family who had returned from the Shinong sect, Wang Xiangxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the 2 golden core cultivators alone had been immensely pressuring. The situation has been resolved. There should be no major issues in the short term, Wang Xiangxiu said, calming her breath. That's good. I should return. I cannot be away from Coconut Island for too long. Additionally, I will quietly send back some of our people. Wang Ming'ai replied. Hurry them back. There are still many matters to attend to within the family. Wang Xiangxiu reminded. The Shinong sect has been thoroughly divided, and there remains a vast expanse of spiritual veins and fields outside. These are the foundation of any family or sect. Wang Xiangxiu planned to make another raid. Nanan, assume a different identity and summon the family members hidden in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Let us seize the spiritual veins we can occupy first, Wang Xiangxiu commanded. Wang Nanan nodded in agreement. Following the division of the Shinong sect, the details regarding the assassination of its leader began to circulate. Wang Xiangxiu, as a newly ascended Golden Core cultivator, single-handedly slaying an established Golden Core, shook the entire cultivation world. Wang Nandong, who had assisted on the side, disguised as Wang Nanan, was hailed as the strongest second-grade formation master. Moreover, the Wang family was thrust into the spotlight, as the Tianyuan cultivation realm witnessed the emergence of a Golden Core power after many years. I will suppress the external matters. Focus on your tasks, Wang Xiangxiu urged. Wang Xiangxiu conveyed to her clansmen that the remaining members had continuously infiltrated the spiritual veins originally controlled by the Shinong sect, expelling the station cultivators and claiming them as their own. It seemed as though the Shinong sect had crumbled in an instant, leaving its disciples at a loss. And neither Wang Nanan nor his companions encountered any resistance. Dozens of scattered spiritual veins were absorbed into the Wang family's sphere of influence, marking a substantial expansion. Wang Nanan sighed, acknowledging that the Wang family had become one of the most formidable powers in the Tianyuan cultivation world. Survival by mere existence was no longer an option. Just as they were consolidating the spiritual veins, the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce approached Wang Xiangxiu. Initially, the chamber had shifted allegiance to the Wang family of Coconut Island due to the Wang family's division, neglecting the Tianyuan Wang family. However, their attitude had dramatically changed, thanks to the influence of a Golden Core cultivator. No one knew how Wang Xiangxiu negotiated with the Great Whale Chamber, but the most apparent outcome was the establishment of a Great Whale Chamber building in Changshan County, beneath the Wang family's territory. After settling everything, Wang Nanan returned to the clan's domain. What about the Great Whale Chamber? Wang Nanan inquired with curiosity. They have brought us news that Baiwa Valley and Qingfeng sect require us to be restricted by teleportation formations from entering the underworld sea for cultivation, Wang Xiangxiu responded nonchalantly. However, the Great Whale Chamber also holds management rights over teleportation formations, as they're the ones who set them up. The Great Whale Chamber rejected the proposals from the 2 Golden Core sects? Is this a declaration of allegiance? Wang Nanan replied with a faint smile. With our growing strength, everything indeed feels different. The Great Whale Chamber seeks to improve relations, which is certainly advantageous. After all, interests prevail, and there is no need to stubbornly resist over minor issues, Wang Xiangxiu explained. I reached an agreement with them. All ores, talismans, spiritual herbs, and elixirs mined by the Wang family will be sold to the Great Whale Chamber, and they will establish shops within our territory. In return, the Great Whale Chamber will grant us access to purchase higher-tier resources that many ordinary cultivators cannot acquire. Even the broken Golden Core? Wang Nanan asked with anticipation, only to have Wang Xiangxiu shake her head. The broken Golden Core is tightly controlled by them. It will only be sold at auctions, but we can keep an eye on it. However, I managed to acquire some rare inheritances, which you can view later. Additionally, I plan to develop Changshan County into a large marketplace to replace the role of the Shinong sect's marketplace. Wang Nanan naturally supported Wang Xiangxiu's initiative. After further discussions, he eagerly made his way to the library. The combination of the Shinnong sect and the Great Whale Chamber had significantly enriched the Wang family's library of legacies and cultivation techniques, leaving Wang Nanan somewhat overwhelmed. Ignoring the techniques, he headed straight to the area for inheritances. To his astonishment, he discovered rare cultivation arts, including the second-tier inheritances of mechanists, spirit vein masters, and mining masters, an unexpected delight. Without hesitation, he claimed them for himself, deciding to search for the remaining materials at a later time. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Nanan diligently resumed his cultivation. The clan members gradually returned, being assigned tasks efficiently due to the ample manpower. Those who had previously resided in Changshan County were relocated to the Qingfeng mountain range, while Changshan County underwent a comprehensive transformation. The mining of spiritual ores in the caverns beneath the 10,000 Great Mountains was also quietly restored to order, with only the ghostly cultivators within the Inhuai trees remaining hidden. The Zhou and Lu families, along with several nearby chi-refining families, had already submitted, eager to become vassals. Wang Nanjing reported this to Wang Xiangxiu, stating, "The Wang family did not force them. These families came of their own accord and kneel before us, making it surprisingly easy. What attitude should we adopt towards them? After all, we are a family, not a sect." Wang Xiangxiu did not rush to respond. Although these families were not powerful, they had their merits, such as the Zhou family's beast taming and the Lu family's formations. Moreover, the three families frequently intermarried, meaning many of their cultivators were intertwined. "How many single cultivators remain in our clan?" Wang Xiangxiu suddenly inquired. "Those who came of age in previous years all have partners. Only this year's graduates remain single. There are about 30 or so, and if we include cultivators from other surnames, around 70, Wang Nanjing calculated. Since the Qingfeng mountain range was designated for mortal habitation, the abundant spiritual energy had nurtured a greater number of children with spiritual roots. As the number of children with Wang family bloodlines increased, the number of children with different surnames gradually decreased. Many children with poor spiritual roots were either not accepted or only allowed to cultivate minimally, ultimately becoming mere tools for reproduction. Wang Xiangxiu fell silent for a moment before saying, "We must strengthen our collaboration with these families and encourage more intermarriages." 5 years later, the Wang family had entirely supplanted the Shinnong sect, gradually gaining the acceptance of all cultivators, solidifying their status. The scattered spiritual veins that once belonged to the Shinnong sect were now unified under the Wang family, with Wang Nanan continuously relocating veins from the 10,000 Great Mountains, creating a vacuum of spiritual energy in the surrounding areas. The emergence of this vacuum inadvertently isolated cultivators from demonic beasts, maintaining a safe distance between the two. Furthermore, the existence of this vacuum garnered the attention of many cultivators, who began investigations but found little success. In the Wang family, Wang Nanan sat within the patriarch's cave dwelling. "We can no longer relocate the spiritual veins. We have already attracted the attention of golden core demonic beasts," Wang Nanan cautioned. "If a golden core demonic beast is truly lured out, I fear I may not escape. No more relocations. The regions we control are already covered in spiritual energy, which is sufficient," Wang Xiangxiu agreed, though she added that the outer protective formations needed strengthening. "The clan's formation master has been working on that," Wang Nanjing replied. "Since our family has entered the ranks of golden core families, many external cultivators have come to seek refuge, becoming local patrons, to aid in the family's growth. We've also accepted some with second-tier cultivation arts, and their strength is commendable." "Oh, is that so?" Wang Nanan responded. Having been preoccupied with cultivating arts or managing the relocation of spiritual veins, he had not noticed these developments. "I permitted this. The cultivation of second-tier inheritances is slow, so I accepted some scattered cultivators. The benefits and treatment are quite favorable, allowing them to work for the Wang family. Currently, there should be over 20 foundation-building cultivators among them," Wang Xiangxiu explained. "Some scattered cultivators are indeed talented, and having them serve the Wang family is a positive development." Wang Nanan acknowledged, not disapproving of the emergence of patrons. As long as Wang Xiangxiu, a golden core cultivator, remained in charge, they could keep these scattered cultivators in check. After discussing these matters, Wang Xiangxiu turned to Wang Nanan and asked, "Have you entered the second-tier spirit vein master level?" Wang Nanan nodded. "How long until you can advance to a spirit vein?" Wang Xiangxiu lamented. "The second-tier spirit veins within the clan can hardly support my cultivation. which is quite distressing. Wang Nanan scratched his head, intending to use the withered tree blossoming technique to extend his lifespan. He had not anticipated Wang Xiangxiu's urgency. It may still take a few years. Advancing the Spirit Vein Master inheritance is quite challenging. If it comes to that, we might as well elevate all first-tier spirit veins to second-tier. Perhaps that could alleviate the situation, Wang Nanan suggested, but resources were needed urgently. Wang Xiangxiu expressed some helplessness, stating that he was the only spirit vein master in the clan, and they had to rely entirely on him. As for hiring someone from outside, not only was it uncertain whether they would find anyone, but it would also require a hefty price. The rarity and importance of spirit vein masters dictated their preciousness. I have accumulated a few sets of resources for elevating spirit veins over the years, but they are limited. Nanjing, you should personally visit the headquarters of the Great Whale Chamber in the Underworld Sea Cultivation Realm to procure more resources for advancing spirit veins, while also checking on the recent auction events. We have earned considerable spiritual stones from mining. We must spend them to strengthen our power. Indeed, upon encountering certain mortal slaves, it is essential to procure a badge to infuse fresh vitality. After receiving his orders, Wang Nanjing proceeded to the clan treasury to withdraw spirit stones. Wang Nanman, without delay, returned to his cave residence. Glancing at his information panel, he felt a twinge of headache. There were numerous enhancements required, all of which were quite taxing on his lifespan. Currently, with only 612 years of life left, it was hardly sufficient. After packing his belongings, Wang Nanjing first visited the underground caverns of the 10,000 Great Mountains to ensure everything was operating smoothly before returning to the Qingfeng mountain range. Disguising himself as an ordinary spirit herb cultivator and leading a mundane life, Wang Nanjing, carrying a considerable amount of spirit stones, arrived at Huafeng Island via the teleportation array without notifying Wang Mingai and others, instead heading directly to the auction hall of the Giant Whale Merchant Association. Upon his arrival at Qilan Island, he was greeted by a plethora of advertisements from the Giant Whale Merchant Association announcing an auction event. How fortuitous it was to arrive at such an opportune moment. With a slight smile, Wang Nanjing realized that auctions at the Giant Whale Merchant Association were not a daily occurrence, and he was indeed quite fortunate this time. After paying the entry fee, he smoothly entered the venue. Having substantial wealth, he purposely purchased a ticket for the VIP room, ensuring both safety and secrecy. Seated in the specially designed chamber, Wang Nanjing had a clear view of all activities in the auction hall. Quietly awaiting the commencement of the auction, he surveyed the arrangements of the Giant Whale Merchant Association. Time passed swiftly, and soon the auction hall was filled with attendees. Wang Nanjing summoned a maid and pointed to a cultivator in the audience, instructing that female cultivator, "Please bring her over." Concurrently, he handed the maid a token. The maid acted swiftly, and the indicated female cultivator approached the VIP room with measured steps. "You've struck it rich, haven't you? Even in the VIP room?" Wang Nanwan teased. "The prices here are not cheap. Typically, only golden core cultivators would opt for such luxuries." "Not at all. I was merely sent by my elder to procure some materials and happened to stumble upon the auction," Wang Nanjing replied with a smile. Waving the maid away and closing the door, he inquired, "Cousin, are there any valuable items at this auction? After all, you frequently interact with the Giant Whale Merchant Association. Do share some insights." Wang Nanwan shot him an exasperated glance. The Giant Whale Merchant Association exists for profit. They announce the auction items each time. Haven't you taken the time to look closely? Moreover, did the clan leader send you without any specific instructions? What instructions? My elder merely asked me to observe the auction and acquire resources for upgrading spirit veins and some mortals, Wang Nanjing said innocently, revealing everything without hesitation. Wang Nanwan looked at her somewhat naive cousin with exasperation. "You, who already have descendants, should be a bit more astute. Would the clan leader send you here if there were no items of interest?" Casually tossing the list of auction items to Wang Nanjing, he examined it thoroughly, gasping in astonishment. "There are broken golden cores. No wonder I've been allocated so many spirit stones." He lamented. "Why must my elder make things so complicated? Couldn't she have just told me directly?" Upon confirming he had not misread, he noted that there were a total of 3 broken golden cores for sale, along with many third-tier resources. Ignoring Wang Nanjuan's incredulous gaze, he countered, "Cousin, you're not here to contend for the broken golden cores yourself, are you?" Just testing my luck, hoping to secure something better, Wang Nanwan replied. As they sat in the VIP room, watching the auction commence, various second-tier spirit items were presented, all fiercely contested. Neither was interested in these items, and instead focused on awaiting the appearance of the broken golden cores. How many spirit stones did the clan leader allocate to you? Wang Nanwan inquired curiously. Wang Nanjing adjusted his storage bag, stating, about 1 million or so. What? Wang Nanwan was taken aback. Is the clan truly so affluent now? You could just take out 1 million spirit stones? To put in perspective, a foundation establishment pill is worth 3,000 spirit stones, and that's after a significant markup. The broken golden core, akin to the foundation establishment pill, is essential for ascending to a higher realm and is equally marked up, likely worth over 150,000 spirit stones at auction. But bringing 1 million spirit stones seems rather excessive. It appears you intend to secure all 3 broken golden cores. Wang Nanwan said with a hint of jealousy. If the opportunity arises, we will certainly buy them all. Even if they are not needed immediately, the broken golden cores can be resold without loss. Wang Nanjing replied nonchalantly, fully aware of their value. However, he clarified that part of the 1 million spirit stones was designated for purchasing materials and mortals. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere feeling somewhat oppressive and reminiscent of an eternity passing. If we manage to bid on a broken golden core, could you perhaps support us with one? Wang Nanwan asked after a long pause. Wang Nanjing hesitated for a moment, replying that I cannot decide. Let great-grandfather discuss it with my mother. Are there clan members on Coconut Island also aiming to break through to Golden Core? Wang Nanjing retorted. To this, Wang Nanwan shook her head. Other clan members are still quite a distance from the peak of Foundation establishment, but it is indeed prudent to prepare for the broken golden cores in advance. Currently, the most promising candidate for reaching the peak of Foundation establishment the fastest is Wang Nuo, but that will likely take over a decade. They lapsed into silence once more until the broken golden cores finally emerged. This auction's highlight, the broken golden cores, was among the final items to be auctioned. Naturally, they attracted fervent bidding, with participants eagerly raising their offers. Wang Nanjing strategically placed his bid and successfully secured the first broken golden core for 180,000 spirit stones. The competition for the second was even fiercer, and it was acquired for 220,000 spirit stones. At this point, the VIP room where Wang Nanjing sat had drawn the attention of all present, with many casting unfriendly glances. I fear returning may not be easy, Wang Nanjing thought, worrying if he had drawn too much attention. What is there to fear? Those capable of bidding on broken golden cores are either solitary cultivators or, at most, from a golden core family. Our Wang family has nothing to fear. If necessary, we can have great-grandfather send you through the teleportation array and have cousin Wang Xiangxiu pick you up, Wang Nanwan dismissed. Truly powerful families or sects possess the capability to refine broken golden cores themselves. None of these cultivators pose a threat to the Wang family. Acquire the third broken golden core for me as well, Wang Nanwan urged, confident that both the Tianyuan Wang family and the Coconut Island Wang family were of the same lineage, and she believed that cousin Wang Xiangxiu would not stand idly by if they needed the broken golden cores. With newfound confidence, Wang Nanjing continued to raise his bids until he successfully secured the third broken golden core for 250,000 spirit stones. He chose not to examine the remaining auction items and instead handed over the spirit stones, ensuring that the other spirit items requested by Wang Xiangxiu were procured before they both departed from the Giant Whale Merchant Association. Cousin, we are being followed, Wang Nanjing alerted. Strolling through Huofeng Island, Wang Nanwan remained unconcerned. Huofeng Island prohibits personal combat. They wouldn't dare act. Let me take you to great-grandfather's cave. At the heart of Huofeng Island lay the cave of the Giant Whale Merchant Association's elder. Upon their arrival, they effortlessly deterred all pursuers. They left. Wang Nanjing sensed no one trailing them. They may have wanted to follow, but they lacked the courage. Wang Nanwan smiled lightly. After all, this place is inhabited by golden core cultivators, who can easily eliminate any pursuers. Upon entering the cave, they discovered that great-grandfather Wang Mingai was not present. Wang Nanwan instructed, I will send a message to great-grandfather, and for safety's sake, he should return to escort you personally. You should also find a way to contact cousin Wang Xiangxiu to have her meet you on the other side of the teleportation array. Wang Nanjing nodded promptly and began to make contact. Days later, Upon returning from a task, Wang Mingai looked at Wang Nanjing, whom he had not seen for a long time, and said, "I have spoken with your mother. Keep one broken golden core, and you shall take two back." Wang Nanjing, ever obedient, had no intention of deceiving his elders, retrieving one broken golden core and handing it to Wang Mingai, who then passed it on to Wang Nanwan. "Wait here. I will deliver Nanjing and return to fetch you," Wang Mingai instructed. Accompanied by Wang Nanjing, they utilized several teleportation techniques and arrived at Qilin Island. Before Wang Nanjing could be sent into the teleportation array, Jiyu and Lu Hua appeared before Wang Ming AI, blocking their path. As fellow devotees of the Giant Whale Merchant Association, the three were quite familiar with one another. A spell was cast to envelop the area, preventing outsiders from eavesdropping. "Esteemed friends, what brings you here?" Wang Ming AI inquired, feigning ignorance. Jiyu and Lu Hua, being partners and attuned to each other's thoughts, immediately discerned Wang Ming AI's pretense and directly stated, "A family wishes to purchase a broken golden core from you, and we hope you can oblige." "Oomph." Wang Ming AI scoffed. "I thought our relationship was amicable. Why would you jeopardize that for outsiders?" His dissatisfaction was palpable, leaving the two golden core cultivators somewhat embarrassed. "Our bond is indeed strong, but this request comes from a branch of the Lung family. You may not be aware, but this branch once aided us during a challenging time. It is only right to assist them now," Lu Hua explained with a hint of helplessness, recalling how the Lung family had supported them in their hour of need. Wang Ming AI furrowed his brow. "Is this the Lung family, one of the 18 clans?" "Indeed. They are a top-tier golden core family, and should possess the means to refine a broken golden core. Why resort to a public auction?" Wang Ming AI retorted. Lu Hua clarified. "As previously mentioned, this is merely a branch without significant influence. They lack a golden core cultivator to support them. Should you be willing to part with a broken golden core, not only would you gain their friendship, but we would also owe you a favor." He added, "Of course, spirit stones would not be an issue. They sent a shipment of 26,000 yesterday." "Do not hastily decline," Jiyu interjected. "Your intention to sell 3 broken golden cores has already circulated. Even if we do not arrive, other cultivators will come, especially from Qingfeng sect and Baiwa Valley. They would never allow the Wang family to produce another golden core cultivator, as it would disrupt the balance of power. If you consent to sell, the repercussions will fall upon the Lung family's branch. We shall promptly announce that all 3 broken golden cores have been purchased by them, alleviating your burden. The Lung family branch will cooperate to dispel any external doubts." Wang Ming AI was acutely aware of the internal factionalism within the Giant Whale Merchant Association, where information leaks were common. The situation with the Qingfeng sect and Baiwa Valley was also evident. They would indeed act to prevent the Wang family from producing a new golden core cultivator who could threaten their dominance. Having spent years in the Minghai cultivation realm and facing issues stemming from the family split, Wang Ming AI understood the need to manage the concerns of the 2 major golden core sections. However, the birth of another golden core from the Wang family was an impossibility. Thus, the broken golden cores were indeed a hot commodity. Even leaving them on Coconut Island seemed preferable to bringing them back. Yet, having encountered the rare broken golden cores, parting with them was no easy task. "I could sell 1 broken golden core to the Lung family, but I require additional compensation," Wang Ming AI resolved, recognizing that selling offered greater benefits under the current circumstances. "Please, state your terms," Lu Hua gestured. "I desire a pair of clam dragons." Wang Ming AI replied with a cunning glint in his eye. Clam dragons were foundational beasts unique to the Lung family, resembling river clams externally while harboring serpentine qualities within. Though they lacked offensive capabilities, the pearls they produced were rumored to bring fortune to cultivators or families, thus commanding a high price. There was also speculation that the Lung family's prominence among the 18 clans was partly due to the clam dragons. Lu Hua fell silent. Clam dragons were strictly forbidden from sale by the Lung family, making them exclusive to the clan. "If you find this arrangement arduous, we could have a Lung family representative discuss it," Wang Ming AI suggested. Subsequently, the 4 departed Qilin Island and returned to the Fire Phoenix Island cave dwelling. Wang Nanjing, momentarily dazed, found himself back despite having 1 foot in the teleportation array. Yet he gleaned the situation from overhearing the conversation between his great-grandfather and the 2 golden core cultivators. "Great-grandfather, can we still retrieve the broken golden cores?" Wang Nanjing tentatively inquired. "Of course, but we must wait a few days," Wang Ming AI replied, unperturbed. When the representatives from the Lung family branch arrived, they were greeted by an elderly man with sagging skin, an uncommon sight in the cultivation realm. However, Wang Ming AI paid little heed to his appearance, recognizing that many cultivators were adept at disguise. This is Lung Wu, the head of the Lung family branch. And this is Wang Ming AI, the esteemed elder of the Wang family. Ji Yu and Lu Hua introduced. Lung Wu clasped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to Elder Wang. As a peak foundational cultivator, he understood the importance of not provoking a golden core cultivator, even from the Lung family. Wang Ming AI produced a broken golden core for display. Can you agree to a pair of clan dragons? The allure of the broken golden core made Lung Wu swallow hard. Their branch had a lowly position within the Lung family due to the absence of a golden core cultivator. The opportunity to elevate their status was tantalizing, and it was difficult for him not to be tempted. How about 10 clam pearls? Lung Wu countered. I'm well aware of the relationship between the fisherman and the fish. My interest lies solely in the clam dragons, Wang Ming AI rebutted. With clam dragons, the Wang family can cultivate and breed them as well. I understand your concerns. Wang Ming AI continued, discerning his thoughts. Rest assured, the clam dragons will not leave the Wang family. Not even a single clam pearl will be exposed. If the other members of the Lung family become aware, it would bring us trouble. Caught between the family's prohibitions and a chance for advancement, Lung Wu faced a difficult choice. After much contemplation, he mirrored Wang Ming AI's decision, upping the ante. 3 white-headed sea eagle eggs and 10 multi-clawed squids. Wang Ming AI's expression darkened, realizing that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. However, having been marginalized for so long, this branch was unfamiliar with truly valuable items. While white-headed sea eagles and multi-clawed squids were decent within foundational families, they were considered low-tier resources within a top-tier golden core family, like the Lung family. After a few exchanges, Wang Ming AI agreed to the transaction. Days later, the Lung family branch gathered spirit stones, and news of their purchase of the 3 broken golden cores from Wang Nanjing spread, bolstered by Lung Wu's personal testimony, which lent credibility to the claim. Upon using the teleportation array, Wang Nanjing's eyes immediately fell upon his mother, Wang Xiangxiu, standing alongside the leaders of Qingfeng sect and Baiwa Valley. Come, we shall return home, Wang Xiangxiu said, taking Wang Nanjing by the hand. The leader of Baiwa Valley intended to intervene, but was halted by the Qingfeng sect leader. I have verified that the broken golden cores were indeed purchased by the Lung family branch, likely under duress, explained the Qingfeng sect leader. Moreover, the relationship between the 2 Wang families has significantly improved. Trade and familial visits have resumed over the past few years. The leader of Baiwa Valley was taken aback, not by the coerced sale of the broken golden cores, but by the newfound harmony between the Wang families. Is it possible that the recent downfall of the Shinong sect's leader is somehow connected to Wang Ming AI? The Baiwa Valley leader queried. After all, the Minghai cultivation realm possesses the Grand Migration Talisman, which, while expensive, is not rare. At the Wang family estate, Wang Xiangxiu retrieved a broken golden core. We acquired 3 in this auction. 1 remains on Coconut Island, 1 was sold to the Lung family branch, and 1 has been brought back. You have worked hard this time. Go rest, Wang Xiangxiu comforted. She glanced at the broken golden core, having already devised a plan. Calling Wang Nanan back, she handed him several storage bags. These are spiritual items for upgrading the spiritual veins. You must hasten to complete the upgrade of our ancestral land, Wang Xiangxiu instructed. Her eagerness palpable. Wang Nanan examined the quantity and realized it was sufficient to elevate more than a dozen spiritual veins. The family was indeed making a significant investment this time. Are we upgrading all the spiritual veins in the ancestral land? Wang Nanan inquired. There were already 2 second-grade spiritual veins, while the rest were first-grade, which Wang Nanan had relocated. Indeed, Wang Xiangxiu nodded. We must prioritize the cultivation of myself and the second aunt. With the 2 of us present, the Wang family can develop steadily. Wang Nanan did not dispute this. The pinnacle of combat power was the foundation of the cultivation world, and it was quite reasonable. Holding these numerous spiritual items, Wang Nanan commenced preparations. One by one, the spiritual veins advanced, causing the spiritual energy within the ancestral land to surge. Bathed in this energy, Wang Nanan felt immensely comfortable, especially considering the newly assessed children with spiritual roots. These children are truly fortunate. We never had such conditions in our time, Wang Nanan mused. as the family's rapid growth and strength began to benefit everyone. Chapter 144. Two golden cores on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The emergence of the spiritual energy vacuum zone had provoked incessant complaints from many cultivators. Each passage through this area left them feeling quite unwell. Nonetheless, there were benefits. Many demon beasts were reluctant to descend the mountains and venture into human territory. Numerous members of the Wong family were dispatched to the spiritual energy vacuum zone near the human side to construct fortifications and set up formations. Since the collapse of the Shinong sect, the newly ascended Golden Core family, the Wong family, had to assume the responsibility of guarding their territory, especially with the impending beast tide in 2 or 3 decades, which could not be taken lightly. Therefore, the Wong family decided to prepare in advance. The next beast tide should be easier to handle, Wong Nanan predicted, having divined that the crisis was not particularly grave. In recent years, the influx of external cultivators hunting demon beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains had indeed led to the demise of many beasts. However, one must not forget that the mountains were vast and teeming with demon beasts, as numerous as the stars, impossible to eradicate entirely. Wang Xiangxiu sighed, as human strength grows, the demon beasts will also dispatch more to deplete us until a balance is achieved. Even if external aid arrives during the next beast tide, we will face an even greater onslaught. Wang Nanan was taken aback. He was completely unaware of these matters. Wang Xiangxiu said, "This is gleaned from the Shinong sect's legacy. You should take the time to review the inheritance you brought back." Wang Nanan's thoughts raced. If mere numbers could not resolve the beast tide issue, then perhaps enhancing quality was the solution. However, Wang Xiangxiu dismissed this notion, stating that the 10,000 Great Mountains were not devoid of golden core demon beasts, and there was even a possibility of encountering nascent soul demon beasts, albeit no one had ever seen them. In the face of the beast tide, one could only do their utmost. A decade later, a significant event jolted Wang Nanan, who was engrossed in alchemy. His face lit up as he recalled Wang Xiangxiu's transmission. Wang Nuo has broken through to the Golden Core stage. This marked the second Golden Core breakthrough in a month, following Wang Taiji's ascension. Thus, the Wang family now boasted 5 Golden Core cultivators. Truly, with such a heavenly spiritual root, the speed of breakthroughs was astounding. Wang Nanan reflected, glancing at his own status. Name, Wang Nanan. Age, 99-11912 Realm. Foundation Establishment 5th Layer Golden Core Technique. 1 Chi Transforming 3 Purities. Entry 86. Foundation Establishment Techniques. Fiery Meditation. Flowing Cloud Blade Intent. 10,000 Concealments. Earth Escape Flowing Light. 5 Elements Body. 10,000 Herbs Classic. Completion. Withered Tree Reviving Classic. 2nd Layer. Small Success 1. Formless Shadow Technique. Entry 91. Chi Refining Techniques. N.A. Inheritance. 2nd Grade Alchemist Inheritance. 2nd Grade Talismonger Inheritance. 2nd Grade Brewer Inheritance. 2nd Grade Spiritual Chef Inheritance. 2nd Grade Formation Master Inheritance. 2nd Grade Artifact Master Inheritance. Completion. 2nd Grade Mechanist Inheritance. Familiar 22. 2nd Grade Spiritual Vein Master Inheritance. Familiar 15. 2nd Grade Mineral Master Inheritance. Familiar 6. 2nd Grade Shaman Inheritance. Familiar 23. 2nd Grade Divination Master Inheritance. Familiar 34. 2nd Grade Spiritual Planner Inheritance. Small Success 1. 2nd Grade Insect Master Inheritance. Familiar 88. 2nd Grade Puppet Master Inheritance. Small Success 1. 2nd Grade Beast Tamer Inheritance. Familiar 95. There was no change in realm. Only the inheritance and techniques had progressed. Compared to the others, he felt woefully inadequate, though this was also related to the peculiar slowness of his cultivation techniques. However, with the increasing number of golden cores emerging from the Wang family, Wang Nanan began to contemplate other matters. He found Wang Xiangxiu, who was busy instructing Wang Taiji. "What is happening here?" Wang Nanan asked, intrigued. It was quite rare for one golden core to teach another. "I wish to pass the position of clan leader to Taiji," Wang Xiangxiu revealed, only to be met with rejection. Wang Nanan surmised the outcome. "Then you should persist. The position of clan leader must eventually be handed over. It cannot always remain in my grasp. Otherwise, how will the younger generation grow?" Wang Xiangxiu began to expound to Wang Nanan. "The issue is, does the outside world know that Taiji has broken through to the Golden Core?" Wang Nanan inquired, deeply curious. Wang Taiji had only recently ascended. and Wang Xiangxiu had learned of it through transmission. Wang Nanan had not even witnessed the lightning tribulation. Of course not. Otherwise, other factions would be in an uproar. Wang Xiangxiu replied matter-of-factly, including Wang Nuo. All their breakthroughs have been kept secret. Wang Nanan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Xiangxiu. With the outside world unaware of Taiji's realm, how could they expect him to inherit the position of clan leader? Currently, we are a Golden Core family. If the clan leader is not at the Golden Core stage, what will others think of us? Are we weakened or? Wang Xiangxiu suddenly realized her impatience. Observing Wang Taiji's pitiful expression, she urged him to return quickly and stabilize his realm. You came rushing over. Is there something you need? Wang Xiangxiu inquired, having hardly noticed Wang Nanan in the past decade as he had withdrawn from the family's affairs, quietly remaining in one place. Only my cousin understands me. Wang Nanan chuckled. I recall that the teleportation formation currently located at Qingfeng's sect, though the third-tier teleportation formation, cannot be accessed by Golden Core cultivators, correct? Indeed, Wang Xiangxiu affirmed, when the Whale Merchant Association intruded into our realm. The outcome of discussions with the three major Golden Core cultivators was essentially an agreement to prevent external Golden Cores from threatening their positions. However, it now seems somewhat laughable, for the location of this realm would eventually be exposed, and even without a teleportation formation, powerful beings could still easily arrive. What are you thinking? Wang Xiangxiu inquired, knowing that he had many clever ideas. Could we construct our own teleportation formation? Wang Nanan proposed, eliciting surprise from Wang Xiangxiu. Building a teleportation formation? My nephew is quite ambitious. Wang Xiangxiu replied, you must know that only the Whale Merchant Association can currently set up teleportation formations. First and second-tier formations have short ranges and are somewhat impractical. The third-tier formations cover great distances, but the costs are exorbitant. When the formation near Qingfeng's sect was established, it took nearly 10 years and a massive amount of third-tier spiritual materials. Our Wang family cannot afford that. But we have mined spiritual ores for so many years. We can use the spirit stones, Wang Nan encountered, somewhat perplexed. The Wang family had excavated spiritual mines and various other resources from the underground caves. While they couldn't claim to be as affluent as the Whale Merchant Association, they should certainly be considered well off among Golden Core families. Wang Xiangxiu's eyes glinted as she grasped Wang Nanan's arm, saying, Nanan, it seems you are not fully aware of our family support. How about I pass the position of clan leader to you? Wang Nanan shuddered, exclaiming, what a joke. Who would want to be clan leader? Working tirelessly every day. Chapter 145, discussing the arrangement of the formation after leaving the Wang family's ancestral land. Wang Nanan embarked on a solitary journey to the underworld sea for cultivation. The clan leader's distant cousin lamented their poverty, prompting Wang Nanan to devise his own solutions. As for the teleportation formation, after all, it is merely a type of formation. He was eager to see if he could master it. He first ventured to the headquarters of the Giant Whale Commerce Association, only to discover that, although there was a legacy for third-grade formation masters, it did not encompass the teachings of teleportation formations. Knowledge monopoly, is it? Wang Nanan exclaimed angrily. He inquired about the costs associated with setting up a teleportation formation and left the Giant Whale Commerce Association with a heavy heart. It's truly exorbitant, he thought. Aside from a substantial amount of spirit stones and third-grade spiritual materials one must prepare, the rights to use the teleportation formation would also need to be granted to the Giant Whale Commerce Association. If it were to be used for business, a portion of the profits would have to be shared with them. Wandering to Coconut Island, he encountered Wang Nuo, who had just made a breakthrough. Radiating the formidable aura of a Golden Core cultivator, Wang Nuo greeted Wang Nanan with a radiant smile. Lu Qingqing also arrived to join them. After a round of pleasantries, Wang Ming AI summoned Wang Nanan. Parting from the others, he entered Wang Ming AI's cave dwelling. I heard Wang Taiji, the grandson of Xiang Xiu, has also broken through to Golden Core? Wang Ming AI inquired first, as the addition of another Golden Core cultivator to the family was undeniably beneficial. Yes, he advanced a month earlier than Wang Nuo. Currently, the outside world remains unaware, and even within the clan, only a few are privy to this information, Wang Nanan replied. Assuming that Wang Ming AI and Wang Xiangxiu frequently exchanged updates. After requesting some spirit tea to be brought, Wang Ming AI continued, it is wise to keep the breakthrough under wraps. Otherwise, it may provoke Qingfeng's sect and Baihua Valley unnecessarily. Our previous success in eliminating the leader of the Shinong sect was due to surprise and the hidden motives of two Golden Core sects, which ultimately led to the Shinong sect's disbandment. Otherwise, relying solely on our Wang family would have been quite troublesome. In recent years, Xiangxiu had tirelessly pursued any remaining threats. Wang Ming AI noted that this matter had likely just been resolved. If our Wang family can produce a few more Golden Core cultivators, we might consider unifying Qingfeng sect and Baiwa Valley to achieve total dominance over the Tianyuan cultivation world. Unification? Wang Nanan mused, daunted yet secretly hopeful. Grandfather, would our Wang family be able to stand among the 18 great families? He asked curiously. The Wang family currently had 5 Golden Core cultivators and over 100 Foundation establishment practitioners, though the precise numbers were not known to the outside world. Wang Ming AI scanned Wang Nanan with a knowing smile. Are you curious about this? I can tell you, we do not measure up. Each of the 18 Golden Core families has a peak Golden Core cultivator presiding over them, and the number of Golden Core experts within their ranks likely exceeds 10. They simply lack the breaking infant pill to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Such strength? Wang Nanan was astounded. No wonder these families were positioned alongside several nascent soul forces without being subordinate to any nascent soul sect. Given their profound heritage, even the nascent soul powers would have to think long and hard before attempting to challenge them. All right, let's get to the point. What brings you here today? Wang Ming AI redirected the conversation. His beloved grandson was not one to seek the limelight, and his presence here must indicate an important matter. Wang Nanan chuckled and shared his intention to set up a teleportation formation. Wang Ming AI put down his teacup, his tone betraying a hint of admiration. I've long contemplated the arrangement of formations, though various reasons have delayed me. However, over the years, I've accumulated some third-grade spiritual materials that could be utilized for third-grade formations. The best course of action would be to modify the third-grade teleportation formation located within Qingfeng sect. But of course, the two Golden Core sects would never agree to that. Wang Nanan added, I've inquired about the cost for setting up formations at the Giant Whale Commerce Association, and the figures are rather. He hesitated, struggling to comprehend how the 3 esteemed Golden Core cultivators had managed to gather the necessary resources, simply stating that their foundation was indeed formidable. Is there no way to obtain the legacy of the teleportation formation? Wang Nanan suddenly inquired. Obtaining it is impossible. This knowledge is tightly guarded. Unless you are willing to sever ties with the family and fully join the Giant Whale Commerce Association, they would never permit a talented cultivator to learn it. Wang Ming AI explained. The confidentiality surrounding the teleportation formation is even stricter than that of the breaking infant pills formula. Wang Nanan concluded, so it appears we must have the Giant Whale Commerce Association set up a pathway for us. What materials will be needed? Wang Ming AI then presented a list, noting that the materials required for the teleportation formation were not a secret and could be procured from the Giant Whale Commerce Association, though the prices were exorbitant. Wang Nanan gulped and quietly tucked the list away. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ming AI handed him a pearl from the body of a clam dragon, remarking, This is a pearl from within the clam dragon's body. Carrying it with you will bring you continuous good fortune. It is said to be quite effective. Wang Nanan accepted the pristine pearl, feeling a slight shift in his luck. Initially skeptical of such items, he had come to believe in their efficacy after learning the ways of divination and the secrets of fate. Altering one's luck was no trivial matter and could come at a dire cost. Thus, he had refrained from tampering with his own fortune. To discover a treasure that could enhance luck was utterly unexpected. This pearl is a specialty of the Lung family, one of the 18 families. They once sold us a breaking Golden Core in exchange for it, Wang Ming AI explained. Take my token and visit the Lung family. Seek out one of their branches. They owe us a favor. Wang Nanan was puzzled by this sudden change in topic and asked, What purpose do I have in visiting the Lung family? I've heard that they possess a broken teleportation formation that has been in use for quite some time. If we can retrieve it, perhaps we can repair it for our own use. Wang Nanan's lips twitched at the thought of dealing with a mere branch family. Does that count? Indeed it does. Go. Wang Ming AI urged. The branch family has recently produced a Golden Core cultivator, and their status is no longer what it once was. Moreover, a broken teleportation formation is of no use to the Lung family. Even a fully functional formation holds little value for them. Wang Nanan accepted the token from Wang Ming AI and prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Nuo caught up with him. The elders said, I should accompany you. Having a golden core cultivator around will help avoid any potential dangers. Wang Nuo grasped Wang Nanan's arm. Nonsense. Your grandfather is likely trying to keep you hidden. How could he allow you to venture out? Stay here on Coconut Island and solidify your cultivation. Let your grandmother accompany me. Wang Nanan countered. Although the underworld, sea, was home to many golden core cultivators, the secrecy surrounding Wang Nuo's breakthrough was primarily to prevent any repercussions from Baiwa Valley and Qingfeng sect. Who knew if those two sects had other hidden golden core cultivators? Chapter 146. The broken formation. The Lung family truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 18 great families, exuding an air of grandeur. Their island was comparable in size to Fire Phoenix Island. The main island's periphery was surrounded by scores of smaller islands, brought over through grand measures to accommodate the Lung family's mortal residents. Between these small islands, spirit fish were cultivated, a practice reminiscent of many other families. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing arrived at the outskirts of the Lung family estate. Presenting their visitors' credentials, they soon received a response. The two were escorted to a corner of the main island, where magnificent pavilions and terraces stood, giving off an air of opulence. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing settled into a reception room, awaiting the arrival of their hosts. An elderly gentleman entered gradually, capturing their attention. Wang Nanan recognized him as Lung Wu, the head of one of the Lung family's branches. The very individual who had previously sought to purchase a breaking golden core from Wang Ming AI. Having been briefed by Wang Ming AI on the Lung family prior to their visit, Wang Nanan was well aware of who he was. Initially assuming that Lung Wu's intent in acquiring the breaking golden core was for his own use, he now noticed that the elder remained at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Greetings, head of the Lung family. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing respectfully greeted him. With a warm smile, Lung Wu became considerably more amiable upon learning that they were from the Wang family. How has Wang Xian been faring lately? Lung Wu inquired with a cheerful smile, pleased that his branch had recently given birth to a golden core cultivator, significantly elevating their status and improving their circumstances. Naturally, he held a favorable opinion of Wang Ming AI, especially given the promise of friendship made to his lineage. Everything is well, great-grandfather, Wang Nanan replied. This visit to the Lung family was to seek a particular item. What item? Speak plainly, Lung Wu asked directly. It is said that the Lung family possesses a dilapidated teleportation array, and my Wang family wishes to exchange for it, Wang Nanan stated openly. Lung Wu was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the Lung family had a broken teleportation array, but it was an affair from long ago, having been left unattended and nearly forgotten. However, the Wang family likely desires it for the purpose of restoration. Am I correct? Follow me, he said, rising and gesturing for the two to follow him. After a winding journey, they arrived in an open space littered with broken spiritual artifacts, resembling a junkyard. There it is. Lung Wu pointed to a large circular outline of the teleportation array embedded in the ground, its contours still visible, although many spiritual artifacts had been dismantled and a heap of discarded materials lay atop it. As a second-tier array master, Wang Nanan, though unfamiliar with the intricate designs of teleportation arrays, recognized the abandoned state of this one and knew it was unlikely to be repaired. While he felt a twinge of regret, he approached and touched the broken array. Do you still wish to exchange? As you can see, it holds no value for restoration. Lung Wu inquired. Yes, Wang Nanan affirmed, for his great-grandfather had sent him to make this exchange, undoubtedly for a significant purpose. Name your price, Lung Wu said. 3 third-tier elixirs, any type will suffice, he replied. This broken teleportation array was abandoned long ago when our lineage was still in its prime, and I cannot recall how long it has been, Lung Wu noted. Wang Nanan hesitated, for he indeed had no third-tier elixirs on him. He had intended to purchase some, but was stopped by Lu Qingqing. Elder Lung, I have 3 third-tier healing elixirs. Would they suffice? Lu Qingqing produced a jade vial, which had been given to her for self-preservation by her clan. Lung Wu accepted it, sniffing the contents. You may disassemble the array yourselves, he stated before departing. Wang Nanan and Lu Qingqing exchanged glances and began the work. Both being array masters, disassembling a broken third-tier array posed no significant challenge. I've already sketched the layout. Let us hurry and dismantle it, Lu Qingqing urged. Wang Nanan opened his storage bag, carefully collecting the remnants of the spiritual artifacts piece by piece. After half a month, they finally completed the disassembly. Upon returning to Coconut Island, they discovered that Wang Ming AI had been waiting for them, accompanied by a visibly disgruntled Wang Na. Handing over the storage bag, Wang Nanan said, "Great-grandfather, this teleportation array holds no possibility for repair. Our plans to set up the array will likely be delayed." Wang Ming AI was unfazed and handed over another storage bag. "Do you remember when I traveled abroad and was accidentally teleported to the Qingdai Immortal realm via an ancient teleportation array? That ancient array has also been dismantled and is right here in this bag." Wang Nanan nodded, recalling that it took over 30 years for his great-grandfather to bring it back piece by piece. However, he suddenly realized a crucial point. The Qingdai Immortal realm seemed to connect with the Minghai Immortal realm. Both ancient teleportation arrays from the Tianyuan and Qingdai realms had been retrieved. Although they were now ineffective, their research value was immense. The broken array from the Lung family differed from that of the giant whale chamber of commerce. Wang Ming AI intended to offer all 3 teleportation arrays to the giant whale chamber in exchange for the opportunity to set up a new array. If necessary, he would even request a discount. "Is this feasible?" Wang Nanan questioned, having little understanding of teleportation arrays. Wang Ming AI replied, "It is perfectly normal for you to be unaware. The development of teleportation arrays progresses slowly, and the giant whale chamber has been actively searching for ancient array sites, offering generous rewards. If there's a reward, wouldn't it be better to bring the people from the giant whale chamber to the site? Dismantling it before handing it over might diminish its value." Wang Nanan countered, prompting a frown from Wang Ming AI. "Do you think your great-grandfather is foolish? It would be transported with great effort. There's no chance it would be disassembled. As for the Lung family S array, if it must be dismantled, so be it." Wang Nanan acknowledged that he had underestimated the capabilities of a golden core cultivator. However, he also recognized that he could not transport such a large array intact. It was evident that his trip to the Lung family was not meant for such a purpose. "I wish great-grandfather success in persuading the giant whale chamber. We will await the completion of the teleportation array." Wang Ming AI headed to Qinglong Island, leaving Wang Nanan, Lu Qingqing, and Wang Nuo behind in the cave. Wang Nuo glared at Wang Nanan for a long time without uttering a word. "Oh, come on. It's just that I didn't take you to the Lung family. Once the teleportation array is completed, you can visit the Tianyuan Wang family more often. There is plenty of space there, and you won't have to remain on the island all the time," Wang Nanan said with a hint of exasperation. However, he reflected that once the teleportation array was operational, communication between the 2 Wang families would indeed become much more convenient. As for whether to allow other cultivators to use it, that would require further discussion. Chapter 147. Completion of the setup as a benefactor of the giant whale chamber. Wang Ming AI had no trouble meeting with the Yuaning elder, Qing Luo Jinjuan, the only 4th-tier array master in the Minghai Immortal realm. Upon seeing an entire set of ancient teleportation arrays, even the stoic face of Qing Luo Jinjuan displayed a smile. Although the ancient teleportation arrays were damaged and non-functional, they remained relatively intact, providing insights into the intricate details of the arrays. They could even discern the operational rules and layout methods of the ancient teleportation arrays, which would greatly assist in future improvements. In contrast, the dismantled Lung family array seemed trivial and inconsequential. Qing Luo Jinjuan regarded the golden core cultivator, who had only recently joined the giant whale chamber, with admiration, despite the individual's lingering ties to their previous family. As long as they did not betray the giant whale chamber, he could overlook such matters. "Speak, what do you desire?" Qing Luo Jinjuan prompted, stating that aside from the rewards promised by the giant whale chamber, he could extend a personal promise, as long as it was within the chamber's capabilities. Wang Ming AI was elated. Such an offer from the president represented a significant opportunity. Without hesitation, he expressed his desire to establish a teleportation array. He understood that when dealing with a Yuan-ing cultivator, harboring any ill intentions could be fatal, as their speed in executing lethal moves far exceeded any malicious thoughts one might entertain. Qing Luo Jinjuan nodded slightly, instructing, "Seek out real person Ing Yang and Steward Kai Ling. They will fulfill your request." Wang Ming AI was naturally acquainted with these 2 figures. Real person Ing Yang was the first golden core cultivator from the giant whale chamber to arrive in the Tianyuan Immortal realm, a 3rd-tier array master responsible for setting up the teleportation array. Steward Kai Ling was a senior golden core cultivator from the headquarters of the giant whale chamber, tasked with the gathering of spiritual materials, wielding significant authority. After bidding farewell to the president, Wang Ming AI proceeded directly to the cave abodes of the two golden core cultivators. Presenting his token, he invited them out. Since it is the president's order, there is no problem, real person Yang replied. As fellow benefactors of the giant whale chamber, these golden core cultivators had some familiarity with each other. However, they needed Steward Kai Ling's command to ensure the spiritual materials were prepared. Rest assured, no one would dare defy the president's orders, Steward Kai Ling agreed. Taoist Wang, I am quite curious about how you managed to have the president personally speak on your behalf. If it were merely a standard procurement for the teleportation array, it would not have captured the president's attention, he remarked with a chuckle. Ha! It was merely a stroke of luck, Wang Ming AI replied. Wang Ming AI chuckled, requesting that the arrangement of the formation remain confidential among the two companions, as it was intended solely for family use. Understood, responded Master Yang, waving his hand dismissively. He noted that the internal regulations of the Merchant Association mandated confidentiality regarding the setup of teleportation formations for families, particularly when clients requested discretion. Relieved by this assurance, Wang Ming AI hurried back to Coconut Island to select a suitable location for the formation. The teleportation formation would initially serve the family, and its potential public access could be decided later. On Coconut Island, Wang Ming AI set the tone, and others felt unable to voice objections. Nan Nan and Ching Ching, you shall return to the clan's territory together, coordinating with Xiang Xiao to determine the placement of the formation. Once Master Yang completes the setup on Coconut Island, you may proceed there, he instructed. Wang Nan Nan and Lu Qingqing promptly rose to return home. With the support of the Giant Whale Merchant Association, the arrangement of the teleportation formation progressed swiftly, primarily due to the ample supply of spiritual materials and Master Yang's diligent efforts. A year passed, and the formation on Coconut Island was completed, leading them to the Wang family's territory. Wang Nan Nan, Lu Qingqing, and numerous formation masters from the Wang family assisted Master Yang, keenly observing his techniques, eager to glean insights, for third-tier formation masters were a rare find. Master Yang, why has the setup of this formation proceeded so rapidly? I recall that the teleportation formation near Qingfeng Sect took over a decade to complete, Wang Nan Nan inquired, puzzled. With a smile, Master Yang explained as he worked, the reason is simple. The three major golden core sects lacked third-tier spiritual materials. They hesitated to procure them directly from the Giant Whale Merchant Association, causing delays. Understanding dawned on Wang Nan Nan. Another year slipped by, and the formation in the clan's territory was also completed. Master Yang returned to the undersea Immortal realm via the teleportation formation. The first clan member to traverse it was Wang Nua, her beautiful face alight with curiosity and joy as she explored this unfamiliar family. Relieved to no longer be confined to an island, Wang Xiangxiu held Wang Nua affectionately. With this teleportation formation, resources and personnel from both families could be exchanged freely. In times of necessity, it could also serve as an escape route, Wang Nan Nan declared. Moreover, the third-tier teleportation formation was established in a valley within the clan's territory, adjacent to a Yinhuai tree, with Wang Mingzhu providing personal protection, ensuring its safety. As for the spiritual plants in the valley, they had long since been relocated. Although the Wang family was formally still a branch family, they functioned as one. This teleportation formation was strictly for the knowledge of foundation-building cultivators and above within the clan. Enforced with utmost confidentiality, Wang Xiangxiu suddenly commanded, the formation must be concealed in the valley to prevent outsiders from discovering it. Initially, we considered allowing outsiders to use it, but that is no longer feasible. Nevertheless, with the teleportation formation established, the two families began to share resources. A significant quantity of spiritual herbs and minerals was sent from the clan to Coconut Island, while abundant spiritual fish were dispatched to the clan's territory. Furthermore, Wang Xiangxiu dispatched tens of thousands of mortals to Coconut Island to assist in managing the local populace. Wang Ming AI, Wang Mingzhu, Wang Xiangxiu, and Wang Nan Nan convened in the clan leaders' cave to discuss future developments. The clan's territory had reached saturation. They could either annex other forces or await the decree for land reclamation following the Beast Tide. I suggest we avoid the former for now, as the Beast Tide is approaching, and our family needs to unite to confront it, Wang Xiangxiu stated. The latter option would require time. and they aimed to repel the beasts deeper into the 10,000 mountains during this beast tide to secure more land. Everyone recognized the difficulties facing the clan's territory. Wang Ming AI decisively concluded, "Let's maintain the status quo and await the decree for land reclamation." The Wang family had now ascended to a golden core family, bearing new responsibilities, yet there was no need to be overly cautious in the face of provocation. Everyone agreed that in the Tianyuan immortal realm, there was no longer a need to hide. They would simply develop according to their actual circumstances. However, in the undersea immortal realm, Coconut Island had to remain discreet. Coconut Island requires more mortals. I plan to emulate certain families by relocating numerous small islands to the periphery of the main island for mortal habitation. Just one Coconut Island is insufficient. Additionally, we need Nan Nan's assistance in relocating spiritual veins. Chapter 148. Expansion of Coconut Island and foundation building. The 7th level Wang Taiji and Wang Nua were exchanging insights on their cultivation. As the only two spiritual root cultivators in the clan, they shared much in common. Should they have the opportunity to advance to the nascent soul stage, they could propel the Wang family to become a top-tier force. Meanwhile, Wang Nan and the others emerge from the cave. You too, if you find yourselves with free time, head to Coconut Island and assist in relocating some islands, Wang Xiangxiu called out. Wang Nuo and Taiji were thrilled to finally have tasks to undertake. Nan, seek out some spiritual veins to set up on the islands, Wang Xiangxiu added. Wang Nan's expression darkened as he replied, "Cousin, have you forgotten? The previous relocation of too many spiritual veins led to a vacuum of spiritual energy around the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. Now, several golden core beasts are keeping an eye on me. If I recklessly enter the 10,000 mountains again, they're likely to attack. Haven't you noticed? I haven't dared venture into the underground caverns for the past 2 years." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wang Xiangxiu realized she had indeed overlooked this matter. No worries. Searching for spiritual veins beneath the sea is equally viable, and the spiritual veins are not inferior to those in the 10,000 mountains, Wang Ming AI interjected, pointing to 3 of them. "You may return with me. The Giant Whale Merchant Association has tasks, and the remaining matters will be entrusted to you. Nan Jun and Nan Wan will assist you." The group returned to Coconut Island. Wang Taiji and Wang Nuo disguised themselves as loose cultivators, hired to assist in relocating islands, and attracted no suspicion due to the vastness of the sea. The 2 golden core cultivators tirelessly transported uninhabited small islands, strategically placing them around Coconut Island and Coconut Tree Island to serve as formation nodes. "Grandfather, is this sufficient?" Wang Nuo inquired after moving over 30 small islands, nearly matching the area of Coconut Tree Island. "Not enough. Continue relocating. Think of it as land acquisition," Wang Nan commanded, as there were no other islands nearby. They would occupy the entire sea area, using the small islands to raise spiritual fish and cultivate underwater spiritual plants, enhancing the family's resources while allowing for further development. Otherwise, constant expansion would become a cumbersome task. Wang Nan also called upon the clan's formation masters to arrange formations on each small island. In addition, Wang Nan contacted the Giant Whale Merchant Association to order a 3rd-tier defensive formation, funded by the clan's territory. As more small islands were relocated, the controllable sea area expanded, and the group's spirits rose. Wang Nan ventured into the sea to begin relocating some 1st-tier spiritual veins. The pace of island relocation by Wang Nuo and Taiji was slow, and Wang Nan's progress with the spiritual veins was even slower, but there was no hurry. It had to be done gradually. Over 2 years, nearly 1,000 small islands were relocated, occupying a vast expanse of sea. Wang Nan found himself exasperated, questioning why he had spoken so recklessly and wished he had asked for fewer relocations. There was no choice. He had brought this upon himself, and he would have to see it through. Fortunately, Wang Nuo and Wang Taiji began to assist in locating spiritual veins, which sped things up a bit. After another 5 years, all the small islands were finally equipped with spiritual veins. The purchased 3rd-tier defensive formation was also completed, marking the full expansion of Coconut Island. Wang Nan lay back on the ocean surface, lethargically gazing at Wang Nanjun cousin. "The specifics of our development now rest upon your shoulders." Wang Nanjun, seated on an island, replied, "As I have stated before, the development trajectory of Coconut Island differs from that of the clan's territory. However, Given the considerable area we have expanded, we must not disappoint everyone. Ensuring the clan's resources is absolutely essential. By the way, expedite the arrival of a batch of robust young mortals. Go and convey that yourself. I won't relay your message. Wang Nan enjoyed his leisurely soak in the sea. Wang Nanjun casually tossed a pale blue fruit to Wang Nanan. As Wang Nanan held the fruit before his eyes, he was astonished to see the seed within, illuminated by sunlight. What intriguing spirit fruit is this? Unnamed, replied Wang Nanjun. Indeed, it was discovered by a foundational family nearby, with whom we share a marital alliance, and was sent to us. Wang Nanjun continued, knowing you are an exceptional spirit planter, I hope you can ascertain the type of spirit fruit and cultivate some. Wang Nanan scrutinized the fruit, noting its spiritual energy content, which resembled that of a second-tier spirit fruit. Does this grow on the seabed? He inquired, observing the dense tendrils surrounding the pale blue skin, which sent shivers down his spine. Yes, when it was discovered, a foundational tier shark demon beast was guarding it. Wang Nanjun responded. Oh, Wang Nanan felt a surge of excitement. Spirit fruits protected by foundational demon beasts typically possess remarkable effects. Meanwhile, the Wang worm within him stirred, seemingly craving the pale blue fruit intensely. Wang Nanan dove into the depths of the sea, initiating the cultivation of the pale blue fruit. Tender shoots gradually emerged, developing leaves and branches. He planted it on the seabed, yet refrained from fully maturing it. It had been ages since he had enhanced his spirit planter legacy. Wang Nanan reminisced, realizing he had not employed the cultivation technique in quite some time. Glancing at his remaining lifespan, he noted he had 182 years left. Consuming 400 years would bring it to maturity, and another 800 would achieve perfection. Without hesitation, he continued to expend his lifespan. 16,000 years of life allowed him to elevate the second layer of the withering would revive scripture to a major breakthrough, achieving a cultivation efficiency of 90% for second-tier spirit plants. Furthermore, Wang Nanan's realm advanced 2 minor levels, reaching the 7th layer of foundation establishment. He began anew to cultivate the spirit plant, producing flowers and fruit in one seamless process, albeit the fruits remained diminutive and not fully matured. 8 small pale blue fruits floated on the seabed, their fragrance gradually diffusing. I estimate they will be ready in about a month, Wang Nanan conjectured. However, soon a horde of demon beasts began to roam around Coconut Island, collectively referred to as Coconut Island after its expansion. Yet they could not enter due to the 3rd-tier formation surrounding it. Wang Nanan observed the pale blue fruits again, a contemplative expression crossing his face. They possess a significant allure for demon beasts. He recorded the characteristics of the spirit plant while instructing Wang Wan to consult the Giant Whale Commerce Association for related information. Although he could eventually figure it out himself, he felt impatient. In vain fruit, Wang Nanan murmured. According to the records from the Giant Whale Commerce Association, this is a special spirit fruit capable of awakening the bloodlines of demon beasts, leading to mutations in those that consume it. Unfortunately, due to its scarcity and the fact that they're easily devoured by demon beasts before maturing, they're difficult to propagate and are said to be nearing extinction. What incredible fortune, Wang Nanan mused, reflecting that it was truly remarkable for the Wang family to have located such a treasure. Luck alone could hardly explain it. If the in vain fruit were combined with royal jelly, it should cultivate a batch of exceptional spirit beasts. Chapter 149, In Vain Fruit, Bloodline Enhancement. Wang Nanan remained comfortably at the seabed, surfacing occasionally for air as he awaited the maturation of the in vain fruits. A month later, the 8 in vain fruits ripened, their rich aroma attracting even more demon beasts. Wang Nual and Wang Taiji ventured into the outer sea to hunt. The bloodstained waters made Wang Nanan a bit uneasy as he leapt onto the island with the 8 in vain fruits. The spirit fruit tree of the in vain fruits withered away, dissolving into the sea. Wang Nanan summoned the Wang worm and offered an in vain fruit to its mouth. The diminutive creature devoured it in a few bites, still seemingly unsatisfied. Observing the Wang worm closely, Wang Nanan noted no immediate changes. He revisited the information he had acquired from the Giant Whale Commerce Association, realizing that the quantity was insufficient. 4 foundational demon beasts. At least 10 in vain fruits are required to have a noticeable effect. Consuming just one necessitates a lengthy period for the bloodline enhancement to manifest. He decided to reserve the remaining 7 as seeds. Given the speed of cultivation, they would mature within a month, with each fruit tree producing 8 fruits. Wang Nanan instructed his kin to seal off the main island and nearby islets, creating a closed pond that could be occasionally replenished with water. This would prevent the attraction of too many demon beasts. Observing Wang Nuo and Wang Taiji, who were still hunting demon beasts, he felt confident that future spirit fish would not be lacking. Replanting, cultivating, and harvesting. 2 months elapsed in this cycle. The first month, he planted 7 vein fruits, yielding 56. In the second month, he planted the 56 and obtained 448. Wang Nanan decided to stop planting, as this quantity sufficed for his needs and allowed for seeds to be reserved for the family. He set aside 200 for himself, entrusting the rest to the family's spirit planters. The family was elated, and Wang Nanan was even more delighted. He summoned Sushi, Qin, and the queen bee, feeding them one by one. Firstly, he offered the Wang worm, which had previously consumed 1 fruit, now greedily devouring 10 at once, turning crimson as its vitality surged. Seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough, the already small Wang worm suddenly burrowed back into Wang Nanan's body, ceasing all movement. Wang Nanan understood it was digesting and absorbing. For a creature that could consume anything, this was a rare occurrence, indicating that even spirit entities could induce it to enter seclusion. Ignoring the Wang worm, he called upon Qin, a peculiar red-black bug adept at toxins and stealth. Captured during a previous expedition, Wang Nanan had exchanged for its contract. It had accompanied the ghostly cultivators through the vast mountains, contributing significantly. He handed over 10 vein fruits, which Qin began to consume. Taking out another 10, he tossed them to Sushi, who gulped them down whole. Being his earliest companion, Sushi was likely close to the end of its lifespan unless it successfully broke through the foundational realm. Wang Nanan sighed softly, hoping this time it could transcend its bloodline limitations. Otherwise, Wang Nanan had not contracted with Sushi, as they had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. As a yellow cow, if the vein fruit failed to alter its bloodline, it would likely only live for another century. Unable to break through to the golden core stage, and Sushi would eventually perish. Moreover, the Inhuai tree does not accept spirit beasts, signifying that if Sushi were to fall, he would never see it again. Wang Nanan had gathered numerous vein fruits specifically for Sushi. He took out another 10 and offered them to the queen bee, whose origins stem from the contract queen bee of Wang Xiangxiu. While her specific type remained unknown, royal jelly is known to enhance the bloodlines and potential of demon beasts, playing a substantial role in Sushi's potential breakthrough. As the queen bee managed the worker bees for pollination and patrolling, she contributed immensely to the family. The 3 spirit insects consumed slowly, digesting at a leisurely pace, while Sushi devoured its portions in a rush. Wang Nanan continued to feed Sushi the remaining vein fruits, pondering, it might be your bloodline that is too weak, making enhancement difficult. As he neared the end of his supply of vein fruits, Wang Nanan lamented, if it comes to that, I can always feed Sushi more. After all, with my cultivation technique, I can acquire a large quantity in just a few months. While lost in thought, Sushi began to show signs of transformation. Enveloped in mist, as blood threads emerged from its body, encasing it in a massive egg. Wang Nanan's brows lifted in delight. This indicated effectiveness. Observing Qin and the queen bee, he noted they were experiencing similar phenomena. Qin and Sushi were stored in the beast tamer bag, while the queen bee was escorted back to the hive by the worker bees. Alas, the vein fruit can only enhance a spirit beast's bloodline once. Otherwise, continuous consumption would yield perfection. Wang Nanan murmured, now, all that remains is to wait. Taking some time to learn about the clan members planting the vein fruits, he then ventured to the side of the primal blue lotus. Third-tier spirit plants grow slowly, yet with the enhancement of his cultivation technique. Wang Nanan returned to harvest once more. The number of lotus leaves had significantly increased, particularly the lotus roots, which not only filled the previous coconut island, but also crowded the nearby islets after this round of cultivation. Soon, he would be able to create a clone. Wang Nanan looked forward to it. With an additional clone, he could accomplish many tasks. A few days later, the winged concealment within the beast bag was the first to hatch. Its once red and black exterior transformed into a vibrant crimson, swelling to the size of an adult's arm, its form flickering in and out of visibility, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Notably, It transcended to the fifth layer of foundation establishment and awakened a bloodline spell. Thousand Faces, enabling it to alter the appearance of those around it, be they humans, beasts, or to the environment itself. This bloodline spell was remarkably advantageous, an excellent means of identity transformation, which pleased Wang Nanan immensely. Following this, the Wang bug emerged from within Wang Nanan, its appearance unchanged, yet reaching the fourth layer of foundation establishment. Most significantly, the ordinary purple extreme magic worms that it subsequently spawned had all attained the mid-level of chi refinement. Just imagine, innumerable invisible purple extreme magic worms at the mid-level of chi refinement. How terrifying that would be. As for the previously spawned multitude of purple extreme magic worms, they had now become sustenance for the newly birthed ones. The winged concealment and the Wang bug communicated, while Sihui also broke free from its shell, revealing its horns. Upon releasing Sihui from the beast bag, Wang Nanan noticed that it had shrunk considerably. Sihui now resembled an ordinary yellow cow in size, yet its aura was entirely different. Having reached the fifth layer of foundation establishment, regrettably, its bloodline had not fundamentally changed. Wang Nanan sighed, realizing he would have to find ways to further enhance Sihui's bloodline in the future. Nevertheless, a breakthrough to the peak of foundation establishment should not pose much of a challenge. Sihui nudged Wang Nanan with its head, and the two frolicked for a considerable time. Now that you have all emerged, shall we go and see the queen bee? Returning to the clan's territory, they arrived at the beehive. The queen bee, the size of a person, lay atop the hive, her compound eyes gently observing Wang Nanan. The queen had undergone the most significant transformation, prompting surprise from Wang Nanan. She had broken through to the seventh layer of foundation establishment, yet her newly birthed wings were insufficient to support flight, requiring some time to develop. The beehive seems a bit small, Wang Nanan mused. Considering the queen's size, the new worker bees would likely be substantial, rendering the original hive obsolete. Wang Nanan summoned Lu Qingqing's earth dragon to excavate numerous caverns underground for the queen to nest. Chapter 150. Wang Xiangxiu's concerns the spiritual beasts of other clan members, as well as those raised within the clan, had their bloodlines enhanced with subsequent arrangements made by other clan members. Wang Nanan was then called away by Wang Xiangxiu to assist her. Wang Nandong, the alias of Wang Nanan, who had been exposed during an assassination attempt on the master of the Shinong sect, earning the title of the most formidable second-grade array master, personally ventured to the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains to oversee the placement of defensive formations against the beast tide. Beginning this year, a significant influx of external cultivators had entered our Tianyuan cultivation realm, seemingly in preparation for the century's beast tide. Wang Xiangxiu wore a worried expression, uncertain whether it was the Qingfeng sect or the Baiwa Valley promoting this, but the numbers were undeniably increasing. Isn't there still a decade until the beast tide? Wang Nanan retorted, realizing that even this 10-year estimate was not entirely accurate. The emergence of the beast tide served to cleanse low-level beasts and cultivators, thereby freeing up more living space. However, the past century had brought considerable change to the Tianyuan cultivation realm. Not only had the long-established Shinong sect been annihilated, but the Wang family had also risen to prominence. Most importantly, the Great Whale Commerce had established connections between the Tianyuan cultivation realm and other realms, significantly alleviating the urgency of survival for cultivators while simultaneously compressing the territory of the beasts. Although the 10,000 Great Mountains were vast and boundless, they were not infinite. The outermost low-level beasts had been largely cleared, and a surge of humanity was already evident. With the influx of so many external cultivators, the golden core beasts would likely be incensed. The previous equilibrium was beginning to shatter, and this beast tide promised to be anything but simple. According to records from the Shinong sect, prior to every beast tide, the top-tier forces from both sides would typically make their presence known, yet currently, there was no indication of movement from the beast side. An unsettling feeling stirred within Wang Xiangxiu. If this beast tide were to be more significant, it would undoubtedly be the indigenous people who suffered most. The external cultivators would depart post-battle, while the beasts would not dare pursue them into the realm of the undersea. Wang Nanan attempted to divine the situation, but found the heavenly secrets obscured. It was distressing. Previously, when the heavenly secrets were concealed, he found it somewhat exhilarating. Now, rendered blind, he felt utterly miserable. Yet, Could it be that even the beast possessed means to obscure the heavenly secrets? Commencing this year, all miners with spiritual roots were to be sent to Coconut Island until the beast tide concluded. As for the defensive formations, you will personally oversee them. Wang Xiangxiu instructed Wang Nannan. He nodded, recalling how he had been too young during the last beast tide, sheltered by his clan. Now, it was his turn to protect his kin. Wang Nannan approached the clan members originally responsible for this task to ascertain the specifics. The defensive formations were sourced from the Shenong sect and the Great Whale Commerce, and several layers had already been established. There aren't enough. We must layer these formations upon one another and deploy them throughout the vicinity. I will personally guide you, Wang Nannan commanded, agreeing with Wang Xiangxiu's concerns and recognizing the need for thorough preparation. Meanwhile, Wang Xiangxiu was in discussions with the leader of the Qingfeng sect and the head of Baiwa Valley. The three simultaneously issued a call to arms, causing a stir among local factions. Concurrently, the three Golden Core cultivators reached an agreement regarding the management of external cultivators. For those unwilling to comply, they would face extermination or expulsion. At the Wang clan's territory, numerous families approached to gather information. Compared to previous beast tides, this call to arms had come several years in advance, causing considerable anxiety. However, upon Wang Xiangxiu's return, she did not meet with the clan leaders directly, but instead relayed messages instructing them to send representatives to participate in the call to arms. The Tianyuan cultivation realm became increasingly bustling, with the two major Golden Core sects and the Wang family beginning to consolidate the scattered external cultivators, offering sustenance to those willing to comply while exterminating or expelling those who resisted. Simultaneously, several factions from the undersea cultivation realm, led by the Great Whale Commerce, began negotiations with the three Golden Core cultivators. Although all were Foundation establishment cultivators, they numbered in the hundreds and were treated with far more courtesy than the scattered cultivators. Nevertheless, the necessary management was not compromised by the three Golden Core cultivators. The beast tide is fundamentally an affair of our Tianyuan cultivation realm. Your interference could prove detrimental, Wang Xiangxiu asserted, displeased. These individuals were overstepping, attempting to leverage their backing for advantages. As natives, the three Golden Core cultivators could not permit their interests to be infringed. If you wish to gain benefits from the beast tide, you must contribute fully. Otherwise, if you find yourselves unable to contend, how will we fare? Retorted the leader of Baiwa Valley. Only the leader of Qingfeng's sect avoided direct eye contact and refrained from answering. A robust man, representing the opposing side, declared, "We are to heed your commands, yet we fear being used as cannon fodder. In that case, you may return whence you came." The Baiwa Valley leader's gaze was fierce, as she had never before engaged in such lengthy discourse with a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. If you insist on participating, then a contract must be signed by all involved cultivators, including those behind you. Otherwise, we will prioritize our own resolution. Wang Xiangxiu's voice boomed, silencing the opposition. This is Tianyuan, not the undersea. Faced with the intimidation from the Golden Core cultivators, the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators each had their own plans, coming from various factions and possessing diverse motivations. Return and confer with your respective factions. Those willing to partake in the beast tide are welcome. Those unwilling leave. Wang Xiangxiu and the leader of Baiwa Valley stood firm. Many cultivators departed, yet the representatives from the Great Whale Commerce remained, voluntarily signing the contract. At the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, an increasing number of cultivators engaged in building defenses, their pace significantly accelerating. Wang Nannan received news from clan leader Wang Xiangxiu, informing him of the developments. Not only from the undersea cultivation realm, but other realms were also dispatching powerful individuals, all eager to gain from the beast tide. Initially perplexed by what benefits lay within the beast tide, Wang Nannan learned through casual conversations with several cultivators. Numerous beasts and spiritual plants within the 10,000 Great Mountains were unattainable elsewhere. These rare beasts and spiritual plants were treasures indeed. Furthermore, the opportunity for reclamation following the beast tide was another goal for these cultivators. With previous territories fully divided, obtaining a foothold in the Tianyuan cultivation realm meant seizing the chance to reclaim land could not be overlooked. As for those cultivators who wish to take advantage of the aftermath of the beast tide, it can only be said that they are overly optimistic. They desire the benefits without wanting to bear any responsibilities. The three Golden Core Masters will teach them the true meaning of humility. Wang Nanan directed the expansion of the defensive line, driven by the increase in cultivators and his newfound aspirations, laying a solid foundation for implementation. These newcomers were relatively obedient. Wang Nanjing approached, concerned that Wang Nanan was overwhelmed with tasks, and thus he was also called upon. After all, having signed the heavenly contract, it was a matter of self-interest and the welfare of their kin. How could they not be earnest? Chapter 151. The return of the beast. Tide time flowed like a rushing river. A decade passed, marked by unexpected events. Yet the arrangement of the defensive formation was completed with considerable success. While everyone busied themselves, they also cultivated, gradually growing familiar with one another. The teleportation array near the Qingfeng sect was temporarily closed to prevent external cultivators from causing chaos at a critical moment. The three Golden Core Masters had yet to confront any Golden Core beasts, which instilled a sense of foreboding in Wang Xiangxiu. Observing through the vacuum of spiritual energy, she noticed an increasing number of beasts emerging from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, including the Phantom Wolf Pack that had never participated in the beast tide before, now joining the fray. A stifling atmosphere enveloped everyone, making it hard to breathe. Thanks to our early preparations, we would not withstand such an onslaught of beasts otherwise. Wang Nanjing's voice trembled. The trees within the 10,000 Great Mountains lay flattened, overrun by countless beasts. The number of early-stage cultivators was overwhelming, beyond counting. Wang Nanan's expression grew grave. Indeed, as Wang Xiangxiu had said, the stronger the human forces became, the fiercer the beast tide grew. However, the oppression of the beasts over the past century seemed to have awakened a more vigorous resistance within them. The scales had begun to tip, making rebalancing exceedingly difficult. Wang Nanan murmured to himself, recognizing that regardless of who emerged victorious from this beast tide, more cultivators would inevitably venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains. If the beasts acted recklessly, this once-a-century tide could transform into an everyday slaughter, all stemming from an imbalance of power. Wang Nanan adorned himself with talismans, standing within the formation alongside others. The three Golden Core Masters charged into the 10,000 Great Mountains, swiftly colliding with the concealed Golden Core beasts. This clash sounded the horn of battle, shaking the heavens and earth as the dark mass of beasts surged forth. Kill! A voice rang out, and spells and talismans intertwined, piercing through the formation's defenses and raining down upon the beast tide. Waves of cannon fodder fell, unable to sustain the advance. The cultivators' eyes glowed red. A mix of fear and exhilaration surged within them as they unleashed their most potent techniques. Resources, resources, all for resources. There were fervent cries for battle. Kill! We must not let the beasts breach the formation. Indigenous cultivators fought for their families. Wang Nanan continuously dispatched a torrent of talismans, bombarding the beast tide. So many, the sight was endless. Like numerous foundational cultivators, Wang Nanan flew on his sword, gaining an advantageous position to strike. Before long, the outermost formation began to tremble, but the subsequent formations activated swiftly, completely repairing the first line of defense. Wang Nanan smiled faintly. This was a linked formation designed from countless arrays and the experiences of predecessors. Unless all were destroyed in one fell swoop, it could recover quickly. This defensive line was the pride of the cultivators, and with sheer numbers, it was nearly impossible to breach. Encouraged by this, many cultivators launched attacks with little caution. Some impulsive cultivators activated the formation's protection, only to be dismembered by the beasts, vanishing without a trace. An hour passed, then two. The corpses of beasts piled high like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Just as everyone thought they were secure, a colossal claw appeared from the 10,000 Great Mountains, striking the formation with immense force before their eyes. The collective pride of the cultivators was shattered. A vast number of cultivators were reduced to mere mud, leaving Wang Nanan's pupils trembling. The massive claw retracted swiftly, disappearing from sight. This was undoubtedly a peak Golden Core beast. Otherwise, it could not have so easily dismantled the intricate formation they had labored years to construct. Wang Nanan retreated hastily, unleashing all the talismans in his grasp. With the formation destroyed, the defensive line's efficacy was utterly lost. A multitude of beasts surged forward, trampling over their fallen kin as battle erupted. Death before retreat. A foundational cultivator shouted hoarsely, his family behind him, understanding that retreat meant defeat. The remaining cultivators grasped their artifacts, gazing at the beasts. Wang Nanan narrowly dodged the first wave of attacks, activating the mountain treasure in his mind, effortlessly drawing talismans in the air, shattering the surrounding beasts. His form became a streak of light, striking down a foundational beast. Foundational beasts first. Wang Nanan's voice resonated far and wide. His consciousness ignited like flames, dispersing and merging into the minds of the beasts. His palm transformed into a blade, unleashing waves of cutting intent. Just then, two more streaks of light approached, Jiyu and Lu Hua. They disregarded the ongoing chaos and aimed directly for the peak golden core beast that had previously attacked. Wang Daoyu. After this, our debt of gratitude will be settled, they thought, recalling the favor owed when they assisted the Cold family in acquiring a broken golden core. No one noticed the two golden core masters darting past, each exerting themselves to the utmost in battle. Wang Nanan waved his hand, releasing dozens of puppets, controlling them to rush into the beast tide. Wang Chong, unleash the purple extreme demon insect. Let me witness your enhanced bloodline prowess. Wang Nanan bellowed, and a torrent of purple-black mist surged from him, diving into the tide of beasts. The puppets and the purple extreme demon insect fought in tandem, helping Wang Nanan deflect several attacks. More and more beasts were devoured, collapsing lifelessly. The only flaw was that the puppets were merely foundational stage, and soon they were engulfed by the tide. Hide, protect me. Wang Chong, go devour. Wang Nanan issued two commands, his blade intent surging forth, forcing a foundational beast to retreat repeatedly. As the beasts fell, the cultivators were not faring much better. Fortunately, the cultivators understood the importance of cooperation, leading to even more slaughter. Time trickled by, slow as molasses, and Wang Nanan's stamina waned. The other cultivators began to falter as well, retreating to draw the beasts into human territory. The battle between the Golden Core masters deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains continued, their residual energies reaching this side, instilling hope in many cultivators. As long as the Golden Core masters remained standing, they would not be defeated. Wang Nanan also took note of the ongoing battles of the distant Golden Core masters, who showed no signs of halting. Glancing back at the advancing beast tide, he realized this was the most severe beast tide in history. He intended to contact Wang Nuo and Wang Taiji for assistance, when suddenly a flash of sword light cut through the air, slicing through a large number of incoming beasts, instantly alleviating the pressure on everyone. They looked up to see a sword cultivator approaching on his sword. Wang Nanan recognized the face all too well. It was his great-grandfather, Wang Ming Ai. At the same time, a gigantic eagle emerged from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, diving towards Wang Ming Ai with a piercing screech that echoed through the heavens, full of menace. Chapter 152. No more century-long beast tides the giant eagle, clad in a rich brown hue, was unmistakably a golden core beast. If a golden core from the outside dared to meddle, then they would be here to stay. The eagle spoke in human tongue. Wang Ming Ai plunged into the 10,000 Great Mountains, avoiding collateral damage to human territory. I'm a cultivator of the heavenly source realm. When did I become an outsider? Wang Ming Ai's aura surged, and he clashed with the giant eagle. Countless sword strikes aimed at the eagle were met with feathers shot back in defense. The duel between man and beast intensified, drawing them further away until they vanished from sight. Wang Nanan snapped back to reality and shouted, "Counterattack!" Just moments ago, Wang Ming Ai's sword had slain a multitude of beasts, significantly alleviating their burden. After 3 days and nights of relentless battle, the beast tide finally receded. However, the human territory has also been breached into the Qingfeng mountain range, and the Wang family's spiritual veins have suffered significant damage. The surviving cultivators are drenched in blood, their bodies weary and fatigued. Just a little more. Wang Nanjing, now with only one arm, staggered to Wang Nanan's side. The losses this time were catastrophic. Although they had not experienced the previous beast tide, it was evident that this wave of beasts far exceeded the past. Wang Nanjing collapsed beside Wang Nanan, who promptly forced a medicinal pill into his mouth. We must rest quickly. There is still the battlefield to clear and the demonic beasts to pursue. Wang Nanan gazed into the distance, where the territories gained during the last human expansion had been reduced to ruins. countless cultivators and mortals turned to mud, mingled with the carcasses of demonic beasts. This place had become a hell on earth. Many cultivators leaned against their magical artifacts or supported one another as they slowly made their way toward the 10,000 great mountains. With the retreat of the beast tide, it was their time to reap the rewards. The surviving cultivators were filled with exhilaration, their blood-red eyes gleaming with golden light. Many still searching for the inner cores of the demonic beasts, the most easily transportable resources. High above, several golden core cultivators returned one after another, their bodies tattered, stained with blood that was difficult to discern whether it belonged to them or the demonic beasts. 6 golden core cultivators stood in midair, and a commanding voice resonated, declaring that this beast tide would be the last of its kind for a century, rendering the century-long beast tide a matter of history. From now on, any cultivator wishing to venture into the 10,000 great mountains in search of opportunities would have to fend for themselves. The crowd was taken aback. What did this mean? How could the century-long beast tide simply cease to exist? What did fend for oneself entail? Wang Nanan pondered for a moment and realized the truth. The demonic beasts would no longer engage with the human race. The human race had established connections with other realms of cultivation, significantly enhancing their strength, and had begun to severely encroach upon the living spaces of the demonic beasts, utterly dismantling the previous rules. If the demonic beasts wished to avoid extinction, they would have to alter the rules. The abandonment of the century-long beast tide marked the commencement of this change. In the days to come, it was likely that cultivators venturing into the 10,000 great mountains would face frenzied attacks from the demonic beasts. What shall we do? Wang Nanjing turned to ask. We'll manage. Wang Nanan handed Wang Nanjing another medicinal pill. A new balance will be established. It would just take time. As for your severed arm, I heard there are medicinal pills that can restore it. You should go to the Giant Whale Merchants Association to purchase the formula, and I will concoct it for you. That sounds wonderful, Wang Nanjing replied, delighted at the prospect of regaining his arm. For now, our task is to transport these demonic beast carcasses back. They are all resources. Wang Nanan rose to begin the cleanup, having already given up on pursuing the demonic beasts. With so many carcasses available, there was ample time to recover from their losses. Gathering the surviving members of the Wang family, Wang Nanan began assigning tasks, clearing the demonic beast corpses, reclaiming the spiritual veins. Each task commenced in earnest. Wang Ming AI, along with real person Chiyue and real person Liuhua, returned to the Minghai cultivation realm. After some time spent bargaining with Wang Xiangxiu, the leader of Baihuagu, and the head of Qingfeng's sect, they finally returned. Observing the bustling activity of her kin, Wang Xiangxiu smiled. What is the situation within the clan? She inquired. The ghost cultivators have secured the clan's territory without suffering any losses. Of the other adult clan members, aside from Wang Nua and Wang Taiji, who were not sent to battle, there remain 77 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 548 Qi Refinement cultivators, nearly all of whom bear injuries. The spiritual veins in the Qingfeng mountain range have been largely destroyed, and nearly half of the Wang family's mortals have perished, with markets such as Amber Square completely annihilated. Wang Xiangxiu felt a pang of sorrow. As a wife and son-in-law of the Wang family, the loss of so many cultivators weighed heavily on her heart. In the past century, they had developed to nearly 500 members, but now only a fraction remained, though the ghost cultivators had significantly increased in number. The primary harvest this time consisted of the carcasses of the demonic beasts, with an estimated count exceeding 100,000 from a Qi refinement stage. Wang Xiangxiu nodded. The abundance of Qi refinement stage demonic beasts in this beast tide made such a yield reasonable. What are the golden core demonic beasts? Wang Nanan asked curiously. Thanks to Uncle and real person Chiyue and real person Liuhua for their assistance. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. However, their arrival has also exposed the relationship between our two Wang families. Qingfeng sect and Baihuagu will likely form an alliance against us, Wang Xiangxiu lamented. If their intent was to slay the leader of the Shenong sect and divide its resources, then this incident had placed the Wang family in a precarious position. The presence of Wang Ming AI and Wang Xiangxiu, both golden core cultivators, was enough to instill caution in the two major golden core sects, making an alliance seem inevitable. We must expedite the aftermath, Wang Xiangxiu urged. The alliance between the two golden core sects would not happen overnight. We must hasten our preparations. After speaking, Wang Xiangxiu joined in the cleanup efforts. The forces that had previously signed the Heavenly Earth Pact began sending more cultivators to assist with the aftermath. They too had suffered significant losses, and now that it was time to reap the fruits of victory, they were naturally more proactive. With many hands at work, within half a month, not only had the human territory been thoroughly cleaned up, but the power dynamics had also been re-established. The outer regions of the 10,000 Great Mountains, previously demonic beast territory, were once again reclaimed. Numerous external forces established footholds there. The two Golden Core sects and the Wong family did not intervene, as long as their mutual agreements were upheld. Having them help guard the 10,000 Great Mountains was indeed a beneficial arrangement. The Wong family continued to organize their shattered territory while also bringing the children back from Coconut Island. With the mortal population drastically reduced, Wang Xiangxiu ordered the surviving adult Wang family mortals to expedite the reproduction of offspring, offering corresponding rewards for each child born. The same applied to the cultivators. Wang Xiangxiu planned to host another matchmaking event for them. However, due to the recent beast tide resulting in the demise of numerous foundation establishment and Qi refinement families, the pool of potential partners had significantly diminished. The territories of the families that had been exterminated near the Wang family were naturally seized by them. Chapter 153. The reincarnation Inhai tree. As the influence of the beast tide gradually dissipated, the Tianyuan cultivation realm remained restless. With numerous external forces establishing themselves, more cultivators surged into the 10,000 Great Mountains, leading to the formation of new markets where battles between cultivators and demonic beasts became increasingly intense. Wang Xiangxiu and Wang Nannan approached the Inhai tree. Their expressions darkened. The few clan members who had perished during the beast tide a century ago and transformed into ghost cultivators had vanished. Indeed, they had simply disappeared, akin to having fallen once more. This was due to the vast number of demonic beasts acquired during this beast tide, which were offered as sacrifices to the Inhai tree. For reasons unknown, this led to a mutation in the Inhai tree, or perhaps it had undergone a metamorphosis. The originally pitch-black Inhai tree had transformed into a blend of black and white, shortly after which several ghost cultivators vanished. Do you believe in reincarnation? Wang Mingzhu asked incredulously. As the strongest among the ghost cultivators, the Inhai tree had imparted some information to her. Wang Xiangxiu and Wang Nannan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison before reconsidering and nodding. Those ghost cultivators have entered reincarnation, Wang Mingzhu asserted again. The Inhai tree had absorbed sufficient sacrifices to undergo a mutation, evolving into the reincarnation Inhai tree. Wang Nannan's gaze flitted between Wang Mingzhu and the Inhai tree. The tree's black and white trunk and leaves seemed to symbolize the two realms of Yin and Yang. If this were indeed the case, the origins of the Inhai tree must be extraordinary. Wang Mingzhu paid no heed to their expressions and continued. After a clan member perishes, they will be summoned by the Inhai tree to transform into ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators cannot cultivate the myriad arts of cultivation, yet they retain the realms and spiritual roots they possessed in life, growing stronger alongside the Inhai tree. However, after the transformation into the reincarnation Inhai tree, those ghost cultivators lacking sufficient aptitude will still perish upon reaching the natural lifespan of an ordinary cultivator, entering reincarnation. Wang Nannan was left utterly astounded and inquired, "Where does reincarnation lead?" "I do not know." Wang Mingzhu shook her head. The Inhai tree had not provided feedback on this matter. Then, according to what Second Aunt said, if a Qi refinement cultivator perishes at 50 years old and becomes a ghost cultivator without breaking through to foundation establishment, will they not still find it difficult to live beyond 100 years? Wang Xiangxiu contemplated the situation and realized that if this were indeed the case, then the recent mutation could hardly be deemed fortunate. She recalled that previously the ghost cultivators were bound to the Inhai tree, and now they found themselves suddenly restricted. Wang Mingzhu, however, did not appear disheartened. Rather, she beamed with joy, stating that although their lifespans had been reined in, their advancement alongside the Inhai tree had significantly accelerated. The few ghost cultivators who had perished earlier were merely an unfortunate anomaly. Furthermore, they now possessed the ability to seize bodies and restart their cultivation in various arts of immortality, simultaneously alleviating the issues surrounding their restricted strength. However, the process of body snatching was not without its limitations. Even if successful, should they fall again, it would be tantamount to the demise of a ghost cultivator. leading them directly into reincarnation without the prospect of rebirth through the Inhuai tree. Upon hearing Wang Mingzhu's explanation, Wang Nanan grasped the essence of the matter. The previous Inhuai tree merely transformed cultivators into ghost cultivators before imposing a multitude of restrictions, with the sole exception of lifespan, which remained tethered to the tree. As long as the tree thrived, ghost cultivators would not age. In transitioning to the reincarnation Inhuai tree, it effectively granted all cultivators a second chance at life. Although their lifespans were now curtailed, they resembled humans more than ghosts. For both the family and the individual, there were merits and demerits. The former Inhuai tree could, over time, exponentially increase the number of ghost cultivators to a terrifying extent, whereas the reincarnation Inhuai tree offered a second life, constrained lifespans, and moderated numbers while lifting other limitations. There is neither exhilaration nor sorrow in this. Rather, it was a balance of advantages and disadvantages. Do you plan to cultivate the various arts of immortality? Wang Xiangxiu inquired, recognizing that, with this newfound capability, they ought to contribute more to the family, especially for those ghost cultivators struggling to make further breakthroughs. Certainly, I shall take charge of these matters, Wang Mingzhu asserted, feeling more human than before, her spirits high. As for the body snatching, it required careful consideration. There were numerous techniques in the realm of immortality for this purpose, yet most cultivators were reluctant to pursue them. Aside from their inherent malevolence, the bodies acquired through such means often struggled to harmoniously integrate with the soul, leading to frequent complications in subsequent cultivation. In truth, Wang Nanan could begrudgingly accept the notion of body snatching. After all, the transformation of the Inhuai tree was akin to granting oneself a lifeline. Should an unexpected demise occur, there would still be a chance for revival. However, she had begun to entertain new ideas regarding body selection. The primal azure lotus, she mused with a faint smile, was the ideal spiritual entity for crafting perfect avatars. If a perfect avatar were to be subjected to body snatching, what might transpire? Regrettably, the primal azure lotus had yet to mature. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly create a perfect avatar for the ghost cultivators to experiment with. An avatar capable of seamlessly integrating with the soul should enable ghost cultivators to reclaim their status as true cultivators. Wang Nanan refrained from voicing her thoughts, as the matter had not yet fully materialized. Let us wait a while longer. Wang Mingzhu took a copy of all the texts from the library back to the Inhuai tree space, selecting those who could not make further breakthroughs to learn the various arts of immortality, after which both she and Wang Xiangxiu departed. They traveled via the teleportation array to Coconut Island, where they found Wang Ming'ai. The Qingfeng sect and the Hundred Flowers Valley had formed an alliance and were beginning to confront the Wang family. Wang Xiangxiu spoke first, surprised by the rapidity of their adversaries. Were the external forces contemplating? Wang Ming'ai inquired, acknowledging that once these external powers established their foothold, their ambitions could not be overlooked. They wished to maintain the status quo. I share that desire, but the two Golden Core sects are rather apprehensive of us. Wang Xiangxiu replied, somewhat exasperated. By the way, will the Coconut Island face difficulties from the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce? The president is not concerned with him present. I would not dare betray the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce, Wang Ming'ai stated, adding that he hoped the Tianyuan Wang family could also become a vassal of the Great Whale Chamber. Wang Xiangxiu promptly declined the suggestion. Wang Ming'ai's affiliation with the Great Whale Chamber had been a necessity, as returning to the underworld cultivation realm would have left the Wang family vulnerable to the three major Golden Core sects, prompting him to stage a separation. However, the situation had changed. The Wang family now possessed the strength to contend with the two Golden Core sects, making an alliance with the Great Whale Chamber unnecessary. Let Wang Nuo and Wang Taiji remain in the ancestral land to deter any trouble from the two Golden Core sects and, if necessary, deliver a decisive blow. Wang Ming'ai proposed. The Wang family was currently regarded as a top-tier force in the Tianyuan cultivation realm, but merely an average one in the underworld cultivation realm. Thus, the external forces would not overly concern themselves with the Wang family, as long as their interests were not infringed upon. We must find a way to draw them onto the Wang family side. Chapter 154. The cave revealed the underground cave had finally been exposed. Situated uncomfortably close to the bases of several external powers, making its discovery entirely predictable. Wang Xiangxiu seized this opportunity to approach them and discuss collaboration. Indeed, one often finds what they seek. Wang Nannan followed closely behind her. Just recently, Wang Ming'ai had suggested rallying these forces, and now an opportunity had arisen. How might one foster camaraderie between factions? They could either share a common enemy or mutual interests. After enjoying exclusive access to the underground cave for several decades, it was sufficient. Sharing a portion of the benefits in exchange for a multitude of allies was undoubtedly advantageous. The first faction Wang Xiangxiu and Wang Nannan visited was named Lukue sect, hailing from the Qingdai cultivation realm. Wang Ming'ai had once inadvertently stumbled into the Qingdai cultivation realm before returning, a memory that Wang Nannan retained vividly, though she had never visited herself. The Lukue sect was a top-tier force within the Qingdai cultivation realm, boasting the presence of a nascent soul elder and collaborating with the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce to oversee the management of teleportation arrays. The Lukue sect's branch was adorned with vibrant yellow spiritual sunflower blossoms, swaying in the sunlight, a rather delightful sight. They were warmly received and smoothly ushered inside. Due to the teleportation array constraints from the Tianyuan cultivation realm, golden core cultivators could not pass through, leaving only foundational and chi refining practitioners to guard the area. Is it true that Elder Wang has come here to discuss the joint development of the underground cave? Long Chu, the representative of the Lukue sect, inquired cautiously. In fact, the Lukue sect had been the first to discover the cave, as the roots of their spiritual sunflowers were exceptionally long and capable of transmitting information, alerting them to the cave's existence. However, the Lukue sect had opted to remain silent, hoping to keep the matter under wraps once it was confirmed that the Wang family had claimed it. After all, the Wang family was the local power. Even as a nascent soul sect, they were reluctant to confront them directly. However, as other factions gradually discovered the cave, the situation escalated. Soon after, the Wang family acknowledged the cave's existence and announced their search for partners to jointly develop it. It was well known that many mineral veins lay buried underground. This collaborative venture held immense allure, and the Lukue sect was naturally thrilled. It was rumored that a golden core elder would arrive shortly to oversee matters. The Wang family had previously promised to collaborate, and they were obliged to fulfill that commitment. Elder Wang, such righteousness! Long Chu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. According to their reconnaissance, the Wang family had excavated numerous locations underground, undoubtedly uncovering a wealth of mineral veins. This was an opportunity for fortune. I have come to ascertain whether the Lukue sect is willing to collaborate. If not, I shall take my leave, Wang Xiangxiu stated. We are willing. We are willing. Long Chu replied eagerly. Wang Xiangxiu smiled gently, continuing, then let us hold a detailed discussion in 1 month regarding the terms of collaboration. Please send capable representatives from the Lukue sect. Long Chu readily agreed, though he glanced at Wang Xiangxiu, puzzled. If this was merely a notification, there was no need for a golden core elder to come personally. As he pondered this, Wang Xiangxiu spoke again. I have heard that the Lukue sect is a top-tier force in the Qingdai cultivation realm. Might there be any idle spiritual veins available for sale? Idle spiritual veins? Long Chu's confusion deepened. Does Elder Wang wish to develop in the Qingdai cultivation realm? Not exactly development. I've heard that the Qingdai cultivation realm has some specialty products I wish to procure. It would be prudent to secure a place to land, Wang Xiangxiu replied. Fabricating an excuse, Long Chu, not suspecting anything amiss, responded, if it's a first-rate spiritual vein, we have quite a few, but let us discuss the specifics when our sect's golden core elder arrives. Very well then, we shall meet again in a month. With that, Wang Xiangxiu swiftly departed with Wang Nannan. On the spirit vessel, Wang Xiangxiu inquired, perplexed, why must you accompany me? What purpose does it serve for you to ask about the idle spiritual veins? Wang Nannan had been acting strangely today, insisting on coming along. I merely wish to observe what the cultivators of the Qingdai immortal realm are like. As for the idle spiritual veins, I am considering a division of the family. Wang Nannan replied, a statement that startled Wang Xiangxiu. You wish to divide the family? Wang Xiangxiu fixed her gaze on Wang Nannan, demanding clarity. It is not I who desires the division, but rather I wish for my grandson Wang Yanfeng and Wang Nuo to establish independence, taking along some lower-tier kin. Wang Nannan explained, the Tianyuan immortal realm is too small. The Wang family must gradually expand. He continued, look at Coconut Island. It has flourished over the years. If we establish a few more branches, Wouldn't the Wang family's growth accelerate? Wang Xiangxiu contemplated this. She was reluctant to let Wang Nuo go, primarily to counter the two Golden Core sections. However, it was evident that a conflict with these sects was unlikely, rendering Wang Nuo's presence less significant. Wang Nanan's true intention was straightforward: to secure additional time each day from the Golden Finger. Currently, the two Wang families gained 2 years of lifespan for each passing day. If another Wang family were added, they would gain 3 years daily, which was quite delightful. Moreover, according to the rules of the Golden Finger, it had been over 50 years since the last division. As long as the new division met certain criteria, it would pose no issue. Wang Xiangxiu offered no response, merely steering the spirit vessel towards the next power. The collaboration regarding the underground cave was of utmost importance, and prompt completion of contacts was essential to avoid trouble from the two Golden Core sects. As they traversed, Wang Nanan also became acquainted with several cultivators, all of whom greeted their arrival with goodwill. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Xiangxiu summoned Wang Nuo and briefed her on the plan for division. "Grandfather, do you not want me anymore?" Wang Nuo expressed her grievances. Without the Wang family and Wang Nanan, she would have perished long ago. How could she have attained her current Golden Core cultivation? The division is merely for the betterment of the family. Resources in a single immortal realm are limited and cannot sustain our needs indefinitely, hence the necessity for division. Moreover, division does not equate to severance of ties. Consider the clan's territory and Coconut Island. What difference does it make whether we divide now? Wang Nanan reassured her. The reason for your and Yunfeng's independence is that you both can stand on your own and protect a multitude of kin. The decision to divide ultimately rests with you. Wang Xiangxiu added, having tacitly agreed with Wang Nanan's thoughts. Then where shall I go? Wang Nuo inquired. To the Qingdai Immortal Realm. We will purchase a spiritual vein for you to settle in and will continually provide resources to ensure your development. Wang Nanan responded. All right, I shall go, but I must personally select the kin who will accompany me. Wang Nuo realized the gravity of their discussion. Their meeting was indeed a consensus, and it was time for her to repay the Wang family. Chapter 155, the site for the second division a month later. Wang Xiangxiu gathered several factions to discuss the collaborative development of the underground cave. Wang Nanan was escorted by a cultivator from the Changchu sect to the Qingdai Immortal Realm. This had been prearranged. The Wang family would finance the purchase of a first-class spiritual vein, and the Lukuei sect would protect it for 50 years. Now, Wang Nanan was to personally select the site for the spiritual vein. Traveling first via the teleportation array to Qilan Island, they then proceeded to the Qingdai Immortal Realm. Upon entering Qingdai, Wang Nanan was greeted by vast expanses of grasslands, devoid of mountains or forests, teeming with countless demonic beasts, while numerous cultivators skillfully directed them. On the other side of the teleportation array stood a large complex, half of which lay underground. The buildings were adorned with yellow, spiritual sunflower blooms, identical to those of the Lukuei sect. This is the Lukuei sect, the Changchu cultivator announced. The complex is quite extensive. We can only see a portion above ground. Wang Nanan felt an involuntary tremor as countless powerful beings scrutinized him. What is happening? This is my first visit to the Qingdai Immortal Realm. Why am I receiving such attention? Wang Nanan felt a surge of anxiety. Yet the Changchu cultivator, seemingly oblivious, summoned his flying sword and soared in a specific direction. Their destination was a picturesque riverbank lush with aquatic vegetation, home to a first-class spiritual vein that served as the Lukuei sect's spiritual plantation. What do you think of this place? The Changchu cultivator inquired, as the surroundings presented an endless vista of blue skies and verdant fields, a breathtaking sight. Wang Nanan scanned the area with his consciousness, confirming its excellence, especially the underground spiritual vein, which had reached its peak. The Lukuei sect has a respectable standard, Wang Nanan mused, noting the wide river, approximately 100 meters across, filled with numerous fish-like demonic beasts, suitable for consumption or cultivation. The array surrounding the area appeared rather rudimentary, likely only a first-tier formation. Observing Wang Nanan's puzzlement, the Changchu cultivator explained, "We, the Lukuei sect, are the dominant force here. Within our territory, no one dares to cause trouble. Hence we do not prioritize defenses against rogue cultivators. Should you relocate here, you will need to set up your own formations, or you may hire us as well. Additionally, we can provide nearby spiritual plants as part of the arrangement." Wang Nanan refrained from an immediate response, as this would be a long-term residence for Wang Nuo and others, necessitating careful consideration. After thoroughly inspecting the site multiple times and visiting several other spiritual veins with the Changchu cultivator, he ultimately decided that the first location was indeed the best. Thus, they proceeded to finalize the arrangements. With a sigh of relief, Wang Nanan turned to the Changchu cultivator and remarked, "Your status in the Lukuei sect must be quite significant." The reason for his statement stemmed from the attention he received upon entering Qingdai. Wang Nanan was merely a foundational cultivator. Logically, he should not warrant the attention of such powerful individuals. After much contemplation, he concluded that only the Changchu cultivator could draw such scrutiny. "I am merely an ordinary cultivator," the Changchu cultivator replied, his expression turning uneasy. "Our transaction is complete. You should remember the way back, yes? I will take my leave now." The abrupt departure left Wang Nanan taken aback. Has he realized my identity? Wang Nanan did not dare stop him. Just as the Changchu cultivator ascended into the air, Wang Nanan sensed that he was once again being targeted. Watching the cultivator depart, Wang Nanan marked the location with the Wang family's emblem and retrieved spiritual items from his storage bag to set up the array. Offensive, defensive, and illusionary formations were meticulously arranged before he finally set off for home. Transforming into a beam of light, he swiftly reached the vicinity of the teleportation array, only to be intercepted by a middle-aged cultivator. Wang Nanan hurriedly bowed. "What guidance do you have, esteemed senior?" A chill ran down his spine. What was happening? Why was he receiving so much attention from Golden Core cultivators during his trip to the Qingdai Immortal realm? Aside from the Changchu cultivator's involvement, could it be related to his great-grandfather Wang Mingai? However, that incident had occurred nearly a century ago. "Do you know Changchu?" The Golden Core cultivator's aura intensified. "I suppose we are acquainted. We just completed a transaction," Wang Nanan replied honestly, fearing that the Golden Core cultivator might impulsively eliminate him. "What transaction?" "I purchased a first-class spiritual vein," Wang Nanan briefly elaborated. The Golden Core cultivator pondered for a moment before vanishing. Wang Nanan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After delivering the spirit stones, he hastily exited the Qingdai Immortal realm, vowing never to return. Upon returning to the clan, he found Wang Xiangxiu already back. "Is everything settled?" They both inquired simultaneously. "Indeed, the location of the spiritual vein for the division is excellent, suitable for cultivation and raising spiritual fish and beasts. We should have Wang Nuo prepare for departure soon," Wang Nanan stated first, though his expression was less than favorable. "What troubles you?" Wang Xiangxiu asked. Wang Nanan also briefly mentioned the ongoing investigation by the Golden Core cultivators. Wang Xiangxiu smiled broadly and explained, "I recently learned that Changchu, the female cultivator, is actually disguised as a man. She is one of the daughters of the Lukuei sect's leader, and I heard she seldom interacts with unfamiliar male cultivators. It seems she brought you back to the Qingdai Immortal realm, which likely led to some misunderstandings." Wang Nanan's expression darkened further. How could cultivators be so gossip-prone? "I have a Tao partner, you know." However, upon understanding the situation, Wang Nanan resolved to keep his distance from her. Being scrutinized daily by Golden Core cultivators was unbearable. He mused that the leader of the Lukuei sect must be a petty father doting on his daughter. Still, he inquired of Wang Xiangxiu, "Have we concluded the matters of cooperation?" "Yes, we have. The Wang family will take 1.5 shares, while the remaining 8.5 shares will be divided among the other dozen families. We are responsible for guiding the Earth Dragons, while the collection and protection will be shared by them. Additionally, they have pledged to supply our family with unique resources for 20 years as compensation for our losses." "Is our task really that simple?" Wang Nanan asked curiously. "That's because we have already established many locations and, over the years, have hunted a significant number of Earth Dragons to expand the underground caves, resulting in a drastic reduction in their population. Currently, apart from a few Earth Dragons contracted with our Wang family, wild Earth Dragons are hard to come by on the outskirts," Wang Xiangxiu said proudly. "This is akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Otherwise, we would not have negotiated such a favorable profit-sharing ratio merely based on our local reputation. Not to mention the 20-year supply of unique resources from the other party." Other factions acted swiftly. On the first day of negotiations, by that very night, Numerous cultivators were already mobilized to commence mining operations. In the new year, Wang Nuo and Wang Yinfeng, a couple, led 12 foundation establishment cultivators and 100 Qi refinement cultivators, accompanied by ample resources, into the Qingdai Immortal realm. 2 months later, Wang Nanan received feedback from his golden finger. The family had successfully undergone a second separation, and the rules for lifespan extension had been amended, according to the number of families. For each existing family, 1 day of existence would grant an additional year of lifespan. Current families, 3. Daily lifespan increase, 3 years. Marvelous. Wang Nanan rejoiced, for this indicated that Wang Nuo and the others had gotten back on track, and the golden finger recognized the existence of the second separation. The daily increase in lifespan had reached 3 years, which could further accelerate the enhancement of his own power. Wang Nanan cheerfully strolled beside the primordial blue lotus on Coconut Island, settling down to commence his cultivation. A streak of light zipped across the sky, revealing the swift flight of Wang Ming'ai. He pierced through the protective clan formation and plunged into the depths of the sea. What's the rush? What happened? Wang Nanan wondered, but soon received news from Wang Nanjun. On an island devoid of spiritual roots in the deep sea, an aged humpbacked whale had beached itself and perished. And it was a golden core demon beast. This was a rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, the Giant Whale Merchant Association dispatched several golden core offerings to contend for it, with Wang Ming'ai among them. A golden core demon beast has beached itself. What a niche term, Wang Nanan mused. Is the demise of demon beasts now so casual? That was a golden core demon beast. A single tail swipe could obliterate tens of thousands of Qi refinement demon beasts. The information from the Giant Whale Merchant Association revealed that the whale had separated from its pod after exhausting its lifespan, ultimately leading to its demise on the shore. Wang Nanjun explained, under normal circumstances, whale-type demon beasts sink to the ocean floor upon dying, nourishing countless other beasts. This is the first instance where a beached whale has benefited human cultivators. How large was this humpbacked whale? Wang Nanan pressed on. Wang Nanjun shook his head. If you're interested, you can pursue it, but remember not to get too close. Otherwise, a golden core cultivator may mistakenly believe you are there to seize the opportunity and eliminate you. Wang Nanan quickly declined. He wasn't keen on risking injury in such a precarious situation. Curiosity was no match for the value of life. He decided to wait patiently, and Wang Ming'ai would return shortly. Wang Nanan hurried to the cave dwelling to inquire about the situation, only to discover that Wang Ming'ai had brought back a substantial piece of whale meat. Just how big was this piece? Standing beside it, Wang Nanan felt as if he were alongside Wang Chong. This humpbacked whale measured a staggering 30,000 meters in length and had lived for countless years. What a pity. Wang Ming'ai lamented. Fortunately, it was acquired by the Giant Whale Merchant Association. Each of us who participated in the task received a portion of third-tier demon beast meat, enough for every family member to savor. Divided according to cultivation level, those of higher realms receive more, while those of lower realms receive less to prevent overindulgence. Wang Ming'ai advised. Wang Nanan was responsible for distribution and discreetly allocated himself a bit more. This was not for his own consumption, but rather for Wang Chong. The more of the purple extreme demon worms he could breed, the safer he would be. Previously, during the beast tide, Wang Chong had feasted heartily, showing signs of a breakthrough in cultivation, and the number of purple extreme demon worms had skyrocketed, making it sufficient to besiege a newly ascended golden core cultivator in a short time. Eat your fill. All for you, Wang Nanan said kindly to Wang Chong. The more he consumed, the more at ease Wang Nanan felt. A few days later, Wang Ming'ai visited the Giant Whale Merchant Association again and returned with a sickly little humpbacked whale. This little whale measured over 10 meters in length and lay motionless on the surface of the sea. Had it not been for their ability to probe its internal condition with spiritual sense, they might have thought it had perished. The only surviving offspring of the previously beached humpbacked whale, this one was barely alive, but it was quite ill. The Giant Whale Merchant Association had fed it numerous medicinal pills, but the effects were minimal. Now deemed worthless, it had been exchanged back to Wang Ming'ai. We have vein fruits and royal jelly in our family. I want to see if they can help it, Wang Ming'ai explained. Once healed, our family could gain a golden core demon beast within a century. The vein fruits are plentiful, but royal jelly is exceedingly precious. It feels wasteful to feed it to this whale. Wang Nanan expressed reluctance. This young humpbacked whale was nearly lifeless, and since the Giant Whale Merchant Association couldn't heal it, he held little hope. Perhaps a family member could form a contract with it. Maybe it could save the life of this young creature. Everyone shot Wang Nanan a disapproving look. This was the offspring of a golden core demon beast, and given its massive size, it required an immense amount of blood and spiritual energy for nurturing. Even golden core cultivators were reluctant to waste resources on it. Otherwise, how could it have fallen to the Wang family? If a foundation establishment cultivator formed a contract with it, it might drain them dry in a matter of days. Someone remarked, "Let's give it a try. What if it works?" Wang Nanjun urged, clearly enamored with the young whale. For families residing on the island, such a whale demon beast was undoubtedly a treasure. "Cousin, I will exchange vein fruit for myself and the family, but you must sell me some royal jelly." Wang Nanjun bit her lip, ready to take a gamble. Wang Nanan hurriedly cautioned, "Cousin, you must think this through. Both the vein fruits and royal jelly require a sufficient quantity to trigger a change in the demon beast's bloodline. If you wish to save this young whale through bloodline alteration, the amount needed may bankrupt you. But if I win the gamble, won't I become rich?" Wang Nanjun insisted, convinced of her bond with the demon beast. Ignoring the objections of others, she exchanged 200 vein fruits in batches to feed the young whale, which indeed triggered some changes. However, it was still insufficient. "Cousin, I owe you some," Wang Nanjun pleaded. Wang Nanan, exasperated, contacted the queen bee to have the worker bees deliver royal jelly. After 7 back-and-forth trips, Wang Nanjun had accumulated an enormous debt, one that would take over a decade to repay. The young whale swallowed it all in one go, and its strength seemed to have improved significantly. "Nanjun, I will cover your contributions for the vein fruits and royal jelly. After all, this young whale was brought back by me. If it truly recovers, the contract will be yours, and you should take good care of it," Wang Mingai declared generously. He then turned to Wang Nanan and said, "This royal jelly can be exchanged for many things. If you need anything, just come to me directly." Wang Nanan shrugged. It was evident that his great-grandfather had intervened out of respect for Wang Nanjun, who had toiled for the family over the years. However, he remained skeptical about the young whale's prospects. In the days that followed, Wang Nanjun tirelessly cared for the juvenile whale, procuring numerous elixirs to nourish it, which resulted in escalating expenditures. After an indeterminate period, when Wang Nanan next beheld the young whale, he noted a remarkable recovery in its physique, or rather, an enhancement of its lineage. This was unexpected. Could such a creature possess such tenacity for life? Curiosity piqued, Wang Nanan extended his consciousness to investigate the whale's interior, discovering that the royal jelly was reacting with the elixirs provided by the Whale Merchant Association, yielding a miraculous revival effect. "Nanjun is indeed fortunate. The Wang family is even more so," Wang Nanan murmured. Chapter 157. The humpbacked whale pod. The signs of recovery in the juvenile humpback whale filled Wang Nanjun with elation, prompting her to redouble her efforts in its care. The clan rejoiced, for if the whale were truly revived, the Wang family would prosper. Wang Nanan assisted by exchanging a batch of third-grade elixirs for replenishing vitality, saying, "Consider this a debt owed to me." Wang Nanjun nodded appreciatively, accepting them all. As time passed, Wang Nanan began to regard the young whale with newfound respect. It had consumed several third-grade elixirs without any adverse effects. Remarkable indeed. Yet, it was only due to the potent remedies that it had barely survived. A full recovery might still take years, but the whale's vitality had notably improved. As time gradually slipped away, 5 years passed. The young humpback whale had fully recovered and completed a pact with Wang Nanjun. Moreover, it had grown to a length of over 100 meters, nearing the late stage of chi refining, and was tasked with patrolling the waters surrounding Coconut Island. While the clan members continued with their daily lives, Wang Nanjun suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. She sensed that Mian Mian, the name of the juvenile humpback whale, was communicating with something. This method of sonic communication quickly drew the attention of Wang Mingai. In an instant, Wang Mingai appeared beside Wang Nanjun. "Your Mian Mian has attracted the humpback whale pod," he exclaimed, visibly agitated. The adult humpback whales were predominantly golden core-level demons, formidable sovereigns of the ocean. In the realm of the undersea immortal world, the hierarchy included 7 sects and 1 association, with a myriad of powerful beasts led by the dragon. The humpback whale pod, however, did not fall under this dominion. If one were to draw parallels, The relationship between the humpback whales and the demon hierarchy was akin to that between the 18 families and the 7 sections. The pod was sufficiently powerful, far beyond the Wang family's capacity to contend with. Wang Nanjun had not anticipated that the swiftly maturing Mian could summon an unfamiliar pod of whales. What should we do? Will the humpback whale pod annihilate us? Wang Nanjun felt at a loss, aware that such powerful beasts detested being contracted by humans. She rushed to Mian, trying to communicate. Wang Nanan and others hurried over to inquire about the situation, and upon understanding it, their expressions turned ashen. I must arrange for the clan to retreat to the clan grounds. We cannot gamble on the benevolence of these wild beasts, Wang Nanjun hastily organized. Everyone packed their belongings and retreated, with only Wang Nanan remaining by Wang Mingai's side. The Whale Merchant Association had already received news, and powerful figures were en route. Wang Mingai spoke. We are in dire straits. A confrontation between a group of Golden Core demons and a cohort of Golden Core cultivators would spell disaster for Coconut Island. Fixing his gaze upon the primal blue lotus, Wang Nanan dove to the pond's depths, extracting a segment of lotus root. While he could not transport the entire plant, this small piece would at least afford him the time to cultivate it anew. The humpback whale pod was now visible, and numerous Golden Core cultivators from the Whale Merchant Association had arrived. Wang Nanan gradually retreated to the teleportation formation, preparing to escape at the first opportunity. The humpback whale pod halted several kilometers from Coconut Island, calling out to Mian. Mian swayed its tail excitedly and swam toward them. Wang Nanjun, paralyzed by the pod's majesty, clung to Mian, being carried away. Great-grandfather, Nanjun. Wang Nanan transmitted. Wang Mingai intervened, unsure of what to do. This pod of humpback whales was alarmingly powerful, with 50 or 60 adult Golden Core demons and an even larger nascent soul demon among them. The president of the Whale Merchant Association, Lord Qing Luo, stepped forward, dispelling the surrounding pressure. If you find your descendants, then leave quickly. Do not flaunt your prowess here. With that commanding shout, Wang Nanjun regained her ability to move. She intended to return to the island, but was halted by Mian. Torn, she gazed at the people on Coconut Island, and with a resolute sigh, she decided to follow Mian. They joined the humpback whale pod and vanished beneath the sea. However, before departing, the nascent soul humpback whale flicked its tail, casting 3 Golden Core deep-sea giant squids to the shores of Coconut Island. At that moment, the tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. President Qing Luo regarded Wang Mingai thoughtfully, stating, "The 3 Golden Core deep-sea giant squids are a reward from the humpback whale pod. Keep them for yourself." After bidding farewell to President Qing Luo, Wang Mingai dissected one of the giant squids, distributing pieces to each Golden Core cultivator who had come to assist. The others were envious, but accepted their rewards with gratitude. The clansfolk of Coconut Island gradually returned, resuming their busy lives, though Wang Nanjuan's lineage felt a lingering sadness. Wang Nanan sighed repeatedly, unsure if Mian would return. After processing the deep-sea giant squids, they were sent to the clan's treasury, alongside 3 Golden Cores. It was Wang Nanan's first encounter with the Golden Core's form. Each was the size of a person, plump and gleaming. The Golden Cores contained immense power, enticing the Wang worm to emerge. "You cannot consume this," Wang Nanan admonished, shoving the worm back inside. In a certain part of the deep sea, Wang Nanjun sat within Mian's maw, sensing the continuous changes in pressure around her. She understood that Mian was diving deeper into the ocean depths. "Mian, where are we headed?" Wang Nanjun inquired telepathically. Although Mian had returned to her clan, it remained Wang Nanjuan's spirit beast, which was why the humpback whale accepted her so rarely. Several Golden Core demons had left their scents on her, signifying their acknowledgement. Mian did not answer. It was merely following the pod. Wang Nanjun remained silent, patiently awaiting the journey's outcome. After an indeterminate period, Mian opened its mouth. A brilliant light flooded Wang Nanjuan's eyes, requiring her a moment to adjust. Upon exiting Mian's mouth, she beheld a vast expanse of beech and coconut trees. Numerous turtle-like demon beasts inhabited the sandy shore. In the shallow waters, all the humpback whales lay partially exposed, motionless. Normally, whale-like demon beasts sleep suspended vertically in the ocean. Were these whales sunbathing? Where were they? Wang Nanan inquired. Mian swayed its body in response. The deep sea? Wang Nanjun rubbed her eyes, astonished to find such a paradise in the depths. It appeared that many demon beasts considered this place a sanctuary, particularly the humpback whales, with countless juvenile whales frolicking nearby. It resembled a secret realm, Wang Nanjun deduced. She stepped onto the beach, plucking a few coconuts to quench her thirst. The coconut water was smooth and invigorating, stirring the spiritual energy within her, leaving Wang Nanjun feeling utterly refreshed. Third-grade spiritual plant? She gasped in astonishment, surveying the countless coconut trees, wondering if they were all third-grade spiritual plants. Chapter 158. Returning to the verdant blue, Wang Nanjun felt as though she had reached the pinnacle of her existence. So many third-grade spiritual coconut trees would surely elevate her strength immensely. Lost in her reverie, she suddenly realized that the humpback whale pod had quietly vanished. When she came to her senses, confusion enveloped her. Had she been abandoned? She attempted to contact Mian Mian, but received no response. Lying on the beach, a sense of despondency washed over her. Yet, gazing at the bountiful resources, she reassured herself that if she could find a way to reach the pinnacle of foundation building, she might yet escape. Seizing a turtle, she pried open its shell, using coconut water as broth to begin cooking the turtle meat. The enticing aroma soon wafted through the air, igniting her appetite. The flavors exploded in her mouth, and she felt her internal realm stirring in response. After a satisfying meal, I settled down to begin my cultivation. As I closed and opened my eyes, I was taken aback to find the pod of humpbacked whales had returned. What would this possibly mean? Were they toying with me? I hurried to Mian Mian's side to inquire about the situation. Just then, a giant deep-sea squid, roughly the size of a person, was tossed my way, landing at Wang Nanjun's feet. It dawned on me that they had ventured out to hunt. Dragging the deep-sea squid ashore, I began to clean it. After all, it was a treasure rarely seen. Upon further investigation, I learned that the humpback whales periodically left to hunt for food to nourish their young, and I felt relieved that they had not taken me along. Remaining here, I realized would offer a far superior opportunity for my breakthrough compared to being within my family. Once I finished with the squid, my gaze shifted to the land. While the ocean seemed to lead to the outside world, what lay beyond the shores? I ventured deeper, discovering not only vast coconut groves, but also numerous crab-like beasts, akin to sea turtles, present in both the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages. As I pressed on, I encountered a diverse array of spiritual ferns. Some towered over 100 feet, resembling towering trees, their leaves casting a shadow over the ground, while others barely reached my ankles, easily crushed beneath my feet. And many were buried in the sand, their presence hidden from sight. Yet, I could sense that these were spiritual plants I had never encountered before. Returning to the beach, I captured a sea turtle to assist in testing the toxicity of these plants. After various trials, I discovered they were all edible. Regrettably, I was neither a plant cultivator nor an alchemist. Given some time, I could have discerned their effects. Sighing, I plucked a few leaves and began to munch on them. I could glean some effects from these plants, yet my analysis remained superficial, a consequence of my lack of expertise. Nevertheless, even this limited understanding was sufficient for my current solitary endeavors. Perhaps I could take some with me when the opportunity arose. Continuing my exploration for quite some time, I eventually stumbled upon the edge of what appeared to be a secret realm, and it was indeed sizable. I returned to the beach to join Mian Mian. In the realm of Qingdai, the Wang family had arranged everything within their clan. Wang Nuo commenced communication with nearby families, while clan management was entirely entrusted to Wang Yinfeng. On the vast grasslands, dozens of horned yellow cattle grazed, having been transported from the clan. The river adjacent to the clan grounds had been enclosed as a fish pond for the cultivation of spiritual fish. The clan members were diligently tending to the spiritual fields. The foundation of their family. Is Chong Chu here again? Grandfather is not present. Wang Yunfeng spoke kindly, having been warned by Wang Xiangxiu to be courteous when encountering the Chong Chu cultivator. Unfazed, the Chong Chu cultivator approached the horned yellow cattle, patting one robust shoulder and stating, "I am not here to find your grandfather, but rather to represent the Lukuei sect and trade with you." "What trade?" Wang Yinfeng inquired, somewhat perplexed. "The branch of your Wang family in the underworld ocean cultivation realm has recently revived a dying humpback whale calf, reportedly after it consumed a large quantity of vein fruits. The Lukuei sect wishes to procure a batch," the Changchu cultivator stated plainly. "We are merely a branch family," Wang Yinfeng reminded him. "Enough of the nonsense. You are using the branch as a guise for development. Do not assume everyone is a fool. Initially, the underworld Wang family was on the verge of a fallout with the Tianyuan Wang family. Now, do I need to elaborate? The Changchu cultivator retorted. Your words hold no weight. Return and consult your elders, and inform them that the Lukuei sect is willing to continue cooperation in other areas. Watching the Changchu cultivator depart, Wang Yinfeng shook his head. Ever since the assassination of the Shenong sect leader, the Wang family could no longer remain low profile. Other factions would inevitably take notice. Wang Yinfeng quickly relayed the news, capturing Wang Mingai's attention. The Lukuei sect was a nascent soul sect. Collaborating with them would bring more benefits than harm. Nan, you should handle this. Wang Nan hastily shook her head, declining. That petty, jealous daughter-slave sect master? I would merely be discussing business, yet I would feel as if I were under scrutiny. I absolutely refuse to go to the Qingdai cultivation realm. I will assist in the cultivation of vein fruits. Seizing this opportunity to expand the market for vein fruits will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Just as Wang Nan planned to leave, she was pulled back by Wang Mingai. This time, the Lukuei sect has explicitly requested you to go. Wang Mingai sighed slightly. Go ahead. Can we not proceed with this business deal? Wang Nan countered. Do you wish for Wang Yinfeng and the others to remain at ease in the Qingdai cultivation realm? With a storage bag of vein fruits in hand, Wang Nan set forth for the Qingdai cultivation realm. Upon arriving at the teleportation array, the Changchu cultivator awaited her. Let's go. My father is expecting you, he said. Wang Nan paused, bewildered. The sect master of Lukuei is waiting for me? As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, she found it hard to believe that a nascent soul elder would be awaiting her arrival. Indeed, let us proceed, the Changchu cultivator urged. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Nan as she turned to leave, only to find herself unable to move. Young friend, I harbor no ill intentions. Do not be afraid. A male voice echoed in her mind, causing her to shudder. A powerful force swept her away into a resplendent building. Atop the structure sat a handsome middle-aged man, his features strikingly similar to those of the Changchu cultivator, who had disguised himself as a male. Are you so fearful of me, young friend? The sect master of Lukuei chuckled. Wang Nan promptly bowed, greeting the sect master. Do not be alarmed. Had I directly invited you, I feared you might be intimidated by the previous boldness of the Lukuei sect, hence I resorted to this method. The sect master of Lukuei said, stepping down toward her. Changchu, you may exit for now. After dismissing the Changchu cultivator, the sect master produced a bronze mirror and held it before Wang Nan. Glancing down, she shuddered. The mirror not only reflected her visage, but also displayed the various cultivation arts she had mastered. This bronze mirror appeared to be a magical artifact capable of revealing one's mastery of numerous cultivation arts. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Nan, regretting that she hadn't been more cautious. Had she known the outer affairs were better handled by other clan members, she would never have ventured into this Qingdai cultivation realm. Moreover, the artifacts in this realm were truly peculiar, capable of exposing one's cultivation arts. What does the sect master of Lukuei intend? Wang Nan mustered her courage to ask, curious about the sect master's lack of hostility toward her. As a wielder of 5 spiritual roots who has managed to reach the late foundation establishment stage at over 100 years of age, you must possess considerable fortune, the sect master of Lukuei remarked, marveling. In the world of cultivation, true talents were exceedingly rare. Even a few with heavenly spiritual roots would not surprise a nascent soul elder. Yet, Wang Nan was an anomaly, her cultivation speed rivaling that of heavenly spiritual roots, hardly something one could overlook. I have merely been fortunate, Wang Nan explained. Fortunate indeed, the sect master of Lukuei exclaimed. As I mentioned before, I harbor no ill intentions and would never harm you, young friend. This invitation serves 2 purposes: to negotiate the purchase of vein fruits and to request your assistance. As for your fortunes, I am a nascent soul cultivator. They hold no appeal to me, merely piquing my interest. Wang Nan was taken aback. The sect master of Lukuei was not acting as expected. Shouldn't he have seized the opportunity to extract secrets from her? However, seeing that he genuinely did not seem interested in her, she felt slightly relieved. Discussions regarding the vein fruits centered primarily on the supply quantity, given their known efficacy and stable pricing. The next matter was the assistance the sect master had mentioned. I have a young daughter who has yet to find a partner. However, I already have a partner. Wang Nan quickly interjected. The sect master of Lukue remained unfazed. No matter, having multiple partners is not a hindrance in cultivation. But I share no feelings with Chong Chu. Wang Nan protested. Young friend, you have misunderstood. Chong Chu is my exceptionally talented daughter, and she has no worries regarding a partner. I have arranged a match for my other daughter. Wang Nan. What does it mean that Chong Chu is exceptionally talented, has no need for a partner, and yet you arrange for someone else? Wang Nan felt a sense of unease. The leader of the Lukue sect increasingly appeared to be a dubious character. He frantically pondered ways to decline. But the leader of Lukue had already summoned his daughter, clad in white, with an alluring figure. A thin veil obscured her plump face. Wang Nan felt a sense of foreboding. He had assumed that the world of cultivation was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, but he was forced to admit that he had underestimated his own youthfulness. The leader's daughter was named Lu Ji, a name as beautiful as her figure. Yet her countenance evoked a sense of amusement. It was truly difficult to fathom why a foundational cultivator could be so unattractive. It seemed illogical. When Wang Nan first met Lu Qing, their relationship blossomed from looks to character, then respect for each other's cultivation, and finally, a bond of virtue. Wang Nan acknowledged that he was indeed a superficial person, especially in a realm replete with beauty. So, esteemed leader of Lukue, what is it that attracted you to me? Wang Nan inquired. It is simply that you are sufficiently exceptional to be worthy of Lu Ji, the leader replied. In truth, many sought a union with Lu Ji, as having a powerful Yuaning cultivator as a father-in-law could save a cultivator's century of arduous training. These suitors' constant flattery led Lu Ji to develop a distorted perception of her own beauty. Besides the leader filtering out most opportunists, Lu Ji herself was quite discerning. How about I introduce you to someone even more outstanding? Wang Nan suggested. Before the leader could respond, his words enraged Lu Ji. What do you mean? Am I not good enough for you? Lu Ji stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Nan. It was absurd that among the many male cultivators who fawned over her, someone would dare to look down on her. Wang Nan, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at the leader and continued. The male cultivator I wish to introduce is my cousin, Wang Nanjun. He has foundational cultivation and is an exceptional manager of our family. Ignoring Lu Ji's furious gaze, Wang Nan extolled his cousin's virtues, thinking that in such matters, he could not spare his cousin. After half an hour of Wang Nan's eloquent praise, Lu Ji's eyes sparkled with interest, and even the leader appeared somewhat swayed. Is there truly such an exceptional male cultivator? Lu Ji asked, grasping Wang Nan's hand. Shall we let Lu Ji accompany me to the Wang family? Wang Nan tentatively proposed. Father, I want to see him. I don't like the one you have chosen for me, Lu Ji pleaded. Wang Nan secretly chuckled, confident that even if he could not sway the leader, as long as Lu Ji focused her attention on his cousin, he would have succeeded. After a moment's contemplation, the leader consented to Lu Ji's request and summoned a golden core cultivator, Real Person Linyo. Let Real Person Linyo accompany you for your safety. Thank you, father, Lu Ji exclaimed joyfully. I appreciate your help, Uncle Linyo. The leader turned to Wang Nan, revealing a knowing smile, and stated, Young friend, do not forget about the agreed exchange of fruit. For specific matters, communicate directly with Linyo. Wang Nan quickly bowed, assuring, the Wang family has an excellent reputation. Please rest assured, esteemed leader. The three departed the Qing Dai cultivation realm and soon arrived at Coconut Island. Wang Nan had previously communicated with Wang Ming AI and Wang Nanjun, who were already waiting at the entrance to receive them. Wang Ming AI greeted Real Person Linyo with a beaming smile, ushering him into the cave dwelling. Wang Nanjun glared at Wang Nan with a face full of resentment, as if wishing to rend him to pieces. Cousin, you cannot blame me for your predicament. Your wife perished during her foundational breakthrough. You cannot remain single forever, can you? Wang Nan explained telepathically. Your wife is trapped within the reincarnation Inhua tree. How do you expect me to explain that to her? Wang Nanjun was seething with rage. I will handle the explanation regarding your wife. But as for Lukuwei's sect, I will wash my hands of it. I've already made my boast. If you fail to win Lu Ji's favor, you will have to deal with the consequences of offending a Yuaning sect. You're on your own. Wang Nan played the rogue, indifferent to who ended up with Lu Ji as long as it was he himself. He was acutely aware that he needed to extricate himself from this situation, and it would be best to placate Wang Nanjun without dragging anyone else down. Chapter 160. A new partner in Wang Ming AI's cave dwelling. After completing the first transaction of the Yin fruit with real person Lin Yo, both turned their attention to Lu Ji and Wang Nanjun. Lu Ji was quite proactive, circling around Wang Nanjun, inspecting him closely. Your brother has spoken highly of your excellence. Let us first assess your cultivation level. Real person, Lin Yo stated. For aside from protecting Lu Ji and completing the transaction, it was also his duty to ensure Lu Ji's prospective partner was worthy. Wang Nanjun, with a dark expression, released his aura. Foundation stage, level 1. Wang Nan was somewhat speechless, giving Wang Nanjun a hearty pat on the back. Cousin, why are you so shy? Display your abilities with pride. There's no need to hide. Wang Nanjun shot a fierce glare at Wang Nan. He had no desire to marry Lu Ji. However, recalling Wang Nan's warning about potentially offending a Yuaning sect, he reluctantly ceased his struggle. He unleashed his aura without reservation, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation stage. This revelation astonished not only real person Lin Yo, but also Wang Ming AI and Wang Nan. The fact that Wang Nanjun, who was only a few years older than Wang Nan, could achieve such prowess was remarkable. Wang Nan had initially estimated Wang Nanjun to be at the mid-foundation stage, but he had clearly underestimated his kin. With a solid foundation established, real person Lin Yo was very satisfied. Lu Ji found no fault in Wang Nanjun's appearance or cultivation, at the very least. He was far superior to the male cultivators who had previously pursued her. As for the remaining details, Wang Nanjun was indeed exceptional, which was why he had been entrusted with the position of branch family leader. Real person Lin Yo shot a knowing glance at Wang Nan. This young fellow had not deceived him. Impressive. Nanjun, do you wish to take Lu Ji as your partner? Wang Ming AI inquired. Having closely observed Wang Nanjun's unusual demeanor, Wang Nanjun nodded slightly. After a brief encounter, he concluded that aside from her lack of beauty and a bit of arrogance, Lu Ji had no other significant flaws. Her talent was commendable. At under 50 years old, she had already entered the foundation stage. Lu Ji, what about you? Real person Lin Yo asked. Lu Ji eagerly linked her arm with Wang Nanjun's, as she had been compelled by her father to seek a partner. Encountering someone she found visually appealing, she decided to go along with it, feeling it was far better than being pursued by the other male cultivators. They quickly reached an understanding, and real person Lin Yo reported back to the leader of Lekue. The sect leader has stated that for cultivators to unite as partners, there is no need for grand ceremonies. A simple gathering of family will suffice. How can that be? This is my first time forming a partnership. Lu Ji protested, as she valued the sense of ritual and naturally opposed this notion. The sect leader has instructed that your opinions need not be considered. Real person Lin Yo retorted. He turned back to Wang Ming AI and suggested, why not seize this opportunity to deepen the collaboration between the Lekue sect and the Wang family? After all, we will soon be family. Establishing a close relationship with the Yuaning sect was something the Wang family could only dream of. Wang Ming AI was equally excited and began to discuss the matter in depth. Aside from the necessary dowry and gifts, a significant collaboration between the two powers was of utmost importance. Wang Nan quietly excused himself, but was intercepted by Wang Nanjun. Wang Nanjun had intended to chase after Wang Nan to give him a beating, but Lu Ji held him back. Using the teleportation array to return to the clan, Wang Nan immediately sought out his sister-in-law. There was no choice. The mess he had created needed his own hands to clean up. After recounting the events to his sister-in-law, Wang Nan promptly received a scolding. Sister-in-law, at least my brother has made a sacrifice for the family. Why don't you do the same? Isn't Qingqing always by your side? Oh, so if I'm not around, you're planning to devote yourself to the family? Lu Qingqing suddenly appeared, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Wang Nan. He forcefully swallowed the words that were about to escape his lips and offered an awkward smile. Sister-in-law, just give me a good beating to vent your anger. Lu Qingqing handed him a vine whip. Without hesitation, the sister-in-law swung the whip, causing Wang Nan to flee in a panic. After a considerable time, the sister-in-law finally calmed down. Enough. The decision has been made. Besides, it's quite normal for cultivators to have multiple partners. Aren't you angry, sister-in-law? Then why hit me? Wang Nan rubbed his body. I hit you because you let your brother down. This is entirely your fault. Wang Nannan could only chuckle awkwardly as he escorted his sister-in-law back to the reincarnation U tree. That night, Wang Nannan lay in bed with Lu Qingqing. "Thank you so much today, my dear," he expressed gratefully. "What is there to thank between us?" Lu Qingqing replied while adjusting the blanket. "Sister-in-law has a fiery temper. Letting her hit you is just a way to cool off. After all, you're tough and resilient. A little external injury won't require a Dan pill. Moreover, as sister-in-law said, it's perfectly normal for cultivators to have multiple partners. Can I have multiple partners too?" Wang Nannan teased, embracing Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing gently grasped his most sensitive part, her tone exceedingly tender, "Of course, as long as you wish." Wang Nannan felt paralyzed with fear, believing that if he said the wrong thing, Lu Qingqing's grip could crush him, and her hold only tightened. "I was joking. In this life, you are my only partner." Wang Nannan quickly swore, prompting Lu Qingqing to reluctantly release him. A month later, the partner ceremony between Wang Nanjun and Lu Ji was held on Coconut Island. Besides the Wang clan members, the sect leader of Lu Kuai and several Golden Core cultivators visited, instantly enlivening the island. The ceremony was simple and swift. Yet in the following days, dozens of Lu Kuai sect cultivators arrived, all accommodated in designated areas on the outskirts of Coconut Island. It was only then that Wang Nannan learned that one of the deep collaborations between the Wang family and the Lu Kuai sect involved establishing a foothold for the latter in the reincarnation sea cultivation world. The area the Wang family assisted in locating was precisely on the outskirts of Coconut Island. After all, islands with spiritual veins already had owners. Finding one was nearly impossible. The Great Whale Chamber of Commerce, wary of other yuaning forces encroaching too deeply, refrained from selling or leasing islands and shops, which left the Lu Kuai sect stuck in the Qing Dai cultivation world. Now that they had an opportunity, it was only natural for them to leverage the Wang family's support to settle down. Wang Nannan quickly reminded Wang Mingai, "Great-grandfather, you have committed a taboo. The Wang family on Coconut Island is now a vassal of the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce and should not allow the Lu Kuai sect to settle here. All Lu Kuai sect cultivators entering Coconut Island are direct relatives of the sect leader and are here temporarily. They won't provoke the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce." Wang Mingai explained. He understood the terror of the Great Whale Chamber and would never willingly offend its taboos. Moreover, the Wang family had numerous collaborations with the Lu Kuai sect that could not be jeopardized over this matter. Most importantly, the focus of their cooperation did not lie within the reincarnation sea cultivation world. Chapter 161. The Void Kuin and the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, a Golden Core cultivator from the beast-taming sect, accompanied by the spirit beast Void Kuin, arrived, prompting Wang Mingai to personally receive him. As a Yuan Ing sect comparable to the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce, Wang Mingai dared not be negligent. The Void Kuin floated high in the sky as Master Kongshu entered Coconut Island. As one of the elders of the beast-taming sect, Master Kongshu was sent to procure vein fruits. After cordial greetings, they proceeded to the main topic. The Great Whale Chamber of Commerce has been selling vein fruits recently, but the quantity has been limited. We've learned that they are produced here on Coconut Island, so we specifically came to purchase, Master Kongshu explained. Wang Mingai was indifferent, aside from family use. Only the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce and the Lu Kuai sect procured the fruits. It wasn't too surprising that the beast-taming sect had come as well. "How many do you require, my friend? Our production on Coconut Island can still accommodate some. We at the beast-taming sect seek spirit seeds. The vein fruits sold externally are deactivated by spirit farmers, meaning they cannot be used for planting. This is a primary method to protect the spirits from being leaked, a practice many factions adopt." Upon hearing Master Kongshu's words, Wang Mingai frowned slightly. He was reluctant to sell. The beast-taming sect is the foremost beast-taming sect in several nearby cultivation worlds, and our demand for vein fruits is significant. We are willing to exchange one spirit beast for the fruits, which will also help the Wang family enhance their beast-taming legacy. Master Kongshu, fully aware of Wang Mingai's intentions, understood that while vein fruits were rare and precious, everything of value comes at a price. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingai pointed to the sky and asked, "Would a Void Kuin suffice?" The Void Kuin was the spiritual beast of the beast-taming sect, boasting a prestigious lineage. It was said that through special training, it could potentially reach the god transformation stage. Moreover, adult Void Kuins typically possessed golden core cultivation and could exceed 2,000 meters in length, capable of traversing the void akin to a great teleportation talisman. Even within the beast-taming sect, not everyone could form a contract with a void koan. Only the sect leader, those elders who contributed greatly, and a select few talented disciples were eligible. Therefore, Wang Mingai's inquiry was quite a bold request. Master Kongshu smiled faintly. Outsiders had long coveted the void koan, and he anticipated the Wang family's reaction. If it's a void koan, we are only willing to exchange a young one. Friend Wang, the void koan is irreplaceable. It cannot be compared to any spirit plant. Wang Mingai was torn. Vein fruits represented immense wealth, while the void koan symbolized power. In the cultivation world, it seemed power held greater significance. The beast-taming sect must promise that the vein fruit spirit seeds will not be leaked. That's easy. Our internal demand for vein fruits is so high that we could not possibly let them leak. Master Kongshu calmly produced a pre-prepared contract. The two parties swiftly signed, and a 5-meter-long young void koan was retrieved from the beast-taming bag. The young void koan, adorned in a sky-blue hue, was speckled with white dots resembling stars in the night sky. Its appearance was somewhat reminiscent of a humpback whale, except it possessed thousands of tentacles beneath its head, which served as keys to traverse the void. After sending off Master Kongshu, Wang Nanan and Wang Nanjun approached. Both were enamored with the young void koan and wished to form a contract, but Wang Mingai interrupted. This void koan is reserved for my contract. You two should not covet it. Wang Mingai stored the void koan in his beast-taming bag. Having never owned a spirit beast, he could not resist the allure of one with such a high lineage. Although Wang Nanan coveted the void koan, he understood he couldn't outmaneuver his great-grandfather and thus let go of the desire. However, the arrival of the beast-taming sect elder ignited an idea within Wang Nanan. His own spirit beasts, Cixi, Qin, Queen Bee, and Wang Chong, generally had low bloodlines, relying on bee royal jelly and vein fruits to reach their current level. Yet breaking through to golden core was truly uncertain. Especially for Cixi, the bloodline of the horned yellow cow was too inferior. The beast-taming sect, as a leading sect in beast-taming, surely had numerous methods to enhance the bloodlines and talents of spirit beasts. They must have a way for the spirit beasts to continue their breakthroughs. As for their procurement of vein fruits, it was likely to perfect their legacy. Considering the power of the Lu Kuai sect's copper mirror, Wang Nanan felt a rising sense of caution. One could never predict what miraculous artifacts might surface in this cultivation world. Thus, he found himself reluctant to leave the family, yet anxious to acquire methods to enhance his bloodline. Wang Nanan had previously examined the methods available within the Great Whale Chamber of Commerce, but found them ineffective, leaving him to pin his hopes on the beast-taming sect. After much contemplation, he realized how challenging it was. Most methods to enhance bloodlines were closely guarded secrets. If he wished to obtain them from the beast-taming sect, joining them would be necessary. However, it was evident that Wang Nanan could not become a member of the beast-taming sect. His path was effectively blocked. It seems that all one can do is wait. Wait for the primordial blue lotus to ripen and for the perfect doppelganger to be constructed. Wang Nanan contemplated, intending to utilize the completed doppelganger to create another, akin to the birth of an infant. This opportunity could allow him to enter the Beastmaster sect or other formidable factions, enabling him to live a different life. With this plan in mind, Wang Nanan began to patiently await the unfolding of events. The Wang family continued to develop smoothly, with no significant upheavals. In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. During these years, Wang Nanan either immersed himself in seclusion or assisted his family in cultivating spiritual plants, refining elixirs, talismans, puppets, and magical tools. He regarded himself as an observer, witnessing the transformation of his clan. The number of cultivators had doubled, while the population of mortals had increased several-fold, leading to a substantial rise in resources, though merely sufficient to meet the needs of the family. To ensure the rapid advancement of his kin's cultivation, the accumulation of resources had indeed allowed numerous cultivators to ascend quickly, yet it was ultimately superficial. On Coconut Island, Wang Nanjun and Li Ji had bickered for over 20 years, leaving Wang Nanan wearied by the incessant noise. There had been no news from Wang Minghui, the third elder, or his cousin Wang Nanjun, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. The divination had also failed to reveal their circumstances, causing him considerable irritation. Over the span of 25 years, his lifespan had accumulated to 42 162 years. By expending 30,000 years of life, he had perfected the Spring Awakening Sutra, second layer, enabling him to cultivate second-tier spiritual plants with absolute success henceforth. His realm had seamlessly advanced to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, with the golden core not far off. He spent 800 years of life to elevate the Beast Master inheritance to great success, and 1,600 years to reach perfection. Additionally, he consumed 1,200 years for the Tactics Master to achieve minor success, and 2,400 years for great success. Name: Wang Nanan. Age: 149-3362. Realm: 9th layer of foundation establishment, Golden Core 05, Golden Core Technique. 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. Entry 86, Foundation Establishment Techniques, Fiery Meditation. Flowing Cloud Blade Intent, Myriad Concealments, Earthly Flowing Light, 5 Elements Body, Myriad Grasses Sutra, Spring Awakening Sutra, second layer perfected. Shadowless Body Technique, Minor Success 1, Qi Refinement Techniques. N.A. Inheritances, Second Tier Alchemist Inheritance, perfected. Second Tier Tactics Master Inheritance, Great Success 1. Second Tier Spiritual Pulse Master Inheritance, Proficient 16. Second Tier Mining Master Inheritance, Proficient 10. Second Tier Witchcraft Master Inheritance, Proficient 25. Second Tier Divination Master Inheritance, Proficient 37. Second Tier Insect Master Inheritance, Proficient 90. Second Tier Puppeteer Inheritance, Minor Success 1. Chapter 162. The Enlightenment Tea Tree to break through to the Golden Core, according to the guidance of his golden finger. He required 5 broken golden cores. Previously, breaking through foundation establishment only required 10 foundation establishment pills, making that process significantly easier in comparison. Broken golden cores were elusive. Otherwise, the Wang family would have birthed several golden core grandmasters over the past 2 decades. Wang Nanan pondered where he might find a broken golden core. He had expended considerable effort to obtain the formula for the broken golden core, but the required spiritual herbs were classified as third-tier spiritual plants, unavailable in the market. Ironically, the easiest to obtain were the golden cores of golden core demonic beasts. It was said that consuming a demonic beast's golden core could yield results. Should he give it a try? Wang Nanan exchanged for the golden core of a deep-sea giant squid from the family treasury, which had been compensation for the previous whale pod. I advise against consuming the golden core directly. Just as Wang Nanan was lost in thought, Wang Ming AI appeared before him, riding a void coin. Demonic beast golden cores indeed had a chance to enhance breakthroughs, but the side effects were considerable. Many cultivators would rather exhaust their lifespans and force a breakthrough than consume a golden core and risk their future. Wang Nanan was well aware that consuming a demonic beast golden core to break through to a golden core grandmaster, even if successful, would lead to stagnation in cultivation and could adversely affect daily life, as many harmful substances existed within the golden core that could only be eliminated through an alchemist. He merely wished to test whether his golden finger recognized the golden core, only to find it unresponsive. While Wang Nanan was troubled by the source of the broken golden core, Wang Nuo had the clan deliver a batch of spiritual tea. The spiritual tea was commonplace within the Wang family, and initially, Wang Nanan paid it no heed. However, upon hearing the term enlightenment tea, he was taken aback. Enlightenment tea? Wang Nanan was overjoyed. This was a third-tier spiritual plant that could enhance the comprehension speed of techniques and the myriad arts of cultivation by around 5-fold. If the enlightenment tea were refined into enlightenment pills, the comprehension speed could exceed 10-fold. Where did this enlightenment tea come from? Wang Nanan inquired, curious, as it was a rare commodity rarely seen in the market. It was discovered by Wang Nuo in a secret realm within the Qingdai cultivation world. It has since been cultivated and grown in the Qingdai branch family, yielding a small harvest each year. Wang Ming AI explained, sharing the specifics of the process. Oh, they actually found an enlightenment tea tree? Wang Nanan was even more astonished. Wang Nuo was indeed a person of great fortune to discover such a tree. However, given her golden core grandmaster cultivation, it was not difficult for her to safeguard a single enlightenment tea tree. Have Wang Nuo send back some robust branches for propagation. Wang Nanan suggested. The propagation methods for spiritual tea primarily included spiritual seed planting, cutting, and grafting. The enlightenment tea tree was quite unique and did not easily produce spiritual seeds. Grafting also required the same third-tier spiritual plants. Therefore, The standard method for propagating enlightenment tea trees was primarily through cuttings. The spiritual tea tree providing the branches was referred to as the mother tree, while the successfully propagated trees were known as offspring trees. The enlightenment tea produced by the mother tree was of superior quality, whereas that from the offspring trees was significantly inferior. Furthermore, the mother and offspring trees shared a vital connection. If the mother tree perished, the offspring trees could not survive either. The previously mentioned fivefold and tenfold enhancements generally referred to the tea produced by the mother tree, while the offspring tree's tea was expected to yield effects ranging from 1/2 to 1/3 of that of the mother tree. Upon hearing Wang Nanan's reminder, Wang Mingai's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten this? Even if the cuttings were successful and offspring trees were obtained, it would greatly benefit the Wang family. They could even cultivate a tea grove for large-scale planting. However, Coconut Island was unsuitable for growing spiritual tea, necessitating a return to the Qingfeng mountain range in the Tianyuan cultivation world. The mother tree was not large, and to protect its essence, Wang Nuo had only sent over a dozen branches. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Wang Nanan, carrying the branches of the enlightenment tea tree, prepared to return to the Tianyuan cultivation world for the cuttings. Before leaving, he instructed Wang Ming'ai, great-grandfather, the enlightenment tea leaves from the mother tree are rare. Praise them generously, and perhaps we might trade with the Giant Whale Merchant Association for a broken golden core. In addition to the branches of the enlightenment tea tree, a segment of the primordial blue lotus had long been planted in the clan's territory, and its growth rate was nearly on par with that of the primordial blue lotus on Coconut Island. At the Qingfeng mountain range, on a spiritual vein owned by the Wang family, a plot was cleared to serve as dedicated spiritual fields for the enlightenment tea offspring trees. Wang Nanan swiftly completed the cuttings and began nurturing them. Fortunately, unlike other third-tier spiritual plants, which required waiting for maturity, the spiritual tea trees could be harvested as soon as they had leaves, albeit different leaves had varying effects at different times. The same applied to the enlightenment tea tree, and it was visible that over a dozen offspring trees were thriving, their leaves becoming increasingly lush. Regrettably, the offspring trees could not be further propagated. Otherwise, they would be no different from ordinary spiritual tea trees. It appeared that they could only hope the mother tree grew faster. Wang Nanan plucked a few leaves of the enlightenment tea, brewed a pot, and tasted it. The flavor was delightful, and while meditating and cultivating, he discovered that the speed of comprehension for techniques and the myriad arts of cultivation had nearly doubled. This was already astonishing for ordinary cultivators, leading many informed individuals to cheer in excitement. Once the first batch of leaves was harvested and processed, a genuine enlightenment tea was thus realized. Currently, the quantity of enlightenment tea was insufficient, so it would be used to reward those clan members who had contributed significantly. In a few years, when the offspring trees multiplied, they could then be allowed into the clan treasury for exchange. Wang Xiangxiu also sampled the enlightenment tea, feeling invigorated and her meridians unblocked. Enlightenment tea was indeed a remarkable substance that could aid the Wang family in rapidly enhancing their strength. There were no immediate plans for sale, though trading for a broken golden core was an exception. The Tao Wisdom tea tree successfully took root after being propagated, prompting Wang Nanan to entrust its care to the younger generation and return to Coconut Island. Great-grandfather, I forgot to inquire, what kind of secret realm did Wang Nuo and the others discover the Tao Wisdom tea tree in? As a Yuanying sect, the Lukuwei sect had existed through countless azure years. It seemed implausible that they could overlook such a significant opportunity. It is said to be an undiscovered secret realm, first identified by a clan member, with Wang Nuo being the first to venture inside. Inside, there are numerous rare spiritual plants, a portion of which has already been transplanted by the spiritual plant cultivator. You may go see them, Wang Ming'ai explained. The Qingdai Wang family had profited immensely from this discovery, though it was regrettable that they did not control the secret realm. Are there any third-tier spiritual herbs for refining the breaking gold pill? Wang Nanan inquired with interest. None, but we do possess the formula for refining the Tao Wisdom pill, which has already been procured. Would you like to attempt its refinement? Wang Ming'ai offered the formula to Wang Nanan. Currently, there was no one more proficient in alchemy within the clan than Wang Nanan, who had achieved perfection as a second-tier alchemist and could easily surpass all others. Thus, It was only reasonable for Wang Nannan to be the first to try refining the Tao Wisdom Pill. However, upon examining the formula, Wang Nannan's expression darkened. The Tao Wisdom Pill was a third-tier elixir. How could he possibly refine it? Chapter 163. Crisis in the Underwater Secret Realm. Wang Nanjun consolidated her recently attained aura and raised her brow upon spotting a group of returning humpbacked whales. At this moment, Mian Mian had surpassed 200 meters in size and had broken through to the second layer of foundation establishment. Observing the other humpbacked whales, their tails splashed against the sea surface as they basked in the sunlight on the beach. The secret realm possessed a unique light source that resembled sunlight from the outside world, and these humpbacked whales seemed particularly fond of it. Shifting her gaze to the largest humpbacked whale, she sensed its tremendous presence, its yuanying might undiminished. Originally, Wang Nanjun had been curious as to why this group of humpbacked whales, led by a yuanying level beast, had not integrated into the top powers of the underworld sea's cultivation world. After over 20 years of interaction, she had uncovered the mystery. Firstly, this humpbacked whale had only recently ascended to the yuanying level, thus remaining obscure. Secondly, the population of humpbacked whales was exceedingly small, totaling only a few hundred, which was insignificant compared to other forces boasting tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Thirdly, and most importantly, the so-called top powers were merely a perception held by human cultivators. In the depths of the sea, countless powerful beings existed, and it was impossible for human cultivators to recognize them all. Wang Nanjun had accompanied the humpbacked whales on hunts several times and witnessed the sheer number of formidable creatures lurking in the deep sea, including frequent encounters with golden core-level beasts. Many of the humpbacked whales' prey were golden core-level beasts, such as the deep-sea giant squid previously delivered to Coconut Island, which was one of their primary food sources. Wang Nanjun retrieved 3 golden core pills from her storage pouch, remnants from when the humpbacked whales had fed her. While cultivators could not directly consume golden core pills, the humpbacked whales could. Therefore, Wang Nannan planned to wait until Mian Mian's strength increased before offering it the golden core pills. While she played by the seaside with Mian Mian, a large serpent suddenly emerged from the secret realm. This serpent had 4 limbs, a head resembling that of a deer but without horns, and its scales shimmered dark green in the water. At first glance, Wang Nanjun mistook it for a mere serpent, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the legendary dragon. However, she recalled that a dominant creature known as the Jiaolong resided deep within, and this creature was likely a Jiaolong. The Jiaolong, also at the golden core stage, showed no fear in the presence of the humpbacked whale group, and even displayed a haughty demeanor. Before the Jiaolong could speak, the leader of the humpbacked whales, an imposing yuanying beast, struck it with its tail, sending it crashing to the seabed before slowly surfacing. The blow from a yuanying cultivator was not to be taken lightly, leaving the Jiaolong significantly injured. "I am the envoy of the Beastmaster. How dare you strike me?" The Jiaolong spat, its voice weak yet filled with fury. "Even if your Beastmaster were present, he would not intrude upon our secret realm without permission. Were you?" The humpbacked whale leader swiped its tail again, but spared the Jiaolong's life, stating, "If it weren't for the long-standing ties between our two factions, I would have resolved to treat my young ones to a feast today. Now leave at once." The leader of the humpbacked whales admonished, causing the Jiaolong to turn and flee in terror. Wang Nanjun was taken aback. This so-called Beastmaster must be the leader of the top-tier faction of Jiaolong. This group of humpbacked whales surprisingly had connections with them. Wang Nanjun inquired about Mian Mian's knowledge of the situation, but given that Mian Mian had only been born for over 20 years, it was unlikely it would be aware of such matters. Soon, the adult humpbacked whales began leaving the secret realm, leaving behind a group of younger ones. Without their elders to restrain them, these growing humpbacked whales became much more lively, no longer basking in the sun, but instead roaming about causing a ruckus. Wang Nanjun kept her distance, aware that she could hardly withstand a tail swipe from these larger whales. However, as they played, the older humpbacked whales seemed to focus their attention on the deep sea. Previously accompanied by their elders, they now sought to explore on their own. Mian Mian called for Wang Nanjun to join, but she hesitated. The deep sea was perilous, and these humpbacked whales had no means of self-defense. She intended to intervene, but saw that several had already ventured out. Reluctantly, Wang Nanjun sat atop Mian Mian's back, following along. Fearful of what might happen if an incident occurred and the adult humpbacked whales returned, implicating her as well. The deep sea was cloaked in darkness, leaving Wang Nanjun to rely on her spiritual sense to explore her surroundings. Many peculiar sea creatures appeared within her spiritual sense's range, only to vanish in an instant. The only good news was that these creatures were not particularly strong and could be easily dealt with. Yet, Wang Nanjun remained vigilant, aware of her surroundings. A commotion erupted. Wang Nanjun's spiritual sense detected several humpbacked whales surrounding a foundation establishing deep-sea giant squid. The natural racial advantage allowed the humpbacked whales to secure an easy victory. After devouring their spoils, they continued their frolic. After an indeterminate amount of time, an alert from one of the humpbacked whales sent everyone on high alert. Wang Nanjun could distinctly sense Mian's tremors, which emanated from its very soul. Into the secret realm, Wang Nanjun transmitted, and all the humpbacked whales began thrashing their tails wildly. Simultaneously, Wang Nanjun sensed a terrifying aura, a newly ascended golden core, sawtooth shark. A shiver ran through her. This creature was one of the humpbacked whale's mortal enemies, known to hunt young humpbacked whales whenever the opportunity arose. In retaliation, the adult humpbacked whales would attack sawtooth sharks mercilessly upon encounter. As Mian's cultivation was still in its infancy, and these humpbacked whales were the weakest, it took mere moments for them to fall behind. Wang Nanjun produced a golden core pill, shattering it with force and scattering the powder into the sea. The allure of the golden core was immense, instantly attracting a swarm of beasts to compete for it, buying Wang Nanjun and Mian precious seconds, but only barely stalling the sawtooth shark. Disregarding the consequences, Wang Nanjun shattered a second golden core pill, repeating her previous actions. She also retrieved a magical artifact to fend off the sawtooth shark. Wang Nanjun's maneuvers drew the shark's ire towards herself and Mian. Otherwise, given Mian's speed, they would have been the primary targets regardless. While wielding her sword to attack, she could only manage to pierce its outer skin slightly, and that was only due to having just reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. As the sawtooth shark opened its gaping maw, capable of easily devouring Wang Nanjun, she hurled several poisonous pills. Though only of second-tier quality, they could still inflict discomfort upon the sawtooth shark. The sawtooth shark slowed its movements, allowing Mian to escape with Wang Nanjun from its attack range. However, the moment was short-lived as a tremendous sound wave struck Wang Nanjun and Mian, momentarily rendering them incapacitated. Not only Mian, but all the other humpbacked whales were similarly affected, rendered unable to resist. Chapter 164. Integration. A group of humpbacked whales, stunned by the shockwave, propelled themselves forward due to inertia, but it was evident they could not escape the jaws of the sawtooth shark. The serrated demon shark revealed its sharp fangs and opened its enormous mouth towards Wang Nanjun and Mian. Wang Nanjun was engulfed in despair. Her consciousness could sense the shark's movements and distance, yet she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Her mind frantically recalled the events of her life, but her body felt no excruciating pain. Instead, a torrent of water propelled her and Mian far away. With a sweeping glance of her consciousness, Wang Nanjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 adult humpbacked whales returned, fiercely attacking the serrated demon shark. Once she regained her mobility, Mian's speed increased. She was uncertain about the purpose of the adult whales' earlier departure, nor did she understand their reasons for returning. But the fact remained that they were saved. Living was paramount. Upon returning to the secret realm, Wang Nanjun crawled onto the beach. The experience of life and death felt as interminable as the past 1,000 years. "Look at you little rascals. Do you dare to run off again?" she muttered to herself, observing the returning humpbacked whales, who seemed much more subdued. The presence of the gold-core serrated demon shark had terrified them. Without the protection of their elders, even they would have become prey. Shortly thereafter, the 3 adult humpbacked whales returned, dragging the tattered corpse of the demon shark, and began to chastise the younger ones. Wang Nanjun was taken aback. Was this a form of discipline? Their methods were more adept than those of human cultivators. The young whales bore numerous scars from the beating, while the adult whales exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Had it not been for your diversion of the serrated demon shark, some of these children might not have returned." One of the adult whales spoke. Wang Nanjun paused, momentarily stunned, realizing she was being addressed. Previously, the group of humpbacked whales had ignored her, only occasionally offering scraps of food. In truth, she understood that their acceptance of her stemmed from her bond with Mian. Now that one had spoken to her, it was a sign of improved relations. Even though Wang Nanjun had acted out of self-preservation to the humpbacked whales, she was a benefactor. She quickly responded, initiating a conversation with the adult whale. As they spoke, she learned the reason behind the adult whale's earlier expedition. The Jiao Dragon clan discovered the remains of a long-fallen ancestor of our kind. The ancestor's bloodline is somewhat unusual. Perhaps it may be of use to us. Hence we all went to investigate. We realized halfway that we had forgotten to leave kin to guard the home, which is why we returned. Thus, it was a serendipitous turn of events. Had the adult whales not returned, Wang Nanjun would have found herself entangled in the cycle of reincarnation. However, through their exchange, she had gained their recognition. When a larger group returned, she would truly be integrated into their midst. She produced medicinal pills to aid the injured young whales in their swift recovery. How many of these human pills do you have left? Inquired the adult whale. Wang Nanjun rummaged through her belongings, counting over 100 pills, all of the second tier, healing, detoxifying, and support for cultivation. Your kind possesses many fine items. Would you be able to assist in procuring some? The adult whale continued. That is possible, but I am in a secret realm and have no means to interact with other cultivators. Wang Nanjun expressed her frustration, unable to conduct trade with herself. Moreover, she hesitated, glancing at the spirit coconut trees and numerous spirit ferns behind her. These were treasures. There were also many demon beast golden cores, easily obtainable for the humpbacked whales. If you could allow me to connect with cultivators, I could acquire whatever you desire, Wang Nanjun added. That is simple. When the clan leader returns, I will discuss it with him, the adult whale replied. The Jiao Dragon clan often engaged in trade with human cultivators. They were aware of this, but had not paid much attention, as their natural enemies were few, and they could achieve the golden core stage without the aid of pills. However, when Wang Nanjun had used the pills to heal the injured young whales, their rapid recovery had astonished them, leading them to appreciate the efficacy of human pills. Growing closer to the group brought Wang Nanjun considerable joy, brightening her previously monotonous existence until the humpbacked whale group returned. Among them, the most striking was the immense golden core whale. Its skin had dulled, yet its aura was even more imposing. The multitude of whales surrounded it, seemingly celebrating something. Soon, the whale leader addressed Wang Nanjun, expressing gratitude. Thank you, human cultivator. I have come to understand all that transpired. We welcome you as a formal member of our humpbacked whale clan. Wang Nanjun's face lit up with joy. She had finally been accepted. I will rely on you for matters regarding trade with human cultivators. She readily accepted and was presented with 8 golden cores. We understand the principle of equivalent exchange among human cultivators. These golden cores will serve as the initial trade. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask. Furthermore, let Old 13 protect you. The whale leader indicated the adult whale that had previously conversed with Wang Nanjun, now at the late golden core stage. Wang Nanjun mounted Old 13, leaping out of the secret realm towards a nearby gathering of human cultivators. Breaking the surface of the sea, she breathed in the fresh air, feeling immensely relieved. Are there any large islands, particularly ones frequented by cultivators? Wang Nanjun inquired. The nearest large island is what your kind refers to as Borching. It is where the majority of human cultivators gather, Old 13 replied. Wang Nanjun had heard of Borching, a stronghold of a top-tier force. And now that she had the opportunity to visit, she was eager to go. Let's proceed there, she urged. After several days of travel, they finally arrived. In the distance, an island emerged on the horizon, prompting Old 13 to halt. Borching is protected by a powerful golden core cultivator. I cannot approach, so I will wait for you here. Be swift and return promptly, Old 13 cautioned, aware that as a golden core demon, getting too close would raise the vigilance of the cultivators. Should a golden core master be angered, escape would be impossible. Wang Nanjun understood his reservations. She summoned her spirit vessel and ventured into Borching alone. The humpbacked whales required medicinal pills, and Wang Nanjun's purpose was clear. Strolling through Borching, she sought the largest medicinal shop. Her diligence bore fruit when she soon located 2 prominent establishments, the Great Whale Trading Company and the Borching City Lord's Mansion. Chapter 165, Divine Vault. Naturally, Wang Nanjun was more familiar with the Great Whale Trading Company. and without hesitation, she opted to procure supplies there. She sold the 8 golden cores, drawing the attention of the establishment steward. "Esteemed guest, do you wish to purchase items, or are you merely selling golden cores?" The steward inquired with a smile, recognizing the importance of this significant client. "Convert them all into third-tier healing and detoxifying pills. Additionally, please deliver a letter and some items to the Wang family of Coconut Island." Wang Nanjun packaged the letter of reassurance and the spirit ferns, as well as the third-tier spirit coconut saplings. The steward quickly assessed the value and returned to prepare. The efficiency of the Great Whale Trading Company was remarkable. Within half an hour, Wang Nanjun had procured her desired items. After a leisurely stroll through Boriching, she made her way back. As she flew on her spirit vessel, she sensed a presence following her. To her surprise, there were indeed robbers lurking, brazenly attempting to ambush her. Unfazed, Wang Nanjun quickened her pace towards Old 13th's waiting location. Days later, Wang Nanjun held the letter and spirit plants, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Her cousin, who had left with the humpbacked whales, was still alive. That was good to know. She examined the unfamiliar spirit plants and called for Wang Nanan. "See if these can be cultivated?" Wang Nanan scrutinized the plants. The third-tier spirit coconut tree would be easy to grow, albeit slowly. It could be planted on Coconut Island and eventually developed into an industry. As for the other spirit ferns, Wang Nanan was left in confusion. In the currently known realm of cultivation, the presence of fern-like spiritual plants is exceedingly rare, necessitating a gradual understanding of everything related, which also requires time. To this end, Wang Nanan organized a group of spiritual plant cultivators to return to the Qingfeng mountain range, where they arranged for the planting and study of these plants near the Wudao tea tree. "Did my cousin send this back?" Wang Nanan inquired. Wang Nanjun did not conceal the truth and handed over the envelope. After reading it thoroughly, Wang Nanan grasped the situation. His cousin had actually integrated into a pod of humpbacked whales, a remarkable background that evoked his envy. Furthermore, the humpbacked whales possessed a hidden realm in the deep sea, abundant with rare spiritual plants seldom seen in the outside world. How he longed to see it. From this point on, Wang Nanan felt he would have a significant advantage. According to his cousin's letter, she would frequently journey to Boriching to procure supplies for the humpbacked whale pod. "Shall we consider opening a shop there for easier communication?" Wang Nanan proposed, suggesting that this could also help strengthen the relationship between the Wang family and the humpbacked whales, especially since the Wang family possessed ample quantities of vein fruits and royal jelly, which would surely attract the whales' favor. The treasures capable of enhancing bloodlines were highly coveted by all beasts, and their appearance in the wild would undoubtedly draw many creatures vying for them, even golden core demons. Excellent idea. Wang Nanjun wholeheartedly agreed. A single humpbacked whale consuming hundreds or even thousands of vein fruits would undoubtedly yield results, particularly for the young ones. They would certainly agree to this. Nanjun then prepared to send someone to establish the shop. For Wang Nanan, nurturing the vein fruits had become remarkably easy since achieving perfection in the second layer of the withered wood meets spring sutra. He could now cultivate second-tier spiritual plants with a success rate of 100%. As for the third layer of the withered wood meets spring sutra, he had already found it among the legacies left at the Shinong sect and was currently studying it, poised to make progress. A batch of vein fruits was ripened and stored in spatial bags. Tens of thousands were kept within the clan, while the rest were reserved for Boriching to cultivate goodwill with the humpbacked whales. Additionally, 10 vials of royal jelly were prepared as a precaution. In less than half a month, Wang Nanjun was ready. A large assortment of supplies, along with 15 clan members led by Wang Nanjing, set off first for Huafeng Island before boarding a giant vessel. Upon arrival, they would contact the Giant Whale Trading Association to have the envelope delivered to Wang Nanjun, thus establishing communication. During your downtime, operate the shop normally. Supplies will be delivered regularly, Wang Nanjun explained, particularly emphasizing that they should not expose the vein fruits, but could offer a substantial quantity for the humpbacked whales to taste, as this would foster better cooperation. Wang Nanjing understood, being over 100 years old. He was well aware of how to proceed. After bidding farewell to Wang Nanjing and his kin, Wang Nanan and Wang Nanjun exchanged smiles. Not long after Wang Nanjing's departure, Wang Nanan successfully entered the third layer of the withered wood meets spring sutra, signifying his mastery of the complete version. Overjoyed, Wang Mingai transmitted a message into his mind. What has happened? Hearing the urgency in his voice, Wang Nanan hastened to the cave dwelling. Along with calling for Wang Nanan, Wang Xiangxiu, Wang Nanjun, and Wang Taiji were also present, all gathered at Wang Mingai's abode. Once everyone was assembled, Wang Mingai spoke. Legends of the undersea cultivation realm have materialized. The divine treasure has appeared. Everyone's pupils jolted, disbelief etched on their faces. The divine treasure had been merely a legend, treated as such. How could it suddenly become a reality? Having spent considerable time in the undersea cultivation realm, you should be aware of the divine treasure's lore, an apex artifact from the upper realms, said to allow cultivators to breach the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the upper realms. It is elusive and mysterious, residing within the belly of a water dragon, which wanders the seas. Countless cultivators had pursued it over the years, yet most had never even caught a glimpse. But now I can definitively tell you, the divine treasure has manifested, and that water dragon has been sighted. Numerous cultivators are already heading there, and I wish for Nanan and Taiji to go as well. Wang Nanan quickly shook his head, declining. Let us not speak of ordinary cultivators. Even those with exceptional talent and formidable strength pursuing the divine treasure number in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. What has come of it? Nothing but loss, even total annihilation. Who among us believes we can surpass those cultivators? I have no intention of courting death, especially with so many powerful beings heading there. The risks are even greater. Wang Taiji concurred with Wang Nanan, asserting that while cultivators should be fearless, there is no need to engage in a suicidal endeavor. You two need not compete for the divine treasure, merely that water dragon would pose an insurmountable challenge. Wang Mingai recognized their misunderstanding and continued. Your journey will be to observe from a distance and await opportunities for other treasures. Other treasures? The group was puzzled. Yes. Once the divine treasure appears, it will be accompanied by numerous rare spiritual plants and mountain treasures. You can compete for these items. If you manage to secure even one, our Wang family will not suffer loss. Chapter 166. Mountain treasure of bone fragments. The allure of rare spiritual plants held little sway over Wang Nanan. Yet mountain treasures ignited a spark in his eyes. The mountain treasure he had previously acquired allowed him to inscribe talismans with remarkable efficacy. Finding another would be exhilarating. Moreover, observing from a distance and retreating if the timing was unfavorable minimized the danger. Very well, Wang Nanan agreed. Bypassing the matter of the divine treasure for it was far too perilous. He then proceeded with Wang Taiji toward the site of the divine treasure's manifestation. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them, yet more and more cultivators were spotted, all seeking to test their luck. Wang Nanan and Wang Taiji, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, concealed themselves as they skimmed across the sea, avoiding the throngs of cultivators. From a distance, they beheld a massive water dragon surging through the waves, its grandeur unmistakable, easily measuring over 10,000 meters, exuding an imposing aura that surpassed even the nascent soul stage. However, the water dragon did not attack the multitude of cultivators. Instead, it moved forward at its own pace, indifferent. Some cultivators attempted to enter its mouth to seek opportunities within its belly, only to be thwarted by the dragon. It was said that each time the divine treasure appeared, a single individual would be chosen to enter the dragon's belly, with their chances of obtaining opportunities solely dependent on their own fortitude. Wang Taiji recalled, to date, no cultivator has emerged alive. Wang Nanan added, as they observed from afar, they noticed many cultivators clashing in a fierce battle for the singular opportunity to enter the belly of the water dragon. However, more cultivators, like Wang Nanan and Wang Taiji, were watching and seeking their own chances. A fierce battle erupted around the water dragon, but in Wang Nanan's eyes, the cataclysmic clash of golden core cultivators failed to harm the water dragon in the slightest. Simultaneously, the dragon opened its colossal maw and released a torrent of natural treasures, scattering them in all directions. This must be what my great-grandfather referred to as other opportunities. Wang Nanan mused, his consciousness fixated on the treasures. He spotted a delicate green lotus landing on the ocean's surface, swaying on its leaves, its stalk transforming into legs as it dashed away, pursued by countless individuals. Another bamboo shoot spun its stalk and rapidly fled. Each type of natural treasure escaped in various manners, seemingly imbued with intelligence. Observing that every treasure attracted pursuers, Wang Nan said, "Let us part ways and seek our own opportunities. Remember, prioritizing your safety is paramount." Wang Taiji nodded and swiftly vanished. Wang Nan transformed into a streak of golden light, pursuing a fragment of bone. He recognized it immediately. This bone fragment was undoubtedly a mountain treasure and of considerable rank. Accompanying Wang Nan in the chase were over 100 cultivators, nearly all at the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, golden core cultivators were vying for the chance to enter the divine treasure, so it was unlikely they would expend effort for such trivial gains. Wang Nan felt a sense of relief. By this reckoning, Wang Taiji stood a good chance of acquiring natural treasures, and so did he. Wang Nan's speed with ground-burrowing flowing light was exceptionally rapid, yet he found himself unable to catch up to the bone fragment, leaving him somewhat bewildered. With a few swift talismans hastily drawn and affixed to his person, Wang Nan found himself moving with increased speed, even able to navigate turns with surprising agility. "I almost caught it," he lamented, reflecting on a near success. As he hurled a few talismans to obstruct the pursuing cultivators, he pressed on in his pursuit. After a series of twists and turns, Wang Nan's hand finally grasped a bone shard, its icy touch melding into his consciousness. Standing alongside the previous mountain treasure he had acquired, information surged into his mind, revealing that this bone shard exuded a charm towards beastly creatures. All beasts would exhibit amicability towards him unless he instigated harm. Splendid. This is far superior to the mountain treasure that required drawing symbols in midair, he rejoiced. With this new treasure in his possession, he felt emboldened to explore the depths of the vast mountains or the ocean's abyss, confident in his safety. Such realms were teeming with resources, rarely visited by human cultivators, representing untold wealth and potentially allowing for easy contracts with extraordinary beasts. Before he could revel in his fortune, the pursuing cultivators caught up. Wang Nan transformed into a streak of light, evading them and chasing after another mountain treasure. As more celestial materials were claimed by the cultivators, chaos ensued. Those who failed to obtain treasures began to assault others who had succeeded, igniting a series of fierce battles. Wang Nan dove into the water, slipping beneath the waves. He mounted a shark-like beast and swam into the distance. Many cultivators plunged into the depths in pursuit, only to be thwarted by a multitude of beasts. This mountain treasure was indeed remarkable. The beasts were even better. Wang Nan smiled broadly, content with his haul. Although he had missed out on other opportunities, he felt fulfilled. Noticing that the coast was clear, he swiftly contacted Wang Taiji, making a wide detour to reconnect. "What spoils have you gathered?" Wang Nan inquired. 2 third-tier spiritual plants, Wang Taiji showcased. One resembled a vine akin to a gourd, while the other was the blue lotus he had previously witnessed fleeing. "I intended to seize a few more, but upon seeing the water dragon approach, accompanied by a throng of golden core cultivators, I decided to retreat," he explained. "No matter, I'm already satisfied," Wang Nan replied joyfully. With the addition of his mountain treasure, the Wang family's gains were commendable. However, the two did not rush to depart. Instead, they concealed themselves at a distance to observe the ongoing contest for the divine trove. Not to mention, witnessing the clashes between golden core cultivators was a rare spectacle, providing an invaluable opportunity to glean insights into spellcraft. Particularly for Wang Taiji, also a golden core cultivator, it was a treasure trove of experiential learning. Wang Nan's focus shifted to the water dragon. Since acquiring the bone shard mountain treasure, his perspective towards beastly creatures had subtly transformed. The ability to resonate with their goodwill allowed him to sense their benevolence. Yet, facing the water dragon was an entirely different matter, akin to confronting a puppet. He discerned that this water dragon was not a living entity. If that is the case, then everything makes sense, he concluded. It had managed to endure for so long. Even with the longevity of beasts, it was implausible for one to survive into the divine transformation stage. Moreover, its indifference to the fierce battles surrounding it could only be the trait of an inanimate object. Yet, what kind of mastery was required to create such a formidable water dragon puppet? Could it possibly be an artifact from a higher realm? Or perhaps a remnant from an age long past, when the fabric of this world was distinct? Wang Nan pondered, aware that the most powerful beings known were the golden core cultivators. It was inconceivable that a puppeteer of that caliber could forge a puppet of this caliber. "Can you sense the vitality of the water dragon?" Wang Nan turned to inquire. "I cannot perceive it, but if I am close enough, I can detect its breath. Wang Taiji responded. This statement left Wang Nan further perplexed. Can a puppet truly breathe? What utter nonsense! Chapter 167. Collaboration. The water dragon opened its massive maw, ensnaring a cultivator within. All present understood that this individual had been chosen for entry. The remaining cultivators ceased their skirmishes, gathering beside the water dragon to await the outcome. Days passed, marked by the rising and setting sun. Suddenly, the water dragon soared into the sky before plunging into the depths, vanishing from sight. The only remnant of the calm sea was a solitary skeleton drifting into view. Another failure, Wang Taiji lamented. The nature of the divine trove remained a mystery to all. Yet each failure brought a mix of despair and hope. Wang Nan and his companion departed atop the waves as the other cultivators scattered. Upon returning to Coconut Island, they planted the blue lotus beside the primordial blue lotus, securing it with a formation. The third-tier gourd vine was sent back to their clan's territory, intended to climb the reincarnation tree. Meanwhile, Wang Nanjing led his kin to Boro City, securing a shop from the city lord's estate before visiting the Whale Merchant Association. The shop was named after the Wang family, simple yet effective in its clarity. With everything in place, all that remained was to await developments. A year later, a familiar face entered. You have finally arrived. Wang Nanjing smiled knowingly, having anticipated a longer wait. This place is quite distant from Coconut Island. I thought you would take years to arrive, Wang Nanjing teased. The two had not seen each other for quite some time and exchanged updates on their respective situations. The clan had instructed her to await his arrival, offering assistance as needed. Ideally, she was to foster a good relationship with the humpbacked whale clan, for which the clan had sent a substantial number of shadow fruit. Wang Nanjing handed a storage bag containing 3,000 shadow fruits to Wang Nanjing, declaring the gift to be taken back. Upon opening the bag, she confirmed its contents. The shadow fruit was highly effective for beastly bloodlines, and she believed that the humpbacked whale clan would receive this goodwill favorably, facilitating some trade. There are some golden cores and flesh of golden core beasts that I've accumulated. Please help deliver them back to our clan. Wang Nanjing passed another storage bag to him. Wait for my news with these shadow fruits. The humpbacked whale clan will respond swiftly. Without lingering, Wang Nanjing departed. Previously, several robbers had targeted her, only to be dispatched by Old 13 with a single swipe of his tail. This time, however, things were remarkably calm. Time slipped by, and another year passed. While organizing the shop, Wang Nanjing received a transmission and, after instructing his kin to guard the shop, departed directly. 100 miles from Boro City, Wang Nanjing and Old 13 awaited in peace. Upon spotting Wang Nanjing waved eagerly. Come, I shall take you to a place. Once Wang Nanjing was atop Old 13's back, the beast plunged into the deep sea. In the secret depths of the ocean, Wang Nanjing was taken aback by the sight of numerous massive humpbacked whales, causing his heart to race. As they traversed, Wang Nanjing recounted the situation. The shadow fruits were first consumed by Mian, significantly enhancing her bloodline, yet due to their limited quantity, the full potential had not been realized. Consequently, the leader of the humpbacked whale clan sought to converse with Wang Nanjing regarding trade. Wang Nanjing found this amusing. Typically, 10 shadow fruits would suffice for ordinary beasts. Yet for the humpbacked whales, 3,000 were still insufficient for complete development. How potent must the bloodline of these whales be? He observed Mian, who indeed appeared much stronger. But within the entire clan, she still seemed somewhat lacking. Turning his gaze to the strongest whale leader, Wang Nanjing approached respectfully. The creature's enormous eyes dwarfed him, instilling a sense of dread. To think your family possesses such treasures. We hope to establish trade with your clan, the humpbacked whale leader spoke, displaying the straightforward nature of beasts, aligning with the cultivator's ethos. We are most eager to comply. My clan has entrusted me to forge a bond with the humpbacked whale clan. The previous 3,000 shadow fruits shall be considered a gift to your noble clan, Wang Nanjing replied, simultaneously placing over 10,000 shadow fruits before the leader. Noble clans may exchange the corpses of beasts, inner elixirs, and spiritual plants found within secret realms. However, what our clan desires most is the friendship of the humpbacked whale clan. Do you wish for us to assist you in your endeavors? The humpbacked whale leader inquired curiously, aware that they had never engaged in trade with humans, yet possessing some knowledge of the practice. The dragon clan, apart from exchanging resources, primarily engages in assisting with tasks, chiefly the hunting of adversaries. When necessary, they may require the aid of the humpbacked whale clan, Wang Nanjing replied. The leader of the humpbacked whale clan responded, certainly. Let's discuss the specifics of the compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Nanjing stated the Yin vein fruit is classified as a second-tier spiritual fruit, yet its value far exceeds that of ordinary spiritual fruits. Therefore, one can be exchanged for either a foundational beast's inner core or 5 second-tier spiritual plants. A third-tier coconut can be traded for 10 Yin vein fruits, and a golden core can be exchanged for 50 Yin vein fruits. If we enlist the humpbacked whale clan's assistance, compensation will be based on the specific tasks. Without hesitation, the leader of the humpbacked whale clan agreed. As the items Wang Nanjing mentioned were easily attainable for their clan, thus not requiring much consideration. After collecting over 10,000 Yin vein fruits from the ground, they continued, please gather the spiritual plants on the shore yourselves. Let Old 13 escort you as you leave. Also, for our next transaction, I hope it can be expedited. Wang Nanjing readily agreed, contemplating how to urge his clan to expedite the collection of more Yin vein fruits. Under Wang Nanjing's guidance, they harvested numerous third-tier spiritual coconuts before he was escorted back to Baoyuo City. Grandfather, where have you been? A junior inquired as Wang Nanjing approached, having been gone for nearly a month, causing great concern among them. I was engaged in trade, he replied. Take these storage bags and envelopes back to the clan, and return swiftly. Wang Nanjing commanded the junior, pointing at him. The items to be conveyed were all contained within the envelopes. And since the journey would involve a giant vessel, Wang Nanjing was not worried about the envelopes being lost. He reserved a few third-tier spiritual coconuts to share among the others, deeming it a benefit for those who accompanied him. The remaining time was spent in peaceful anticipation while conducting some trades. On Coconut Island, Wang Nanjun examined a letter and called for Wang Nanan. Please exert yourself to cultivate 100,000 Yin vein fruits. How much? Are you mad? Wang Nanan retorted, feeling overwhelmed. Your abilities are formidable. A strong person should work harder. Wang Nanjun reassured him. The preliminary analysis of the fern's spiritual plants sent back has been completed. The clan's spiritual plant cultivators and alchemists are now developing elixirs based on these ferns. Once you have completed the task, lend a hand in their endeavors. Chapter 168. Descendants of the three-legged golden crow exhausted from cultivating the Yin vein fruits. Wang Nanan was soon dispatched back to the clan to assist in the development of new elixirs. The emergence of each elixir followed extensive experimentation, and Wang Nanan had no superior solution. Thus, he accompanied many clan members in gradual trials. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. Several new elixirs had been identified within a general scope, with only the finer details remaining to be refined. These intricate matters were entirely delegated to the clan members, while Wang Nanan retreated into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Ever since acquiring the Bone Peace Mountain treasure and gaining affinity with demon beasts, he had longed to explore the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, which he had gazed upon since childhood. With the effect of demon beast affinity, Wang Nanan could ensure his own safety. Now, having freed himself, he plunged into the heart of the mountains, traversing beyond the territories inhabited by human cultivators into a lush forest. Since the last beast tide had subsided, battles between humans and demon beasts had become exceedingly fierce. However, many demon beasts, upon seeing Wang Nanan, either approached him with curiosity or departed on their own. Unfazed, he transformed into a streak of light, continuing deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he passed through territories of several golden-cored demon beasts, who merely detected his presence through their spiritual senses and chose to ignore him. The effect of demon-beast affinity was indeed formidable. Wang Nanan traveled unhindered, having already ventured several thousand miles inward, yet he still had not encountered the boundary. A few demon beasts attempted to form contracts with him, but were politely declined. Surveying his surroundings, Wang Nanan noted that this was a realm inaccessible to ordinary cultivators, instead exuding a tranquil ambience. Numerous spiritual plants, and used by demon beasts, were found scattered about, while abundant spiritual mines were discovered, tantalizing Wang Nanan, though he lamented his inability to carry them away. Just as he intended to gather some spiritual plants, a crow, the size of a human and clad entirely in black, perched on a nearby tree, scrutinizing him. The crow's eyes darted around before it suddenly cawed loudly, startling Wang Nanan. Caw, caw, caw. The crow jeered, drawing Wang Nanan's attention. Its dark feathers appeared to be enveloped in a faint flame, causing Wang Nanan to rub his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, the feathers were alight with a transparent fire. Most striking were the crow's 3 yellow claws, contrasting sharply with its black plumage, while its other features appeared similar to an ordinary crow. Descendant of the 3-legged golden crow? Wang Nanan pondered. The 3-legged golden crow, much like the dragon clan, had long vanished from the world, though the dragon clan had proliferated extensively, with the Jiao Long being the most formidable among them. Now, standing tall in the realm of cultivation, the 3-legged golden crow was scarce in number, with even fewer descendants, and unexpectedly, Wang Nanan found himself face to face with one today. What brings you here? Wang Nanan inquired, reasoning that as a descendant of the 3-legged golden crow, its intelligence should be considerable, allowing it to comprehend human speech without difficulty. I am merely curious. I have never encountered your kind before. Yet I feel an instinctive goodwill towards you, the crow replied coldly, its gaze fixed intently on Wang Nanan. A golden core demon beast, Wang Nanan thought, taken aback. Aside from a few demon beasts capable of mimicking human speech, most could only communicate after breaking through to the golden core stage. He was astonished by the strength of this crow. Perhaps it was a matter of innate talent? Wang Nanan fabricated a response. The crow clearly doubted him, descending from its perch to land before Wang Nanan. You are not being truthful. It pressed its sharp beak against Wang Nanan's face, exerting considerable pressure. What else could it be but talent? Wang Nanan countered, emboldened by the mountain treasure, which likely rendered the crow incapable of harming him. The crow fell silent for a moment before changing its question. What is your purpose here? I have not seen a human cultivator in a long time. I seek to explore the innermost depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Wang Nanan answered honestly this time. You are a madman, a lunatic. The crow suddenly squawked, flapping its wings as it returned to its branch. You are nothing but a foolhardy individual. Wait, do you know what lies within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains? Could you enlighten me? Wang Nanan asked earnestly, sensing that the crow's sudden appearance was not merely driven by curiosity. Assist me with a task, and I shall share that knowledge with you, the crow proposed. What task? You, a golden core demon beast, cannot handle it. Yet you seek my help as a foundational cultivator? Wang Nanan retorted, leaping onto the branch beside the crow. I need to build a nest, and I require some fur. Fetch it for me, the crow stated. Wang Nanan was taken aback. What peculiar preference? But then again, it is reasonable for birds to use fur for nesting. What kind of fur? There's a ferrous beast over there. I need its fur, specifically white fur. How particular? Wang Nanan grumbled internally, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired, why don't you go get it yourself? I cannot defeat it. Initially, I managed to sneak some fur a few times, but eventually the ferrous beast grew wary and caught me several times, leaving my tail feathers in tatters, the crow explained, revealing its now bald tail. Wang Nanan had not noticed it before, hidden beneath its feathers. Is that something I can contend with? Am I not risking my life here? A demon beast capable of defeating you? Is it also a golden core? Wang Nanan questioned further. It should be nearing the nascent soul stage. The crow estimated otherwise. It would lack the strength to resist. If not for the favor of my neighbor, it would have been dispatched long ago. I think I shall venture deeper into the 10,000 great mountains myself, Wang Nanan declared, unwilling to court danger by attempting to pluck fur from a powerful demon beast. The distance to the innermost depths of the 10,000 great mountains is vast. At your speed, it would take decades to traverse. Consider your lifespan as a foundational cultivator. Is it sufficient? Wang Nanan chuckled. I am quite fortunate. I have plenty of time. Seeing Wang Nanan still intent on departing, the crow obstructed his path. Suddenly seizing Wang Nanan, he headed towards the direction of the iron-eating beast. The crow continuously urged, you possess innate talent. The iron-eating beast will not harm you. Please assist me, and upon success, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity. Wang Nanan, striving to break free from his restraints, replied, no opportunity is worth my life. Release me at once. Furthermore, must you insist on using the fur of the iron-eating beast for your nest? Is there not an alternative? No, that is my obsession. And besides, the fur of the iron-eating beast is both soft and resilient. Making for a comfortable sleep, Wang Nanan felt a sense of despair, realizing he was utterly powerless to resist. Are you not curious about the depths of the 10,000 great mountains? I have ventured there before. Once you are free, I shall share the details with you. The crow remained undeterred. I refused to go. The third claw of the crow displayed its sharp talons, wavering before Wang Nanen's eyes. Fine, I shall go. Is that satisfactory? The crow scoffed. Had I known, I would have threatened you directly, thus avoiding all this unnecessary effort.